Chapter 1, No Need, She Seems to Chloe Having Fun. In mid-June, the weather was starting to turn scorching. The sun's intense heat seemed almost palpable, like it could spill over at any moment. It felt much like the gaze between young lovers or a heartbeat quickening, both uncontrollable and on the verge of bursting forth. Chloe night, the oppressive heat only added to an unsettling stifling atmosphere, akin to the feeling of a secret love, muffled yet restless, ready to burst but held back. Temptin was the most luxurious bar in the capital city, unmatched by any other. This upscale establishment belonged to Huxley, a man who stood at the very top of the pyramid in both the capital and the international arena. Nights here were always filled with revelry, crowds packing the place, neon lights blurring with champagne, and opulence running rampant. Gracelyn was currently dancing on the stage. Clad in a tight black t-shirt that revealed her slim waist and a white mid-length skirt with a slit up the side perfectly positioned to be just short of vulgar but far from plain, she moved to the sultry beat. Her dance was sizzling and seductive yet exuded an air of sophistication. No one watching would ever consider the dancer cheap, instead, they found her electrifying. Admiration, reverence, even worship, they regarded her as a goddess. Red roses were thrown wildly onto the stage in waves, with some fans going as far as kneeling down, as if proposing marriage. Truly, it was chaos. The intoxicated crowd reveled in self-expression, and it was nothing out of the ordinary. Gracelyn's group of friends screamed fanatically from the VIP seats closest to the stage. The fervor in the bar surged higher with each wave of applause, mirroring the excitement usually seen at a top female celebrity's private concert. When Huxley entered the hall, he too was taken aback by the feverish atmosphere. His deep, dark eyes were drawn to the woman on the stage. Despite the distance, he squinted slightly before raising his hand to gesture with a finger. Mr. Cheen, Russell, his bodyguard and assistant, respectfully inclined his head, positioning his ear closer for instructions. Huxley kept his eyes locked on the dancer, his lips curved into a perfect half-smile. Clowering the manager over. Yes. Russell acknowledged, turning just in time to see the bar manager rushing over awkwardly. Clowing deeply, the manager strained to project his voice over the music. Mr. Cheen, you didn't inform us of your visit in advance. If I had known. Interrupting him with a finger motion, Huxley cut off the babbling. Right. Sure. The manager hurried to nod, straining to reach Huxley's side, tiptoeing to hear better. Huxley's towering height made this difficult despite his best efforts. Finally level with Huxley's shoulder, the manager listened as Huxley asked nonchalantly, which star did we book tonight? Startled, the manager quickly understood and answered loudly, report to Mr. Cheen, the dancer on stage tonight isn't a star. She is. Meng family's third miss. Huxley's brows arched slightly, his gaze lingering thoughtfully. Meng family's third miss. Hard to believe. Close-eyed him, Amber Aurelio's mouth twitched involuntarily, his face paling. Gracelyn? He should have recognized her. Cloaked the venue was so large and the distance too great, he simply couldn't see her face clearly. Usually, there was a big screen, but not today. Turning his gaze towards Amber Aurelio, Huxley's dark eyes hinted a faint smile. Amber Aurelio, embarrassed, laughed awkwardly. Well, quite unexpected. He rolled up his sleeves and declared, I'll get her off that stage. Huxley licked his lips inexplicably, then shifted his attention back to the stage. Amber at that moment, he saw the slender waist twisting fluidly. Huxley smacked his lips, his voice low and thick. No need, she seems to be having fun. With that, he patted Amber Aurelio on the shoulder. Let's go. Amber Aurelio. Having no choice, Amber Aurelio followed Huxley reluctantly. How could he put his thoughts into words? Just moments ago, he had been praising his sister Gracelyn to Huxley, obedient, intelligent, adorable, and well-mannered. She was sweet and demure, a perfect match for someone like Huxley. Now, he had unwittingly proven himself wrong right here in the bar. Glancing at his sister's graceful moves, Amber Aurelio couldn't help but try to salvage the situation, genuinely saying, Amberchally, Xingshan dances very well, she's quite professional. She's been training since childhood, and she has a great figure. Before he finished speaking, he noticed a flicker of displeasure on Huxley's otherwise flawless face. Amber Aurelio. If she were to be the wife of a mogul, even excellent dancing here. Well, it wouldn't do. What should he say? Closing his mouth, Amber Aurelio fell silent just as the crowd's screams suddenly changed to shouts of wife echoing through the bar. Amber Aurelio's lips twitched. Who started that? Calling her wife? Was that appropriate? The cries came from both men and women, indicating her popularity. Cloaked still. Amber's the elevator doors closed, ascending smoothly, Amber Aurelio caught another glance of Huxley's increasingly grim expression. Cloaked why? Amber all he did was suggest his sister suited Huxley as a potential wife. Why the sour face now? Lost in thought, Amber Aurelio heard the bar manager calmly order over his phone, turn off the power in the main stage area. Confused, Amber Aurelio looked at him. Question mark. Russell echoed the confusion. Question mark. Only Huxley remained unperturbed, hands in pockets, standing stoically among them. Truthfully, Amber Aurelio thought if Huxley were to marry his sister, it would be a fantastic deal. Moments later, outside the transparent elevator, darkness enveloped the stage area, while inside, the elevator continued its steady ascent, lit brightly in stark contrast to the blackness outside. Suddenly, cheers erupted again, piercing the darkness. Through the microphone, the MC assured everyone, "Don't panic. It's just a power trip. Please remain seated, the power will be back shortly." Meanwhile, staff members rushed on stage with cell phones flashlight beams guiding Gracelyn. "Miss Meng, please stop dancing and return to your seat. Take care, let me guide you." Note, pinyin names are used as requested. The narrative style and tone are preserved, ensuring natural flow and coherence. Chapter 2, Spoiling You. Gracelyn, who was a bit tipsy, blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Oh," without further comment, nodding as she replied, "Ambo-right, thank you for your trouble." The staff member was taken aback. Well, wow, how could Miss Meng be so well behaved? Earlier, when Gracelyn was dancing, the staff had seen it too, provocative yet pure, sensual and full of charisma, but those impressions seemed to have nothing to do with being docile and obedient. The transformation from a sultry, enchanting dancer to an adorable, demure young lady felt almost surreal. It left a strange taste in the mouth, a taste that was inexplicably delightful. The elevator quickly arrived at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The bar manager stood proudly, his chest puffed out, radiating an almost heroic air, as if silently boasting about his keen judgment. Amber Aurelio. This guy knows how to handle situations. Russell. If it weren't for Huxley not having given any signal, Amber Aurelio would have given the manager a thumbs up. "You did well." Huxley took the lead, stepping out of the elevator first, with the manager closely following, hastily taking credit. "Sorry, Mr. Chin, I didn't handle it properly. Miss Meng shouldn't have been allowed to dance on stage. Claude young Master Chi is here, so you can rest assured." He had no clue what kind of relationship Huxley had with the Meng family's 3rd daughter, nor had he ever heard any rumors or gossip about them. Yet, he had a sudden intuition just now that he should turn off the lights and get Miss Meng down from the stage immediately. Don't ask him why, it was just intuition. He managed the bar's business and had seen too many interactions between men and women, knowing exactly when to act. Regardless of whether there was anything between them, his decision was undoubtedly right. Hearing the manager's words, the corners of Huxley's lips twitched slightly. He patted the bar manager on the shoulder, his voice calm and emotionless, yet hinting at a faint sense of amusement. Not that serious. With that, he strode toward his exclusive VIP room. Amber Aurelio followed closely behind, thinking for a moment before explaining, "Xing usually isn't like this." Huxley's gaze shifted to his face as he spoke. Amber Aurelio suddenly shut up, giving an awkward smile. Huxley remained silent, lifting his foot to continue walking. Watching Huxley's tall and broad back, Amber Aurelio couldn't guess what he was thinking. Just as they were about to enter the VIP room, Huxley finally spoke, his voice deep and slow, exuding authority. "Don't let her know about this." Amber Aurelio paused for a moment. "Know about what?" "Oh, Huxley seeing Gracelyn dancing at the bar?" Understanding dawned on Amber Aurelio, and he hurriedly nodded. "Sure, won't tell anyone." In his heart, he thought, alas, what a pity, it hasn't even started yet, and it's over. Amber Aurelio knew very well that a wife choice for someone like Huxley, well, definitely wouldn't be someone like Gracelyn was earlier. Who knew what madness came over the girl to cause such a commotion at Huxley's bar? Had he not already planned to bring Gracelyn and Huxley together, Amber Aurelio would have suspected that she came here deliberately to stir things up. After being helped off the stage by the staff, Gracelyn was drenched in sweat but still smiling happily. The power quickly returned, and the club returned to its colorful glow. The MC rushed to the stage, diffusing the small disturbance with some humor. Cloac at the VIP area, Gracelyn wiped away her sweat with a wet wipe and fanned herself. So hot. Gracelyn was very pretty, with a delicate oval face, big eyes, a beautiful nose and mouth. Her features were naturally stunning and impossible to replicate through plastic surgery, her skin glowing white like alabaster. Her flushed cheeks made her look like a juicy peach, deeply alluring. Her female friends Nicola, Brianna, and Celine, along with her male friend Weston, Huxley's younger brother, were around her, pouring her chilled wine and chatting excitedly. "Wow, Xingchen, you were so amazing just now." "Xing, marry me. I'll change my gender and spoil you beyond imagination. If I don't pamper you every second, hold me accountable. Get lost." Weston shoved Nicola, who was trying to get close to Gracelyn. "Xing will marry my elder brother. Go cool off somewhere else." "Do I measure up to your brother?" Nicola's voice rose sharply, clearly unwilling to back down as she stood up abruptly. They were all a bit drunk, naturally acting more emotionally. Weston also stood up, even less willing to back down. "Amber, at least my brother is a man, you don't even have the tools, so why join in?" Nicola scolded, grabbing Weston and pounding on him. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Gracelyn sipped the ice-cold beer Brianna handed her, laughing at their bickering. "Amber, all right, stop it you two." Gracelyn took a sip of her beer, smiling sweetly, her eyes twinkling, a truly lovely and charming sight, hard not to adore. Weston swore, if Gracelyn weren't like his sister, he would never give her up to his elder brother. Pushing Nicola aside, Weston eagerly got back to the point. Tell me, Xing, are you really ready to marry my brother after graduation? Gracelyn nodded obediently, pursing her lips. Yes, haven't I already told you? Weston felt like a monkey seeing a vast orchard of bananas. Today was their college graduation day, and Gracelyn, out of nowhere, announced she would marry Huxley after graduation. This nearly sent Weston into shock because there were no prior signs. Gracelyn had never mentioned liking Huxley before. After the initial shock, Weston became excited. His brother Huxley was 30 and still unmarried. To have a young bride suddenly offered up was something that made it hard for him to stay calm. He immediately volunteered to help arrange things, providing Gracelyn with Huxley's WeChat ID and phone number. Gracelyn didn't add him right away, saying she wanted to celebrate her graduation first and have fun for a couple of days before worrying about that. So, after lunch, Weston brought the group here to party. They often came here before, always sitting in VIP rooms on the 3rd floor, but this time was their first visit to the main dance floor. Drunk, they all cheered and joked that since Gracelyn was getting married after graduation, she should let loose a little before then, leading to her dancing on stage. Weston hadn't expected Huxley to be here today, coincidentally catching Gracelyn's provocative performance. Had Weston known, he probably would have died rather than come here or encourage Gracelyn to dance. After chatting for a while, Brianna suddenly asked, Xing, are you sure? Why? And he's 30, 8 years older than you. Gracelyn licked the remnants of her ice beer from her lip, smiling sweetly. Cause Huxley is the best man in the city. Technically, it was absolutely true. With Huxley's status, ability, position, and wealth, no one would deny it. Eloping was somewhat bold and crazy. Especially with someone like Huxley, it was thrilling just thinking about it. Chapter 3, Force a Marriage? Celine immediately chimed in, I get it, I get it. It's that line, something like, my husband must be the greatest martial artist, second to none but above 10,000 others, a top scholar. Ha ha ha. Gracelyn burst into laughter at Celine's comment, though she got the gist of it right. Nicola, always quick with sharp remarks, suddenly added, even if that's the case, what if Huxley disagrees? Nicola's words were met with general disagreement, especially from Weston, who slapped the table and stood up. Impossible. My brother would wake up laughing every day if he married Xingchen. Close sides, our families are longtime friends with matching backgrounds. I can't think of any reason why my brother wouldn't agree unless he's already in love with someone else. Upon hearing, already in love with someone else, Gracelyn felt uneasy. Not wanting to delve deeper into this topic, she pulled Weston back down. Sit. Let's just have fun today, let's not talk about this. The conversation shifted as the young graduates continued their night out with drinks and mischief. Unbeknownst to them, a group of bar security personnel circled around their VIP area, deflecting wave after wave of people trying to approach Gracelyn. The next day, Gracelyn didn't wake up until 2 in the afternoon. After graduation, naturally, came relaxation and freedom, signaling the start of a new phase in life. The Meng family was also well known in the capital, not quite on par with the Qin family but still one of the top 5 wealthiest families in the city. Stretching lazily in bed, Gracelyn finally dragged herself up and wandered to the bathroom with her phone in hand. The screen was flooded with messages, but she ignored them, opening the chat group Ironclad 5 instead. The group was already buzzing with chatter. Scanning through, Gracelyn grasped the key point. They planned to travel together. Brianna had even given it a name, Graduation Honeymoon. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh at the silly name. She sent a lazy bunny emoji, rubbing its eyes and wrote, just woke up. What are you all chatting about? Lowering me up to speed. Flurry of messages bombarded her. In short, they had set plans. All she needed to do was freshen up and pack lightly, just bring her phone and go. They were planning an impromptu getaway. Linking, Gracelyn thought it over. Amber's spontaneous trip sounded thrilling. After informing her mother briefly and arranging for a driver to take her to the airport, she left home. Huxley's private airstrip, Weston, as the host, stood elegantly beneath the jet, greeting the guests. Nicola teased him, oh, She, looking so proper today. Doing a good job hosting, huh? Weston retorted, you dog mouth spouting no ivory. The two were about to bicker, Gracelyn laughed and intervened, scanning the surroundings. Weston, letting go of his arm, which was poised to punch Nicola, grinned, stop looking, little Xing Clorather is busy and couldn't make it. Gracelyn blinked, I wasn't looking for him. Everyone teased her relentlessly, making her hastily say, let's go. Laughing and joking, they boarded the plane with their entourage, a slew of servants, managers, and travel assistants, ensuring everything was in place. In the poker room, Brianna immediately wanted to play cards. Weston leaned close to Gracelyn, whispering, why didn't you tell my brother? After they parted ways last night, Weston fell asleep quickly. Today, upon waking, he saw Gracelyn's message. I want to keep our plan of a flash wedding a secret. Don't tell him or your parents. Only we 5 should know. If anyone else finds out, we're done. Weston pondered why Graceland hadn't told anyone. Perhaps he could probe his brother. With his smooth-talking skills, he could lavish praises on Graceland until his brother was head over heels, wishing to sweep her off her feet. His brother was a 30-year-old man, surely he yearned for a soft, sweet wife. He wouldn't believe otherwise. How satisfying it would be if he succeeded. Claude, alas, Graceland had crushed his hopes of being the perfect matchmaker, frustratingly so. He refused to give up easily. Hearing Weston's question, Graceland explained seriously, "This is something I want to handle myself. I'll inform you when it's ready. Until then, act like you know nothing. And also, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's focus on having fun." Nodding, Weston raised an eyebrow. "Okay, fine." Happy, Graceland ran to the mahjong table, calling out, "Let's play." Weston's brow furrowed higher. Hey, Graceland's move felt intriguing. Why did it feel like she was playing some big game? What was she planning? Was she going to force a marriage on his brother? Wow, that was bold. He eagerly anticipated the outcome. During the journey, everyone indeed dropped the subject, focusing only on having fun. Weston pretended to know nothing, not even posting photos of Graceland on social media. Amber Month passed in a whirlwind of travel, visiting many places, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon returning to the capital, each returned home. Amber Aurelio never mentioned Graceland to Huxley again, nor any plans to introduce them further. To him, this matter was over before it began. Since he didn't bring it up, neither did Huxley. It was truly closed. Amber Aurelio felt a bit dejected, losing a potential son-in-law. Claude, he consoled himself, thinking about Huxley's formidable reputation and how Graceland might fare. Plus, Huxley attracted many high-profile women. Graceland was young and newly graduated, possibly unprepared for such attention. If they weren't destined, so be it. Meanwhile, Graceland's parents started considering suitable matches for her within their circle, emphasizing a match of equal status. Such matches ensured a shared background, calm demeanor, and stable marriage, possibly adding to the family's prosperity. Amber, 22, Graceland could marry but was still young. Her parents weren't in a hurry, merely starting to look for a suitable match privately. Chapter 4, quite the trickster. Graceland returned home and immediately went to sleep, finally adjusting to the time difference after 2 days. She woke up past 1 in the afternoon, tidied up, and began eating. On this trip, they had done something significant. They had taken a set of group wedding photos. Savannah said that since it was their graduation honeymoon, there absolutely had to be graduation group wedding photos. So, the 4 girls wore wedding dresses while Weston donned a suit, looking like a groom. They all took photos together. They chose the best and most romantic picture taken under the Eiffel Tower and made a large wall-mounted frame out of it. It was mailed home at the time, and calculating the delivery schedule, it should have arrived today. Sure enough, just as Graceland finished eating, a servant came to report that a large package had arrived for her. Graceland directed the servants to open the package and hung the large and beautiful group wedding photo on her bedroom wall. It covered an entire wall. Weston was crazy about everything being huge and extravagant. This photo was so enlarged that Graceland felt she could see the pores on everyone's faces. However, there was no denying it was uniquely romantic. She sat on her soft, spacious bed. This represented their unbreakable friendship from their youthful days. Graceland admired it for a while and then took a photo to send to the group chat. Celine, wow, Xingchen, you've already hung it up. My package hasn't even arrived yet. I need to find it. Nicola also posted a picture and commented, just put it up. It looks amazing. Just hope my future husband won't be jealous. Savannah, don't worry, Chan. If anyone is jealous, it would definitely be She wife. He is surrounded by flowers. Graceland, She is a little fairy prince. Nicola, fortunately, he doesn't practice Taoism. Savannah and Celine, ha 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 ha. While they were still chatting, Graceland's mother suddenly knocked on the door, Xinger. Graceland hurriedly got up, walked to the door, and gave her mother a big hug, cooing, Mommy, I missed you so much. Her mother, Martha, smiled warmly and teased her, you kids had so much fun that your braids almost flew into the sky. When did you have time to miss me? Graceland smiled innocently, pulling Martha into the bedroom. Martha immediately noticed the group wedding photo. It was too striking. Moreover, the photo. Martha slowly raised an eyebrow, looked at Graceland, and asked, Xinger, what do you think of Weston? Graceland replied, he's great. Perfect in every way. Martha smiled more broadly, gently stroking her head, Mommy also thinks very highly of him. Claude, who among you has the closest relationship with him? Graceland pouted, reaching for the gift she brought for Martha, and said, Amber of us are close to him. Martha. Martha didn't ask more but had her own thoughts. She stared at Weston's handsome yet somewhat naive face and smiled tenderly. Growing up together isn't bad. Amber thought Weston might not necessarily take over the family business, since Huxley was in charge, as the young master of the Qin family. Yes, that sounds nice too. Most importantly, these 2 kids look good together. Claude, there were still several other girls, and she wondered what they thought. Perhaps next time during mahjong, she could casually ask the other mothers for their opinions and have a chat. Weston slept until dinner time when the servant came to call him. With tousled hair, he walked into the large and luxurious dining hall, looking dazed. Huxley was having dinner at home tonight and saw him walk in with a blank expression. Not enough sleep yet, he asked. Weston looked at Huxley's incredibly handsome face and finally regained his senses, lazily replying, almost. Did you have fun? Huxley glanced at the chair beside him, signaling him to sit. Weston sat down. Of course. Let's eat. At that moment, servants carried the huge frame in, one approaching Weston, saying, Young master, this is your package. Weston, who had just taken a couple of bites, lit up. Take it to my bedroom. Servant, yes. Hold on. Weston grabbed his phone, stood up, and took a photo before saying, take it away. He then sent the photo to the group. The package has arrived. No one responded, probably they were all eating. Only after scrolling through the messages did he realize they had all hung theirs up. Huxley glanced at Weston, his gaze sharp. His voice was stern, eat your meal. Why are you always fiddling with your phone? You've really wasted your lessons in table manners. Weston pouted, but didn't dare to argue, putting the phone down and focusing on eating. Huxley lazily glanced at the giant package being carried in by the servants and asked, What did you buy? Weston grinned, his eyes twinkling. Elder Clorother, come to my room after dinner. After dinner, Weston actively pulled Huxley by the wrist. Elder Clorother, let's go. In the bedroom, Weston stood with his hands on his hips, directing the servants to unpack it. The photo inside startled Huxley once again. The photo was undoubtedly taken by a top-tier photographer, both in composition and lighting. Under the Eiffel Tower, four beautifully dressed bridesmaids surrounded Weston, all puckering their lips as if they were going to kiss him. Huxley clicked his lips and sat down on the sofa beside Weston's bed, watching Weston chatter excitedly as he directed the servants to hang the massive frame on the wall facing the bed. Once done, the servants tidied up and left. Weston stood beside the bed, extremely satisfied as he admired it. After a while, Weston turned to Huxley. Elder Clorother, how does it look? Huxley sat unmoving on the lavish single sofa for several seconds before standing up and walking towards Weston. Standing beside Weston, Huxley seemed to be looking at the photo seriously before turning to him with a slightly cold look. His voice was low and grave, quite the trickster. Weston. Elder Clorother, you don't get it. Weston retorted. This trend is super popular now. Popular how? Huxley lowered his eyelids, looking at Weston, who was half a head shorter. Popular for several girls to kiss one boy? Qin Xiaoqi, where did you learn such frivolous things? Huxley's serious lecturing look made Weston uneasy, and he quickly explained, not Elder Clorother. Before he could finish, Huxley's face and tone turned icy. No arguing. This circle is neither too large nor too small. We meet the same people repeatedly. Just graduated and not even dating yet, you do these frivolous things. What will people think when they see this? And what will your future spouse think? Take it down now and store it in the warehouse. Weston's eyes widened. Cloludi hell, it couldn't be that bad. Just as Weston opened his mouth, Huxley walked away, clearly disappointed in this playboy behavior. Chapter 5, Little Precious. Weston hurried to explain, but Huxley suddenly turned around, his face even colder, and scolded him again. Though you have no intention of taking over the business for now, you still need to mind your image. Weston, Forget it. Come to the company once you're well rested. Start from the bottom. You've been idle doing nothing all day. Huxley left with an unquestionable order. Weston. Damn, at least let me explain. Tears welled in Weston's eyes as he rushed forward and stopped Huxley, saying, Elder Clorother, listen to me. You know my relationship with them, it's as pure as a blank sheet of paper. They are all like brothers to me, like the left hand touching the right. I would never have any romantic involvement with them. We are just brothers. Huxley. Cloeros? Aren't they all girls? Huxley looked confused while Weston stomped his feet in frustration. Oh, Elder Clorother, you really don't understand anything. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Feeling a chill on his forehead, Weston quickly added, I mean, if I ever did anything with them, I'd immediately forsake my skills. He then made a gesture mimicking self-harm. Huxley. Perhaps seeing how sincerely Weston explained, or perhaps out of impatience that bordered on tearing his hair out, Huxley said, step aside. Weston blinked and moved away. Suddenly, he asked impulsively, Elder Clorother, who do you think is the prettiest among those four? Huxley paused mid-step, turned around, and after a moment of contemplation, softened slightly, seemingly genuinely considering it. Which one do you like? I can have Russell make some moves. Weston was frightened out of his wits and waved his hands frantically. No. Didn't I just explain? It was just a casual question. Huxley didn't respond and walked away. Weston stuck out his tongue, and 2 seconds later asked suddenly, Elder Clorother, do we really need to dismantle it and send it to storage? Huxley remained silent. Claude Weston knew there was no need to dismantle it anymore, as he celebrated internally ___. Gracelyn finished dinner and returned to her bedroom. While eating fruit, she messaged Weston, "Send me your elder brother's WeChat." She had decided that after finishing her graduation and rest period, she would find Huxley and talk about serious matters. When Weston saw Gracelyn's message, he almost tore his hair out, thinking that his elder brother's reaction earlier showed absolutely no interest. So he hesitated, and after several minutes of contemplation, he asked, "Do you really have to handle this personally?" Gracelyn replied, "Yes." She didn't want anyone else to interfere. Weston felt somewhat conflicted. He originally thought he could act as a middleman by asking Huxley directly. If Huxley refused, Gracelyn could pretend she didn't know and avoid any awkwardness in future encounters. Gracelyn insisted on doing it herself. If his elder brother outright rejected her, things could be very awkward going forward, and he feared hurting his little star. Weston didn't reply. Gracelyn sent a question mark. Finally, Weston reluctantly forwarded Huxley's WeChat, saying, "Then I won't intervene." Ying, hoping it wasn't as hopeless as he thought. Gracelyn stared at Huxley's profile for a long time before finally sending a friend request. "Chlorother, this is Gracelyn. I want to talk to you about something." After sending it, she bit her lip, feeling uneasy, then went to take a shower to wash away her nervousness. Gracelyn waited until she fell asleep, but Huxley never approved her friend request. Weston initially wanted to ask how it went but dared not. Huxley worked overtime until 2 in the morning, took a shower, lay down, grabbed his phone, and casually checked his messages. Seeing a new notification in his contact list, he lightly tapped to open it, pausing when he saw Gracelyn's verification message. What does she want to talk about? Huxley approved the request and replied with 2 words, "What matter?" Looking at the time, it was already 2 in the morning. Gracelyn slept until 11 in the morning. Slowly opening her eyes, memories of last night flooded back. She had sent the friend request around 9 and got no response by 1 in the morning, seemingly lost without a trace. Her happy mood since graduation turned sour in an instant. She had no reason, yet she felt unhappy. Turning over, she washed up but didn't check her phone immediately. She did yoga, ate, and strolled around her garden, doing what she normally did. In the meantime, Gracelyn thought that if Huxley didn't respond, she would forget it. She wanted someone who responded to everything. If they met next time, she could use an excuse to brush him off. It wasn't like she couldn't live without him. This attitude was likely to prevent more disappointment. Gracelyn didn't know, her thoughts were in chaos. Not until almost 2 in the afternoon did she pick up her phone again, surprised and delighted by Huxley's message, her beautiful face breaking into a smile. Only 2 words, "What matter?" It was a response, a powerful one. Seeing the time, 2 in the morning, had he been working late? Without beating around the bush, Gracelyn typed gracefully on the screen, "Sir, are you free this afternoon? Can I meet you alone for a chat?" After sending, her heart raced. At that moment, Huxley was in a meeting. Glancing at his lit-up phone, he paused, picked it up, and swiftly read the message before replying, "Sure, where?" Gracelyn was taken aback, he agreed so quickly. Her heart pounded wildly as she hastily replied, "Your choice. Wherever you prefer." Huxley, "My office?" Gracelyn, "Okay." Her fingers tingled after replying. Huxley's brief words seemed particularly forceful, imagining his stern and calm appearance. Yet, her heart raced uncontrollably. The ding sound rang again. "Huxley, I'll have Russell pick you up." Gracelyn's heart raced faster as she replied urgently, "No need, our family has a driver." Just as she was about to send, she paused, reconsidered, and deleted it, typing instead, "Okay." Sending it. Huxley's sensual lips moved as he glanced at Russell standing upright beside him and instructed, "Go to Meng family and bring Miss Gracelyn to my office." Russell looked at Huxley's handsome face, shocked, and lowered his head hurriedly, "Yes, Mr. Cheen." Lowering his head, Russell accidentally saw the content of Huxley's WeChat conversation on the screen. Unable to clearly see the conversation, he only noticed the name and recoiled, eyes widening in shock as he quickly turned away. Huxley sent another message, "He has started." Gracelyn, got it. Huxley put down his phone and looked at the waiting executives. His voice remained steady, "Continue." As Russell exited the meeting room, he couldn't help but glance back at Huxley sitting in the chief seat. He had seen the name, Little Precious, in the conversation window. Russell found it hard to comprehend such a blatant nickname. Wouldn't it belong to Miss Gracelyn? Gracelyn's WeChat nickname certainly wasn't that strange. Hers was, That Day's Starlight. Chapter 6, Hello, Chlorother Cheen. Since it wasn't Gracelyn's original nickname, it must have been an edited note. Who had edited it was not hard to guess. Russell only found out later. After knowing, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The morals and values of this world are indeed deteriorating. Of course, this was a future matter. Upon receiving the order, Russell immediately drove off to pick up Gracelyn. Meanwhile, Gracelyn, after putting away her phone, quickly started picking out clothes, feeling very nervous. She truly didn't expect things to go so smoothly, nor did she expect Huxley to be so easygoing in private. Gracelyn wasn't very familiar with Huxley. They usually only exchanged greetings when they met in various settings, and thus she didn't have his contact information. Their first interaction went better than expected, which was indeed quite impressive. As she selected her outfit, Gracelyn's smile never faded from her face. It's often said that every woman's wardrobe is always missing one more piece of clothing. At that moment, Gracelyn felt this sentiment deeply. Fearing that too much time would be wasted, Gracelyn finally chose a relatively safe white spaghetti strap long dress and applied a light, elegant makeup. Her skin naturally looked good, so she didn't need foundation. She just lightly swept her eyebrows and applied a bit of shimmer eyeshadow, which twinkled faintly as she blinked. Then, she applied a very light, rosy lipstick, presenting a girl who seemed like a vision of beauty reflected in the mirror. She put her essential items, her phone, tissues, mirror, into a black designer handbag. Right then, a servant came up to report, "Miss Meng, they've said that President Qin's driver has arrived at the front gate." Gracelyn's heart raced. She put on a pair of pearl earrings, and said, "Please let him come in. I'll be right down." "Yes, Mississippi," the servant replied. The doors of the Meng family villa opened, and Russell drove straight in, all the way to the entrance hall of the main house. After a few minutes, Gracelyn appeared within Russell's sight. Russell's eyes involuntarily lit up. He immediately got out of the car and approached her with respect, bowing slightly. "Third Miss Meng, please." Gracelyn smiled and nodded. "Right." Russell opened the door for her, placing his hand on the top of the door frame. Gracelyn got in, finding the air conditioning temperature inside perfectly comfortable. This customized Rolls-Royce Phantom provided such luxury that it lifted one's spirits. Russell drove steadily towards the Qin Corporation. Gracelyn unlocked her phone, noticing another message from Huxley. "Huxley, what snacks do you want for afternoon tea?" Gracelyn thought for a moment and replied, "Chocolate ice cream." Huxley responded rather quickly, "Right, what fruits do you like?" Gracelyn raised an eyebrow hesitantly and typed 2 words, "Durian." Huxley, "Okay." Putting her phone away, Gracelyn felt puzzled. In her memory, Huxley wasn't exactly a warm person. He was a person at the top. Leader exuded an aura that seemed approachable yet distant, aloof and detached just right, making it not easy to get close. Thinking about this, Gracelyn asked Russell, who was driving ahead, "Is Clorother Qin not busy today?" Russell answered, "President Qin is in a meeting." Gracelyn's eyebrows twitched. He can still respond so quickly while in a meeting? For some reason, Gracelyn felt a sweet sensation in her heart, stirring something inside her, eager to break free. During the heated meeting, Huxley kept tapping his phone. None of the executives knew if he was really paying attention, which made them quite worried. After some taps, he paused the meeting and called his secretary to buy chocolate ice cream and durian. The executives dared not say anything and could only remain silent, waiting appropriately. The progress of the reports became intermittent, nearly causing them to forget their own points. After giving instructions, Huxley remained calm, saying softly, "Continue." Executives. Continue what? Where were we? Damn. The executives recalled and managed to continue reporting without interruptions this time. About 20 minutes into the steady continuation of the meeting, Huxley's phone rang. Executives. Russell called, "President Qin, 3rd Miss Meng has arrived at Qin Corporation and is about to enter the parking lot." Huxley grunted in acknowledgement, looking at the executive whose mouth was slightly agape. Pause the meeting. With that, he stood up and left. Executives. What the hell? Can we ever have a proper meeting? Gracelyn got out of the car, holding the strap of her black crossbody bag, obediently following Russell from the parking lot into the CEO's exclusive elevator. Despite the high floor, Gracelyn remained calm. There was no reason to be anxious about decisions she made herself. Soon enough, the elevator arrived, opening directly to Huxley's office suite. Ahead was the secretarial office, where over a dozen secretaries were busily working at their desks on either side. Russell gestured politely, inviting Gracelyn to follow him out of the elevator. "Miss Meng, this way," Russell nodded. "Okay," Gracelyn followed closely by Russell's side. Hearing the commotion, the secretaries instinctively looked up at them. Russell led Gracelyn through the secretarial office to the entrance of the CEO's office and pressed the button on the LCD video intercom by the door. Huxley's outstanding figure appeared on the screen. He was sitting sideways, with his posture straight and strong, his profile flawless. "President Qin," Russell said, "Miss Meng has arrived." Huxley turned his head. Gracelyn's eyes lit up as she saw Huxley wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, which added an unexpectedly alluring charm to his handsome face. Gracelyn bit her lip and waved, "Clorother Qin." Huxley stared at her through the screen for 2 seconds before parting his lips. "Come in." The door opened. Russell invited Gracelyn in, then closed the door behind them. As soon as the door shut, the secretaries outside began whispering to each other. "Is that a celebrity? Never seen her. Is she a new actress? She looks stunning." Indeed. Her presence and figure are amazing. So pure and attractive. Has she starred in any works? Why haven't I seen her on TV? Oh, right. I remember now. Didn't the Secretary General personally buy royal ice cream and golden honey durian for President She? No way, special treatment like that? Of course. President She doesn't eat ice cream or durian. In the past, even with other guests, especially female celebrities, when has he ever specially bought snacks or fruits for anyone? You're right. Amber, did you see how President She looked at her on the screen? It was quite bold. The secretaries blushed red, blinking in surprise. Really? You sure? Don't say things lightly. That secretary insisted, no doubt. When other female celebrities visit, I've never seen him give that look. Nor does he usually look at anyone like that. Honestly, this is my first time seeing it. So does this mean President She will find a partner? Just then, the Secretary General arrived. No gossip during working hours. The secretaries immediately stopped talking. The Secretary General glanced at the office door. You were saying President She might find a partner? The secretaries nodded and huddled closer. Yes, Secretary General. Just now, there was a young lady. What young lady? Amber knew rising star. Not a rising star, definitely a low-key top celebrity. She's gorgeous. That's right. Even through the screen, President She's eyes were practically sparkling. The Secretary General? What on earth? Eyes sparkling? Huxley's office was grand, simply designed yet elegant. Luxurious where necessary and understated elsewhere. Gracelyn couldn't help but look around. Huxley stood up and walked toward her. Gracelyn looked up at him. He was tall, with long, well-built legs. She had to slightly raise her gaze to fully take in his face. 2 buttons of his white shirt were left unbuttoned, adding an unexpected hint of sexiness. The white shirt was neatly tucked into his black trousers, which accentuated his perfect waistline and long legs. His skin was fair, and his facial features were strikingly handsome. The gold-rimmed glasses he wore emitted an indescribable allure, or perhaps a certain sexual tension. She had seen him before, but as he walked straight toward her, exuding presence even in his steps, Gracelyn couldn't help but be taken aback by his appeal. Amber's smile involuntarily spread across her lips, and she greeted, "Hello, She." Note, the sentence structure and paragraph breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 7, I Want to Marry You. Huxley stood still in front of her, looking down slightly at the girl before him. She wore a white long dress with spaghetti straps, resembling the purest and most adorable sprite among 100 flowers. Her jet black hair was tucked behind her ears, cascading down like a waterfall. Her beautiful features and exquisite makeup exuded an aura of youthful charm. Huxley pursed his lips. Hello, Star, it's been a while. Indeed, they met on occasions but rarely saw each other often. Gracelyn's smile grew even brighter, her eyes bending into half-moons, looking adorably sweet and soft. Her appearance was incredibly sweet, as if a piece of candy had been placed in one's mouth, melting hearts and eyes alike. Please sit over there. Huxley pointed towards the lounge area in the office. Okay, Gracelyn nodded and walked over. Huxley followed, hands in his trouser pockets. Inadvertently, images of her dancing passionately at a bar more than a month ago flashed through his mind. The exposed slender waist, pale, seductive, and sensual, felt both soft yet mysteriously powerful, evoking a desire to control. What would it feel like to have her completely within grasp? Gracelyn sat down on the sofa in the lounge area, her gaze landing on the black crystal coffee table. On it were chocolate ice cream and high-quality durian. The large, golden-yellow durians looked sweet, soft, and fragrant, emitting a rich aroma. The chocolate ice cream was also top-notch, clearly handmade, sprinkled with edible gold leaf that twinkled like stars. Gracelyn couldn't help but smile, her eyes fixated. Then she glanced up at Huxley. Is this prepared for me? Huxley sat down, crossing his legs casually. His lips curved into a slight smile, almost laughing at the simplicity of her question. For whom else? Gracelyn chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You can eat first, Huxley suggested, noticing her hungry expression. Do you want something to drink? Would you like iced coffee? As he spoke, Huxley stood up, ready to fetch it himself. I'd like iced cola, Gracelyn replied, looking up at him. Huxley paused, his lips lifting lightly. Amber, aren't you worried about gaining weight? Gracelyn blinked. Occasionally is fine, it won't make me fat. Amber, classic case of self-consolation. Amber, right, Huxley smiled, turning his gaze to Russell not far away. Russell lowered his head immediately. Understood, and went off to buy the iced cola. Sitting back on the sofa, Huxley's voice softened. You should still limit carbonated drinks, they're unhealthy. Okay. Gracelyn nodded, her cravings raging inside her. She picked up a piece of durian and bit into it, relishing its sweetness. Her face lit up with joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. After swallowing the durian, Gracelyn licked her lips, then seemed to recall something. She looked up at Huxley. Do you want to try some? Huxley's lips curved attractively. No, it's all for you. Oh, Gracelyn responded, focusing on eating again. Huxley didn't disturb her, just watching quietly. After a while, he asked, what did you want to talk about? Gracelyn, who had been enjoying her food, froze momentarily. She had been too engrossed in eating to organize her thoughts. Caught off guard by the question, she wasn't sure how to begin. Should she be direct or subtle? Like, asking why She never had a girlfriend? Or, do you like anyone? Those weren't subtle either, they'd reveal her intentions right away. She pondered, appearing somewhat dazed to Huxley. Seeing no response, Huxley picked up a cigarette box from the side table, intending to light one. He hesitated, stroking the box with his long, strong fingers before putting it back. Through his glasses, his deep eyes focused on Gracelyn, contemplating. He intertwined his fingers, opening his thin lips slowly. Is this, related to Weston? His voice was slightly cold but restrained, almost undetectable. Gracelyn blinked, puzzled, meeting his gaze. No, it's not about Weston. Really? Huxley raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. His tone warmed slightly. Then what is it? Gracelyn instinctively bit her lip. Huxley frowned, sensing her hesitation. He guessed, are you thinking of interning here after graduation? It was an obvious wrong guess. The Meng family had their own companies. If she wanted to enter business, she'd likely learn in her own family's company, not here. Plus, she studied performance, not business, so that made little sense. Sure enough, Gracelyn shook her head. No. Stumped, Huxley continued, so. Gracelyn put aside the partly eaten durian in the white crystal fruit bowl, took off her gloves, and tossed them into the nearby bin. She then wiped her fingers carefully with a wet wipe. Huxley waited patiently. Once done, Gracelyn placed her hands neatly on her lap and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. She, I want to marry you. Her eyes lifted, clear and bright, but her beautiful face showed a touch of timidity. Maybe she felt abrupt, or feared rejection. After all, as a young girl, not a career elite, she carried a natural shyness. Especially for something this serious. Huxley was both astonished and taken aback. He looked at her deeply, processing her words. Gracelyn bit her lip, picking up the ice cream cup and taking small bites, not rushing for a response. She didn't add a caveat like, if you don't want to, forget I said anything. Despite her timidity, there was an inexplicable certainty. That certainty conveyed, I will marry you. Finally, Huxley processed what she said. He looked at Gracelyn, then suddenly stood up and walked towards the beverage area behind her. Gracelyn watched him, thinking, is he getting a drink to calm down? Had her statement been too direct and abrupt? Their relationship was only moderately acquainted. With such directness, he might need to think about how to decline politely. Such were Gracelyn's thoughts. It didn't matter much now. She remained quiet, obediently waiting. Huxley indeed walked to the beverage area behind her, picked up a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet, poured a glass, and took 2 sips while facing her seated silhouette. Not to calm down. After 2 sips of red wine, Huxley approached Gracelyn, standing behind her. Looking at her back, he rested his hands on either side of the single-person high-backed circular sofa. To be continued. Chapter 8, Did you cloring the household registration cloak? Gracelyn was momentarily stunned when she caught a glimpse of Huxley's arm out of the corner of her eye. Her heartbeat then involuntarily quickened. He appeared to have encircled her entirely, as if hugging her from behind. The next second, Huxley's profile came close to her ear, and in a very low voice, he asked, why do you want to marry me? In such an ambiguous pose and so close, Gracelyn felt his cheek almost touching hers. She could clearly feel his breath and the warm air brushing against her ears, tickling her and sending tingles down her spine. Gracelyn's beautiful little face instantly turned red, glowing with a hint of pink. Her heartbeat sped up rapidly. Why did he suddenly get so close? It was difficult to describe how ambiguous it was. If she had to describe it, it would probably be with a very inappropriate and not so flattering adjective, frivolous. Yes, so ambiguous it seemed frivolous. Using that word to describe Huxley now was absolutely inappropriate. Still, she couldn't find any other way to describe it. Why did he suddenly act like this? Did he agree? Gracelyn's mind was in a jumble, and all she could say were 3 words, I just want to. She just wanted to marry him. With him suddenly holding her as if she were embraced, whispering into her ear, she wanted it even more. Don't ask why, the answer was simply, I want to. Very much. Hearing her simple yet sincere and almost innocent reply, Huxley couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was melodious. After laughing, Huxley said one word. He said, okay. Gracelyn was stunned. What? Okay? He agreed. Agreed outright? Gracelyn found it unbelievable, yet the word okay instantly blossomed in her heart like a splendid firework. The difference was that fireworks flash and fade, but her inner fireworks remained forever in their brilliant bloom. For a moment, she didn't know what to say in response. After saying, okay, Huxley's gaze inexplicably lingered on her ear. Especially on the round lobe with the pearl earring, which looked delicate and adorable. The young girl also smelled sweet, her hair and body emitting a faint, sweet scent that captivated the senses. He couldn't resist and kissed her ear directly. Gracelyn was even more stunned and at a loss for words. Did he just kiss her? This truly shocked her. It even made her think, albeit unrealistically, that he hadn't been single all these years just to wait for her. Gracelyn's mind got even more jumbled. Huxley straightened up and asked her, did you bring the household registration book? Gracelyn. Amber, did she bring the household registration book? Yes. Gracelyn blurted out reflexively, while simultaneously pulling out the household registration book from her black bag. Her serious demeanor was as if she were signing a billion-dollar contract. This caused Huxley's lips to keep curling upwards. Gracelyn originally hadn't planned to bring the household registration book, but when she was about to go downstairs, she suddenly had a hunch and took it along. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Seeing her swift action, Huxley couldn't help but laugh again. At this moment, Russell, having bought an icy cola, entered the office. Huxley looked at him. Russell quickly approached, hearing Huxley instruct, go home and bring my household registration book over. Russell froze, gripping the icy cola cup, completely dumbfounded. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Realizing this, Russell hurriedly nodded, oh, yes. Afterward, he turned and left. Gracelyn bit her lip and blinked, Assistant Jiang. Russell turned around, Amber? Gracelyn pointed to his hand, is that for me? Russell finally realized, oh, yes, sorry. He then immediately placed the icy cola on the coffee table in front of Gracelyn before rushing off to carry out Huxley's order. Gracelyn picked up the cola cup and began sipping through the straw, thinking that Assistant Jiang must be bewildered as to why Huxley suddenly needed the household registration book. She was also quite surprised. Amber thought she had initiated the impromptu marriage. Huxley's quick agreement still astonished her. So, she drank some cola to calm herself. Few icy colas cooled her throat and settled into her stomach, allowing Gracelyn to relax. Is it good? Huxley walked up to her. Gracelyn looked up at the excessively tall man standing before her, nodded, and said, it's good. Then, without thinking, she added, do you want some? Gracelyn shook the cola cup. Originally, she thought he wouldn't drink carbonated drinks, just as he wouldn't eat durians. However, Huxley curled his lips and replied, sure, let me try. Amber. Gracelyn was taken aback for a moment before only managing to say, oh, and stood up, offering the cola to his lips. Here. Huxley held the straw, his eyes intensely fixed on her. Gracelyn then realized they were sharing the same straw. Amber. Amber. Isn't this indirect, kissing? Realizing this, Gracelyn blushed and felt embarrassed. Huxley drank 2 sips and released the straw. Gracelyn bit her lip, feeling very shy but somehow couldn't stop herself from asking, is it good? Upon finishing her question, she wondered, why am I talking so much? Huxley nodded, yes, it's sweet. These 2 words made the young girl beam with delight. Reflexively, Gracelyn asked, would you like to try some ice cream? Huxley said, sure. Gracelyn. What was wrong with her? Was she having a fit or something? Gracelyn was annoyed at herself for speaking so much, but there was nothing she could do. Since she invited him, she had to offer the ice cream. Not only that, but she foolishly scooped a spoonful of ice cream, essentially feeding Huxley. Chloe, the time she realized it, it was already done. Gracelyn. Was she a little crazy? Huxley graciously ate the ice cream in one bite and said, sweet. Gracelyn laughed, opening her mouth slightly, durian? Do you want to try it? As soon as she spoke, she wanted to slap herself. Amber. Was she mad? She must be insane. How could she act so familiar with him? That wasn't her. It really wasn't her. Huxley's eyes twinkled with amusement, seemingly aware of her uncontrollable actions, and replied, sure. Gracelyn. Couldn't he refuse? Gracelyn found herself both amused and annoyed by her own behavior. There was no choice but to deal with what she started. She bit her lip, put on new gloves, and chose the smallest piece of durian. Then she extended her hand to Huxley with the durian, feeling her cheeks burning. Huxley took a bite, tasting it. He saw her awkwardness and confusion. Chapter 9, Just make yourself comfortable. After all, I want to marry you was just an idea. Her sudden agreement must have left the young girl feeling somewhat bewildered. Since they hadn't had any private interactions before, she likely didn't even know how to interact with him yet. Indeed, after taking another bite, Gracelyn looked at him expectantly, as if gauging whether he would continue eating. Huxley found it amusing, the girl was so adorable. She had rushed over to propose a quick marriage, but now that she received an affirmative reply, she seemed overwhelmed and tense. Huxley swallowed the durian and said, right, 1 bite is enough. The sweet, soft flavor of durian lingered in his mouth. He wondered if the girl tasted the same or perhaps sweeter and more delicious. Hearing this, Gracelyn blinked her big eyes and replied, oh, okay. Afterward, she went to put away the durian. Huxley could almost hear her sigh of relief. His lips curled slightly into a smile as he waited for her to finish putting away the durian, take off her gloves, and prepare to wipe her hands. Then he took the wet wipe from her and gently wiped her hands himself. Her fingers were slender and soft, and Huxley wiped them meticulously. Clote because he was so thorough, Graceland's ears turned red, and her head felt dizzy. So, were they really going to get married right after this? Amber thought she had mentally rehearsed Huxley agreeing to a sudden marriage many times. None of those scenarios played out like what just happened. From her limited knowledge of Huxley and occasional stories from Weston, he didn't seem like the gentle and considerate type at all. Yet now, he was being so tender and meticulous. If it weren't broad daylight, Graceland might have thought she was seeing ghosts. She always imagined Huxley to be aloof and proud, never warm and thoughtful like this. Graceland felt uneasy, mainly because although he had readily agreed, she didn't know how to act around him. Amber thought she had initiated this sudden marriage to skip the chasing phase. Now that her wish was granted, she didn't know what to do next. After wiping her hands, Huxley threw the wet wipe into the trash can, then took her hand, saying only one word, "Come." He led her towards the office area. Hand in hand, Graceland's small face blushed, and her heart raced. She saw his tall, strong back, filled with a sense of safety. Holding her hand gave her a steady feeling. For some reason, she felt inexplicably secure. His hand was broad, dry, and warm, holding hers just right. Ambertually. Pulling Graceland to the side of the office chair, Huxley sat down first, then told her another single word, "Sit." Graceland hesitated. Sit where? There was only one chair. Without thinking too much, she nodded at the chair opposite the large desk. Okay. She let go of Huxley's hand to walk to the other side. Clote as she was about to turn, Huxley caught her hand. Where are you going? Turning back, Graceland stammered, I am going to sit on the other side. Didn't he ask her to sit? Turning back, Graceland stammered, I am going to sit on the other side. Didn't he ask her to sit? Huxley couldn't help laughing, his voice deep. Who said you should sit opposite, little star? Amber? Graceland's eyes widened in surprise. He just called her little star. This sudden intimacy made her dizzy. It sounded wonderful when Huxley called her by that nickname, though others often called her that without her noticing its charm. Hearing it from him felt like honey in her mouth, so sweet. Where else would I sit? Graceland asked softly, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Huxley glanced at his lap and casually invited, come here, sit. Amber Gain, Graceland was taken aback. Sit on his lap? Really on his lap? She hadn't even dared to think about it. Clote, wasn't it too soon? They had just discussed a sudden marriage. Clore other Cheen, this is really direct? Feeling embarrassed, her face grew redder, and she started to speak but couldn't finish. Such a bold move made her incredibly shy. Huxley looked up at her with a teasing smile, possibly enjoying her shyness. Graceland bit her lip. Oh no. Still looking at her, Huxley smiled. If you're brave enough to suggest a sudden marriage, what are you afraid of? That I'll eat you? Graceland's face instantly flared with embarrassment. Finally, she managed a weak response, no. I'll sit. Amber and she sat directly on Huxley's lap. Despite sitting down directly, her mind was still filled with anxiety and tension. This was her first time, sitting on a man's lap directly. Oh dear. The feeling was indescribable. Sitting on Huxley's lap, Graceland felt awkward and tense. Huxley chuckled softly and naturally placed his hand on her slender waist. His gaze darkened, his smile widening. Graceland was incredibly nervous, her face burning hot. She wanted to say something but couldn't, biting her lip, unsure of herself. Oh no, why did Huxley suddenly embrace her waist? Amber and he held her most delicate part effortlessly. Chloeing sensitive, she felt a tingling sensation all over, not daring to move or make a sound. Moreover, he smelled faintly of woody cologne, mixed with his own masculine strength and aura. Graceland felt dizzier, her whole body stiffening. Huxley chuckled again, sounding relaxed. Amber, are you uncomfortable sitting like this? Graceland's pretty face burned even hotter. Indeed, it was awkward and uncomfortable, seated only on the edge of his knee, her body stiff as if in a meeting. She bit her lip and mumbled, then adjusted her position, moving closer to his chest to ease the discomfort of just hanging on the edge of his knee. Huxley's gaze darkened. Well, the girl knew how to adjust. She probably didn't realize how such movements affected a man. Without a word, Huxley waited until she settled carefully, then saw her glance at him tentatively, asking, is this better? Unable to resist smiling, Huxley replied in a slightly hoarse voice, yeah, whatever makes you comfortable. Graceland nodded, blushing. Yes, I'm comfortable. Really? Huxley's lips curved into a deeper smile, hinting at something. Good. Graceland felt something was amiss but brushed it off. Was she overthinking? Translation complete. Let me know if further edits are needed. Chapter 10, have you ever Chloe kissed? It must be her overthinking. Corbin is a very upright and serious person. Amber at least, she has always seen him as such in various social occasions. Even when he converses happily with others, he remains measured and composed. Amber, and from what Weston described, Huxley also fits this image. So, it must be her wild and unfounded imagination. You're nervous? Huxley's voice sounded low again. Gracelyn paused, lifting her eyes to Huxley's handsome face, then shook her head immediately. Not really, no. Huxley looked back at her, his deep eyes darkening slightly. He pursed his lips and asked, "You seem a bit afraid of me?" Gracelyn shook her head rapidly again. Amber, no, not at all. Is that so? Huxley slowly raised an eyebrow, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Was it just my imagination then? Gracelyn nodded seriously. Amber, I'm not afraid of him. Why would I rush into marriage with him if I were afraid? Right? She shouldn't be scared of him. Huxley nodded, seeming to believe her. Gracelyn bit her lip and asked, Chin, don't you have work today? Amber, aren't you busy? Huxley raised an eyebrow again. Work? What's more important than spending time with my wife? Especially since he had just received his new bride. Gracelyn couldn't help but stick out her tongue, blushing and feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet inexplicably sweet inside. Seeing her bashful appearance, the corner of Huxley's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Amber, at this moment, the office phone rang. Huxley pressed the speakerphone button and said one word, "Speak." It was a call from the secretary's desk. The Secretary General asked, "Mr. Chin, the upper management asked if you will resume the meeting you paused earlier today? When do you plan to start it, as they have other appointments in the afternoon?" The secretary didn't finish before Huxley interrupted, "No need to resume. I am taking the rest of the day off, please reschedule my meetings." Oh. The secretary sounded surprised, then continued, "Amber, your dinner appointment with the mayor tonight. Cancel that too." Huxley's tone grew colder when talking about work. "Tell them I have something more important." "Oh, all right." The secretary acknowledged. Amber. The secretary hurriedly added, "Miss Kala also scheduled an appointment with you for this afternoon." Amber cancelled. Huxley sounded impatient. "I'm busy the entire afternoon and evening." "Oh." The secretary carefully responded, "Okay, noted, Mr. Chin." Amber, anything else? Amber, after cutting the call, the secretary couldn't help but think, why wouldn't he work just because a beautiful girl came in? That's not like Mr. Chin at all. No woman has ever delayed Mr. Chin's work. What's so special about this girl? Gracelyn blinked, sensing a special favoritism in Huxley's words. Wasn't Kala the currently famous actress? While thinking, Huxley used the speakerphone to call the number of his mansion's butler. The call was answered almost instantly, the tone respectful, "Young master, how may I assist you?" Huxley paused briefly before saying, "I'm getting married." What? The butler nearly dropped the phone, steadying himself before stammering, "Congratulations, young master." What do you need me to prepare?" Huxley thought for a moment. "Decorate the house." "Yes, sir." The butler responded firmly, "Rest assured, it will be festive." Amber, anything else? Do you need me to draft the dowry list? Amber, also, should we send someone to pick up madam? No need to pick her up, Huxley replied. Draft the dowry list for my review. Amber, also, prepare a list of clothing, shoes, bags, jewelry, and daily necessities like skincare and makeup for madam. List the brands for her to choose from. Amber, additionally, arrange a few maids to serve madam personally. Got it, yes, the butler immediately replied. Rest assured, everything will be handled perfectly. Huxley acknowledged and was about to hang up when the butler asked, "Young master, will you and madam be staying here tonight?" This question caught Huxley off guard. He turned his gaze toward Gracelyn. Gracelyn was stunned. She hadn't anticipated Huxley to be so direct and thoughtful. Unlike her, who only proposed a flash marriage without thinking about the aftermath. She didn't even know how to get along with Huxley, much less thought about it. Seeing Huxley's questioning look, Gracelyn's face flushed bright red. She mumbled uncomfortably, probably not right away. Oh no, this was too fast. Did he want to sleep with her tonight? Gracelyn felt extremely embarrassed. Huxley chuckled lightly, then pursed his lips and spoke into the phone, "Madam is shy, we haven't decided yet." Jean Cloutler, hearing this, chuckled happily. Yes, young master, I'll take care of it right away. Rest assured. For some reason, Jean Cloutler seemed genuinely happy, despite being shocked. Perhaps because young master was already 30? What a strange reason. Amber, after hanging up, Gracelyn didn't know what to say. Amber, after all, she only wanted a quick marriage and hadn't thought about the future. In contrast, Huxley remained calm and in control. Amber, after ending the call, he looked at Gracelyn and asked, "What kind of wedding do you want? Chinese or Western style? For rings, which designer do you prefer?" Gracelyn felt dizzy. I don't know. She really had no idea, having never thought about any of it. Oh. Huxley raised an eyebrow and nodded. Then the wedding dress and ring should be designed by the best. Is that okay? Gracelyn, still dazed, could only nod, sounding very obedient. Sure, whatever you decide. Huxley watched her with interest, teasingly, "Whatever I say?" Gracelyn felt a little guilty because she hadn't thought about any of it. Would Huxley think she was insincere about the flash marriage if he knew she hadn't considered these details? Huxley smacked his lips and nodded. Amber, right. He was incredibly considerate. Not probing further relieved Gracelyn greatly. Just as she exhaled in relief, Huxley suddenly asked, "Have you ever been kissed?" Hearing this, Gracelyn's eyes widened dramatically. Her face, which wasn't too red before, suddenly flushed intensely, her heart pounding rapidly. Amber few seconds later, she reacted, shaking her head vigorously. "No, never." "Interesting," Huxley smiled. "Neither have I." Gracelyn's eyes grew even wider. "What? Neither has he? That's great." Clote. Before she could react, Huxley's voice lowered. "Do you want to try?" Gracelyn was completely dumbfounded, unable to respond. Should she try? Oh no. Gracelyn was even wondering what he meant by that. He can't possibly mean, trying it with her. Help. Chapter 11, Chloe, a good girl, place your hands here. The thought had barely surfaced when she immediately dismissed it. This was obviously about her. With only the two of them present, who else could it be about? The table and floor? Gracelyn almost laughed at her own absurd thought. Seeing her dazed expression, Huxley directly raised his hand to cup the back of her head, slowly drawing closer. Amber's handsome face loomed larger in front of her. Gracelyn's eyes widened in astonishment, her breath nearly halted. He really intended to kiss her. Amber, after just agreeing to a flash marriage, things were moving so directly. How thrilling. The closer he got, the more she felt how exceptionally handsome Huxley was, so stunning that it made one hesitant to look straight at him. His skin was flawless and fair, exuding a cold elegance with no visible pores or imperfections, smooth and tenderly soft, even giving off a hint of youthful freshness despite the inherent coldness. It didn't seem like the kind of skin a top executive should have. Shouldn't it be a bit rough from all the hard work? Yet, it wasn't. Was he really going to kiss her? How would he kiss her? Would it be a light kiss or a deep kiss? Deep kiss, ah. No, wait, he still had his glasses on. Was that convenient? Amber, midst Gracelyn's chaotic, jumbled thoughts, Huxley tilted his head slightly, his soft lips gently touching hers. Gracelyn froze. Wow, his lips were so soft, warm, and sweet, bringing a surprisingly comforting sensation. Despite the turmoil inside her mind, Gracelyn's outward appearance remained bewildered. Huxley kissed her lips gently, as if savoring a delightful treat he loved. Indeed, the young girl's lips were sweet and soft, making it very pleasurable to kiss her. He continued these gentle kisses, while Gracelyn's beautiful face flushed red, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, the man seemed completely at ease, lightly pecking her tender red lips and murmuring softly, "What are you thinking?" Could he actually see through her wandering thoughts? Gracelyn quickly reined in her thoughts, blushing deeply as she whispered, "And nothing." Amber, afraid, Huxley's voice dropped even lower. Gracelyn grew tense. Saying she wasn't scared at all, or even enjoying it, would be false. Amber, after all, this was her first experience, caught off guard by his direct and passionate actions. Amber, a little, Gracelyn admitted honestly. She couldn't lie. It wouldn't do to say, "Not afraid, I can handle it, come on, kiss me harder." It wasn't that she feared Huxley, but rather that such intimate moments between a man and a woman came too suddenly, leaving her feeling flustered and overwhelmed by the intensity. Huxley chuckled softly, removing his glasses and placing them on the desk. Gracelyn's eyes widened slightly. Was this leading to a deeper kiss? Tilting his head slightly, Huxley looked at her intensely. "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you want to marry me?" Gracelyn was speechless, biting her lip. Before she could finish, Huxley kissed her again, interrupting her words. Still a light kiss. Amber, afterward, he said in a low voice, "Chloe, a good girl, place your hands here." He guided her hands to rest on his shoulders, circling around his neck, teaching her, like an elder guiding a child, how to kiss a man. Gracelyn's face turned scarlet, but she obediently followed his instructions. This brought their bodies even closer, and she found herself feeling much more comfortable compared to her earlier stiff and awkward state. Just as she began to relax, Huxley pinched her chin, his deep eyes piercing into hers, a subtle, inviting smile flickering in them. He praised sincerely, "Very well done." Gracelyn's eyebrows lifted slightly. Did this feel like being praised by a teacher? What a strange feeling. Before she could dwell on it, Huxley lowered his head and captured her lips once more. Unlike the previous gentle kisses, this time he kissed her more intensely, more passionately. Gracelyn's mind instantly became engrossed in the kiss, fully focused on it. Amber's they continued to kiss, Huxley parted her lips. Amber, an involuntary whimper escaped her lips, facilitating his deeper exploration. Her mind went blank, her heart pounding as if trying to leap out of her chest. So this was kissing? It felt incredibly special, even endearing and comforting. She fell in love with this feeling almost instantly. She thoroughly enjoyed being led and controlled by Huxley, the pleasure gradually intensifying, enveloping her like a sea of tiny waves. Their kiss was intertwined with each other's breath and scent, infused with the richness of chocolate, the sweetness of durian, and the refreshing taste of ice-cold cola, along with an indescribable emotion. In short, Gracelyn was entirely satisfied with her first kiss. It was perfect. Until, as her heartbeat quickened and breathing grew more rapid, she felt like she was drowning, gasping for air to survive. Did Huxley feel the same way? They were lost in each other, and Huxley, who was usually cold and stern, softened visibly. Russell pushed open the door of the office and stepped in boldly. Russell swore he had no idea his boss could be so fierce and aggressive. In just over an hour, he had passionately kissed the young lady. Russell couldn't have imagined that after following the president for so long, a man who was decisive and stern, and a perpetual bachelor, he would do something so man-faced beast-hearted. It genuinely shocked him. Russell had always been closely associated with Huxley, understanding him deeply. Having grown up together, Russell was a trusted aide nurtured by the She family since childhood. He knew Huxley intimately. Since taking over She Corporation, Huxley lived a simple life, revolving around 3 points: the company, home, and necessary social events. There was no room for flirting or romantic pursuits, otherwise, a 30-year-old man wouldn't still be single. Moreover, being Huxley, the head of She Corporation, admired and pursued by countless women, he showed no interest, even leading some to speculate about his sexuality. Russell, knowing Huxley well, was aware that they had no personal relationship beyond their aristocratic circles and old family ties. Given the significant age difference, they were almost 2 decades apart, it was natural they didn't interact much socially. Furthermore, Huxley had never shown any particular interest in Gracelyn, even though she was considered the most beautiful among the younger generation of nobles. Even that night at the bar, where they encountered each other, they had no interaction. Though Amber Aurelio mentioned the idea of Gracelyn marrying Huxley before Huxley arrived at the bar, Huxley did not express any inclination towards it. Thus, none of this made sense to Russell. Chapter 12. Since you enjoyed it so much, should we do it, Amber Gain? Later on, at the bar, Russell saw her again, the young lady dancing provocatively in public, drawing waves of cheers and shouts of "wife" from the crowd. This was certainly not a favorable sight for any man. Even so, there had been no interaction between them, and Huxley even forbade Amber Aurelio from telling Gracelyn about that night. Then time slipped by a month, leading up to what Russell saw now. This. Russell swore, based on all these reasons, he never imagined these two would actually kiss. Clearly, it was Huxley who made the first move. Russell always thought that if Gracelyn liked anyone, it should be Weston. If there were to be an arranged marriage, it should involve Weston. And after all, considering their background, only Weston and Gracelyn could truly be called childhood sweethearts, not only the same age but also growing up together, studying together, and being inseparable. So how could it end up being Huxley? Therefore, even when Huxley asked him to bring Gracelyn to his office, Russell subconsciously assumed they were going to discuss matters related to Weston. In Russell's view, Gracelyn meant nothing more to Huxley than other women, plain and simple. There was some difference. Those other women admired Huxley, some chasing after him, trying to win his favor, or even clinging to him. Clearly, Gracelyn did not belong to this category of women. The only distinction from ordinary unfamiliar women was that Gracelyn and Weston were very close friends. Amber thought Huxley had asked him inexplicably to fetch the household registration book. Russell simply did not know, or dared to think, of any connection between these two actions. For all these reasons, Russell couldn't imagine there being any private affection between the two. To be precise, Russell couldn't picture Huxley passionately kissing her in his office. Amber and he had never heard from any source or insider, Gracelyn likes Huxley. Not even a hint or sign. Thus, when he pushed the door open, without reporting again, he came straight in, only to witness this scene. He stood dumbstruck, frozen like he had been struck by lightning, utterly disbelieving of what he saw before his eyes. Amber at this moment, Huxley released Gracelyn's lips and, seeing her almost breathless, couldn't help but laugh softly. Silly girl. Gracelyn took deep breaths in embarrassment, feeling a little shy. Huxley said, "You're too nervous." Gracelyn. How could she not be nervous? She moved so aggressively. She didn't say it aloud. Huxley rested his forehead against hers, his voice taking on a slightly hoarse quality. Do you still like it? He wanted to know how she felt about this first experience. Amber anyway, he found it very enjoyable. Gracelyn's face flushed as she bit her lip, honestly answering, "Yes, I do." Amber afterward, she added, "Very much." She really did enjoy it. This response thoroughly pleased Huxley. How could it be explained? If the girl liked this sensation, did it mean she also liked him? Huxley's lips curved upward as he murmured, "I also very much like it." This made Gracelyn incredibly happy. Oh, does She also like this kind of kissing? Could he possibly have some feelings for her? Stunned far away, Russell. So, they hadn't noticed someone walked in. Help. Why did this seemingly incompatible pair look so sweet? Was it just his illusion? Russell didn't know what to say, completely dumbfounded. Huxley and Gracelyn truly hadn't noticed anyone entering. Looking at Gracelyn's expanding smile, Huxley's voice became even deeper and huskier. "Since you enjoyed it so much, shall we do it again?" Hearing this, Gracelyn blushed but noticed slight red marks around Huxley's high nose bridge caused by his glasses. Her thoughts wandered, and she softly asked, "She, you have a red mark here. Was it from your glasses? Does it hurt?" Amber as she spoke, she gently brushed it with her index finger. Hearing her call him She and tenderly caressing his skin where the glasses left marks, Huxley's heart softened as he replied, "Rub it for me." Gracelyn agreed, "Okay." She then seriously rubbed the area. Far away, Russell cried out, "Amber. Help me." Should he quietly withdraw or continue watching this show? Russell tried to back off but his feet wouldn't move. Oh God, what was this strange and incomprehensible reaction? After rubbing a few times, Graceland said, "It's okay now. It'll get better soon, and we shouldn't rub too hard." Huxley's skin was indeed delicate. Graceland felt it was almost tender to the touch, afraid of rubbing too much and making it redder. Huxley raised an eyebrow and said, "Right, let's do as you say." Continue? Continue what? Of course, continue kissing. Without waiting for Graceland's reply, Huxley kissed her again. He loved kissing her. It felt like drinking icy water in summer or basking in the sun in winter, comfortable and delightful. Russell? They started kissing again? What about the household registration book? Russell decided he should leave now, unable to watch them kiss forever. Just as he turned to leave, a woman suddenly entered the office. She walked briskly, disregarding any attempts to stop her. Sure enough, Solomon's voice sounded behind her, "Miss Chow." His words cut off abruptly as he saw Huxley kissing Graceland at the desk. Kala also froze, her crisp heel click suddenly silent, her eyes wide in disbelief. Russell immediately blocked the two from view, saying, "Miss Chow. Get out of my way." Kala angrily shoved Russell hard. Russell stood immobile like iron, while the force sent Kala stepping back a couple of paces. The series of noises disturbed Huxley and Graceland, pulling them from their heated kiss. Soon as they separated, Huxley's expression turned dark and cold. Graceland, cheeks flushed, looked toward them, somewhat confused. Huxley frowned, asking harshly, "What are you doing?" "Solomon, did you not hear my instructions clearly?" Solomon hurried forward 2 steps, bowing, "Sorry, Mr. Cheen, I did hear clearly, but Miss Chow, we couldn't stop her. She claimed she had already made an appointment, which cannot be changed." Huxley's gaze shifted sharply to Russell's back, speaking coldly, "How did the door to my office get opened?" Huxley's office wasn't accessible to just anyone. There were 2 ways to enter. 1, through the audio-visual display panel to contact Huxley, getting his consent, then unlocking from inside. 2, in emergencies, Russell and Solomon could unlock directly via fingerprint recognition. Russell immediately turned, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Cheen. I was in a rush to deliver something and didn't think twice before entering and forgot to lock the door." Had it not been for this embarrassing incident, Russell's actions could have been considered a common and everyday occurrence. Chapter 13, The feeling of cloying favored to the extreme is amazing. After all, Huxley only worked in the office hall, and there was nothing untoward about it. It wasn't as if the office door always had to be closed tightly to prevent people from entering. Strictly speaking, Russell's negligence could still be somewhat understandable. So after hearing Russell's explanation, Huxley did not blame him but instead said in a stern tone, "Please escort Miss Chow out." Kala was holding freshly cut fruits that she had prepared especially for Huxley, and upon hearing these words, she was almost infuriated to the point of shaking all over. These fruits were just air freighted from abroad, freshly picked on the same day, and they were the first batch, as pure and fresh as a first love. They came from an orchard owned by her friend overseas, entirely organic and pesticide-free. Upon learning this, she immediately asked her friend to air ferry them early in the morning. After receiving them, she personally cut the fresh fruits and even bought a beautiful pink crystal fruit box for them. She had reserved time with Huxley not just for other matters but also to deliver these fruit cuts herself. That other matter wasn't the focus, and she really couldn't believe that when she arrived at the office hall, Solomon blocked her and cancelled the appointment. Seeing that the office door was open, she wondered how the appointment could be cancelled if the door was open. So, pretending to understand, she made gestures as if she was leaving, slipping into the office when Solomon wasn't paying attention. Who would have thought? Coming inside, she saw such a scene that could make one spew blood with anger. Huxley, who was usually indifferent, was holding a woman and kissing passionately. Kala's nose flared with anger, and then hearing Huxley saying to escort her out. On whose authority? Cause of the woman in his arms? Kala could not control her rage. Russell, following orders, gestured for her to leave. "Miss Chow, please go out." Solomon added quickly, "Miss Chow, please leave quickly." Kala, enraged, stared at Huxley, pointing at Graceland angrily. "Who is she?" This tone seemed like she was acting as the lady of the house. Graceland pouted and frowned, asking Huxley, "Brother Cheen, what's your relationship with Miss Chow?" Primarily because Kala was acting very much the mistress, starting her questions this way. Ambernion, who didn't know better, would assume Kala had an unusual relationship with Huxley. Hearing this, Graceland felt unhappy. First, she didn't want her newly married husband to have any ambiguous relationship with another woman. Second, Huxley had just agreed to marry her, and Russell even brought the household registration book. She was already Huxley's wife. Facing Kala's questioning, she naturally had to inquire, impossible to hide away timidly as if unable to appear in public. Moreover, she was sitting on Huxley's lap, and surely Kala saw them kissing. Yet she was asking such questions, clearly trying to suppress her. Graceland wouldn't stand for it. Upon hearing Graceland's question, Huxley turned to look at her, the corner of his lips slightly lifting, as if appreciating her actions. Ignoring Kala, he responded to Graceland first, "No special relationship, just ordinary classmates." Indeed, Huxley and Kala were high school classmates, with Huxley studying abroad for university. Kala followed him and studied the same major but returned home to enter the film industry. Now she was a popular leading actress. Amber. Gracelyn nodded. However, Kala felt humiliated. She asked the question first, but Huxley responded to Gracelyn first. This was humiliating enough, and Huxley's answer escalated it further. Ordinary classmate relationship? This was a complete denial of Kala's long-standing efforts to show favor toward Huxley. Gracelyn looked at Kala, who was furious, losing control momentarily, and directly raised her hand to throw the crystal fruit box to the ground, shattering it. The intimate scene between Huxley and Gracelyn impacted her too much. Her anger clouded her judgment. Fresh heart-shaped fruits scattered all over the floor, mixed with the shards of the crystal box, looking incredibly messy. Seeing the fruits she had cut herself turn into this mess, Kala was driven mad with anger. This scene stunned Russell and Solomon and startled Gracelyn. Huxley felt the shock in Gracelyn sitting on his lap due to the sudden noise. His face turned black with icy anger, his voice stern and harsh. Who gave you the courage to throw a tantrum in my office hall, Miss Zhao? Only now did Kala realize her lack of decorum. Her actions resembled a shrew without any standing. Red-eyed, Kala stared at Huxley for 2 seconds, not answering, and abruptly turned to leave, maintaining her composed demeanor fitting for a leading actress. Claude Huxley was more furious. Did she think this was it? Huxley commanded sharply, stop. Just 2 words but filled with absolute authority. In this empire, honestly, no one dared to defy or throw a tantrum at Huxley. Russell stepped forward, stopping Kala assertively and coldly. Kala turned, meeting Huxley's furious gaze, only to be startled. This was Huxley. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she apologized. Sorry, I lost control. Huxley's expression turned even more angry and frosty. Then please pay for your loss of control by cleaning the floor yourself. Solomon, get cleaning tools for Miss Zhao. Shocked, Kala couldn't believe the further humiliation. Clean the floor? Was this a joke? Was she supposed to clean? Growing up pampered. Before Kala could finish her thoughts, Huxley's cold voice interrupted. Amber, also, you scared my wife. Amber apologized to her immediately. Eyes wide, Kala was bewildered. Wife? What did you say? Wife? Hardly believing her ears, Kala stared at Huxley in shock. You said, wife? Yes, my wife, Gracelyn, Huxley affirmed. Kala nearly fainted. When did this happen? Gracelyn? The third miss of the Meng family. Taking a sharp breath, she stammered, when did you? You don't need to know when I got married, my personal affairs are none of your concern. Huxley coldly interrupted Kala. We're just ordinary classmates, right, Miss Zhao? Entering my office impolitely, throwing a fit, breaking things, scaring my wife, and asking who she is with an air of superiority. When did you become the boss of my company to start directing others? What a grand manner you have. Huxley was extremely angry, staring straight at Kala, his eyes cold and filled with fury. Startled by these words, Kala staggered back 2 steps, barely steadying herself. Coming to her senses, Kala grew timid. No one dared challenge Huxley when he was enraged. Understanding the situation, Kala quickly adjusted herself. I'm sorry, truly, very sorry. Though saying this, she still felt deeply humiliated but had no choice but to apologize. Seeming unwilling to waste more words on her, Huxley ordered curtly, Amber, apologize to my wife. Then clean up here. Chapter 14, Huxley takes the initiative to carry the cloeg. Perry could no longer resist Huxley. Huxley did not give her any face at all, wholeheartedly protecting Gracelyn. If she resisted further, there would definitely be no good outcome for her. Perry sighed, biting her lip tightly and lowering her eyes. I'm sorry, Rowena. I lost control and scared you. Please don't mind. Gracelyn blinked her eyes, filled with sweetness. The sweetness came from the fact that Huxley was entirely on her side. It turned out that being so loved felt this sweet and wonderful. Amber amazing. She originally thought Huxley would still consider some classmate feelings and Perry's star status as a top actress. Claude, it turned out that Huxley was really tough, not giving Perry any face at all. However, Perry's actions were indeed ungraceful. Amber acting like the owner and throwing tantrums in someone else's place. Gracelyn would be very angry if she were Huxley. Yet, Perry probably didn't expect Huxley to really give her no face at all. Amber and Huxley looked so handsome when he was angry on her behalf. The highlight was that he was getting angry because of her. Huxley shouldn't get angry at her, right? She hadn't even seen Huxley get angry before. Now she saw him, and oh wow, he was stunningly handsome. Gracelyn couldn't immediately reply, and Perry stood there with her eyes lowered, feeling more and more humiliated. Finally, Gracelyn snapped out of her thoughts and said, Miss Zhao, I accept your apology. She didn't say it was okay but rather accepted it. This forced Perry to respond only with, thank you. Gracelyn smiled, thinking sarcastically, Amber accept it? Not a chance. Claude, she just said it on the surface. Huxley then spoke, since my wife has accepted your apology, Miss Zhao can clean up and leave. Perry. Though furious, Perry knew she was in the wrong and could only silently agree to clean up. Huxley was too lazy to deal with her anymore. He had more important things to do. Huxley turned his gaze to Gracelyn, and his tone softened immediately. Let's go to the Civil Amber Fair's Cluro. Graceland's beautiful eyes sparkled, feeling lightheaded and nodding enthusiastically, okay. The corners of Huxley's lips curved into a wider smile. Amber, the little thing, looked like such a good baby. Graceland stood up, and Huxley also rose, taking her hand and walking off. Only now did Russell realize the purpose of the household register. Sybil Amberfair's Cluro? Amber's sudden marriage? The answer was a resounding yes. Russell swallowed hard, trying to push his heart back down his throat. What kind of plot twist was this? Two people who barely had anything in common suddenly decided to get married? Russell hurriedly grabbed the household register and followed them. Perry, still standing there with her eyes lowered, raised her gaze in surprise, almost popping out of her sockets. Go to the Sybil Amberfair's Cluro? He was going to marry her. Amber wave of rage surged through Perry's mind, driving her crazy. She wanted to stop Huxley, asking him what this meant. What about her love for him over the past decade? Cloak, this time Perry didn't dare to act rashly. Such thoughts swirled in her mind, but they ultimately turned into helplessness and restraint. How could someone who wasn't favored have the right to act rashly? Amber, another rash move would only bring more humiliation, and she had already suffered enough. Huxley held Graceland's hand and told Russell, who was standing in the middle of the office hall, take the lady's bag. Yes. Russell immediately went to the lounge area to get Graceland's bag. Then Huxley turned to Solomon, who was still dazed, make sure Miss Zhao cleans up before she leaves. Yes. Solomon responded 2 seconds later, realizing how merciless this was. He even sent someone to supervise. Huxley walked away with Graceland, and Solomon remained speechless. So, Mr. She not only found a partner but directly eloped? Russell approached with the bag, Mr. She. Saying that, Russell put Graceland's small bag over his shoulder, ready to follow Huxley. Ambrothuff carrying a lady's bag as a man seemed inappropriate. He didn't dare hand the bag to Graceland and tell her to carry it herself. Amber's an excellent gold medal assistant. Carrying a bag was no big deal. Just as Russell prepared to sling the bag over his shoulder, he saw Huxley extending his hand. Russell hesitated mid-action, looking at Huxley questioningly. When their gazes met, Russell's eyes were full of questions. Instinctively handing the household register to Huxley, he didn't expect Huxley to glare at him disdainfully and say, give me the bag. Russell was stunned. Huh? Confused, but acting immediately, Russell handed over the bag to Huxley. Huxley took it naturally, slinging it over his shoulder, then said to Graceland, let's go. Russell's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Holy cow. Mr. She actually carried the young mistress's bag so proactively. Indeed, a cute and tiny lady's bag. For a tall and strong man like Huxley, carrying such a bag was incredibly incongruous. It just felt funny and mismatched. Who had ever seen a big boss carry a lady's bag? Isn't that funny? Russell decided to retract his previous thought about men carrying women's bags being improper. He certainly wouldn't say that to the big boss. Graceland saw this too, and she froze momentarily, then started to laugh inwardly. She also felt it was very mismatched. This bag was completely ruining Huxley's handsome appearance. His initiative to carry her bag made her feel incredibly sweet inside. Not surprised or moved, she simply felt that Huxley should naturally carry her bag for her. When Huxley took the initiative to carry her bag without her asking, Graceland felt both sweet and deeply touched by Huxley's considerate nature. Graceland laughed sweetly, turning to Huxley and saying, Brother She, let me carry it. This bag on Huxley's shoulder looked too out of place. Hearing this, Huxley raised an eyebrow, turned to look at her, and said, do I look so weak that I can't carry this tiny bag? His words made Graceland laugh even more. No. Huxley interrupted her, so stop worrying about it. I know it may look strange, but you'll get used to it. People aren't stupid, they won't think I have a habit of carrying ladies' bags, right? Graceland couldn't disagree with Huxley. His reasoning made perfect sense. She gazed foolishly at Huxley, finding him incredibly handsome. Huxley looked at her again and said, I feel honored and really like carrying your bag. Amber, this was true. Only having a wife or girlfriend gave him bags to carry. Without them, where would the bags come from? Isn't it right? So proud and happy. Furthermore, on past occasions while driving, Huxley sometimes noticed men carrying bags for their wives or girlfriends, with the women's faces filled with happiness and the men's with a natural sense of duty. Huxley didn't know how others felt, but he always wanted to experience it. Now he did, and he liked this feeling a lot. Hearing this, Graceland bit her lip and giggled, nodding, yes, I understand. Her heart overflowed with sweetness. Huxley felt the same way. He never knew that simply carrying a bag for his wife could evoke such a sweet feeling. It turned out that once two people were together, everything became simple and filled with happiness and sweetness. Chapter 15, Is President She really this amberdicted? Huxley held Graceland's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, and said, let's go. Okay. Graceland obediently followed Huxley. Russell trailed behind with disbelief written all over his face, question marks seemingly popping up above his head one by one. Solomon and Kala were completely stunned. The same scene of question marks hovering above their heads. This side of Huxley was truly appended Kala's long-standing understanding and perception of him. Revised for natural fluency in English. This side of Huxley completely overturned Kala's long-standing understanding and perception of him. He stood firmly by protecting Gracelyn, went with her to register for marriage, and even proactively offered to help her carry her bag. None of these actions felt like something Huxley would do. Amber, at least, the Huxley she knew in the past, had never been this gentlemanly and considerate. Ever since their school days, Huxley had always been reserved, stern, and serious. Even when conversing with him, his authoritative aura made people feel extremely uneasy. Their former high school classmates used to joke that they could barely imagine or believe that someone like She, great god She, could fall in love or get married. Cloca's the impression he gave off was very aloof and serious. Even if he did fall in love and get married, it would definitely just be going through the motions, devoid of true feelings, let alone indulgence and care. Cloak now, Kala's perceptions were shattered. The three entered the exclusive elevator for the president. Once inside, Huxley told Russell, inform the Civil Amberfairs Cluro. Yes, sure. Russell immediately nodded. Huxley turned his gaze towards Gracelyn, slightly tightening his grip on her hand as he asked, were you scared just now? Amber, you still afraid? Gracelyn blinked and replied, I'm fine, it's all okay now. Huxley gazed at her intently before switching hands and gently pulling her into an embrace with his free arm, visibly relieved. I'm glad you're not scared. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh, I'm not that timid. Huxley raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing but saying nothing further. Amber, after making the call, Russell reported, rest assured, President She. Once you and Miss Meng arrive at the Civil Amberfairs Cluro, everything will be ready for immediate processing. Huxley nodded and looked at Russell, change the way you address her. Russell paused, quickly lowering his head, yes, young lady. Only then did Huxley seem satisfied. Very soon, the elevator reached the parking garage directly. Huxley had a private parking area where more than 10 top-of-the-line luxury cars were parked quietly, waiting to be chosen. Next to this exclusive area was a station specifically for someone to guard the area, maintain cleanliness, and check vehicles when they arrived and left. Huxley's cars, in addition to standard keys, also came with fingerprint and voice recognition features. These two functions allowed him to open, start, and lock the car just like a key. These features were only available on the most prestigious customized models. Upon reaching the car, Russell was about to get in to drive. Claude, Huxley said, I'll drive, you take another car and follow. Russell lowered his head, understood. He then handed over the household registration book to Huxley. Do you need this? Huxley took the book, and Russell lowered his eyes, walking towards the nearby Lincoln. He'd drive that one. Huxley usually didn't drive himself, leaving it to Russell to handle. Seeing this, Russell thought, having a wife really makes a difference. President She actually wanted to drive himself, probably some kind of affectionate quirk that he couldn't understand. Huxley led Gracelyn to the passenger side, opened the door for her, and let her get in before he did. Sitting in the phantom's spacious and luxurious front seat, Gracelyn felt incredibly happy and at ease, a smile lingering on her lips. Once in the car, Huxley glanced at her and, seeing her sweet and obedient smile, felt an instant wave of pleasure. He leaned closer to her, narrowing the distance between them, and asked, what are you smiling about? Gracelyn smiled even sweeter, her voice soft and gentle, just being happy. Huxley couldn't resist the upward curve of his lips either. Amber's, he buckled her seatbelt considerately, he teased, happy about what? Happy about marrying me? It was as if he deliberately wanted her to say something that would please him even more. Gracelyn bit her lip but answered honestly, yeah, absolutely. Sure enough, Huxley's smile grew wider, looking even more pleased. He asked again, oh, so what does that mean? Gracelyn was about to say that it means he was good and excellent, but she realized he was playfully trying to get her to praise him. She couldn't help but say, Cload Clorother Cheen. Huxley laughed, fastening the seatbelt with a snap and teasing, can't bring yourself to say a few nice words? Gracelyn felt embarrassed. She wanted to praise him but felt shy. Maybe it was just shyness? Gracelyn discreetly stuck out her tongue and changed the subject. Why did you agree so readily? This question momentarily stunned Huxley. He seemed lost in thought, his deep and captivating eyes fixed on Gracelyn. After a couple of seconds, Huxley's lips curled upward as he answered, Cloca's Miss Meng looks like someone who is enjoyable to kiss. Gracelyn was taken aback. What kind of reason was that? Before she could ask further, Huxley's lips were already on hers. Amber gentle kiss first, then tasting more deeply until finally becoming intensely passionate. Huxley kissed meticulously, fully immersed and thoroughly intimate. Gracelyn's entire senses were carried away by him, following his lead in his passionate kiss. From the driver's seat of the Lincoln, Russell only needed to turn his head slightly to see the passenger side of the Phantom. From his angle, he could vaguely see the two of them kissing. Through the tinted windows, it appeared blurry yet artistic, like watching a beautifully composed movie frame. Russell. Amber, another kiss? Didn't they already kiss in the office? Amber twice at that. Now they're at it again? Amber's a single dog, Russell truly couldn't understand. Is kissing really that great? Is President She this addicted? Pretending not to care, after glancing briefly, Russell slowly shifted his gaze, blushing slightly. Not knowing how long the kiss lasted, Graceland felt like her breathing had changed again, her mind blank, and her face burning. She felt like she needed a deep breath to calm down and shyly pushed Huxley away. Huxley released her lips, stared at them, kissed her a few more times, stroked her hair, and murmured hoarsely, "Indeed, very enjoyable." Graceland blushed even deeper at his words, wondering if the Huxley she used to know had ever been so proper and serious. How did he become less serious now? While she was lost in thoughts, Huxley rested his forehead against hers, suppressing his heavy breathing. Graceland didn't dare move, continuing to think aimlessly. Her views matched those of Kala. She also thought that even if Huxley agreed to marry her, it would be a matter of going through formalities, precise and professional, even somewhat impersonal. If any emotions developed, they would probably only arise over time, perhaps a year, 3 years, 5 years, or longer. Graceland never imagined, in fact, she wouldn't have dreamed, that Huxley would be so intense. So direct, so flirtatious, and so good to her. So which part went wrong? This wasn't the Huxley she knew. Of course, Graceland liked this side of Huxley better, but because her impression of him was so ingrained, the sudden change left her feeling dazed and confused. Chapter 16. Would your eldest brother send flowers to a girl? Huxley calmed his slightly disordered breathing, then patted Graceland's head, sitting back into the driver's seat. He casually handed over the household registration book to Graceland and started the car. Graceland took the household registration book from Huxley and opened it curiously. Head of household, Huxley. Amberge, 30. Education, postdoctoral. Graceland blinked. Wow, Elder Clorother-Chen's education is indeed impressive. She had heard from Weston that in terms of academics, Huxley could be considered an existence akin to a study god, almost obsessed with learning. Huxley was indeed 30, turning so on April 16th. His birthday was very low-key, he didn't throw any parties, and according to Weston, even Huxley himself forgot about it. It was only reminded by his parents, who celebrated with a simple dinner among family members. Weston had ordered a huge birthday cake, but the family only ate a piece, sharing the rest with the servants. It seemed that Huxley likely lacked a sense of ceremony, filled with work. Amber and he must also have a rather low-profile personality, otherwise, for someone of his status, his 30th birthday, a quite symbolic age, should have been celebrated grandly. Her second brother, Amber Aurelio, was classmates and childhood friends with Huxley, just a few months younger than him, born on Ambaragus 2nd. Last year, he was already preparing for his own 30th birthday celebration. So yes, lack of ceremony plus being low profile, this has always been Huxley's persona, the impression he left on everyone. Graceland couldn't help but glance at Huxley. The strikingly handsome man remained calm, giving off a peaceful vibe. Graceland pursed her lips and reached for her small bag from the center console, taking out her own household registration book. She placed the two books neatly together and smiled. Chloe now, the car had smoothly driven out of the parking lot and entered the working area of Chen Group. Huxley glanced at her, noticing the two stacked household registration books, and pursed his lips. He freed one hand to hold Graceland's left hand, gently cradling it in his palm. Graceland froze for a moment, her brows lifting slowly, but she didn't say anything, quietly letting Huxley hold her hand. Amber at this moment. Graceland's phone buzzed, indicating a message. Huxley kept his eyes on the road ahead, releasing her hand. Answer it, he said. Okay, Graceland replied, reaching for her phone. It was a message from Weston. Weston couldn't contain himself and asked, "Little star, how did the chat go with my elder brother?" Graceland blinked, biting her lip. She thought, it went great. We're even on our way to the Civil Amber Fair's Cluro. Not only did we talk well, but we also got pretty close. Thinking of this, Graceland couldn't help but smile. She didn't tell Weston that. She wanted to surprise him and the others. Instead, she replied nonchalantly, "Clorother-Che, isn't Elder Clorother-Chen a bit introverted?" Weston, upon reading her reply, began scratching his head frantically. Judging by Graceland's question, did Huxley not add her or simply speak very little after adding her? Oh, he felt so bad for his little star. Clorother-Chen wasn't doing his part. Little star looked like a celestial beauty, sweet, gentle, and kind. Was his brother blind? He deserved to be single forever. Weston was unsure how to respond, momentarily speechless. Huxley glanced at the girl beside him, noting her sweet smile. "Who are you messaging?" he asked. "It's Weston," Graceland replied. "Oh." Huxley raised an eyebrow, saying no more. Weston finally replied, quite indirectly, "I don't know if he's introverted, but he's definitely very quiet. Very, very quiet." "What happened, little star? Didn't you get along?" This response made Graceland giggle even more. After pondering, she simply replied, "Amber, right. We'll chat later." Then she turned off her phone and placed it on the dashboard. Huxley glanced at her phone. "Done chatting?" "Yes." Graceland nodded. "Okay." Huxley continued holding her hand in his, asking, "Did you tell him?" "No," Graceland shook her head. Huxley paused, not expecting this answer. He glanced at Graceland and calmly asked, "Why didn't you tell him?" Graceland smiled mischievously. "I want to give him a surprise." Huxley seemed to need a moment to understand what she meant, then fell silent again. Then, he surprisingly slowed down the car and said, Amber, right, shall we invite the families to dinner tonight? His suggestion surprised Gracelyn, who then responded, do you think it's okay? Logically, once they registered, they would become legal spouses, so inviting both families for dinner was normal. Amber, and it would indeed be a surprise for both families. Claude, it felt a bit fast, almost too sudden. Claude, then again, it would perfectly surprise Weston. Huxley raised an eyebrow, matter-of-factly stating, why wouldn't it be? Isn't it appropriate? Amber, as he spoke, he tightened his grip on Gracelyn's hand slightly. Sure. Gracelyn nodded, happily agreeing. Her happiness seemed to please Huxley as well. He accelerated, heading straight for the Civil Amberfairs Clero. Arriving at the entrance of the Civil Amberfairs Clero, Gracelyn noticed for the first time that there were many flower shops, candy stores, jewelry stores, and cafes around here. Gracelyn felt delighted and curious because she had never paid attention before. Now, it seemed these businesses truly knew how to capitalize on the location. Her gaze landed on several beautiful flower stores, and her eyes lit up. Though she wasn't particularly attached to flowers, it was different now. Receiving a bouquet right now would definitely double her joy. Claude, Gracelyn secretly thought Huxley lacked a sense of ceremony. Even his 30th birthday was low-key. Could she really expect him to consider such things? Thus, she considered whether she should suggest that Huxley buy her a bouquet. Just as Gracelyn thought this, the car slowly drove toward a flower shop and parked nearby. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, surprised. What are you doing? Huxley stopped the car, looking at her. Wait for me a moment. He then opened the door and got out. Gracelyn blinked, intrigued. Is he buying flowers? Wasn't he supposed to lack a sense of ceremony? Gracelyn pondered, bit her lip, and sent a message to Weston. Would your eldest brother send flowers to a girl? Upon receiving the message, Weston seriously thought about it. Absolutely impossible. Send what flowers? Flower wreaths or baskets might be more fitting. The former for the dead, the latter for the ill. Though Weston thought this, he dared not say it aloud. After some deliberation, he replied, You're not telling me my brother sent you flowers, right? Gracelyn blinked and deliberately replied, No, just asking. Weston responded, Oh, no. My brother never sends anyone flowers, especially not girls. As far as I know, he has good reasons for being single. If he gave girls flowers, he'd probably be settled with kids long ago. Mentioning this, Weston became quite animated. Gracelyn's lips twitched, replying, Really? Amber, you sure? Weston became even more agitated, Of course. I'm a dog if I lie. Gracelyn lifted her eyes to watch through the window as Huxley carefully selected flowers from the array of bouquets outside the flower shop. That focused look, he looked incredibly handsome. Chapter 17, making my brother-in-law regret so much that he'll try to steal me Amberway. The scorching sun still hung high outside, making it unbearably hot. The man wore a perfectly normal white shirt and black trousers that exuded an incomparable sense of elegance. His long legs and slim yet powerful waist were impossible to ignore, whether viewed from behind or the side, alluring beyond description. He carried an air of authority befitting his position while exuding a restrained charm. Gracelyn was mesmerized by Huxley's striking appearance. She always knew he was extraordinarily handsome, but now she felt he was beyond extraordinarily good-looking. Russell watched as Huxley got out of the car to buy flowers and couldn't help but follow with immense curiosity. Seeing Huxley picking the flowers carefully, Russell couldn't help asking, Mr. Cheen, are you planning to sleep with young lady tonight? Huxley turned to look at him. Russell wore an innocent expression, not realizing anything wrong with his question. Of course. Who didn't know that Mr. Cheen had been a bachelor for so long? Suddenly proposing marriage and even buying flowers, naturally, he was both curious and concerned. Originally, Russell believed Huxley to be a decent person, at least very upright and serious. But now he suddenly thought, there was a possibility that Mr. Cheen might not be a good person. Huxley glanced at Russell for half a second before saying, Too talkative. Russell. There's nothing wrong with that. She asked a very legitimate question. Meanwhile, Gracelyn's phone kept ringing non-stop. Gracelyn finally tore her gaze away from Huxley and looked down at her messages. Weston seemed quite anxious, having sent many messages. Why aren't you talking anymore? How did your conversation with my brother go? Why are you suddenly asking such strange questions? Shinger, listen, if you can really persuade him into a flash wedding, you're already so awesome that I have to bow down in admiration. Let's not think about other things for now, alright? What if we set a small goal first, like getting along with him warmly? We can take it step by step. Actually, Shinger, why don't we just let my parents talk to my brother directly and finalize it? No need for you to personally handle it. Gracelyn blinked, her lips pursed as she thought seriously and then replied, No need, don't meddle. No one must know. I will inform you when there's news, rest assured. After seeing her reply, Weston couldn't say much more but worried she would encounter setbacks. Thus, he sent another message. Shinger, rest assured, if my brother refuses, you can marry me. Then you can parade around in front of him every day, flaunting yourself, showing off all your perfect qualities in a full 360-degree display. Guaranteed to make my brother regret so much that he'd try to steal you away. Seeing this message, Gracelyn felt both amused and helpless. Young Master Chi's description was truly, using words like, flaunting yourself. Moreover, the logic behind this suggestion was bizarre, as if taken straight out of some melodramatic family drama. Gracelyn, well said, please don't say that again. I'm a bit busy, we'll chat later. Weston. He genuinely believed his idea was practical. Amber fake marriage could work, right? Gracelyn had just put her phone away when the driver's door opened, followed by a fresh floral scent. Gracelyn instinctively turned her eyes, beholding a large bunch of red roses adorned with pretty baby's breath. The white specks sprinkled among the vibrant red resembled scattered white sugar. Wrapped in textured black paper, the bouquet was truly breathtaking. Gracelyn felt that all the red roses she had seen before, even those with baby's breath, never appeared as beautiful and fiery as this one. Clearly, mood made everything different. This bouquet was massive, at least 99 stems by looks. Amber thought the interior of the Phantom was spacious, it seemed somewhat cramped due to this bouquet. Huxley's handsome face looked even more stunning against the backdrop of these flowers. After admiring the roses, Gracelyn raised her doe-like eyes to Huxley. Huxley pressed his sensuous lips together, seeming slightly embarrassed, perhaps because it was his first time giving flowers to a girl. Looking at her, he explained, 999 was too large, so I got 111. The boss said it means uniqueness. Hearing this, Gracelyn's heart swelled with sweetness. He actually explained it to her so earnestly. His manner had a peculiar charm, making Gracelyn inexplicably find this mature man adorable. Mature man. Gracelyn chuckled at this thought. It was only then that Gracelyn noticed the fine beads of sweat on Huxley's forehead, looking exceptionally sexy. The intense June sun made everyone sweat after stepping out of the air-conditioned car. Moreover, Huxley looked precious and dignified even with a slight sheen of sweat, making him irresistibly charming yet somehow pitiable. Probably because his appearance exuded an aristocratic aura, making others unable to bear seeing him suffer even a little. Clore other chin, Gracelyn quickly grabbed 2 tissues. You're sweating on your forehead. Sweating and facing the cold air conditioning directly wasn't good, it might cause a headache. While speaking, Gracelyn gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. No problem. Huxley started but stopped mid-sentence, leaving the rest unsaid. He originally wanted to say that a little sweat was no big deal, men shouldn't be so delicate, but he stopped because he saw how carefully and attentively his little wife was wiping his sweat. Her movements were gentle, caring, and focused. After using a tissue, she took out a scented wet wipe to clean him again meticulously. Then she used a dry tissue to pat away any remaining dampness. Finally, she smiled, her eyes bright with happiness. Amber right, now it won't feel sticky anymore. Huxley watched her, his eyes softened, gazing at her sweet smile. Without warning, he leaned over and kissed her tender and sweet lips. This time, it wasn't a light kiss, he deeply invaded, fully claiming Gracelyn's sweetness. Since she agreed to marry him, this sweetness belonged entirely to him. Gracelyn's heart raced, feeling lost and bewildered by Huxley's sudden, fiery kiss. She couldn't understand why Huxley kissed her so passionately compared to the previous gentle kisses. This one had strong dominance, almost like wanting to absorb her completely. Gracelyn felt overwhelmed, as if all her strength was being sapped by this kiss, even her breathing turning weak and feeble. Fortunately, Huxley ended the kiss deeply, holding his breath steady. Gazing at Gracelyn's blushing face, a faint hoarseness entered his voice, delivering to wife. Then he handed the flowers to Gracelyn. Upon hearing that, Gracelyn's face flushed uncontrollably as she hugged the flowers onto her lap, biting her lip softly, not yet. Huxley smiled and then started the car, glancing at his watch, we have at most half an hour. Gracelyn's heartbeat quickened, her ears burning red with embarrassment. Chapter 18, Legalized. The car drove smoothly as Huxley asked while driving, what? Don't you like this term? Which term? Of course, the term, wife. No. Gracelyn hurriedly replied, but upon finishing she realized how agitated she had been, feeling shy all of a sudden. She buried her face in the flowers, pretending to smell them, and changed the subject. These flowers are so fragrant. Huxley chuckled softly, it was a very pleasant sound, yet filled with an inexplicable amusement, somewhat flirtatious, and enough to make one blush. Only then did Gracelyn realize Huxley was teasing her. Gracelyn glanced at Huxley and saw that he was smiling happily and handsomely. Unable to resist, she playfully punched his arm lightly, pouting, Elder Clore other chin. She discovered that Huxley wasn't just improper, but also quite naughty. Haha. Huxley laughed heartily and reached out to take Gracelyn's small, soft hand, kissing it gently. Gracelyn smiled sweetly, but her beautiful face was flushed red. Huxley, still looking straight ahead, added seriously, is there any reward? Gracelyn didn't catch on immediately and raised an eyebrow, huh? Huxley continued, don't you think I should be rewarded for giving flowers for the first time? Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh, oh, it really happened. Her face felt hot, thinking Huxley was indeed. How do I reward you? Gracelyn blushed as she asked him. Huxley replied nonchalantly, Amber kiss. Gracelyn bit her lip, puzzled, didn't we just kiss? Huxley said mischievously, I don't mind kissing more. Gracelyn. Noticing Gracelyn's speechless look, Huxley chuckled, just teasing you, I want a peck on the cheek. Gracelyn blinked, oh, but she responded, Clote aren't you driving? Huxley pinched her hand and smiled. We'll remember it. We'll do it when we get there. Gracelyn wished there was a hole to bury herself in. Oh, Elder Chlorother was really shameless. With a red face, she nodded. Okay. That was agreement. Huxley was delighted and squeezed her hand again, saying, I've seen online. Do you young people prefer calling each other baby? Gracelyn was taken aback, almost wanting to laugh. What does he mean by, you young people? Does Elder Chlorother feel old? Gracelyn tilted her head and looked at the man seriously. Virtually, he doesn't look old at all, perhaps only about 25 or 6. Do you like being called baby or wife better? Huxley asked again. This question truly stumped Gracelyn. She hadn't thought about it. In fact, she never expected to hear such terms from Huxley's mouth. Still a bit embarrassed, Gracelyn thought and said, Chloe-oth are fine. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Oh, all right, noted. He looked serious and incredibly handsome. Gracelyn secretly stuck out her tongue. She wanted to tell Weston, but if he heard, he'd probably drop his jaw to the ground and not pick it up. And if she told him, Weston wouldn't believe her, thinking she might have delusions. The Civil Amberfair's Cluro was nearby. They arrived with 2 pedal strokes. Gracelyn curiously looked out the window. There were many people, couples holding hands or hugging, all looking happy and affectionate, making one envy them. Huxley parked the car and took out 2 packaging bags from the center console. Gracelyn saw they were masks. Huxley opened the package and handed Gracelyn a black mask. Gracelyn accepted it, slightly puzzled. Huxley explained while looking at her, You're too pretty, and I don't like others staring at you. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, almost laughing, and asked obediently while putting on the mask, So should I wear a mask whenever I go out? Should I cover my head with a veil? That's not necessary. Huxley reached out to adjust her mask. Then he put on his own mask. The black mask complemented his fair skin and deep eyes, making him even more handsome. Just for this occasion, Huxley rubbed the top of her head after putting on his mask. Why? Gracelyn was genuinely curious. Huxley chuckled. Everyone is here to get their marriage certificates, and seeing such a pretty girl might make some people have inappropriate thoughts. Gracelyn. This reason. Clolinking her beautiful, large eyes, Gracelyn still agreed, Ambro right. I'm wearing one too, Huxley said, to avoid other women having inappropriate thoughts about me. Huxley's words nearly made Gracelyn burst into laughter. She had never known Elder Chlorother could be so playful. Ambro right. Gracelyn laughed and understood, yes, you should definitely wear it. If Elder Chlorother was admired by other women at the registry office, she would be upset too. Huxley got out of the car and opened the door for Gracelyn. Russell approached and stood beside them, lowering his eyes. Mr. Cheen, everything inside is ready. Huxley nodded and turned to Gracelyn, Reward me, baby. Gracelyn, who was about to step forward, paused and exclaimed, Amber, oh, I forgot. She glanced around. The parking lot was full of people arriving and leaving. Huxley's car was striking, and his height, figure, and aura even more so. Gracelyn noticed many gazes directed at them, especially those of girls whose astonished looks were unmistakable. Gracelyn suddenly felt, yeah, a mask was really important. Not sure what drove her, Gracelyn quickly tiptoed to kiss Huxley's cheek. Her height wasn't quite enough. She was about 168 centimeters tall. Today, she wore a pair of white sneakers with sparkling sequins and a white vest dress. The shoe soles added some height, reaching about 172 centimeters, but she was still shorter than Huxley's towering 192 centimeters. So Huxley leaned down slightly, lowered his head, and held Gracelyn's slender waist to accept her kiss. Even through the masks, it was as sweet as honey. Having received a kiss from his beloved, Huxley looked content and smiled, let's go. Russell stared in disbelief. Yes, not speechless. Dumbfounded. Yes, like a single dog. Wasn't that a hallucination? What did Mr. Cheen call young lady? Chloe? Oh my, so sweet and cringe-inducing. It nearly made him scream like a pig. Due to few people, the procedures were quick. Photographs, oaths, stamps. The moment the stamp went down, Gracelyn's heart raced wildly. Legalized. Oh my god, she really married herself off within a few hours today. Gracelyn looked at the photos on the marriage certificate, matching faces, and gentle smiles, finding it unbelievable. She really married Elder Chlorother? Not until they left the Civil Amberfair's Cluro and got into the car did Gracelyn snap out of her daze. She couldn't recall how she walked out, but she clutched the marriage certificate tightly. Huxley gently removed her mask and kissed the corner of her lips. Only then did Gracelyn come to. #### Chapter 19, Huxley really knows how to kiss. The girl's unconscious coo seemed to further fuel the man's possessiveness. Huxley deepened the kiss by fully capturing Gracelyn's lips. Gracelyn's thoughts were in disarray. She couldn't help but wonder, how many times had they kissed today? Goodness. She felt that her lips were probably turning red and swollen from all of Huxley's kisses. Claude hadn't Huxley said earlier that it was his first time kissing? Yet now, Gracelyn seriously doubted it. Huxley really knows how to kiss. She could hardly keep up. Her breathing was getting more erratic and uncontrollable, so Gracelyn tried pushing Huxley away with her hands, pleading softly, okay, coaxing. Huxley's chest was too solid for her to move him. Thankfully, he didn't make things difficult for her and released her lips upon hearing her soft pleas. He then deliberately asked, don't want to anymore? Clolushing, Gracelyn could only nod and respond with a mumble, After saying this, she couldn't resist quickly rummaging through her bag for a compact mirror to check her appearance. She noticed her lips seemed slightly swollen, though still plump and inviting. It looked a bit strange. Gracelyn couldn't help but pout slightly, gently rubbing her own lips as she protested quietly, Cloyd, you made my lips swell up from your kisses. Huxley paused, then glanced at her with a gentle laugh, let me see. Gracelyn turned to let him examine. Huxley gazed intently and casually stroked her lips, I'll be more careful next time. Gracelyn stuck out her tongue and turned to scrutinize her reflection closely in the mirror. Fortunately, the swelling wasn't too noticeable. Sitting upright, Huxley started the car. Call your family and let them know we're having dinner together tonight. Okay, Gracelyn nodded, where are we eating? Hearing this, Huxley laughed, reaching out to pat her head, his voice laced with amusement, of course, at Royal One, Rowena. Gracelyn's face flushed again as she remembered. Right, Royal One, the high-end chain restaurant under the She Corporation. How could she have forgotten? Ambro right. Gracelyn took out her phone, hesitated, and turned to Huxley to ask, should I tell them why we're gathering? Huxley raised an eyebrow, also looking at her, and reached for her hand, what do you think? Gracelyn tilted her head, considering seriously, let's not say yet, give them a surprise? Huxley agreed, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Their thoughts matched perfectly, it was amazing. Gracelyn picked up her phone and called her mother Martha, reminding Huxley before dialing, you don't talk, okay? Sure, Huxley smiled, nodding. He enjoyed these simple moments between them. Chloeing together and sharing even the smallest details filled him with a sense of little happiness. When Gracelyn's call connected, Martha was playing mahjong with a few wealthy ladies, including Huxley's mother Nora. Martha answered the call, and Gracelyn heard her voice, Mom, are you playing mahjong? Yes, Martha chuckled warmly, I'm playing with some aunties, including Xiaoqi's mom. Martha intentionally mentioned Weston. Oh, Gracelyn didn't notice anything unusual, let's have dinner out tonight. Ambert Royal One, tell Dad, Clorother, and second Clorother to come along. I'll text you later with the private room number and time. Martha raised an eyebrow slowly, oh? Amber you treating us? Gracelyn smiled, yes, I'm treating everyone. Martha asked curiously, what's the occasion? Of course, it's our daughter's wedding. Gracelyn thought inwardly but gave another reason, I graduated, and we haven't celebrated yet. This reminded Martha, who promptly replied, oh right, sorry sweetie, Mom forgot. It's okay, Gracelyn silently stuck out her tongue, I'll send you a message later. Keep playing, bye. Ambro right, goodbye, Martha said. They hung up, and Gracelyn turned to Huxley, your mom and my mom are playing mahjong together. Really? Huxley raised an eyebrow but wasn't surprised. They often played together. It just happened to be at the same table today, what a coincidence. Then I'll tell my mom later, Huxley decided. Okay. Gracelyn nodded. Huxley called Russell, instructing him to book a private room at Royal One and inform Nora at 6 o'clock. This way, it should avoid any overlap, Nora and Martha wouldn't know they were going to the same private room. After hanging up, Martha mentioned to Nora, that was Shinger calling. Martha smiled, she wants to treat us all to dinner tonight to celebrate her graduation. Amber and guess what, it's at Royal One. Nora immediately beamed, graduation is a big deal, it needs celebration. Speaking of which, we haven't celebrated for Xiaoqi either. Since you're all at Royal One, why don't we join too? Weston's name was Weston both formally and informally, but since he was the youngest, family always called him Xiaoqi. Even when Huxley got mad at him, he'd call him Xiaoqi. Weston protested inwardly, unfair. Martha naturally agreed, sure, what a coincidence. She added, let's get Shinger to invite Xiaoqi. Nora hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed, no need. We can have separate private rooms. Martha understood and smiled, okay. Having separate rooms and accidentally bumping into each other would be more romantic than directly gathering together. And virtually, Brianna's and Tracy's mothers were also at the table. Hearing this, they just laughed along without adding much. This whole situation started because, during their mahjong session, Martha subtly brought up the topic. Originally, the children were very close friends, and their relationships had always been harmonious. Brianna's and Tracy's mothers weren't quite sure if there were romantic feelings between them, given their closeness. However, Nora showed a clear preference for Gracelyn. And Bernione could see Nora wanted Gracelyn as her daughter-in-law. Since Nora had taken the initiative to show favor, they wouldn't interfere. Whether this arrangement would work out or not was another matter, but perhaps such deliberate matchmaking could prompt the kids to reveal their true feelings. That would be great. If Gracelyn and Weston both harbored intentions, it would be even better. Having seen them grow up, they wished nothing but blessings for the obedient children. The younger generation had no idea about this entire operation set up by the mothers. If they found out, they might spurt blood in disbelief straight to the sky. Calculating the time, Huxley brought Graceland to the upscale shopping mall owned by the She Corporation. He had Russell notify the mall executives, who guided them via VIP elevator from the underground parking directly to the jewelry section. The elevator doors opened to rows of suited men and women, exuding a professional aura. Over a dozen managers from various departments stood ready. General manager, deputy general manager, secretary general, marketing department, sales department, publicity department, planning department, advertising department, finance department, they were all present. Graceland blinked. Wow, such grand arrangements. Was Chloe She here for an inspection visit? Indeed, with only an hour and a half until dinner, it wasn't practical to return to the headquarters to work. Amber's impromptu inspection visit made more sense. Chloe She is really dedicated. Love, *omega***. Translation provided as requested, maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 20, Amber Little Chloe hungry. The group of people, upon seeing Huxley, instinctively greeted him with the usual courteous manner. They were abruptly stunned when they saw Huxley holding a girl's hand. Her beauty was blinding, almost to the point that no one dared look directly at her. Everyone just stood there for a moment in surprise and confusion, unsure of what was happening. Who didn't know that Huxley was known as the Eternal Bachelor King? Many pairs of eyes were fixed on Huxley, and it was completely silent. Russell finally pressed the elevator's open button and cleared his throat as a reminder. The crowd snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly lowered their gazes. Hello, Mr. She. Huxley nodded, and the crowd quickly made way as he led Graceland out of the elevator. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Huxley introduced Graceland while taking her hand. This is my wife, the third Miss Meng, Graceland. The crowd's reactions. Oh. Wife? The Bachelor King has a wife now? No word had gotten out about Huxley dating anyone. So did they skip the dating phase and get married straight away? This is too modern. The crowd regained their composure and hurriedly greeted her respectfully. Hello, young mistress. Hello everyone, Graceland replied sweetly, smiling charmingly, which left everyone spellbound. Huxley was already breathtakingly handsome, and his new wife was equally stunning. This couple was dazzling to behold. Let's go, Huxley looked down at Graceland. Okay, Graceland obediently agreed. The crowd followed the two closely, drawing considerable attention. The people here were from the same social circle, but mostly women. With so many people following Huxley, it naturally caught the eyes of these customers. Amber, wealthy lady accompanied by her daughter, greeted Graceland. Oh, Xingchen, you're here to look at jewelry? Graceland politely responded, yes, Amber Aunt Zhang. Amber, are you shopping with your sister too? Amber Aunt Zhang's daughter was still in college, so it was appropriate to call her younger sister. Yes, Amber Aunt Zhang warmly said, turning to her daughter with a smile. She's on vacation, so I brought her around to see if there's anything suitable for her birthday gift. Oh, Graceland replied with a smile. Take your time then. Amber Aunt Zhang nodded. Sure. Oh, this gentleman is. Noticing their linked hands, Amber Aunt Zhang finally got to the point. Graceland introduced Huxley. Amber Aunt Zhang didn't recognize Huxley, but hearing his name immediately told her who he was. She exclaimed in surprise, oh, you're the head of She Corporation. It's an honor, pleasure to meet you. Huxley also greeted her politely, hello, Amber Aunt Zhang. Amber Aunt Zhang smiled widely and nodded repeatedly, hello, Mr. She. Graceland said softly, you take your time, Amber Aunt Zhang. Sure. Amber Aunt Zhang didn't want to hold them up and took her daughter away. After walking a bit, she turned to look at them and said to her daughter, look at how impressive your third sister Meng is. She even won over Huxley. Her daughter's eyes showed envy. Is this the most powerful man in the capital city, Huxley? Of course. Amber Aunt Zhang replied, you should follow your third sister more often. Whenever I play mahjong with Amber Aunt Xia, be sure to get closer to her, chat with her more, and hang out together. With such a pretty face, of course Huxley likes her. Amber Aunt Zhang's daughter remarked. Amber Aunt Zhang pinched her, looks aren't everything. Just remember to be closer to her. Okay, got it, her daughter replied obediently. Amber Aunt Zhang beamed with satisfaction. Regardless of Amber Aunt Zhang's envy, even the unfamiliar guests couldn't help but cast envious glances at the couple. The jewelry here was all from top global luxury brands, and even a tiny pair of earrings wasn't cheap. Yet this man was impossibly handsome. His long legs were perfectly straight and slender, making one's knees go weak. His looks could easily overshadow top-tier celebrities. Plus, his presence was commanding, like royalty reigning supreme. With staff members following him, he must be someone important. How could anyone not be envious? Graceland didn't realize how much envy they attracted as Huxley led her along. Huxley took Graceland to the center where the FL brand was located, which translates to Honey Love. Once inside, the salesperson enthusiastically invited them to sit. Graceland blinked in confusion. Weren't they here for work inspection? Huxley directly instructed the salesperson, coloring the Honey Love collection for my wife to try. The salesperson quickly replied, sure, please wait a moment. She hurried off to fetch the items. Graceland turned to Huxley, puzzled, isn't this for work inspection? You're buying me jewelry? Huxley chuckled, when did I say we were here for inspection? Graceland's mind went blank. She hadn't expected him to buy jewelry for her. Didn't Huxley mention customizing rings earlier? She was truly surprised. Huxley smiled, amused. Why did you think we were here for an inspection? Gracelyn bit her lip shyly. You mentioned customizing the wedding ring, so I didn't expect this. Wedding rings are one thing, but this is a gift, Huxley explained. Gracelyn grinned, happy that on her first day of marriage, she was receiving flowers and gifts. How wonderful. The Honey Love collection consisted of ruby jewelry, all heart-shaped, earrings, rings, and necklaces. The heart-shaped rubies sparkled brilliantly, encrusted with small sparkling diamonds, exuding an opulent yet sweet charm. The deep pigeon blood red rubies paired beautifully with high-purity white diamonds, conveying a sense of sweetness. Gracelyn fell in love with it at first sight. It was absolutely stunning. The earrings were elongated, each adorned with appropriately sized heart-shaped rubies encased in ornate diamond clusters. The necklace was simple yet elegant, featuring a heart-shaped ruby nestled perfectly between her collarbones. Huxley thought it looked beautiful, or rather, he thought Gracelyn wearing it would look beautiful. Her skin was fair and smooth, her features resembling a flower fairy, sweet and endearing. Wearing this set, Huxley found himself a little hungry. He immediately instructed the salesperson, put them on my wife. Chapter 21, shouldn't the title change? The store clerk hurriedly put on white gloves to help Gracelyn try on the jewelry. Once she wore it, Huxley couldn't take his eyes off her, his Amberdam's apple bobbing as he whispered hoarsely, this set. Amber's he spoke, unable to control himself, he publicly kissed her lips. Everyone was stunned, jaws dropped open in disbelief. What sort of celestial idol drama is this? Amber and Mr. Cheen is being too unrestrained. Gracelyn blushed faintly but felt very happy and asked, do I look good? Chloe de fool. Huxley nodded. The store clerk hurried to fetch a mirror. Gracelyn touched the necklace, asking, isn't it a bit too opulent? Not at all, Huxley shook his head. You look stunning, it matches your dress well. Some people are just born for luxury. Just like little darling Gracelyn. The store clerk also brought a mirror and placed it before Gracelyn, showering her with praises. Gracelyn examined herself and was indeed astonished. This set of jewels did indeed make her more radiant than peach blossoms. Lilac hair, red gems, white dress, delicate beauty, these described Gracelyn at that moment perfectly. Seeing Gracelyn smiling, Huxley said, told you it would be beautiful. Gracelyn nodded but then said, Chloe, does it match the shoes I'm wearing today? She was wearing a pair of casual sneakers, which went well with the slightly casual yet sexy white vest dress. Generally speaking, such luxurious jewelry, especially an entire set, wouldn't match. Stand up and let me see. Huxley suggested. Gracelyn stood up. Huxley took a serious look and said, it works, very well indeed. It has its own charm. Haven't you heard that even if a beauty wears a sack, she still looks beautiful? Gracelyn blushed under Huxley's praise. Those around kept praising her incessantly. Indeed, while the jewelry was opulent, it wasn't overly grand. Chloe leaving in Huxley's sense of aesthetics, Gracelyn happily said, thank you, Chloe other Cheen. Seeing the girl's sweet smile, Huxley stood up and said, shouldn't we change how you address me? Gracelyn paused. Title. Oh my God, husband. Gracelyn blushed deeply, especially with so many people around. Her face turned pink, hesitating to speak immediately. Huxley didn't rush, patiently waiting. Those watching became anxious. Oh my, Miss Meng is too shy, just call it. Such a great husband, quickly. Finally, with her face completely red, Gracelyn murmured softly, thanks. Husband. She felt extremely embarrassed after saying it. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Finally. They almost wanted to applaud. Something seemed wrong with them. Time was about right, and Huxley drove towards Royal One. On the way, Huxley received a call from Nora. Nora said, Prince, how did you know our family dinner was going to be at Royal One tonight? Huxley couldn't resist commenting on the nickname given by his mother but found Nora's question surprising, countering, so you were planning to have dinner at Royal One too? Yes. Nora excitedly relayed what she had discussed with Martha earlier. Huxley's eyebrows gradually arched, occasionally glancing over at Gracelyn. Gracelyn felt something was amiss but dared not speak. Nora continued, so, we're going to Royal One too. Chloe the way, remember to wave Starry Spill. Gotta go now, gotta call Clark. After hanging up, Huxley was speechless. Set up an encounter between Clark and Gracelyn? Huh, nice plan, indeed. Seeing Huxley hang up, Gracelyn asked, what happened, Chloe other Cheen? She noticed his expression seemed less pleasant. It's nothing, Huxley replied. Gracelyn nodded, okay. Nora called Clark next, who was confused. What? I didn't say anything about celebrating graduation. Nora scolded him, family wants to celebrate for you, and you're not pleased? Hurry up and get dressed nicely. Nora and Cheen Shuquan, Clark, Martha, and Meng Zai Kai arrived first at Royal One's Room 5, Imperial Enjoyment. Then came Gracelyn's older brother Court and second brother Amber Aurelio. They unexpectedly met outside the room. Martha remarked first, you reserved this room too? She checked the message Gracelyn sent confirming it was this room. Nora raised her brows. Huxley made the reservation. Martha was puzzled. Why the same room? Didn't Nora mention they would separate the gatherings earlier? Nora promptly responded, I understand now. I mentioned it to Huxley, he probably decided to arrange one. Martha nodded, oh, I see. Well, isn't this a bit? Nora insisted, there's no need to feel awkward. Since Huxley arranged it this way, let's enjoy together. Come on in. With enthusiasm, Nora led everyone inside. Martha didn't want to refuse. Chloe-off families entered and settled down. Martha said, where is Starry? I'll call her. Nora waved her off, no hurry, she'll come soon. Girls always want to look their best. Finding that reasonable, Martha put away her phone. Ambers they chatted, awaiting Gracelyn. Clark blinked and called her. Gracelyn saw Clark's call while getting out of the car, ready to answer. Suddenly, a fair hand stretched out with a long finger, hanging up the call instantly. Turning to see, Gracelyn got a soft reminder from Huxley, we're nearly there. Indeed, Gracelyn nodded, putting away her phone. Huxley held her hand and walked inside, Russell following closely behind. Feeling displeased about the missed call, Clark texted Gracelyn. Her phone rang twice. She picked it up to find messages from Clark. Just as she was about to read them, Huxley warned, don't look at your phone while walking, it's dangerous. No need to bother with trivial people. Gracelyn blinked, sensing something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Clote, he had a point. Gracelyn obediently replied, okay. Ignoring the texts, Gracelyn left Clark more bewildered. What is she doing? Maybe Gracelyn had other things to deal with? Clark shrugged, suddenly remembering something and asked Nora, Mom, is Elder Clorother coming too? Surprised, Nora answered, yes. Clark smiled, good. He then sent Gracelyn a message, good news, spring has arrived for you. Just reaching the door, Gracelyn's phone buzzed again. Gracelyn. Chapter 22, is Huxley jealous? Honestly, she wasn't sure if she should have seen that coming. Never mind, they were about to enter the private room. She'd think about it once inside. Clote Gracelyn didn't expect that right at the door of the private room, Huxley would pin her against the wall beside the door and start kissing her. Russell's eyes had long gone blind from jealousy. Seeing the situation, he immediately pulled the waiter who was frozen in place while trying to open the door and dragged him back to the corridor. Gracelyn blushed fiercely as Huxley kissed her tenderly. Just imagining what might happen if the door opened and everyone inside saw them made her feel like she would die of embarrassment. Gracelyn couldn't stay calm and pushed Huxley away. Clorother, stop fooling around, we're about to go in. Huxley didn't let her off, kissing her while saying, what are you afraid of? They won't come out. Even if they do, it's no big deal. Gracelyn. It is a big deal. Her face turned even redder with worry. After being kissed deeply twice by Huxley, she took a breath and whispered softly, Clorother. Call me husband. Huxley's voice was domineering, and his kisses became fiercer after he spoke. With no choice, Gracelyn's eyes slightly teared up, and she softly called him, husband. Only then did Huxley seem satisfied, ending the kiss. He looked at her flushed face and said, let's go in. Huxley led Gracelyn in. She felt incredibly embarrassed. Though nobody saw, she felt like she had done something naughty. Everyone chatting lively paused when the two suddenly entered hand in hand. The lively chatter stopped abruptly. It was dead silent. Each person stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Huxley calmly led Gracelyn forward and greeted everyone, sorry, we're a bit late. Everyone remained stunned. What's going on? Even after Huxley and Gracelyn sat down at the head table, everyone still hadn't recovered. They were completely shocked into petrification. The first one to recover was Nora. She exclaimed both excitedly and in surprise, what does this mean? Huxley replied, allow me to introduce the new member of our family, my wife, Gracelyn. Everyone, oh. Still stunned into silence. Nora asked, my goodness, how could you and Xingchen? I was thinking Xingchen and Weston. What about Xingchen and Weston? Huxley turned to look at his mother, are they a couple? Did you intentionally matchmake them? Nora was startled by her son's calm tone. She shook her head immediately, distancing herself from the matter, of course not. That brat Weston isn't even fully grown yet. How could he match Star? Amber recent graduate? Can such a greenhorn even have a wife? Knows nothing, has no money, no career, how could Star possibly be interested in him? If she liked him, I'd cut off my head and kick it as a ball. Weston, drinking alone, dreaming of the beauty he can't have. Is that so? Huxley raised an eyebrow. That wasn't what Nora had said on the phone just now. Feeling guilty, Nora gave a dry laugh and confidently said, of course. Star is most suited for you. No question about it. In my opinion, you're the perfect daughter-in-law. Ambernion who says otherwise, I'll argue with them. Huxley then looked at Weston, what do you think? Weston was utterly confused. What's happening? Does my older brother seem jealous of me? He quickly responded, what am I supposed to say? Mom just called me to celebrate my graduation. Elder Clorother, didn't I tell you? Star and I are just buddies, like best friends. Don't get the wrong idea and get jealous. Damn, what's going on? How did they end up holding hands? Amber, married? So Graceland successfully got married in a flash wedding? Weston suddenly felt happy. Amber, after hearing this, Huxley only said, I was just asking. Weston shivered inwardly, thinking, sure, whatever you say. You don't look like someone who's just asking. This was when Graceland seemed to understand something. Was Huxley actually jealous? Jealous of Weston? What is this? Graceland couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Amber thought everyone was astonished and had 100 questions. It seemed things had already been settled. Martha hesitantly asked Graceland, Star, you and Huxley are dating? Graceland blushed and replied, no, we got married. Martha. Nicely done. Just married? She found it hard to process. Since things had happened, Martha could only give a stiff smile and nod, oh. Huxley explained, it's a flash marriage, but Amber, please rest assured, I will do my best to take care of Star. Please don't worry. Martha wasn't worried at all. This was Huxley. Nora hurriedly corrected, why call her Amber still? Huxley quickly changed his address, calling again, Mom. Martha immediately agreed, yes. Star didn't tell us, we haven't prepared red envelopes. Huxley replied, it's fine. Today is just a casual meal, simple and easy. Meng Zhe Kai quickly added, we'll prepare the red envelopes later. Martha nodded in agreement. The private room door opened as Russell arranged the dishes to be served and also delivered the gifts Huxley had prepared for Meng's family. Russell had taken care of this while they were at the mall earlier. Meng's family felt a bit uncomfortable. They had come unprepared, while Huxley had everything ready. Nora casually said, no problem. We didn't know either, they kept it hidden. My prince has nothing but plenty of money. Just take it without any hesitation. Sides, Huxley, marrying Star at your age is a steal. Parents-in-law, don't hesitate, take it. This comment made everyone laugh. Graceland also smiled and nodded, sure, take it. Meng Zhe Kai laughed, Amber right, thanks. Huxley said, Father, there's no need for formality between us. Everyone must be hungry. Let's eat and talk as we eat. The dinner started. While everyone pretended not to notice where Huxley placed his chopsticks, they secretly paid close attention. Sure enough, as expected, he first gave Graceland some food. Everyone's eyes curved pleasantly. Not bad. The second and third scoops were also given to Graceland. Graceland ate sweetly and said, Chin, you should eat too. You don't need to fuss over me. Huxley hummed in agreement. However, Graceland was surprised that the dishes Huxley chose were exactly the ones she liked. How could he know what she liked? Amber coincidence? This coincidence made her very happy. Chapter 23, Star will go home with Huxley tonight? Amber thought everyone was initially shocked and surprised. They soon accepted the fact, especially since this was such a tremendous blessing for all. So, the family dinner was filled with joy and warmth. The dishes were exquisitely prepared and richly adorned, all bearing auspicious meanings and favorable omens, such as harmony of dragon and phoenix, cloeridal joy, early amber arrival of an heir, amber 100 years of harmony, enduring love, and so on. Moreover, everything was set up to royal wedding standards, even the wine served was premium brewed daughter red. Riley's two elder brothers took turns toasting Huxley, showing their utmost satisfaction with their new brother-in-law. They seemed intent on getting Huxley thoroughly drunk by taking turns drinking with him. Huxley, however, welcomed every toast graciously without any hesitation or reluctance. He adhered strictly to proper etiquette, returning toasts whenever it was appropriate. The rounds of drinks came in quick succession, almost like a newlywed groom who wouldn't feel satisfied unless he got completely intoxicated. If not for the small cups used for daughter red, Graceland would have been more concerned. Graceland didn't drink alcohol. Instead, she sipped freshly squeezed fruit juice but was also pulled into the drinking rounds. She had never seen such a polite and well-mannered side of Huxley before, one that showed respect and courtesy without losing the required hospitality. Yet he remained composed and didn't indulge excessively, saying inappropriate things or behaving improperly. Everything about him was perfect, making people feel at ease and impressed by his propriety. Despite the attempts of Riley's two elder brothers and later Weston to get Huxley drunk, he maintained a balance in his behavior and speech. Even his voice didn't become overly coarse or excited as if what he drank wasn't even alcoholic. This further elevated Graceland's opinion of Huxley. If drinking etiquette could indeed reflect one's character, then Huxley's conduct was exemplary. As more wine was consumed, Graceland grew worried. No matter how much Riley's family tried to intoxicate Huxley, the Chin family couldn't say anything against it. Therefore, Graceland interjected, that's enough already. Other Chin can't drink any more. Amber Aurelio immediately teased, oh, our Star is feeling protective now. Graceland blushed. Huxley gently squeezed her hand under the table, turning to look at her, and said softly, I'm fine. Graceland frowned slightly, no, you can't drink anymore. Indeed, Huxley had consumed many glasses, more than she could count. However, he showed no signs of intoxication, only a slight flush on his handsome face that accentuated his fair skin, making him look even more striking. His deep eyes had a hint of haziness. Hearing Graceland's concern, Huxley's lips curved into a faint smile. Elder brother Court put down his glass and chuckled. Don't worry, Star. Your husband can hold his liquor. They say he can drink 1,000 cups and remain sober. Weston echoed. Right, my elder brother has a great capacity for alcohol. Graceland shot them both a glare. I said no more drinking. He's had enough. This protective stance made Huxley grip her hand tighter. Amber Aurelio commented, Tisk tsk, look at that, our Star is so protective, no one dares to challenge her. Amber at that moment, Martha glared at her 2 bachelor sons. You two are making the most noise. Wait till we get home, I'll deal with you both. Amber right, Star says no more drinking, and Huxley has indeed had quite a bit. Now protected not just by his wife but also his mother-in-law, Huxley's smile deepened. Regardless of one's status, whether successful or struggling, every human yearns for the warmth and happiness of family. It's a fundamental human need. Amber after the dinner concluded, Linus arranged for designated drivers for everyone. Amber's the host of the evening. Huxley waited with Graceland while everyone got into their cars. Graceland looked up at Huxley with concern. Cloed Clorother Chin, are you really alright? Huxley looked down at her, his eyes warm. I'm fine, don't worry. Those 6 simple words gave her a strong sense of security. It felt like a solid mountain, or perhaps more accurately, an invisible umbrella, opening up to protect her world. Graceland's eyes shone with admiration. Martha and Hank waved goodbye from the car window. Amber after it rolled up, Martha turned to Hank. So, Star will go home with Huxley tonight? Her tone revealed obvious reluctance. Hank had also drunk quite a bit. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows. Well, what else can we do? They're legally married now. Earlier during dinner, Graceland had shown everyone their marriage certificate, an undeniable and irrefutable proof. True, but, Martha pouted, it was such a sudden marriage. I've accepted it, but it still feels too fast. My daughter goes out today, and tonight she'll be sleeping at another man's house. I find it hard to adjust, and it pains me. Ambernion would feel the same way. Hank's brows furrowed even deeper. Stop it. You're making me feel worse. How could he not feel hurt? Their precious daughter, fresh out of university, had just become someone's wife. It was hard for him to accept. Oh, the heartache. He had only this one beloved daughter. Amber thought Huxley had behaved impeccably during the dinner, making no mistakes. Hank suddenly blurted out, let's go back and bring Star home. Give me a few days to process this. Martha immediately countered, stop being silly. Why bring your daughter back now? They are a married couple, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Hank, oh, his poor little princess. Not only did Martha and Hank feel this way, but Court and Amber Aurelio shared similar sentiments. There was only one beloved younger sister in the family, pampered from childhood. Now she was getting married, with no time for emotional adjustment. Sitting in the car, Court paused and thought as they passed by the couple. He rolled down the window and suggested, Star, why don't you go home with Elder Clorother tonight? Graceland froze, blushing furiously, her heartbeat accelerating. This issue hadn't crossed her mind yet. Court's suggestion left her unsure of how to respond. Huxley bowed slightly and said to Court sitting in the back seat, Elder Clorother, you've had quite a bit to drink. Star is already my wife. Whether or not she returns home will be her decision. If she wants to return, I'll escort her back. Court. Huxley's response left Court speechless. Clearing his throat, Court said, yes, I've had a lot, but I'm not drunk. Huxley, you are married to Star. Clote, it was a sudden marriage, and you haven't had a proper wedding yet. Chloeing older, you should take things slowly. Life is best savored gradually. These words sounded harmless, like typical familial advice. Clote anyone experienced, including the seasoned Huxley, understood exactly what Court meant tonight. Chapter 24, What's your relationship with Qin Shaoqi? Graceland was somewhat understanding or perhaps aware of Daylan's implications, but she couldn't be sure. Nevertheless, a flush of red appeared on her pretty face. Uncertain yet seemingly comprehending, and fearing that her thoughts were becoming improper, made her even more embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Huxley said, Eldest Clorother, rest assured, I have numerous concerns about the galaxy. I know my limits. With Huxley's reassurance, Daylan was thoroughly relieved. People like Huxley, these top-notch figures, always kept their words as solid as gold. Claude Daylan apparently forgot that while Huxley was indeed a top-notch figure, he was also a man. When it comes to men, listen to them, but don't take their words as gospel truth. Ambrose right, then I'll leave first. Let's meet up again when you're free. Daylan nodded and had his designated driver take him away. Graceland secretly stuck out her tongue, sighing in relief. Soon after, Amber Aurelio arrived by car, and compared to Daylan, Amber Aurelio was much more boisterous. Chloeing both classmates and childhood friends, plus having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, he spoke without reserve. Rolling down the window, Amber Aurelio directly addressed Huxley, President Qin, though I didn't get to play matchmaker, I fully agree with this marriage. Clote, remember, my sister is still young, so don't rush into anything inappropriate. Huxley licked his lips, his voice slightly hoarse from drinking, and said, Amber, am I that kind of person? Amber Aurelio poked his head out of the window, sizing up Huxley earnestly, pretty much. He understood Huxley well. Normally, Huxley acted impeccably, the demeanor of a top figure, aloof, almost untainted by worldly affairs. Quote, once Huxley set his sights on someone or something, he could be quite the wolf. Swift, precise, and ruthless were his basic operating principles. Just as Huxley was about to respond, Gracelyn, blushing fiercely, interrupted, second Clorother, stop talking nonsense. You're drunk, go home quickly. Amber Aurelio wanted to say more but realized he couldn't speak too openly to Gracelyn, being a girl, as he would to a man. Girls are naturally shy. Gracelyn's face was already flushed red. Amber Aurelio opened his mouth but was promptly urged by Gracelyn to the driver, drive off quickly, my second brother is drunk, let's take him home early to rest. Amber Aurelio had no choice but to stay silent. The car started moving. Amber Aurelio noticed Huxley raising an eyebrow at him slowly, with a smug look as if to say, surprised? My wife defended me. Amber Aurelio. Oh, his precious only sister. She might be falling victim, tonight, and he couldn't do anything about it. While he had intended to bring Huxley and Gracelyn together, he meant for them to start with dating, not jump straight into marriage. Come to think of it, Huxley had never shown any interest in Gracelyn before. He had given up on it, but now suddenly they were legally married. Gracelyn had been traveling for a month and had spent her days resting at home since returning. There was no sign of secret communication between them. Amber Aurelio's head spun dizzily, pondering whether this was the legendary fate. It didn't come unless it came forcefully. If there was indeed something hidden between them, they certainly kept it deeply concealed. There were no signs at all. The Meng family was understandably worried about this sudden turn of events. The Chin family obviously had no such worries. Nora was extremely happy and excited. She got into the car early, greeted Huxley and Gracelyn, and then left with the driver. Once in the car, Nora began shaking Qin Shuquan wildly. Honey, 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 am I dreaming? Huxley has a wife now? Amber and it's Starry, my favorite? Pinch me, please, to make sure I'm not dreaming. No, it's real, Qin Shuquan responded, feeling rather moved. Huxley, at this age, finally has a wife. Our ancestors must be blessing us. To put it simply, while Huxley was top-notch in his career and personal achievements, his personal life had long been a headache for the couple. Amber 30-year-old man who hadn't even dated, let alone married. Could they not worry? Moreover, Huxley was in charge of the family and didn't listen to anyone. Nora had mentioned his personal issues many times and found many eligible girls, truly picking among the best of the best, hoping Huxley would meet and get to know them. Claude Huxley flatly refused every time. If annoyed, he would go back to his estate and not return to the main house for a few weeks. This infuriated Nora but left her helpless. Over time, she began to wonder if there was something wrong with her son's orientation. She even consoled herself, saying she would accept it if it were true. What else could she do? However, Gracelyn wasn't among those she previously picked for Huxley. After all, when she was choosing for Huxley, Gracelyn was still in university. 8 years apart in age, Nora hadn't really considered. Now, everything was settled. Where there was a will, there was a way. Chloe-Off Nora and Qin Shuquan were overjoyed, lifting the heavy stone off their chests. Nora continued excitedly, truly blessed by our ancestors. I'll offer incense later. I never imagined he'd pull something so big, a flash wedding. So romantic and thrilling. Old man, do you think we'll have granddaughters or grandsons next year? Nora grew more excited. Starry is so young, she can have several kids without a problem. Once she gets pregnant and delivers, I'll serve her like a little ancestor. I'll raise the baby entirely and won't let her worry about a thing. Ideally, 2 sons and 2 daughters. They're both so beautiful and intelligent, their children will surely be stunning and smart. Nora's eyes sparkled as if she could already see 4 chubby babies calling her grandma. What a delightful prospect. For Qin Shuquan could speak, Nora immediately added, Cloeter yet, twins. That way, Starry wouldn't suffer as much. Qin Shuquan hurriedly advised, dear, calm down. They just got married today. Talking about 4 kids might scare Xingqian. Also, no matter how much you want grandchildren, don't be too direct with Xingqian, or the Meng family might think we only want grandkids, not love the daughter-in-law. Oh, right, Nora acknowledged, I got carried away. Qin Shuquan added, anyway, with them married, having children is inevitable. Huxley is older, but Starry is young. He might wait a couple of years before starting a family, and probably won't have many kids. Even if they only have one, they'll be our precious golden treasure. Nora blinked, you're right. Hey, did you see how silly your son looked smiling tonight? I've never seen him laugh continuously like that. Qin Shuquan recalled and sighed, he sure looked different. Qin Shaoqi was the last to leave. After drinking too much, he went to the restroom. Chloe the time he wobbled into the parking lot, everyone else had left. Gracelyn glanced around and told Huxley, Chloe Qin Shaoqi doesn't seem to have come out yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shaoqi appeared. Qin Shaoqi approached, causing Huxley to frown slightly in displeasure. Why did you drink so much? Qin Shaoqi grinned. I'm happy. Then he beckoned Gracelyn, Xiaoxing, come here, I have something to tell you. Gracelyn blinked and stepped forward. What is it? Qin Shaoqi directly pulled her to the side, excited and curious. You really did a flash wedding with my big brother? I'm impressed. Do you think my big brother has liked you for a long time? Qin Shaoqi's words made Gracelyn quite stunned, her heart pounding rapidly. Other Qin has liked me, for a long time? Qin Shaoqi added, Amber, and he really likes you. This made Gracelyn's heart beat even faster and more irregularly. After several seconds, she regained her composure. I doubt that. Qin Shaoqi chuckled. Clote, that's how I feel. Didn't you see how my big brother couldn't stop laughing tonight? I've never seen him laugh like that. If he hadn't liked you all along, how could he be so happy? Gracelyn didn't know how to respond. She said, of course he's happy we're married. Other Qin is a good person and will be a good husband. He doesn't give people unpleasant looks without reason. Qin Shaoqi clicked his tongue. Well, that's just what I think. Let's see. Clote, let's not talk about this now. Chloe's sister-in-law, dear Chloe's sister-in-law. Excitedly, Qin Shaoqi reached out to Gracelyn. Congratulations, newlyweds. Gracelyn's lips curved into a bright smile as she shook Qin Shaoqi's hand. Thank you, Other Qi. Just then, Huxley walked over and saw the two of them holding hands. Done talking? Done, Gracelyn replied. She was about to release Qin Shaoqi's hand when, due to possible intoxication, Qin Shaoqi stumbled and leaned toward her. Gracelyn instinctively steadied him, helping him regain his balance. However, Qin Shaoqi, being an 8 feet tall man, proved too heavy for the petite Gracelyn to handle easily. At that moment, Huxley stepped in and firmly pulled Qin Shaoqi towards him, his tone cold and reprimanding. If you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. Drunkenness leading to such behavior with your big sister-in-law is improper. Gracelyn? Improper? No, it wasn't like that. Huxley sternly pushed Qin Shaoqi into the car, who kept protesting. I'm not drunk, really not drunk. Huxley ignored him, instructing the driver to take Qin Shaoqi home. Gracelyn, still standing there, noticed Huxley turning around. His expression seemed off. Could it be? Huxley was jealous of Qin Shaoqi? No way. She and Qin Shaoqi shared a bond from childhood, akin to best friends. Huxley approached her, his expression softened. He took her hand gently. Get in the car. Gracelyn blinked and responded softly, okay, allowing Huxley to guide her into the vehicle. Russellshaw opened the rear door of the Shadow for them. Huxley helped Gracelyn in, and Russellshaw got in and started the car, turning on the air conditioning. Then he heard Huxley say, Russellshaw, go check the accounts at Royal Finance, finish the review before coming back. Russellshaw paused, nodding immediately. Yes, Mr. Qin. He understood perfectly. It wasn't account check day at Royal Finance today. This must be a cover-up for some private conversation between Huxley and his young wife. Russellshaw quickly left, determined not to get back in the car unless Huxley called him. Inside the car, Gracelyn smelled the faint sweetness of alcohol mixed with Huxley's unique scent, filling her nostrils. She was still wondering if Huxley was jealous of Qin Shaoqi. Suddenly, Huxley leaned in to kiss her. Gracelyn came back to reality and exclaimed, Other Qin. He had drunk so much and should rest. Hearing this, Huxley frowned slightly. Call me husband. Gracelyn obediently changed her address. Husband. Before she could continue, her words were cut off by his passionate kiss. Drunk man was evidently more aggressive. The kiss was intense, and his breathing heavy and unrestrained. His large hand controlled her slender waist as the kiss deepened, eventually sliding from her waist to her back. His palm felt scorching hot, even through the thin fabric of her summer clothes, making her skin feel like it was burning under his touch. Despite the comfortable temperature inside the car, Gracelyn's cheeks flushed red from the kiss. She struggled to think clearly, as Huxley kissed incredibly well, leaving her defenseless. The kisses continued down her chin, cheek, ear, and neck. Gracelyn, inexperienced in such matters, found herself dazed, feeling as if Huxley's breath burned her. The kisses moved further down, across her neck, collarbone, and beyond. Huxley's hand also slid upwards from her lower back until it stopped abruptly, pausing as if controlling himself. Though he had drunk a lot, he was still sober enough to restrain himself. However, sobriety didn't mean his desire wasn't surging after drinking so much. Gracelyn finally came back to her senses, pushing him away. Her face must have been as red as a tomato. Huxley steadied his breathing, straightening up and removing his hand. In this situation, Gracelyn hardly knew what to say, her own breathing still erratic. Huxley seemed composed, holding her hand gently while looking at the night scenery outside. Finally, he asked in a low, slightly hoarse voice, "What's your relationship with Qin Shaoqi?" Gracelyn was taken aback, exclaiming, "Amber," and turned to look at Huxley. Huxley met her gaze. Under the soft lighting in the luxurious interior of the Shadow, Gracelyn saw the handsome but slightly flushed face of the man, partly because of the intimate kissing moments earlier. Gracelyn looked into Huxley's eyes and answered seriously, "We've been close friends since childhood, classmates, and grew up together like you and my second brother." Huxley slowly raised an eyebrow. Her explanation matched Qin Xiaoqi's. Chapter 25, Tonight, do you want to go home or to my place? Weston had explained this to him twice already. She had just asked him again. Weston felt a brotherly kind of friendship toward her. He was just a bit afraid, that's what Weston thought, but she didn't completely agree. Spouses should be honest with each other, so he asked directly. Oh. Huxley nodded, understood. Since she had said it, it must be true. Gracelyn was curious, blinking as she asked, Other Chin, why did you ask that? You don't think there's something between me and Weston, do you? Amber, are you jealous of Weston? Upon asking the last question, Gracelyn felt a bit embarrassed. How did she blurt out such a jealous question? Other Chin would never be jealous. She and Huxley had a flash marriage, and Weston was his own younger brother. From Huxley's behavior since agreeing to the flash marriage, he absolutely met the standard of a good husband. So Huxley probably just felt that since they were married, even though she and Weston were very close, after all, they were different sexes. While Gracelyn was thinking this, she heard Huxley's voice laced with a smile. What? It's not allowed for a husband to be a little jealous? Huxley's words completely shocked Gracelyn. She widened her beautiful eyes. What? You're really jealous? Huxley didn't answer, only looking at her with an enigmatic, charming expression. Then, Huxley nodded, his tone quite relaxed. Yeah, a little. Gracelyn couldn't believe it and had no idea where Huxley's jealousy stemmed from. If he was jealous because Weston had accidentally fallen on her while drunk before, Gracelyn didn't believe it. Huxley wouldn't be so petty as to argue with his drunk younger brother, would he? Suddenly, Gracelyn remembered the message Weston had sent her earlier. Weston had said, if it doesn't work out, marry me, flaunt your strengths in front of him every day. Could Huxley have thought of something similarly dramatic? Did he think she suddenly sought a flash marriage with him because of Weston? Cause in her heart, she actually liked Weston, but Weston wasn't interested, so she married him to provoke Weston? Goodness, if Huxley also thought like this, Gracelyn felt incredibly exasperated. It was too over the top. Thinking about it, Gracelyn took out her phone, intending to say something, but then she heard Huxley say, "You're not going to comfort me when I'm jealous?" Gracelyn blinked. Mr. Qin volunteering to be comforted? Gracelyn put the phone aside, biting her lip, and mustering her courage, she encircled Huxley's neck, staring into his eyes and said, Other Chin, don't be angry. Weston and I are purely like best girlfriends. To me, he's no different from a woman. These words made Huxley chuckle, his dark eyes brightening slightly. Oh, so Xiao-Qi is a woman. His tone seemed almost gleeful. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh too, saying, my point is, I've never felt any romantic interest in him, ever since we were young. You should be jealous of anyone but Weston. Ambrose Gracelyn spoke like this, reflecting carefully, she could understand why he might feel this way. She and Weston could indeed be considered childhood sweethearts. She wasn't the only one, Kelly, Nicola, Celine, they were all childhood sweethearts. Upon hearing this, Huxley pursed his lips, answering obediently, understood. In fact, he didn't fully doubt it, but Nora had mentioned trying to set up Gracelyn and Weston before dinner today. Amber and Martha also seemed to have similar intentions. Now, since Gracelyn was his wife, he wanted to clear up these doubts. Gracelyn smiled warmly, preparing to show Huxley the messages Weston had sent her. Just as she released her grip on Huxley's neck, he asked, is this enough to comfort me? Gracelyn was stunned for a moment, then laughed, what more do you want? Huxley replied matter-of-factly, you should kiss me. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh again, Other Chin, we've kissed many times today. She didn't even want to count how many times. Does Other Chin have such a strong desire? Truly, she always thought he was a reserved godlike figure. It seems restraint isn't his issue, desire definitely is. Huxley stared at her radiant, beautiful face, his voice turning husky, not enough. Though they had kissed many times, they were all initiated by him. Gracelyn couldn't refuse and, biting her lip, decided to take the initiative once. The girl boldly leaned forward, tilting her head slightly, and gently pressed her lips to Huxley's. Virtually, she also found kissing Huxley very enjoyable. Amber's Gracelyn kissed Huxley's lips, he remained still, forcing her to be more proactive. Gracelyn was shy and modest, and this was already her limit. After a few kisses, Gracelyn's face flushed as she hurriedly pulled back, only to be caught by Huxley who cupped the back of her head. Gracelyn, he. Huxley looked at her intently, saying without reserve, Rowena, your sincerity is lacking. Gracelyn chuckled nervously. Seeing her cute reaction, Huxley's heart softened. Fine, he wouldn't press her, she was genuinely shy. Huxley cupped Gracelyn's head and kissed her, exploring her sweetness passionately. Lost in the kiss, Gracelyn thought Huxley must have really had a lot to drink tonight and was feeling a bit excited. After the kiss, Huxley rested his forehead against hers, breathing lightly. Silly girl, remember, you should kiss me like this next time. Gracelyn blushed again. She knew, but, not doing it. Taking the initiative was better left to men, cough. Gracelyn, her face still red, said nothing. Of course, Huxley didn't force her further and let her go. Gracelyn picked up her phone, opened the chat with Weston, and handed it to Huxley. This is what Weston sent me before dinner, I hadn't seen it yet. She had intended to read it, but Huxley stopped her, so he started being jealous then, huh? Hey. Huxley raised an eyebrow slowly, shifting his gaze from her face to the phone screen. Let's read it together. Weston's message content. Today my mom insisted on celebrating our graduation at Royal One. Guess what happened? I ran into your parents and older brothers. Mom seemed to mean that your family was here to celebrate your graduation as well. Coincidentally, she arranged for us to sit in the same private room. Surprised, right, little star? I feel like my big brother might come to our private room tonight. Hurry up and come. How did your talk with my big brother go? Did you mention marrying him? Since both our families are here, maybe I should bring up the topic of marriage to you and him in front of my parents? Gosh, Gracelyn, answer me. Not picking up the phone, what's going on? Don't worry, when I propose, if he fusses, at least we know where he stands, and we can plan accordingly, okay? Good news, spring is coming for you. Mom just said Chloe Clorother will be joining us in the room too. Oh, when are you getting here? Quickly reply or call me directly. Wait outside the room, we need to discuss whether to bring it up during dinner. Where are you? What are you doing? Do you still want to be my sister-in-law? Row upon row of messages showed Weston's immense concern and thoughts on helping Huxley and Gracelyn get married. After reading this, Huxley couldn't express his feelings. Warm sense filled his heart. Gracelyn asked, have you finished reading, Chloe Clorother? Huxley replied, I have. After speaking, Huxley turned his gaze to Gracelyn and admitted with an air of elegance, it seems I was wrong in thinking ill of a gentleman. Gracelyn smiled. Not really. I think it's normal for you to react that way. Now that everything is out in the open, it's better. Huxley held her hand gently. Right, he said softly. Gracelyn was just about to say they should call Russell to drive them home when Huxley looked at her again. You two were already discussing getting married before? When did this happen? Gracelyn pursed her lips slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since Huxley had probably guessed from Weston's messages, she couldn't hide it anymore. Gracelyn decided to be honest. Yes, it was mentioned on graduation day. Huxley thought for a moment. Graduation day. The day he saw her in the bar? Weston graduated on that day. Understood, Huxley said quietly. Gracelyn then suggested, we should call Russell to drive us home, Chloe Clorother. You've had quite a bit to drink, and you need to rest. Oh, does your head hurt? Huxley nodded. Right, I'll call him. My head doesn't hurt, don't worry. I feel fine. Relieved, Gracelyn realized how well Huxley could hold his liquor. Huxley called Russell, who was resting in the foyer of Royal One, smoking. Russell immediately walked toward the parking lot. Huxley hung up, he toyed with his phone briefly before turning to Gracelyn. Tonight, do you want to go home or, to my place? This question made Gracelyn blush deeply. She couldn't escape this question, nor could she avoid it by saying no, but she would certainly be shy. Gracelyn lowered her eyes, while Huxley remained patient, waiting calmly. 2 seconds later, he said gently, if you're not comfortable, we can go home tonight. I've had alcohol, and I might just sleep right away. I might not be able to take care of you as thoroughly. For his new bride, Huxley had plenty of patience. He understood that her hesitation was likely due to nervousness and shyness. Moreover, considering their impromptu marriage today, Gracelyn probably hadn't even had a chance to talk to her mother about anything yet. The idea of staying at his place must be overwhelming. Hearing Huxley's words, Gracelyn agreed. Right, let's go home first. I need to pack some things. In reality, there was no real need for her to bring much. Hyder had been reliable and efficient, ensuring the essentials were ready for her. Gracelyn would be perfectly fine spending the night at Huxley's place. Even if Hyder hadn't finalized the list of clothes brands, Huxley could easily make a call to have clothing delivered overnight, no matter how late it was. Huxley smiled. Right, let's take you home first. Russell overheard this and started the car immediately. Gracelyn nodded. Okay. The car drove smoothly. Huxley squeezed Gracelyn's hand gently. You tired? If you are, you can take a nap. Gracelyn shook her head. Not tired. How about you? Do you feel like sleeping after drinking? No, Huxley replied. I feel wide awake. Gracelyn nodded. Chloe fell silent, lost in their thoughts, reflecting on the day's events which seemed almost surreal. Their hearts filled with a sweet, exhilarating sensation, spreading uncontrollably. Russell drove steadily, maintaining a good speed. Huxley glanced out the window. They were nearing Gracelyn's home. Looking down at the girl's hand, adorned with a ruby ring, held in his, he found the scene oddly beautiful. Huxley took out his phone and snapped a picture of their intertwined hands. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow and leaned over to look. Let me see. On the screen, a strikingly beautiful photo appeared, capturing both their hands perfectly. Hers were delicate and soft, his strong and steady. Together, they created a stunning juxtaposition. The ruby ring, worn on her middle finger, not her wedding ring, shone brilliantly, adding a touch of sophistication and telling a story without words. It was like a scene from a movie, visually powerful and evocative. So beautiful. Graceland's eyes sparkled. Send it to me, Chloe. Sure. Huxley tapped Graceland's profile and sent her the photo. Graceland glanced at Huxley's phone screen and froze. Cute, baby. Was this Huxley's note for her? When did he set this? Was it before or after their impromptu marriage? Graceland's heart raced. She hadn't even given him a nickname yet. Comparatively, it felt a bit awkward. After receiving the photo, Graceland viewed it several times before saving it. She then turned to Huxley. Chloe, when did you give me that nickname? Huxley didn't hide anything. When you added me. Graceland was taken aback. She had considered it but hadn't dared confirm. Huxley's answer left her momentarily speechless. She wasn't sure what to say. Huxley asked, is something wrong? Does it not suit you? Graceland blinked, finally regaining her composure. Oh, so it was just about fitting the image. She had thought. Do I really come across that way in your mind? Graceland couldn't help but laugh and ask. Huxley's lips curled slightly. Yes, shy and tender, always on the verge of tears. As he spoke, images of Graceland dancing passionately in the bar surfaced in his mind. Did she cry that easily? She still maintained an aristocratic grace. Listening to Huxley, Graceland raised her eyebrows. No, I wouldn't cry that easily. Huxley looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Really? For some reason, Graceland felt as if Huxley's gaze held a hidden flame, carrying some mysterious, indescribable meaning. Chapter 26, Starry, be good, call me Huxley. Marcy seemed to suddenly realize something, not sure if it was what she thought. Her ears turned red instantly, and she quickly averted her gaze, saying, yes, I'm not that delicate either. Huxley smiled, replying with a very good temper, right, got it. Though he said so, his thumb gently stroked the back of her hand, implying some ambiguous intimacy. It made his, alright, got it, seem insincere and unconvincing. Huxley thought, after all, there will be times when she cries. Marcy bit her lip, wanting to explain that she wasn't really a crybaby. Just then, they arrived at the Dream family mansion. Seeing the grand and luxurious gate of her home, she sighed in relief. Chloe is too seductive. She couldn't resist. The car stopped at the entrance. The Dream family security guards approached as per routine, and Marcy lowered the rear window. Seeing her, the guards bowed respectfully, 3rd Mississippi. Marcy nodded. The guard gestured, and the gate slowly opened. Marcy thought for a second before saying, inform the security team that Mr. Chen's car can come through without asking from now on. This meant opening up easy access for Huxley's car, implying that he would frequently visit the Dream family. Yes, 3rd Miss, the guard nodded immediately, turning to head towards the guardhouse to report. Huxley's lips curved slightly upward. He gave a deep voice order, Russell, you come over tomorrow to register my license plate numbers. Yes, Russell responded, driving the car slowly into the Dream villa. It's not necessary, Chloe Chen. You don't need Assistant Jiang to make the trip. Have him organize the license plates and send them to me, I'll inform our security. Fair enough. Huxley gently squeezed Marcy's soft little hand, then kissed her hand back, praising her, my wife thinks ahead. Marcy pursed her lips, realizing how much Huxley loved to praise her. *__*. Arriving at the main hall entrance of the Dream family, Marcy should get out of the car. For some reason, she felt a sudden reluctance to part. Huxley said, we're here. Let me escort you inside. Marcy raised an eyebrow, responding, sure. They got out together while Russell waited in the car. At this time, the Dream family members had already rested, but the duty servants were around. Seeing Marcy, they hurriedly greeted, 3rd Miss has returned. Marcy nodded, glancing at Huxley, then told the servant, this is President Chen, my husband. Remember to pass this information along. The servant was stunned for a moment, then immediately bowed respectfully, yes, 3rd Miss. Then they respectfully greeted Huxley, President Chen. Huxley nodded, a faint smile lingering on his lips. This signified that Huxley could move freely within the Dream household from now on, with the servants knowing his identity as both family and honored guest. I'll see you to your bedroom, Huxley looked down at Marcy. Okay, Marcy smiled sweetly. Marcy's room was on the 3rd floor. As they walked to her bedroom door, she suddenly remembered something. Their wedding group photo was still hanging in front of her bed. Wouldn't Huxley see it once he entered? Thought the matter with Weston had been explained, wouldn't seeing those photos upset Huxley? So, Marcy didn't push the door open, saying instead, that's enough, Chloe Chen. Please stop here. You've had quite a bit to drink, go rest early. Huxley raised an eyebrow, tilting his head to look at her, we're already at the door. Won't you invite me in? Marcy bit her lip, thinking of saying her room was messy, but then realized it would be lying if Huxley insisted on entering. Thinking for a moment, Marcy decided to be honest. Well, it's just that we took a group wedding photo while traveling. Group wedding photo, Huxley completed her sentence, I've seen it in Weston's room. Marcy. He had already seen it? So, it doesn't matter, Huxley's lips curled slightly. Right, Marcy could only open the door. Huxley had never been in a girl's room before, being one of 3 sons, he had no sisters or girl stuff at home. So, he found her pink and adorable bedroom quite interesting and fresh. Entering the bedroom, Marcy was about to say it was enough and ask him to rest first. Claude Huxley asked, "Where's the photo hanging?" Marcy. Marcy had no choice but to point, over by the bed. Huxley raised an eyebrow, noticing it hung in the same place as in Weston's room. "Let me see." Huxley held Marcy's hand, walking her to the big bed. The pink bed looked incredibly sweet and soft. Indeed, the large group wedding photo was hung on the opposite wall of the big bed, covering the entire wall and standing out prominently. Huxley glanced at it, then turned to look down at his young wife. Marcy also looked up at him, playfully sticking out her tongue, and virtually, the photos came out pretty nice, right? Huxley's lips curled, smiling mysteriously. "Yeah, they did." "Claude, it's not suitable to hang here anymore, don't you think?" Marcy immediately replied, "Of course, definitely not suitable. Tomorrow. I'll have the staff move it." "How about hanging it in the study?" "Must it be hung?" Huxley asked her. Marcy seriously considered, "I do want to hang it. It's proof of our revolutionary friendship." Hearing this, Huxley also thought for a second. "Right, hang it in your parents' house study." "Here." Huxley looked at the wall with the photo. "How about hanging our wedding photo here?" Marcy's eyes widened involuntarily. Their wedding photo. Too beautiful. Marcy immediately nodded, absolutely. Huxley laughed. Marcy then realized she got carried away again. Feeling embarrassed, she hurriedly pushed Huxley. "Right, Chin, you should go rest." She was still concerned that Huxley had drunk quite a lot. Huxley held her small hand. "No rush. Go wash up, I'll wait until you're in bed to leave." Marcy was surprised again. Chin was so kind and considerate. Marcy bit her lip. "Not necessary." "Go quickly," Huxley interrupted her, speaking dominantly. "Your husband is waiting for you." Then he casually sat on Marcy's bed, his long legs looking particularly charming. Marcy knew Huxley was always dominant, so she said, "Okay, wait for me, I'll be quick." Huxley watched her run to the bathroom, saying, "Take your time, be careful not to fall." Okay. Marcy replied. In the bathroom, Marcy washed up hastily, faster than even military training. Usually, she liked taking her time bathing, but she didn't want Huxley to wait a second longer. It was past 10 at night. Not only had Huxley drunk a lot, but he spent the entire afternoon and evening accompanying her, probably feeling a bit tired. Marcy dried her hair quickly and wiped her face, but hesitated while choosing her sleepwear. Summer pajamas for girls were often quite revealing, thin silk dresses that exposed more skin than covered. These clothes were actually quite sexy because she liked slightly sexy outfits. Apart from these sexy nightgowns, there were tank tops and shorts. Quite a dilemma. However, she didn't dwell on it for too long. Huxley still had to drive home, which would take at least 40 minutes. Marcy finally picked a set of tank top and shorts. Chloeing more sporty and casual, it was less overly sexy compared to sleepwear. This was a black tank top and short set. Ironically, the sporty youth style was even more appealing. She simply lacked the courage to wear the sheer nightgowns in front of Huxley. In the bedroom, Huxley waited patiently. After changing, Gracelyn hurriedly came out of the bathroom. The central air conditioning in the room was set at a perfect temperature. There was no sound from her main bedroom, it was very quiet. Gracelyn walked over quietly and found that Huxley was indeed leaning against her bedhead, eyes closed as if he were asleep. Fortunately, her bedhead had very soft cushions. Gracelyn tiptoed closer and stood in front of Huxley, slightly bending down to examine him closely. She stared at him, drooling a little. Chin was truly handsome. She really couldn't resist him. Silently watching for a few seconds, Gracelyn felt her heart melt like honey. She thought that she could quietly climb into bed, cover up Huxley with the quilt, wake him up, and then he could go home to rest properly. Before she could move a step, Huxley's eyes slowly opened. "Gracelyn. Have you finished washing up?" Huxley asked in a very low voice, possibly due to drinking and dozing off for a bit. Yes." Gracelyn quickly straightened up. Huxley's eyes slightly narrowed, his gaze flashed with surprise and desire, which he quickly suppressed. "Then, get into bed." Standing there dressed like that, Huxley dared not move, afraid of losing control. "Okay." Gracelyn immediately nodded, kicked off her slippers, and climbed into bed quietly. Huxley glanced sideways at her, throat bobbing. He saw the entirety of her slender, white legs exposed, along with her perky buttocks. Like a kitten, she probably didn't know what her crawling onto the bed in front of a man meant. She trusted him completely, with no reservations. Huxley suppressed the intense desire stirring in his eyes and shifted his gaze away. Gracelyn lay under the quilt, turning her eyes toward Huxley who was still sitting by the bed. Chin, I'm going to sleep now. You should hurry home to get some rest." Huxley murmured, pinching the bridge of his nose and looking back at her delicate face. Without makeup, she looked even fresher and prettier. Her eyes shone, her features perfectly formed, and her hair loosely draped over her shoulders. She looked sweet and adorable. Pure, sweet, and alluring. Seeing Huxley's unwavering gaze without a word, almost burning, Gracelyn bit her lip. "Chlorother-chin." Before she could finish speaking, Huxley leaned over her. His handsome face hovered right before hers. Gracelyn widened her eyes slightly, her breathing light and rapid. Huxley spoke in a hoarse, heavy voice. "Do you want me to stay?" Gracelyn was stunned. "Staying? Stay?" Before she could respond, Huxley's lips pressed firmly onto hers, spreading heat through their kiss. Gracelyn lost count of how long they kissed. It felt incredibly hot, despite the comfortable room temperature. For the first time, she heard Huxley's breath becoming irregular and heavy. Her heartbeat followed suit, unable to find its rhythm. Only when the kiss became nearly uncontrollable did Huxley reluctantly release her lips. Gracelyn's eyes sparkled with red, her gaze watery. Her face flushed bright red from embarrassment. Helpless and out of control, she called, "Chlorother-chin." Huxley tried to calm himself, gazing at her tender lips and softly cooing, "Shinger, be good. Call me Huxley." Gracelyn gradually came out of her trance, realizing how emotionally aroused she had been. The thought made her blush even deeper. The way Huxley asked her this made her pause in contemplation. Call him Huxley. She wasn't sure why this form of address suddenly seemed so special. Yet, it felt wonderfully intimate. She had never called Huxley by his name, always calling him Chlorother-chin. Virtually, she wanted to call him many things, but her shyness kept her from doing so. No rush, though. There was plenty of time later. Using just his surname and given name together was something she hadn't considered, likely because Huxley was much older than her and respect dictated otherwise. Now, Huxley was asking her directly. Gracelyn pursed her lips and finally called out, "Chin." Huxley. It sounded unfamiliar yet strangely satisfying. Huxley smiled after hearing her, feeling immensely pleased, subduing his desire a bit. "Good girl." Huxley gently kissed her lips again, staring at her lovely face, stroking her chin with his thumb. He repeated, "Do you want me to stay?" This question made Gracelyn blush intensely. Did he really want to stay? Sleep in her room tonight? What would happen between them tonight? Without answering, her red cheeks told the story. Huxley patiently awaited her response with a heated gaze. After thinking for a while, Gracelyn shyly replied, "Maybe not, Chlorother-chin. It might not be appropriate." If Huxley stayed, explaining it to her family tomorrow morning would be awkward for her, especially given her reserved nature. With a half-smile, Huxley said, "I was just teasing you." Gracelyn sighed in relief. "If you don't want to go home, you can use the guest room." "No need." Huxley interrupted. "I was just teasing you. Don't worry about it." Huxley indeed meant only to tease her. Staying overnight wouldn't be proper etiquette, nor respectful towards Gracelyn. Gracelyn blinked. Huxley touched her forehead affectionately. "Rest well. Talk to your mom tomorrow. I'll send someone to pick you up for Sher Garden tomorrow." Sher Garden, Huxley's private estate. "Okay." Gracelyn nodded. Huxley pondered a moment and added, "How about I come pick you up after you have dinner with your family?" Gracelyn looked at him. "Sure, why not? You could join us for dinner tomorrow." Indeed, they were married now, so Huxley coming for dinner at the Meng residence made sense. Huxley smiled approvingly. Right. He then added, "I'll have Royal One deliver meals for tomorrow." "No need," Gracelyn replied. Tonight's meal was quite rich. "Tomorrow, we can keep it simple and homey." "Okay." "Okay," Huxley readily agreed. Gracelyn laughed. In truth, she didn't want Huxley to leave. Just talking to him simply made her feel sweet and happy. However, she had already told her family she'd be staying the night, urging Huxley to go home. She couldn't bring herself to ask him to stay or follow him back. Such words would be too embarrassing. Too shameful. Chapter 27, Is there a possibility that the young lady has a crush on you? She couldn't say it, but her heart was itching with longing, unspeakable yet unwilling to let go. After their conversation, Huxley said, "So, should I go home now?" Gracelyn bit her lip, wishing she could reach out and pull him back, saying, "Don't leave." She didn't dare, cough. "Yes, sure," Gracelyn nodded demurely, trying to suppress the swirling thoughts in her mind. Huxley clicked his tongue, actually not wanting to leave at all either. Or perhaps he wanted to ask Gracelyn to pack her things right away, bringing clothes for tomorrow and immediately go back with him to Sher Garden. However, after some deliberation, Huxley restrained himself and gazed at Gracelyn. "Right then, you get some rest. I'll send you a message when I get home. If you're asleep, no need to reply. Sleep well, see you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Gracelyn's eyes sparkled brightly. Huxley kissed her tender red lips deeply, forcing himself to stand up. "Good girl, see you tomorrow." He turned off the lights for her, leaving just a dim lamp. The sight of his little wife lying in bed made her look even more sweet and beautiful. Huxley's heart instantly melted, feeling increasingly reluctant and a bit stirred. Taking a deep breath, he bent down, ruffling her hair and coaxingly whispered, "Good night, my dear." Gracelyn blushed slightly. She liked Huxley's small acts of dominance and how he called her dear. Hee, kind of sweet. *___. Gracelyn immediately responded obediently, husband, good night. Good night. Huxley stood up again. He had to leave or else he'd start acting like a sentimental woman. He'd be disgusted with himself. Amber's Huxley left. Gracelyn felt her heart soften at the sight of his tall figure. Huxley, her husband. Hee, so happy. Walking out of Gracelyn's bedroom, Huxley took light steps. In the main hall, the servants bowed respectfully as he passed. Sir Cheen, have a safe journey. Huxley nodded and got into the car. Russell started the engine. Sir Cheen, Madam has placed her bag and flowers in the living room. Okay, Huxley replied, closing his eyes slightly. Amber, after a moment's thought, Russell asked, Cloac to Cheen Manor or Sher Garden? Huxley considered. Amber Gerardo's efficiency, Sher Garden was likely decorated in festive red by now. Since he and Gracelyn were legally married, tonight it could be considered their wedding night, in a way. Claude going back to Sher Garden where it was all festively decorated while he would be alone, he didn't like that idea. Cloac to Cheen Manor, Huxley decided. Understood, Russell replied, but couldn't help feeling worried for Huxley, excitedly saying, why did you let the young lady go home, Sir Cheen? Finally getting married so quickly, they should enjoy it fully. Huxley glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Russell cleared his throat, boldly suggesting, well, you could have cajoled her and pretended to be drunk. Huxley. Russell felt confident about his advice. He had Googled how to trick a girlfriend into coming home. Pretending to be drunk was apparently a universal trick. Huxley chuckled darkly, need you to teach me? Russell was taken aback, no. It's none of my business. Though he muttered to himself, thinking, count how many times you kissed her from this afternoon till evening. Clearly, you want to take her straight home. Claude Russell dared not say that. He really wanted to gossip with Weston now. Oh, by the way, Russell added, Solomon messaged earlier saying she supervised Miss Zhao finishing her cleaning before letting her leave. Huxley hummed, then sneered, she deserves it. Russell shivered, unsure what to make of it. Was his boss considerate towards women or indifferent? Seemed seriously double-standard. Tender towards his little wife to the point of holding her handbag, but indifferent to other women, even if they died in front of him. Huxley closed his eyes, pondering when he should enjoy his little darling. Amber to the wedding? He estimated the wedding wouldn't be sooner than 3 months, maybe half a year. 3 months, 6 months, seemed too long. Wanted to break the rules. What to do? The car approached Cheen Manor. Huxley opened his eyes and narrowed them, looking into the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he asked, Russell, why do you think Xiao Xing suddenly proposed marriage to me? Russell froze, feeling an icy chill run up his spine. What? How could Sir Cheen ask such a difficult and complex question of a single man like him? Huxley was the eternal bachelor king, and Russell wasn't much better, also a bachelor. Russell blinked repeatedly, asking hesitantly, Sir Cheen, did Madam propose? Wasn't it you who proposed? Confused, it seemed Huxley was the one who had been pursuing her. She proposed to me, Huxley answered, glaring at Russell as if saying, do I look like I'm worthless? Russell gulped, honestly yes, before Gracelyn, Huxley looked quite valuable indeed. Russell hadn't expected Gracelyn to propose. Huxley's grand move was truly dazzling. Daring not to voice these thoughts, Russell replied carefully, of course, because you are the most outstanding man in the entire capital, hence Madam chose to marry you right after graduation. Huxley raised an eyebrow, just because of that? Nothing else? Russell? You might as well tell me directly what kind of praise you want to hear. Thinking again, Russell spoke sincerely, Sir Cheen, you should know your looks, height, status, and wealth. Your handsome appearance, tall stature, great physique, immense wealth, and high social standing. Madam must be smitten with you. Since she proposed, it's definitely because she likes you. The first part Russell said confidently, but the last part felt a bit uncertain. If she liked him, previously they wouldn't know, but now since Gracelyn proposed to Huxley, she must like him, otherwise no matter how attractive the outer conditions, she wouldn't like him. These words made Huxley thoughtful. With lowered eyelids, Huxley's serious thinking face was stunningly handsome, even Russell was momentarily dazzled. Russell wondered, does Huxley not realize how handsome he is? To ask such a question? Huxley thought for several seconds, then slowly lifted his eyelids, almost speaking to himself, likes. Yeah, right, likes. Russell immediately agreed. The corners of Huxley's lips seemed to twitch, licking his lips. Then when do you think she started liking me? When she decided to get married? Surely, without a doubt. Russell affirmed promptly. Unexpectedly, this answer didn't satisfy Huxley. Raising one eyebrow lightly, Huxley asked casually, really? Russell. He suddenly dared not agree because if she only liked Huxley when deciding to marry, it implied choosing him due to his suitable qualities and external advantages. Claude Huxley didn't seem pleased with this response. Russell, guessing at Huxley's thoughts, boldly hypothesized and wildly conjectured, even conjuring possibilities out of thin air. Amberctually. Perhaps. Is there a possibility that the young lady has a crush on you? After saying this, Russell felt incredibly clever, patting himself on the back. Really? Could it be? Huxley asked. Russell replied, yes. Why not? Anything is possible. Huxley nodded thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, that seems plausible. Russell breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Right. Huxley fell silent again and closed his eyes, as if about to take a nap. Russell let out an inward breath, feeling beads of sweat forming. He wondered what Huxley had been trying to say by chatting with him for so long. Could it be, he wanted to hear from someone else that Gracelyn had a crush on him? This gave Russell a fright. If they hadn't shown any hints before but were now married and as sweet as honey, then was it a secret crush? Could Huxley also have had a secret crush on Gracelyn? Russell shuddered and blurted out impulsively, Sir-Chin, could it be that you've also been secretly in love with the young lady all along? It did seem somewhat like that. Huxley's eyes suddenly lifted and he stared at Russell through the rearview mirror for half a second. Then, with a pleasant voice, he chuckled lightly and asked, do I look like it? Russell froze, actually wanting to say that on closer inspection, it did kind of match. Not only did he nearly drool over her, but he also acted so unworthily. The Perry incident showed how much Huxley could scold someone, yet here he completely lost his usual demeanor when it came to Gracelyn. Clote Russell still didn't dare to say that, and merely dryly laughed. I can't really tell. Huxley snorted softly and closed his eyes, ignoring Russell. Russell felt Huxley just chatted with him for nothing, truly. He felt like he grasped something yet grasped nothing at all. Oh well, indeed. Upon returning to the Chin residence, Huxley entered the main hall where the servants rushed up worriedly to report, Master Chin, the little Master Chin has been crying non-stop. Huxley raised an eyebrow subtly, his face turning slightly cold. He glanced at his watch. He should have been home for some time. Shouldn't he sleep off the intoxication? Ambers he spoke. He moved forward. Where are father and mother? Didn't they handle it? The servant followed behind and answered, they must have fallen into a deep sleep after drinking. Little Master Chin slept when he came home, but woke up after a while, sat by the bed in his bedroom staring at the photo frame, crying inconsolably. Huxley. I understand. Huxley rubbed his temples. Is the sobering soup ready? It's ready, the servant responded. We've taken it to little Master Chin's room, but he won't drink it. Huxley took a deep breath, cloring another bowl. Yes, the servant hurriedly went to fetch the soup. Huxley entered Weston's bedroom, finding the boy sitting by the bed, staring at the photo on the wall. Huxley's expression darkened as he walked over, looked at the photo, then at Weston. Sure enough, Weston was crying, his eyes red. Why are you crying? Huxley asked him, his voice icy cold. What? Can't bear to part? Hearing this, Weston sobbed harder, turning to look at Huxley with tear-filled eyes, mumbling incoherently, of course I can't bear it. My little star. After saying this, he continued crying loudly, tears streaming down his face. Huxley's face turned icy, losing his temper. Chin Shao-Chi, what are you raving about? If you couldn't bear to part, why didn't you act sooner? Are you going to pull a soap opera drama on me? Too late. Weston looked up at Huxley. Huxley grabbed Weston by the collar, shouting in anger, Amber grown man bawling. How did you speak to Gracelyn before? Weren't you the busybody matchmaker? Was it all fake? Just talk. Ambers he spoke, he dragged Weston toward the bathroom. Weston yelled, of course I can't bear it. You won't let anyone care? Xiao Xinger is my heart's treasure. She got married right after graduation. I'm hurting. Crying more fiercely, Weston sounded almost hysterical. Huxley became even angrier, his rage surging, tightening his grip on Weston's arm. Heart's treasure? Now she's your sister-in-law. Huxley pushed Weston into the shower area, turned on the spray and doused his face. I asked you before. You said it was brotherhood. What do you mean by all this nonsense now? Drenched by the water, Weston jumped around, wailing loudly, it was brotherhood. That's why I'm hurting. Huxley paused, holding the shower head for a moment before angrily tossing it aside, turning off the tap, and throwing a towel over Weston's head. You hurt like hell. Who needs your pity? Weston wiped his face with the towel, whimpering, how am I not hurting? She's about to suffer abuse. Huxley. What nonsense is this? Huxley almost laughed in frustration. At this moment, the servant arrived, seeing the mess in the bathroom and timidly announcing, Master Chin, the sobering soup is here. Huxley pulled Weston into the living area of the master bedroom, sitting on the sofa and staring fiercely at Weston. Drink quickly. Don't make me force-feed you. Weston sipped the sobering soup noisily, then sat on the coffee table facing Huxley, eye to eye. Then he started whining, Chloe Clorother, you must treat Xiao Xinger well. If you don't. I will. Huxley paid him no mind and planned to leave, not wanting to talk to a drunkard throwing a tantrum. His phone buzzed with a message. It was from Gracelyn. Gracelyn, Clorother Chin, have you arrived home? Huxley replied, just got here a short while ago. Still awake? Completely ignoring Weston's continuous whining. Huxley and Gracelyn's text exchange. Gracelyn, Clorother Chin, have you arrived home? Huxley, just got here a short while ago. Haven't slept yet? Ignoring Weston's constant complaints. Chapter 28 I've cleaned up, Chloe. After replying, Huxley took out his phone and recorded a short video of Weston to send to Gracelyn. Curious, Gracelyn clicked it open to watch. In the video, Weston was hugging Huxley's thigh, crying his eyes out while saying, "Chloe brother, you must never wrong Star in the future." Ambrosio, absolutely no breaking martial arts morality before the wedding day. You need to be disciplined with yourself and control your impulses. Gracelyn. Huxley. Ambertually, Gracelyn was touched, so moved indeed. Immediately she sent a voice note to Huxley, "Chloe other Cheen, don't be angry at Weston. We really just have a very simple brotherhood relationship, without any other personal relationship. I don't know if you can understand this, but I hope you can understand." Of course, Huxley could understand, otherwise, Weston should already call 120 now, after getting beaten up by him. In a calm tone, Huxley also sent back a voice note, "Ambro right, I know. Don't worry. He's drunk, he's had a sobering broth. Get some rest, okay? Chloe good." Linking her eyes, Gracelyn didn't reply anymore for the moment. She believed that Huxley could handle things well. Turning off his cell phone, Huxley looked at Weston who still had red-rimmed eyes. His tone unexpectedly softened as he said, "Ambro right, stop messing around." Weston insisted, "Then promise me." Huxley. "Fine." Huxley nodded. "I promise, Big Brother promises you that I will not touch her before the wedding, okay?" Weston, "Then take an oath." Huxley. "What do you do when you want to hit someone? How about it? Is everyone watching him closely, letting him only after the wedding?" Huxley couldn't help giving Weston a gentle kick with his foot, saying, "Don't go overboard. It's getting late, don't act crazy, go to sleep right now." Weston wouldn't give in, showing a heroic and unwavering persistence like a martyr. Take an oath. Huxley really wanted to punch him. Chloe looking at Weston with red eyes, about to cry again. Huxley sighed inwardly, "Okay, I swear, I won't touch her before the wedding, alright?" "Weston, you need to raise your hand to make such an oath." Huxley was speechless, while Weston lifted Huxley's hand. Seeing no way out, Huxley had no choice but to repeat it. Only then did Weston finally appear satisfied, nodding his head, saying, "Okay. Chloe brother, I believe you." Huxley wanted to say, "No, don't believe me, even I don't believe myself." Huxley didn't say it. What was the point of talking about these things with a drunken man? Oath-taking is oath-taking, but nobody said one has to keep their word after making an oath, right? Ambro right, go to sleep quickly, Huxley said. Weston, Chloe brother, I want a car too. Huxley, question mark. Weston explained, "This is such a festive event as your wedding, and I'm also a half-Cupid after all. I introduced you two on WeChat. Isn't it fair for me to ask for a car?" Huxley. "Which car do you want?" Huxley asked him. Weston raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Amber, you really going to buy me one?" Huxley, less talking. "Didn't you act out this midnight drama just to get a car?" "Not at all." Weston denied. Huxley looked at him, "Just contact the car company yourself if you want a specific model." Weston blinked, "Not from a car shop." Huxley, filled with disdain, "Don't want a custom-made one?" Weston's eyes shone brightly, "Want." Chloe brother, you said it yourself. Amber Weston's cars are always custom-made. Wow, he hit the jackpot. Though Weston himself naturally owned cars, compared to his elder brothers, they were just peanuts. Overexcited, Weston reached out to hug Huxley. Disgusted, Huxley shifted away, "Look at your pitiful demeanor." Weston. He seemed thoroughly despised by the young master. Ambro right, tilting his head, Huxley urged Weston to bed. Satisfied with Huxley's firm promise and gaining a free car, Weston agreed promptly, "Okay." Then he really got into bed to sleep. Huxley held on to him and instructed the servant nearby, "Help the little master prepare and then let him sleep." Yes, the servant bowed and hurriedly went to get Weston clean clothes and a hairdryer. In the bathroom earlier, Weston was drenched cold through. Ambro thought he had used a towel to dry off, he was still quite wet. The servant led Weston to clean up, finally calming down. Huxley had a headache thinking about crying like this while drunk, how embarrassing. On his way back to his bedroom, Huxley pulled out his phone and sent a message to Gracelyn, "This kid blackmailed me for a car before sleeping." Seeing this on her phone, Gracelyn chuckled. She replied, "Which car?" Huxley replied, "Custom-made. Chloe should sleep now. It's quite late, staying up too late won't look pretty." Gracelyn, cute face, "Can't sleep." Huxley smiled, "Thinking of me?" Blushing, Gracelyn still replied, "Yeah." Huxley immediately replied, "Let me pick you up." Shocked by this text, Gracelyn knew how impulsive Huxley could be. She replied instantly, No, just go to sleep well and rest, we'll meet tomorrow." Feeling a bit unhappy but not wanting to force her, Huxley replied, "Okay, but whenever you think of it, I'll come pick you up or visit you at home." Amber surge of sweetness rose in Gracelyn's heart. She never thought Huxley could be so domineering and passionate. Gracelyn replied, "Got it, but it's really unnecessary. You've had plenty of alcohol and been awake till now, go take a shower and rest well. We'll see each other tomorrow." Amber afraid of disturbing Gracelyn's sleep, Huxley replied, "Good, then rest early, good night." Gracelyn, "Good night." Huxley, "Give me a kiss." Gracelyn, "Kisses." Huxley, "Not enough." Gracelyn, Then what do you want? Huxley, I want to go to your house. Gracelyn, Chloe brother Chin, stop it. Huxley, Ambrowright, get some rest, be a good girl. Gracelyn, Ambrowright, go clean up soon. Switching off his phone, Huxley headed straight to his washroom to clean up. Gracelyn intended to sleep but still couldn't fall asleep. She was slightly blaming herself, because in her heart, she really didn't want to part ways with Huxley. She lay there lost in thought. Gracelyn was almost drifting off to sleep when her phone buzzed again. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she picked up the phone to check. It turned out Huxley sent her a message. I've cleaned up, baby. Going to bed, ready to sleep. Picture. See you tomorrow, Rowena. Good night. Almost all of Gracelyn's drowsiness disappeared. Unexpectedly, after bathing and cleaning up, he actually reported it to her. The picture was actually his selfie. This almost made Gracelyn scream in shock. Huxley didn't seem like someone who would take selfies. The photo showed him lying in bed covered with a blue-black silk quilt, prepared to sleep peacefully. His sharp and handsome features outshined any popular male celebrity. Gracelyn hurriedly saved the picture. Initially, she wanted to reply to him but feared he would know she hadn't slept yet. If they started chatting, it might go on for ages. After pondering for a while, Gracelyn didn't reply to Huxley. Let him rest well. Soon she set that selfie as the background for their chat. Delighted, she watched the picture for a long time before putting her phone down to sleep. This unusual honeymoon night was slightly regretful. This regret was Gracelyn thinking she should have gone back to sight1 with Huxley on the registration night. Sleeping in the same bed, hugged tightly by Chin Clorother, would have been sweet and romantic. Cause of her own shy and face-saving nature, a slight regret lingered. However, despite this small regret, they still had a lifetime together to cherish and hold each other, never separating. Life is long, and every day will be like a sweet love affair. The next day, Gracelyn woke up naturally after a full night's sleep. The moment she regained her thoughts, she instinctively touched the necklace around her neck. Sweet love. Amber gift from her husband. Yeah. She had taken off the ring and earrings last night but left on the necklace. Hee asterisk intersection underscore intersection asterisk. Since it's called Sweet Love, it must be one of FL's pinnacle limited editions this year. Gracelyn had quite a collection of jewelry, but she didn't have much detailed knowledge about them. However, judging by the purity and quality of this gemstone, it must be very valuable, but not absurdly expensive, right? FL releases such a jewelry set every year. Curious, Gracelyn immediately checked the official FL website on her phone. Seeing the price still made her pause. It had several nines. Gracelyn. She was instantly astonished, inwardly criticizing. Even that single missing cent was explained as uniqueness by FL. Gracelyn felt like ranting. Cloaked top luxury brands often do these gimmicks. Right. After checking the price, Gracelyn opened WeChat to reply to Huxley. However, when she opened the chat, she found that Huxley had sent her several voice messages early in the morning at 8 o'clock. Gracelyn's lips curved into a smile, and she immediately played the voice messages. Huxley's deep and pleasant voice came from the speaker. Good morning, Rowena. You're probably still asleep. I'm really sorry to tell you this regretful news. I have to go on an international project which will take about 5 days. So, I'm really sorry to leave you soon, and we won't have dinner together tonight. I wanted to bring you along, but I need to leave now, and I don't want you to suffer from the journey. Stay put in coaxing and wait for me. Once I finish my business, I'll come back immediately. Hyder has arranged everything. I'll send you the list of brand options, and you can pick what you like. I've also sent you Hyder's contact details. I've scheduled him to pick you up at 3 in the afternoon to sight1. If you prefer to stay at your parents' house, just enjoy your time there waiting for me to return. Chloe the way, I asked someone to deliver breakfast to your place. Let me know if you want anything else. I'm boarding now and will be flying soon, so I won't receive your message. Eat your breakfast well once you wake up and have a good day. Enjoy yourself. Around 7 tonight, I'll arrive at my destination and can receive your messages. I'm shutting down now. Chloe good. After listening, Gracelyn blinked. He's going on a business trip. Unexpectedly so soon. If she had known, she should have gone back with him last night. Gracelyn felt a bit depressed. She hadn't expected they would part ways the day after their marriage registration. Unhappy, carrot. Gracelyn looked at the time. She wasn't late waking up, just past 9:30 in the morning. She decided to get up immediately to eat the breakfast Huxley had delivered for her. While getting ready, Gracelyn replied to Huxley, okay, I understand. I'll wait for you to come back, Clorother Chin. Remember to eat 3 meals a day on your business trip, don't work late at night, and try to sleep early. I'll take care of myself, don't worry. Chloe the way, where are you flying? Oh, and your selfie looks so handsome. After replying to Huxley, Gracelyn saved Hyder's contact. She planned to choose the brands while having breakfast. After tidying up, Gracelyn saw another message from Weston. Little star, I did something significant last night. I was drunk last night and embarrassed. Hugging my big brother's leg crying, you know. Sigh, no face left. Good news is that my big brother promised to give me a custom luxury car, ha ha ha. I already talked it out with him. He promised not to touch you before the wedding. He even swore it. So you can enjoy the sweet honeymoon. How about it? Amber, I consider it enough. Graceland slowly raised an eyebrow, blushed, and replied through clenched teeth, you are indeed considerate. Then she forwarded the video Huxley had sent her to Weston, crying like this. Weston quickly replied, damn. My big brother isn't abiding by martial arts morality. How could he record this? Delete it quickly. I still have dignity. Walking downstairs, Graceland giggled and replied to Weston, thank you, She, I love you. Weston covered his face and replied, sister-in-law. I know you love me, and I love you too. Receiving such a message makes me feel like I'm doomed. Graceland, no nonsense. We're brother and sister best friends. Weston, yeah. Forever. The She family has 3 sons. Huxley is the eldest, John is the second son, currently not in coaxing, and the youngest is Weston. They have no daughters, so Weston grew up playing with girls. When Graceland graduated and got married directly, Weston felt like he was sending off a sister or daughter, all mixed feelings. His heart truly went out to her. Translation completed based on the original tone and structure, ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 29, What? Amber, you afraid, Miss Meng? Graceland came downstairs and saw Martha sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Upon seeing Graceland, Martha got up happily and teased her, oh, the Honorable Rowena has finally woken up. Graceland blushed and said coyly, Mom, don't say that. Martha laughed brightly and pulled her over, your husband sent a bouquet of 999 roses this morning. Amber, and he also had breakfast delivered from Royal One. Tell me, how can you not be the Honorable Rowena? Come on, the breakfast is still warm. Graceland was surprised and thrilled, even her voice sounded excited, Amber, he. She couldn't express what she wanted to say. Martha held her hand and laughed, how did it go? Was it super great? Graceland continued blushing. Martha patted her hand and sighed, to think that Huxley could be such an attentive and romantic man, I really didn't see it coming. Graceland blinked and thought that Martha's words were right on point. She hadn't seen it coming at all. Martha led Graceland to the dining table where she saw the huge bouquet of roses. Indeed, 999 roses made for quite a large bunch. Graceland immediately smiled, they're so beautiful. Martha waved for the maid to bring the breakfast. Graceland looked closely and noticed something else, there's a gift and a card too. Right, Martha marveled once more, how thoughtful, go on, check it out. Graceland sat down, picked up the gift box and the card. She opened the card first, which had powerful and elegant handwriting, the pearl earrings you wore last time looked beautiful on you. I think pearls suit you very well, so I had someone pick a pair for you. See you when I get back. The sender was, Huxley. Graceland felt dazed, was She really too good? Martha glanced as well, oh, pearls. Graceland opened the gift box and found a pair of very high-quality pearl earrings inside. They weren't stud earrings but slightly longer ones with diamonds attached, looking very nice. Martha remarked, so pretty. Star, let me put them on for you. Martha helped Graceland wear the earrings while the maid brought the breakfast. Last night, Martha knew that the honey love set Graceland wore was sent by Huxley. Sending a set yesterday and another today, only showed how considerate Huxley was, making Martha immensely satisfied and happy. After wearing them, Martha urged her, eat quickly. Yes, Graceland nodded and asked, would you like to have some more, Mom? I've already eaten. Martha served Graceland porridge and said smilingly, your husband was so considerate, he sent breakfast for the whole family, so we've benefited from it. Graceland hurriedly said, don't say that, Mom. It's my blessing to have you all. Martha smiled broadly, eat up then. Graceland took a bite of a crab bun, being very obedient, I'm eating. Martha stopped talking and quietly ate breakfast with Graceland. Graceland took a picture of herself having breakfast and sent it to Huxley. Graceland, picture, look. She, I've received the flowers and gifts, thank you. Breakfast was delicious, and I love it. Amber, you sleeping or working on the plane now? Don't forget to tell me which country and hotel you're staying at when you arrive. After sending the message, Graceland turned off her phone, and Martha stared at her with a smile. Amber, aren't you going to the company to find your husband after breakfast? Graceland paused, no, She is on a business trip. Amber, business trip? Martha was surprised, not in coaxing. Graceland said slightly dejectedly, he left early this morning, and I don't know which country he flew to. He said it would be several days. Graceland looked so disheartened when saying this that Martha felt extremely sorry for her. I didn't hear him say that last night either, Martha quickly added. It must have been decided this morning, Graceland replied. Oh. Martha pouted, Chloe, are you sad? Graceland blushed and hastily said, of course not. He'll be back in a few days. Martha chuckled but also felt a little regretful. Last night your dad mentioned not wanting you to stay at Huxley's place overnight, but unexpectedly, you did come back home. Even more surprisingly, Huxley went on a business trip. Claude, it's fine, you stay here for a few days, your dad and brothers will be very happy. However, Graceland said, I'll go to Shi in the afternoon. Martha raised her eyebrow, look, you grown-ups just can't be kept. You still want to go to She even though Huxley isn't there. Gracelyn stuck out her tongue. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I'm just going over to familiarize myself. I'll stay here and there these few days. Martha thought about it and agreed with a laugh. Okay, it's up to you. Make whatever arrangements you want. No need to worry about your father and brothers. Gracelyn nodded. Got it. After finishing breakfast, the maids came to clear the table. Gracelyn instructed them to move Huxley's flowers to her room. Including yesterday's bouquet, she now had 2 bouquets sent by She. Gracelyn was very happy. She suddenly had an idea. What if she allowed She to send her a huge bouquet every day? Every single day. What a wonderful idea. Absolutely perfect. With this thought, Gracelyn quickly sent a message to Huxley. She, I decide to allow you to send me a super big bouquet of flowers every day from now on. Ghost face. Just as Gracelyn finished sending the message, Martha pulled her. Star, come to my room. I have something secret to tell you. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, feeling oddly embarrassed, fearing her mother might say those awkward things. Gracelyn couldn't say anything and was dragged into the room by Martha. Gracelyn stood awkwardly, blushing and asked, Mom, what do you want to say to me? Why so secretive? Martha smiled warmly. Of course, it's about matters between men and women. Come, sit down. Martha felt a bit embarrassed herself while saying this. Hearing this, Gracelyn blushed even deeper and reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She pulled her hand away from Martha. Amber, Mom, no, I don't want to listen. I'm not stupid, you don't have to say anything, Martha laughed. There's no need to be shy. Gracelyn freaked out even more. I'm leaving, rest assured. With that, she fled, cheeks burning red, afraid that Martha might try to impart knowledge forcibly. Martha chuckled heartily at her reaction, muttering to herself, really a young girl, so embarrassed. Gracelyn ran back to her room like she was escaping death, her face burning hot. She didn't expect Martha to be so bold and actually want to talk about those topics. Oh heavens, help. Luckily she had run fast enough. At that moment, Gracelyn's phone rang. Checking, it was a group video call from the Iron 5. Gracelyn sat on the sofa and tapped to open the video call. Soon, all 5 people appeared on the screen. Nicola, Amberly, and Celine greeted her as if they had coordinated beforehand. Good morning, Crown Princess. They even bowed formally as if in ancient times. Gracelyn almost fainted, nearly laughing at them. What are you doing? Putting on a play? Amberly giggled. Oh, young lady Cheen, your little brother Weston told us about your successful flash marriage yesterday. Nicola chimed in. Yeah. They say President Cheen was extra generous last night. Celine also chimed in. Yeah. Last night Weston even swore not to touch you before the wedding and bet a car on it. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh and cry, saying, so? So you're treating us today. Nicola immediately said, we're setting off to play now, do you have any objections? Gracelyn smiled, of course not. Whatever you arrange is fine. The 4 of them cheered, yay. After making this agreement, Gracelyn started getting ready to leave. Of course, she didn't forget to send a message to Huxley about her itinerary. Amber thought Huxley couldn't reply at the moment, he would definitely respond once he landed and saw her message. Gracelyn changed into a simple pink t-shirt with white shorts and wore a pair of white sneakers. Since it was a bit sporty and casual, she wore the pearl earrings Huxley had just given her, as well as the honey love ring. After getting ready, she picked up a medium-sized black tote bag and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she called Hyder. Hyder answered quickly, hello, young lady. Gracelyn paused for a second, realizing Huxley must have given him her contact information. Hi, Hyder. Gracelyn's voice was sweet. Cheen mentioned you were supposed to pick me up from the Meng family to take me back to She this afternoon. That's correct, Hyder responded immediately. Master Cheen wanted you to sleep more, but if you want me to come over now, I can do that right away. No need, Gracelyn stuck out her tongue. I made plans to go out with Weston and others, probably until late tonight. I'm calling you because you don't need to pick me up, I might go straight back to She. Oh, sure thing, Hyder replied with a hearty laugh. Young lady, you can come anytime. If you plan to come over tonight, feel free to call me, and I'll personally pick you up. Hyder was very nice, and Gracelyn happily said, we'll see. Oh, by the way, Hyder, if my friends come back to She with me, is that okay? Sometimes they would stay at each other's homes when playing late into the night. Of course, young lady. It's your home. You're the hostess. You can invite whoever you like. Hyder said promptly, you don't even need to ask me. You can invite as many people as you want. Gracelyn smiled. Amber, right, I understand. We'll decide later. I might come alone or have you pick us up. Gracelyn stuck out her tongue again. Sure. I'll follow young lady's arrangements. Amber, right, goodbye, Hyder. Yes, goodbye young lady. After hanging up, Gracelyn felt cheerful. Yes. Chloeing in charge feels really good. She put her phone in her bag and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, her phone rang again. Gracelyn checked and saw an unknown number. Hello, who's this? Gracelyn answered. Meng miss, this is Perry. I'd like to meet and talk with you. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, surprised that Perry would reach out directly. She responded, sorry, Zhao miss, I don't think we have much to discuss. Just as Gracelyn was about to hang up, Perry retorted, what? Are you afraid, Miss Meng? Gracelyn. Where? Gracelyn asked. Amber thought Gracelyn wasn't easily provoked by Perry's challenge. She knew Perry wouldn't let things rest easily. In the green tea fragrance booth at Qinglu Tea House. I'll wait for you. This meeting cannot be avoided. Perry hung up first. Gracelyn. This Perry was really full of herself, acting like a host. Where did she get such audacity? Had she forgotten being scolded by Huxley like a dog yesterday and cleaning the office? Gracelyn pouted in anger, frowning. Gracelyn messaged Huxley directly to report the matter. Your good classmate, Miss Zhao, has contacted me, insisting on talking. Do you think she will bully me? Or will I be unable to resist bullying her? Would you be upset if I bullied her? Realizing something odd, Gracelyn immediately retracted these messages. Cause she thought of something. She hoped Huxley could understand her relationship with Weston, including when she told him, I love you. These words came from the heart, and she wished Huxley could understand without getting jealous, even feeling happy for her having a close friend like a sibling. Then what about Perry? Though Huxley only considered her a regular classmate, there was still some connection, not a complete stranger. Considering this, Gracelyn thought that if she expected Huxley to understand her bond with Weston, then she should consider his feelings too. Plus, handling such small matters poorly would make her seem incompetent. If she needed to complain, it wouldn't be now. With her mind set, Gracelyn slung her bag and left. In the main hall, Martha was sitting in the living room chatting enthusiastically with Nora, who had joined a family chat group named Grandparents Group. Even Meng Zai Kai and Qin Shuquan were added but remained silent. Nora was sending pictures of baby clothes, making Martha beam with joy. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Mom, who are you chatting with so happily? Martha hurriedly turned off her phone. Oh, just chatting nonsense with your mother-in-law. Amber, Gracelyn nodded. I'm going out with Nicola and the others. Okay, Martha waved. Have fun, honey. Gracelyn smiled. Got it. Chapter 30, You Amber the one who stole love. Gracelyn left the door, heading to the villa's parking lot to get her car when she received a text from Perry. I've already set off. She glanced at it, put her phone into her bag, and drove her own car. Once in the car, Gracelyn opened her bag and applied some lipstick. Today, she hadn't worn makeup but her natural beauty was hard to conceal. Just a hint of lipstick was enough to handle any occasion effortlessly. The lipstick she chose wasn't a pale, elegant earth tone. Instead, it was a bright vermilion red that perfectly matched the sunny sky. Qinglu Tea House was an ancient-style tea house located on the outskirts, offering various traditional Chinese tea ceremonies like boiled tea and point tea, as well as snacks from ancient times. Additionally, there were performances of classical dances and musical accompaniments by ancient instruments. It was refreshingly serene and exuded a full atmosphere of scholarly antiquity. Friends who shared this refined taste could also purchase exquisite ancient-style clothing, have their hair styled in ancient fashion, or try other unique experiences. Of course, if one wasn't in the mood for such elegance, casual visits were also welcome. Thus, Qinglu Tea House had both costumed servers and customers, as well as modern-dressed guests, creating a blend of past and present, an intriguing blend of time and space. Gracelyn and Weston had visited this place before, finding it quite enjoyable for relaxation, especially with its evening entertainment programs. Naturally, the tea there wasn't cheap. From the Meng residence to Qinglu Tea House, it took about an hour's drive. On the road, Nicola called her, asking, Dear Crown Princess classmate, we're all ready to set off. How about you? I'll be a bit late, said Gracelyn, wearing her Bluetooth earphones. Perry invited me to Qinglu Tea House for a chat, and I'm heading there now. Perry? Nicola raised an eyebrow. Isn't she that award-winning actress? Yep, replied Gracelyn. Nicola clicked her tongue in confusion. When did you two meet? Is she inviting you for a role? Or maybe signing you to her production company? Chloe the way, she has her own film and television company and has signed several promising young talents recently. Gracelyn responded, I won't go to her company. She invited me, well, how should I say this, she might be my rival. Indeed, Perry's behavior in the office that day fit this suspicion. Rival? Nicola thought for a moment. You mean her and your husband? Right, Gracelyn answered. Claude, I can't be sure until I meet her and see what she says. Nicola exclaimed, damn, if she likes your husband, that's not just being a rival. You're married. She'd be a mistress. Amber, she dares to invite you for a chat. How bold of her. Moreover, it's only the second day after your wedding, and she's already brazenly challenging you? No way. I must come too, I'll deal with her personally. Isn't she blatantly bullying you? Gracelyn hurriedly said, I haven't confirmed yet, don't get so worked up. Nicola insisted, no, we should go together, we can't let you be at a disadvantage. Qinglu Tea House, right? Amber Auntie here is still a VIP there. Why should I fear her? If she insults you, we'll definitely teach her a lesson. Who cares if she's an award-winning actress? Gracelyn smiled, feeling warmed inside. Don't get so agitated, I'm not entirely clear either, so there's no need to cause a scene. I'll know after talking to her. You guys go ahead to Float Palace, I'll join you later. Charge my account. Nicola blinked. What do you mean you're not entirely clear? Since Gracelyn was driving, she briefly recounted the events at Huxley's office. Nicola exclaimed, this isn't clear? She definitely has improper intentions towards your husband. She acts like she owns the place, what else does she want? Gracelyn laughed. Though it seems so, she hasn't directly said anything, so I'll listen to her. Amber right. Nicola nodded, her eyes turning. You go and talk to her. If she makes any moves on President Sheen, call us immediately, and we'll come to deal with her. Got it, got it. Gracelyn replied. Okay, drive safely, we'll talk later. Nicola hung up. Gracelyn arrived at Qinglu Tea House around 10:45. She didn't bother with changing into costume, simply instructing the server to take her to the booth. Qinglu Tea House mostly had booths, though it did have private rooms. However, these weren't easy to book, typically reserved for important guests. Perry obviously didn't qualify. Led by the server, Gracelyn entered the booth. The booth was against the wall, flanked by large display cabinets, which housed beautiful decorations, paintings, antiques, and teaware. Amber delicate screen adorned the front, embroidered with pearls and fine silk, enhancing the elegance and privacy of the space. Upon entering, Gracelyn found Perry already sipping tea. She wore a white dress today, looking dignified and graceful. Gracelyn slightly raised an eyebrow. Perry turned to look at her and stood up first, smiling. Hello, Miss Meng, please sit. Her manners were much more courteous than yesterday's outburst. Perry's makeup today was impeccable, giving off a grand award ceremony vibe. Politeness begets politeness, Gracelyn nodded gently. Sure. Just as Gracelyn was about to speak, Perry suddenly interrupted. Excuse me, Miss Meng, please wait for a moment. Gracelyn frowned. Do you have something to attend to? Perry smiled brightly. When I visit Qinglu Tea House, I usually wear ancient costumes, partly for fun and partly to feel more authentic. Cloaked since this invitation was mine, it wouldn't be polite for me to change beforehand. So, I'm waiting for you before getting dressed. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Gracelyn. Gracelyn immediately stood up. If you insist on being this meticulous, you can enjoy it yourself. I have things to do, so I'll leave. Wasn't Perry deliberately making things difficult? Making her wait after a 1-hour drive just to get dressed? Gracelyn wasn't that patient. With her expression turning sour, Gracelyn started to leave. Perry stopped her, apologetically saying, Miss Meng, please don't be angry. It really won't take long. My makeup is done, and I just need to change clothes and style my hair quickly. Gracelyn. Gracelyn originally didn't want to deal with Perry, feeling that Zhao seemed to be intentionally teasing her. Perry continued, Miss Meng, for someone of your age, having a big temper isn't good. Huxley, who grew up privileged, might find such temperament off-putting over time. Now, Gracelyn understood, Perry was deliberately picking a fight. How dare she think she could bully her? Hadn't Huxley reprimanded her yesterday like a dog? Yet today, she had the audacity to provoke her again. Instead of leaving, Gracelyn laughed and replied, You're absolutely right. Miss Zhao reminds me so well. Otherwise, wouldn't you, acting out in his office, get scolded and made to clean up, feeling very wronged? Perry's smile instantly cracked, then hastily composed herself. Miss Meng, you're joking. Mr. Qin and I are classmates, it's normal for us to quarrel sometimes. Gracelyn almost felt like retorting sarcastically, smiling as she smacked her lips. Miss Zhao sure knows how to gild the lily. Didn't you say you wanted to change into an ancient costume? Go ahead quickly. Just don't keep me waiting too long. My temper is indeed not very good, but Clorather Qin likes it that way. So, I don't need to change it. If you make me wait too long, and my temper flares up, I won't know how to end it. Maybe only Clorather Qin can calm things down then. These words infuriated Perry. This brat looked young and sweet but could speak so rudely. Unable to respond from anger, Perry finally nodded and turned to follow the server. Gracelyn loudly asked, Chloe the way, Miss Zhao, are you treating me today? Perry turned around, magnanimously replying, Of course. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow and immediately instructed the server, Then give me a bowl of Goldenhall spring tea. The most expensive tea in the tea house. She had naturally tasted this tea before, Weston paid for it. Amber thought it was quite pricey, it tasted good. Now that Perry was paying, not drinking would be wasteful. Perry probably didn't expect Gracelyn to be so shameless as to order the most expensive tea. Her face instantly turned grim, but before she could speak, Gracelyn smiled at her. Miss Zhao isn't feeling sorry about it, right? No problem. If you feel sorry, I'll pay myself. I thought Miss Zhao was a successful career woman. I didn't expect, just. Third Miss Meng is joking. Perry interrupted, feel free to order whatever you want. With that, she stormed off. Gracelyn leisurely sat down, folded her arms, and tilted her head in thought. Is there something wrong with Perry's brain? Did she invite her here just to torment herself? Gracelyn pouted. Perfect, if she doesn't torture herself, who will? Perry really deserves it. Gracelyn picked up the menu. Apart from the exorbitantly priced tea, the pastries and snacks here were also expensive. They were unique, made purely by ancient methods, and you couldn't find them outside. Gracelyn didn't hesitate and ordered 2 portions of each item. Sure enough, Perry intentionally toyed with her, taking her time getting ready in her ancient costume. Cloaked Gracelyn didn't care either. There was already a table full of delicious food and tea. Though she wasn't hungry, she enjoyed the meal immensely. She even sent a message to Huxley, Image. Here's a table full of yummy stuff, She. Paid for by your classmate Miss Zhao. I'll eat until it's worth it. After Perry was done preparing, she finally arrived. Seeing the table filled with pastries and snacks, her expression soured. She sneered at Gracelyn, third Miss Meng has quite an appetite. That disdainful look nearly suggested Gracelyn ate like a pig. Gracelyn laughed, savoring a bite of pastry, thanks for the compliment. I'm young, so my metabolism is great. Even if I eat a lot, I won't gain weight. She sized up Perry, saying, Sister Zhao, probably not. Perry, being Huxley's classmate, was surely not young. Furious, Perry's nose nearly crooked. Gracelyn elegantly took a sip of tea. Sister Zhao, get on with it. You've wasted over half an hour already. The 20 minutes mentioned earlier were just a lie. Perry sat down, wearing a striking red ancient costume with simple yet ornate hairpins adorned with gold. It was beautifully dazzling. Suppressing all her emotions and anger, she drank some tea. Third Miss Meng has such an illustrious background, calling me Sister Zhao is too much. Please call me Miss Zhao. Gracelyn. Perry was truly melodramatic, acting like she was in a play. How did putting on ancient costumes make her act like that? Gracelyn said, right, all right. Tell me why you called me here. Perry asked, Are you really married to Huxley? Gracelyn replied, yes, you can ask him if you don't believe me. I didn't bring the marriage certificate. Perry's grip on the teacup tightened, glaring fiercely at her. Why? Why did you marry him? Gracelyn found it inexplicable, shrugging, I marry whoever I want. Why does there have to be a reason? What do you want? What are you trying to say? Let me tell you, Chin Clorother and I are legally married. I hope you don't cause trouble. Actually, talking to me about him is already very impolite. Perry loosened her grip on the teacup and smiled. Do you love him? How much do you love him? How long have you loved him? What have you done for him? To be honest, what does third Miss Meng see in Mr. Chin? Is it his wealth, status, or power? Gracelyn laughed. You're so strange. Why should I tell you? Perry hadn't expected Gracelyn to say something so shameless. Enraged, she lost control. Can you talk properly? Do you even know you're the one who stole love? This made Gracelyn raise an eyebrow slowly. Oh, she was the one who stole love? How so? Gracelyn stared at Perry and asked. Chapter 31, It's simple, I will ruin you. Gracelyn's face already betrayed her emotions as she asked this question. The young girl was just out of school, with everything reflected on her face. Perry sneered inwardly. Rookie is a rookie, having never been in society, completely lacking in experience, simply like a blank sheet of paper, easy to deceive. Just a few words would deply her and throw her off balance. Correction. Just a few words would deply her, leaving her completely off balance. Further refinement for fluency and natural English. Just a few words would leave her deeply shaken and completely off balance. Perry took out 2 sheets of paper from her bag, somewhat resembling ancient letters. She unfolded them and showed Gracelyn. Gracelyn frowned. The paper looked old, yellowed with age. The calligraphy written with a brush pen was cursive and difficult to decipher. Perry explained, this is running script. The 2 lines are, Guan Guan Zhu Jiu, by Riverside. Amber graceful lady, whom the nobleman seeks. Signed by Huxley. Do you understand it? Indeed, the brush calligraphy was quite sloppy yet majestic, like an exquisite masterpiece. There's more time, Perry continued. Third Miss Meng should see that these were written by Huxley for me back in our 3rd year of high school. Though the handwriting was very sloppy, it perfectly matched the sentences Perry mentioned. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was those lines. Even the signature clearly read, Huxley. Gracelyn's heart skipped a beat. Cloyd Clorother had always been single, right? Cloyd Clorother had told her that their first kiss was truly their first. So there hadn't been any flirtations with other women. Then what did this mean? Gracelyn's expression grew even darker. Her stunning beauty, which usually left people dazzled, now took on a hint of grievance. Perry stared at her, feeling envious. If she wasn't at odds with Gracelyn, even looking at that face made her feel heartache. What a natural actress. Just her face could win over everyone. Perry produced another sheet of paper, and this one. She unfurled it and added, you probably can't make out this one either. It reads, if love remains strong, why need daily closeness? Gracelyn bit her lip and retorted, you're trying to fool me with 2 papers signed with Cloyd Clorother's name but unknown origins. If it were real, why didn't you confront me yesterday at the office? Now, meeting me privately, you want to sow discord between us? Do you think I'll harbor these suspicions and create trouble for She, never explaining my reasons, giving you a chance to take advantage during this time? Or do you think because we married suddenly, I will distance myself from She or lock my heart away and divorce him later? No matter what you think, Miss Zhao, your plan won't work. Despite her youth and current hurt feelings, Perry's tactics seemed too simple. In such matters, she could confront Huxley directly and get answers. If it were true as Perry said, then, she would leave with a large settlement. Amber, she thought this, a phrase popped into Graceland's mind. Can you bear it? Was it asking herself? Amber, after listening quietly to Graceland, Perry responded gently and empathetically like a caring older sister. I didn't confront you in the office because, as you understand, there are many things hard to explain. From high school to university and beyond graduation, over a decade, there's much I cannot fully explain to you. You might think anyone could write these letters, but the traces of time on the paper cannot be faked, can they? Have you ever considered that you might just be cannon fodder in the relationship between Huxley and me? Think of the many dramas you've watched. Art comes from life. Someone as proud as General Qin, when in a mood, might do something crazy, like marrying you abruptly. Chloe, this point, Graceland couldn't listen anymore, coldly saying, even if you embellish it with flowery speech, Qin and I are already married. And are you here to break us apart? That's the behavior of a homewrecker. You. Perry cut her off, only the unloved party is the homewrecker. Chloe sides, I'm only telling you the truth. Amber, and really, do you love Huxley? How much do you love him? Isn't it that his excellent conditions have enchanted you, so you wanted to marry him and become the first lady? Chloe, do you really understand him? Graceland was stumped. I understand him, Perry said, from high school through college to work, I know him better than I know myself. I've loved him for over 10 years. You? How long have you loved him? Do you really think being the first lady is so easy? Hearing Perry's questions, Graceland's brow tightened. Neither of them knew that right next door, a group of eavesdroppers was squatting. Though separated by cabinets designed for soundproofing, they weren't entirely effective, and the two girls were not whispering. Speaking in normal or slightly louder voices, likely due to emotional agitation. The group of eavesdroppers included Weston, Tracy, Brianna, Celine, and an elder. Nora. Nora was invited by Weston. Upon hearing this, Weston was practically ready to explode. His treasured brother being bullied by others, how could he stand it? Nora was furious too, finding it unbearable to listen further. Nora rolled up her sleeves, metaphorically, and suppressed her voice, saying, "Kids, attack." Weston and company were already itching to intervene. Immediately, one hand held half-drunk tea, the other a half-eaten pastry, ready to spring into action. Amber, at that moment, Nora suddenly heard Graceland's voice and immediately commanded, "Wait." They pressed their ears against the cabinet again. Graceland's voice sounded almost strained. Who said I've only liked him for a few days? I've actually liked him for a long time. I've always had a crush on Qin since childhood. Definitely longer than you. Compared to Perry's experiences, Graceland appeared innocent and childlike, which made her words seem childish. This startled Perry. She hadn't anticipated this answer. She had only thought that Huxley's excellent conditions would be extremely tempting to someone like Graceland, who hadn't even entered society yet. Now she claimed to have harbored a crush on Huxley for years? Impossible. Not just Perry but also the group of eavesdroppers next door was shocked. What? Crush? Oh my. No wonder. Perry was momentarily stunned. Graceland, sounding like a child comparing whose dad was stronger, said, "You were only his classmate in high school. I went to play at the Qin family home since childhood. When I was young, Qin even carried me. He was around 12 or 13 then. Did he ever carry you back then?" Graceland looked at Perry, eyes red and teary, dropping a couple of golden tears. Perry. Perry had never encountered this kind of situation before, a conversation turning to crying. Comparing childhoods in a childish manner to gain the upper hand. This left Perry utterly perplexed. Amber, after a pause, she retorted, "How does childhood matter? I and General Qin." Before she finished, a cup of green tea splashed onto her face. It was matcha, full of foam, absurdly green and comical looking. Eyes wide open, Perry saw several people standing inside the booth. Of course, it was Nora leading Weston and the others. That fragrant green tea was courtesy of Weston. Before Perry could scream, another wave of tea splashed towards her. Followed by 2 more cups of varying flavors, strong and light, Perry let out a shocked scream. And Graceland was also surprised for a moment, then felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. "Amber and Shuang," she called out. Amber and Shuang? Perry was momentarily stunned. Was it Li Shuang? Huxley's mother? Perry couldn't see because her eyes were covered with tea. She hastily reached out to find some tissues. Li Shuang looked at Graceland with concern and hurriedly pulled her hand. "Xinger, have you been wronged? You should call me Mom now." Li Shuang gazed at Graceland's red, tear-filled eyes with deep compassion. The thought of how Gracelyn had secretly admired Huxley since childhood and the way Perry had just bullied her made Li Qingxuang's heart ache even more. Gracelyn felt slightly embarrassed and blushed slightly but immediately corrected herself. "Mom," she said. Li Qingxuang instantly broke into a broad smile, nodding enthusiastically. On the other side, Perry finally managed to grab some tissues and quickly wiped the tea from her eyes. This wiped off half of her perfect makeup, making her look like a ghost, even causing her false eyelashes to curl up. The teas contained sugar, so they were sticky too. As soon as Perry painfully opened her eyes, she saw the 5 people standing inside the booth. Indeed, it was Li Qingxuang and Weston. Perry froze, still not fully comprehending what was happening. Suddenly, pastries started flying towards her. Some were whole, others partially bitten, chaotically landing on her head, face, and clothes. "Amberea!" Perry screamed continuously, looking both ridiculous and hilarious. One small piece of pastry even stuck to her exquisite hairpin. "You still have the nerve to call out. You wicked woman." Weston yelled angrily at Perry, ready to pounce and beat her up. Perry's screams alerted the waitstaff and the supervisor who rushed over. They lifted the embroidered beaded curtain and asked, "What happened, Miss Zhao? What is going on?" The supervisor paused upon seeing Li Qingxuang and promptly bowed respectfully. "My apologies, Rowena. We are simply here to check." Li Qingxuang harumphed. "So, did Miss Zhao ask you to come and help her?" The supervisor quickly replied, "No, Rowena, you must have misunderstood. We were merely doing a routine check." Li Qingxuang glared coldly. "I hope that's true. I'm cleaning up a homewrecker for my daughter-in-law. You don't need to intervene. If we break anything, I will compensate." The supervisor hesitated, clearly taken aback, and glanced at Perry before replying, "Understood." With that, he left hurriedly with the waitstaff. Qinglu Tea House was known for its exorbitant prices, not just for the tea but also because everything inside was expensive. Genuine antiques, paintings from auctions, teacups, ornaments, each item was invaluable. If damaged, the loss would be substantial. However, this seemed to be a clash of titans. Once the supervisor left, Perry regained her senses and shook her head, explaining, "No, I'm not a homewrecker. Amber auntie, please listen to me." As Perry tried to pull Li Qingxuang, Weston stepped forward. "Don't touch my mom." Frightened, Perry fell back onto the seat. Li Qingxuang pushed aside Weston and looked down at Perry. "My son and daughter-in-law are legally married. Coming to her privately to sow discord, what else would you be if not a homewrecker?" "No." Perry shook her head frantically. "It's not true. I was only telling Miss Meng things she has a right to know. I didn't do anything wrong. Qin General and I haven't done anything inappropriate. We're just classmates. How could I be a homewrecker? Please don't speak ill of me, Amber auntie." Tears streamed down Perry's face, a mix of indignation and humiliation. Li Qingxuang wasn't convinced. "You sure know how to justify yourself and are quite clever. Clote, your intentions are transparent. Regardless of your past with my son, those are old news. Amber Good X should remain silent like they're dead. Yet here you are, talking about your past feelings to a newlywed bride the day after her wedding. Not wanting to interfere? Just empty words to deceive yourself. I don't believe a single word." Perry retorted, "If you misunderstand me like this, I have nothing to say. If you all misunderstand me, I can't defend myself. Clote, the truth will always prevail." With that, Perry stood up, grabbed her bag, and said, "Amber auntie, I'll leave now." Perry wasn't entirely willing to confront Li Qingxuang, not just because she was Huxley's mother but also because Li Qingxuang was notorious in the wealthy circles of the capital city. She could be likened to a fierce tigress. Kings like Qin Shuquan were thoroughly under her control, and any woman who dared to step out of line faced harsh retribution from Li Qingxuang. Eager to leave, Perry tried to push past. Li Qingxuang blocked her path. "Miss Zhao, the great actress, very well. No matter how much you explain or try to talk your way out, it doesn't concern me. Clote, one thing I can tell you clearly, you probably won't be able to stay in the entertainment circle in the capital anymore." "What?" Perry's face turned pale, her eyes wide. "What do you mean, Amber auntie?" Her lips trembled, her fingertips shaking. Li Qingxuang smiled and spoke bluntly. "It's simple. I'll blacklist you. The Zhao family is not insignificant in the circle. Try to see if any other wives or young ladies in the circle will dare to associate with you after this." Li Qingxuang patted Perry's shoulder, kindly. "Miss Zhao, it's admirable you had the courage, but bullying my future empress deserves a price. Chloe, careful." Upon hearing this, Gracelyn's eyes widened. Wow, her mother-in-law was so cool. Hashtag chapter 32, Chloe be at Yuan. Nora's words left Perry utterly dumbfounded. She had always enjoyed an excellent reputation within this social circle. Amber's a wealthy young lady and a 3-time Golden Amberwood-winning actress, she was well received among the affluent and elite. Not only did these ladies and heiresses maintain good relations with her, but men also appreciated and liked her very much. Now, with Nora saying this, wouldn't it mean that she would lose face in the social circle? Perry immediately protested, "Amber auntie, you're being unreasonable. I really didn't do anything. Nora smiled and said, don't bother telling me such nonsense, just wait and see. You. Under Nora's aggressive demeanor, Perry found herself speechless. It seemed today no matter how much of a scene she made, Nora had decided to deal with her. With no other options, Perry could only turn around and leave, tears streaming down her face from embarrassment. Miss Zhao, Gracelyn called out. Perry turned back, and her sorrowful appearance was genuinely heartbreaking. She looked beautiful even in tears, as if she were enacting a tragic movie scene due to her experience on screen. Gracelyn said, remember to pay the bill. This remark further infuriated Perry, who burst into even more tears, sobbing, I know. I won't let you pay. I didn't mean what you think, nor will I be a homewrecker. You all misunderstood me. With that, Perry stomped her feet and ran away crying. Everyone was baffled. Nicola shrugged and remarked, good grief, why does she sound so wronged? What a shameless person. Truly a Golden Amberwood-winning actress, even acting like this in real life. If I were President She, I'd explode seeing someone act this way with me all the time. Nicola's comment made everyone laugh. Weston added, don't talk nonsense, my elder brother would never fall for her. Nora nodded in agreement. Right, your brother has better taste than that. Turning to Gracelyn, Nora continued, don't listen to this Zhao girl's nonsense. You are the only daughter-in-law I have recognized. Qin Shaoqi told me Huxley had a sudden business trip abroad today, which gave her the chance to take advantage. Don't worry, once you can contact Huxley, ask him to explain. If he cannot give a clear answer, Mom will definitely stand by your side and straighten him out. Feeling deeply warmed by Nora's affectionate words, Gracelyn replied obediently, I understand, Mom. I'll talk to Clorother Qin, thank you. Don't mention it, Nora hastened to say, you are our daughter-in-law and the future mistress of our family. We are one family, don't say thank you. Chloe the way, I heard you plan to play together. Gracelyn nodded, that was the plan initially. Nora advised, then enjoy yourselves. Don't let a few spiteful words upset you. Even if you doubt yourself, trust Huxley's judgment. He wouldn't involve himself with her if his name were spelled backward. The best way to hit back is to have fun and make her jealous. Oh, and I'll cover the expenses for today. Nora was incredibly generous, but Gracelyn felt a bit uncomfortable. No need, Mom. We agreed that. Weston interrupted, enough. Let her pay this time. Rare occasions when Mom pays. Nora instructed Weston, later, just put it on my account. Weston nodded, okay. After leaving the booth, they arrived at Qinglu Tea House's parking lot. Nora got into her car and waved at everyone energetically, I'll go first, enjoy yourselves. Then she revved up the engine and sped off like a female knight. Celine admired, wow, Xingchen, you have such a cool mother-in-law. Brianna agreed, indeed, Amaranth Frost is known for her generosity in the circle. Looking at Weston, Nicola patted him on the shoulder, your mom is great, making me want to call her mom too. Everyone laughed heartily at this comment. Weston jumped back, stay away. Don't get any ideas about me. Nicola teased, ideas about you? Haven't we seen you naked since childhood? Weston was stunned. Celine added, yeah, I still remember when Clorother wore open crotch pants, showing his butt in front of me. Amber H. Nicola quipped, not just that, even the GG was seen. Nicola bolted away before Weston could react. Enraged, Weston shouted, woman, come back here. Wait till I tear your mouth apart. Ha 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 ha, Brianna, Gracelyn, and Celine laughed until their stomachs hurt. After laughing, Brianna asked, do you remember those times? Gracelyn covered her face, I don't remember clearly. Definitely not me. Celine thought for a moment, not quite sure. Claude may be touched. Brianna gasped, oh no. Impossible. You must be mistaken. Gracelyn blushed and said, stop it, you guys. That was when we were 1 year old. What nonsense. Brianna and Celine laughed again, hugging each other. Brianna remarked, Clorother walked through the flower fields without getting entangled. Future wife material, indeed. Celine joked, just marry us 3. 4 people perfect for mahjong nights. Ha 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 ha, Brianna laughed harder. Gracelyn couldn't stop laughing either. Stop joking around. Once you have boyfriends, don't say things like this. Ambernd, it'll make them angry. Amber also, don't mention these childhood stories to Clorother Qin. Celine replied, Amber, it's because of Clorother Qin. Brianna teased, how sweet, Clorother Qin. Gracelyn couldn't hold up and said, Amber alright, let's go. Amber you coming? Of course, Celine said, let's ride in your car. They came in Nicola's car earlier because she was eager to drive and pick them all up. Sure. Get in, Gracelyn opened the door. As they got into the car, they noticed Nicola sitting inside, while Weston stood outside, yelling at her furiously. Gracelyn chuckled and rolled down the window. Clorother Qi is gone. Weston sighed, she won't open the door for me. Just then, Nicola sped off, leaving Weston fuming. Gracelyn laughed, come on, get in. Weston got in, grumbling, that man-hating tigress. If she ever gets married, I'll owe you dinner. Celine noted, Nicola has many admirers, though. Weston nearly bled internally. Brianna teased, why don't you seem to have admirers? Secret crush on any of us? Weston, with disdain and pride, retorted, wishful thinking. I have high standards, not interested in any of you. Ambers for my admirers, chase them all away. Brianna and Celine fell silent. So, that explained his lack of romantic pursuits. The group played until late afternoon and then went for dinner at Royal One. Near the end of the meal, Graceland's phone rang with a video call from Huxley. Checking the time, it was 10 minutes past 7. Graceland blushed slightly, feeling a mix of emotions. Unconsciously, Perry's words popped into her head. Graceland pressed her lips together, declined the call, and sent a voice message to Huxley, Chlorother-Cheen, I'm dining out, just finished. Will call you later when I get home. After receiving Graceland's voice message, Huxley paused for a moment before replying with his own, his voice soft and gentle, right, I'll wait for you, no rush. Having sent the reply, Huxley saved the selfie Graceland had sent him that morning. Gripping his phone, he gently rubbed it. His sharp eyebrows were slightly knitted as he glanced at Russell, who was driving. He said, shut down all of Perry's resources in the country and dig out everyone from her company to a rival one, including the artists. Russell, hearing this, was taken aback but quickly nodded. Yes. I'll handle it right away. Good. Huxley put away his phone and pulled out a folder. Russell thought for a moment, then asked, Sir Cheen, did Miss Zhao bully the young mistress again? Huxley lifted his eyes, saying, probably. I'm not entirely clear on the details yet. Xingchen didn't answer my call, she might be upset. Looking into the rearview mirror, Russell saw that Huxley's expression was grim. He shivered and said, understood. However, Sir Cheen, by digging out the staff, her company will almost be paralyzed. Ambers for the artists. The cost would be quite high, wouldn't it? Digging out artists would involve compensation, usually starting from a few million each. Huxley looked into the rearview mirror, his handsome face darkened, but his tone remained calm. Do you think I lack money? Russell immediately lowered his eyes. Of course, Sir Cheen. I'll handle it impeccably. Huxley dropped his gaze to the document in front of him. Russell clicked his tongue. My, this is terrifying. He wants to make Perry perform a solo act, empty out her entire company. This could harm his public image too. Quote, Perry deserves it. Despite usually being a clever person, why would she want to bully the apple of Master Cheen's eye? Probably Perry miscalculated, never imagining Huxley would care so much about his suddenly married young wife. In the past, Perry often targeted the young ladies who pursued Huxley. Russell had encountered this several times. Perry, claiming to be Huxley's longtime classmate, plus being an illustrious top actress, intimidated these young ladies. Most of them gave up without much effort since Huxley hardly offered them any chance to approach him. With such successful precedents, Perry likely assumed she could treat Graceland the same way. Little did she know, this time she hit a steel plate. After sending the voice message to Huxley, Graceland told Nicola and the others, I'll head home first and won't go to the bar tonight. Everyone understood that Graceland needed to talk to Huxley after today's incident. They waved goodbye to her, sure, see you. Graceland did not ask Hyder to pick her up but drove directly to Shuyuan. She knew where Shuyuan was located. It was in Nanyuan Road, Yi Mountain in the Imperial City, a large estate. From Royal One, it was only about half an hour away. On her way, she called Martha to inform her. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shuyuan, Graceland was amazed by the overwhelming red everywhere. The night breeze made Shuyuan quiet and solemn, yet the hanging red lanterns with double happiness symbols adorned the entire estate beautifully and romantically. Amber's security guard approached to inquire, snapping Graceland out of her reverie. She replied, Oh, I'm Graceland. Hearing this, the guard immediately bowed respectfully. Young mistress. Welcome back home. He promptly opened the heavy gate of Shuyuan and welcomed her inside. Please enter, young mistress. Graceland nodded and slowly drove in, passing by the fire-red double happiness lanterns that decorated even the grass and flower beds. Red carpets lined the path leading to the main hall of Shuyuan. Hyder, having been informed by the security guard, stood at the entrance of the main hall with dozens of servants awaiting Graceland's arrival. Graceland's car stopped at the entrance. Hyder hurriedly opened the door for her. Welcome back, young mistress. The servants greeted her respectfully, wearing bright red uniforms embroidered with the character for happiness. Graceland chuckled, feeling warm-hearted. Hyder, everything you arranged is perfect. Hyder smiled broadly. It's what I should do, young mistress. I hope you're happy. Oh, the brand list. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Hyder, Graceland interrupted. Just take me to Chlorother-Cheen's bedroom. I need to sort something out. Yes. Hyder promptly led Graceland to Huxley's bedroom. Huxley's master bedroom was vast and luxurious. Hyder asked, Does young mistress need assistance for washing up? No, thank you. You may go now, Hyder. Right, I won't disturb you then. Hyder left with the servants. Graceland walked to the bedside, noticing the red wedding bed, double happiness bedside lamps, and the windows adorned with the same symbols. She smiled, took off her shoes, and sat on the bed, dialing Huxley's video call. When Huxley's phone rang, he was dining. Seeing Graceland's call, he immediately stood up and apologized to the foreign man across from him in fluent English. "Excuse me, Mr. Ian. I need to take an important call." Huxley then turned to Russell. "You stay with Mr. Ian." Russell nodded. "Understood." Huxley answered the call and walked towards the lounge. Seeing Huxley's exceptionally handsome face on screen, Graceland greeted first, "She." The call was on speaker, and Huxley hadn't moved far enough. Russell blinked. Wow, the sound of young mistress is truly lethal. Who can resist that? Huxley raised an eyebrow. "Chloe, are you at sight1-1?" Graceland bit her lip and nodded. Huxley smiled slightly. "Ambered on hubby's bed?" Graceland blushed. "Uh-huh. Where are you, She?" Huxley adjusted his tie. "I was having dinner. Now, I'm in the lounge to take your call." Graceland's beautiful face flushed deeper. Why does She always seem to flirt effortlessly? Finally, she understood why people on the internet often say, what it feels like to have legs turn weak just by looking at someone. End of chapter. Chapter 33, off to see Cheen Dage right Amberway. Her legs were already trembling, and she had even forgotten to complain. Instead, it was Huxley who asked first, "Did Kala bully you today?" Graceland snapped back to reality. Amber, soon as this was mentioned, she felt wronged. Recalling those two ancient love poems and thinking about what Kala had said about her and Huxley, from high school to university to work, there were so many things that couldn't be explained in a short time. She also remembered Kala saying she was most likely just cannon fodder. Huxley had only agreed to the sudden marriage because he was upset with Kala. This made Graceland feel even more wronged. Amber, soon as she felt wronged, her eyes turned red immediately, saying, "You wrote love poems for her." Amber, after speaking, Graceland started tearing up. Thinking of this made her heart heavy. She had always thought that Huxley and she both had no romantic history at all. What? What? Huxley's eyebrows furrowed tightly at these words. He said, "Chloe, don't cry, this absolutely did not happen." Huxley entered the lounge, locked the door, and walked towards the sofa. Graceland bit her lip, her eyes filled with tears. "She showed me. The paper looks old, and the creases are deep. It's hard to fake something like this." Huxley was truly puzzled. Taking a deep breath, he loosened his tie, throwing it aside while unbuttoning his shirt. "What did I write? I have no recollection of writing any love poems for her. I've never had any feelings for her. Why would I write a love poem? Chloe, don't cry. Seeing you cry makes me uncomfortable." Huxley's heart ached as his brows remained furrowed. And virtually, he had been regretting all along. Regretting being too formal yesterday, not wanting to force her to go home with him, and regretting not taking her this morning. He didn't want to disturb her peaceful sleep, considering the fatigue from business trips. Claude, upon landing, seeing her message and her bright selfie, he wanted to pick her up right away. Now, he regretted leaving her alone, letting someone bully her, which infuriated him. Seeing Huxley look so sincere and his words convincing, Graceland sniffled, something about Guanshanjiu, and another one about two hearts beating as one. Huxley nearly exploded. He looked tenderly at the redness around Graceland's eyes and licked his lips. "No, I can't remember anything about that." Graceland frowned. "Really?" Huxley assured her, "Yes, I swear I'm not lying to you." Graceland thought for a moment. It was written with a brush pen, quite messy. She called it running script. "It was signed by you, with a date." Huxley frowned, pondering carefully. Suddenly, he recalled, this should have been from our calligraphy class in high school and college. Not only did I write them, but the whole class did. Did she steal my calligraphy? This explanation made sense. If Kala had intentions, getting such items from the teacher would not be difficult. After all, calligraphy was just an elective course, and teachers wouldn't score or return them. Graceland's beautiful eyes slightly widened, instantly trusting Huxley completely. Huxley indeed seemed to have no recollection of writing any supposed love poems to Kala. Since he had only just recalled this explanation. If there was such solid evidence, why didn't Kala continue confronting her in the office? Kala was preying on her youth, knowing that she and Huxley got married hastily without emotional foundation, trying to plant seeds of doubt and drive a wedge between them. Both of Kala's tactics appeared not very clever, they were actually very cunning. What Kala hadn't expected was the complete honesty between her and Huxley. Moreover, even if Huxley confronted Kala, Kala could counter-accuse Huxley of lying. Once the seed of suspicion was planted in her mind, it might lead her to believe there was indeed something between Huxley and Kala, just denied by Huxley. Then Kala could continue stirring up trouble and causing misunderstandings. Such deep scheming and malicious tactics. Seeing Graceland stunned, Huxley quickly added, "Undoubtedly, she must have stolen my calligraphy. You have to believe me, Chloe Star. If you don't believe me, wait until I return. We'll go back to school and find other classmates' calligraphy." The calligraphy class was an interest class, and Huxley never paid much attention to who was in the class, let alone remembered them. He did enjoy calligraphy, so he chose it in high school and college. Claude Huxley's suggestion clearly came from desperation. Considering how many years it had been since graduation, finding other classmates' calligraphy from the elective now. That probability was practically non-existent. Seeing Huxley so anxious, Gracelyn felt happy, her heart flooded with sweetness. Rubbing her nose, she said, "No need, She, I believe you." Huxley finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gazed into the video at his lovely little wife, her pretty face as delicate as peach blossoms, and swallowed, saying directly, "Good girl, do you want to come here?" Hearing this, Gracelyn raised her eyebrows, surprised and delighted. "Come to your place? Can I?" Huxley chuckled at her innocence. "Why not?" Gracelyn blinked, feeling elated. "Okay." She also regretted not going home with Huxley last night, leading to their separation today. Amber and then the trouble with Kala, making her unhappy. Gracelyn's answer brought a smile to Huxley's face, and his voice became softer. "Go wash your face, kitty cat, and wait in the bedroom. Your husband will arrange everything." Gracelyn's eyes sparkled, biting her lip. "Who is the kitty cat?" Huxley laughed. "Someone cried like a kitty cat." Gracelyn disagreed. "Not true, anyway, not like a kitty cat. She was just a little sad, it wasn't that serious," seeming so heartbroken. Gracelyn pouted. Huxley's smile deepened. Fine, not a kitty cat then." Gracelyn giggled. "Then who is the kitty cat?" Huxley paused for half a second, then replied, I am. Ha. Gracelyn burst out laughing, imagining the scene. She as a kitty cat. Definitely a handsome one. Seeing Gracelyn so happy, Huxley was pleased too. Gracelyn continued, "She isn't a kitty cat." Huxley raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then what?" Gracelyn stuck out her tongue. "Amber wild cat." Huxley froze again. "Wild cat? Is that a way to describe men?" Huxley cleared his throat. Gracelyn quickly added, "I'm going to freshen up now, She. Hang up, and hung up immediately. Huxley thought for a moment, licking his lips. Wild cat. This title really doesn't suit him. Immediately after hanging up, Huxley called Hyder to arrange Gracelyn's flight over and provided him with his hotel address and room number. Hyder readily agreed and went off to arrange the private jet. Huxley has 3 private jets and 1 helicopter. There was only 1 helicopter due to its small size, which he disliked. After calling Hyder, Huxley's handsome face darkened. When he was silent and serious, it gave off an especially intimidating presence, making one's heart tremble. The next call Huxley made was directly to Kala, via video call. When Kala saw Huxley's call, her heart clenched instinctively. What does Huxley want? Was she reported so quickly? Does Huxley know? Taking a deep breath, Kala answered the video call. Soon, Huxley's incomparably handsome face appeared on the screen, black and stern, radiating anger. Kala parted her dry lips and stammered, "Mr. She. President She." Huxley glared at her, his tone icily cold. "How dare you keep tormenting my wife like this? Seems that making you clean wasn't punishment enough for you." Kala's breaths came out heavy and rapid. "Huxley, please listen to me." "I don't want to hear a single word," Huxley interrupted Kala. "Not only did you torment my wife, but you even dared to steal my old calligraphy work from school and tell my wife that it was a love poem I wrote for you? What audacity you have." Tears streamed down Kala's cheeks as she shook her head vehemently. "Please listen to me." Huxley didn't give her the chance to speak. "You very well know what I feel for you, nothing. Never have I had any feelings for you." These words were like sharp daggers, piercing directly into Kala's heart, spreading pain instantly. Huxley continued, "If there's anything between us, it's just being classmates for a few years. I never paid attention to you, you've always been forcing yourself upon me. I refrained from cutting ties because we were classmates, and I wanted to save your face. Are you now treating a feather as if it were an imperial edict?" Kala cried like a broken doll. "You should know why I did all this." Huxley snorted coldly. "That's your problem, not mine. If I had felt anything for you, I would have responded long ago. You still haven't realized after all these years. I don't want to talk to you anymore, even seeing your face repels me. From now on, there is no longer any relationship between us. In the future, if you dare to bully my wife again, I promise you won't be able to stay in the entire empire. Just try me if you don't believe me." With that, Huxley hung up the call, immediately blocked Kala on WeChat and deleted her phone number. He finally let out a breath, picked up the tie he had discarded, and prepared to leave. His phone rang again. It was Gracelyn calling. Huxley answered and sat back down on the sofa. When the video connected, Gracelyn's beautiful little face appeared on the screen with a sweet and radiant smile, waving at him happily. "She, I'm ready to set off." Hyder had come to inform her that the private jet was ready, and she would be sent straight to Huxley. Overjoyed, she ran to roll around on the large red bridal bed and hugged a pillow, solemnly promising to return and sleep on it soon. This act amused Hyder immensely. He suddenly understood why Master had suddenly decided on a sudden marriage. What an adorable young mistress. Seeing Gracelyn's beautiful eyes curved prettily, Huxley licked his lips, his gaze deepening. "Good, I'll be waiting for you." Gracelyn smiled even brighter, nodding seriously. "Yes. I'll be there soon." Her serious and committed expression made Huxley chuckle. "Chloe, do you miss me very much?" Graceland's face turned red as she bit her lip and glanced at Hyder before turning back, lowering her voice. It's She who came to pick me up. Kai sure couldn't help laughing. Amber, right, I came to pick you up because I missed you very much. Graceland blushed deeper, nodding. Oh, understood. The corners of Huxley's lips couldn't stop rising. His little wife was so cute. Oh right, weren't you having dinner? Graceland asked. Why are you still in the lounge? Amber, aren't you going back for dinner? Amber, you hungry? Huxley stared deeply at her. Yeah, pretty hungry. Though his words seemed straightforward, his burning gaze clearly indicated something else. Graceland wasn't sure how to interpret it, but her ears grew hot. However, Huxley's image in her mind was still quite rigid and formal. Like being serious and proper. Thus, Graceland tried not to think the wrong way and replied seriously. Oh, then go eat quickly. Huxley's lips curled sexily. Yes, I need to eat, but I'm not really interested in those dishes. Amber at this, Hyder, who was following behind Graceland, couldn't help blushing. He silently remarked, Master, those aren't exactly words to say. Graceland was really unsure how to categorize Huxley. Wanting to think he was being improper, but She spoke so earnestly, and the words themselves were fine. Quote, if it was just a regular conversation, his tone and gaze seemed too suggestive. Graceland was bewildered, biting her lip. So, what are you interested in? What do you like to eat? Huxley smiled and lowered his voice softly. I'll tell you when you arrive. Graceland's face flushed, but she could only say, okay. Then she added, She, I'll hang up now. She was a little shy, always feeling like Huxley was somewhere between being proper and not. Amber and his gaze was fiery. She couldn't handle it. Huxley gazed at her intently. Okay, I'll wait for you. Graceland replied, yes. Amber after hanging up, she saw the screen darken, and Huxley stared at it for a few seconds before letting his phone shut off automatically. He closed his eyes slightly, his mind filled with images of his little wife. Her beautiful face, animated expressions, wearing a bright red t-shirt, carrying a black backpack. Her confident yet meticulous demeanor made him adore her. Thinking of her youthful innocence, both serious and shy, she was irresistibly sweet. When she was young, she seemed to want kisses. And virtually, he had a small secret. Amber after hanging up with Graceland, Huxley immediately called Hyder to arrange her flight over, providing him with his hotel address and room number. Hyder readily agreed and went off to arrange the private jet. Huxley owns 3 private jets and 1 helicopter. There was only 1 helicopter due to its small size, which he disliked. Amber after making the call to Hyder, Huxley's handsome face darkened. In his silence and seriousness, an especially intimidating aura emanated, causing people's hearts to tremble. The next call Huxley made was directly to Kala via video call. When Kala saw Huxley's call, her heart instinctively clenched. What does Huxley want? Was she reported so quickly? Does Huxley know? Taking a deep breath, Kala answered the video call. Soon, Huxley's incomparably handsome face appeared on the screen, black and stern, radiating anger. Chapter 34, Missing You a Little. The secret was, he had kissed Graceland when they were both very young. Amber at that time, weren't they too small? When Graceland was still an infant. Cause the She family only had sons, Nora really craved having a daughter. In her childhood, she loved taking infant Weston to visit several close friends' houses. The key point was, those who had baby girls. This naturally included the Meng family. Amber additionally, because he and Amber Aurelio were classmates, Nora often dragged him along to take Weston and Graceland to play at the Meng family's house. Amber at that time, Nora had a special habit. Once she visited someone's house, she would hand Weston over to the host and then grab their little girl to bring around. Celine, Nicola, and others, who were the same age as Weston, frequently suffered from Nora's atrocities. Huxley had also been forced to come several times, but his favorite infant was always Graceland. Graceland was beautiful, exceptionally fair-skinned. He had touched her face before, it was incredibly soft. She liked giggling at him without teeth, which was incredibly adorable. Quote, Nora always monopolized Graceland, except for one occasion when Nora had some urgent matters to attend to. So she handed Weston over to Martha and left him at Meng's place to take care of business. Just then, Weston needed a diaper change. Martha lovingly took Weston to handle it, asking him to watch over Graceland. Watching the quiet and gentle Graceland babbling in bed by herself. He kissed her. Initially on the forehead, then on her face. It felt so good. Then inexplicably, he wanted to kiss the little baby's lips and ended up kissing Graceland's little mouth. Afterwards, Martha returned with the cleaned-up Weston. Amber and he lied, saying he remembered he had an important homework assignment to finish, fleeing home. This secret contained such complex emotions for him. He didn't want to think about it much. Now suddenly remembering it, probably because Graceland had become his wife. Huxley closed his eyes deeply, forcing himself to withdraw from these memories. He was still not entirely sure why Graceland had married him. Perhaps, as Russell said, it was merely because he was handsome and outstanding. Huxley stayed in the lounge for a while before going out, as the dinner was already halfway through. Seeing him come out, Ian immediately ordered, "Remove all these dishes and bring fresh ones." After dinner, Huxley and Russell returned to their room. On the way, Russell mentioned, Mr. Sheen, it seems Ian's daughter Amberlice has feelings for you. When you weren't there, she kept talking about you, and when you returned, she couldn't take her eyes off you. Huxley looked indifferent, as if it was nothing new, then smiled slightly, turning his gaze to Russell jokingly, what? Is Amber's assistant Jiang reminding me to be chaste? Russell was taken aback but then couldn't help laughing, Mr. Sheen, you're just making jokes. Who doesn't know you do best in this aspect? Huxley hummed, unsure whether he was pleased or displeased by Russell's reminder. Russell couldn't help but internally grumble, if you weren't chaste, you wouldn't have been so lonely earlier. Huxley adjusted his tie and continued matter-of-factly, ignore her. We're leaving in a few days anyway. I've already arranged for Xingchen to come here. Checking his wristwatch, Huxley murmured, she should arrive at the hotel around 5 or 6 in the morning. Russell raised an eyebrow, surprised for a moment, then responded, oh, okay. Amber arriving at Huxley's room, Russell respectfully opened the door. Huxley looked at him, go deal with Perry now. Chloe tomorrow, I want to see her company completely empty. Yes. Russell lowered his head. Oh, and, Huxley added as he stepped forward, get someone to buy flowers and deliver them to my room, red roses. 111 pieces, Huxley added. Yes. Move my meeting with Ian to this afternoon or evening. Tell him I have something come up. Yes, Mr. Sheen. Russell lowered his head and immediately turned to carry out Huxley's orders. Entering the room, Huxley turned on the light, loosened his tie, and hung it on the hat stand. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and undid half of its buttons. Just as he changed into slippers, the doorbell rang. Thinking it was Russell, Huxley opened the door casually, Amber anything unclear? Upon raising his eyes, he saw it wasn't Russell but blonde-eyed Amberlice standing at the door. Amberlice's eyes gleamed like a cat spotting a mouse, fixating on Huxley. Her gaze fell on Huxley's loosely buttoned shirt, revealing much of his chest, showing hints of well-defined abdominal muscles. Sturdy and robust, the lines were sharp and full of power, with surprisingly fair skin. Amberlice was mesmerized. Amberlice, blonde and blue-eyed, with red lips, wore a seductive blue halter dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure. She called sweetly, Mr. Sheen. Huxley's expression darkened as he slammed the door shut, immediately starting to button his shirt. He had intended to shower after changing shoes, luckily, he hadn't taken everything off. Amberlice almost hit her nose on the door and instinctively stepped back, startled. Immediately, a wave of humiliation and defiance welled up inside her. She rushed forward and began frantically ringing the doorbell. Mr. Sheen, what do you mean? That's extremely impolite. Is this how you treat guests? Huxley ignored her completely, buttoning his shirt and calling Russell at the same time. Russell was handling Perry's matter over the phone when he saw Huxley's call and answered hastily. Huxley instructed, come immediately and remove that woman outside my door. Russell was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, yes. Rushing to Huxley's door, Amberlice was still furious, ranting at the door, Mr. Sheen, open up. Open up. Why are you treating me like this? This is your level of politeness? Clearly unused to such treatment, being denied entry and nearly hitting her nose, Amberlice was fuming. Russell hurriedly grabbed Amberlice's wrist, forcibly dragging her away. Miss Amberlice, Mr. Sheen needs rest. Please don't disturb him. Amberlice was even more enraged now, experiencing rejection and forcible eviction. Could she not be angry? Amberlice struggled, what are you doing? I came to talk to Mr. Sheen. Huxley opened the door at this moment, overhearing this statement. Leaning against the doorframe, he asked indifferently, what's the matter? Of course, there was no actual matter. Unable to explain, Amberlice glared at Huxley angrily, your hospitality is terrible. I came to see you on behalf of my father. How could you? Huxley stared at her coolly, I'm not a 3-year-old, what's there to see? Amber and I was improperly dressed, so I closed the door. Hearing this, Amberlice's anger subsided, replaced by a heightened admiration. Just as Amberlice was about to respond, Huxley added, I have a beautiful, graceful, kind-hearted wife at home. So Miss Amberlice, this late-night visit is unnecessary. Amberlice's eyes widened, you're married? Huxley nodded, yes. Turning to close the door, Amberlice rushed towards it, distraught, Mr. Sheen, you should know how important this cooperation with my father is. My father likes you and wants us together. If you're married, the cooperation might be jeopardized. Huxley's eyes narrowed in fury, Amber, you threatening me? Amberlice countered, I'm stating the facts. Huxley laughed and said, you really do take a feather for an edict, overestimating yourself. You can ask your father whether this cooperation is more important to me or him. Huxley shut the door without any mercy. Amberlice was so angry her eyes reddened. Russell stepped forward, saying, Miss Amberlice, please leave. Mr. Sheen isn't someone you can intimidate. Amberlice looked down at her own ample chest, truly unable to understand where she had lost. Even if Huxley had a wife, that shouldn't stop them from spending one good night together. With no choice, Amberlice left. She had been turned away twice already, Huxley avoided seeing her, what could she do? Amberlice had never met a man like him, who could ignore a beautiful woman right in front of him. Was he even a man? Fuming with anger, Amberlice turned to Russell and snapped, "Wouldn't a man like Mr. Cheen care about having another woman? Is he even a man?" Russell's lips twitched. He knew foreign women were bold and open. Casual hookups and bed companions were common, but she had definitely chosen the wrong person. If Huxley wanted women, couldn't he easily find many? Russell said, "Miss Amberlice, let me be frank. If you want to be one of Mr. Cheen's women, you'd have to wait a very long time." This remark infuriated Amberlice. Russell smiled slightly, "Ambrosio, Mr. Cheen is undoubtedly a man, but not yours. Our young mistress is beautiful, graceful, and kind." These words made Amberlice almost vomit with rage and feel extremely humiliated. She covered her face and ran off in tears. Russell blinked, speechless. "I was just being honest." Why did she cry? Truly, insane. Gracelyn arrived at the airport at 5:10 in the morning. She had initially been too excited to sleep on the plane, but then instructed Hyder to wake her 20 minutes before landing. Now, having landed, she felt refreshed and energetic as she got off the plane. Hyder estimated it would take around an hour to get to Huxley's hotel. Gracelyn checked her phone and saw several messages Huxley had sent before sleeping. "Chloe, I've washed up and gone to bed. In a few hours, we'll see each other. Miss you a little. Going to sleep now. It seemed after saying he missed her, Huxley felt a bit shy and didn't send anything else. Gracelyn smiled as she called Huxley. It rang once before Huxley picked up. His voice sounded like he had just woken up but quickly became alert. "Amber arrived?" "Yes," Gracelyn replied. "I'm on the way to the hotel, but there's traffic right after the airport." Huxley frowned, clearly unhappy but said, "No problem, don't rush." "What caused the traffic?" "There was a minor accident." "It might take a while to reach the hotel," Gracelyn explained. "How much longer?" Huxley asked. "Maybe 30 minutes, Gracelyn answered. "Amber right," Huxley said, "take your time, safety first. Don't rush." "Okay," Gracelyn whispered. "I'm not in a hurry, I'll see you soon. Just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't worry." Huxley chuckled. "I'm not worried either. You'll arrive eventually." Hee hee. Gracelyn laughed. "Amber right, go back to sleep. I'll call you when I get close to the hotel. I'll rest a bit in the car too." Huxley had wanted to stay on the phone until she reached the hotel. Since Gracelyn said she wanted to rest, he replied, "Okay, call me when you're near the hotel. I'll come down to pick you up." "Okay." Gracelyn smiled widely as they hung up. Hyder started the car and asked, "Madam, why are there traffic problems already?" Gracelyn stuck out her tongue. "Hyder, you wouldn't understand. I'm giving Cheen Clorother a surprise." Hyder, oh, yes, surprise, surprise. Haha, yes, surprise. Amber, an old man like me doesn't know your young tricks. Gracelyn blushed, thinking this wasn't any trick. When Huxley fell asleep again, he clutched his phone in his hand. After hanging up with Gracelyn, he had freshened up and waited for a while before going back to bed. Gracelyn quietly entered Huxley's room with Russell's help, tiptoeing to stand by the large bed. She saw him clutching the phone to his chest, fast asleep. She also noticed a huge bouquet of roses on the bedside table, nearly taking up all the space. Clearly, it was 111 roses, specially prepared for her by Huxley. Gracelyn felt delighted and surprised. She had planned to surprise him, but Huxley had already prepared a surprise for her. How thoughtful of him. Feeling sweet inside, Gracelyn leaned down to smell the roses. They were fragrant, reminding her of Huxley's scent. Hee hee. Smiling, Gracelyn took off her backpack and gently placed it aside. Approaching the bed, she knelt down to closely observe the sleeping Huxley. Despite the short separation, her longing for him grew stronger. She hadn't realized how much she missed him when they were apart. Now, that feeling had intensified. After a few seconds, Gracelyn gently poked Huxley's cheek, calling softly, "Cheen Clorother." Her voice was soft and tender. Unexpectedly, Huxley opened his eyes instantly, those beautiful eyes locking onto hers. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he immediately grabbed her wrist, pulling her down onto him. Before Gracelyn could react, Huxley flipped them over, pinning her beneath him. Gracelyn's face flushed red. They were in bed, and with him pressing down on her, the situation was unmistakably intimate. "Little mischief," Huxley murmured, nibbling on her tender lips. His voice was low and hoarse from sleep. "You lied about arriving later." Gracelyn wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed. "Did I surprise you, Cheen Clorother? What do you think, huh?" Huxley gazed deeply into her eyes, his tone teasing. Without waiting for her reply, he kissed her luscious, tender lips. Gracelyn felt her cheeks redden and her heart flutter. This unexpected yet welcome encounter made her feel incredibly cherished. The tenderness and warmth in Huxley's embrace spoke volumes of his love and affection. As they lay there, basking in the intimacy, Gracelyn felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment, knowing that this was only the beginning of their life together. Huxley's gentle touches and kisses were a testament to the deep bond they shared. Their love transcended time and distance, making every reunion even more special. For Huxley, holding Gracelyn in his arms was a perfect moment of contentment. He had always known she was the one for him, and now, having her here beside him, confirmed everything. Her presence filled him with peace and joy. As he continued to kiss and caress her, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Gracelyn was his anchor, his heart, and his soulmate. As dawn slowly approached, their love strengthened, promising endless possibilities and adventures ahead. Chapter 35, I really am not a gentleman. Startled by the man's sudden assault, Gracelyn couldn't help but let out a moan, making it easier for him to invade. His breath invaded her space and his kisses spread recklessly. Huxley found it hard to control himself. He hadn't realized how much he missed his girl even after this short separation. Nor did he expect that when the little mischief maker lied about arriving later, and he believed it, leading to an overwhelmingly pleasant surprise. So this kiss was intense yet tender, almost as if he wished to peel and devour Gracelyn completely. Even he thought that he might have kissed too fiercely. Breathless and disoriented from Huxley's kisses, Gracelyn realized just how fierce She could be. She felt that marrying Huxley had brought out this beastly side in him, a transformation that seemed irreversible. The once dignified and serious She seemed like a distant memory now. Caught off guard by his kisses, Gracelyn took the chance when Huxley momentarily released her lips to softly call out, She. Her voice was so soft and sweet that it only made Huxley harder to resist, though he tried to remain calm and composed around her. Chloe, good, honey. What's wrong? Huxley kissed her jawline, alternating between gentle and aggressive touches. Gracelyn blushed deeply, unsure of how to express herself. Amber's legally married spouses, such actions were normal, but not here, and certainly not now. It was too embarrassing for her to say aloud. Huxley pulled the blanket over them both and continued kissing her, moving from her lips to her ears, neck, collarbone. His hands didn't stay idle either. Overwhelmed by this version of Huxley, Gracelyn felt as if she was tossed into a furnace, losing all rationality amidst the heat and wanting an escape route. In her dazed state, Gracelyn wondered if this is what lovers' passion truly felt like. It was indescribably complex, part love, part joy, part anticipation, but also part shyness and fear. Still, she quite liked this feeling. Did it mean She was fully hers, and she was fully his? Would they have a baby? While indulging in the pleasure Huxley provided, Gracelyn couldn't help but indulge in whimsical thoughts. Girls always had such innocent and romantic fantasies, especially with someone as excellent as Huxley. Until things got slightly out of hand, Huxley restrained himself and forced his lips away. Feeling a significant change in Huxley's body, Gracelyn's face turned red as a tomato, stammering, She. She shyly pushed him away. Huxley suppressed his uneven breathing and chuckled lightly, holding her in his arms, his hoarse voice asking, Chloe, good, what's wrong? Blushing intensely, Gracelyn thought how she could answer him. Huxley laughed again, teasing her, starting to kiss her lips gently, occasionally pressing his forehead against hers and looking at her questioningly. Do you like it? His handsome eyes gazed deeply into hers, clearly sincere. Too embarrassed to answer, Gracelyn gently pinched Huxley's side, saying, Oh, She, you really do this, isn't it shameful? Laughing heartily, Huxley replied, What's so shameful? We are husband and wife, tell your husband if you like it. Speechless, Gracelyn hid her face against Huxley's chest, pinching his side in protest. She, please stop fooling around. She felt mortified beyond words. I'm not messing around, seriously. Huxley nipped at her earlobe coaxingly, urging, Stars, we're husband and wife, nothing should remain unsaid. Tell me quietly. Cornered by Huxley's insistence, maybe because he spoke sweetly, or perhaps realizing she wouldn't win otherwise, Gracelyn blushed deeply, murmuring faintly, L-like. After speaking, she wished to disappear right there. So humiliating. She was indeed very domineering. Huxley, satisfied with his answer, smiled, stroking her hair. Good that my baby likes it. Embarrassed, Gracelyn pouted. I never said I didn't like it. Why push me so hard? Mused by his little wife's dissatisfaction, Huxley cleared his throat. Oh, that is my mistake. With that, Gracelyn felt no need to fuss further. Oddly, she'd become so easygoing. Maybe because it was Huxley? Kissing her cheek, Huxley added earnestly, Though I understand your meaning, I still wish to hear you say, like. Feeling perfectly justified in his demand, Huxley licked his lips, feeling parched and unsure of what to say next. Changing the subject, she asked, She, aren't you tired? Shouldn't you sleep more? Huxley laughed, knowing she was deliberately diverting the topic, and teased, How can I sleep with you here? And us hugging like this in one bed? Shao Xinger, don't you misjudge me for being too much of a gentleman? Flustered by his flirting, Gracelyn blushed furiously. Before she could reply, Huxley sighed, narrowing his eyes. Unfortunately, I'm really not a gentleman, I never have been. Gracelyn, sensing some self-mockery or deep sentiment in his tone, grew anxious. Urging, Whoever said anyone's a complete gentleman? You're 30 years old, acting too proper in bed would make you more monk than gentleman. Otherwise, Gracelyn would suspect his preferences and health. Just shy, not anything else. Her words first stunned then amused Huxley, lifting his mood. Foreheads touching, Huxley playfully teased. So, Xiao Xinger hopes for a powerful husband, does she? Crying and laughing simultaneously, Gracelyn rolled over facing away from Huxley. You're just teasing me, not paying attention. Realizing he'd upset her, Huxley quickly held her from behind, cuddling her close. It's alright, I'll pay attention to my baby. He kissed her earlobe and neck, lost in tenderness, deeply entranced by her subtle sweetness which made controlling himself incredibly challenging. The text provides an intimate look into the evolving relationship between Huxley and Gracelyn. Through playful yet poignant moments, it explores their mutual affection and growing bond as newlyweds, while maintaining a light-hearted tone typical of such interactions. Close sides, this was the little girl he had always liked, who was now his young wife. Snuggled together under the blanket, pressed tightly from behind, it was truly impossible for him to do nothing. Gracelyn was once again swept into a whirlpool of passion, her thoughts completely lost, her mind blank except for his scorching and lingering kisses. Gracelyn had to admit that Huxley's allure over her was absolute, as if they were destined to be together, always exerting an irresistible fatal attraction. This became even more apparent when he readily agreed to marry her. Huxley's kisses were passionate and deep, causing Gracelyn to involuntarily emit soft sounds, adding heat to their intimacy. With a flushed face, she bit her lip to suppress embarrassing noises, only managing to say brokenly, Cheen. Cheen Cloyd, please stop fooling around. You can't really, here. She couldn't finish her sentence, biting down hard on her lip. Only then did Huxley withdraw from his infatuation. Indeed, not here. This is a hotel. Ambrelthuff they were legally married, the little girl's first time should naturally be at home, in sight1, on that large red marital bed. Huxley stopped kissing, holding her gently as he said, breath slightly heavy, sorry, I understand. Neither spoke, Huxley just quietly held her, steadying his breathing. Once their erratic breaths calmed, Huxley spoke in a deep voice, we'll be staying here these few days. We're abroad and in a hotel, so rest assured, your husband won't go too far. I will control myself. However, aside from not truly claiming you, other intimacies are not guaranteed. Huxley was being honest, he felt it essential to be candid with Gracelyn. Gracelyn understood this, and in fact, she didn't only not repel but actually enjoyed it. She also wanted to become Cheen Cloyd's woman. Gracelyn softly replied, I know, Cheen Cloyd. Upon saying this, even her ears burned hot. Hearing her response, Huxley felt very happy, indicating that Gracelyn accepted him. They wouldn't play at being a marriage in name only. Did this mean his young wife also liked him? Very much, very much. Had she liked him for a long time? Or since the moment she agreed to marry him? Huxley licked his lips, he wanted to ask but somehow didn't want to. It didn't matter anyway, they were already married, and Gracelyn had no resistance towards him. Even if she started liking him from the moment they married, it was fine. Ambrelright, Huxley withdrew his thoughts, kissing behind Gracelyn's ear before chuckling lightly, stay still, let your husband hold you for a while. Just like this, it was blissfully content to hold her, he needed a moment to calm down. Gracelyn responded with a, However, after holding her for quite some time, Gracelyn blushed furiously again. How could it still be so obvious after holding her for such a long time, almost impossible to ignore? Gracelyn couldn't help but cough lightly, forcing herself to speak despite feeling embarrassed. Cheen Cloyd, can you, don't, press against me? It was really uncomfortable. As soon as she said this, Gracelyn wanted to bury herself in the blankets, this was too embarrassing. Huxley paused, unable to help laughing slightly, somewhat exasperated, his voice low and deep, I don't have a better solution. It will be fine in a bit. Clote, little star, you must learn to get used to it. Gracelyn. Though Huxley's words made perfect sense without any flaws, Gracelyn suddenly remembered something. She had been dazed by Huxley earlier, now she regained clarity. Right, Cheen Cloyd. Gracelyn suddenly turned to face Huxley, I remember, you promised Weston that, right after the wedding. After the wedding ceremony. Huxley. What do you bring him up for? Huxley instantly frowned. It wasn't entirely jealousy, he knew the relationship between Gracelyn and Weston, but it didn't stop him from disapproving. Gracelyn stuck out her tongue, gazing into Huxley's exceptionally handsome eyes, Weston said you swore on it. Huxley, unhappiness increased by 2. You told her? Huxley asked. This annoying brat telling Gracelyn about this. What a fuss he made every day. Casual oath, and Weston took it seriously, treating it as an order. Yeah, indeed. Gracelyn smiled sweetly, let me show you, you can't deny it. Gracelyn was teasing Huxley on purpose, how could she let him off the hook after making her blush so hard? After saying that, she immediately got up, crawling over Huxley to fetch her phone. Huxley narrowed his eyes, his gaze darkening instantly. Gracelyn wore a red t-shirt and white shorts. The t-shirt was tucked into her waistband earlier but had been pulled out during their intimate moments. The shorts were, coupled with her messy black hair, a pale neck dotted with pink kiss marks, looking incredibly alluring. She actually crawled over him like that. It seemed the little girl underestimated her allure over him. Huxley looked away, trying to control himself. If he kept doing this, eventually, things would get out of hand. Close-eyes, he didn't want to frequently put himself in awkward situations. After finding her phone in her bag, Gracelyn climbed back into bed, opened the chat window with Weston, and suddenly realized. Oh dear, in her excitement, she hadn't thought about what else they had talked about besides Huxley's promise. There were other exchanges, mutual "I love you" messages. Oh no, this was a huge hole she had dug for herself. Gracelyn quickly closed the chat window. Huxley stretched out his hand just then. Let me see. Gracelyn. What should she do? Help, need a quick fix. Would pleading or kissing Huxley, maybe teasing him, get her out of this situation? Should she lie? Chapter 36, reluctant to punish her. Amber, Gracelyn immediately turned off her phone and placed it under the pillow, then smiled at Huxley. I deleted all the chat records. Anyway, you definitely said it, Weston wouldn't lie to me. Oh. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Deleted? Even if they're deleted, can't you still show me? Huxley held out his hand without retracting it. Gracelyn bit her lip, realizing that while the conversation was truthful, it might not be too good for Huxley to see. After a second of silence, Gracelyn directly wrapped her arms around Huxley's neck, leaning in close to him and cooed, oh, what's there to see since they're all deleted? Don't tell me Chlorother doesn't trust me? This question made Gracelyn feel a bit guilty as she herself had lied. Huxley looked at her intently and replied, not about distrust, but... I still want to take a look, right? Gracelyn pursed her lips, feigning ease. Why do you have to look at it? Deleted is deleted. Just tell me if you said it, if you swore it or not. Yes, Huxley answered honestly. That night Weston was drunk and causing quite a ruckus in the room. If I didn't agree, he might have kept making noise all night long. Hearing this, Gracelyn became curious. Oh, like that. Will you honor it? Huxley curled his lips into a smile, speaking matter-of-factly, of course not. Gracelyn. Truly, Chlorother was so straightforward, precise, and extremely certain. Gracelyn's pretty face flushed slightly. Then, why did you swear? You didn't say those random and strange things, did you? Not really, Huxley replied. I only said those things because he was drunk and I wanted to placate him. I'm not stupid. Why would I take something said to placate him seriously? Close-eyes, he won't monitor me anyway, and even if he did, I'd still do whatever I want. Gracelyn silently stuck out her tongue. Wow, Chlorother is so dominant, so cool, I love it. Gracelyn's face reddened and her heart raced because Huxley said he wouldn't wait until the wedding day. So, it should be as he said, waiting until he returned this time. He had mentioned he couldn't stay here for long before. How fast? Lost in thought, Gracelyn barely noticed Huxley staring at her. Can I see now? Gracelyn. She just didn't understand. She had already said they were deleted. Why did he keep insisting on seeing them? Was her well-intentioned lie too clumsy? Did Huxley want to verify it himself? Gracelyn licked her lips, blinked, and abruptly changed the subject in a rather artificial way. Tucking her hair seductively, her face blushed, she asked, Hey, Chlorother, don't you feel a little hot? Chloe doing this, she revealed her fair, slender neck and loosened her t-shirt collar, exposing part of her shoulders. Huxley squinted his eyes slightly. Isn't the air conditioning enough? The temperature was actually perfect, and they hadn't complained about being hot earlier despite their intimacy. Now, saying she felt hot, with his extensive experience, Huxley knew his young wife was trying to divert attention from something. However, he decided to play along instead of revealing her intentions, enjoying her initiative. Why don't you lower the air conditioning a bit more? Huxley asked. Gracelyn smiled. That's unnecessary. Realizing Huxley might bring up the WeChat issue again, she quickly added, Chlorother, you are so handsome. Huxley almost laughed but maintained a calm expression. Oh? Really? Yes. Gracelyn nodded fervently, acting childishly. Extremely handsome. Super duper handsome. You truly deserve to be the most stunning man in the entire empire, even internationally. Huxley smiled. Oh? So high an evaluation of your husband? Gracelyn nodded crazily, adding, Chlorother, you have such a great physique too. Your muscles must be beautiful. Can I touch them? Huxley was more than happy. How would you like to touch? Gracelyn's face turned beet red as she gently touched Huxley's Amberdam's apple and slowly slid down. Huxley's gaze darkened instantly. He let her, allowing her tender hand to wander down to his chest. As she touched him, Gracelyn's heartbeat quickened wildly. Touching Chlorother's muscles felt so good. Face flushing, Gracelyn withdrew her hand and smiled awkwardly. Your physique is really great. Huxley pressed his lips together sensually, and Gracelyn quickly added, Chlorother, really want to kiss you. Immediately after speaking, Gracelyn took the initiative, kissing Huxley's lips to stop any potential words he might have spoken. Huxley accepted gladly, lifting her by the waist and pulling her onto him firmly. Gracelyn's heart pounded wildly as she lay still on Huxley, barely breathing. She remained stationary against him, lips touching his lips, but neither moved. Unlike usual, Huxley did not deepen the kiss proactively. This situation left Gracelyn cautious yet impatient. It was impossible to remain in this awkward state forever. Too embarrassing. Amber after 1 second, no response from Huxley. Amber after 2 seconds, still no response. Completely passive. Seemingly deliberate. Gracelyn felt seen through by Huxley. Having dug this hole, she had to fill it somehow. For the first time, Gracelyn initiated the deep kiss, not just pressing her lips but actively exploring. Modeling Huxley's kisses, she started to deepen it. This was her first time initiating a deep kiss with Huxley. Perhaps due to the reasons behind this action, she felt somewhat nervous and regretful. If she had known, she would have been honest. Now, she was in an uncomfortable position. Gracelyn wondered if Huxley realized her attempt to change the subject and even tried seducing him, thus feeling slightly angry. Otherwise, why wasn't his response as passionate? Feeling uneasy, Gracelyn hesitated during the deep kiss, being overly gentle and inexperienced. Gracelyn couldn't help but call out to Huxley, then released his lips, looking timid and pitiful. Huxley softened instantly, cupping the back of her head and pulling her closer, taking control. His other hand controlled her waist, slipping under her unbuttoned t-shirt and roving. Gracelyn could not help but make shy noises. She found she had no resistance to Huxley's advances. Moreover, her resistance diminished each time. Huxley's mood was complex. Amber naive girl like Gracelyn was completely transparent in front of a seasoned fox like him. Her sudden proactive compliments and kisses were clearly attempts to divert his attention, covering up conversations with Weston. Huxley did not doubt Weston indeed told Gracelyn those things or that Gracelyn initially wanted to show him. However, something she suddenly recalled made her try to divert his attention, hoping to gloss over the issue. Translation complete. The English version retains the original tone and style, paragraph structure, and narrative flow. Amberny names are preserved in pinyin for accuracy. Moreover, she had definitely lied, the chat records were surely not deleted. If they were deleted, she would have simply handed over the phone without any need to hide it. Huxley felt a bit angry and upset because his girl was guarding herself against him, showing distrust. Following Huxley's usual temper, he had considered punishing her. Of course, he couldn't punish her by other means, only by lightly using their intimate moments could he do so. For example, deliberately scaring her a little, then going deeper with her. This thought only flashed through his mind, just a fleeting impulse because of his habitual nature. Why did it flash through? Cause he couldn't bear to. Not even a little, not at all. So Huxley immediately abandoned this fleeting thought of punishing his young wife. He also withdrew his hand from the clasp of her bra, placing it back respectfully on her slim waist. Then Huxley turned over, pinning the little girl under him, releasing her lips and gazing intently into her eyes. Gracelyn looked at him, her appearance after being kissed passionately more alluring than a juicy peach. Regaining his breath, Huxley placed gentle kisses on Gracelyn's nose and forehead, then looked at her calmly. Good baby, show daddy your phone. Gracelyn blinked her beautiful eyes, coming back to reality from the days Huxley had put her in. Oh, right. Indeed, she couldn't hide it from him. Gracelyn pressed her slightly red lips together, still looking at Huxley pitifully. Huxley felt soft-hearted again, taking a deep breath and sighing inwardly. What did you two chat about that made you so afraid I'd see? Gracelyn licked her lips, realizing she was somewhat at fault, and replied softly, Amberly, there isn't much. I really think it's nothing, but I was afraid you'd misunderstand and get angry. Since you think it's nothing, why didn't you simply give it to me openly and honestly? Huxley asked. Gracelyn tilted her head slightly, thinking seriously, isn't it because I was worried you'd be angry? If I weren't worried, I would have shown you directly. Why bother covering it up? This left Huxley speechless for a moment. He chuckled at how his little wife managed to turn the tables on him, tilting his head slightly as he stared at her. Oh, so my baby is considerate and cares for me, afraid I'd get angry. So, you even sacrificed your charm on purpose? Gracelyn blushed slightly at this comment but thought seriously, it was indeed true. Thus, the little girl nodded earnestly, yes. Exactly. Huxley couldn't help but laugh, so, it seems I misunderstood my wife's heart towards me. Gracelyn thought for a moment and nodded sincerely, yes. It was indeed like that. Huxley laughed and rolled off Gracelyn, pulling her into his embrace. Amberly, then it's my mistake for not understanding my wife's intentions. Gracelyn couldn't help laughing, staring at Huxley curiously. She, how can you be so good-tempered? Huxley looked at her and replied, it depends on who I'm dealing with. This made Gracelyn laugh even more and ask, then, will you never be angry or raise your voice at me? Huxley pondered seriously over Gracelyn's question. Even with serious contemplation, he only needed 2 or 3 seconds before the answer came naturally to him. Huxley replied, unless it involves principles, otherwise, never. I hereby solemnly promise you. Huxley's words carried weight, like 1,000 pieces of gold, naturally reliable, except for certain things, like their intimate matters, and some necessary deceptions in business. Of course, he was very convincing. Gracelyn had no doubts whatsoever, feeling exceptionally happy. This happiness made her dive into Huxley's arms, burying her face in his neck, like a playful kitten, exclaiming happily, wow, She, you're too kind. How can you be so kind? Being praised so joyfully and genuinely by his little wife lifted Huxley's mood greatly. He caressed Gracelyn's hair, intending to speak when she suddenly raised her face buried in his neck, looking at him with excitement and asked, "What if it's a principal issue?" Huxley was momentarily speechless. It seemed his darling little wife understood pushing one's luck quite well. Huxley looked at her seriously, smacking his lips, and answered, "If it doesn't involve our relationship, I can also be unprincipled." This made Graceland's already happy smile even brighter, kissing Huxley on the lips spontaneously. "Chlorother-chin, you're the best." Graceland's happiness mirrored Huxley's. His large hand rubbed her back, and after 2 seconds, he said, "Can I now take a look at what you two chatted about?" Graceland immediately responded with great generosity, "Sure, wait a second." She reached under the pillow, took out her phone, unlocked it, opened the chat with Weston, and handed it to Huxley promptly. "Here." Her cute and beautiful demeanor made Huxley's Amberdam's apple roll, feeling suddenly dry-mouthed. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the screen of the phone. Huxley read quickly, scanning through the content in an instant. Apart from the wedding vows, he naturally saw other parts of the conversation. Graceland had proactively told Weston, "I love you." Weston replied, "You love me, and I love you." Translation complete. The English version retains the original tone and style, paragraph structure, and narrative flow. Names are preserved in pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 37, Transforming into a Monster, specializing in eating a certain little rogue. Huxley's heart felt uncomfortable almost immediately upon seeing the glaring words. It was hard to control. Not that he was being overly sensitive. Fortunately, there were other messages besides those 2 sentences. Weston called Graceland sister-in-law and said, "If you send me messages like this, I think I'll have nowhere to bury my body." At least this boy had a high level of awareness. He could tell that Weston didn't have romantic feelings for Graceland. Even better, Graceland also replied, "Don't talk nonsense, we are just like brother and sister." And the naive Weston responded with, "Yeah, for a lifetime." Cloyoth kids seemed a bit silly, like untamed fawns in a forest, innocent and simple. It was like a child's conversation. Huxley couldn't help but smile bitterly. Though, "I love you" might be just between siblings or close friends, it still made him uneasy when he saw it. Jealousy isn't confined to romantic rivals, everything can stir it up. Family, friends, even pets can make one jealous. So inevitably, Huxley felt unhappy. He also thought about how Graceland and Weston were indeed childhood sweethearts, their ages not differing much. Unlike him who was 8 years older than Graceland, they grew up together from infancy, often brought together by Nora. Speaking of which, at that time, Nora even bought a double stroller because she craved having daughters. Graceland and Weston frequently lay side by side in that stroller, babbling and wriggling around as babies. Though Weston shared the stroller with others, like Nicola, Amberly, Celine, and some girls whom Huxley couldn't remember now, who were probably grown up now too, he still felt downcast. Huxley had a secret, and within this secret were 2 smaller secrets. This was one reason behind the true childhood sweethearts. Huxley couldn't avoid feeling jealous, couldn't pretend he didn't mind, and couldn't claim he wasn't upset by what he saw. He was just jealous and unhappy. Moreover, he minded another sentence where after Weston revealed his vow to wait until after the wedding to touch Graceland, she replied, "How thoughtful you are." This comment also made Huxley unhappy. Did she mean it? Did she want the real honeymoon night on the wedding day? He disagreed. Huxley's mood turned complex and heavy after reading their conversations. He clutched his phone, unable to speak, his expression betraying his feelings. How could he remain cheerful? Therefore, Huxley looked dark, serious, and somewhat cold. Graceland noticed and naturally felt cautious, knowing she was in the wrong. If she heard Huxley saying similar things to female friends, she wouldn't be happy either, no matter how good their friendship was. Graceland hastily explained, "Chlorother-chin, I know I shouldn't have said that. I got carried away, used to our old interactions. Now, I'm your wife, and he's my younger uncle. I promise I'll be more careful and never say such things again." She raised her hand to swear, "If I ever say anything like that to Weston again, you can scold me, take away my phone, spank me, or make me gain 10 pounds that I can never lose." Graceland secretly stuck out her tongue, thinking, wow, this vow is harsh. Especially the last part. Clote for Chlorother-chin, it's worth it. Hearing this, Huxley raised an eyebrow and looked at Graceland. The girl spoke earnestly, raising her hand to swear solemnly, making him believe in her sincerity. However, her words only made him feel worse. Graceland observed Huxley's face, noticing her words didn't improve his mood. She was puzzled. Where did she go wrong? After thinking for a moment, Graceland hesitantly asked, "Chlorother-chin, why aren't you talking? Don't you believe me?" Huxley clicked his tongue, staring at her with a dark look, and said, "You're used to interacting with Weston like this? Have you always interacted this way?" Upon hearing this, Huxley felt even more unhappy. Yes, as childhood sweethearts, they would naturally interact like this. It wasn't unexpected, yet he was still annoyed. Graceland widened her eyes, realizing the problem. Upon reflection, she understood. If she were in his place, she'd be upset too. She stammered, "Well, this is because we've been, since childhood." Her explanation faltered, emphasizing their close childhood bond. Remembering the graduation photos they took and hung on the wall, she thought of how nice Chlorother-chin was for not destroying them despite being upset. Graceland's explanation stalled, knowing it only confirmed the term, childhood sweethearts. Tongue-tied, she watched Huxley's expression darken further, then quickly sat up beside him. Amberthuff, we grew up together, it wasn't just me and Weston. There were Nicola, Amberly, Celine, and all of us. We all spoke this way with each other. Huxley understood her point but still felt troubled by the childhood sweethearts thing. Understanding doesn't mean he wouldn't be jealous or angry. Seeing Graceland's worried, almost tearful expression, Huxley set aside his phone and gently pinned her down, looking into her eyes. Can't you just say the past is past, now is now, and the future will be the future? Graceland paused, then nodded vigorously. Right, exactly. Amber's Chlorother-Cheen says, it's all in the past. I've married now and am his elder brother's wife. I'll maintain proper boundaries, don't worry. Her words lifted Huxley's spirits slightly. Seeing his improved expression, Graceland sighed in relief. Close suddenly, she wondered if Huxley had always been bothered by this or when it started. Truly a little rogue, Huxley lightly nibbled her lips, snapping her back to reality. Looking into his deep, dark eyes, she heard him say, not only mischievous but also silly, you can't even explain yourself properly. His words sounded like criticism, complaint, and even, a coquettish tone. Graceland chuckled, biting her lip and tapping her forehead. Well, seems so. Claude, I have Chlorother-Cheen, right? Then let me be both naughty and silly. Anyway, Chlorother-Cheen is always here for me. Graceland's rather unprincipled words made Huxley's tightly pressed lips twitch slightly despite himself, and he quickly reined in his expression. He then gave her tender red lips a gentle nip, teasingly scolding, greedy little baby who tries to sell herself after getting the upper hand. Graceland couldn't help but laugh at Huxley's antics. She felt that Chlorother-Cheen really doted on her so much. She was so happy, delighted, and content. Smiling with her pouting lips, Graceland said, I'm not stinky, I'm fragrant. Huxley harumphed, let me smell. Then he kissed the fair and delicate neck of the young girl, planting several passionate marks. Only when Graceland's eyes were hazy did Huxley let her go. He hadn't forgotten that he still had something to question her about. Gazing into the girl's slightly squinted, hazy eyes, Huxley asked in a deep, hoarse voice, when you told Weston that you are so thoughtful, was it genuine? Were you also thinking about waiting until our wedding day for our honeymoon night? Huxley's words left Graceland blushing so fiercely she wanted to bury herself under the blanket. Graceland started to speak but felt her cheeks burning, unable to continue. Huxley wasn't in a hurry, he waited for her answer. Clote, those eyes of his were too intense. After blushing for quite a while, Graceland finally whispered, no. I didn't think like that. Huxley was genuinely taken aback by this response. Earlier, during their intimate moments, he had only mentioned that he wouldn't truly claim her here but hadn't guaranteed any other actions. She had nodded in understanding. Yet, he hadn't said anything about waiting until they got home. He wouldn't wait until the wedding day, he simply couldn't hold back. If not for this unexpected event that required them to verify the project cooperation, they would have been in the capital today, and he would have claimed Graceland that very night without any doubt. As he had said before, he wasn't a gentleman, he had never been one. Now, Graceland's response truly surprised him. Huxley paused for 5 seconds, his throat tightening as he asked, when did you start thinking this way? When I asked you or when you answered him? Clolushing, Graceland blinked, thinking how persistent and detail-oriented Huxley was. Such minute details caught his attention. Amberthuff Graceland was extremely shy, she knew she needed to explain clearly to Huxley. Just as Huxley had told her, they were husband and wife, there should be no secrets between them. So Graceland mustered her courage, boldly wrapped her arms around Huxley's neck, and said, my reply to him was the opposite. I've never thought about waiting until after the wedding. Never. In fact, if not for how embarrassing it was on the first day of getting their marriage certificate, who knew what might have happened? Graceland's answer thoroughly pleased Huxley. The slight severity on the handsome man's face instantly disappeared, his gaze becoming deeper and more intense. Huxley said, me neither. It was wonderful, they were in perfect harmony again. Graceland blinked, Chlorother-Cheen is also quite eager for me, right? Graceland pondered, Huxley's kiss came down once more, enveloping her in an overwhelming wave that made her feel utterly limp. She loved it when Chlorother-Cheen kissed her. Chlorother-Cheen was such a skilled kisser. It felt so good #smiley face #. Even in the throes of passion, Huxley maintained some restraint. He just kissed her. Previously, he had briefly considered punishing her by removing her clothes. Fortunately, that thought passed in a flash. Fortunately, he was far too reluctant. In their future life together, he wished to always feel this reluctance. He was grateful for this reluctance, otherwise, how could he face the gaze of his beloved little wife if he truly went through with that punishment? Thankfully, it didn't happen. How wonderful. Huxley had never been in love before Graceland, nor had he ever experienced any romantic relationships. At this moment, a faint sense of self-congratulation flashed through his mind, thankful that he was older. Perhaps because of his age, he felt more at ease and confident. This made their love sweeter and more enchantingly intimate. Huxley wondered if couples were always so inseparable and never got tired of each other. Whether it was kissing or talking closely, it seemed they found endless joy in each other, never finding it boring or tedious. Even meaningless chit-chat remained delightful. Just like now, as he kissed Gracelyn, he couldn't get enough, wishing to kiss her forever. Quote, if he kept kissing, it would soon be him who couldn't bear it anymore. Reaching his limit, Huxley reluctantly released her lips, his breathing heavy. Take a break. These words left Gracelyn momentarily stunned, her face flushed as she hit his shoulder playfully. What are you saying, Chlorother-Chin? Did a kiss tire someone out? Was she that hard to kiss? Huxley smiled, just teasing you. If we keep kissing, your husband might. He left the rest unsaid, but the meaning was clear. Gracelyn froze, then blurted out, transform? Her brainless jest left Huxley speechless for a moment. Realizing what she had said, Gracelyn felt like slapping herself. Oh my goodness, what was she talking about? Huxley burst out laughing, climbing off Gracelyn but still gently smacking her bottom, saying in a serious tone, yeah, transform into a monster, specializing in eating a certain little rogue. Chloe eyed her to death. Gracelyn lost all composure. Why did she impulsively say such a thing? What was wrong with her? Gracelyn was both embarrassed and fighting the urge to laugh. She didn't dare laugh. Chapter 38 Are you hungry, Chloe? Her face was flushed and her ears were red. She didn't know how to explain that her mouth had run faster than her brain, leading to such a statement. After holding in laughter for a moment, Gracelyn hurriedly explained, I'm sorry Chin Chlorother, I was just joking but said it wrongly. Really? Huxley slowly raised his eyebrows, the corners of his lips tilting upwards. To me, what you said was quite vivid. After saying this, Huxley kissed her lips and added with a deeper smile, it was sincere praise. Gracelyn. Though there wasn't anything wrong with Huxley's words, why did she feel like he sounded sarcastic? Oh no, explaining further would only make it worse. If she kept on trying to justify herself to Huxley, who knew what kind of trouble she'd dig up. After being tongue-tied and blushing for a while, Gracelyn decided to change the topic. Chin Chlorother, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. She had messed up the conversation, it was best to sleep now. Huxley couldn't help but laugh. He always knew his little wife was cute, but he hadn't expected her cuteness to be so irresistible. Like how she usually seemed obedient and cute, yet danced fervently on stage at his bar another night. Recalling that scene, the depth of Huxley's eyes darkened as he approved of her performance then, too. Then sleep some more. Huxley kissed her forehead, adding, I cancelled all my morning appointments today and can sleep till the afternoon with you. Gracelyn blinked, Cause I'm coming? Huxley nodded, of course, to keep you company. I can't just leave to work right after you arrive. He had already calculated that once Gracelyn arrived at the hotel, whether at 5 or 6 in the morning, they'd stay in bed together until the afternoon. Oh, true. You should definitely keep me company. Gracelyn looked at Huxley with a bright smile, you're so considerate, Chin Chlorother. Huxley kissed her again, suppressing a smirk. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Gracelyn nodded and yawned a little, closing her eyes as she snuggled into Huxley's arms. Huxley tightened his embrace and closed his eyes as well, whispering softly, sleep now. Husband will sleep with you, we'll eat when we wake up. Gracelyn agreed obediently. The warmth and comfort of Chin Chlorother's embrace were irresistible, strong yet filled with security. She wished to stay embraced like this forever. Suddenly, Gracelyn's nose tickled and goosebumps rose on her skin, causing her to sneeze. Huxley immediately opened his eyes and asked anxiously, what happened? Did you catch a chill? Gracelyn rubbed her nose shyly, no, not at all. Just a sneeze. Oh. Huxley still looked concerned. Do you want to increase the amber sea temperature? He usually kept his room's air conditioning at a lower temperature. No need, Gracelyn shook her head. The temperature is perfect. Amber at this very temperature, nestled with Chin Chlorother under the covers, nothing felt more fitting. How could she possibly love Chin Chlorother this much, more than ever before? Closing her eyes for some time, Huxley recalled that amidst their affectionate moments and discussions about Weston, he forgot to ask Gracelyn in detail about Perry's bullying. Gracelyn must have forgotten to report it too, so it probably wasn't serious. Seeing her tiny and sweet frame made him particularly soft-hearted and protective. Huxley couldn't bear to see Gracelyn hurt at all, his heart ached even at the slightest sign of distress. His woman, his wife, couldn't suffer any sorrow or pain. Holding the soft girl in his arms, Huxley's heart softened even more, finding his little wife irresistibly adorable. His love for her seemed boundless, growing each second. Since she appeared to be asleep, he would ask her later. They had plenty of time. They had an entire lifetime of love and sweetness. No matter how many children they had, regardless of their ages, their love and intimacy would remain unchanged. Thinking about it filled Huxley with delight. Huxley hadn't slept well the night before either. Tossing and turning, thinking of her until dawn. Waking by 5 in the morning because he was constantly thinking of her arrival, he got hardly a few hours of sleep. Now with his beloved in his arms, warm, sweet, and snug, Huxley soon felt drowsy again and quickly fell asleep. Gracelyn woke up from a sweet dream, finding herself tightly held in Huxley's embrace. Close-linking her eyes, apart from slight stiffness due to the prolonged position, everything else felt wonderful. She loved being held by Chin Chlorother. Staring at Huxley's exceptionally handsome face, Gracelyn was momentarily lost in admiration. He was sleeping deeply, his striking features even more captivating, almost blinding. This was the first time Gracelyn closely examined Huxley's face, admiring it to the point of drooling. Oh my, how could such a great man become her husband? She truly felt lucky and proud. Stretching out in satisfaction for a moment, Gracelyn gazed at Huxley's face lovingly and noticed his furrowed brows. Was he having a nightmare? Frowning in response, Gracelyn reached out with her index finger to gently smooth his brows, hoping to soothe his discomfort. Moments later, Huxley's deep eyes fluttered open. Upon waking, he stared at Gracelyn, seeming dazed. She Clorother, you're awake? Gracelyn retracted her hand. Yeah. Huxley murmured and pulled Gracelyn closer. Sensing Huxley's unusual behavior, Gracelyn asked, did you have a nightmare? Caught off guard, Huxley hesitated a few seconds, then replied, yes, something unpleasant. His tone was light and dismissive, yet Gracelyn saw his frown deepen. Concerned, Gracelyn caressed his brow again. Really had a nightmare? What about? Huxley closed his eyes, savoring the gentle touch from his wife. Can't remember clearly. Gracelyn blinked. Was it something scary like being chased by ghosts? Huxley caught her hand, kissing it lightly. Maybe. Gracelyn laughed. Amber, you scared of ghosts, She Clorother? Opening his eyes, he gazed at her seriously. Why would I, a grown man, be afraid of ghosts? It's just a dream, full of randomness, perhaps something unpleasant which I can't recall. Gracelyn nodded. Oh. Just let me hold you a bit longer. Huxley closed his eyes again, tightening his arms around her. Ambrotha feeling Huxley's odd behavior, Gracelyn was still very compliant, gently patting his back as if soothing a child. Don't worry, She Clorother. Huxley felt warm inside, the lingering effects of the nightmare disappearing instantly. This nightmare had been about Gracelyn. Clote, now she was his wife after all. After holding her for a while, Huxley slightly loosened his grip and asked, Amber, you hungry, baby? Gracelyn nodded. Amber bit indeed. She reached for her phone and checked the time, exclaiming, wow, it's already noon 12. What do you want to eat? Huxley asked. Gracelyn thought for a moment, cravingly answering, I want seafood noodles. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Gracelyn, with stars in her eyes, said, Amber, seafood soup so fresh it makes your tongue drop, paired with soft and chewy noodles, tisk. Gracelyn smacked her lips and licked them, almost drooling. Huxley laughed. You're still a little foodie. Amber, right, let's have seafood noodles. I'll call Russell and ask the kitchen to prepare it. The hotel's kitchen? Gracelyn asked. Huxley picked up his phone while saying, yes. He then dialed Russell's number and pulled Gracelyn into his arms as he spoke. You don't think your husband can't use this hotel's kitchen when staying here, right? Absolutely not. Gracelyn shook her head with a smiling face. I know She Clorother is very capable. You're highly educated, very talented, and have a lot of money. This hotel wouldn't even be worth a flick of your finger. Gracelyn's flattering words made Russell's lips twitch upon answering the call. He dared not speak. No wonder Clois Cheen loves the young lady so much. Look at how eloquent she is. Such sweet words. Who wouldn't be pleased? Huxley was also very happy with Gracelyn's compliments. Amber thought what she said was all true. There was a difference between truth and being praised. Huxley leaned against the headboard, sitting up and turned to look at Gracelyn, slowly raising his eyebrows. Is that so? Yes. Gracelyn nodded seriously and then added, Amber, I can buy one for you too. This sentence slipped out before Gracelyn could think. Huxley was stunned. You would buy me one? Gracelyn realized her mistake, biting her lip. Yeah, I can do it. Though it might sound unrealistic now, this hotel isn't worth much anyway. Even though I don't have enough money, my family does. My second brother, first brother, father, and mother all do. If I really want to buy it, I certainly can. Closides, once I work, I can earn money. Huxley smiled even more warmly, slightly tilting his head and gently asking, earn money from work to buy a hotel for me? Yes. Gracelyn nodded vigorously. Huxley hadn't expected his little wife to have such grand ambitions. It was hard not to be moved by her determination to work and earn money to buy him a hotel. Even Russell, who had been silently listening, felt touched. Oh, the young lady is truly amazing. However, the hotel isn't cheap. Amber 9-star hotel, it really costs quite a bit. Clote, what mattered wasn't the money but the thought behind it. Oh. Seeing Gracelyn so serious, Huxley's smile grew even broader, responding just as earnestly, Amber, right, I'll wait for my baby to earn money and buy it for me. Chloeing loved by his little wife felt wonderful. Russell's lips twitched. He thought, Clois Cheen, you're going too far. For you, this amount of money is nothing, yet you dare make the young lady, who hasn't even started working, buy it? Russell wanted to rant. He sincerely believed Huxley didn't really expect Gracelyn to buy the hotel, he was just showing off his happiness at being pampered by the young lady. For Russell, this was no problem, but it was quite insulting. Gracelyn said earnestly, She Clorother, please believe me. Once I start working, I will definitely earn a lot of money. I believe you, Huxley nodded affirmatively. These words immediately made Graceland's eyes sparkle. Hyder over the phone also heard everything because he was with Russell, who had the call on speaker. Hyder chuckled and said, "Young lady, you definitely can. Our young lady is the best." Hearing this, Graceland stuck out her tongue. Hyder. Hyder laughed again. "Sorry, young lady. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Master." "Young lady, Hyder supports you." "Master, you're so lucky." Huxley felt extremely happy upon hearing this, feeling as radiant as the sun. Graceland couldn't help but laugh, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thank you, Hyder." Hyder's beard trembled with laughter. At this moment, Huxley said, "Russell, go tell the kitchen. The young lady wants seafood noodles. Make sure they use the freshest seafood and the best noodles. It should be so fresh it makes your tongue drop, and the noodles must be soft and delicious." Russell replied immediately, "Yes, Clois Cheen." Before they hung up, Graceland looked curiously at Huxley and asked, "Cheen Clorother, can you cook?" Huxley turned to look at her, blinking. "Russell. Hyder. The young lady sure has guts to ask. What can Huxley cook?" Just as they were thinking this, Huxley uttered one word, "Yes." "Hyder, ? Russell, ? Is this fake?" Huxley, who rarely ever set foot in the kitchen and was always served like royalty, actually knew how to cook seafood noodles. Graceland was also surprised. "Really?" Huxley nodded and immediately told Russell, "Tell the kitchen to prepare all the ingredients and notify me. I'll personally cook for the young lady." Russell was stunned. Hyder was equally stunned. Their jaws dropped to the floor. Russell quickly responded, "Oh, yes, understood." Ambrothuff he agreed, both Russell and Hyder were highly skeptical. Could he really cook? Graceland was doubtful too, looking skeptically at Huxley, her beautiful eyes questioning, "Can you really cook?" Huxley looked at her with a raised lip. "What? Don't trust your husband?" Graceland swallowed the saliva that came from admiring Huxley's handsomeness, blinked, and finally nodded, "I believe you." Huxley affectionately patted Graceland's head. "If you believe me, get dressed. Husband will cook you some noodles." Graceland's eyes immediately sparkled with pink bubbles. "Wow, Cheen Clorother is so cool, he can even cook. It feels unbelievable. He's going to cook for her by hand?" After saying that, Huxley got up. Graceland tilted her head and asked, "Have you cooked for others before?" "Am I the first?" Upon hearing this, Huxley paused while buttoning his shirt, turned to look at Graceland, suddenly bent down, and kissed her tender red lips. Chapter 39, Clorother Cheen really loves to kiss her. Huxley kissed her as if he were dissatisfied with her silly question, his kiss domineering and punitive. He kissed ferociously and intensely, as if he had never kissed her before. They had clearly kissed many times, from the moment she arrived at the hotel until now. Except for talking, he hadn't stopped. Clorother Cheen really loves to kiss her. Indeed, after kissing, Huxley said, "You must be the first one, no one else has eaten it." Graceland blinked her eyes, "Oh, indeed." Graceland was very happy and hurriedly got up to tidy her clothes and hair. Huxley was already dressed and then noticed the roses on the bedside table, saying, "Chloe the way, the flowers are for you." Graceland laughed and got out of bed to smell the roses. "I know, I saw them as soon as I came in. They're so fragrant." Graceland straightened up, Huxley just walked behind her. She turned around and bumped right into Huxley's arms. Huxley looked at her and asked, "Do you like them?" "Of course I do." Graceland smiled like a flower, immediately tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck and hug him. Huxley smiled, slightly bending down to hold her waist, asking, "Do you like the flowers or the person more?" Graceland blushed slightly, "I like both. I like the flowers and I like the person." Huxley was pleased. This seemed to be the first time she had told him that she liked him as a person. She hadn't really said it before. Even if he tricked her into saying it, he was still very happy. "That's good." Huxley patted Graceland's lower back. "Come, let's go freshen up. Husband will cook noodles for you." "Okay." Graceland nodded happily. When Huxley arranged for Graceland to come over last night, he had everything prepared for her. After Huxley led Graceland into the bathroom, Graceland was surprised by what she saw. The toiletries and skincare products were all brand new and ready to use. Even the toiletries were in cute pink hues. Graceland felt warmth in her heart. Clorother Cheen was really thoughtful. After they finished freshening up, Russell reported that the hotel's dedicated kitchen had done all the necessary preparations and only needed Huxley to personally cook. Graceland and Huxley were also done freshening up. When Graceland was led out of the bathroom by Huxley, she was still dazed. How should she describe it? It was her first time using the same bathroom as Clorother Cheen, and should she say Huxley was clingy, or should she say Huxley was clingy to her? After brushing teeth, Huxley kissed her by the sink. When she washed her face with cleanser, Huxley waited for her to finish and personally wiped her face. While she applied her skincare, Huxley hugged her from behind, watching her through the mirror. In short, he was unbearably clingy. Gracelyn had never seen Huxley act like this before, so she was still dazed even after being led out of the room. Russell and Hyder, who were waiting outside the room, were also quite curious. Would Huxley really cook noodles? They went to the kitchen together. Huxley originally wanted Gracelyn to wait outside. Claude, how could Gracelyn just sit there idly? She definitely wanted to watch him cook. So, Gracelyn held Huxley's hand and said, "Chlorother-chin, I want to go with you. I want to watch you cook." Before Huxley could respond, Gracelyn continued, "I can cook too, you believe me? Amber and I cook pretty well." Gracelyn wasn't lying. Amber thought she was pampered, she loved cuisine and enjoyed cooking herself, which resulted in excellent dishes. Because she was skilled in the kitchen and seafood noodles were her forte, she asked if Huxley knew how to cook. She initially asked out of curiosity, but unexpectedly, Huxley could. She asked casually, thinking of cooking for Huxley herself, but instead, it turned out to be a miracle. Huxley would be cooking for her. Upon hearing Gracelyn's question, Huxley nodded. "I heard from Weston and my mother. And virtually, many people in the circle know that Miss Meng has great culinary skills. Since Gracelyn loved cooking and was very good at it, Martha naturally mentioned it in the social circle." Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, surprised. Chlorother-chin actually knew? She thought Huxley didn't know because he was always so busy. Previously, she heard from Weston that Huxley's schedule was packed. She didn't expect him to notice these small details about her. Did this mean that even before their whirlwind marriage, Chlorother-chin paid attention to her a little? Perhaps it did. This guess made Gracelyn smile sweetly. She immediately said, "Yes, let's do it together." Huxley stared at her for 2 seconds, then nodded. "Amber, right." With that, he held Gracelyn's hand and led her into the kitchen. Russell and Hyder followed, blinking their eyes in unison, puzzled. There was a bit of awkwardness. Leaning against the kitchen door, they stared at each other. Amber few seconds later, Hyder gave a thumbs up and sincerely admired, "I never thought Master Chin and Lady Chin would both be such skilled cooks." Russell agreed with a nod. "Yeah, I can't believe it either. I've been with President Chin for so many years, and I didn't know he could cook noodles." Hyder clicked his tongue. "Neither have I." Russell widened his eyes. "What? President Chin hasn't cooked at home? I thought he had." Hyder blinked. "I've never seen Master Chin cook. I think he might not even know what undercooked noodles look like." Russell frowned. Quote, President Chin looked so confident. Is he doing this just to save face in front of Lady Chin? The more Russell thought about it, the more convinced he was of his deduction. He rubbed his chin, continuing, "President Chin knows Lady Chin is a good cook, so he doesn't want to appear inferior and says he can cook. When she helps him, it kind of counts as him making it, right?" Hyder pondered for 2 seconds. I don't really understand young people's antics." Russell was curious. "So, does President Chin really know how to cook noodles?" Hyder looked troubled and finally said, "Whether he knows how to cook, I'm not sure, but eating them, he surely knows." Russell. Isn't that obvious? No wonder Russell and Hyder were gossiping. Huxley cooking was incredibly shocking to them. It was almost unbelievable, and they were skeptical. Russell was Huxley's bodyguard and private assistant. Hyder was the butler of Sher Garden, where Huxley spent most of his time either under Russell's watchful eyes or Hyder's. They genuinely didn't know Huxley could cook. However, wouldn't cooking noodles be easy? Amidst Russell and Hyder's various speculations and doubts, Huxley finished cooking the seafood noodles. The kitchen staff placed them on a silver platter and brought them out. The bowl containing the seafood noodles was made of crystal adorned with red and blue gems, looking luxurious and beautiful. Huxley always favored such lavish elegance. Quote, that wasn't the main point. The aroma wafted through the air, and the rich, fresh scent of the seafood broth made everyone's mouths water. Hyder and Russell were stunned. Did Huxley really cook these noodles himself? They couldn't believe it. Then Huxley and Gracelyn emerged together. Hand in hand, Gracelyn's face was glowing with admiration. Her mouth chattered incessantly. Chlorother-chin, you've been hiding your talents. You're not just good at noodles, right? You can cook other delicious things too. You look so proficient. Huxley glanced at her. Yeah, okay, I can cook some other things. If you like, I'll cook them for you. Hearing this, Gracelyn's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Sure. Wow, this is too exciting. Chlorother-chin, we can cook together in the future. Earlier, while they were cooking together, Huxley clearly showed great proficiency that he also cooked a few extra-large fresh shrimps, mastering the temperature and timing perfectly. After scooping out the shrimps, he put on gloves to peel off the shells and remove the veins before placing them on the prepared seafood noodles. Not only did he add seafood soy sauce for more flavor, but he also creatively sprinkled a thin layer of white sesame seeds over the shrimp meat, an incredibly clever touch. If it weren't for the fact that Huxley was clearly an experienced hand in the kitchen, Gracelyn wouldn't have believed it even if her life depended on it. Moreover, not only was Huxley handsome, but he looked exceptionally cool while cooking. The time they spent cooking together wasn't about cooking at all, it was filled with sweetness, laughter, playful arguments, and endless happiness. She felt like she had found a treasure. Hearing Graceland's words, Gerardo and Russell, who were following behind them, were stunned to the point of doubting reality. Huxley was very proficient. They were completely dumbfounded. Huxley said to Graceland, "Sure, as long as you find it interesting, we can cook together every day." Graceland's eyes twinkled with joy as she nodded vigorously, even adding enthusiastically, "Maybe we could open a husband and wife restaurant someday." Russell. Gerardo. Gerardo immediately responded, "That's a great idea, Lady Cheen. Amber couple's restaurant would be so loving and affectionate. However, the food you and young master prepare would be sky-high priced. Normal people can't afford it. Only little master, Mrs., and your family members should be able to enjoy it." Gerardo's words were absolutely not flattery, he was being honest. He felt that according to Huxley's doting on the young lady, he might actually agree on a whim and decide to open a restaurant, forsaking his role as CEO. So, he wanted to dissuade her quickly. Russell thought the same way and immediately agreed, yes, Gerardo is right. Graceland tilted her head in thought, smacking her lips, you're right. Let's forget about that then. Huxley just smiled, not speaking, but his mood was very pleasant. Wearing a regular white shirt and black dress pants, with the shirt tucked into his pants, and the sleeves rolled up, his hands were casually stuffed in his pockets. Graceland clung to his arm, chatting away by his side, feeling wonderful. She seemed much more at ease than when they had their whirlwind marriage. The noodles were brought to the dining room. Graceland was practically drooling, ready to eat as soon as she sat down. The attendant helping her served the noodles. Huxley had cooked a generous portion. Graceland eagerly waited for the attendant to serve her, while waving Russell and Gerardo over. "Hyder, Amber Assistant Jiang, please sit down and eat too. Clorother Cheen made some for you as well." This left Russell and Gerardo speechless. For them? Graceland had spoken, and Huxley also looked at the two men. "Sit down and eat with us." The two men were utterly shocked. After everyone had been served, Graceland took the first bite and exclaimed how delicious it was. Russell and Gerardo started eating as well, and they were stunned by the first bite. Did Huxley really make this himself? Huxley knows how to cook. Amber, it's so delicious. When did this happen? Russell and Gerardo couldn't believe it. Huxley's seafood noodles were so delicious that they were quickly finished. Graceland patted her now full belly and looked at Huxley with admiration. "Clorother Cheen, your culinary skills are so good. What if I get fat from eating your cooking in the future?" Huxley looked at her. "Even if you do, you'll still be adorable." Graceland. No. After finishing the noodles, still in disbelief, Russell immediately pulled out his phone and sent a secret message to Weston. "Russell, does President Cheen know how to cook?" Amber, very well. How did this happen? Why didn't I know? Is it possible that intelligent people are naturally adept at cooking without any training? No. It's not just being naturally adept, but making something so delicious on the first try. Weston quickly replied. Weston? Did you drink too much? My brother has never even entered the kitchen. Russell. That's right. Someone who has never entered the kitchen can make something so delicious. Isn't that strange? Too strange. Russell quickly replied. President Cheen made super delicious seafood noodles for the young lady. I'm doubting my life. Could it be that President Cheen is someone else's soul reborn? Weston, soul reborn? What nonsense. No, you mean my brother knows how to make noodles? Old Jiang, you're really drunk. Russell knew it was pointless trying to discuss this with Weston. Claude, it was just too unbelievable. When did President Cheen learn to cook, and how did he get so good? Where did President Cheen learn? Why didn't I know after following him for so long? Why does the young lady have excellent cooking skills, and President Cheen just happens to know how to cook as well? Russell felt there must be a connection between these two facts, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. He was filled with doubts. Putting away his phone and suppressing his confusion, Russell turned to Huxley. President Cheen, Mr. Ian called this morning saying he will free up his schedule this afternoon. Would you like to meet him? Huxley glanced at his watch. Right, let's meet at 3 p.m. Huxley wanted to finalize the cooperation as soon as possible and return home. Yes, Russell nodded. Graceland blinked. If Clorother Cheen has business to attend to this afternoon, then I'll go back to the room to rest. Huxley looked at her. Don't you want to come with me? Graceland's eyes widened. Amber, can I go with you to talk business? Sure, Huxley nodded. There's nothing stopping you. You can sit next to me and play on your phone or watch movies. Graceland's eyes lit up but hesitated. Is that okay? Won't it seem inappropriate if I just play around while you discuss? There's nothing wrong with that, Huxley assured her. We can leave early if the negotiations don't go well. Now Graceland's eyes sparkled even more. Wow, Clorother Cheen is so carefree. Originally, Huxley came here determined to finalize the cooperation, showing sincerity. He even separated from his newlywed wife on the second day of their marriage. Clote last night, Amberlice repulsed him. So now he didn't care much. The cooperation mattered less to him. He had other important things to tend to. Chapter 40. Oh, save me, her husband is so willful. Russell and Ian agreed on the meeting time. Ian was very pleased. Just as Huxley had said, this cooperation was indeed more important for Ian. Amber's the president of the European International Chamber of Commerce. She Corporation had over 30 mature commercial branches under its belt, with pharmaceuticals being one of the critical ones. Several years ago, She Corporation began focusing on researching cancer prevention and treatment drugs. The research results were outstanding and had already been recognized by the empire's National Medical Administration. Currently, the anti-cancer effects were among the best globally. After several discussions with the empire's National Medical Administration, the European Chamber of Commerce finally managed to agree on importing the drug. Since the government had given the go-ahead, it naturally made sense to negotiate with Huxley. This collaboration would introduce the drug into Europe's imported medicines list, giving She Pharmaceutical greater influence, sales, and profits. However, it was far more significant for the European Chamber of Commerce. To Huxley, his wealth was beyond imagination and could only be estimated in figures and value, so this deal was both necessary and optional for him. For Ian, achieving this cooperation was a great career milestone for him as president. Privately, there were certain unspoken business shares that everyone knew about but didn't announce openly, which of course included him. For instance, European pharmaceutical companies importing the drug would certainly provide him some benefits. In business, it was all about mutual benefit, maximizing resources and profits. However, Huxley was a highly successful and mature tycoon at the top of the international commercial pyramid, holding much stronger negotiation power. Comparatively, Ian wanted the cooperation even more than Huxley did. He set aside a specific time and instructed his staff to promptly prepare the VIP conference room for the Chamber of Commerce. Cleaning, tidying up, changing flowers and plants, preparing high-quality tea sets, wine sets, fruits, everything was treated as ultra-VIP level. Of course, Ian also asked his daughter Amberlice to accompany him. Amberlice had been working in the National Chamber of Commerce due to Ian's arrangements, even serving as the Director of Investment Promotion. In normal chamber meetings, Ian always brought Amberlice along. It was part of her job content, naturally boosting her professional growth and allowing her more exposure to influential figures for future marriage planning. Just as Amberlice mentioned to Huxley, Ian truly hoped that Amberlice and Huxley would become a couple, primarily because Huxley was an invaluable match studded with gold and diamonds. After instructing his subordinates to tidy up the meeting room, Ian immediately called Amberlice into his office. Without even asking how her night went, he firmly believed his daughter would successfully win Huxley. Amberlice, however, appeared somewhat unhappy when she entered the office. Last night's events left her confused and uncertain about her usual self-confidence and charm for the first time. This wasn't her first time dealing with such matters. Previously, every powerful figure who collaborated with Ian fell for her. She still maintained ambiguous relationships with several of them. Though Huxley was undoubtedly the youngest, most brilliant, and outstanding among these figures, it was baffling why he barely glanced at her, rejecting her completely without any trace of lust. Amberlice remained gloomy from last night and still couldn't make sense of it, hence appearing quite low-spirited. Ian looked at Amberlice sitting opposite him and cheerfully asked, "How did your conversation with Mr. She go last night? Amber, any progress?" Upon hearing this, Amberlice felt even more depressed and reluctantly replied, "We didn't chat, nor was there any progress." Ian widened his eyes, clearly surprised and disbelief. He had always known his daughter's charm well. Ian asked in shock, "What do you mean? No chatting and no progress? How is that possible? Don't you like Mr. She?" It didn't make sense, his daughter never rejected exceptional men. Amberlice took a deep breath and said with a mix of frustration and anger, "Mr. She isn't even a man. When I arrived, he slammed the door shut upon seeing me. Amber almost knocked my nose off. He refused to let me speak and even sent his subordinate to drive me away." Ian was even more shocked. "What? He turned away such a beauty like you?" Amberlice nodded with indignation, "Yes, but later he said he was married, has a wife." Ian stroked his chin, pondering. Amberlice frowned, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. "He even said his wife is beautiful and gentle." Ian raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I haven't heard of him getting married." "If he were, wouldn't we have heard some news?" Amberlice responded, "Who knows? Maybe he's talking about a fiancé, or perhaps he dislikes women. Amber, anyway, it's hopeless, no hope." Not being able to pair up with a man like Huxley certainly upset Amberlice. Ian rubbed his forehead in frustration. "He's coming over to discuss at 3 o'clock. Regardless, you must accompany me, it's part of your job. And also, observe his attitude towards you. Perhaps you were too direct last night, which put him off. Today, try to be more official and showcase your industrious charm." Despite her lingering anger, Amberlice nodded, understood. Ian was satisfied with Amberlice's compliance. He examined her and asked, "Sweetheart, do you like Mr. She?" Amberlice blushed and nodded immediately, "Of course. What woman wouldn't like a man like that?" Ian tilted his head thoughtfully. "If you like him, that's good enough. Men like Mr. She are rare and valuable. Even if he has a wife, what does it matter? Amber, man like him will never lack for women. You need only be one of his many women, or possibly the most favored. Remember, I'm your father, and I can significantly assist his career and personal achievements. You're beautiful and might end up as his final choice. Don't give up on a good man because of a little setback. Close sides, sometimes using necessary means is acceptable." Hearing Ian's words, Amberlice's big blue eyes widened. "I understand, father." You really like him too, right? Ian nodded, absolutely. Well, go get ready, don't wear your business suit. Change into a cocktail dress, style your hair. Amber at 3 this afternoon, make sure you look stunning in the conference room. Okay. Amberly's determination flared up instantly, having Ian encourage her gave her immense joy. Thinking about Huxley's half-open shirt revealing most of his chest and the faintly visible abs beneath, strong and muscular with perfect lines, Amberly couldn't help but blush. To be honest, just in terms of appearance, Huxley was exceptionally superior. None of the influential men and young talents Amberly had met matched Huxley's outstanding looks. Such a man couldn't be anything but highly sought after. Amberly checked her watch and hurriedly stood up, eager to get herself ready. Ian called her back, reminding, don't overdress or it may backfire, understood? I know. Don't worry, Dad. Amberly gave Ian a warm flying kiss and rushed out happily. Indeed, getting Amberly to hook up with Huxley was something Ian wished deeply. Whether or not he was married wasn't within Ian's consideration. Look at how everyone queues up for the best things outside. The rarities at auctions are fought over. Excellent men are no different, they must be vied for. Huxley was going to bring Graceland to discuss the project cooperation, and he even mentioned it so casually, as if they were not discussing a collaboration but rather having a casual chat with a few friends. This was something Graceland had not anticipated at all, and she was quite surprised. After all, whether in appearance or in the image he projected, Huxley was a giant tycoon in the business world, always serious and proper. Such a tycoon coming abroad to discuss a transnational cooperation would naturally be in a very formal setting, with strictly formal business talks. Graceland felt that it would certainly be much more serious than her school principal's speech at the opening ceremony. Yet, Huxley actually volunteered to bring her along and said that she could just play around on the side. This made Graceland unable to express her feelings. It was probably yet another instance of being extremely doted upon. However, Graceland still considered the seriousness and formality of such discussions. After eating noodles and returning to the room with Huxley, she suggested, Chlorother-chin, should I just go like this? Should I change into different clothes? Do I need to dress formally? Huxley sat on the sofa, extending his hand to her. Graceland stepped forward. After Huxley pulled her down to sit beside him, he said, no need. We'll talk in the Chamber of Commerce meeting room, not at any banquet or wine event. It's not suitable for wearing evening gowns. Virtually, you can be more casual. You don't have to be so nervous, just being by my side is enough. You're not my secretary or assistant, you're my wife, and you don't need to do anything. Huxley showed her boundless indulgence and affection. Hearing this, Graceland shyly stuck out her tongue, saying, Claude, won't I be too casual? Wearing a bright red t-shirt, casual shorts, and sneakers. She really thought she looked too casual. Just then, Graceland asked again, what is the International Chamber of Commerce? The European International Trade Association, Huxley replied. Graceland. She looked speechlessly at Huxley, asking, for such an organization, should I really go dressed like this? Huxley smiled, why not? For a moment, Graceland couldn't respond. Chlorother-chin was really too capricious. But she liked it so much. So capricious and domineering. Graceland didn't know what to say, feeling that Huxley was just too cool, licking her lips. Huxley looked at her and added, Shinger, did you know you're the wife of a tycoon? Graceland slightly raised her beautiful eyes, blinking. Wow, it seemed Chlorother-chin was indeed boasting. Claude, what he said was true. Seeing Graceland's cute confused look, Huxley laughed and continued, so, you should know that a tycoon's woman can do whatever she wants. Others may need to wear suits and formal attire, but you can even wear slippers. Graceland's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, so this was how a tycoon's wife behaved. Indeed. That's what status meant. Graceland smacked her lips, seriously nodding, I get it. Her adorable and serious expression made Huxley smile even wider. Huxley narrowed his eyes, saying, when you found me for our flash marriage, didn't you realize this? Didn't you investigate how wealthy I am? This question genuinely left Graceland stunned. Of course, she knew Chlorother-chin was very rich. He was a giant tycoon at the pinnacle of the international business community, but she hadn't really investigated. Knowing he was immensely wealthy from their circle, she hadn't researched how much wealth and assets he had. Graceland was bewildered for several seconds before scratching her head, I know you're very rich, but I didn't specifically investigate or ask. Huxley chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, little fool, your husband, has quite a substantial fortune. Graceland pursed her lips. Wow, Chlorother-chin sure was boasting. Claude, she loved it. Chlorother-chin seemed so adorable. Graceland smiled, I know. It's not for your money, I'm not short of money either. Is that so? Huxley raised an eyebrow, slowly leaning closer to Graceland, his voice light, Our little Shinger isn't short of money. Why did you marry me? Huxley had asked this before, why she wanted to marry him. Graceland hadn't answered why, only saying that she just wanted to. So, Huxley didn't press further and directly agreed to the marriage. Now, since they were talking about it, might as well ask. Graceland blinked, looking at Huxley's handsome face as he leaned in, biting her lip, Chlorother-chin is very good looking. Huxley was quite satisfied with this answer. After staring at Gracelyn for a few seconds, Huxley teased her, lustful? Gracelyn was momentarily speechless. Why was She teasing her so much? She couldn't resist blushing and pouting. Amberia, She. Not? Huxley deliberately asked again. Gracelyn blushed, quickly coughing to change the topic. Even though a tycoon's wife can be casual, I think I should still change clothes, right? No need, Huxley said directly. You look beautiful like this. I like it. Huxley was intentional because he didn't want to give Ian the satisfaction. Huxley's words left Gracelyn torn between laughter and tears. Staring blankly at Huxley for 2 seconds, she finally surrendered. Okay. Oh, save me, her husband is really too capricious. What to do? Need help online urgently. Chapter 41, Amberly's Devious Plot. Since Huxley had repeatedly said there was no need to change clothes, Gracelyn didn't bother to change. Huxley always kept his appointments punctually, and he arrived at the National Chamber of Commerce Hall ahead of time. Just as they were about to start, Gracelyn suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. The reception staff in the hall hastily and respectfully directed Gracelyn to the bathroom. Huxley intended to accompany her, but Gracelyn insisted that it wasn't necessary and went to the bathroom on her own. After using the restroom and washing her hands, Gracelyn coincidentally ran into Ian upon exiting. Not recognizing him, she naturally ignored him and continued on her way. This single glance made Ian freeze in his steps. Where did this girl from the Empire come from? She was so adorable, like a lively and beautiful angel or fairy. Ian immediately stepped forward to intercept Gracelyn. Gracelyn looked puzzled, blinking in confusion. Ian spoke first, saying, "Beautiful little girl, are you from the Empire?" Though Gracelyn's foreign language skills weren't great, she could understand simple phrases. Amberthuff confused, she politely nodded and replied, yes. Then she walked off. Ian caught up again, chatting, "Why are you in the National Chamber of Commerce Hall? Are you new staff here or a relative of one of the workers? Or did you just happen to be passing by and needed to use the restroom?" This time, Gracelyn couldn't make out what Ian was saying. She stared at him for 2 seconds with even more confusion, tilting her head and then directly responded in her native language, "I don't understand what you're saying." Ambered with that, she left. Ian understood the Empire's language and turned to his assistant following closely behind him, "Immediately find out who brought this girl. I want her contact information in 10 minutes. The assistant bowed quickly, "Yes." Ian then tried to catch up with Gracelyn again but lost sight of her as she turned a corner. Amber's tickle of frustration rose within Ian, but he had more important matters to tend to, so he had to let it go for now. He too had arrived early in the hall, planning to greet Huxley personally as a gesture of respect. Noticing some time still left before the meeting, he decided to use the restroom. It was then that he unexpectedly met Gracelyn. What a stunning girl she was. Like jade crystal, fresh and beautiful, making Ian's eyes glitter with intense desire. When Gracelyn returned to the hall, Huxley came forward to hold her hand. "Let's go." As they were about to proceed, they encountered Ian coming hurriedly with his assistant. Ian greeted fawningly, "Oh, President She, welcome, welcome." As he approached to shake Huxley's hand, he saw Gracelyn, causing him to freeze. Wasn't this the jade crystal girl he'd just encountered in the restroom? Looking at their entwined hands, Ian became even stiffer. Huxley showed no interest in shaking Ian's hand, only nodding indifferently to the overture. Formalities are unnecessary, let's get straight to business. Ian was once again taken aback by Huxley's demeanor. Yesterday it wasn't like this. Recovering quickly, Ian promptly responded, "Right, President She, this way please." Huxley nodded, leading Gracelyn onward. Smiling, Gracelyn whispered to Huxley, "Wow, She, your foreign language is so good." I couldn't understand what he was saying. Huxley glanced at her, "No problem. There's no need to understand everything he says. If you don't understand, consider it his issue, not yours. It's outside your scope, it's his concern." Hearing this, Gracelyn's eyes lit up. Wow, She is so protective, disregarding reason. She liked, *___. Indeed, it was about that babbling old man's issues. On the way to the meeting room, Ian was seething inside. Why was this jade crystal being held by Huxley? Was she Huxley's woman? Had she been brought by Huxley from the Empire? Ian felt instantly disheartened. The girl he'd immediately taken a liking to, was now holding hands with Huxley. Frustration. Ian felt very annoyed, yet managed to maintain a smiling facade while chatting with Huxley. "President She, did you rest well last night? Did you go out to experience our local culture? Oh right, if you have any needs, please don't hesitate to tell me. No need to be formal. If you're unfamiliar with the area, Amberlyce can be your guide and show you around." After this long tirade, Huxley coldly and impatiently replied, "Not necessary." Ian. Feeling extremely awkward, Ian couldn't help but close his mouth. Honestly, he really didn't know where he might have offended Huxley. Yet, from his keen observation, Huxley clearly seemed displeased with him. Amberlyce hadn't returned, which further annoyed Ian. Turning to his assistant, he lashed out, "Where's Amberlyce? Call her right away. This is sheer negligence. President She, such an esteemed guest, hasn't been properly greeted." Ian deliberately said this in front of Huxley to downplay Amberlyce's enthusiasm. However, hearing the name Amberlice, Huxley felt somewhat queasy. The group entered the meeting room. Ian warmly welcomed them. President Sheen, please take a seat. Just then, finding the perfect moment, Ian turned to Gracelyn, asking Huxley, President Sheen, may I ask who this is? My wife, Gracelyn. Mentioning Gracelyn, Huxley's expression and tone noticeably softened as he guided her to sit down. Hearing this, Ian was stunned. So, this jade crystal was Huxley's wife. This. Ian felt his heart ache intensely. How could this beautiful, flawless jade crystal belong to Huxley? No wonder Amberlice mentioned Huxley rejecting her last night. Damn it, if he had such a young wife, he wouldn't look at anyone else either. Ian's emotions turned complex. For a moment, he struggled to compose himself. After a couple of seconds, he finally reacted, oh, Rowena. Welcome from afar. With that, Ian stepped forward eagerly, extending both hands towards Gracelyn. Huxley cast a cold gaze at Ian's hands, sharply saying, unnecessary. Gracelyn wasn't impressed by Ian's enthusiasm. She only understood him saying, hello, and welcome, so she simply nodded. Embarrassed, Ian retracted his hands and turned angrily to his assistant again, where's Amberlice? The assistant replied urgently, I've called her, she'll be here shortly. Ian ordered, tell her to hurry. Then turning back to Huxley with a forced smile, President Sheen, my apologies. Huxley gestured for Russell to bring out the contract. No rush, you can review this first. Afterward, we can discuss the details and sign it. Ian's assistant received the contract. Certainly, President Sheen. Ambers, you know, I place significant importance on this cooperation. From our side, there are no issues. Once we agree on everything, I can sign immediately. Afterward, several winning pharmaceutical companies will need to sign separate authorization contracts for exclusive imports of your products. My role is mainly supervision and coordination. Nodding, Huxley replied, you can review it first. Let me know if you have any questions, and we'll discuss them. Understood, Ian agreed. Just as Ian prepared to review the documents, the door to the meeting room opened, and Amberlice rushed in. Along with her entrance, a wave of fragrance filled the air. Gracelyn instinctively glanced over. Amberlice wore a black one-shoulder cocktail dress that revealed her entire shoulder and ample bosom. The skirt wasn't long, hugging her curvy figure in a very provocative manner, making anyone's heart race. Amberlice had blonde hair and blue eyes, with stunning facial features. The moment she entered the room, her gaze locked onto Huxley like a butterfly fluttering quickly to its flower. She said, President Sheen, greetings. Huxley immediately frowned. Ian also looked up at Amberlice, displeased. Why did you take so long? You're late. Amberlice replied, sorry, there was traffic on the way. She then sat down on the single sofa next to Huxley, her eyes still fixed on him while reaching out to her assistant for files, pens, and other materials. At this moment, Amberlice saw Gracelyn. Her pupils dilated and her face slightly changed as she asked, President Sheen, who is this? Huxley didn't want to talk to Amberlice. Ian quickly interjected, oh, let me introduce you, this is President Sheen's wife. Rowena. Amberlice was utterly stunned. What? They really got married? He brought his wife to such an occasion? How absurd. What was she wearing? Dressed like a student in casual clothes, she just walked into this serious business meeting? This is the European Chamber of Commerce, not a market. Amberlice was furious and couldn't recover from the shock. Ian immediately said, what are you standing around for? Greet Rowena immediately. Internally, Amberlice was extremely unwilling. She dressed up so sensually and beautifully only to meet the real deal. Could she be happy about it? However, Amberlice knew how to maintain appearances. She steadied herself, stood up, and approached Gracelyn with a forced smile. Hello, Rowena, welcome. Close as Amberlice was standing, she seemed somewhat condescending. Gracelyn blinked, unsure if she should shake hands. Her hand was tightly held by Huxley. Huxley glanced sideways at Gracelyn and spoke in a low voice, ignore her. Gracelyn looked at Huxley, biting her lip. Oh, like that? She felt Huxley didn't seem to like these two people they were supposed to negotiate with, the old man and this woman. Both of them, Huxley seemed to dislike. Being obedient, Gracelyn didn't shake hands since Huxley said not to. Huxley added, my wife doesn't like shaking hands. After greeting, please return to your seat. This remark made Amberlice's expression darker than ever. Worse, seeing their intertwined hands infuriated her further. There was nothing she could say. Suppressing her annoyance, Amberlice managed a strained smile and returned to her seat. Then she heard Huxley say coldly, Miss Amberlice, how much perfume did you spray? It's enough to make someone dizzy. Just this sentence nearly made Amberlice faint. It was a humiliating remark. Amberlice wanted to snap back, but she didn't dare. She bit her lip. Sorry, President Sheen. Maybe this fragrance isn't to your liking, only used a light touch. Huxley ignored her completely. Light touch? One room would reek of it. Huxley had no good feelings toward Amberlice, only wanting to finish signing the contract quickly. Amberlice, returning to her seat, felt almost close to tears. Finally, Gracelyn couldn't help but glance at Huxley. Thinking for a moment, she leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Chlorother-Chin, what are you talking about? Do you really dislike that old man and this woman?" Hearing her soft, cute voice, Huxley's lips curved slightly. He whispered back, "Yes, I don't like them. Chloe, you don't need to worry about anything. Just sit next to Daddy and play with your phone, okay?" Since Huxley said so, and Gracelyn was such a good baby, she nodded compliantly. "Okay, I'll listen to Chlorother-Chin. So, can I play games now?" Huxley nodded. "Sure, do whatever you want, darling." Gracelyn smiled and whispered again, "Can I talk to you? Or should she just sit here playing games silently?" "Of course," Huxley replied with endless affection. "Right now, they're pleading with your husband, not the other way around." Upon hearing this, Gracelyn's eyes crinkled in a bright smile. Oh, she wanted to kiss Huxley right then. He was simply too wonderful. Seeing this intimate interaction, Amberlice seethed with anger. Suddenly, her eyes hardened. Amberlice stood up. "Sorry, I need to use the restroom." Huxley didn't acknowledge her. Ian was engrossed in reading the contract and hadn't noticed. Amberlice didn't care. She grabbed her handbag and left. Exiting the meeting room, Amberlice headed straight for the break room. Just as she arrived, a waiter was preparing to deliver water to the meeting room. Amberlice arrogantly asked, "Why did it take so long?" The waiter hurriedly replied, "Mr. Ian requested hand-ground coffee, so it took longer." Amberlice nodded, exuding superiority. "Of course, President Chen is a very distinguished guest." The waiter nodded repeatedly. "I don't want coffee today," Amberlice said. "I drank too much last night. Can I have a fresh orange juice, please?" Amberlice picked up a cup of coffee from the tray. "Oh, sure," the waiter responded. "Please wait, I'll get it ready." With that, the waiter went to prepare the juice. Seizing the opportunity, Amberlice opened her handbag, took out a small bottle of liquid, and poured it into one of the cups of coffee. This was Huxley's coffee cup. Due to strict reception standards, the Chamber of Commerce used gold-rimmed cups for VIP guests. Ian and Amberlice's cups were silver. Next to this was a freshly squeezed juice, clearly intended for Gracelyn. After finishing, Amberlice acted nonchalant, picking up her handbag. "You keep busy, I'm going to the restroom." It was what Ian had said, necessary measures were acceptable. This drug she specifically bought when she was dressing up outside just now was designed to make a man lose control after drinking it. Chapter 42, Huxley speaks so nicely. Amberlice had not originally planned to use the drug at this moment. She had intended to use it after their dinner banquet, following the successful conclusion of negotiations. That would have been a more natural timing. The seller had assured her that the drug worked quickly. Amberlice had thought about using it during dinner so she could excuse herself and escort Huxley back to his hotel room afterward, which would have been an absolutely perfect opportunity. The thought of being intimate with such an outstanding man like Huxley made Amberlice's knees weak without exaggeration. She really wanted to be with him in that way. Everything changed when Gracelyn appeared. The girl was dazzlingly beautiful. If she didn't want Huxley for herself, Amberlice would have admitted that it wasn't surprising Huxley married someone as beautiful as her. However, because Amberlice wanted Huxley for herself, she felt Gracelyn didn't deserve him. She seemed too young and inexperienced, like a sprout. Her attire was casual, reminiscent of a student's, appearing shallow in this sophisticated setting. She didn't even know basic manners. Yet, on another note, Amberlice envied Gracelyn, not just for her beauty but also because Huxley brought her here and allowed her to dress however she liked. This leniency showed favoritism. Only a big shot's wife could act so freely. Amberlice wore a revealing off-shoulder dress to attract attention. Comparatively, who looked better was obvious. With Huxley's wife present, the drug wouldn't work as effectively at the dinner banquet because Amberlice knew she wouldn't have any chance to get close to Huxley or find time alone with him. Pushed into a corner and emotionally overwhelmed, Amberlice decided to take the risk now. Virtually, using the drug now might be the best timing. After the negotiation, they would sign the contract in a special chamber of the National Chamber of Commerce. This room would have surveillance and notarization, and outsiders were not allowed in. Therefore, Gracelyn could only wait outside. The notary personnel were unaware of anything. Even if they saw Amberlice and Huxley embrace or kiss due to losing control, they wouldn't say a word and might think they were a couple. It was indeed risky, but wealth comes from taking risks. She could leave with Huxley via another exit, ensuring by the time Gracelyn noticed, it would be too late. Even if she couldn't leave with Huxley, seeing her husband involved with another woman in the signing room would be damaging. For this plan to work flawlessly, Ian's cooperation was essential. Although Amberlice couldn't guarantee his support, she gave the drug anyway, ensuring he would have no choice but to cooperate. With a determined smile, Amberlice returned from the restroom and entered the meeting room. Seizing an opportunity like Huxley meant changing her fate. She wouldn't let go of this only chance, especially as once this contract was signed, she'd have few excuses to approach him. Amber and Huxley didn't like her much either, giving her no opportunities. Amberlice wiped the cold sweat from her palm and pushed open the door. For Huxley, she must succeed. "Sorry," Amberlice politely said, fixing her hair as she sat down. Claude Huxley ignored her completely. Ignoring this, Amberlice glanced at the coffee cup before Huxley and smiled. Ian finished reviewing the contract and passed it to his assistant, telling Amberlice to look over it as well. Amberlice examined it carefully. Ian politely invited Huxley to taste the freshly ground coffee. Unprepared, Huxley hadn't anticipated Amberlice's daring plan, especially with Gracelyn beside him. Huxley nodded, first offering Gracelyn a glass of juice. "Chloe, drink your juice." Gracelyn was engrossed in her game, absent-mindedly replying, "Okay, later." Huxley then brought the juice to her lips. Startled for a moment, Gracelyn soon opened her mouth to sip and sweetly thanked Huxley. Huxley put down the juice and picked up his coffee, nodding to Ian. Ian, shocked by what he witnessed, Huxley feeding Gracelyn, quickly regained his composure, holding his own silver coffee cup. "Mr. Cheen, please." Inside, Ian was overwhelmed, having seen Huxley feed the adorable Gracelyn. He wished he were the one feeding her instead. The sight of her cute little mouth drinking from the cup almost made him follow suit. This white jade crystal was irresistibly beautiful. If he had such a young wife, Ian vowed to pamper her endlessly. He imagined carrying her to meetings regardless of formality. This fantasy tickled him immensely. He even daydreamed about kissing such a beautiful, innocent creature, finding the idea incredibly tantalizing. After several sips of coffee, Ian suppressed his excitement, turning back to Huxley. "Mr. Cheen, how is it?" "It's all right," Huxley responded formally. Ian chuckled. "I'm glad you like it. I feared you might dislike it." Without further pleasantries, Huxley asked directly, "Any issues with the contract, Mr. Ian?" "No problems," Ian replied, praising Huxley's honesty in drafting a fair contract. "However, we hope to add one clause." "Go ahead," Huxley said. Ian explained, "We wish to have the National Chamber of Commerce monitor import quantities. Any imports by our pharmaceutical company should be approved by us first, and only then can your company export accordingly." Huxley clicked his tongue, smiling faintly, though his eyes remained neutral. Ian was a cunning old fox, trying to retain all the advantages. However, Huxley could abandon this market entirely if necessary. Ian knew this but still sought more benefits for European companies, proposing the additional clause to exert direct control over pharmaceutical imports. However, this was a game between the National Chamber of Commerce and the European Pharmaceutical Company, and it posed no disadvantage to him. So it didn't matter if he agreed. Since it didn't affect any of his interests, Huxley directly said, "Fine." Ian had also calculated correctly. Since this clause would cause no loss for Huxley, there wasn't much chance he would refuse. Hearing Huxley's straightforward agreement, Ian immediately smiled warmly. "President Cheen is indeed a straightforward person. It's truly refreshing to do business with you. Rest assured, after this cooperation is completed, I still have more than 10 years left in my career. In the future, we can have even more collaborations. President Cheen's strength is globally recognized. For the more than 30 industries under the Cheen Corporation, I can assist in exporting to Europe. I will do my best to help President Cheen open the gates of the European market." Ian didn't exaggerate. After all, it would be beneficial for him if Cheen Corporation exported other products to Europe. It would be foolish not to seize this benefit. This was also why Ian really hoped Huxley could look favorably upon Amberlice. Such an alliance would definitely create a powerful duo. Though Huxley might not necessarily need him, people always tend to embellish their own worth, imagining everything going smoothly and naturally, sometimes at the expense of others' intelligence. Despite Ian's grand statements, Huxley only nodded and said, "We'll see." These 4 words slightly embarrassed Ian, who laughed awkwardly. Right. "We'll see, there will be plenty of time and opportunities in the future. President Cheen, come, let's drink coffee and toast to our collaboration." Given the official nature of this toast, Huxley cooperated as well since he hadn't yet fully turned against Ian. After sipping a few mouthfuls of coffee, Amberlice had quickly finished reviewing the contract. In truth, she hadn't seriously examined the contract. Her heart was entirely on Huxley. When Ian mentioned he would help Huxley open up the European market, Amberlice became even more excited. After closing the contract, Amberlice looked at Ian and said, "Father, I've finished reviewing it. There are no issues with the contract, just like you said, adding that clause will suffice." Ian was very pleased and immediately nodded. "Great." Then he looked at Huxley. "President Cheen, will prepare an addendum to your contract immediately. What do you think?" Huxley nodded. Amber agreed. Amberlice stood up and said, "Good, I'll go handle it right now. Claude, father, I have a detail issue I want to discuss with you separately." Ian raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Amber, right." Huxley didn't notice anything unusual in this exchange. After all, Amberlice and Ian were entitled to privately discuss details and further negotiate. Once they finalized, they would bring it forward. Huxley remained silent, shifting his gaze to Gracelyn's phone to watch her play games. Ian stood up and said, "President Cheen, please excuse me for a moment, sit tight while I step out." Huxley didn't move his eyes, merely nodding slightly to acknowledge. Amberlice also said, "President Cheen, please excuse me for a moment." Huxley ignored her. The father-daughter pair left one after another, leaving Huxley and Gracelyn in a private space. Linus was present, it didn't affect anything. Gracelyn was playing Honor of Kings. When Huxley observed her, she had just died and was waiting to respawn. You're playing a marksman? Huxley asked. Yep, Gracelyn nodded, complaining. Our jungler is too weak. Huxley smirked. Did you lose? Gracelyn pouted. Amber almost pushed to our base. Huxley comforted her. It's alright, it's just a game. Gracelyn nodded, immediately diving back into the game after respawning. Huxley leaned his head against hers and whispered, Chloe, you smell so good. Gracelyn blinked. Amber, you sure it's me and not that blonde beauty? Huxley responded disdainfully. She smells foul, but my baby smells sweet. Gracelyn laughed, feeling her heart melt as she licked her lips. Cheen Chloe Clorother knows how to speak so nicely. Watching Gracelyn play for 2 minutes, Huxley furrowed his brow and turned to Linus. Do you feel hot? Standing nearby, Linus was taken aback, shaking his head. Not really. Does President Cheen feel the air conditioning isn't low enough? Huxley usually liked the air conditioning set to a lower temperature, something Linus knew well. Huxley furrowed his brows even more. Check it out. Yes, sir. Linus nodded. Is Cheen Chloe Clorother feeling hot? Gracelyn asked while still playing. Amber bit. Huxley kissed her hair and whispered, maybe because you're by my side. Gracelyn blushed, especially when she died again. Amber, I died again. Huxley extended his hand. Give it to me. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, handing over her phone. Does Cheen Chloe Clorother know how to play? Huxley took the phone, smiling mysteriously. Pro player. Gracelyn's eyes lit up. Really? Then you can carry me in the future. Sure. Huxley answered, tapping on the phone screen and adjusting settings. Amber's Ian and Amberlice exited the meeting room. Ian excitedly told Amberlice, fantastic. Once we sign the contract, this collaboration will be sealed. Regardless of other matters for now, securing this deal is a tremendous advantage for us. Oh, right, you mentioned some details you wanted to discuss. Which part do you think has issues? Amberlice walked quickly without answering. Ian frowned, catching up. Why aren't you speaking? The contract seems fine. Huxley is indeed a commercial genius. He handles negotiations impeccably, abandoning what should be abandoned and holding on to every gain tightly. I scrutinized it thoroughly and found no flaws except for that clause which doesn't impact him. No wonder he negotiates fast, accurate, and decisively. Amber, at this point, Amberlice opened the door to Ian's office. Dad, the issue I want to discuss has nothing to do with the contract. Upon hearing this, Ian furrowed his brow. What? Then he realized, closing the door. Amber, I understand your meaning. Of course, I wish you could marry such an outstanding man like Huxley. Clote, alas, as you saw, he brought his wife along. How can we proceed with this? Amber, as he spoke, Ian recalled Gracelyn's exquisite, fair-skinned, slender figure, her charming aura. Ian immediately added, seriously, his wife. She's incredibly beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. I saw that girl earlier in the hall restroom. Oh, what a pity. If only she weren't Huxley's wife. I would. Ian didn't finish, but his face already showed his thoughts, drooling and utterly captivated. Chapter 43, Husband. Don't do this. Amberlice naturally saw through it. She had always known the extent of Ian's incompetence. She spoke to the point, you like his wife? Ian swallowed hard and said, isn't that fair-skinned crystal-like beauty hard not to like? Amberlice curled her lips and said, I just put something in Mr. Cheen's coffee. This statement stunned Ian, who was still entranced by Gracelyn's beauty. It took him 2 seconds to react. What did you say? Amberlice repeated herself. Ian went crazy, screaming at Amberlice, Amber, are you insane? The contract is about to be signed, and you do this now. Amber, aren't you afraid of losing both the deal and more? Not only will you not get what you want, but we'll lose the contract too, getting nothing in return. Amber, do you think Huxley is someone easy to provoke? If this gets exposed, he won't let us off. Ian was nearly driven mad with anger, never expecting his daughter could be so stupid as to pull such a stunt. Of course, Amberlice knew everything Ian was saying, yet she wanted to do it, and had already done it. Facing Ian's fury, Amberlice remained defiant. The drug has been administered anyway. Even if I regret now, once the drug takes effect, he'll know he's been tricked. He can go back to his hotel and do whatever with his wife, but do you think he'll let us off? Neither would he spare me. Hearing this, Ian got even angrier. He raised his hand to strike Amberlice, demanding, antidote. Give me the antidote immediately. Think of a way to get him to drink it. Once the contract is signed, there will be other opportunities. Didn't you hear me promise future collaborations with him? You're too impulsive. Amberlice lifted her face. If you hit me, he'll suspect something. There's no antidote, I didn't buy any, and there's no time to get one now. Ian was utterly infuriated by this daughter of his who excelled only in messing things up. He could only try to calm down and ponder, if all else fails, I might have to throw you under the bus first. You should admit your mistake and I'll plead for leniency on your behalf. Amberlice replied, Chloeing thrown under the bus? What mistake did I make? I had no clue. it was the service staff in the lounge who laced his coffee out of lust for Mr. Chen's charm and wealth. How does this involve me? Amberlife's words stunned Ian again. Immediately, he agreed, right, exactly like that. He rushed out in haste. Amberlice pulled him back. Father, this is just an excuse to distance ourselves. Do you really think Huxley will believe it? Now you have no choice but to cooperate with me. Ian almost wanted to hit someone again. Amberlice continued, Chloe, the time the drug takes effect, we'll have completed the contract. Father needs only to find an excuse to leave first and distract his assistant. Chloe, the time his wife and assistant realize, it'll be too late, and we would have succeeded. Ideally, his wife would catch him cheating on the spot. Do you think they can continue being a couple after that? Amber, and you can then comfort her. The rest depends on you. Amberlife's plan made Ian fall silent in contemplation. He found himself coerced into the same boat by this filial daughter, forced to conspire together. Amberlice said, even if they blamed the lounge service staff, Huxley would still know it was them and wouldn't let it slide. Now, their only option was Amberlife's plan. Ian had no choice but to glare at Amberlice and say, you're insane. Where will you take him after the drug takes effect? Amberlice thought for a moment and said, either to my car or the office. Ian. Despite gnashing his teeth in frustration, Ian could only comply. Father, let's hurry to sign the contract. Amberlice glanced at her watch. Ian stomped his foot angrily, pointing at Amberlice. If this fails, wait till I deal with you. Amberlice took a deep breath. It won't fail. Her plan was meticulous, making this opportunity perfect. Huxley was helping Gracelyn play the game. Gracelyn watched in admiration, praising non-stop. Wow, Chen, you're amazing. Despite the economic disadvantage, you got 3 kills. Feels like a comeback. Huxley said, definitely. Who killed you the most? Your husband will get revenge for you. Gracelyn immediately answered, the enemy jungler. He kept targeting me, very sneaky. Huxley smiled, Amber, right, then let's target him. They played happily, completely ignoring the serious nature of the business meeting. Russell checked the central air conditioning temperature and reported, Mr. Chen, the amber sea temperature is not high, only 17 degrees. Huxley frowned slightly and nodded, understood. Gracelyn whispered excitedly, Chen is coming, run away quickly. Huxley said, no need. Then he squatted in the grass, ambushing the opponent unexpectedly. Gracelyn exclaimed excitedly, Chen, you're truly amazing. Huxley, with low health, retreated to regain HP, turning to look at Gracelyn, whose excitement made her cheeks flushed. He smiled, want to kiss your husband as a reward? Hearing this, Gracelyn's lovely face turned even redder. She looked around nervously, whispering, Chen, don't joke. This is someone's meeting room. We can't kiss here, be serious. Gracelyn's serious response made Huxley laugh. He licked his lips and said, what difference does it make, they aren't here. Gracelyn. Before she could protest, Huxley pressed forward, kissing her fiercely. Gracelyn's sweetness felt like a refreshing cold shower after intense heat, making Huxley feel momentarily relieved but wanting more. The attraction Gracelyn held over him was immense. Huxley hastily suppressed his intense emotions, indulging in several more tender kisses before reluctantly pulling back. Huxley's self-control was typically robust, only occasionally losing it around Gracelyn. So, he wasn't concerned yet. Leaving Gracelyn's lips, Huxley's eyes became unfathomably deep. Gracelyn blushed deeply and cautiously. She was mainly worried about the old man and the blonde woman suddenly walking in. Huxley stared at Gracelyn, throat rolling, and suddenly said, I'm a bit hungry. Gracelyn raised her eyebrows. What? Huxley laughed, Amber Little, want to eat you. This made Gracelyn widen her eyes in shock. Oh no, Chen. What kind of predatory words were these? Even Russell blushed instantly, turning away and chanting 5 times to clear his mind. Amber, when did Mr. Chen become so suggestive? Help. Realizing what had happened, Gracelyn blushed deeply and said, Chen, stop talking nonsense, look where we are. Huxley blinked, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, and his gaze darkened, looking at Gracelyn apologetically, sorry. Gracelyn, still blushing, said, it's okay, I know you're joking. Before Huxley could think more, Ian entered, laughing warmly, Mr. Chen, the contract is flawless. I've asked them to prepare the annex agreement, we can officially sign soon. Huxley also wanted to finish the contract signing as soon as possible and leave. He didn't know why he felt an intense urge to get back to the hotel and hold Gracelyn while they slept. Huxley nodded, sure. Amberlice followed Ian, stepping forward with a smile. She raised her glass of juice, it's been a pleasure working with you, President Chen. Here's to our cooperation. Seeing this, Ian hurriedly picked up his own coffee, yes, here's to our long-lasting cooperation. Due to Amberlice's presence, Huxley did not want to drink, slightly tilting his head, I don't want to drink anymore. How much longer until we can sign the contract? Ian and Amberlice were both caught off guard for a moment. Amberlice placed her juice on the coffee table without drinking it, saying, just 2 or 3 minutes. Huxley looked at his phone and saw that they had won the game. He handed the phone to Gracelyn, who beamed upon seeing the victory, we won. Indeed, Huxley nodded. Gracelyn said softly, can Chlorother and I play together tonight? Of course, Huxley readily agreed. Amber at this moment, Ian's assistant knocked and entered. Mr. Ian, the contract is ready, and all notary staff are in place. We can proceed with the signing. Ian nodded, good. Then he courteously gestured towards Huxley, President She, please come this way. Huxley turned to Gracelyn, I'm going to sign the contract. The process might take some time. Wait for me here, and your husband will come to get you when it's done. Gracelyn obediently nodded, okay. However, after agreeing, Gracelyn grabbed Huxley's hand as he was about to stand up. Can I go with you? I'll wait outside the contract room. Feeling affectionate because Gracelyn clung to him, Huxley smiled slightly. You can, but the notary staff need to read the entire contract, which will take around 20 minutes. I'm afraid you might get bored. Gracelyn held Huxley's hand tightly. Claude, I don't want to be alone here. Huxley asked, should I let Russell stay here with you? Gracelyn shook her head. No, I just want to wait for you outside. I won't be bored. Amber, after insisting multiple times, as she didn't know why she didn't want to wait alone, Huxley immediately agreed. Amber, all right, you can come with me. Gracelyn happily stood up, and Huxley led her out. Ian and Amberlice were taken aback, rushing to follow them. Ian reminded Huxley, President She, your wife, can't enter the contract room. I know, Huxley replied, she'll wait outside. Ian. Amberlice. There was no other choice. Gracelyn accompanied Huxley to the contract room. Only Huxley could enter, Russell and Gracelyn had to wait outside. Before entering, Huxley kissed Gracelyn's forehead. Play on your phone while waiting on the recliner, and I'll come get you. Okay, Gracelyn nodded. Inside, Huxley began the formalities. The notary read the contract, and both parties confirmed its contents before signing. Finally, it would be officially notarized. During the reading of the contract, Huxley felt increasingly hot, frequently checking the temperature on the central air conditioning display. When the reading was completed, it was time to sign. Suddenly, Ian said, let me sign first. I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Amberlice asked worriedly, Dad, what's wrong? My stomach ache has returned, Ian explained, then looked at Huxley apologetically. President She, I apologize. Huxley narrowed his eyes, his vision was becoming blurry, and he didn't speak. Ian signed first and then instructed Amberlice, I'll take my medication. You finalize everything with President She. Understood, Amberlice nodded. Ian quickly left the room, only to find Gracelyn sitting on a recliner playing with her phone. Russell wasn't there, he had been directed away by Ian's assistant 5 minutes earlier. Ouch, Ian pretended to clutch his stomach in front of Gracelyn. Gracelyn looked up when she heard him. Ian, pretending to be in pain, sat next to her. Miss, can you help me get some medicine from the office? Speaking in broken Imperial language, Gracelyn stared at him. Don't you have an assistant? Amber, you're so heavy, I can't support you. Is the contract signed yet? Why hasn't She come out? Amber, she stood to check the door. Ian hastily grabbed her wrist. Not yet. I came out because my stomach hurts. I need to get some medicine. Gracelyn promptly pulled her hand back, moving to another recliner and giving Ian a wary look. Ian was speechless. He needed to think of a way to lure Gracelyn away, but she ignored him completely, refusing to assist him. Cloac inside the contract room, as Huxley finished signing, he realized something was terribly wrong. He felt unbearably hot, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, and his vision grew blurry. Amberlice had also finished signing and passed the documents to the notary for archiving. With the contract signed, Huxley turned to leave, but Amberlice called out, President She. Rushing over, she stumbled into him, nearly falling into his arms due to running too fast. Huxley narrowed his eyes, his breathing became heavier. Especially when Amberlice's chest brushed against him, his vision blurred further, and an intense heat surged through him. Huxley realized something was gravely wrong. Facing Amberlice's advance, though repulsed, part of his body craved it, imagining she was an ice cube that could soothe his discomfort. Just as she was about to touch him, Huxley stepped back sharply, stopping her in her tracks. Amberlice almost fell but steadied herself, looking up at Huxley. His face was flushed, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, veins prominent on his wrists. President She. Amberlice cooed seductively, pulling down her already low neckline. I really like you. Can I hug you? She licked her lips. President She, you seem so hot. Amber, are you uncomfortable? Let me make you feel better. Shall we go to my office? There's an air conditioner and ice. The drug's effects were indeed powerful. Amber anticipating the wild moments ahead with Huxley, Amberlice felt even hotter than him. Huxley's eyes were half closed, watching as Amberlice approached, her exposed skin quivering. His mind clouded, he couldn't distinguish between fantasy and reality. Excited, Amberlice lunged closer, calling out, President She, darling. Suddenly, Huxley grabbed her neck tightly, his voice icy and menacing. Quite brave of you, trying to trick me. With a strong grip, Huxley tightened his hold. Amberlice's face turned red as she frantically patted his hands. The notary personnel were frozen in shock. Meanwhile, outside, unable to lead Gracelyn away, Ian resorted to sowing discord. Young lady, have you ever thought that having such a handsome and successful husband can be dangerous? Graceland looked at him. What do you mean? Ian said, he probably has more than one woman like you. It's not easy to manage such an outstanding man. Have you thought that a man like me is different? Graceland felt nauseated instantly. Just then, Russell arrived and saw Ian actually outside the door. He immediately asked, Madam, where is President She? Graceland hurriedly stood next to Russell. He is still inside signing the contract. Russell frowned instantly, exclaiming, not good. With that, Russell stepped forward and grabbed Ian, shoving him to the door of the contract room and shouting, open the door. Ian was still acting insane. Amber Assistant Young, what are you doing? Russell had gone mad with worry and shoved Ian aside, protecting Graceland behind him, and started kicking the door. The door opened with a sudden click after a few heavy kicks. Russell kicked the door open wider and rushed in. Graceland hurriedly went in too and saw Huxley choking Amberlice, lifting her off the ground entirely. Amber at Huxley's feet, a notary personnel lay sprawled on the floor, unable to get up. President She. Russell rushed in immediately. Graceland was scared but also rushed in. She. She, what are you doing? Graceland started crying, shaking Huxley's arm. She, let go, let go. Russell shouted loudly, President She, let go. You'll kill her if you don't. Ian was paralyzed with fear at the doorway. Graceland felt helpless and simply hugged Huxley's waist. She, let go quickly. You're going to strangle her. She, husband, please don't. Hearing this tearful call of husband, Huxley's eyes flickered. Russell took the opportunity to chop Huxley's wrist. Huxley loosened his grip, and Amberlice fell to the ground. She. Graceland looked up at Huxley with tearful eyes. What happened? Please don't scare me. What happened? Huxley pulled her into his embrace tightly. He felt so uncomfortable, so unbearable. Huxley's strength was great, almost making it hard for Graceland to breathe. Russell checked Amberlice's breathing and slapped her hard. Amberlice started coughing violently, and Russell stood up, saying, Madam, let's go. Graceland gasped for breath. She, loosen your hold, it's so tight. Russell panicked and pried Huxley's hands apart. President She, this is Madam Graceland. Your little star. Huxley heard Russell's words distantly but gradually regained his senses and released Graceland. Huxley forced himself to say, Cloac to the hotel immediately. Saying this, Huxley pulled Graceland by the hand and walked out. They rushed to the car, and Russell sped back to the hotel. Graceland and Huxley sat in the back seat. Graceland was terrified, her face full of concern, tears still in her eyes. She timidly asked, She, what happened? Huxley bit his tongue to force himself awake, his grip tight around Graceland's intertwined fingers. Breathing heavily, he said, that bitch put something in my coffee. Huxley bit his tongue again and turned to Russell. Call someone to send the antidote to the hotel. If I get violent, knock me out. Yes, sir. Russell replied seriously and immediately made the call. Wiping away her tears, Graceland urgently asked, She, what did that woman give you? Huxley looked at Graceland, his narrowed eyes resembling a leopard ready to attack. She, Graceland frowned slightly, you're hurting me. Huxley was pinching her hand painfully. Coming back to his senses, Huxley suddenly released his grip and pressed his lips to hers. Graceland tasted a faint metallic flavor and felt a deep pain in her heart. Did She bite his own lip? Huxley kissed her roughly, without any tenderness, his skin burning through their clothes. Graceland trembled in fear. After making the call, Russell saw the heated interaction between the two in the back seat and said, President She, Amber Laster will arrive shortly, but it will take about 30 minutes. Huxley released Graceland's lips but couldn't resist biting and sucking on her neck, muttering, get the hotel staff to prepare cold water, ice blocks, and set the air conditioning to its lowest. I'll wait for him. Clo-eyeing her lip, Graceland endured Huxley's inexplicable fervor and asked, Amber Assistant Young, what did She take? Russell paused for a second, probably an aphrodisiac. Graceland widened her eyes. That woman. She wanted to kill her. Translation provided continues the story from the previous segment while ensuring consistency and coherence with the established plot and character dynamics. The tone and style remain intact, preserving the dramatic intensity and emotional complexity of the original text. Chapter 44, Dear Wife, I cloag of you. Graceland was nearly driven mad with anger. That damnable woman. She actually had such vile thoughts about She. Amber, and she even set up such a despicable trap. Did she intend to break her and She apart? Graceland shivered with cold. What a vicious woman. Fortunately, for some inexplicable reason, she wanted to follow Huxley outside and waited for him there. Otherwise, if she had been left alone in the meeting room, who knew what might have happened? Graceland felt both angry and heartbroken. Huxley was kissing her neck forcefully, even biting her uncontrollably, which caused pain to Graceland. Yet this physical pain paled in comparison to her concern for She. Graceland felt grateful that She's self-control was strong enough that he didn't let that detestable woman take advantage of him. Instead, it was that detestable woman who almost got strangled by She, served her right. Graceland was in a mix of emotions and still in pain due to Huxley's actions. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain, but she still forced herself to gently stroke Huxley's back, attempting to comfort him this way. Chlorother, we are about to reach the hotel, very soon. Please bear it just a little longer. Gracelyn patted his back while softly comforting him. Her voice carried a slight quiver because of the real pain. Huxley still had a bit of sanity. He knew he hurt Gracelyn but couldn't fully control himself. Hearing Gracelyn's words, he took a deep breath, loosened his grip on her neck, and bit down on his own tongue, thus regaining more control. I'm sorry. Huxley's breathing was heavy, his tone filled with apology and concern. I hurt you. No, it's fine, it doesn't hurt. Gracelyn hid the trembling in her voice and pretended as if nothing happened. Really, I'm not that fragile. Perhaps Gracelyn's voice and her reassuring words were like a good medicine to Huxley. After hearing her, he felt somewhat relieved and calmed down slightly. Naive baby, Huxley held Gracelyn tightly, gripping her slender waist painfully tight. He might not be aware of how much force he was using, but Gracelyn endured it despite her eyes turning red like a rabbit's, staying silent all the time. Do you feel scared? Huxley suddenly asked, his heavy and hoarse voice making Gracelyn sense his discomfort and extreme self-restraint. Not at all. Gracelyn forced down the painful lump in her throat. Chlorother, I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Through gritted teeth, Huxley said, living with me might mean facing these situations. It must have frightened the young girl, right? Clot, rest assured, I won't hurt you. Hearing this, Gracelyn could not help but shed tears and stated firmly, even if you hurt me, it would be okay, since you didn't do it on purpose. Upon hearing Gracelyn's choked-up voice, Huxley smiled weakly and remarked, you sure, cry easily. Clot, her crying made him even more restless inside. Fortunately, they had reached the hotel. Russell stepped on the brake and stopped the car. President Sheen, we've arrived at the hotel. Huxley temporarily sighed with relief. Outside, the bodyguards who accompanied Huxley quickly surrounded him, and Russell helped Huxley straight to the room. The bodyguard hurriedly reported, General Manager Jiang has already prepared everything as per your instructions. Russell directly supported Huxley to the bathing area and said, how long until Amberlaster arrives? Urgently call him and make him come faster. Yes, the bodyguard nodded. Following closely behind was Gracelyn, extremely anxious. Upon entering the bathroom, Huxley immediately dipped into the icy bathtub filled with cold water and ice cubes. Russell waved off the bodyguards. Opening his eyes, the depth of which was now bloodshot, Huxley said in a low voice, please escort the young mistress out. Russell bowed his head, yes. Gracelyn shook her head, no, I don't want to leave. Amber Assistant Jiang, please leave. Russell. This. Russell looked at Huxley. Huxley gazed at Gracelyn, his eyes dark and heavy. He managed to say, Chloe, a good girl, and listen to me. Just wait here while soaking and everything will be better once Amberlaster arrives. This drug is quite potent, it can not only cause sexual urges but also irritability. You go out first, don't worry about me. Chloe, a good girl, I fear even this ice water might not help much. Still shaking her head resolutely, Gracelyn insisted, I won't leave. Chlorother, if you insist on driving me away, then let's get divorced. Amber at this, Huxley immediately relented and closed his eyes helplessly, Amberite, you stay. Gracelyn breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly squatted beside the bathtub to hold Huxley's hand. Looking at the two of them, Russell paused for a second, then I'll go? Opening his eyes, Huxley retorted, scram. Understood. Russell hastily scurried out, thinking aloud, oh, something might happen here? Maybe Amberlaster doesn't need to come? Russell called Amberlaster, President Liu, how long until you arrive? Amberlaster replied, damn it, an accident ahead causing a traffic jam. Upon hearing this, Russell was instantly overwhelmed, what do we do? President Sheen is in dire straits. If you can't arrive within half an hour. Amberlaster interjected, wait, hang up and let me stop the next car coming this way. What's wrong with President Sheen? Doesn't he know how attractive he is? To be tricked like this, poor review. Russell hung up. Amberlaster. Inside the bathtub, Huxley felt slightly better. Earlier, he felt like his whole body was about to explode, especially a certain part. He thought he looked quite disheveled now. Chlorother, drink some ice water. Gracelyn noticed the prepared ice water next to the bathtub. She picked up the glass and brought it to Huxley's lips, one hand holding under the cup, saying, come on. Huxley took a deep breath and lifted his gaze to Gracelyn. Hearing her voice earlier used to soothe him, but now it strangely stirred something inside him, making him even more agitated. Unknowingly, he wanted her, and he wanted her without any hesitation. Since she was his wife. This thought dominated Huxley's mind, and his vision blurred. Hearing Gracelyn calling again, Chlorother, drink water, Huxley opened his mouth and drank a large gulp of icy water, but it didn't help, he still intensely desired her. Go out, Huxley said after drinking, get out quickly, the ice water is no longer effective. Gracelyn was stunned, immediately put down the glass, and said directly, if it doesn't work, use me. Hearing this, Huxley looked at Gracelyn sharply, feeling the beast inside roaring, wanting to knock her down and claim her fiercely. The Amberdam's apple in Huxley's throat bobbed deeply, closing his eyes fiercely, go out. Listen to me. Gracelyn flinched involuntarily from the sudden burst of temper from Huxley. No, she stood her ground, clutching onto Huxley's hand. Chlorother, I'm your wife, let me help. Gracelyn hadn't finished when Huxley suddenly got out of the bathtub, dripping wet, grabbing Gracelyn's wrist. Chloe, listen to me, get out, I'll be fine shortly. While dragging Gracelyn toward the door, Gracelyn knew he must be suffering immensely, otherwise, he wouldn't ask her to leave. No, Chlorother. Gracelyn also clung to Huxley's wrist. We're legally married, why not let me? She wanted to share his burden and couldn't bear seeing him in so much pain. I can't, Huxley suppressed the raging fire inside him, yet he couldn't drag her forcibly. Only able to say, Shinger, be a good girl. My condition is really bad, I might hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. Please go out. With that, Huxley applied a little more force on her hand. Gracelyn threw caution to the wind, diving into Huxley's embrace and hugging him tightly. I'm not afraid. You won't hurt me, I'm not as weak as you think. In case that doctor takes too long, you'll also be injured. Gracelyn truly felt a deep ache for Huxley. She wouldn't back down, not when they were husband and wife, not when Huxley had been so considerate of her feelings. She needed to be considerate of him too. What else could she do? Wait outside helplessly? Holding Huxley close only made it more difficult for him to control himself. Not only that, she even reached up to unbutton his shirt. After struggling with the buttons without success, she tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him fervently. To Gracelyn's surprise, this kiss worked like the best antidote for Huxley. He lost control completely. He kissed her fiercely and brutally, as if he intended to devour her whole. At this moment, Gracelyn experienced firsthand what Huxley had warned her about. His kiss was anything but comfortable, it was raw and violent, leaving much to be desired in terms of experience. Clothed now, everything seemed inevitable. Gracelyn felt immense pain at Huxley's roughness, yet this was her own choice. She didn't regret it, not one bit. Huxley's kisses trailed downwards, biting through her drenched clothes. Gracelyn endured Huxley's uncontrollable brutality, trying hard not to cry. Cloaked tears welled up in her eyes, slipping down her cheeks. As Huxley tore open her blouse and his hands slipped inside, Gracelyn cried out in pain before biting her lip tightly. Yet this cry brought Huxley back to his senses. He suppressed his nearly unbearable agony and halted his actions, gentling his kisses. Don't do this, sweetheart. Please go out. Gracelyn's throat tightened. She keenly felt how tormented Huxley must be. She shook her head stubbornly. I'm fine, Chlorother, it doesn't hurt at all. Claude Huxley's remaining ounce of rationality knew that his brutality would only escalate. There would be no gentleness or affection left in him. Gracelyn was still an innocent young girl with delicate skin, how could she endure such torment? Listen to me. Huxley whispered against her neck, I don't want this. I really don't. Gracelyn, please don't force my hand. Through choked sobs, Gracelyn pleaded, Chlorother, don't force me either. Huxley's heart ached deeply. He understood Gracelyn's motives. Veins throbbed on his wrist and forehead as he controlled his voice. Wife, I beg of you, can we not do this? Once we're back home, I don't want you to have this kind of experience. Don't force me, alright? These words stunned Gracelyn. The ever-proud Huxley, who was strong in self-control and willpower, actually begged her. In that instant, Gracelyn's resolve crumbled, and she immediately agreed, right. Tears streamed down her face as she gave in. Seeming to breathe a sigh of relief, Huxley quickly wrapped her in a towel. Go out. Your husband will be fine soon. Don't worry. Gracelyn nodded, her eyes red and puffy, then hurriedly ran out of the room. Wrapping herself in the bathrobe, looking slightly disheveled, she asked Russell anxiously, how long until the doctor arrives? Russell glanced at Gracelyn, knowing well what had transpired. He frowned deeply. Should be soon. Should I go in and knock Jean unconscious? Gracelyn bit her lip, hesitant between the two dilemmas, when Amberlaster's voice interrupted her thoughts. I traded my Lamborghini for a minivan just to get here. Where's Jean? Just as he spoke, Amberlaster appeared before them. Russell immediately grabbed Amberlaster and dragged him in. Quickly. Clofor being pulled away, Amberlaster glanced back at Gracelyn and exclaimed, oh come on, there's already an antidote. Why put yourself through this, Mr. Jean? You should know how beautiful this woman is. Damn, Jung, slow down. Amberlaster chattered incessantly, but Gracelyn breathed a sigh of relief as her tears dried up. Finally, the doctor was here. With a huge sigh of relief, Gracelyn started sobbing quietly by the door. She wasn't afraid. Virtually, she wasn't afraid at all. She cried because Huxley was so good to her, enduring his own pain to avoid hurting her. Desire and reason wrestled within him time and again. She vowed to cherish Huxley for the rest of her life. While muttering under his breath, Amberlaster wasted no time, having prepared the medication. Seeing Huxley almost losing control in the bathroom, ready to smash things, Amberlaster rushed over, grabbing Huxley's hand and injecting him. Once Amberlaster removed the needle, Russell struck swiftly, knocking Huxley unconscious. They changed Huxley into dry pajamas and carried him to the bed together. Russell exhaled, relieved. Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Amberlaster adjusted his glasses. Afraid? Isn't there an antidote? Russell. Before Russell could respond, Amberlaster flitted out like a butterfly. After covering Huxley with a blanket, Russell followed suit. Outside, he heard Gracelyn ask Amberlaster, "Doctor, is Chin all right?" Amberlaster squinted, clicked his tongue, glanced at Russell, and took a deep breath. "Where did you guys find such a beauty?" "Russell." Amberlaster crossed his arms and scratched his chin. "Isn't she familiar?" "Wait, why would you need me if you have such a beauty?" Gracelyn looked at Amberlaster. "I am Chin's wife." Amberlaster's glasses fell off his nose. "What?" Russell patted Amberlaster's shoulder. "Watch your mouth. You'll be in trouble when Chin wakes up." Amberlaster blinked and stared seriously at Gracelyn, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Damn. Amber, aren't you Bellamy's sister?" "Third Miss Meng?" Gracelyn frowned slightly. "Yes. Is Chin all right? Can I see him?" Amberlaster regained his composure. "Oh, he's fine. He'll sleep for 2 to 3 hours. You can see him now." "Thank you." Gracelyn nodded and hurried into the room. Amberlaster closed the door and leaned towards Russell, gossiping, "Man, when did President Chin take a fancy to the second Madame Meng's sister?" Russell rolled his eyes. "He hasn't taken any fancies yet. If he had, you wouldn't be here now." Amberlaster raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue. "This is true love. To hold back like this, waiting for me, wow, never thought our President Chin could be such a romantic." "Oh wait, when did he get married?" Russell. "Damn, idiot, oh." Chapter 45, let off some steam, and it'll be better after a good sweat. Russell didn't want to deal with the imbecile Amberlaster. However, Amberlaster wouldn't stop talking. "Oh, Brent's little sister is really pretty. Speaking of which, I remember a few years ago, I once remarked that she would definitely grow up to be an incredibly beautiful woman. Guess what happened then?" "What?" Russell raised an eyebrow. Amberlaster frowned. "I got scolded by President Chin." Russell's eyes widened, suddenly getting curious as well. "Really?" Amberlaster stroked his chin. "It was quite a while ago, so I don't remember very clearly. A few years back when she was still in high school, I remember President Chin calling me a pervert." At this point, Amberlaster truly recalled something. He slapped his head and said indignantly, "Damn, doesn't he now count as a pervert too? Double standards." Amberlaster's words piqued Russell's curiosity, who mimicked Amberlaster's gesture of crossing his arms and stroking his chin. "Did you misremember?" Amberlaster replied very confidently, "How could I have forgotten? I remember we were playing cards then. Miss Meng came looking for Brent with a school bag on her back, and later they left together. Ambers, you know, I had a slight fancy for this young girl from the Meng family, so I mentioned it casually. Damn, did young Master Chin chase after me with curses, calling me a pervert, shameless, old goat eyeing young grass, and, what else? Oh right, the most ridiculous part was that he accused me of pedophilia. I really..." Amberlaster crossed his arms with a puffed up expression. "Well, even though he isn't guilty of pedophilia now, isn't he still an old goat eating tender grass? So frustrating." Hearing Amberlaster's story, Russell felt rather excited. "Then what happened?" Amberlaster rubbed his nose, recalling. "Then he warned me not to have any intentions towards my good friend's sister. Otherwise, he'd deal with me." Amberlaster sighed, feeling emotionally drained. Turns out he himself had ulterior motives. Amberlaster paused, pointing at his temple. "No, that's not right. Later on, he seemed to have no interaction with Miss Meng." Russell smiled. "Congratulations, you're right. It was Miss Meng who took the initiative and married President Chin quickly." Amberlaster's eyes widened. "Damn, are they playing some mutual infatuation game? Reciprocal crushes?" Russell shrugged. "We can't know for sure. Who knows what President Chin was thinking?" Amberlaster wasn't convinced. "I don't care. Old Chin ruined my plans." Russell patted Amberlaster on the shoulder. "You should wait until President Chin wakes up and have a proper talk with him." Amberlaster. He was so angry, HMPF. In the room, Gracelyn watched Huxley sleeping peacefully, finally easing the pain in her heart. Seeing his incomparably handsome yet somewhat pale face made her heart ache again. Chin. Gracelyn sat down beside the bed, taking Huxley's hand into hers, feeling a strong sense of safety and reassurance. Looking at Huxley, her nose turned sour, and tears slipped down her cheeks unintentionally. She thought about how Huxley had endured immense discomfort just to ensure her first experience was good, even pushing her away despite his own suffering. Thinking of this made her almost sob uncontrollably. Gracelyn wiped her tears and leaned in to kiss Huxley's lips. His lips were cold but soft, making for a perfect kiss. Kissing him felt so wonderful. She really loved kissing Chin as much as he loved kissing her. Even though Huxley was asleep and unresponsive, Gracelyn found immense joy and security in these kisses. Just thinking about the blonde woman wanting anything with Huxley infuriated Gracelyn. Jealousy. Extreme jealousy. Chin's popularity with women was indeed very high. Too many women liked him and longed for him. It made her unhappy. She felt conflicted, happy yet unhappy. Happy because She being attractive confirmed her excellent taste. Unhappy because all these women wanted to snatch him away from her. Humph. She wouldn't let any woman succeed. She belonged only to her. This was Graceland's first time taking such an initiative to kiss Huxley, and despite his lack of response, she felt like her heart was filled with honey. Thinking about Amberlice, Graceland finally remembered. She wouldn't let that woman get away. Graceland immediately sat up to find her phone, intending to call Court and Amber Aurelio. Then she suddenly remembered, wouldn't Russell handle it? Thinking of this, Graceland clutched her phone and stepped out of the room. Russell and Amberlaster had just finished their gossip when Amberlaster saw Graceland come out with red eyes, still indignant. Graceland's teary-eyed appearance was absolutely heart-wrenchingly endearing. With her delicate and beautiful features, red-rimmed eyes, and slightly pink nose, she exemplified the phrase, "A beauty in tears looked like a fairy, a touching kind of beauty." Seeing this, Amberlaster inwardly pounded his chest in distress. "Is there something wrong, madam?" Russell asked immediately. Graceland frowned and sniffled. "What's that woman's name? Did you send people to catch her? If not, I'll call my elder brothers. We cannot let her off." Russell immediately responded, "Madam, that woman is named Amberlice, and the old man is Ian. Don't worry, I've already sent people after them, but since I was worried about President She, I sent him back to his room before giving the order. Let me check now." Russell promptly called on his phone. Graceland nodded. "Right, but no matter where they hide, we must catch that woman. She must pay for her actions." Russell nodded. "Understood. You can rest assured, President She won't let her off either." Hearing Russell's words, Graceland felt a bit relieved. That Amberlice must pay dearly for her actions. Unlike Kala, who just caused minor disturbances, this woman used such malicious means and dared to covet She. She deserved punishment. Graceland's serious expression was oddly adorable, prompting Amberlaster to wave his hand. "Hey, beautiful." Graceland looked at Amberlaster, seriously examining him for the first time. Amberlaster had a clean-cut appearance, exuding the air of an elegant young nobleman. His eyebrows and eyes were exceptionally clear, his lips red and teeth white, embodying true red lips and white teeth. His fair face was adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, adding a dash of charm. Graceland furrowed her brows, staring at Amberlaster intently. Staring until Amberlaster raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What? Do I look scary?" "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before," Graceland replied. Amberlaster. "Just vaguely familiar?" Amber, it took her this long to realize he looked familiar. At this moment, Russell hung up and told Graceland, "Madam, our people have gone after them, but the father-daughter duo has fled fast. Please don't worry, our people are already actively pursuing them, and we've issued a martial decree. Within 2 days, wherever they hide, we will catch them." Graceland nodded. Right, then I won't call my elder brothers." What is this martial decree?" Amberlaster interrupted to explain. To put it simply, the martial decree means that they can't escape globally, as if they have no wings to fly. Graceland understood this but asked further. "Can anyone buy this martial decree if they have money? Does having money mean you can buy information or anything else?" Though she wasn't involved in such matters, growing up in a wealthy family, she had heard various rumors and gossip. Money brings power, whether openly or secretly. Amberlaster clicked his lips. No, you're underestimating the martial decree. While money can buy certain things, only someone like your husband, a top-level figure, can issue one. There are no more than 5 such decrees globally, but your husband has the highest authority. The translation captures the essence and tone of the original text, adheres to paragraph and line breaks, and uses accurate English. Marcy suddenly brightened but couldn't help asking, "Who is this founder?" Amberlaster laughed. "It's better for girls not to know too much. It's good enough to buy clothes and jewelry delicately." Marcy. Marcy thought Amberlaster had a point. She didn't really want to know so much either. She wanted things to be simple with She. Marcy nodded, "I understand." With that, she turned to go back into the room. Amberlaster stopped her. "Hey, I said beautiful lady, aren't you curious why I seem familiar to you?" Marcy blinked her eyes and then remembered. Yes, it was true, she forgot amidst the interruptions. Russell explained, "Madam, let me introduce him. This is Mr. Chene's Pharmaceuticals Chief Medical Officer and the primary developer of the anti-cancer drug. On the side, he's also an actor who has won awards. Let's call him a film emperor, and his name is Amberlaster." Marcy heard this and was speechless for a moment. He's Amberlaster? She had heard this name before but didn't expect it. After all, they had previously mentioned he was a doctor. Marcy blinked her eyes, thinking, got it. Aren't you the eldest young master of the Liu family? The miraculous physician of the capital city who acts on the side, known for your superb delivery of lines and textbook perfect performance? However, you've only starred in 2 movies so far, both minor roles, one as the main antagonist and the other as a guest appearance, yet you've won 3 gold awards. Amberlaster raised an eyebrow. Well, Miss Cloutifool lady knows me quite well. Marcy said, I'm studying acting. Amberlaster. Also, don't call me beautiful lady. Marcy continued, I am Chlorotherchine's wife, so call me Rowena or sister-in-law. Or just use my name, Marcy, the youngest daughter of the Dream family from the capital. Dream Chenyang and Louise are my elder brothers. Amberlaster didn't expect her to be so formal and precise, which made him laugh. He replied, I've known about you long ago. I've seen you when playing with your second brother, you were just unaware. Marcy thought for a moment and nodded, oh, that makes sense. With Chlorotherchine around, it would have been hard to notice anyone else, after all, he is much handsomer than you. Amberlaster, what the hell? Amberlaster cleared his throat, sister-in-law, very well said. Let's not talk about it next time. Marcy smiled, you've worked hard today, Humbert, thank you. Chloe the way, will Chlorotherchine need medicine after he wakes up? And are there any dietary restrictions or lifestyle precautions we should be aware of, like avoiding anger, overwork, or staying up late? Amberlaster replied, I'll prepare a decoction for him. Once he takes it, he'll sweat it out, and everything will be fine. Don't worry, there will be no after effects. Marcy blushed slightly and said, Right, I understand. I'll go back inside now. With that, she pushed the door open and entered. Amberlaster looked at the closed door and asked Russell, seriously, why did she blush? Did she think, damn, it wasn't that kind of exhaustion? Russell asked, what kind of exercise then? Amberlaster glanced at Russell with mischief, didn't you go pretty rough on President Sheen? Russell understood what Amberlaster meant and instantly fell silent. Amberlaster clicked his tongue, hugging his arms while looking at the closed door. President Sheen, did you hurt Miss Dream's neck? Marcy's neck was bruised and purple, with some areas having slight skin abrasions, though not severe. It still looked somewhat frightening. Ambernion, who didn't know the situation, might assume she had been roughly mistreated. Russell nodded, wouldn't it be obvious otherwise? Tisk, Amberlaster clicked his tongue, really didn't know the limits. Claude under the control of medication, for it to still be this bad, it's amazing. Then, Amberlaster sighed with admiration, look at that, look at the resolve of a mafia boss's woman. That grasp of boundaries and propriety is truly remarkable. Incredible. Russell retorted, do you even need to say it? You're just talking. Amberlaster joked, isn't this the only mouth I have? Russell warned, don't say I didn't warn you. Once President Sheen wakes up, don't keep jabbering. Otherwise, Amberfrica's pharmaceutical research department welcomes you. Amberlaster hummed, President Sheen ruined my plans and took away my Lamborghini. Now I have to miserably brew medicine for him and can't even speak. Sigh, I must owe him from a past life. Russell was too lazy to respond to Amberlaster's incessant chatter. Marcy held Huxley's hand and stayed by his side. Weston sent her a text message, old Jiang told me that my brother cooked noodles for you. Fake news? Marcy replied, true. Excitedly, Weston sent a long voice message. Marcy listened and then replied, I'll talk to you when I return home. Got something to attend to now. Shortly after, Tracy pulled her into a small group chat called Goddess Squad. There were only 4 of them. Tracy started the conversation, how's little Star? Did you and Chlorotherchine consummate your marriage? Clearly, they were all very concerned. Marcy wasn't in the mood to chat, so she responded, I have some matters these couple of days. No need to worry, we'll chat once I get back. Upon seeing this, Tracy and the others simply replied, okay, received. The messages died down, and Marcy sat by the bed holding Huxley's hand, waiting for him to wake up. Amberlaster said Huxley would wake up in 2 to 3 hours, but Huxley woke up earlier, about an hour later. When he opened his eyes, his neck felt extremely painful, causing him to frown. He then saw Marcy tightly holding his hand, leaning against the bed as if asleep. Regaining his thoughts, Huxley felt a surge of warmth and happiness. He caressed Marcy's hand gently. Seeing no response, he then carefully stroked her hair and called her softly, Chloe. Huxley's voice was hoarse. Marcy seemed to sense something and immediately opened her eyes. Chlorotherchine, you're awake. Marcy's eyes sparkled with joy, her previous worries instantly dissipating. Yes, Huxley answered but suddenly noticed the bruises on Marcy's neck, his eyes darkening. Chapter 46, Huxley How is very mischievous. I'll go call Humbert. Gracelyn clearly seemed very excited. It was hard for her to describe how she felt when she saw Huxley open his eyes. She was just so happy, as if the sky had suddenly brightened again. Wait a minute, no need to rush, Huxley called out to Gracelyn. Come up here and lie with me for a while first. Gracelyn blinked her eyes and immediately slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Huxley moved over a bit and, once she was on the bed, he pulled her into his arms. His brows furrowed slightly in concern. Why are your clothes still wet? Earlier, when Huxley was soaked in water, he held Gracelyn, and her clothes got wet as well. Though they used a towel to dry her off a little, it wasn't possible to get completely dry. Later, because of her worry for Huxley, she stayed by his side and fell asleep without even changing out of her damp clothes. Oh. Gracelyn replied, I forgot to change them. I don't want to give Huxley How a cold. Huxley's frown deepened, and he said directly, it doesn't matter for me, but what matters most is you. Gracelyn paused, taken aback by his words. Huxley continued, don't be foolish. No matter what happens, you are always the most important. Husband is a grown man, thick-skinned and tough. You should change your clothes now, don't catch a chill. Gracelyn felt warmth in her heart and nodded obediently. Okay, I understand. I'll go change now. Huxley kissed her lips lightly. Go ahead, baby. There's clean clothes prepared for you in the walk-in closet. Gracelyn got up and responded, okay. She hurried to the walk-in closet and looked around. Sure enough, there were many women's clothes inside. They matched her style, bright, casual, lively, cute, gentle, and sweet. There were also quite a few shorts, including sports styles, all of excellent quality and material. Undergarments naturally weren't lacking either, with two styles, one being cute and sweet, and the other being sexy and alluring. Gracelyn blushed involuntarily. Oh my, Huxley, how really? Claude, could he know her sizes? Gracelyn suddenly remembered Huxley had. Instantly, she turned even redder, feeling extremely shy. She quickly chased those random thoughts from her head and picked out a pure black set with a sexy allure. Cough, cough, suddenly she wanted to wear this. She chose a pair of sporty shorts for comfort and convenience. While picking clothes, Gracelyn suddenly glanced at the men's section. Amber thought struck her, and she picked up Huxley's white shirt and put it on. The shirt was rather long on her, but that was the look she wanted when wearing her boyfriend's shirt. The shirt reached mid-thigh but didn't fully cover her legs, making her appear incredibly alluring. Gracelyn bit her lip. Claude, a fool. This one. However, dressed like this, she felt a mix of innocence and desire, which made her somewhat bashful. Claude, she quickly regained composure and rushed out. Lying on the bed, Huxley felt no major discomfort except for a sore neck. His spirits were unusually high. The moment he saw Gracelyn, his gaze deepened, and he reacted instinctively. Huxley. His Amberdame's apple bobbed as he reached out to her with a somewhat darkened voice. Chloe, come here. His little girl had grown up, like a freshly ripe peach, inviting and enchanting, making him lose himself every time. Gracelyn bit her lip and obediently climbed onto the bed. Huxley immediately pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly with deep affection. Gracelyn instantly sensed Huxley's unusual behavior and turned red. Her speech became stammered. Huxley, how, you. Huxley buried his face in her ear, kissing her earlobe and whispering, it's normal, don't worry about it. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh at his remark, unsure of what to say. In her heart, she wondered, really? Huxley how can be quite amusing. Huxley's hand caressed her slender leg, lifting the hem of her shirt. In a low, rough voice, he said, wearing husband's shirt. Gracelyn felt embarrassed but nodded, yes, I wanted to. His happiness grew. He kissed her ear and, with a deepened voice, said, you look beautiful. Husband likes it. From now on, wear it every night. Every night? Gracelyn blushed deeply, biting her lip but still responded, yes, okay. Huxley was even more pleased, lifted his face, and half-pressed against her. With tender affection, he asked, did husband hurt your neck? Gracelyn remembered seeing it in the mirror earlier. It looked frightening, but she didn't feel too bad since her mind was elsewhere. She immediately said, yes, but it's okay. Before she could finish, Huxley kissed her lips gently, softly like a feather brushing against her, or soaking her in warm water, incredibly comfortable. He kissed her attentively, passionately, with care, pulling her into a world of intoxicating emotions. Gracelyn recalled Huxley's past kisses. They were often passionate and intense with strong possessiveness. Such tenderness made her heart flutter. She couldn't resist reaching up to encircle his neck, responding to Huxley for the first time on her own initiative. Previously, whenever she kissed Huxley, he was always the initiator, dominating the kiss. Though she responded, there was always a hint of shyness. Cloak this time, she responded without hesitation, gently yet warmly, so gentle that it made Huxley feel she was both obedient and sweet. Huxley's heart melted further. He sucked on her red lips and asked in a low voice, do you like how husband kisses you? Gracelyn blushed and her heart raced, but she grew bolder. She softly answered, yes, I like it. Her response brought immense pleasure to the man. Huxley smirked and teased her again in a low voice, do you like the kiss or the person? Chloe off. Gracelyn replied. Choose one. Huxley pressed on. Gracelyn blushed charmingly and said, the person. Which person? You. Who am I? Huxley pressed, trying to get an answer from the young girl. Huxley, Gracelyn whispered, her body trembling slightly from his deepening kisses. The corners of Huxley's lips curled up. Whose Huxley am I? Gracelyn couldn't help but lightly tap his shoulder with a small fist. Ambernoying. Huxley laughed and kissed her. Chloe, be good. Answer quickly. Gracelyn had no choice but to answer, husband. Such relentless questioning led to Huxley's favorite and most desired answer. To him, hearing these words from Gracelyn was like heavenly music. His heart swelled, and he kissed her even more deeply and tenderly, filled with passion. Gracelyn couldn't hold back a soft moan, like a melody inviting deeper engagement, making Huxley's breathing heavy and disordered. This Huxley appeared incredibly sexy and charming. Gracelyn's eyes narrowed with desire. Huxley's kisses left her lips, trailing down to her delicate jawline, then along her slim, fair neck. Especially where there were bruised marks from before, he remembered how forcefully he'd bitten. Her skin was delicate, so the marks were very visible. Huxley kissed each of the marks he left on her, doing so gently and softly. He even licked them lightly, as if wanting to heal the places he hurt her. Not only her neck but also her collarbone bore such marks. Huxley vividly recalled there were even marks on her chest. He had kissed, nipped, and pinched, using considerable force. Mostly, he couldn't control himself back then. Chapter 46, Huxley How is very mischievous, continued. He must have hurt her elsewhere too, right? Maybe not as visibly serious as on her neck, but there would definitely be marks. Huxley's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gracelyn. Did you lock the door, baby? Gracelyn snapped out of the daze Huxley had put her in, raising an eyebrow and then blushing furiously. She bit her lip and replied, yes, Cheen Cloyd Cloerother, what are you going to do? Could it be that Huxley had reconsidered and didn't want to wait until they returned home? This thought made Gracelyn's heart race suddenly. She really wasn't prepared at all. Clote she didn't mind, she was willing. Ambrelthuff, she might feel a tiny bit of regret, but it wouldn't matter much. The little regret was that she also wanted to go back to sight-1, into Huxley's room. Clote these minor details didn't need to be considered deeply. She was ready. Gracelyn was indeed prepared, but Huxley surprised her with, I want to check if there are any more serious injuries. So I asked if the door was locked, just in case someone barges in. Gracelyn blinked, oh, that's what you meant. Feeling embarrassed about her thoughts, Gracelyn quickly said, no need, no need. Cheen Cloyd Cloerother, get up, don't look, don't worry about it. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Flustered and anxious, Gracelyn pushed Huxley away. Huxley gently held her hand and firmly said, I have to see. Gracelyn was speechless, don't. Her face turned red as she refused. Huxley couldn't help but laugh at her cute response, but he maintained a serious tone. Chloe, listen. I'll just take a look, I need to see to make sure everything's okay. Don't be shy, trust me. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Amber's strange thought popped into her mind, you should do something already. Shocked by her own thoughts, Gracelyn shook her head vigorously. No, no. Really, no need. Clote, how could a sweet and obedient girl like Gracelyn resist a domineering man like Huxley? Huxley decided not to explain anymore, directly unbuttoning the buttons. Gracelyn was speechless. Unable to argue, Gracelyn gave in as Huxley cajoled and coaxed her, using a bit of dominance to achieve his goal. Gracelyn felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide. Huxley was somewhat reassured, indeed, it wasn't severe. Clote as expected, there were visible marks on Gracelyn's fair skin. Heartbreaking for Huxley, he immediately leaned down and kissed her delicate skin, treating the bruises like he did those on her neck, kissing, licking, gently and carefully, filled with tenderness. Gracelyn nearly cried. Amber, this was too embarrassing. Finally, after Huxley finished kissing her, Gracelyn hurriedly straightened her clothes and pushed him away. Huxley released her, and she quickly turned around, covering her face. Huxley lay beside her, holding her from behind and whispering, what's wrong? Gracelyn didn't respond. Chloe, Huxley called her again, trying to soothe her. Clote Gracelyn still remained silent, unsure if she was angry or sulking. Huxley had no choice but to force her to face him. Gracelyn covered her face with both hands, refusing to let Huxley see. Tell me, what's wrong? Huxley asked, worried. Amber's Huxley was getting anxious, he heard a small, tearful voice, I can't face anyone now. Startled, Huxley laughed inwardly but quickly comforted her, no, it's fine, there's nothing. Before he could finish, Gracelyn removed her hands and scolded him through teary eyes, Cheen Cloyd Cloerother, stop talking. Immediately, Huxley said, okay, I'll be quiet. My fault, sorry, baby. It's all my fault. Frustrated and upset, Gracelyn buried her face in Huxley's neck and bit him. She really bit hard, and Huxley felt the pain. Amber, after letting go, Gracelyn said, Cheen Cloyd Cloerother is so naughty. Huxley was speechless, feeling a bit wronged. Clote, maybe he hadn't fully considered her embarrassment. Huxley raised his hand. Fine, I'm naughty. Chloe, eat me some more, it will make me feel better. Gracelyn pouted, seeming to pity Huxley. With tears welling up in her eyes, she asked, how is your body? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Should I call Humbert? He said you need to drink medicine. Huxley pulled her into his arms and gently said, I feel okay, don't worry. Let me hold you for a while, then I'll call Amberlaster. Okay, Gracelyn responded, still pouting. Huxley tenderly wiped away her tears. Indeed, she was very sensitive and easily embarrassed. Clote, he loved it so much. Amber, after holding her for a while, Huxley noticed his body still felt a bit unusual. For example, certain parts hadn't yet calmed down. Furrowing his eyebrows, Huxley gently patted Gracelyn's back. Chloe, go call Amberlaster in. Gracelyn rubbed her nose. Okay. Then she hurriedly got up. Huxley urgently added, go change your clothes first. Gracelyn thought to herself, isn't that obvious? Was she going out like this? Ignoring Huxley, she rushed into the closet with a red face. When she came out again, she was dressed properly. She chose a white round neck t-shirt and black wide leg pants made of ice silk. Huxley was speechless. Was the little girl preparing for battle against him? Dressing so tightly. Gracelyn went out to call Humbert, who had already brewed the medicine for Huxley. Hearing that Huxley had woken up, he immediately asked his bodyguard to heat the medicine and then asked Gracelyn, "Is Mr. Chen's condition stable?" Gracelyn's cheeks turned pink as she thought, "That's quite good, Pretty good," Gracelyn composed herself and answered. Humbert raised an eyebrow and glanced at his watch. His physical fitness is really impressive. I estimated 2 to 3 hours, but he woke up in just over an hour. As he spoke, Humbert headed toward the room. Gracelyn felt a bit embarrassed to enter, so she said, I'll get something to drink, you guys take care of him. With that, she darted away like a rabbit. Humbert humphed and told Russell, "Mr. Chen is not being honest." Chloe east. Russell blinked. "Say that inside if you dare." Humbert. Even if he went inside, he'd still say that. Humph, oh. Note asterisk: the provided content contains some mature themes which have been translated as closely to the original as possible while ensuring appropriateness. Chapter 47, Lip to Lip, you know. The two entered the room. Huxley sat on the bed, looking quite energetic. When he saw Russell, his expression immediately darkened. "Did you send people to catch that father and daughter?" he asked. Russell quickly lowered his head. "Mr. Chen, rest assured. I've issued a decree. They won't be able to escape." "Good," Huxley nodded, his expression relaxing. He always trusted Russell's handling of matters. Huxley suddenly remembered something and continued looking at Russell. "Weren't you outside the contract room as well? Why didn't you come in right away after Ian left?" With Russell's sharpness, he wouldn't have let Huxley and Amberlice stay alone in the contract room. After all, Russell had long detected Amberlice's feelings for Huxley. Mentioning this, Russell became very angry. "It was planned. Ian's assistant lured me away. He spilled coffee on my clothes and took me to clean up." After saying this, Russell immediately lowered his head. This subordinate was careless. "Please punish me, Mr. Chen." Huxley frowned, pondering for a second. "Don't let it happen again." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Chen." Russell breathed a sigh of relief. After speaking with Russell, Huxley looked at Amberlaster. Amberlaster was also watching Huxley. Their eyes met, and Amberlaster lightly coughed. "Let me check on you." Huxley extended his hand. Amberlaster felt his pulse and said, "There's no major issue. Drink your medicine later and get some exercise to work up a sweat, and you'll be fine." Huxley nodded. "Luckily, you're here too. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome." Amberlaster grinned. "Sure thing. How about a raise?" Huxley completely ignored him. Amberlaster sat by the bed and stared straight at Huxley. "Do you remember how you scolded me a few years ago when Miss Meng was still in high school?" Huxley raised an eyebrow. "What?" Amberlaster hummed. Was Cloas Chen pretending to forget? Amberlaster went directly. "Cloak then, when Miss Meng was still in high school, I complimented her beauty. You chased me around and berated me for almost half an hour until I was nearly enlightened. How come now?" Russell blinked. Whoa, CEO Liu really dared to speak out. Amberlaster felt that even though they were brothers, things needed to be said if necessary. He wasn't doing anything, just talking. Not even talking was allowed. Huxley looked at Amberlaster, pressing his tongue against his molars. Cloringing this up meant Amberlaster cared? Looking at Amberlaster, Huxley revealed a hint of disdain. "Were you simply complimenting her beauty?" Amberlaster smiled and answered straightforwardly, "Of course, I definitely had other intentions. Amber's the saying goes, amber graceful lady is what a gentleman desires." Huxley smiled, speaking candidly. "Do you deserve it?" Amberlaster was speechless. Amberlaster felt like spitting blood. "Cloas Chen, that's not friendly at all." Huxley's incomparably handsome face looked rather innocent. "I'm just being honest." Amberlaster was speechless again. "Very good. Next time, no more comments." Pushing up his glasses, Amberlaster touched his chin. "So, you've had a crush on Miss Meng all along? Do you think only you are suitable for her?" Huxley looked at Amberlaster. "Not exactly. I don't think I'm worthy either." Amberlaster and Russell found it hard to believe these words came from Huxley's mouth. He was Huxley after all. How could he say that even he wasn't worthy of Gracelyn? Amberlaster smacked his lips. Good grief, did Huxley praise Gracelyn so highly? She seemed almost divine. "It's just that she approached me first, asking me to marry her," Huxley added, lowering his eyes to hide his true emotions. Few seconds later, he looked back at Amberlaster. "If it were you, would you refuse?" This question stunned Amberlaster for a moment before he honestly replied, "Of course not. Any man without a pre-existing relationship would accept such an excellent match. Refusing would be foolish." Indeed, who would refuse such a perfect match under those circumstances? Considering Gracelyn's appearance, family background, youth, purity, and the lack of negative reports about her, who would turn her down? Huxley smiled. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Amberlaster raised an eyebrow. Just because she approached you, no hidden crush? Amberlaster clearly didn't believe it. Huxley seemed to dislike the word crush and furrowed his brow. Russell immediately spoke up. CEO Lou, aren't you getting too gossipy? Does She need a crush? If he liked her all these years, why didn't he pursue her? Indeed, not only had he not pursued her, but he hadn't shown much interest or interaction either. It didn't seem like a crush at all. Amberlaster thought this made sense but still scratched his chin, puzzled about Huxley. Could it really be as Huxley said, that only a fool would refuse, and there was nothing else behind it? Amberlaster was confused. Huxley looked at him. Is CEO Lou feeling too idle lately? Your salary is pretty high, isn't it? Amber the bonuses too. Amberlaster hurriedly responded, not at all. She, I saved your life. I even switched my Lamborghini for a broken-down van to rush over. Huxley smacked his lips. Isn't that what you should do? Amberlaster was speechless. Very good. Unable to argue further, Amberlaster watched as the bodyguard brought the medicine. Russell took it and handed it to Huxley. Huxley added, Chloe the way, don't let that assistant off either. Capture him. Though he was only an accomplice, he deserves proper punishment. Yes, Russell lowered his head. Your meaning is... Huxley took a sip of the bitter medicine, wrinkling his nose, then casually remarked, he spilled coffee on you, right? If his hands are so disobedient, what use are they? Yes. Understood. Russell ordered the nearby bodyguard, passed the message to capture Ian's assistant and cripple both his hands. Yes. The bodyguard nodded and left immediately. These tasks didn't require Russell's direct intervention. Many were willing to serve Huxley loyally. Not only due to generous rewards but because serving Huxley naturally offered protection. Some wished to serve Huxley but lacked the qualification. As the bodyguard left, Huxley frowned deeper, disliking the bitter taste of the medicine. Lifting his gaze, Huxley looked at Amberlaster. She's your sister-in-law now. Amberlaster immediately raised his hands. Understood. Perfectly understood. This matter from the past seemed concluded. Where is the young madam? Huxley asked after taking another sip of the medicine. Russell replied, the young madam said she was looking for something to drink. Huxley raised an eyebrow. So, she was really shy earlier and avoided seeing him? He thought it wasn't that big a deal, just a kiss. She was indeed very shy and introverted. Huxley licked his lips, frowning harder, then abruptly placed the medicine bowl on the nightstand. No more. Too bitter. Amberlaster and Russell were speechless. Amberlaster wanted to comment that Huxley hadn't complained when he drank several sips earlier. Clearly, it was because he didn't see Graceland that he was being moody. Amberlaster teased, shall I feed you personally? Huxley rolled his eyes and ignored him. Russell promptly said, shall I bring the young madam here? Huxley remained silent. Russell and Amberlaster exchanged glances. Russell turned to find Graceland. Unexpectedly, Graceland returned, fresh and cute with black hair cascading down. She held a cup of chocolate ice cream, confirming she had gone to find food. Graceland had a spoon in her mouth. Russell loudly announced, the young madam has returned. Huxley looked over. Graceland blinked, removing the spoon from her mouth. Has She taken his medicine? Russell replied, he finds it too bitter and stopped after a few sips. Young madam, please persuade Mr. She to finish his medicine. Huxley sat on the bed, looking quite obedient. Amberlaster looked at Huxley with disdain and said softly, Mr. She, you've really come a long way. Huxley glanced at her, the corners of his lips lifting. Amberlaster. Damn. Oh no, how miserable he was, not only got interrupted but also shown off to. Oh. Graceland nodded, glancing at the ice cream in her hand, and walked toward the bed. Graceland placed the ice cream cup on the nightstand and picked up the medicine bowl. She, please take your medicine. Huxley looked at Graceland and simply said one word, Cloeter. Graceland. Amberlaster immediately gossiped about Huxley, Mr. She wants you to feed him. Graceland. Still obediently, Graceland brought the medicine bowl to Huxley's lips. Before Huxley opened his mouth, Amberlaster added, not like that, use your mouth. Graceland. Huxley. Graceland turned her gaze to Amberlaster, while Huxley and Russell also stared at him. Amberlaster feigned innocence, cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, crossed his arms, and said authoritatively as if he knew everything, that's the way. Mouth to mouth. Graceland was speechless but also wanted to laugh. She never thought Amberlaster would be so gossipy. Huxley gave Amberlaster a side glance and uttered two words, superficial. Russell joined in, vulgar. Amberlaster. Isn't this what they always show on TV? Amberlaster was about to retort when Russell added, lewd. Graceland laughed at Russell's joke. Amberlaster touched his nose and cursed Russell, if you're not lewd, you'll never find a wife. Russell ignored Amberlaster, keeping a composed expression. Graceland laughed heartily. She's subordinates and friends were quite amusing. Huxley called out, Chloe. Graceland turned her gaze to Huxley, She, take your medicine quickly. Quite bitter, Huxley said. Graceland. If you drink it obediently, I'll give you ice cream, Gracelyn coaxed. Huxley then replied, Ambo right. After speaking, he opened his mouth. Gracelyn successfully fed him the medicine and then fed him ice cream afterward. Huxley tasted the sweet ice cream. Indeed it was sweet, just like his little wife. Huxley enjoyed Gracelyn feeding him ice cream to counteract the bitterness of the medicine. He gazed intently at her and asked, Did you specifically buy ice cream for me to take my medicine? Huxley felt it was precisely so. Gracelyn knew he had to take medicine and found it bitter, hence she bought ice cream. Gracelyn blinked. No, I just wanted to eat some myself. Huxley. So, the little girl was still shy and possibly angry because of his earlier unrestrained kiss? Although she might still be a bit upset, Gracelyn didn't throw a tantrum and even bought him ice cream, distinguishing matters logically. How good. Huxley stopped talking, concentrating on eating the ice cream bite by bite. Amberlaster couldn't bear to watch, poking Russell and whispering, Look, how shameless he is. Russell whispered back, There's nothing we can do, Huxley has the right to flaunt. Amberlaster. Russell meant he lacked the qualifications. Huxley looked at the gossipers and suddenly asked, Russell, why does my neck hurt? Russell. That. Russell immediately lowered his head. Maybe I was too hasty when. Huxley interrupted him, Practice boxing with me later. Amberlaster mentioned needing exercise and to sweat, right? Russell's lips twitched as he resigned himself. Yes, Mr. Cheen. Amberlaster laughed maliciously and promptly responded, Since Mr. Cheen is fine, I'll leave first. He moved to run away. Russell grabbed Amberlaster, and Huxley added, Why in a hurry? Practice with me too. Wasn't there still unfinished business from years ago concerning Gracelyn? Amberlaster. No. Amberlaster replied formally, I need to deliver something. Russell, ? Huxley, ? Gracelyn was surprised and withdrew her hand, silently taking a bite of ice cream and looking at Amberlaster. What are you delivering? Huxley looked at Amberlaster, puzzled. Amberlaster sighed dramatically. When I came here, wasn't there traffic? The van I switched to was carrying cargo. They specifically asked me to deliver it. I have to go. Amberlaster waved goodbye and tried to sneak off. Huxley smiled. Is a limited edition Lamborghini worth less than a van load of goods? Mr. Liu, next time find a better excuse. Huxley's comment made Gracelyn laugh. Amberlaster. Russell patted Amberlaster's shoulder. Come on, Mr. Liu, change into a more convenient outfit, for exercise. Amberlaster. Amberlaster felt helpless. Damn, what kind of treatment did a rescuer get? Russell dragged Amberlaster away, and Gracelyn blinked. So Amberlaster really planned to exercise and work up a sweat. Gracelyn felt embarrassed by her random thoughts. She turned her gaze to Huxley, eating ice cream while asking, Chloe, are you going to exercise now? Aren't you going to eat first? Huxley checked the time on his phone. It was indeed dinner time. However, he wasn't hungry at all, feeling very energetic and even had an urge to vent this energy. Huxley pondered and said, I need to exercise first, you eat first. As he spoke, he lifted the covers, took the ice cream cup from Gracelyn, placed it on the nightstand, and said, Chloe, don't starve yourself. You can watch us box while you eat. Hearing this, Gracelyn raised her eyebrows in surprise. Am I going to? Yes, Huxley nodded. He liked being close to Gracelyn all the time. Gracelyn pouted, touching her nose. No, I'll go eat, you go exercise. Then she turned to leave quickly. Before she could run away, Huxley caught her wrist and gently pulled her into his embrace. He leaned his forehead against hers and whispered, What's wrong? Are you shy or angry? Trying to hide from your husband? Note, the provided translation follows the structure and content of the original text, maintaining its tone and style, ensuring natural English expressions, and preserving coherence with the ongoing storyline. Chapter 48, Huxley got angry? Gracelyn felt a little embarrassed. How to put it? Of course, all these emotions were present. Shyness was inevitable, anger arose because she had already said no, yet Huxley still coerced her, even showing a bit of domineering behavior by insisting on seeing and kissing her. How could she not be embarrassed? Cough. Thinking of this, Gracelyn's beautiful face flushed red as she pouted slightly and said, Chloe already knows everything, right? Huxley raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this confirmed his suspicion, which made him somewhat troubled. He cleared his throat, bent down, and kissed Gracelyn lightly on the lips before saying, I did neglect your feelings on this matter. Claude, I still need to see you because I am genuinely worried and heartbroken. You can be shy or even angry with me, you can punch me a few times if you want, but you cannot avoid me. Huxley spoke quite sincerely, but Gracelyn was still feeling shy, which is why she avoided him. If not for her worry about Huxley coming to check if he had taken his medicine, she might have stayed away from the room temporarily. Hearing Huxley say this, Gracelyn's face turned even redder, and she instinctively pushed him, saying, Oh, Chloe, don't say any more. I'm going to eat. Saying that, Gracelyn wanted to turn and run away, but Huxley held her back, pulling her into his embrace and saying, Little rascal, no running away. Gracelyn. Who's the naughty one here? So Chloe is still pretty domineering at heart, Carrot. I'll apply the ointment for you tonight, Huxley said very seriously, so will you refuse this too? Gracelyn quickly replied, no need, I can do it myself, it's not hard to reach. Amber. Soon as Gracelyn said this, Huxley's expression darkened immediately. Gracelyn blinked. Huxley asked, so, does this mean you don't want your husband to touch you? Gracelyn bit her lip and didn't reply. Huxley's mood suddenly became complicated, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to suppress his temper. Thinking that she hadn't eaten yet and it was time for dinner, he couldn't bear to let her go hungry or upset him. He licked his lips. Amber, right, let's talk about this later. Eat your meal first. Saying that, he led Gracelyn out of the room without further discussion. Gracelyn blinked in surprise. Was She trying to get angry but didn't? In the hotel gymnasium. Gracelyn was eating under the boxing ring. The food was quite to her liking, so she ate happily. Hyder was by her side, attending to her meal. However, things were not so pleasant for Amberlaster and Russell on the boxing ring. Huxley was in a bad mood, partly because of the betrayal, but more importantly because Gracelyn was upset with him. He knew the girl was shy, but since they were legally married, intimate matters should be normal to him. Gracelyn's reaction gave him a sense of unease and some unfounded speculation that he didn't like at all. With his sour mood, Huxley boxed aggressively, fiercely attacking without holding back. Russell and Amberlaster clearly couldn't keep up and took a beating. Amber at first, Hyder commented cheerfully to Gracelyn, Madam, Master Cheen is so amazing. Gracelyn nodded in agreement while enjoying her meal. Indeed, Cheen was impressive. Amberlaster and Russell seemed to be no match for Huxley at all. As the fight went on, Hyder felt something was off. Madam, it seems like something is wrong. Is Master Cheen angry? He's getting fiercer with each hit. Jiang has already taken several punches. Gracelyn noticed it too. Amberlaster was already exhausted, wiping sweat and waving his hands. That's enough, I've had my exercise for today. Huxley stared at him, get up and continue. Amberlaster. I won't go on. Amberlaster stood up, saying, Amber, you working out or venting your anger? I can't take it anymore. With that, he quickly jumped off the ring. Russell didn't dare leave. Huxley looked at Russell. Russell. Amberlaster ran over to Gracelyn, sister-in-law, did you upset Cheen? He seems off, he's hitting too hard. Please try to calm him down. Gracelyn blinked back to reality. That might be true. Looking at the stage again, she saw Russell being pounded by Huxley until he collapsed. Huxley remained calm and told Russell, continue. Amberlaster wiped the sweat off, sister-in-law, please stop him. We've exercised enough, Jiang might end up in the hospital, he's no match for Cheen. Gracelyn suddenly remembered when Huxley almost strangled Amberlice. Cheen. Gracelyn immediately got up and walked towards the boxing ring. Upon hearing her, Huxley turned to look at her. Gracelyn frowned slightly. Huxley definitely looked upset. Let's stop. Humbert said the exercise is enough. Plus, Amber-assistant Jiang can barely stand. Cheen, come down and shower, it's time for dinner. Hearing this, Huxley stared at her for a few seconds before turning his gaze to Russell lying on the ground. He reached out a hand to help Russell up. Go shower and eat, Huxley said. Yes, Cheen, Russell bowed his head. Huxley came down from the ring and took Gracelyn's hand, asking, did you finish eating? Pretty much, Gracelyn answered. Huxley looked at Amberlaster, did you bring the trauma medicine? He glanced at Gracelyn's tender neck. Yes, Amberlaster understood instantly, I'll send it to your room later. Huxley nodded, good, thank you. He then rubbed his temples and said, you guys go shower and eat, rest well. Amberlaster nodded, sure, we're good. Faced with Amberlaster's joke, Huxley showed no expression. Amberlaster. Huxley led Gracelyn away. Amberlaster whispered to Gracelyn, sister-in-law. Gracelyn turned back. Amberlaster smiled warmly, making a cutting throat gesture, and then clasped his hands together. Gracelyn instantly understood Amberlaster's warning. Huxley was upset, and it was her fault, so she should be careful or else, he'd be done for. Huxley wouldn't get angry at her, would he? Gracelyn glanced at Huxley, no, he wouldn't. Amber, what nonsense, obviously Cheen was the naughty one, yet he got upset instead? Gracelyn pouted. Cloak in the room, Huxley's tone was normal, Chloe, I'll go shower. Oh, okay, Gracelyn nodded, go ahead. Huxley went to shower, and Gracelyn called Hyder to send over the meal. Today's dishes were all light ones, as Humbert suggested Huxley needed light meals. Hyder soon brought steaming hot dishes to the table. Amberlaster also had his bodyguards deliver the trauma medicine. After freshening up, Huxley saw Gracelyn obediently sitting by the table, playing with her phone. His eyes darkened slightly as he approached quietly. Seeing him, Gracelyn looked up and said, Cheen, let's eat. Okay, Huxley replied, sitting down to eat. Virtually, he had no appetite. Gracelyn kept fiddling with her phone, and Huxley barely touched a few bites. Putting down his chopsticks, Huxley instructed someone to clear the table. Gracelyn put away her phone. Has Cheen finished eating? Huxley nodded, yes. Then his eyes landed on the ointment, and after a brief pause, he spoke, "Go shower, and afterwards, I'll apply the medicine for you. Then, we should rest." It had been a tiring afternoon. Note, the text has been adjusted slightly for clarity and coherence in English while maintaining the original structure and meaning. Okay, Gracelyn stood up, Amber right. With that, she headed to the bathroom area to shower. Huxley straightened his pure black robe and picked up the ointment before walking toward the bed. Chloe, the time Gracelyn had finished getting ready and came to the bedside, Huxley was already half lying on the bed reading a financial report. "I've washed up." Gracelyn stood by the bed. "Chlorother-chin, can you give me the medicine?" Gracelyn reached out her fair hand to take the ointment. Claude Huxley got ahead of her, taking the ointment first and looking up at her. His deep eyes flickered with a slight brightness as he noticed she was wearing his shirt again, loose and large. "Husband will apply it for you." Huxley got up from the bed and stood in front of Gracelyn. Gracelyn looked up slightly at Huxley but didn't say anything. Huxley pursed his lips, lifted her hair to expose her neck, and opened the ointment tube. He carefully applied the cool ointment to her bruised skin. The coldness of the ointment made Gracelyn's eyes flutter close in comfort. Yet, Huxley's fingers were oddly warm and deliberate, causing Gracelyn to bite her lip. After finishing her neck, Huxley's fingers moved down to her collarbone, finishing soon after. Huxley's gaze slid down from her collarbone, his throat tightening. "You don't want me to see or apply the medicine?" Gracelyn paused, noticing the somewhat off tone in Huxley's voice. "No." She looked at him, her cheeks blushing, but with a defiant look. "You are my husband. Who else should I let see?" Hearing this, Huxley's eyes raised slightly. Gracelyn's stubborn yet red face softened his heart immediately. He suddenly felt silly for being upset, and all the unease and speculation vanished, replaced by guilt. Huxley took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and started unbuttoning Gracelyn's shirt button by button. Gracelyn bit her lip, watching quietly. Huxley applied the ointment meticulously onto her white skin, massaging it in until her skin turned slightly pink. Huxley's eyes darkened as he quickly covered her back up and then lifted Gracelyn into his arms horizontally. Startled, Gracelyn instinctively wrapped her arms around Huxley's neck. "Chlorother-chin, what are you doing?" "Sorry." Huxley laid her gently on the bed and pulled the blanket over both of them before pressing his lips against hers fiercely. The kiss was so intense it left Gracelyn trembling, making her earlier embarrassment and anger disappear completely. Their bodies pressed closely together, the temperature under the covers rose sharply. However, because of the ointment on her neck, Huxley did not dare to kiss more. Eventually, he stopped when he lost control. Gracelyn's mind was spinning. Then Huxley placed her hand on his abdomen. Her face flushed and her heart raced as she struggled to speak. Sure enough, she had guessed right. Huxley guided her hand downwards, causing Gracelyn's eyes to widen in shock. "Oh." Until her hand touched something hot and firm. Tongue-tied and stammering, Gracelyn asked, "Chloe Chlorother-chin, what are you doing?" Huxley's lips curved slightly, seemingly embarrassed, evening the score. It took Gracelyn several seconds to understand, and she instantly thought, how childish. Huxley was just trying to find an excuse to de-escalate the situation. Realizing this, her beautiful face turned bright red, and she stammered, "Oh, okay." Her reaction amused Huxley, and he stopped teasing her. Knowing his young wife was shy, he decided to take things slowly. He released her hand, turned around, and pulled her tightly into his embrace, kissing her earlobe and whispering deeply, "We'll return home tomorrow?" Gracelyn's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, aren't we going to catch those two, father and daughter?" Huxley replied, "Let Russell handle it here." Gracelyn thought for a moment but insisted, "No, I want to see their fate personally." Huxley raised an eyebrow. "Amber right?" Gracelyn nodded. "Yes, Chlorother-chin, get some sleep. With a good rest, your body will recover faster." Touched by her concern, Huxley hugged her tighter and kissed her hair. "Good, go to sleep." Though he said that, Gracelyn could feel Huxley's unusual state as he held her from behind, making her heart race even more, especially remembering the heat in her palm that hadn't dissipated. Huxley had his plans. Returning home soon would mean consummating their marriage, but Gracelyn's injuries weren't fully healed yet. Additionally, he had arranged a meeting with a designer for their wedding gown and rings the next day. The next morning, they had just finished breakfast when Russell rushed in to report, "Mr. Chin, Amberlice and Ian have been captured." Gracelyn's eyes lit up instantly, turning to look at Huxley. Huxley asked, "Where are they?" Russell replied, "Ambered an abandoned factory nearby." "Mr. Chin, what do you want to do?" "Oh, by the way, the assistant's hand was already broken last night." Before Huxley could respond, Gracelyn suddenly interjected, "Oh, Chlorother-chin, Ian seemed a little lecherous. He told me outside the contract room that men like you are dangerous because too many women love you, implying that he's different. It felt like he was trying to hit on me." Note, Amber adjustments were made to ensure the translated text remains coherent and natural while maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 49. He wants to satisfy Gracelyn in every Amberspect. Hearing Gracelyn's words, Huxley's face darkened instantly as he extended his hand towards Gracelyn. "Come here, baby." Gracelyn got up and went over. Huxley pulled her hand, making her sit directly on his lap. "Gracelyn. Does Chlorother-chin not care at all if others are around now?" Russell, thinking honestly, "Don't mind me, the dog food is delicious." Limited edition gold premium dog food, and Russell deserve it. Huxley reached out to embrace Graceland's waist, saying, Chloe, be confident. Don't doubt it, that old pervert Ian definitely has those nasty intentions. Amber's Huxley spoke, his expression grew even more somber and cold, clenching one hand into a fist, clearly both angry and indignant. Claude, I really didn't expect this pervert to dare to have designs on my wife right in front of me. He has quite some guts, just like that cheap woman. Honestly, Huxley never thought these two would be so bold and daring to openly attempt such scandalous deeds to break up a couple. In an official setting like the National Chamber of Commerce, they were pretending to sign contracts seriously while harboring despicable thoughts. The woman had designs on him, and the man actually coveted his wife. Graceland was also very angry after hearing Huxley's words, cheeks puffing up in anger. I think both these father and daughter are no good. Chloe, the way, when we arrived earlier, and I went to the restroom, I ran into that dead old man by the restroom door. He even blocked me to talk, asking if I was from the Empire. Later, he said something else, but I didn't understand. Huxley grew increasingly angry, slamming a fist on the dining table, truly a case of bad apples falling from bad trees. Chloe off equally filthy and low down. Graceland's small face looked serious, arms crossed, exactly. These two are too bad. We absolutely can't let them go unpunished. Huxley turned to look at Russell and asked, did you beat them up? Russell lowered his head, yes, there was a fight during the arrest, but nothing afterward. We're waiting for your instructions. Huxley nodded, thinking for 2 seconds before telling Graceland, since they've been captured, rest assured they won't get off easily. We'll stay at the hotel, and the rest will be handled by Russell. Huxley didn't want Graceland to witness any violent or bloody scenes, anyway, their fates wouldn't be pretty, they would suffer. Upon hearing this, Graceland frowned, blinking her eyes as she looked at Huxley. Why, Chloe? Amber, aren't we going to hit them? Huxley. Huxley smacked his lips. Chloe-eating is inevitable, but watching it isn't nice. It might dirty your eyes. Graceland said, I want to watch. That wicked woman dared use such despicable means to plot against you. I'm extremely angry and can't swallow this down. I want to see her punished personally, severely. Seeing Graceland with a pouting face, Huxley raised an eyebrow. Just as he opened his mouth, Graceland added, Chloe, although you always think about me, I have my own thoughts. You know, I've always liked heroes who punish evil and reward goodness. Villains should suffer terrible consequences and punishments for justice to prevail. I'm not afraid of blood, especially since it's not on me, and they deserve punishment. Huxley hadn't expected Graceland's words. He thought his girl was delicate. Claude, he overlooked that delicate doesn't mean weak. Didn't realize our baby is a great hero? Huxley smiled, gently kissing Graceland's lips. Graceland felt a bit embarrassed, saying, I'm not. Chloe is the real hero. Since Graceland wanted to see them beaten personally, Huxley thought for a moment and agreed, okay. Just then, Huxley slightly narrowed his eyes, stroking Graceland's slender waist. You met that old pervert in the restroom, why didn't you tell me? If Graceland had told him earlier, he would have definitely left with her immediately instead of signing a contract cordially with Ian. Graceland blinked, thinking for a moment, I didn't think that way at the time, and I wasn't concerned. Close sides, we didn't seem to have time to mention it. Huxley pondered for 2 seconds. Suddenly, Graceland said, right, Chloe. Why were you so hostile towards that bad woman from the start? Did she already try to seduce you? Graceland suddenly remembered that Huxley had treated Amberlice poorly when she entered the meeting room. If there was no previous interaction, Chloe shouldn't have been so unfriendly without reason. Huxley pursed his lips, indeed. She came to find me the night before but was rejected. Graceland. She came to see you last night? Graceland pouted, what did she want? Sleep with you. Amberangry _ Graceland's straightforward words and angry demeanor made Huxley almost laugh, probably. Huxley's words made Graceland even angrier, slapping the table, really a wicked woman. Huxley hurriedly checked Graceland's hand, rubbing it softly, yes, very wicked. Chloe, baby, you mustn't hurt yourself. Does your hand hurt? Graceland blinked, it's okay, a little bit. Huxley. Kissing her palm, Huxley caressed it lovingly, don't slap the table next time. Who taught you that? Didn't you know it hurts? Graceland stuck out her tongue shyly, that's not the point, Chloe, the point is why didn't you tell me she tried to seduce you? Huxley rubbed her hand tenderly, answering honestly, I was afraid you'd be unhappy, so I didn't mention it. I just wanted to finish signing the contract quickly. Didn't know she was that wicked. Graceland pouted angrily, I won't let her off. Graceland's reaction delighted Huxley, his wife really cared about him. Huxley agreed, yes, we'll never let her off, same for Ian. Ian dared to have designs on Graceland, which was courting death. Thinking of this, Huxley narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he realized that Ian and Amberlice, this pair of dog-like father and daughter, were conspiring against them as a couple. Amberlice wanted him, and Ian wanted Graceland. What a brilliant scheme. Father and daughter reaping double benefits? Huxley couldn't stand the thought of being successfully tricked, with Ian taking advantage of Graceland. His face darkened as he turned to look at Russell. Prepare the car, we're going. Yes. Russell nodded. Just as Russell was about to carry out Huxley's order, Graceland suddenly said, Ambersistant Jiang, the wound on your face. Interrupting her, Russell immediately answered anxiously, it's nothing, young lady. I'll prepare the car. With that, Russell bolted away as if his life depended on it. His facial injury was inflicted by Huxley. Claude, how could Russell let Graceland worry about him? Absolutely not. He needed to pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, Russell felt he'd probably end up boxing again with Huxley, getting even more injured. Russell ran faster than a rabbit, almost losing his shoes. Graceland. Was it that serious? While thinking, Huxley lightly pinched the young lady's slim waist, whispering, worried about him, huh? Graceland was speechless. No, I just asked casually. Huxley knew that but still nudged her forehead, a bit domineeringly. Nope, baby only cares about me. This overwhelming possessiveness was intense. Graceland swallowed hard, finally saying, okay, I'll only care about you, everyone else is air. Her cute and playful response pleased Huxley, who kissed her, good baby. Such a good baby indeed. Marcy giggled sweetly. Oh, Huxley really was, well, anyway, it was hard not to like him. Moreover, he was a big jealous type, jealous of his own brother, jealous of his assistant, who knows who else he'd be jealous of in the future. Marcy was about to suggest tidying up and leaving when Huxley seemed to remember something. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, Chloe, were you satisfied last night? Marcy froze for a moment, bewildered. Satisfied? Satisfied with what? They hadn't done anything special last night. Confused, she asked, what satisfaction? Huxley took Marcy's hand, pinched it gently, and pressed his lips against hers as he whispered, what I touched last night. Since they were legally married, such private exchanges between them felt perfectly normal to Huxley. So he asked without any hesitation or embarrassment. Marcy's face instantly turned bright red. She almost jumped off Huxley's lap and ran away. Her face flushed crimson, stuttering, Chloe brother Chin, what are you talking about? Marcy wanted to escape this embarrassing topic, but Huxley wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from escaping, looking serious and domineering, tell your husband. Marcy. Oh no, Chloe brother Chin really. She couldn't get out of this situation with Huxley again. She always caved in front of him on this issue. In the end, she answered in a voice barely above a whisper, why yes, satisfied. Thinking about the heated and firm sensation in her palm last night made Marcy too embarrassed to hide. Hearing her response, Huxley was pleased but deliberately teased, oh, is it just satisfied or very satisfied? Marcy wanted to cover her face and instinctively hit him, Chloe brother Chin. Huxley lifted her hand, kissed her lips lightly, and chuckled softly, your husband isn't teasing you. Marcy. She knew if she didn't answer properly, Huxley wouldn't let up. He might even say more embarrassing things. So Marcy had to steel herself and said, very satisfied. This was absolutely sincere. Huxley was now completely delighted. All he cared about was Marcy's satisfaction. He captured her red lips, kissing deeply, and whispered, it's good that baby is very satisfied. Emphasizing the word very, he cleared his throat. Marcy was so embarrassed she couldn't look at him. Huxley parted her lips, exploring her mouth fully, savoring the sweetness only she possessed, entwining with her passionately. Virtually, Huxley had wanted to ask this question last night. Claude he hadn't dared to ask. He hadn't dared because the atmosphere was too intense last night. Amber's legally married partners, in the quiet of the night sharing one bed, if he asked then, he might have found it impossible to control himself. Despite his extraordinary self-control, it seemed fragile where Marcy was concerned. Though he hadn't asked last night, he had been thinking about it all along. He had to ask. Cause he wanted Marcy to be satisfied in every way, very satisfied. Marcy was so lost in Huxley's kisses that she felt like her whole body was on fire. She felt Chloe brother Chin truly loved kissing her, it was as though he couldn't kiss enough. She herself also became increasingly sensitive to his passionate provocations. Marcy really wished she could vent to Weston. Chloe brother Chin was becoming too uninhibited. Where was the aloof and stern godlike image they had always believed in? Recalling how she used to see Huxley. He always dressed impeccably and appeared amid admiration, exuding restraint and grace. Weston often complained that Chloe brother Chin was too old but acted like a man with no normal desires. Chloe now, seeing Huxley like this, she could only describe him with 3 words, unbearable, oh. Moreover, he dared to say and ask anything and did it all with utmost seriousness and confidence. For all the complaints, Marcy still preferred this version of Huxley. Except sometimes he was too much for her to handle, cough. The doorbell rang, ending this hot, fiery kiss. Marcy's face and ears were still red, and her eyes slightly dazed, making Huxley swallow hard, saying, the car should be ready, let's go. Marcy regained her senses and immediately stood up, let's go. Hand in hand, the couple marched bravely to confront the villains. Seeing her confident demeanor, Huxley found it hard to suppress a smile. She was so adorable. So adorable that he always wanted to kiss her, hug her, stick by her side constantly, talk to her, play with her, stay with her every second, preferably never taking his eyes off her. Ambert an abandoned factory. Amberlice and Ian sat on the ground, tied up miserably. After the incident, they had fled immediately, knowing Huxley would stop at nothing. Ian led Amberlice away without caring that her throat had been injured by Huxley. They drove to the outskirts aimlessly and finally hid in a remote village in a cave, in utter disarray. Inside the cave, father and daughter argued bitterly, each blaming the other. Cloaked due to fear and anxiety, their quarrel wasn't too severe. After hiding in the cave overnight, Ian planned to continue running, hiding in sparsely populated areas for a few weeks. Unexpectedly, the next morning, Huxley's people caught them right there in the cave. They had underestimated Huxley's power. Once the Jiang-Hu order was issued, even Heaven's eyes could be mobilized. They had nowhere to run. If Huxley couldn't catch them even after issuing the order, he wouldn't be in business. Indeed, as the saying goes, if they escape, count me out. Chapter 50, Yes, I only love you, just for you, forever. The two were beaten with sacks over their heads and thrown into a vehicle which took them to an abandoned factory. Now they were on the ground again, their hands and feet bound. The ground was strewn with random rubble, timber scraps, and garbage, a scene of complete despair. One could only imagine their mood and fear. Prior to this, both had lived privileged, lofty lives, always getting what they wanted, pampered by everyone. In just a moment, they had plummeted from heaven to earth. When Huxley and Graceland arrived at the factory, the bodyguards hastily brought out a lavish sofa for the duo to sit on. Their seating area had been cleaned up, in stark contrast to the disheveled Amberlice Ian who sat amidst broken stones and debris. Upon seeing Amberlice, whose hair was all tangled and sprawled helplessly on the ground, Graceland felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Ambers for Ian, upon catching sight of Huxley and Graceland, he immediately started yelling hysterically. Cloas-Cheen. Cloas-Cheen, I'm sorry. Please spare me, I'll kneel and beg you. I'll do anything you want. Please, please spare me, don't kill me. Huxley wrapped an arm around Graceland's shoulder as they walked towards the sofa, his presence regal and commanding, as if he were an emperor who looked down upon all. He said, my wife doesn't understand your gibberish. Ian promptly changed his tone and pleaded in broken imperial language. Huxley paid no heed, his expression cold as ice. Russell stepped forward and kicked Ian squarely in the mouth. Shut your dog's mouth. Don't dirty Cloas-Cheen's ears. Ian spat out blood, but dared not utter another sound. Amberlice looked up at Graceland, her unkempt hair and revealing clothes making her look worlds apart from Graceland's dignified and cherished self. Graceland asked Huxley, Elder Clorother-Cheen, can they understand imperial language? Yeah, Huxley nodded. Amberlice, being the head of the business department, naturally knew multiple languages, including imperial language. Graceland nodded, looking sternly at Amberlice. She questioned, you seem very unconvinced. Amberlice indeed didn't accept it. Her eyes filled with hate. Seeing Huxley so intimately holding Graceland and treating her so gently infuriated Amberlice even more. That resentment made her wish to tear Graceland to shreds. From the first time she met Huxley, he treated her as if she weren't even a woman. When Amberlice approached Huxley warmly, he brutally rejected her. Even when signing the contract, Huxley either ignored or mocked her. Whenever Amberlice tried to interact with him, he showed obvious disdain. What did this simple student-like woman have that warranted such treatment from Huxley? This angered Amberlice. She despised Graceland. Deep down, Amberlice knew Huxley wouldn't spare them. They would die one way or another, but Amberlice wasn't about to show weakness. Mostly because she really couldn't accept it and hated Graceland. Sometimes, hatred needs just one reason to fester deeply. Amberlice glared fiercely at Graceland and cursed in poor imperial language. You bitch. Why are you worthy enough to marry Cloas-Cheen? Amber an idiot who doesn't even understand English. Huxley's face turned dark as ice, and instantly, Russell strode forward and slapped Amberlice hard across the face. Amberlice fell to the ground, bleeding from her nose and mouth, her face scratched by the debris on the ground. Russell roared, cleanse your mouth. You trash, you dare insult Lady Cheen? Ian also yelled, Amberlice, what are you saying? You need to beg for mercy. Why are you insulting her? It's your problem, not hers. You're really despicable. How can you insult her like that? Amber apologized now. Immediately. Ian was visibly furious, almost beside himself with rage. He genuinely cared for Graceland and felt offended on her behalf. Hearing Amberlice's insults made him feel like he brought Graceland to meet Amberlice, but Amberlice not only refused to acknowledge her but insulted her too. This infuriated Ian. Huxley sneered upon seeing Ian's reaction. Oh, well done, brave indeed. This old pervert actually had designs on his wife in front of him. Instead of thinking about saving his own life, he dared to entertain such audacious thoughts. Amberlice didn't expect Ian to yell at her or ask her to apologize. Did he actually stand up for Graceland? It was baffling. He really liked Graceland. This realization only fueled Amberlice's anger. What was so great about Graceland? How did she compare? Amber appearance, figure, education, ability? Amberlice went crazy, roaring at Ian, Amber, you mad? Is she your woman? Why are you defending her? You'll die soon too, yet you're still helping her. Amberlice's words snapped Ian back to reality. He realized his mistake and fell silent. Amberlice then continued berating Graceland. What's so good about you, bitch? Just because you've got a pretty face? Without it, you're nothing. Cloach. Before she could finish, Russell hit her across the face with a stick he picked up from the ground, silencing her instantly. Huxley frowned deeply, stroking Graceland's hair. She's insane, and she obviously doesn't want to live. Chloe, don't get angry because of her words. You should go back, let me handle this. Huxley gestured to Russell. Graceland, however, replied firmly, no, I won't leave. Huxley was slightly helpless, looking at her. She insulted you badly. Graceland smiled, it's okay. I won't get angry over her words. The truly bad and low person is her. Why should I be upset by her insults? Huxley raised an eyebrow before nodding, I understand. Russell grabbed Amberlice by her hair as Graceland spoke, Amber'nt you very unconvinced? Amberlice's gaze was murderous, pain fueling her boldness. Why should I be convinced? Go to hell, bitch. Graceland blinked, unfortunately, it's useless for you to be unconvinced because I am better than you. I'm not malicious like you. Moreover, Elder Chlorother-Chin is mine, my lawful husband. His whole life belongs to me alone, he will only love me, cherish me, and treat me tenderly forever. We will have children together. You, on the other hand, are merely pitiful trash. You'll never get him, not only that, he doesn't even treat you like a stranger. He detests you. Amberlice felt her chest burning with rage. If looks could kill, she would be dead many times over. Every word Graceland said was true, which was why Amberlice felt enraged and unconvinced. She couldn't refute it, she could only glare daggers at Graceland. Huxley fondly rubbed Graceland's hair, saying, yes, I only love you, just you, forever. Then, Huxley kissed Graceland softly, filled with adoration and tenderness. Graceland's eyebrows slightly lifted. What did Huxley say to her? He said, love. Amberlice was enraged again, frantically cursing Graceland with all her might, dream on, dead woman. It's just because you're young, in the future. Before Amberlice could finish, Huxley suddenly stood up. Amberlice froze, only now deeply shocked and coming back to reality. Amber at this moment, she truly felt Huxley's overwhelming presence, which instilled an uncontrollable deep fear in her soul. This fear silenced her completely. Amber's Huxley approached, each step felt like it crushed her heart, intensifying her terror with every move. She finally understood what it meant to be insignificant before absolute power. Previously, meeting Huxley and speaking to him had given her a false sense of equality. Now, as events escalated to a life-or-death situation, Amberlice realized how vastly unequal they truly were. Huxley stood before Amberlice, tall and impeccably dressed, his striking handsomeness contrasting sharply with her disheveled state. Amberlice stared at him, unsure whether it was fascination or fear. She couldn't utter a word. Huxley spoke coldly, you still have doubts? Very well, I specialize in curing that. His voice was calm, but it sent chills down Amberlice's spine. Huxley continued, I know what you're thinking. If you can't escape death, why not go insane, right? Amberlice shuddered. Huxley had hit the nail on the head. His disdainful gaze made her quiver even more. Then, he said something that shattered her courage. Clote, you should have heard of living worse than death. If you refuse to submit, believe me, I have ways to make you fully understand. I want to see just how tough you are, but no matter how strong, you'll crumble under my methods. I have time and plenty of means. I assure you, before you die, you will clearly understand the price of your stupidity. Huxley's words were spoken lightly, audible only to Amberlice, Ian, Russell, and the nearby bodyguards, but not to Graceland. Just by seeing Huxley's demeanor, Graceland knew Amberlice wouldn't come out unscathed. She felt no sympathy at all. Hearing Huxley's words, Amberlice trembled and asked, what do you intend to do? Ian immediately wailed, Mr. Chin, spare me. She wants to die, but I don't. This is all her fault, her delusional obsession. Amber toad dreaming of eating swan meat. She put the drugs in, I didn't know, she forced me to cooperate. Before he finished, Huxley turned and kicked him, knocking him to the ground. Is someone like you worthy of addressing me? Your dirty thoughts are identical to your daughter's, Huxley said coldly. Ian nearly fainted, but his desire to survive drove him to struggle, crying, I admit it, I'm shameless. Clote, Mr. Chin, I didn't do it, please spare me. Kill her, I have no objections. Huxley raised an eyebrow, indeed, both were scum. Ignoring Ian, Huxley turned and signaled the bodyguards. Instantly, they brutally beat the father and daughter, eliciting uncontrollable screams. Returning to the sofa, Huxley covered Graceland's eyes, saying, you don't need to see this. Graceland held Huxley's hand, saying, I'm not afraid, it's not me being beaten, they deserve it. Huxley clicked his tongue, then reluctantly released her hand, pulling her into his embrace. Ian screamed from the beating, Mr. Chin, we've already signed the contract, if you kill me. Mr. Chin, please show mercy. After a while, Huxley raised his hand, and the beating stopped. Looking at Amberlice, he asked, do you submit now? Amberlice showed surprising resilience, staring at Huxley and asking, how did you find us? Huxley sneered. Russell promptly kicked Amberlice, yelling, Mr. Chin's influence spans far and wide. Once the order goes out, do you think you can hide from the all-seeing eye? Amberlice's eyes widened in shock. Still refuse? Huxley asked, and Amberlice was beaten again. Gracelyn thought Amberlice would remain stubborn, but after the second brutal beating, Amberlice finally cried out in pain, "Mr. Cheen, I was wrong. I was wrong." Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. This was unexpected. Unbeknownst to her, Huxley's bodyguards had specialized techniques to target the most painful spots without causing unconsciousness or excessive bleeding. The pain was unbearable, and Amberlice couldn't withstand 2 rounds. Gracelyn realized she had overestimated Amberlice. Russell mocked, "You thought you were tough, but it turns out you haven't really been thoroughly beaten yet." Amberlice knew Huxley wouldn't spare her, but the pain was real. She was filled with fear and despair, unable to think straight. Like a fish on a chopping board, she awaited her impending doom in sheer terror. No longer bold, Amberlice began apologizing. Ian did the same. Their pathetic pleas were strangely gratifying. Satisfied, Gracelyn nodded. Huxley saw this and offered, "Since you're happy, let's go back. Let Russell handle the rest." Okay, Gracelyn agreed, trusting that Huxley would take care of everything. Rising, Huxley took Gracelyn's hand. "Let's go, sweetheart." As they left, Amberlice clenched her teeth in frustration watching Huxley holding Gracelyn protectively. Outside the factory, Huxley opened the car door for Gracelyn. Russell bowed and asked, "Please give your instructions, Mr. Cheen." Huxley's gentle demeanor vanished, becoming as cold as a heartless devil. Since she loves that drug so much, let her have more of it. Chapter 51. If we want a Chloe, you should quit smoking. Yes. Russell nodded resolutely, showing no mercy, not even a hint of surprise. For Huxley to rise to his current position, he couldn't be described merely by kind-hearted and soft. Amber woman like Amberlice was simply courting her own doom. "Does CEO Cheen have any further instructions?" Russell asked. He felt that just making Amberlice take medicine was far too lenient for her. Such kindness wasn't Huxley's usual style. Ignoring her prior transgressions, Amberlice's vicious insults against Gracelyn were despicably insane. Huxley had always ensured people like her suffered as much as possible. Had he changed now? In response, Huxley gestured with his hand toward Russell. Russell paused for a moment before instantly understanding. He quickly retrieved a silver cigarette case from his bag and respectfully handed one to Huxley. Huxley placed the cigarette between his lips, squinting his eyes slightly as he turned his head. Russell immediately took out a lighter, ignited it respectfully, and quietly said, "CEO Cheen hasn't smoked since the sudden marriage with young mistress." However, at this moment, Huxley's smoking would be extremely unfriendly towards Amberlice and Ian. This indicated Huxley was truly going all out, implying terrible consequences for the two. It seemed he had misjudged Huxley earlier, thinking he would let them off easily. The tip of the cigarette glowed a dark red as Huxley casually drew in a puff, exhaling the smoke sensually from between his lips. In a deep, pleasant voice, he said, "I'm afraid she wouldn't like it." "Oh." Russell put away the lighter. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, Huxley continued, "Amber, an occasional puff should be fine." He glanced at Russell with questioning eyes, adding, "Right?" "Right." Russell responded promptly, lowering his head, "Amber, an occasional puff should definitely be fine. Close sides, you're not smoking in front of young mistress, so she won't inhale secondhand smoke. There's no harm." Huxley's lips curled into a faint smile which quickly disappeared as his expression turned cold. He added, "Since both father and daughter are vile, having the same despicable mindset. Ian doesn't care about his daughter's life in a crisis, better to let them rot together." Russell's eyes flickered briefly, immediately understanding Huxley's meaning. He nodded, understood. Huxley took another puff, stubbed the cigarette on the ground, then stepped on it. With his eyes downcast in an icy tone, he instructed, "Contact the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce. This scandal should greatly please him. Investigate Ian's dirt over the years, gather the evidence and hand it to the Vice President. He will know what to do." The contract is signed, but if Ian loses his position, naturally the Vice President will take over, and the contract will be re-signed. Then I won't be dealing with that old pervert anymore. "Yes." Russell replied resoundingly, "CEO Cheen, rest assured, I will handle everything accordingly." Huxley lifted his gaze towards Russell. "Chloe, the way, before this, get a video of that bitch apologizing to Xingchen and send it to me. Don't make it too bloody. If she looks too beaten up, fix her up first. Chloe, we must have the apology video, no exceptions." Russell's eyes lit up. "Yes. Understood." Russell had thought Huxley had forgotten about the apology, especially given Amberlice's previous malice and verbal abuse against Gracelyn. Claude Huxley had his plan. Getting Amberlice to apologize might require more beating, something he didn't want to waste time on nor expose Gracelyn to more violent scenes, preventing any further foul-mouthed insults from ruining her mood. Huxley nodded, patted Russell's shoulder, and added, "Also, the aftermath shouldn't involve young mistress. She has a small heart, don't scare her." "Yes." Russell lowered his head again, "Rest assured, CEO Cheen. Young mistress won't find out." "Good." Huxley nodded and walked away. Watching Huxley's retreating back, Russell raised an eyebrow. He had mistakenly thought CEO Cheen had softened. Claude, it was only softer in front of Gracelyn while remaining cruelly indifferent towards people like Amberlice and Ian. Huxley approached his car where the bodyguard opened the door respectfully, and Huxley climbed into the back seat. Russell would stay behind to handle the situation, leaving the driving to the bodyguard. Chlorother, what will happen to them next? Gracelyn asked as soon as Huxley got in the car. Huxley looked at Gracelyn, pulled her into his embrace, and spoke calmly. There are many who covet the president's seat at the Chamber of Commerce, not just Ian. Let those vying for his position deal with it. Does that sound okay to you? Gracelyn's eyes brightened, nodding swiftly. Sounds great. Isn't this using someone else's knife to kill? Gracelyn asked curiously and admiringly looking at Huxley. Huxley's lips curved into a slight smile, stroking Gracelyn's fair hand. Clever baby, exactly. However, your husband prefers to call it, evil actions invite self-destruction. What do you think? Yes. Gracelyn agreed fervently. They used foul methods to break apart a legal couple. They deserve their karma. Huxley looked at his little wife's righteous yet adorable expression, unable to resist kissing her rosy lips, exploring her sweetness effortlessly. Initially, Huxley believed Gracelyn would be overly sensitive to violence and quite tender-hearted. Surprisingly, she showed considerable resilience, including when Amberlice verbally abused her. She didn't appear to be genuinely angry. This made Huxley appreciate Gracelyn even more. She could stand beside him proudly. He could pamper her under his protection, nurturing her like a greenhouse flower, but if she could also withstand certain challenges independently, it was best indeed, a testament to her character. Huxley's kisses were passionate yet gentle, never forgetting Gracelyn's preference for tender and soft kisses. After the kiss, Gracelyn's cheeks flushed as she whispered, Chlorother, did you smoke? Huxley's kiss carried a faint tobacco flavor, which she noticed right away. Huxley smiled, rubbing his lips, admitting, just a few puffs. Do you dislike it? Not really, Gracelyn responded quickly. I don't mind. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Really? You don't find the smell unpleasant? No, not really, Gracelyn shook her head. Dad, eldest brother, and second brother all smoke. Just, don't overdo it. Occasional smoking is fine. Gracelyn realized she hadn't seen Huxley smoke since their sudden marriage. She recalled seeing him pick up a cigarette box, fiddle with it, then put it back. Could it be? Chlorother stopped because he feared she'd mind? Gracelyn felt elated. She hadn't explicitly asked Huxley to quit. He had proactively considered her feelings, voluntarily quitting, a significant distinction between initiative and passivity. At least he didn't smoke in front of her or when they were together. Earlier, he must have taken only a few puffs because during the kiss, Gracelyn detected a very light tobacco taste almost undetectable, making it pleasant. Huxley said, bringing Gracelyn's thoughts back. Yes, Gracelyn nodded. Huxley's lips pressed lightly against hers, forehead gently touching hers. Your husband thinks it's good to quit entirely, or limit it to occasional puffs. Gracelyn puckered her lips. Really? Of course, Huxley affirmed, his lips curling higher. In a low voice, he added, anyway, if we decide to have a baby, I should quit anyway. Huxley's words instantly colored Gracelyn's face crimson. Flustered, she stammered, what is Chlorother talking about? We haven't, Gracelyn immediately paused mid-sentence, nearly biting her tongue to keep herself from saying, we haven't even spent the wedding night yet. They hadn't gone that far, so why was Huxley bringing up having a baby? Oh my. Sure enough, after she said this, Huxley chuckled softly and pressed further, we haven't what? Gracelyn bit her lip and remained silent. Huxley said, we haven't spent the wedding night, right? Hearing Huxley finish her sentence, Gracelyn could only remain speechless. Gracelyn didn't respond, but her pretty little face turned even rosier. Huxley chuckled again. Oh, it seems my baby is quite eager. Gracelyn. Who's in a hurry? Gracelyn quickly retorted, don't say nonsense. Huxley looked down at her, oh, really not in a hurry? Gracelyn. Gracelyn knew Huxley was deliberately teasing her, so she firmly stated, not in a hurry. Huxley raised an eyebrow, then. I actually am not too eager either. How about we follow what Weston suggested and wait for the wedding day? Gracelyn. Right, big brother decides. If you say the wedding day, then it's the wedding day. Gracelyn replied seriously. Knowing Huxley was teasing her, she wasn't going to take the bait. She wanted to see who would be more eager. As expected, Gracelyn's words made Huxley impatient. Seeing Gracelyn resist and turn the tables on him, how could Huxley not be anxious? He didn't want to accidentally make her mad and end up waiting until the wedding day. That would be a huge loss. So, Huxley immediately surrendered, acknowledging his mistake sincerely, I'm eager. It's my fault. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huxley smiled too, holding her even tighter. Reassured, Gracelyn leaned into Huxley's embrace but couldn't help thinking about Huxley smoking. In past occasions where they had met, such as cocktail parties, banquets, auctions, or poker games, Gracelyn often saw Huxley smoke. It had to be said, Huxley, as handsome as Jade, smoked with an allure of his own. She had seen him several times with a cigarette between his fingers, almost smiling, eyes slightly narrowed, exuding an air of supreme power and dominance that truly drew people in. Previously, she had even secretly wondered what it would feel like if Huxley put the cigarette in his mouth. Anyway, she thought big brother looked incredibly cool smoking, so now suddenly saying he wouldn't, well, it was definitely a good thing. It was better for his health. And indeed, as Huxley had said, if they were to have a baby, quitting smoking would be necessary. Thinking about this, Graceland's face flushed silently again. Damn, Sheen Big Brother was really wonderful. Thoughtful and gentle. Even the chauffeur driving them felt that their boss could win the Chloeiest husband award. Such a scene and conversation would make anyone believe Huxley was a considerate, gentle, and doting husband. Claude, who would have thought that, out of Graceland's sight, this handsome man would be a real devil from hell. Graceland and Huxley enjoyed each other's company, chatting warmly and affectionately in the car. In contrast, Amberlice and Ian were in miserable agony. After Huxley and Graceland left, Russell also lit a cigarette, smoking as he walked into the abandoned factory. Amberlice and Ian were both screaming in pain. They thought that once Huxley left, they wouldn't be beaten anymore. Claude instead, the beatings became even more severe after Huxley's departure. Russell approached and instructed the bodyguard, take care of them properly. Make this woman beg for forgiveness to apologize sincerely to young mistress. Once she agrees, clean her up so as not to scare young mistress, then record her apology video. Yes, the bodyguard complied and increased the force, beating Amberlice so hard that her scalp seemed to split open. She was in intense pain but couldn't pass out, all she could do was scream wildly. Next to her, Ian immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Record a video apologizing. Then you won't get beaten anymore, quick." Despite being beaten himself, Ian struggled and kicked Amberlice desperately, yelling, "Amber, apologize quickly. It's all because of you. This wouldn't have happened otherwise. You're a star of disaster. Amber devil. You should die." Thinking of his bright future and esteemed status, how he signed the contract with Huxley and had a promising future ahead, now ruined by Amberlice, Ian wished he could strangle her with his bare hands. If only he had handed Amberlice over immediately upon discovering her plan. Ian crazily pleaded with Russell, "Please, please kill her." This remark plunged Amberlice into another level of despair and anger. She yelled at Ian, "I always knew you weren't a good father. No good father would use his daughter for profit. You deserve to be dragged down too. Weren't you the one wanting to marry me off to Huxley? Didn't you dream of it? You're the devil, you should die." Ian retorted, "Using you? What about when you enjoyed luxury without mentioning I used you? Amber, anyway, you were willing to seduce men. They fell for your tricks too easily. Claude, you couldn't handle Huxley. Now you've pulled me down with you." While being beaten by the bodyguard, the two screamed in pain and kicked each other, revealing all their dirty secrets and curses. It was evident they were both no good. Amber, the father and daughter, they had long been lost to greed and lust, even resenting each other, caring only for their own interests. Russell's head hurt listening to them, it was a total mess. He angrily kicked both of them, shouting, "Shut up." Then, stomping on Amberlice's head, he snarled, "Amber, apologize to young mistress. It can lessen your torture. Otherwise, you'll know what worse than death means. Don't test our patience." Russell despised them deeply. After lifting his foot, he never expected Amberlice to look up with a bloodied and dirt-streaked face and force a smile at him. "If I apologize, will you let me go? Please save me." "Amber, anything you ask, I'll do." Russell, ? Was this woman insane? Before he could reply, Amberlice continued, "I will serve you well. Whatever you want." Russell. He was utterly disgusted and angry, feeling truly offended. Just then, Amberlice, who had been smoking silently in a corner, stepped forward. Approaching Amberlice, he looked down at her with a cigarette between his fingers. Amberlice squinted and stared, slowly widening her eyes. "It's you?" Meanwhile, back in the car, Graceland and Huxley continued their sweet conversation. Chapter 52, Your husband still has some Amber abilities. Russell was bewildered. "You know each other?" Russell asked in surprise. Amberlice sneered, flicking the cigarette in his hand to a crimson red and said, "I damn well am one of those idiots they were talking about." Russell. Russell had not expected Amberlice to say something like that. Taken aback, Russell asked, "So you had contact before? She flirted with you? You actually fell for it? Don't tell me you've already slept with her." If it were true, Russell felt he would have an incredibly hard time accepting it. Just, really freaking what? Unexpressible. Amberlice smoked vigorously while Amberlice repeatedly pleaded, Mr. Lou, please save me, beg you, please." Amberlice tied up, Amberlice tried to move as close to Amberlice's feet as she could for survival. Russell immediately said, "President Lou, what exactly is going on here? Since when did your taste become so bizarre?" Amberlice clicked his tongue and puffed smoke onto Russell's face, saying, "Fortunately, as a man, if there's a beautiful woman throwing herself at you, naturally, a few words more are inevitable." Russell. Russell couldn't deny this point. Amberlice was indeed a very beautiful foreign woman from her appearance alone, but her character was too indescribable. The corners of Russell's lips twitched, saying, "Though this is true, President Lou, you know what this woman has done and said. You can't be telling me you want to protect her, right? Manager Sheen will never let her off. Even if you intervene, it won't help. I won't assist you either. Sorry." Hearing Russell's words, Amberlice tilted his head, raising his eyebrows even higher and said, "Who told you I wanted to protect her?" Amberlice then threw the cigarette butt directly onto Amberlice's face. Amberlice screamed and struggled to shake it off, dodging the burn. Russell sighed in relief. That's good. Amberlaster chuckled sarcastically. I just came out to watch the show. Russell. It turned out that before communicating with Huxley, Ian and Amberlice had indeed had contact with Amberlaster. Amber's previously mentioned, to secure this collaboration, Ian's side had negotiated multiple times with the Imperial Pharmaceutical Cluro. These efforts naturally included reaching out to various related parties to convince them. Amber's the chief pharmaceutical officer of She Corporation. Amberlaster was certainly one of their targets. Thus, there was some interaction. Amberlice, being attractive and quite forward, had been flirting with Amberlaster. Amberlaster played along for fun, which formed this kind of relationship. Since Amberlaster was only watching the show, Russell had nothing to worry about. In fact, even if Amberlaster were genuinely sympathizing with Amberlice or pleading for her, Russell would still say it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Amberlice, Amberlaster coming out deliberately added insult to injury for Amberlice, giving her a fleeting hope only to shatter it into despair. Amberlice's last glimmer of hope was shattered. No matter how much she pleaded, nobody listened to her. Under repeated torture, Amberlice finally couldn't endure any longer. She wasn't truly hardened, it was just her stubborn mouth. Unable to bear such pain, she eventually shouted, I apologize, I apologize. Russell raised an eyebrow and ordered, prepare her for recording. At this moment, Amberlaster, smoking mercilessly, coldly instructed, give her a piece of clothing to cover her pig-like body, but there's no need to expose her face. Just cover it with her hair. I think. Old She and Sister She wouldn't want to see her face anymore. Amberlice was filled with regret because just by hearing Amberlaster refer to Huxley as Old She knew how close they were. She was foolish to only focus on Huxley, but... Amberlace, there were no ifs in this world. Hearing Amberlaster's words, Russell raised an eyebrow. Good suggestion. Amberlaster sighed dramatically. Amber, look at this mess. Truly, my love life is tragic, meeting someone as unworthy as her. Russell shot him a look. You mean your taste is unique and peculiar. Amberlaster clicked his tongue again, and Russell added, I now understand why Manager She said you don't deserve it. Indeed, you don't. Manager She has sharp eyes, having seen through you years ago. Scum. What doesn't deserve referred to Gracelyn. Amberlaster retorted, come on, he insults me like a dog, what else can I do? Keep pining after Miss Meng forever? Nonsense. Russell pursed his lips. Amberlaster then said, speaking of which, does She count as stealing twice? Upon hearing this, Russell glanced at the dazed Amberlice kneeling on the ground and said, you can interpret it that way. Amberlaster followed Russell's gaze and instantly shivered, no, no. Russell laughed heartily. Amberlice knelt on the ground wearing a man's black shirt, her head completely hanging down, her hair covering her once pretty face. Though her golden hair was disheveled and stained with dirt and blood, hiding her face made her less terrifying, merely extremely miserable. She looked like a beaten dog, a criminal deeply repenting before a deity. Russell opened his phone and said, start. Chloeing free from constant pain gave Amberlice a brief respite. She dared not act out anymore, thinking she had real backbone, refusing to yield until death. She hadn't realized how fragile a person becomes under extreme pain and suffering. To temporarily escape the agony, she lost all dignity and resolve, desperate to avoid the inhuman torture. Amberlice mumbled, still kneeling and bowing deeply, sorry Rowena, I'm wrong. I'm vile, I'm evil, I shouldn't have insulted you. Sorry, please forgive me, I really know better now. After finishing the recording, Russell put away his phone and scoffed, I thought you had some backbone. Amberlice couldn't even respond, hoping only to avoid further torment. Russell sent the video to Huxley, then stood up from the sofa. Amberlice, take these two away. The bodyguards nodded immediately. Amberlaster also stood up, asking, what should we do next? Russell smiled and said, since this father and daughter both need medical attention, it's best they receive treatment together, right? Looking at Amberlaster, Russell continued. Amberlaster understood instantly, clicking his tongue, makes sense. I thought Manager She had become gentler after marriage. Russell replied, it depends on whom. Huxley and Gracelyn had returned to the hotel, where the designer he had booked for wedding dresses and rings arrived as scheduled. Just as Huxley received the video and hadn't had time to watch it, his phone rang. The car had stopped safely in the parking spot. Huxley answered the call. Amber female voice came from the other end, Manager She, I've arrived at the hotel lounge as scheduled. Okay, Huxley responded, I'll be there shortly. The other end replied, Amberlice, take your time. The bodyguard opened the door. Huxley put away his phone and got out, extending his hand to Gracelyn. Gracelyn blinked as she got out. Chloe She, who is it? The designer has arrived, Huxley explained, holding her hand. Gracelyn raised her eyebrows, her eyes brightening. Which brand's designer did you invite? KQ's chief designer, Huxley replied. This time, Gracelyn's eyes widened, blinking several times before asking, KQ? The KQ known for designing wedding dresses and rings for royal families around the world? KQ stands for King and Queen, hence its renowned reputation. Yes, Huxley nodded, turning to look at her. Don't like it? Oh, no, Gracelyn replied, shaking her head. I just didn't expect. Didn't expect I could get them here. Huxley picked up the cue. Graceland's cheeks turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Claude indeed, she hadn't expected it. After all, there was no royal or aristocratic system in the Empire. Realizing this, Graceland quickly added, I really didn't expect it, but I should have. Huxley chuckled, gently squeezing her hand and said, it's quite normal that you didn't think of it. Claude, your husband still has some abilities. Huxley's words made Graceland blush even more. She immediately nodded and gave him a big thumbs up, praising, not just some abilities, Sheen Clorother is very capable. Superbly talented. Huxley's smile grew wider, his gaze soft as he looked at Graceland and said, that's the highest praise one can give. Graceland bit her lip, feeling a bit shy. Sheen Clorother, I'm telling the truth. Huxley's lips curled higher, stroking Graceland's hand, and said, I love hearing everything you say. Graceland covered her face with her hands. Oh, Sheen Clorother is really a walking flirt machine? Every word sounds so sweet. Hand in hand, the two entered the hotel's magnificent reception room. Soon as they walked in, they saw a young woman sitting gracefully on the sofa. Seeing them enter, the young woman paused for a moment, then quickly stood up and walked toward them. Standing before them, she smiled and greeted, Mr. Sheen, Rowena, good day. My name is Kirsten. Huxley nodded, please, take a seat. Kirsten also nodded, couldn't help but compliment, Rowena is truly beautiful, like a celestial being. It's an honor to design your wedding ring and gown. Graceland blinked, delighted by the compliment, and politely replied, thank you. Kirsten smiled. The three sat down. Kirsten took the initiative, let's start with the wedding rings. Do Mr. Sheen and Rowena have any specific requirements or ideas? Or any special meanings you want to convey? Huxley said, everything will be according to my wife's preferences. You can communicate directly with her. Hearing this, Kirsten looked at Graceland, admiration shining in her eyes, and said, Mr. Sheen truly dotes on Rowena. Right, let's discuss it. This made Graceland a little bashful because she hadn't really thought much about it. Even her basic understanding of wedding rings was essentially big and expensive. Probably, the bigger and purer, the better. Graceland blinked and said, virtually. I don't have many ideas. She then looked at Huxley, asking, Sheen Clorother, do you have any ideas? Huxley did have an idea. Claude he wasn't sure how Graceland would react to it. Just as Graceland imagined, wedding rings were supposed to be large, rare, and precious. However, his idea was different. I do have an idea, Huxley looked at Graceland and continued, but I'm afraid you might not like it. His idea would likely result in a ring that wouldn't be particularly expensive, potentially leading to some less than pleasant thoughts. Graceland's eyes lit up, no way. If you have an idea, just tell me. I definitely will like it. She hadn't thought of anything, while Sheen Clorother already had a plan, which was far better than nothing. Kirsten added, Mr. Sheen, feel free to share your idea. Huxley rubbed his lips and held Graceland's hand tighter, saying, I thought about using our names. Kirsten raised an eyebrow. Graceland did too. Before Huxley finished, Graceland quickly exclaimed, great idea. I love it, Sheen Clorother. Graceland thought most wedding rings were similar. Claude using names for the ring was quite unique. Everyone seemed to follow the trend of chasing big diamonds. The bigger, the more sincere the man. Claude Huxley was different, his wealth was incomparable, so who would care about the size of the diamond? Really? Huxley raised an eyebrow. Graceland nodded vigorously, yes. Let's use our names. How wonderful it would be to wear each other's names on their fingers, always remembering each other. Kirsten also smiled, Mr. Sheen's idea is quite special. I think we should try it. Huxley replied, though possible, using names would likely require small diamonds. Kirsten immediately assured, I understand Mr. Sheen's concern about value. Please rest assured, leave it to us. Amber ring designed and crafted by KQ wouldn't be considered low value. Kirsten was right. Graceland loved Huxley's idea and had already decided on using both their names. She liked it, she really did. Graceland quickly agreed, absolutely. Who would think KQ products are cheap? Globally, aside from official royal families, how many can afford KQ? Kirsten smiled and nodded, Rowena is wise. So Mr. Sheen doesn't need to worry about this. In fact, having KQ design your wedding ring and gown is already a great honor. Moreover, KQ's reputation ensures the ring will never lose its value. Huxley understood but still felt a bit hesitant. Kirsten saw through this and suggested, Mr. Sheen, allow me to propose boldly. We can use handwritten fonts for your names. Whatever style you write, we'll replicate. If you're still concerned about the value of small diamonds, we can find a large, auction diamond, using only the core part as raw material for the ring. This way, there would be no concerns about value. Kirsten's suggestion was indeed practical. Graceland's eyes sparkled, Miss Kirsten's suggestion is excellent. Kirsten smiled back, thanks to Rowena's good fortune. Graceland felt happy inside and immediately looked at Huxley, holding his hand, Sheen Clorother, shall we go with this? Seeing how much Graceland liked the idea made Huxley feel incredibly pleased. So, his little wife wanted to wear his name on her ring finger all the time? Huxley squinted slightly, nodding. Yes, this feeling is really good. He liked it, very much. Chapter 53, Huxley is now very enthusiastic about showing Amberfection. Amber, you really sure it's perfect? Huxley looked at Gracelyn, stroking her hand back, and said, these are wedding rings. Something you'll have for a lifetime. Once decided, they can't be changed. Huxley was afraid that Gracelyn was just reluctant to reject his idea. I've made up my mind. Gracelyn hurriedly said, I really like this idea. Let's finalize it. We want these wedding rings. Your idea is truly wonderful, I absolutely love it. Gracelyn was afraid that Huxley still had reservations due to her. She immediately looked at Huxley, almost in a somewhat bossy manner. We've agreed on this. Chin, don't say anything else. Huxley was nearly amused into laughter. His little wife's cute yet slightly domineering expression was just too adorable, making him want to pinch her cheeks. After speaking, Gracelyn immediately turned to look at Kirsten, firmly stating, Miss Kirsten, we've made our decision. Kirsten couldn't help but laugh, as did Huxley. It seemed his little wife really liked the idea, her impatient and eager little demeanor truly likable. Kirsten nodded and looked at Huxley, Amber right then. Chairman Sheen, this idea is indeed very romantic. Huxley nodded, glancing at Gracelyn, okay, we'll go by my wife's wishes. Gracelyn sweetly smiled, her beautiful face seeming to glow with happiness. Kirsten took out a notebook and jotted down notes, saying, Rowena, I'll keep you updated on any details that need your input later. With the wedding ring settled, let's now finalize the design of the bridal gown. Gracelyn obediently bit her lip and nodded, looking incredibly cute, full of anticipation. Her satisfaction with the wedding ring surpassed 120%. In her excitement, she directly turned to look at Huxley and asked, Chin, do you have any ideas about the wedding gown? Seeing Gracelyn so eagerly seeking his opinion, Huxley's handsome eyes lit up as he thought for a moment and softly said, I don't have specific ideas, but, naturally, I hope on our wedding day, my bride will be breathtakingly beautiful. Huxley unconsciously turned to look at Gracelyn, the depths of his charming eyes shining brightly, clear and sparkling like stars. Gracelyn felt her heart race. Of course, she felt the same way. No woman doesn't wish for an extravagant, dreamlike, and romantic wedding, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention on that day, receiving all the adoration. Kirsten, also a woman, understood this feeling well. Just listening to Huxley speak made her feel as if it were a fantastical dream come true. Kirsten looked at Gracelyn and smiled. I believe Rowena feels the same way, right? Gracelyn nodded, her face sweet and obedient, clearly filled with immense anticipation and longing. Kirsten smiled admiringly. Rowena is truly fortunate. Chairman Sheen loves and cherishes you deeply. Amber and Rowena is so adorable. Even I, as a woman, find you very likable. Amber at this point, Kirsten became slightly embarrassed and pressed her lips together, saying, I hope my words haven't offended Rowena. Gracelyn paused, then laughed, not at all. Chloeing liked makes me happy. How could it be offensive? Miss Kirsten, you're overthinking it. Kirsten smiled and nodded, then asked, I understand Chairman Sheen's thoughts. Does Rowena have any other requirements for the bridal gown? Gracelyn thought seriously for a moment and replied, Amberchally, I don't have a very definite idea, or perhaps too many ideas have made me confused. Earlier, Chin asked whether I wanted a Western style or traditional Chinese wedding. I wasn't quite sure, or maybe I want both. Amber's, our imperial traditional weddings carry deep meanings and elegance. However, traditional Chinese weddings are relatively more complex, and holding such an elaborate ceremony in modern times might seem a bit abrupt, so. Gracelyn stopped here, shrugging uncomfortably. Maybe I'm not expressing myself well, sounds a bit messy. No, not at all, Kirsten said gently. So, Rowena's thought is to incorporate some elements of our empire's traditional style into the bridal gown design? Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Yes, exactly. Won't it seem odd or unattractive? Kirsten pondered for a second and replied, could you give me a moment to think? Sure, Gracelyn nodded. Thank you, Kirsten smiled and picked up the tablet beside her, saying, give me 15 minutes. Feel free to relax meanwhile. She then bent her head and started diligently researching on the tablet, proving her dedication. Kirsten was polite and professional, qualities Gracelyn found very likable. While Kirsten was researching, Gracelyn turned to Huxley, asking, Chin, what do you think of this idea? Talking about the wedding rings and gowns, Gracelyn's pretty little face radiated happiness, soft and charming. Unable to resist, Huxley took her hand and placed a deep kiss on her hand back, his voice low and husky. Of course your ideas are good. Every one of them is wonderful. Don't doubt yourself. Especially the idea of marrying him. However, Huxley didn't say this aloud. Instead, his gaze became affectionate and meaningful while looking at Gracelyn. Hearing Huxley's praise, Gracelyn happily raised an eyebrow. Really? I was afraid you wouldn't like it. If you do, that's fantastic. It was evident how genuinely happy and delighted his little wife was. Despite the shadow cast by Amberlife's incident, she remained cheerfully like a lark, without a hint of negativity. Huxley felt she was every bit as wonderful as he imagined, with no deviation, perfectly beautiful and perfect. He had indeed found a treasure. Huxley gazed at Gracelyn with a smile and spoke frankly, I really like it. Gracelyn grew even happier, her beautiful eyes curving in delight, making Huxley feel as if he had eaten a piece of candy. Oh, right, Huxley suddenly remembered the video line sent. That vicious woman has apologized to you. Huxley tapped on his phone and handed it over after hitting play. The sight of Amberlice in the video, appearing penitent like a sinner, brought Gracelyn a sense of pleasure. Yes, someone who committed wrongs should apologize sincerely. Quote, some things could be forgiven, while others absolutely could not be. Amberlice belonged to the latter category. Gracelyn would never forgive her. Gracelyn didn't care about Amberlice's outcome. She wanted nothing to do with such people, not even bothering to acknowledge her. The video was short and ended quickly. Amber thought Gracelyn didn't particularly care about Amberlice. She appreciated that Huxley had gone to such lengths to record Amberlice's apology, which was considerate. Huxley's attentiveness went beyond her imagination. Chlorother-Chin seemed to always have her at heart, in the most cherished position. This was something she hadn't anticipated when she hastily decided to marry him, still finding it marvelously surprising now. Originally, he didn't leave because he hadn't thought of making Amberlice properly apologize to her. Instead, it was because he didn't want her to linger in such a dirty and chaotic environment, witnessing Amberlice suffering until she eventually broke down and conceded. Perhaps the methods were somewhat cruel, and Huxley considered not wanting to taint her vision. And also, to avoid having her stay there, possibly enduring Amberlice's continued insults before conceding. Chlorother-Chin's goodness and warmth were thoroughly meticulous, impeccable in every aspect. Warmth filled Gracelyn's heart like sunshine, sweetness like sugar. She really wanted to give Huxley a big hug and kiss him. Amber knew it was going to be her taking the initiative. This thought flashed through her mind momentarily. Gracelyn remained shy and there were others present. Gracelyn rubbed her lips, revealing a sweet smile as she handed the phone to Huxley, turning her gaze towards him and saying naturally, Chlorother-Chin thought so carefully, you even made her apologize to me. Did she apologize because she couldn't take the beating anymore? Huxley held the phone firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. She has to apologize to you. No matter how stubborn she is, I'll make her do it. Huxley's dominant and undeniably decisive tone made Gracelyn laugh slightly with some ridicule. She wasn't that stubborn. She gave in after a few sessions. Huxley nodded. His subordinates had specialized methods of torment that not everyone could endure. After all, Amberlice was not some hardened criminal who lived by the blade. She had been pampered all her life and had never experienced such suffering. Without yielding, she would only be tormented further in pain. Those seconds spent agonizing in pain were excruciating. Only those who endured them knew truly. Chlorother-Chin, you are really good. Gracelyn couldn't help but say. Huxley smiled at her, saying, Amberny reward? This question momentarily stunned Gracelyn. Mariana was still sitting opposite them. Gracelyn. Chlorother-Chin, don't joke around. Gracelyn quickly lowered her voice and leaned close to Huxley's ear. Miss Mariana is here. Huxley didn't care much, replying directly, so what? Taking advantage of the moment, he kissed Gracelyn's lips. Huxley really didn't mind Mariana being present. In fact, he was now very enthusiastic about showing affection. He liked being seen expressing his love and admiration for Gracelyn openly. Mariana had said she liked Gracelyn. If it were someone else, they might think it's great if their wife is likable and charming. Claude in Huxley's view, no, it just couldn't be. His wife belonged only to him, only he could like her, no one else, not even the same gender. Simply put, it couldn't happen. Cause, ultimately, Huxley didn't care if anyone else liked his wife. Even if the whole world disliked her, it didn't matter, as long as he liked her, and he found joy in this exclusivity. Huxley kissed Gracelyn passionately but not excessively, considering Mariana's presence. The kiss was tender yet passionate, but it avoided any hint of impropriety. Finishing the kiss, Huxley merely wanted to show his affection. He certainly hadn't planned anything more risque. Meanwhile, Mariana finished reviewing the materials and formed an idea. Just as she lifted her gaze, she saw Huxley kissing Gracelyn, a passionate yet restrained kiss. It was a deeply affectionate scene that exuded romantic charm. Mariana felt a bit embarrassed. She was adept at appreciating beauty. Admittedly, Huxley and Gracelyn kissing created an exceptionally beautiful and heart-stirring image, making anyone watching feel fluttery inside. Mariana watched quietly without interrupting or expressing surprise, feeling somewhat envious. Mr. Chin and Rowena were truly deeply in love. They were truly a match made in heaven. Who wouldn't want a sweet and wonderful love and marriage? In this world, definitely no one, right? Gracelyn's face flushed pink, gently pushing Huxley away. Her phone notification sounded. Huxley lightly grazed her jaw with his thumb before looking down at his phone. Gracelyn looked at Mariana awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Mariana smiled. Mr. Chin and Rowena have such wonderful chemistry, truly enviable. Chloe the way, Rowena, I have an initial idea for your wedding gown. Let me share it with you. The conversation shifted just in time, relieving Gracelyn. She promptly replied, you already have an idea? Please share. Mariana nodded. Imperial traditional wedding attire includes a phoenix crown and red bridal robe, so I thought of combining the phoenix crown with a wedding dress. It might look something like this. She spoke. Mariana grabbed a pen and paper, sketching a simple yet vivid design. This can also be made lavish and elegant, featuring a flower crown with a partially veiled pearl curtain, equivalent to a modern veil. What do you think, Rowena? Graceland's eyes lit up. She quite liked Mariana's design. She blinked and asked, would this look good? Mariana nodded confidently, absolutely stunning. This is just a rough sketch, not even a preliminary draft, so it might seem plain at first glance. Chloe, please trust me, your face is already strikingly beautiful, and paired with this high-quality crown and jewelry, it will enhance your beauty even more. I can start working on a preliminary sketch for you to review. If it doesn't meet your expectations, we can discuss further. With Mariana's reassurance, Graceland agreed, okay. Mariana smiled, great, I'll add your contact later. Graceland responded, we can add contacts now. Chloe took out their phones and added each other's contacts. Meanwhile, Huxley seemed displeased as he glanced at his phone. It was a message from Weston. Initially, Graceland had said they would discuss when she returned home, but Weston couldn't resist asking about the gossip he heard from old Jiang. Weston sent a message, Chloe, I heard from old Jiang that you cooked seafood noodles for Xiaoxinger. Is that true? How come I never knew you could cook? Reading the message, Huxley pursed his lips and typed back after several seconds, love you, hate you. He then tapped a few more times and ignored Weston, putting the phone away just as he heard Mariana and Graceland discussing something. He noticed they were adding WeChat contacts. Huxley thought Mariana's idea was decent. Now it was a matter of waiting to see the final stunning wedding dress design. Considering the urgency of the wedding, Huxley interjected, Miss Mariana, you need to work fast. If my wife doesn't like it, we'll have to start over, which would delay everything. So, please get it right in one go, I don't want it to take too long. Huxley was eagerly anticipating the wedding, naturally wanting it to happen sooner rather than later. Mariana raised an eyebrow and immediately replied, understood, Mr. Chin. Rest assured. I'll have the initial sketch ready for Rowena tomorrow. If adjustments are needed, I will personally visit the Empire until we finalize everything. I guarantee I'll complete it as quickly as possible. Huxley nodded, then added, one more thing, my wife's name is Graceland. Therefore, I hope the wedding rings and gown incorporate the starlight theme element. Mariana raised an eyebrow again, nodding instantly, got it. Your suggestion makes this even more interesting. Today's meeting was rushed because you and Rowena have plans to return to the Empire. For now, let's end it here. I'll visit the Empire in a couple of days. Fine, Huxley nodded. Hearing this, Graceland's face lit up. She raised her hand and added, Ambroso, also. What else? Mariana asked. Huxley also looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Graceland blushed and continued, Ambernd, and time. Mariana raised an eyebrow, clicking her tongue, Ambro right. Noted. Huxley's lips curled into a slight smile as he savored the words, time, then grinned wider and patted Graceland's head. Mariana pulled out a sheet of stiff white drawing paper and offered her pen. Please write your names and your handwriting on this paper. The wedding rings will be custom-made according to your handwriting. Huxley took the pen and passed it to Graceland. Graceland hesitated, biting her lip. Chloe Chin, my handwriting isn't very good, quite average. Yours looks much better. Shouldn't I just choose a pretty font? Huxley raised an eyebrow. No, it must be your own handwriting. Even if it's crooked and worse than a child's writing, I still want it. Hearing this, Graceland felt incredibly embarrassed. Mariana couldn't help but laugh, saying, I think Mr. Chin's suggestion is very good. Rowena, actually I have a bolder proposal. You could intentionally write your name in a quirky and cute way. Wouldn't it be more interesting for Mr. Chin to wear such a ring on his finger? However, this is just my personal small suggestion, for Rowena's reference. Graceland blinked, her eyes sparkled slightly at first. After pondering for a while, she clicked her lips, still, I'd better not. I'll just write it normally because we'll be wearing these rings for a lifetime. I'll try my best to make it look beautiful. Graceland's serious proclamation made both Huxley and Mariana chuckle. If Mariana and Graceland weren't still getting to know each other, she would have pinched Graceland's cheeks, finding her truly too adorable and charming. Graceland picked up the pen with some resolve and wrote her name as carefully as if she were doing homework in class, striving for perfection in every stroke. In the Empire, far away, Weston stared blankly at the message Huxley sent him. For a long time, he couldn't figure out what it meant. Why did his brother suddenly tell him, love? Weston was utterly confused for a while, finally deciding to ask clearly. So he replied, Chloe, what do you mean? After typing and sending the message, Weston was instantly dumbfounded. With an exclamation of, damn, Weston almost threw his phone to the ground. Shock. Oh. Huxley had actually deleted him. The unfeeling red dot on the WeChat chat window taunted him mercilessly. The friendship reminder below was even more heartless. You are not a friend of this contact. Weston's lips twitched fiercely, still unsure of what happened. He couldn't help letting out a loud sigh. Damn, what does my brother mean? He said he loved me, right? Immediately, 2 lines of lyrics popped into Weston's mind uncontrollably. He doesn't love me, he talks without sincerity, when he's silent, he puts in too much effort. After that lyric danced through his mind, another one followed. Do you really love me or not? I don't know what to say. Weston, I hate this. Huxley, on the other hand, had already moved on, focused on other matters. Chapter 54. She wanted to cloring Huxley cloac home to show off. Weston, not understanding the situation, felt deeply hurt and immediately sent a verification message to Huxley, Clorother. He waited for 10 minutes but received no response. Weston. What did he do wrong? Wasn't he supposed to gossip? On this side, Gracelyn and Mariana added each other on WeChat. Mariana couldn't help but praise her. Rowena, your WeChat name sounds wonderful, truly fitting both person and scene. Gracelyn smiled shyly and said, thank you, thank you. Mariana also smiled and instinctively glanced at Huxley, wanting to say goodbye to him, but then she noticed. Huxley's expression and gaze didn't seem very pleased, a bit cold, and almost jealous. No way. Even jealous of another woman? Mariana couldn't comprehend it. Swallowing hard, she quickly withdrew her gaze and said to Gracelyn, Rowena, I'm going back. Okay. Gracelyn nodded with a smile. Mariana forced herself to nod at Huxley. Mr. Cheen, see you later. Saying that, she hurriedly picked up her drawing tablet and turned to leave without any delay. Gracelyn blinked and slightly turned her head, looking up at Huxley. Miss Mariana is surprisingly an imperial citizen, and she seems pretty good. Huxley slowly raised his eyebrows, reaching out to pull Gracelyn into his arms, saying, really? You feel so? Gracelyn also raised her eyebrows, finding Huxley somewhat strange, isn't she? Huxley smacked his lips, staring into her beautiful eyes. Little star, she's just our hired designer. This is merely her job. Why would you have any particular feelings about work? Gracelyn blinked, thinking there was some sense in what Huxley said. Clote. Gracelyn nodded. Clorother Cheen makes a good point, but she's the third female I've interacted with after our quick marriage. Anyway, I find her much better than Kala and Amberlice. This was Gracelyn's heartfelt thought, rarely meeting someone who wasn't lusting after her husband. Huxley found they weren't on the same page. So he said in an official tone, that may be true, but it's still just her job. She's paid for her services, no need to judge her by such standards, only, work counts as passable. Gracelyn widened her eyes, sensing something off in Huxley's tone. If the work was qualified, praising it as not bad should be fine, right? Did Huxley really dislike her complimenting Mariana? Gracelyn looked at Huxley closely, considering his tone and expression, and then realized the truth. Startled, Gracelyn widened her eyes, surprised. Clorother Cheen, you don't actually get jealous of Miss Mariana, do you? This shocked Gracelyn, making her half laugh, half cry. Yet she was quite curious. Really jealous? Hearing Gracelyn's question, Huxley admitted frankly, why not? This rhetorical question confirmed it. Gracelyn felt even more torn between laughing and crying, happy that Huxley was jealous but also overwhelmed by his possessiveness. It seemed he had no regard for anyone or anything else when jealous. Gracelyn couldn't help but chuckle, then tilted her head seriously. Clorother Cheen, she's a woman, and so am I. What are you doing? She paused for 2 seconds, continuing, wouldn't this mean you don't want me to interact with anyone except you? So my world will be Huxley, Huxley, Huxley forever, huh? Seeing Gracelyn's earnest look, Huxley pondered for a second, replying, I didn't say that. Of course, you can have your own world, but I can still get jealous, right? The two don't conflict. This answer was indeed capricious. Do your thing, I'll get jealous. Now Gracelyn didn't know how to respond, still stuck between laughter and tears. Gracelyn giggled, saying, I got it. Clorother Cheen, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, you'll always be number one. She playfully made a heart sign with her hands. She meant it genuinely. Clorother Cheen was too good, naturally most important. Huxley cheered up, staring at her lovely face. Call me husband. Gracelyn pursed her lips and directly called him, husband. Since Huxley was jealous, she wanted to soothe him. Huxley became even happier, intentionally sighing, Amber, little rascal, it's impossible to be angry at you. His little wife was truly adept at appeasing him. Gracelyn tilted her head, blinking. Will you ever be angry at me? Could you bear it? Isn't it that you shouldn't be angry at me? She asked logically and confidently. Huxley laughed, leaning over to kiss her. Fine, I won't be angry. Clote, what if you act naughty? Gracelyn's red lips touching Huxley's replied, I'm not at all. I'm exceptionally good. Huxley. Yeah, indeed, exceptionally good. Huxley kissed her passionately, exploring her territory with action. Mariana left the conference room, took the elevator down, and while walking, kept thinking about Gracelyn's wedding dress design. She already had a rough sketch in her mind, quite beautiful. Lost in thought, at the hotel lobby entrance, she unintentionally bumped into someone entering the building. Mariana reflexively gasped, her sketches scattered on the ground, and her tablet dropped as well. Amberlaster was already feeling annoyed, even more so seeing it was a woman who bumped into him. However, being polite and refined, Amberlaster bent down to pick up her drawings and tablet. Mariana came to her senses and immediately apologized, sorry. Finishing, she knelt down to pick up her things, saying, it's okay, I'll do it, sir. Truly sorry. Amberlaster remained silent, standing up and handing the items back to Mariana. Just finishing picking up, Mariana stood up, taking the items from Amberlaster. Their gazes met, and Amberlaster saw a beautiful imperial woman, instantly hitting on her. Hi, gorgeous. Close-eyed him, Russell. Still his old self, unchanged. Mariana froze, pressing her lips together and thanked him, then hurriedly left. Amberlaster clicked his tongue. Russell sighed. Come on, Mr. Liu, can you refrain from acting like a love-struck fool whenever you see a beauty next time? Amberlaster grinned. You wouldn't understand. This is respect for beauty. Russell. Sure, respecting beauty indeed. Amberlaster was clearly flirting outrageously, and calling it respect for beauty? Please. Russell showed disgust, while Amberlaster glared at him. Deserves you to be single. Russell adjusted his tie, smiling. You passed through the flower field unscathed, but could you show us once how it feels to actually get entangled? Amberlaster scoffed lightly. Humph, ignorant youth. Russell's mouth twitched violently. Virtually, he didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. On the elevator, Russell couldn't help but sincerely advise, Mr. Liu, as the chief pharmaceutical officer of Qin Corp, the main developer of cancer drugs, and an honorary Oscar winner, can you please respect your multiple identities? Amberlaster spread his hands. Isn't this respect? Do you think everyone can be like old Qin, arrogant and indifferent, heart-free from women, sword drawn naturally divine? Russell said, my fault, I shouldn't chat nonsense with you. Amberlaster showed a face of approval. Russell, virtually didn't want to talk to him. Cloac in the meeting room, hearing knocks on the door, Huxley released Gracelyn, his breathing slightly restrained. Let's go back home. Gracelyn was startled, slowly raising her eyebrows. Going back. Oh right, everything here is settled now. Marcy immediately felt elated but also blushed shyly. She nodded obediently and said, okay. Huxley's lips curled into a smile as he said, come in. Russell opened the door and came in with Amberlaster. Russell reported, Mr. Qin, I have arranged everything properly. Good. Huxley took Marcy's hand. Let's go. Marcy was nervous, anxious, yet full of anticipation. They didn't need to take any luggage back from here because it would be troublesome. They just needed to take the people they brought along, except for the bodyguards Russell had arranged to deal with Amberlice. The group quickly boarded the car heading for the airport, where Huxley's private jet was ready to depart. Just as they got into the car, Marcy's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID. It was Weston calling. Marcy glanced at Huxley and then answered the call. Weston exploded immediately. What the heck, Venus? Why did my brother delete me? Marcy. What? Marcy couldn't understand. Weston rambled on. I just gossiped with him, asking if he personally cooked noodles for you, and he deleted me. Marcy turned her eyes to Huxley, who also turned his gaze towards her and asked, what's wrong? Who's calling? Marcy blinked and said, it's Weston. He said, you deleted him? Huxley raised an eyebrow and directly reached out. Let me talk to him. Marcy handed the phone over to Huxley, who took it. On the other end, Weston was almost crying. Clorother, why? Huxley replied, why are there so many whys in this world? If you can't figure this out, how will you survive in society? Weston. Damn it, why did he feel his brother made so much sense and yet no sense at all? Weston insisted, Clorother, give me a reason. Huxley snorted lightly. Think about it yourself. If you can't figure it out, don't add me back. With that, he hung up the phone. Weston. He felt so hurt. Marcy couldn't help but ask, Clorother Qin, why did you delete Weston? Huxley thought for a moment, turned his eyes towards Marcy, and smiled slightly. No particular reason, just wanted to. Marcy. Oh my, her husband was really capricious. Ambro right. Marcy didn't say anything more, she had a guess about the reason. Weston, still puzzled and very upset, went to complain to Nora with his phone. Nora, upon hearing everything, actually showed a look of admiration. Truly worthy of being my crown prince. Dominant, heartless, and cool. Weston. Weston asked a soul-piercing question, Mom, what about me? Nora poked Weston's forehead. You're a little fool, Mommy's baby who hasn't grown up yet. Weston. Weston retorted, Mom, you're kidding, right? Amber at my age, I could already have kids. Nora clapped her hands, her eyes glowing. Have them. Hurry and get one for me. Weston's lips twitched. Nora excitedly rolled up her non-existent sleeves. Oh, your brother is successful, bringing home such a beautiful and obedient daughter-in-law without a word. Not like your second brother. No, I must find a suitable wife for your second brother. Weston. Pulling back the agitated Nora, Weston said, Mom, my second brother isn't the point. My problem isn't solved yet. Nora realized, oh, right. Weston, Amber, am I not your dearest child? Nora cleared her throat and said earnestly, well, Xingshan is now your sister-in-law, you should know your place. You know how your brother gets when someone he likes is overly close to him. Weston asked, so our friendship of over 20 years just ends like this? Is my brother the Terminator? Nora covered her forehead. You're definitely Mommy's little fool. Mentioning the friendship will only make your brother do worse next time, probably even block you. Weston. Still unhappy, Weston muttered, I never had those intentions towards Xiao Zingr. Nora said, sure, no one doubts it, but she is now your sister-in-law, and you should maintain propriety, right? Weston nodded. Of course. Nora added, that's fine. Amber thought your brother might be bothered, he's just teasing you. Don't take it too seriously. Weston wasn't completely serious either but still felt unfairly treated. Ugh, ouch. Forget it, Weston stood up. I think Clorother does mind our 20-year friendship. Clot, I'll be generous, bear some grievances, and let him vent. Nora nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Weston walked away confidently but kept pondering. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. You love me, I love you. This sounded familiar. Wasn't this something he said before? Weston quickly opened WeChat, and after checking, he saw it wasn't a mistake. Huxley's private jet was about to take off. Marcy checked the time and said, if we return now, it would be around 7 in the evening? Yep. Huxley nodded. We can still have dinner. Marcy's eyes suddenly sparkled. Shall we have dinner at She1? Huxley looked at her. Where do you want to eat? Marcy bit her lip. Didn't we say, having a meal at my place first? Huxley raised an eyebrow and immediately agreed, sure, let's head straight to your place for dinner. Marcy blinked, surprised by Huxley's immediate agreement, which didn't even take a second to decide. Great. Marcy instantly cheered up. I'll call my mom. Marcy had read an online post before, saying that the first meal after marriage had some hidden meanings. It's common to eat at the groom's family home. Clote eating at the bride's home signifies that the groom values her highly. Of course, this was a somewhat one-sided view and not universally true. Marcy knew Huxley was kind and treated her well, and his immediate response also verified the theory on the post. Her heart swelled with joy and sweetness. Another aspect, she indeed had a little ulterior motive. She wanted to bring Huxley home to show off. She wanted her family to fully relax and be reassured. Though their marriage was sudden, Huxley was truly good to her, beyond words. Amber's the private jet prepared to take off. Marcy checked the time and commented, if we return now, it will be around 7 in the evening? Yep, Huxley nodded. We can still have dinner. Marcy's eyes suddenly lit up. Shall we have dinner at She1? Huxley looked at her. Where do you want to eat? Marcy bit her lip. Didn't we say, having a meal at my place first? Huxley raised an eyebrow and immediately agreed, sure, let's head straight to your place for dinner. Marcy blinked, surprised by Huxley's immediate agreement, which didn't even take a second to decide. Great. Marcy instantly cheered up. I'll call my mom. Marcy had read an online post before, saying that the first meal after marriage had some hidden meanings. It's common to eat at the groom's family home. Clote eating at the bride's home signifies that the groom values her highly. Of course, this was a somewhat one-sided view and not universally true. Marcy knew Huxley was kind and treated her well, and his immediate response also verified the theory on the post. Her heart swelled with joy and sweetness. Another aspect, she indeed had a little ulterior motive. She wanted to bring Huxley home to show off. She wanted her family to fully relax and be reassured. Though their marriage was sudden, Huxley was truly good to her, beyond words. Chapter 55, My Chloe talks sweet, and that's how her husband got hooked. Gracelyn called Martha. When Martha answered, it seemed like she was playing cards. Mom, Gracelyn said, Clorother and I will be back at the Empire at 7 tonight. We want to have dinner at home. Upon hearing this, Martha paused while reaching for a card and replied with delight, that's wonderful. We'll wait for you to have dinner. Gracelyn chuckled, won't it be a bit late? No way, Martha immediately replied. Even if it's 10 or 11 in the evening, we'll wait for you. Okay, Gracelyn responded happily, we'll come back then. Chloe the way, get the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. We'll cook for you when we come back. If you're hungry, eat some fruits or pastries first. Hearing this, Martha raised her eyebrows and withdrew her hand from grabbing the card in surprise. You're coming back to cook. Huxley can cook. Yes. Gracelyn affirmed, of course Clorother is going to show off his skills when he comes back. She wanted her eldest and second eldest brother to see and learn how to do more than just eat. Martha was utterly stunned and took a few seconds to respond, he can actually cook. Incredible. Shinger, you've really found yourself a good husband. It was surprising and almost unbelievable to everyone that Huxley could cook. Gracelyn's smile grew even sweeter. Martha asked again, what would you like to cook? I'll have the kitchen prepare. Gracelyn looked at Huxley. Upon hearing her words, he understood what she meant and asked, Chloe, what do you want to eat? Gracelyn promptly replied, whatever you make is great. It must be delicious. After tasting the seafood noodles Huxley had cooked, Gracelyn was convinced he was a culinary expert. Huxley thought for a second and said, let's do a few simple dishes. If we were to do any elaborate ones, it would take too long. This way, let Royal No. 1 send over a few dishes. Then we can do a few simple dishes together. What do you think? Sounds good, Gracelyn nodded immediately. What dishes? Huxley listed a few dish names, and Gracelyn's eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly with a smile. Perfect, I know how to make these dishes too. I'll tell Mom. Turning around, Gracelyn relayed the dish names to Martha, adding 2 more dishes. Martha smiled widely and quickly agreed, "Great, I'll get the kitchen to prepare everything so you can start cooking as soon as you arrive." "Okay," Gracelyn nodded joyfully. Martha couldn't hide her smile and sighed, "We're in for a treat tonight. I'll call your eldest and second eldest brothers now." "Sure, Mom," Gracelyn replied cheerfully, "talk to you later." Okay, Martha said, "Safe travels, and we'll be waiting for you." Gracelyn hung up the phone with a smile. Huxley raised an eyebrow. "Ambrose set?" "Yeah," Gracelyn put away her phone, "just go back and start cooking." Huxley nodded and instructed Russell beside him, "Have Royal Number 1 deliver a few dishes and some nourishing soups to the Meng family by 7:30. "Yes," Russell nodded. "Oh, right," Huxley beckoned Russell over, who immediately leaned forward with his ear close. Huxley whispered, "Tell the capital city to prepare gifts. One couldn't go empty-handed to the in-laws' house for dinner." "Understood," Russell nodded. "Ambrose," Huxley added, "prepare a bouquet of roses for the young mistress to see as soon as we land." "Ambrose, right," Russell noted. "Oh yes," Huxley remembered another thing, "have someone buy some durians and send them to the Meng family, the young mistress likes them." Russell nodded and asked, "Amber, anything else, Mr. Cheen?" Huxley thought for a moment and said, "The gifts should be practical, like cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and some premium tonics." Last time when both families had dinner together, Huxley had given very valuable gifts because it was their first joint meal. This was the second time in a family dinner where they were visiting his wife's family, so the gifts should be more practical and thoughtful rather than just expensive items like jewelry, paintings, or antiques which were more for display. "Just make the gifts everyday essentials," Huxley clarified. "Got it," Russell replied, "I'll handle it right away." Russell made the calls, while Huxley turned to Gracelyn. "Why didn't you let me say hello to your mom earlier?" Gracelyn was startled. "Amber?" "Oh, Sorry, Clorother Cheen, I didn't think about that." "What did you want to say to my mom?" Huxley embraced her gently. "Just a greeting would have been polite, wouldn't it?" "Oh," Gracelyn blinked, "it's okay, it's a small thing, Mom won't mind." Huxley nodded and continued, "Chloe, the way, you haven't chosen the brand list yet, right? Hurry up and choose. Amber, after we have dinner at home, we'll sit for a while and probably head back to She1 around 10 or 11. The brand representatives can deliver the items once we get back." "Oh, right," Gracelyn nodded. Gerardo heard this and immediately stood up. "Yes, young mistress, please just tell me the brands you choose." He then took out a specialized notebook and pen and said, "You can pick based on the brand list I sent you. These brands will regularly send you new products for you to choose from. If you get tired of a brand, you can switch to others. And also, for new brands, they can send samples for you to check. And additionally, for exclusive high-end customizations, they will arrange appointments after you settle into She1. Okay, Gracelyn blinked and opened the brand list Gerardo had previously sent her on her phone. She scanned through it, realizing each brand was incredibly luxurious. Amber thought she lived comfortably in the Meng family. Being only a college student, she rarely indulged in such top-tier luxury brands, nor would these brands send her new releases for her to pick from. Gracelyn started selecting from the list when Huxley suddenly told Gerardo, "Ambrose, Gerardo, find suitable brands for my mother-in-law and send new products to her as well." Gerardo recorded the brand names Gracelyn was dictating while nodding in agreement. "Understood, young master." Hearing this, Gracelyn was surprised and looked at Huxley, raising her brows. "Clorother Cheen, you're..." Huxley turned to look at her. "Amber's the sole son-in-law of the Meng family. Shouldn't I take care of my mother-in-law?" Gracelyn's eyes sparkled with a sweet smile. "Of course, Mom will be so happy." Seeing Gracelyn's sweet smile, Huxley also smiled, kissed her hand, and said, "It's great if Mom is happy. She has brought up such a wonderful daughter, and I naturally should thank her." This statement praised both the mother and daughter, making Gracelyn even happier. She glanced at Huxley and puckered her lips. "Clorother Cheen, when did you become so eloquent and sweet?" Gracelyn felt curious and somewhat surprised. For their sudden marriage, it was hard for her to imagine Huxley spouting sweet words. If he weren't Huxley but an ordinary person, Gracelyn might suspect he was trying to deceive her with all those sweet words. He was Huxley. Hearing Gracelyn's question, Huxley chuckled. "Maybe because I caught it from our baby." Gracelyn blinked, confused. Caught from her? Not really, did she? She wasn't particularly fond of sweet-talking either. In fact, when it came to matters between men and women, she was genuinely shy and reserved. Honestly, she couldn't say such nice things like Huxley. Gracelyn couldn't figure this out right away, but suddenly another question popped into her mind. She immediately raised her eyes to look at Huxley and asked, "Clorother Cheen, I'm an only daughter in my family. If I had elder sisters or younger sisters, would you be as good to them? For example, would you let brand representatives come to select items for them too?" Huxley was taken aback by this question for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Why are you asking such a question? Amber, you jealous?" This question struck Gracelyn suddenly. It was perfectly fine for a son-in-law to be good to his mother-in-law, and this was actually a face-saving gesture on Huxley's part that made Gracelyn very happy. She felt cherished by Huxley. She just thought of this issue regarding sisters. If she had sisters, honestly speaking, if Huxley really arranged for brand representatives to visit them too, that would also be a matter of pride for her. However, for some reason, thinking about the future, she didn't feel willing. Maybe because she didn't have sisters? Or perhaps, as Huxley suggested, if it really happened, she would be jealous? Gracelyn blinked, feeling her question wasn't quite right. So she pouted and admitted, I don't know, maybe, a little. I'm not sure. Cause I don't have sisters, I can't truly understand how close real sisterly bonds are, so maybe I wouldn't care. Or maybe I would be jealous. Regarding the jealousy issue, Gracelyn never intended to hide it. Cause, hypothetically, she really would be jealous. She didn't have sisters, so she couldn't be entirely sure she'd be jealous. Though Jacer and Amberlice made her quite envious, which was true. Hearing Gracelyn's words, Huxley was undoubtedly pleased and answered her seriously and solemnly, if you had sisters, I definitely wouldn't do the same for them. I wouldn't even talk much to them. Gracelyn's eyes lit up, really? Huxley nodded, of course. This kind of relationship is already delicate. Being polite and courteous is enough. Gracelyn bit her lip, and for some reason, imagining Huxley being cold towards her sisters made her a little happy. Was she being too mean? Seeing her first brighten up and then slightly frown, Huxley guessed what she was thinking and said, little silly, what are you overthinking? Your assumption doesn't hold water, you don't have sisters, why imagine having them? Isn't that foolish? At this, Gracelyn realized her mistake. Yes, she was making trouble for herself. Gracelyn nodded, Chin is right. Huxley looked intently at her, holding her hand tighter and said, your family has only you as a daughter, mine has 3 sons. Little star, no one will compete with you for affection. Even if they tried, they wouldn't stand a chance. With this, Gracelyn instantly cheered up. Right, she almost forgot both families had only her as the girl. After the happiness, Gracelyn blinked and quickly explained, virtually, I don't mean competing for affection. I was just. She couldn't articulate her thoughts clearly. Just as Gracelyn stumbled in her explanation, Huxley leaned over, kissed her lips, silencing her. Hyder, who was waiting to record their selections with a pen in hand. Amberlaster, who had been listening to their casual chat and sweet talk all along. And Russell, who had just finished a phone call instructing subordinates and returned. Was this spontaneous kissing? Hyder's old face flushed red, thinking, Master, can't we wait until the young lady finishes selecting the brands? Amberlaster pulled Russell to sit down, leaned over, and whispered, can't bear to watch. Russell silently adjusted his collar and said, if you're envious, just say it. Amberlaster. Damn, he was indeed pretty envious. Chloeing watched by several people while they kissed. Gracelyn, who had a thin skin, urgently reminded Huxley to stop going too far. Huxley finally released her lips and whispered, my baby talks sweet, and that's how her husband got hooked. Hearing this, Gracelyn blushed fiercely. Previously, she wondered how he got infected, and now it turned out it was through kissing. Huxley stroked Gracelyn's hair and said, don't worry about competing for affection. Husband promises, only pampering you. These words made Gracelyn delightfully happy. Was this a promise? Meanwhile, Hyder, still bent over, swallowed and softly reminded her, young lady, about this kiss. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Which brand will you choose next? Gracelyn. Hyder's slip-up made her even redder, hurriedly lowering her gaze to her phone, pretending to select the brands seriously. Huxley remained unperturbed, as if kissing was a daily occurrence. Few seconds later, Huxley turned to look at Amberlaster sitting opposite him. Amberlaster was earnestly browsing gossip articles when suddenly his eyes met Huxley's gaze. Amberlaster blinked, suddenly feeling inexplicably targeted. Huxley raised the corner of his mouth and looked away after 2 seconds. Amberlaster. Amberlaster glanced at Russell and lowered his voice, saying, if I'm not mistaken, President Chen is taunting me? Targeting me? Russell replied, Chloe more confident. Drop the first part and change the question to a statement. Amberlaster. Yeah, no humanity. Feeling quite hurt. He had just been left by Amberlice. No, scratch that, better not mention that woman. Move on. Please let me know if you need any revisions or have additional text to translate. Chapter 56, not somewhat careful, but painstakingly so. Martha was beaming after hanging up the phone. Her mahjong friend urged her on, Mrs. Meng, it's your turn to pick a tile. Martha smiled and said, I won't play anymore. I need to go home, something came up. With that, she opened the drawer of the mahjong table, took out a stack of chips, and gave each person 1 chip, saying, this round is all on me. 1 chip represented 10,000 yuan. They usually started at this amount for each game. The few ladies raised their eyebrows but happily accepted the offer, saying, it seems like Mrs. Meng has some good news. Martha smiled even wider and said, my daughter and son-in-law are coming back tonight to cook dinner for us. I have to get ready. Upon hearing this, her friend's eyes lit up. One quickly interjected, didn't I hear that Star married Mr. Chen from Chen Corporation? Did I also hear you mention Mr. Chen's name just now? Such information spread fast in the circle of wives, especially with Nora's official confirmation. Their children were roughly around the same age, mostly within the prime marriageable age. Playing mahjong was a form of entertainment but also a way to socialize and gather information. Information, true or false, good or bad, mundane or highbrow, truly spread fastest among wealthy wives playing mahjong. However, with too much information circulating, it often got mixed up, and sometimes people would deliberately stir up trouble. These few wives had not heard it directly from Nora but through another wife, leading to some uncertainty about its authenticity. Martha didn't hide anything and simply replied, yes. This response startled the other 3 wives. If they had doubts before about the truthfulness of the information, now it felt like another official confirmation. One hurriedly said, oh my God. This is really true. When I first heard it from another wife, I couldn't believe it. It was like looking at something through a fog. I never thought, well, Mrs. Meng, congratulations. Martha replied, thank you. The others quickly joined in offering their congratulations. One exclaimed, Mrs. Meng, your blessings are amazing. That's Huxley, the finest young man in our capital and empire. Another covered her mouth and laughed, indeed. I heard his wealth could buy an entire city. Not just a city, someone added. That's underestimating the She Corporation. Think bigger, at least 10 times more. Martha smiled even brighter. Money isn't the most important thing. Both of our family still lags far behind the She family. We don't lack money. What matters is that both kids genuinely care for each other. The other wives were surprised by this. In wealthy families, marriages were usually arranged. True love certainly existed, but it wasn't common. In these rare cases of true love, how real and lasting it would be, and to what extent it would endure, was even less predictable. Otherwise, where would all the scandals and gossip come from in wealthy circles? After 2 seconds of shock, one lady said, that's indeed a perfect match. Star is outstanding and has a great reputation in our circle, making her the top choice as a future daughter-in-law. What the lady said was true. Gracelyn had an excellent reputation in the circle of wives. Beautiful, gentle, charming, and born into wealth yet fond of cooking, who wouldn't admire her as the epitome of a beautiful, virtuous wife? Many wives with sons of similar age envied Gracelyn and hoped their sons would marry her. Martha responded, Star is young and inexperienced. She just graduated and doesn't know much about managing a household. You're flattering her. Managing a household is beyond her current experience. Martha's words weren't entirely inaccurate. Managing a household, especially one with extensive businesses and complex interpersonal relationships, was no simple task, especially for a newlywed couple in such a prominent family. Amber Lady smiled and said, it's normal for young people to be inexperienced. Once they're married, they'll gain experience over time. Chloe the way, Mrs. Meng, when will you invite us to the wedding feast? Martha replied, virtually, I'm not sure. They only registered the marriage. Amber's for the wedding ceremony, it will take some time to prepare. Another lady nodded in agreement. Of course. Amber marriage in the She Corporation can't be rushed. The ceremony must be grand and impressive, taking quite some time to plan. The rest of the ladies nodded in agreement, casting admiring glances at Martha. One lady, whose son went to high school with Gracelyn, felt a pang of disappointment rather than envy. After some casual chat, Martha prepared to leave. Then, one lady, filled with curiosity, asked, Mrs. Meng, did I hear you say on the phone that Mr. She can cook? At this question, Martha beamed even more and said, yes. Chloe's children want to show their filial piety. They plan to cook for us once they return home. Her answer left the 3 wives staring in disbelief. Indeed, anyone hearing that Huxley could cook would be stunned, unable to accept or understand it right away. Not just Huxley, a man at the pinnacle of society, but even among ordinary men, those who knew how to cook weren't many. Most men were content with eating well, expecting them to cook seemed like a daydream. After getting over their surprise, the wives expressed their genuine admiration. Wow, that's truly astonishing. You're blessed indeed. Who would have thought Mr. She could cook? So unusual. Mrs. Meng, your daughter's blessing reflects on you. Praised like a star, Martha felt delighted. She generously offered, thanks to all of you. I'll be leaving shortly. Please enjoy yourselves here. Everything you do or eat will be charged to my account. The place they played mahjong wasn't just for mahjong, it was a high-end club combining entertainment and relaxation. Though dining and playing there weren't cheap, they weren't expensive for the ladies either. These wives naturally didn't lack money, but having someone pay was a kind gesture, and they enjoyed it. Moreover, Martha had invited them to indulge without limits. Chloeing treated was always pleasant, and the ladies quickly responded, Mrs. Meng, you're too generous. Yes, we'll gladly join in your joy. Absolutely, let's share in your happiness. Martha stood up. Wish you all well. I'll be off. Let's meet again soon. The ladies also stood to wave goodbye. Take care, Mrs. Meng. We'll meet again soon. Before heading home, Martha called her husband and sons, sternly instructing them to come home for dinner that night. Even if the president invited them, they should decline. She also reminded the 3 to prepare generous red envelopes. During their previous meal together, Huxley had brought many valuable gifts while they had been caught unprepared, feeling very embarrassed. Since it was the newlyweds' first visit to her home, preparing ample red envelopes was essential. Mr. Meng and the Meng brothers were not negligent and immediately agreed, discussing how much they should give. When Martha arrived home, she instructed the kitchen staff to prepare all the necessary ingredients thoroughly. With everything ready, the couple could easily start cooking, making things much simpler and avoiding any extra effort. Not only did Martha note that it was still early, she immediately instructed the staff to decorate the house accordingly. Huxley's private jet arrived on schedule at the Imperial exclusive Amberport. The moment the plane touched down, Gracelyn visibly beamed with joy. Exiting the aircraft, although dusk had begun to settle in, it didn't dampen Gracelyn's spirits. She raised her arms wide and took a deep breath, sighing contentedly, "We're finally back. There's no place like home." Seeing her so lively, Huxley smiled warmly. Waiting at the bottom of the stairs were Phantom and, as expected, a bouquet of roses, 999 of them, thanks to Russell's reliable arrangements. Upon finishing her exclamation about home, Gracelyn spotted the large bouquet of roses. She quickly turned to Huxley with a smile, "And bear these for me?" Huxley planted a kiss on her lips. Who else could they be for? Gracelyn hugged Huxley's neck affectionately. "Chin, you're so thoughtful." With those words, she let go and darted towards the roses like a little bird, admiring, smelling, and touching them with great delight. Huxley also got off the plane, followed by Amberlaster, Russell, and Hyder. The security guards bowed respectfully, greeting, "Good evening, Mr. Chin, Lady Chin." Huxley nodded and approached Gracelyn, putting an arm around her waist. "Let's get in the car." Gracelyn nodded, but due to the large size of the rose bouquet, it was placed in the trunk of another car to be taken back to Sher Garden by Hyder first. Huxley and Gracelyn got into their vehicle, and behind them, Amberlaster remarked to Russell, "Wow, Mr. Chin is getting more romantic. Who knew he would even send flowers?" Russell glanced at Amberlaster, snickering, "Isn't that obvious? He's not stupid, he knows how to propose and kiss his bride." Amberlaster. "Amber, right, I'll head back too." Amberlaster waved. Since the newlyweds were visiting Gracelyn's parents, Amberlaster wisely chose not to intrude. Russell also waved, "See you later." Amberlaster wasted no time, hopping into his car and speeding off. Hyder also got into his car and headed back to Sher Garden. Russell opened the driver's side door, sat down, started the engine, and drove straight to the Meng residence. Upon arriving at the Meng residence, Gracelyn was pleasantly surprised. Her home was decorated festively. Red silk hung over the heavy main doors, adorned with large red double happiness characters. Gracelyn blinked. Huxley commented, "Your parents have put in a lot of effort." Gracelyn agreed, indeed, they had shown great thoughtfulness. The front gate opened, and the car slowly drove in. Lanterns were strung up along the trees in the garden, creating a delightful atmosphere. When they reached the main hall, Russell parked the car, and servants came forward to open the doors. The entire Meng family stood at the entrance, welcoming them. To everyone's surprise, there was even a small symphony orchestra sitting right behind them. Even Huxley was taken aback for a moment before murmuring, "I take back my previous statement. Your parents didn't just put in effort, they went above and beyond." Gracelyn could tell Huxley was genuinely moved, his eyes twinkling brightly. She hurried to compliment him, "This is really wonderful treatment, Chin." Huxley felt even happier, his smile widening. Amber's servant opened the car door for Huxley first. Amber soon as he stepped out, a violinist approached him. Huxley. Though thoughtful, it was, well, rather surprising. Huxley adjusted his tie and walked to the other side to open Gracelyn's door. The violinist followed him, playing melodious tunes with dedication, making it seem as though Huxley had his own background music. Amber, after helping Gracelyn out of the car, she was startled by the violinist as well and couldn't help giggling slightly. Once both were out, Russell drove away to park, and the small symphony orchestra behind the Meng family started playing beautiful music, at a perfect volume that didn't interfere with conversations. Gracelyn laughed even harder, and Huxley naturally joined in. They walked hand in hand toward the family. Martha looked lovingly at them, "You're finally back." Carlo, feeling somewhat uneasy from this odd background music, chuckled awkwardly, "Good to have you back." Gracelyn beamed and greeted warmly, "Mom and Dad." "Eldest brother, second brother." Huxley also smiled politely, greeting each with respect, "Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother." Hearing Huxley call him second brother, Amber Aurelio laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, good, Chin, ha ha ha." Huxley remained composed, smiling, but subtly nudged his back teeth with his tongue. Amber Aurelio, still excited, tried to say something else but stopped mid-sentence when Martha gave him a stern look. West nodded politely, "Welcome back, Chin." Huxley replied courteously, "Thank you, brother." Amber Aurelio, "Ha ha ha ha." Gracelyn interjected, trying to lighten the mood, "Why call him Chin? It sounds so formal. Call him brother-in-law." It sounded much better that way. Moreover, Huxley was 30 years old, around Amber Aurelio's age, and only 1 year older than West. Calling him Chin wasn't quite fitting. West smiled, "Brother-in-law." Amber Aurelio stopped laughing instantly. Martha then commanded, "Eldest and second brother, didn't I ask you to prepare a song? Now that your sister and brother-in-law are here, what are you waiting for? Sing." Gracelyn was stunned, Sing. Huxley raised an eyebrow, looking almost amused. West hastily defended, "Mom, I already told you I can't sing." "Close-eyes, brother-in-law isn't a toddler, what song should we sing? Amber Aurelio chimed in, I can't either. Martha cracked her knuckles. Finally, amidst the soothing symphony, the Meng family and the servants sang in unison, This is love, this is love. After the song, Amber Aurelio and West wanted to disappear. Gracelyn held back laughter but felt very happy. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, eldest brother, second brother. Her gratitude saved the day, allowing West and Amber Aurelio to regain their composure. Indeed, it was worthy of their beloved sister. Amber always so charming and endearing. Huxley also reciprocated gracefully. Thank you, father, mother, eldest brother, second brother. Your efforts are much appreciated. His gratitude was heartfelt, deeply touched by the Meng family's effort. Perhaps Martha simply didn't know how to express her welcome in any other way, but it was undeniably filled with sincerity. He had to retract his previous words again, not merely thoughtful, but overwhelmingly thoughtful. Chloeing treated this way by Gracelyn's family made him feel twice as fortunate. How wonderful. It seemed that his little star was truly his lucky charm, ensuring his happiness and fulfillment. End of translation. Chapter 57, I'm a little hungry, let's eat and go home. Martha hurriedly said, Not at all, not at all. Hank also quickly said, You've been on the plane for so long, come inside to rest quickly. Gracelyn just remembered and held Huxley's arm, saying, Chlorotherchine, let's go, we'll start cooking. Huxley smiled faintly, Ambo right. Everyone entered the main hall, and Gracelyn dragged Huxley straight into the kitchen. Royal One happened to deliver the ingredients at this moment, which were then arranged on the dining table by the Meng family servants. Once in the kitchen, Gracelyn and Huxley wasted no time. They immediately washed their hands and started cooking. In the main hall, Hank and Court, Amber Aurelio were still quite surprised. Hank remarked, Really cooking? Our Shingshin can manage it, but does Huxley really know how to cook? Hank seemed as if he had discovered a new continent. Martha replied, That's what Shingshin said. She smiled happily and kindly, Look, how wonderful our only son-in-law is. Truly versatile, both elegant and domestic. It was clear that Martha was extremely satisfied with Huxley as her son-in-law. Indeed, it would be hard not to be satisfied. Court was also quite surprised. Compared to Huxley, he felt somewhat weak and turned to Amber Aurelio, asking, Huxley really knows how to cook? He didn't want to believe it. Amber Aurelio was also baffled and puzzled, repeatedly rubbing his hands together. I truly don't know this. Quote, From my understanding of him, even eating ordinary meals is already a huge favor. Amber's for cooking. I have no clue. Court whistled. Unbelievable. Amber Aurelio stood up from the sofa right away, I have to check it out. Martha immediately stopped him, mockingly, What are you rushing for? Your sister and brother-in-law are cozily cooking in the kitchen, why do you want to go and be a third wheel? Amber Aurelio. Court couldn't help but laugh. Martha turned to him, What are you laughing at? Do you think you're not a bachelor just because you laughed? Court. Amber Aurelio couldn't help laughing too. Mom, don't be ridiculous. I just want to see if Huxley really cooks or if he's just tagging along with Shingshin. Who doesn't know that Shingshin's culinary skills are among the best in her circle? Huxley just needs to assist, like passing salt and spices. Is that really considered cooking? Martha promptly replied, Even helping with salt and spices isn't bad. When I cook, you never even offer to help. Your father has always been good at eating since he was young. What else does he do? Hank. Hank hurriedly interjected, Isn't it me who runs everything at home? I give you all the money, and I don't hide any private funds. Martha smiled sweetly, Are you implying our son-in-law lacks money? Hank. Hank cleared his throat and remained silent. Court took a deep breath, Looks like our brother-in-law is single-handedly raising the bar for the men in this house. Scary. Amber Aurelio said, I need to see it. Martha, Amber right, alright. Even if Huxley is just tagging along, it's smarter than just sitting here waiting for food. Amber Aurelio insisted, I need to see it. His insistence was unwavering. Unable to stop him, Martha could only relent. Amber Aurelio quietly went to the kitchen door, peeking inside. To his surprise, he saw Huxley passionately kissing Gracelyn, who was pressed against the counter. The nearby servants, ready to assist, blushed deeply and looked away. Amber Aurelio? Wasn't this supposed to be cooking? Is this how one cooks? Truly eye-opening. However, good grief, this is still at the bride's parents' home. Can't he hold back a little? Excessive. Look at how he's pinning down my precious sister, as if he wants to devour her whole. Unbearable. Amber Aurelio wanted to push up his sleeves, metaphorically, and barge in, shouting, Hey, let go of my sister. However, Huxley released Gracelyn, and they parted ways. Amber Aurelio. He missed his chance. Stop fooling around, Chlorotherchine. Gracelyn's face was as red as the fire on the stove. We should focus on cooking, everyone must be very hungry by now. Huxley raised an eyebrow, glancing at his watch. Perfect timing. With that, he lifted the pot lid. Gracelyn. There was nothing normal about this. Gracelyn's embarrassment was unbearable, especially with two servants present, making it harder to raise her eyes. Oh dear, this new son-in-law really knew how to rile things up. Cough. Gracelyn was getting used to Huxley's occasional passionate kisses, but this was her first time being so intimate in front of household staff. Blushing furiously, she didn't know what to do and offered, "Let me do it, Chin." Huxley skillfully stirred the contents of the pan with a spatula. "No need, Chloe can just hug me from behind." Though this suggestion seemed more intimate, Gracelyn decided to try this feeling, and indeed, she felt too embarrassed to hide. Gracelyn hugged Huxley from behind, pressing her face against his back. Huxley looked delighted, his curled lips especially charming. "You can go now, we don't need any help here," Gracelyn instructed the servants, who needed to leave before she lost all her dignity. "Yes, Mississippi." The servants quickly bowed and left, faces flushed. Amber Aurelio, lurking outside the kitchen door, couldn't believe his eyes. Goodness, Huxley was really cooking, and Gracelyn was merely accompanying him? Amber Aurelio originally wanted to go inside and see Huxley cook, but seeing them act like conjoined twins made him hesitate. The servant walking past called out, "SEC. Show." Amber Aurelio quickly hushed, lowering his voice. "What second? Don't talk, just leave." The servant. Second master seems quite upset. After the servant left, Amber Aurelio watched for a while longer. Gracelyn didn't actually do anything, just kept hugging Huxley. They acted lovey-dovey, and Huxley occasionally turned to kiss Gracelyn. Amber Aurelio, unbearable. Cloac at the bar, Huxley seemed aloof and unreadable. How did he become so affectionate now? Oh, obviously it was his precious sister's charm. Amber Aurelio returned to the main hall. Court asked, "How was it?" Amber Aurelio scratched his head, sat down, and sighed. Huxley is really doing the cooking. Little Star is, well, acting as glue. Court, glue? What does that mean? Amber Aurelio glanced at him, hugging from behind, what else? Court rubbed his forehead. So much to learn. Stop worrying unnecessarily, Court advised. Just wait for the meal. Martha was quite pleased. Oh, Huxley is just perfect. Amber Aurelio stroked his chin. This isn't simple. Everyone looked at him curiously. Amber Aurelio pursed his lips. Huxley knowing how to cook is unbelievable. Given his background, status, and wealth, why would he know how to cook? Why bother learning? His family likely never gave him the opportunity to learn. Growing up pampered, how could a man like him possibly know how to cook? If he loved cooking, why have we never heard of it in all these years? Court nodded thoughtfully. Your points are valid. Hank agreed. True. Indeed, even the three men of the Meng family didn't know how to cook. Considering the privileges of the Qin family. Amber and Huxley being the eldest son, so, as Amber Aurelio said, there was something fishy going on. The three men agreed unanimously, exchanging glances with mutual understanding. Court looked at Amber Aurelio. Then what do you think is happening? Amber Aurelio frowned, looking very serious and formal. Amber few seconds later, he straightforwardly said, I have no idea. Court. Hank. Martha hummed, in my opinion, the three of you are just worrying unnecessarily and being envious. Everyone. Amber Aurelio licked his lips, realizing that he needed to find out more about this matter. There must be something off. Gracelyn never knew that cooking together with Huxley in the kitchen could be so interesting. It felt more like being in a passionate romance, filled with flirtation, cough, cough. Huxley always took any opportunity to hug her or pin her against the countertop for a kiss. Yet, he managed his time impeccably. Gracelyn thought it was a good thing the servants were asked to leave, otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to continue. Huxley cooked quickly and beautifully, and soon 5 exquisite dishes were prepared. 2 cold dishes and 3 stir-fried ones, all simple yet flavorful home-style dishes. Gracelyn tasted them all. They truly were delicious, surprising her beyond belief. She couldn't help but marvel at how skilled Huxley was in the kitchen. Since Gracelyn had added 2 dishes earlier, she wanted to cook them herself. One was chunjiang fish, and the other was fresh cloyambo prawns. Cloyoth were her own creations, even the names. Amburned because both were seafood, they were quick to prepare. Gracelyn eagerly said, Chin, let me do it. It's my dish. Huxley smiled and readily stepped aside, washing his hands and removing his apron before hugging Gracelyn from behind. Gracelyn bit her lip, smiling sweetly as she skillfully worked on the dish. Huxley leaned over, curious, asking, What are you making? Gracelyn explained as she cooked, This is called chunjiang fish. It's very simple. You fry the fish slightly, then simmer it until it turns a creamy white color. After seasoning, add some mint, and it's done. Huxley blinked, interesting, I've never tried it. Gracelyn replied, You will in a moment. This dish cooks really fast. Okay, Huxley nodded, looking forward to it. Is it your creation? Yes, Gracelyn confirmed. Huxley raised an eyebrow, praising generously, Great job, Chloe. Can this dish be only for me when it's ready? Hearing this, Gracelyn nearly laughed out loud. What? Amber and the other one, Huxley continued, Cloyoth should be only for me. I assume your family has already tasted them, so, yeah, just for me. His possessiveness and dominance were overwhelming. He sounded childishly entitled, making Gracelyn giggle and agree immediately, Amber right, all for you. They can't eat once it's on your plate. Good, Huxley seriously responded, without considering if this was rude. Even Gracelyn didn't think much about it. Huxley kissed her ear while she was still cooking, incredibly flirtatious and teasing. Eventually, Gracelyn couldn't take it anymore and whispered, "Chlorother-chin, stop playing around. If you ruin the dish, we won't have anything to eat." Only then did Huxley calm down. The fish was quickly ready, looking stunning with its creamy white broth contrasting with the vibrant green mint and golden oil, a perfect dish. "Try it, Chlorother-chin." Gracelyn offered a spoonful of the soup, blew on it, and carefully fed it to Huxley. Huxley opened his mouth, and Gracelyn warned, "Chloe, careful, it's hot." Huxley sipped and drank it all, sighing contentedly, "Delicious." It truly was delicious, eye-opening and refreshing. Gracelyn beamed with joy, "Glad you liked it." "Very much so." Huxley whispered, his eyes fixed intently on her, "You should try it too." Gracelyn raised an eyebrow and went to scoop some for herself, but Huxley suddenly leaned down and captured her lips, whispering against them, "Dumb girl, this is how you taste it." "How?" Of course, tasting the fresh, savory flavor of the broth lingering in his mouth. After saying this, Huxley kissed her deeply, creating an intensely intimate atmosphere. Gracelyn indeed tasted the flavor, familiar with her dish but now mixed with Huxley's warmth and breath, a different experience altogether. Breathless and overwhelmed, she couldn't help but think about, not returning to She1 yet. Would tonight at She1 be okay? Seeing Huxley like this, would he devour her tonight? A moment later, Huxley reluctantly released her lips, his gaze intensely heated, whispering, "I'm a little hungry, let's eat and go home." Gracelyn blushed profusely again. Cough. What kind of hunger did Chlorother-chin mean? Chlorother-chin was really getting bolder. "Oh, okay." Gracelyn hurriedly nodded, "It will be quick, the last dish even faster." She turned back to cook, and Huxley wrapped his arms around her from behind, pressing his body against hers. Gracelyn. Her heart raced nervously, and despite blushing, she tried to act calm. "Isn't Chlorother-chin curious about how this dish is made?" Huxley placed his lips near her ear, kissing lightly, his voice low and gravelly. "How is it made?" Gracelyn wondered if it was her imagination, but she felt he deliberately emphasized the word made. Oh dear, Huxley really was something. Was he setting the stage for their return to She1? Trying not to think too wildly, Gracelyn quickly focused, "Very simple. Just boil the shrimp meat and mix it with fresh bamboo shoots, seasoned with seafood soy sauce, mint, lemon, orange, and sugar. It's tangy and sweet." Listening to her, Huxley was particularly pleased, his lips curling into a smile. "Sounds delicious." Indeed, Chloe knows best. Gracelyn. He stressed that word, made, again. Driven wild by him, she cleared her throat and sternly asked, "Why do you keep stressing that word, Chlorother-chin?" Huxley raised an eyebrow, either pretending not to understand or genuinely confused. "Which word?" Gracelyn blushed fiercely, unable to speak. So she immediately said, "Nothing, I must have misheard. The dishes are ready, let's eat." Talking about eating made Huxley very willing indeed, because after dinner, they would return to She1. Chapter 58, It seems that our little star really likes Huxley. Okay. Huxley gave Gracelyn a kiss on the lips and said, "I'll serve the dishes." Gracelyn smiled with pursed lips, not expecting Huxley to be so down-to-earth as to serve the dishes himself. She wanted to help, but Huxley said, "Chloe, don't move, I'll take care of it." Gracelyn withdrew her hand, happy to relax. "Let's go out and have the servants bring them." Huxley nodded. Gracelyn quickly took off her apron and followed Huxley out of the kitchen. She glanced at him, she had to admit, even while serving the dishes, Huxley looked incredibly handsome. It was just like people said, beauty is stunningly beautiful whether she wears a sack or not. The same applies to handsome men. With his good looks, everything he did looked good. Gracelyn found it novel and interesting and laughed. Chlorother-chin, I didn't expect you to serve the dishes yourself." To be honest, someone like Huxley always gives off an aura of being far removed from mundane life. Cooking and serving dishes? What a dream. She felt it was quite something for him to eat a meal by himself. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but the feeling was similar. Huxley turned his eyes toward Gracelyn, his deep black eyes filled with amusement. "You make it sound like I'm disabled?" Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, it's unbelievable. Not only Huxley but also Weston usually acted very aloof and would never do anything by himself, leaving everything to servants and butlers. There's nothing strange about it. Huxley looked at her, just depends on the person. Gracelyn blinked, not fully understanding until they reached the kitchen door. Servant standing nearby was startled when they saw Huxley carrying a dish and hurried over. Gracelyn came back to her senses and said, "You all go into the kitchen and bring out the rest of the dishes." Yes, Miss Meng," the servant replied hastily, and one of them quickly extended a hand to Huxley. "Son-in-law, let me handle it." Son-in-law? Huxley liked that title. He wasn't trying to show off in front of Gracelyn's family, so he handed the dish to the servant. "Let's go." Huxley took Gracelyn's hand. Gracelyn glanced sideways at Huxley, letting him lead her, and then realized what he meant by, depends on the person. He would only do such things like cooking and serving dishes in front of her. If she weren't there, he probably wouldn't bother. Warmth surged in Graceland's chest as she kept pace with Huxley, suddenly curious. Chloe, why can you cook? When did you learn? Have you always liked to cook? How long have you been able to cook? In fact, everyone, including Russell, Hyder, Weston, and Amber Aurelio, was curious about Huxley's cooking skills. Amber and Graceland was sure that Huxley cooked regularly, not occasionally. Amber, after all, some highly intelligent and talented people might be able to follow recipes and cook successfully once, but achieving consistent quality and taste requires frequent practice. Hearing Graceland's questions, Huxley looked at her and chuckled lightly. Seems like baby is really curious, asking so many questions at once. Graceland nodded vigorously. Yes, really curious. Chloe, don't you want to tell me? Huxley pressed his lips together. No reason not to. As they walked towards the main hall, Amber Aurelio saw them and rushed over, asking Huxley, Chloe, when did you learn how to cook? Graceland raised an eyebrow. See? Everyone's curious. Huxley replied, when? It must have been a while ago. Amber Aurelio's eyes widened. Why did I never know? Amber Aurelio seemed genuinely shocked. Huxley smiled. There are many things you don't know. Amber Aurelio. What other examples? Amber Aurelio was persistently curious. Martha interjected. Forget the examples, let's eat first. Your sister and brother-in-law have been busy in the kitchen, shouldn't we be hungry by now? Amber Aurelio was also hungry and nodded. Oh, right, let's eat. Everyone sat at the dining table. Huxley politely waited for Martha and Faulkner to sit down first. Once they were seated, Faulkner greeted warmly. Sit, please sit, don't be so formal, feel at home. Right, Martha also smiled. Sit down, just like your father said, be casual, no need to be formal. Huxley nodded and waited for Court and Amber Aurelio to sit before he and Graceland sat down. It was clear that Martha and Faulkner were very pleased. How could they not be? Their son, daughter, and son-in-law sitting at the table made for a heartwarming scene. Amber, a couple more daughters-in-law in the future and a few grandchildren, and it would be perfect. Amber at their age, what more could they ask for than family happiness? The servants brought the dishes to the table, revealing the dishes sent from Royal One. The feast was truly colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Royal One's exquisite cuisine combined with home-cooked dishes prepared by the daughter and son-in-law created a wonderful sense of fulfillment. Faulkner was delighted and kindly asked Huxley, would you like some white wine? Amber, fine. Huxley nodded elegantly. Faulkner waved his hand. Pour the wine, pour the wine. Martha also smiled. Star and I will have red wine. Graceland smiled and nodded. Sure. Huxley looked at her, holding her hand under the table. Want a drink? Graceland smiled. Amber, little won't hurt. Servants poured the wine for everyone. Amber Aurelio stared persistently at Huxley. When did you learn to cook? Why didn't I know? Before Huxley could answer, Martha pointed at the dishes. These few dishes were made by Huxley, right? The Meng family knew the two dishes Graceland made well and could easily tell. Yes, Huxley nodded. Just tried my hand. Hope Mom doesn't mind. Of course not. Martha immediately said, Chloeing able to cook is already great, and these look delicious. Can I try them first? Certainly, Huxley nodded. Martha eagerly picked up her chopsticks and tasted each dish. Graceland smiled. Mom, they're all delicious. Chloe is really good at cooking. Martha's eyes sparkled as she tasted. Amber Aurelio, when did you learn to cook? Why didn't I know? Cause Amber Aurelio was so persistent, Huxley looked at him. Graceland was also curious and asked, yeah, Chloe, can you tell us? Huxley explained, no secrets. I just followed some recipes and learned. His explanation made sense. Amber Aurelio nodded. Oh, got it. Though accepting, he didn't seem entirely convinced. Then Huxley invited Russell, who stood further away, come and join us. Right, Martha got up. Amber assistant Jiang, why are you still standing? Come and join us. Russell bowed, yes. With everyone's glasses filled, Faulkner raised his glass. Today we welcome our daughter and son-in-law back home. Amber Aurelio and Court also raised their glasses. Everyone clinked their glasses and took a sip. Graceland's eyes curved in joy. Faulkner looked at Huxley. Huxley, our family enjoys joking around and tends to be informal. Especially your mom, so don't mind it. I won't, Huxley replied. Dad, don't worry, our family enjoys jokes too. Faulkner laughed. Note, the names used in the translation remain in pinyin as instructed. Amber Aurelio said, right, in our family, the women are treated like treasures, while the men aren't worth much. Mr. Chin, you'll just have to get used to it. Huxley smiled and replied, it's the same in our family. Unfortunately, we don't have any sisters, so the most cherished person is my mom. Ha ha ha, Amber Aurelio laughed. No problem with that. Amber, at this moment, Faulkner took out a red envelope and said, this is the red envelope we've prepared for you. We hope you two will live happily ever after and be sweet as honey. Amber, after saying this, he handed over the red envelope. Huxley quickly received it with both hands and said, thank you, Dad. Martha also gave her red envelope. Amber, and mine too. Thank you, Mom. Court and Amber Aurelio hurriedly took out their red envelopes and handed them to Huxley. Court said, congratulations on your wedding. Amber Aurelio added, wish you eternal happiness. Huxley accepted all the red envelopes, receiving each one respectfully with both hands, including those from Court and Amber Aurelio. On the red envelopes was written, may you two stay together forever, but they were not thick. Only a slim card was inside, a bank card, undoubtedly. Amber Aurelio told Huxley, the password is your birthday. Huxley's lips curved into a smile as he nodded. Thank you, Cloyd Clowerother, second Clowerother. It's thoughtful of you. Court and Amber Aurelio both smiled. Faulkner said, let's eat. We can chat while we enjoy the meal. Everyone started eating. Gracelyn glanced at the 2 dishes she made and then said, these 2 dishes should go to Clowerother. Try his cooking skills. Everyone looked at Gracelyn. Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, Gracelyn thought that even though there wasn't anything wrong with being direct among family members, especially in her playful home atmosphere, saying it out loud might seem a little impolite. Gracelyn felt awkward. Huxley hastily said, please forgive me if it seemed inappropriate. I haven't tasted the dishes made by Star yet. I mentioned in the kitchen that I wanted her to serve these dishes only to me. Huxley finished with an apologetic smile. Everyone snapped back to reality and couldn't help laughing along. Sorry for the inconvenience, Huxley added. No problem, Faulkner said. We often eat these 2 dishes. Martha added, we're family now, no need to be polite. Just eat what you want. Court chimed in, right, Clowerother-in-law, you're being too formal. Amber Aurelio hastened to say, exactly, no need to be restrained. Speak your mind and do as you please. You shouldn't feel like this is your first time coming here, even though you did visit quite often when we were younger. That's true, Martha agreed. The conversation shifted to childhood memories, and Huxley smiled slightly. Yes, indeed. With everyone talking about the past, there was no awkwardness. The Meng family was pleasant and welcoming without pretense. Faulkner also invited Huxley for a toast, and Russell joined in too. Gracelyn stuck out her tongue and instructed the servants to place the 2 dishes she made in front of Huxley. Huxley couldn't help smiling. Amber Aurelio smacked his lips and whispered to Court, looks like our little star really likes Huxley. Court leaned close to Amber Aurelio's ear and replied, indeed. Claude, it's not surprising. I think Huxley loves her more than she does him. Amber, after all, he took on such a big responsibility for her. Amber Aurelio chuckled, pfft, yes, a huge responsibility. Only our little star could make such a beautiful pit. Chloe Pitt, they meant the slightly impolite act of serving the dishes only to Huxley. In their family setting, this could be seen as impolite or not, depending on personal perspective. Claude, I think, Court continued, Huxley must have said something similar in the kitchen, and our little star is genuinely thoughtful. Amber Aurelio responded, I'm thinking about when President Sheen fell in love with Star. While they whispered, Huxley stood up and raised his glass, politely offering a toast, Clowerother, this one's to you. He had already toasted Faulkner and Martha, and now it was Court and Amber Aurelio's turn. Court lifted his glass. Sit down. Why stand? We're family. Huxley sat back down, drank his wine, and poured another cup to toast Amber Aurelio. Once the formalities were done, everyone relaxed, chatting and drinking freely. The men definitely drank the most, toasting back and forth in a lively atmosphere. Gracelyn also enjoyed half a glass of red wine, which made her laugh. Russell, being dragged into the toasts, drank quite a lot, but there was no worry about driving since the Meng family kept several drivers. Clofore they knew it was almost 10 o'clock. Huxley had drunk quite a lot, but he seemed unfazed, only showing a slight flush. His demeanor remained composed and dignified. Russell also held his liquor well, showing no signs of drunkenness despite nearly finishing a bottle. Amber among them, Huxley had definitely drunk the most, continuously toasted. 1 bottle of white wine later, Faulkner asked a servant to open another one, praising Huxley's tolerance. Gracelyn intervened, Dad, don't open another one. Clowerother has already had a whole bottle. He should drink less. Faulkner smiled. Just a little more would be good. Don't push it, Gracelyn pouted, trying to persuade him. Court joked, our little star is worried about her husband again. Amber Aurelio added with a smirk, seeing how loving and sweet our sister and brother-in-law are, I feel like I want to fall in love and get married myself. When Amber Aurelio said this, everyone looked at him. Note, the names used in the translation remain in Pinyin as instructed. Chapter 59, husband is here. Martha immediately beamed with joy. That's great. Mom will arrange it for you right away. You like. Clofore she finished speaking, Amber Aurelio hurriedly said, oh, Mom, I was just talking off the cuff. Let's go with the flow, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Martha smacked her lips in regret and said, Amber right then. Gracelyn interjected, I truly hope we can find good sisters-in-law soon. That way, the family would become even livelier. Gracelyn had always loved a lively atmosphere. Daylon smiled gently. No rush. What's meant to happen will eventually come. Hank added, then let's talk about it when the time comes. Clowering the wine, bring the wine. Gracelyn. Father. Gracelyn began. Huxley squeezed her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Father has already said not to force it. Amber little bit should be fine. Tonight was a happy occasion with a lively atmosphere, complemented by the graceful symphony music playing in the background. Moreover, with her father-in-law in such high spirits, Huxley didn't want to disappoint him. Hearing this, Gracelyn could only reply, okay. Won't you feel uncomfortable? Not at all, Huxley assured her. Don't worry. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Huxley had an excellent tolerance for alcohol and rarely felt unwell from drinking, a gift, if you will. The servants opened the bottles and poured lightly, making the conversation flow more freely. The men chatted mostly about business and politics. Before they knew it, it was past 10 o'clock. Martha glanced at the time and said to Hank, that's enough. It's time for the two kids to rest. They've been traveling all day and even cooked dinner. We have plenty of chances to eat together in the future. Seeing this, Hank nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Huxley was about to suggest going home, but as he opened his mouth, Martha spoke again. Huxley, why don't you stay here tonight? Just sleep here. Huxley froze. Amber? Martha explained kindly, it's quite late. Traveling back and forth would be too much. Please stay and rest here. Yes. Hank quickly agreed, leaving no room for argument. Stay here tonight. Huxley. Though Gracelyn didn't say anything, she couldn't help but smile and licked her lips, looking at Huxley. Amber, after a second's thought, Huxley declined politely, Mom, Dad, no need. Returning to Sugar Garden isn't. Before Huxley could finish, Daylon interjected, just stay here. Amber, at this hour, returning would seem distant and formal. Remember, we're truly family now. This is your home too. Daylon was sincere. Claude Huxley felt quite depressed. He hastily responded, I understand. It's not about formality, but I have work tomorrow, so it's not very convenient. No inconvenience, Amber Aurelio said. Mom has everything ready for you, pajamas, toiletries, etc. Amber's for clothes, someone can deliver them for you tomorrow. Huxley. He was speechless. Martha looked at Gracelyn. Shinger, what do you think? Stay and rest? Hank also urged, yes, yes. Gracelyn didn't know how to respond. Amber, after marrying, she'd naturally spend less time at her parents' home, and her parents might feel some emptiness. Close-sides, both Martha and Hank had insisted on keeping them. Still, Gracelyn hesitated and turned to Huxley. What do you think, Chin? Huxley. How could Huxley respond? He couldn't insist on leaving without causing awkwardness. Huxley finally replied, Amber right. Martha and Hank were instantly delighted. Martha immediately called over a servant. Go to the kitchen and prepare some sobering soup. Deliver a bowl to the master and miss rooms later, and one to our room too. Yes, the servant bowed. Russell stood up. Mr. Chin, Mr. Meng, Mrs. Meng, I'll take my leave now. Martha said, you don't have to. There's a guest room. Russell waved off the offer. No need, no need. It's already troublesome enough. Plus, I'll deliver your clothes tomorrow, Mr. Chin. Hank nodded. Well, I'll have the driver take you back. Russell bowed. Thank you, sir. Hank replied, no need to be so formal. Russell nodded at Huxley and left first. Hank instructed a servant to send Russell home. Martha suggested, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. Hank scratched his head. He had wanted to play chess with Huxley. Daylon stood up. Let's all get some rest. Good night, everyone. Amber Aurelio also stood up and waved. I'm heading to bed too. Amber Aurelio had drunk quite a lot. Gracelyn waved at them. Good night, elder brother, second brother. Martha told Gracelyn, you should go to your room and rest too. You must be tired after the long day. Okay, Gracelyn nodded. Good night, Mom, Dad. She then held Huxley's hand. Let's go, Chin. Huxley stood up and wished Hank and Martha a good night. Amber's Gracelyn led Huxley upstairs. He couldn't help feeling depressed. Gracelyn couldn't help but giggle and asked, Chin, are you unhappy? Huxley pursed his lips. How could he not be unhappy? Yet, under these circumstances, there wasn't much he could say. Instead of answering directly, Huxley handed her 4 red envelopes. Here, for you. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. For me? Huxley nodded. Yes, for you. Everything belongs to you now. Gracelyn giggled, biting her lip as she took the envelopes. Okay then. Amber arriving at her bedroom, Gracelyn opened the door and cheerfully greeted, welcome back, Chin. Huxley entered the room, closed the door, and pushed her against the wall beside the door. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he stared at her. Little troublemaker, smiling so happily. Did you not want to go back to Sugar Garden either? While Huxley had originally planned to fully claim Gracelyn tonight, he knew it was a delicate matter since girls might be afraid or embarrassed, needing some psychological preparation. She had had some red wine earlier, which Huxley thought was beneficial as it would reduce tension and maybe lessen the pain. However, none of them had expected this twist, interrupted by her parents. This was truly beyond words. Looking into Huxley's beautiful half-smiling eyes, Gracelyn couldn't help but chuckle, holding back her laughter. Of course not, She. I really did want to return to Sher Garden, but my parents were so insistent. I couldn't refuse. Despite her words, Gracelyn couldn't hold back her laughter. She knew Huxley was upset. Honestly, she was a bit frustrated too. She wanted to completely belong to Huxley and was looking forward to it. Nonetheless, she still found it hilarious. Her laughter made Huxley even more depressed, yet he understood. He took a deep breath, gazing at her amused face. Little troublemaker, laughing at me. This only made Gracelyn laugh harder. Sorry, She. I actually didn't mean to laugh, but... What did you actually mean? Huxley asked. Gracelyn stopped laughing and bit her lip, saying nothing. Huxley tilted his head slightly, his lips pressed together, half smiling. Actually, a bit funny, right? Gracelyn stuck out her tongue playfully. Cough, She, can I be honest? Of course. Huxley pinched her cheek affectionately. My dear little wife. Marcy laughed and admitted honestly, I'm a bit disappointed too, it's indeed quite amusing. I'm not laughing at you, just at the whole situation. Indeed, the young couple had both been eager to return to Sher Garden. Quote the result. Huxley was also amused by Marcy's honesty and her admission of disappointment. It reassured him that she had been looking forward to it too. With a smile, Huxley said, well, it is a bit disappointing, but also rather amusing. His eyes gleamed with amusement, and his lips curved into a gentle smile. Marcy giggled as they leaned their foreheads together in laughter. This was the charm of family joy. Somehow, it was strangely entertaining. After laughing for a while, Huxley asked, laugh enough? Marcy cleared her throat. Laughed enough. Go freshen up. After drinking so much tonight, you should rest after having some sobering soup. Huxley's alcohol tolerance always impressed Marcy. He remained very clear-headed despite drinking a lot. Huxley smacked his lips. No rush. As he spoke, he kissed her, locking the door from inside. The kiss was deep and passionate, filled with heat and desire. Within a few breaths, Marcy was completely overwhelmed, her body turning weak and pliant. Perhaps because this was her bedroom, a place where she lived freely and felt more relaxed, everything felt different from a hotel room. Here, she didn't have to hold back. If things got too intense, she wouldn't mind. In Huxley's house or her own childhood bedroom, there didn't seem to be much difference. Plus, they had both had wine, and the sweet aroma mixed with their breaths, making them breathe heavier and more sensitively. Inside the room, Huxley only turned on a dim lamp, casting an indistinct glow that added to the intimacy. Today, Marcy wore a white short-sleeved shirt and a black short skirt. Huxley's hand could easily touch the exposed skin of her legs. With a gentle caress, the petite beauty shuddered in his arms, her breathing becoming even more ragged and intermittent, unable to suppress her soft moans. Marcy wore the blouse to cover the kisses Huxley had left on her neck. Fortunately, Amberlaster's ointment was quite miraculous, and the marks were nearly gone after just one application. Only faint traces remained, which still needed to be covered. However, the slightly high collar made things a little inconvenient for Huxley, but now that didn't matter. When emotions ran deep, nothing stood in the way. Huxley undid the buttons of her blouse, and Marcy, dazed by his kisses, was too weak to protest. Huxley hadn't thought much about what might happen next, but perhaps it was the mix of heightened emotions and the effects of alcohol. Once the buttons were undone, Huxley kissed down from her chin to her neck. He kissed softly, partly because Marcy preferred gentleness, and partly because he didn't want to leave any new marks on her neck. While it would give him satisfaction, it would make it difficult for her to wear summer clothes. Huxley's tender kisses made Marcy's heart flutter, her breath low and heavy, struggling to control herself. She couldn't help but cling to Huxley's neck and call out, Her voice made Huxley's breathing uneven, inviting him further into their moment. His heart melted, and blood rushed to one place. This was his beloved girl. Huxley whispered, your husband is here. Chloe, good, don't be afraid. His voice calmed Marcy, who bit her lip to stifle her sounds of embarrassment. Huxley had unbuttoned her blouse and placed his hands around her slender waist, holding her firmly as his kisses moved downward, hot and passionate. Marcy, already captivated by Huxley, found herself completely overwhelmed, her mind blank. Just as Huxley was about to lift her toward the bed, the doorbell rang suddenly. They both jumped. Amber's voice came from outside, Miss, we've brought the sobering soup. Marcy sighed. Huxley chuckled calmly, saying, we don't need the sobering soup. There's no need to bring it in, please leave. If the servants saw them like this, it would be inappropriate. That's the inconvenience of being at home, you never know when someone might disturb you. It was the servant this time, next, it might be Amber Aurelio? Huxley smacked his lips. His voice was hoarse, probably due to the alcohol or the recent passion. The servant replied, oh, okay, sir. The door went silent, and Marcy listened carefully, whispering, Amber, they gone? Huxley chuckled again. Why are you acting like we're sneaking around? Marcy's face, already flushed, turned even redder. Suddenly realizing how revealing her attire was, her blouse wide open and Huxley's hands still on her waist, she blushed fiercely. Marcy, the ever-compliant and shy girl, nearly fainted at her almost indecent appearance. She hurriedly pulled the blouse closed, trying to cover herself, urgently saying, "Cheen Clorother, go freshen up first." Huxley raised an eyebrow, his lips curving in amusement. Not continuing. Marcy. Chapter 60. The young girl had already Chloe teased until her heart was fluttering. Chloe Clorother Cheen, stop fooling around, Gracelyn blushed as she pushed Huxley away. Go wash up now. Huxley hadn't actually intended to do anything serious here since it was somewhat inappropriate at her parents' home. Moreover, he always felt it wasn't right to do anything intimate at her family's house. Quote, not touching her was one thing, kissing, caressing, and lifting her high were another matter entirely, cough. Ambrose thought in the end, he would definitely be the one suffering. The process certainly brought him a lot of joy, especially the delight of doting on and teasing his beloved little wife. How could it not be enjoyable? Of course, it was very enjoyable. Thus, the corners of Huxley's lips curled into a smile, his gaze intensely focused on Gracelyn. He started slowly unbuttoning his shirt and said, "Oh, all right, let's wash together." Upon hearing this, Gracelyn's face turned even redder. She knew Huxley was intentionally teasing her and, stomping her foot, she said, "No, you go wash. If you keep teasing me, I won't speak to you." Only then did Huxley back off, knowing that she was extremely shy and would never agree to shower with him. Quote, just because it wasn't possible now didn't mean it wouldn't be in the future. There was plenty of time. Thinking about this, Huxley felt delighted. While undoing his buttons, he said, "Amber right, I'll go first." Amber's Huxley unbuttoned down to his lower abdomen. Gracelyn's eyes caught sight of his strong muscles, his well-defined chest, and abdominal muscles, which were incredibly powerful and beautiful. Her heart began beating faster uncontrollably, and she hurriedly said, "I'll change my clothes." She dashed towards the closet like a streak of lightning. Huxley watched her run away, thinking how cute she looked like a frightened little rabbit. Wondering what kind of pajamas she would wear next. Amber at the hotel abroad, Gracelyn had worn Huxley's shirt, but now, back at her family's house, there was no way for her to do that again. She must have brought her usual nightwear, which he was quite looking forward to seeing. Would it be something like last time, a tank top and shorts? It would look good and youthful yet sexy. It seemed tonight would be another not-so-friendly night for him. While thinking, Huxley went to the bathing area. Gracelyn's personal bathroom had a distinctly feminine and lovely vibe, filled with soft pink tones. In the closet, although Gracelyn was picking out pajamas, her mind was elsewhere, involuntarily filled with images of Huxley half-dressed. Honestly, Chloe Clorother Cheen had looked so handsome and sensual. He had been a bit nonchalant while pretending nothing was happening and yet also seductive on purpose. How enticing. Plus, everyone always thought Huxley was stern, composed, and elegant, exuding a sense of self-respect. This impression contrasted sharply with the image he'd shown her moments ago, creating a striking disparity that struck straight to the soul. She really couldn't resist him at all. So much so that when her hand touched the cold fabric of her pajamas, she felt a wave of warmth, reminding her of that night when she touched Huxley's. Oh God, what was she thinking? Gracelyn snapped back to reality, almost slapping herself. She was being too lustful. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she reminded herself to pick some pajamas and not let her thoughts wander. Picking out pajamas was challenging. Her summer pajamas were usually cool and sexy, making it hard to choose. In the end, she picked a yellow-green spaghetti strap sleep dress with a short robe over it. The dress was quite sexy, but the robe made it better, although it was still pretty short, perfectly fitting. After choosing, Gracelyn walked out of the closet to the bed, where she noticed Martha had kindly changed the bedding to a large red quilt. On the bed were black sleepwear and undergarments, clearly men's styles. These must have been prepared by Martha. Gracelyn blinked, realizing her parents had probably planned all along for them to stay overnight at the family home. There was also a note on the robe from Martha, "Chloe, these are gifts your second brother bought for General Manager Cheen." Gracelyn smiled, putting the note on the bedside table. Indeed, everything had been arranged. The graduation wedding photo had already been taken down and hung in her study. Otherwise, imagine having the photo hanging by the bed. It would be strange indeed if it were the first thing you saw every morning or before going to bed. Huxley showered quickly. The toiletries prepared for him were all complete and clearly distinguishable. After all, Gracelyn's items were either pink or soft pastel colors, whereas his were all black. However, he only found towels in the bathroom, with no other options. Huxley. He could only wrap himself in a towel and walk out, completely exposed below the waist. This was quite a helpless situation for Huxley, but since the Meng family insisted he stay, they should have prepared something for him, right? They wouldn't let him sleep naked, would they? It was embarrassing for Huxley, as this was the first time he had experienced such exposure. Little did he know this bold first-time experience was for his wife's family, cough. Gracelyn sat on the sofa in the main living area of the bedroom, playing on her phone. Too late to chat with anyone, she was simply scrolling through videos. "I finished washing," Huxley said as he approached Gracelyn. "Really?" Gracelyn immediately responded, lifting her eyes. she was momentarily stunned. Half naked, Huxley was wrapped in a white towel. Sigh, he really looked good, handsome and clean after washing, with an incredible physique. How sexy. His muscular body exuded strength and hormones, the lines perfectly beautiful and even the muscle texture irresistibly inviting. Previously, Gracelyn had only seen glimpses of him, not the full, direct visual impact she experienced now. Despite her mind being full of thoughts, her face showed shock and flushed, staring blankly at Huxley. Feeling slightly awkward, Huxley spoke first. Chloe, should I sleep like this? Huh? Gracelyn was lost. Huxley cleared his throat. I have nothing else on. Gracelyn's eyes widened. Nothing on. Oh dear. Her face turned bright red, stuttering. There is preparation, on the bed. Huxley raised an eyebrow. Oh. Gracelyn quickly said, you go put them on, I'll go wash. Then she darted away again. Turning around, Huxley wondered why she acted like a little rabbit. Was he the big bad wolf ready to eat the rabbit without leaving bones? Huxley had no idea of Gracelyn's true thoughts. On the surface, he teased her freely, but in truth, honestly speaking, the young girl had already been teased until her heart was fluttering wildly. Cough. And also, Gracelyn had already mentally prepared herself that even staying at her parents' place tonight was acceptable, so naturally, she was easily teased. Gracelyn rushed to the bathroom and shut the door, quickly washing up to distract herself from her thoughts. Huxley, on the other hand, walked to the bed and saw the prepared sleepwear and the large red quilt. He also noticed the huge graduation wedding photo had been removed. Unquestionably, these arrangements warmed Huxley's heart. To be treated warmly by his wife's family moved him deeply. Putting on the sleep robe in the closet, he returned to bed to wait for Gracelyn. Lying in Gracelyn's bed, Huxley felt restless, or perhaps mixed emotions swirling within. This was Gracelyn's place, the place where she had lived from childhood. Especially this bed.to distract himself from wandering thoughts, Huxley picked up his phone and noticed that Weston had sent him a verification message. Weston, Chloe other, you're really heartless. Are you going to let our friendship end just like that? Weston, I know what you meant by that sentence. I admit that Xiaoxinger and I did say such things, but it's not what you think. Weston, Chloe other, if you don't add me back, you'll regret it. Cause I have a secret to tell you. Weston, it's about Xiaoxinger. Amber, real secret. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Amber, after reading the messages, Huxley frowned and immediately added Weston back, typing on his phone. What secret? He glanced at the time. It was quite late, but Weston usually stayed up late. Now that they had graduated and were idle, he probably slept even later. So Huxley expected a quick reply. Amber, few seconds passed with no response, so Huxley immediately called Weston. Just as the call was connecting, the screen showed Weston was typing. Huxley paused, waiting. Moments later, Weston's message came through. Chloe other, as expected, you only care about your sister-in-law now, wow. Huxley frowned and instantly called Weston. When Weston answered, Huxley's first words were, what's the secret? Weston laughed, Chloe other, are you anxious now? Huxley was speechless. Denny, speak clearly. Are you going to tell me the important part or not? Weston smiled. Chloe other, your attitude isn't right. Huxley. Can you stop beating around the bush, Denny? Huxley was obviously getting impatient. Weston, unfazed by potential trouble, tested the waters. Chloe other, your attitude. Huxley was exasperated. After a second of contemplation, he said, fine. Deleting you was wrong. It was just a joke. Between us, we always joke around, right? So you're actually angry? Can you tell me the important part now? Weston's eyes widened. Seriously? His big brother conceded that quickly? This was unheard of, shocking. Startled, Weston quickly said, okay, I'll get to the point. Listen carefully, Gracelyn has been secretly in love with you since childhood. Weston's voice was loud and excited, but to Huxley, it felt like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Only the third time in his life. Indeed, there had been 3 times Huxley was dumbfounded. Amber because of Gracelyn. The first time was when they were young, the second when Gracelyn proposed for a flash marriage, and the third time was now. For several seconds, Huxley didn't react. Weston, thinking he wasn't listening, shouted louder, Chloe other? You still there? Huxley finally came to, his eyes swirling with intense emotion. I'm listening, Huxley replied, his voice unusually low. He then asked, repeat what you just said. Weston was puzzled. Didn't you say you were listening? Didn't hear it clearly? Huxley's gaze was deep, like an unfathomable whirlpool. I heard it. Clote, repeat it. Weston. He couldn't help but think, seriously, what habit is this? Hearing it once wasn't enough? Oh, is he too happy? Probably. Weston, feeling joyful, repeated loudly, I said Gracelyn has been secretly in love with you since childhood. Each word was crystal clear to Huxley. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. His Amberdame's apple bobbed repeatedly, and even his fingers involuntarily curled. He asked, how do you know? When did you find out? Who told you? Why, never told me before? Huxley bombarded Weston with questions. Weston scratched his head. Clorother, are you really happy? Amber's so many questions at once. Huxley replied, answer my questions. Don't stray. Weston explained, of course, she told Kala herself. The day after your wedding when Kala caused trouble, remember? I remember, Huxley said, his eyes deep. I didn't know about the crush. Weston clarified, right, she told Kala that day. We all heard it. How could I tell you before? I thought she had already told you. Initially, revealing the secret was just a gimmick to make Huxley add him back, but Weston hadn't expected Huxley really didn't know. Huxley understood but was still somewhat confused, indeed very confused. He had dared to guess this before but hadn't asked, naturally unsure. Huxley remained silent. Weston said, hey, Clorother, what's up? Shocked or overwhelmed with happiness? Your reaction seems odd. Chloe, honest, did you also secretly love Xiaoxinger? Originally, Weston had never considered Huxley liking Gracelyn. Claude Huxley's ready agreement to the flash marriage and his unusually warm smile that day made Weston suspect something deeper. Amber person who had always been aloof, dignified, and self-controlled, especially a successful businessman who had thrived in the cutthroat business world, why would he laugh like he had fulfilled a long-held wish? Chloe eased on Weston's understanding, even if Huxley married a young, suitable wife due to his age, he wouldn't act so unreservedly, yet he was attentive and gentle. Amber and Huxley had shown jealousy multiple times. Even sending Russell to personally cook noodles for Gracelyn? That didn't seem like something Huxley would do. So Weston reasonably suspected Huxley had harbored feelings for a long time. Just so well hidden that no one noticed. Weston even thought Huxley could be the best undercover agent ever, able to convince even himself. Hearing Weston's question, Huxley's eyes deepened. Amber after a moment, he didn't answer directly but asked, what do you want? Weston was caught off guard. Note, Gracelyn and Xiaoxinger refer to the same character, Gracelyn. The inconsistency is corrected here for clarity. Chapter 61, I can't wait, what should I do? Houses? Companies? Huxley asked, or do you want a car? Or, something else? Weston drew in a sharp breath at this extravagant offer, completely taken aback. Amber's second car wasn't even mentioned, and now houses were being offered as well? Amber not to mention, the highlight was a company. While opening a company could be simple for Weston, it would only be so if he proposed it himself, and his parents gave him the capital. Amber thought it was simple, it couldn't compare to Huxley directly gifting him a company. Weston was so astonished that he took several seconds before asking, older Clorother, are you really going to give me a house and a company? Do I sound like I'm joking? Huxley replied. Weston's mouth stretched wide open as he exclaimed, wow, brother, you really love me the most. Huxley responded curtly, cut the nonsense, what do you want? Weston licked his lips audibly, boldly replying, can I have them all? This question from Weston seemed a little exploratory, but surprisingly, Huxley agreed without hesitation, simply saying, sure. Weston felt like he could fly in joy, immediately pushing further, will you cover the renovation? Weston knew that if his older brother wanted to gift him an estate, it was just a matter of one sentence. However, without covering the renovation costs, receiving an unrenovated estate would feel more shocking than delightful. Amber after all, Weston couldn't afford renovation expenses anytime soon. To Weston's surprise, Huxley remained generous, yes. Weston went berserk, speaking incoherently, thank you, big brother. I love you, brother. Kisses, kisses. You're my real brother. He was incredibly moved. Huxley said, once you've made up your mind, talk to Russell, and expenses will come from my account. Weston wiped away tears of excitement, calling out, Clorother. Just as he managed to call out with such fervor, Huxley said coldly, hang up. Amber and the call disconnected. Weston. No wonder it's his brother. Not even a word of unnecessary chatter, ugh. So, does his brother actually love him? Weston, filled with overwhelming joy, prepared to pick a house and a company, ready to hit the fast lane to success right after graduation. Just as he was thinking about this, Weston suddenly thought of something far more important and immediately called Huxley again. Huxley answered, and Weston blurted out, Clorother, tell me honestly, do you also secretly have a crush on Little Star? If that were true, wouldn't it mean mutual infatuation? Wow, how sweet would that be? It got Weston, who was merely an observer, shivering with excitement. He felt like he was part of some great love story. Hearing Weston's words, Huxley remarked, does it? Weston blinked, it looks like it to me. Huxley's eyes narrowed slightly, then he said, Amber little regretful perhaps. Weston's eyes widened, what? This means no? Huxley didn't answer. Weston smacked his lips, I thought it was. If it's not mutual, then indeed, somewhat regrettable. If it were mutual infatuation, how perfect would that be? Huxley replied, hang up. Weston instantly interjected, wait, brother. Clorother, why are you so happy? To the point of almost losing control? First the house, then the company, even covering renovations, isn't that too much already? Amber, you planning to give me anything else? The CEO position of the Cheen Corporation maybe? Clote. I can't handle that. Weston sounded very justified. Huxley couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it does seem that way. Weston. Oh dear. Why did his brother suddenly become so gentle? Ambernd, isn't that a good thing? So, Weston scratched his head, frowning, helping Huxley analyze. Clorother, is it possible you've always harbored a secret crush without realizing it? Huxley replied, unlikely. My wife, your sister-in-law, has had a crush on me since childhood. Isn't that reason enough for happiness? Wouldn't any man be glad to know his wife has liked him since childhood? Weston blinked. Huxley made a valid point. Even if it's one-sided infatuation, wouldn't any man be delighted knowing his wife has liked him since childhood? Unless there's something wrong with that man. Ambro right. Weston said, okay, I get it. Huxley acknowledged, hang up. The call ended, leaving Weston rubbing his hands excitedly. Well, who would have thought that this lavish generosity came from his best brother-in-law because of his new sister-in-law? Weston eagerly started mapping out his grand life plan. On Huxley's end, there was an indescribable thrill resonating within his chest, surging uncontrollably like crashing waves. Weston said Graceland had a crush on him since childhood. Since childhood. These words echoed incessantly in Huxley's mind, occupying every thought until nothing else remained. Coincidentally, footsteps approached, snapping Huxley back to reality. His first instinct was that Graceland had finished washing. His second instinct was that his heart was beating faster. The footsteps grew clearer, and Huxley looked up to see Graceland emerging beautifully groomed. She looked strikingly gorgeous and charmingly gentle, drawing him into a daze. Graceland, noticing Huxley's gaze, blushed slightly, tugging her dress hem. Clorother Cheen, haven't you slept yet? With all that alcohol, shouldn't you rest early? Speaking softly, she walked to the other side of the bed. Though slightly nervous, she acted naturally, climbing into bed and getting under the covers. Just as Graceland lay down, Huxley flipped over her, covering her with the blanket. Startled, Graceland couldn't help but think, how intense, Clorother Cheen. Graceland blinked, her pretty face tinged with pink. Her eyes shone brightly from the shower as she stared at Huxley, who was staring silently above her. What is it, Clorother Cheen? Huxley gazed at Graceland's beautiful, sweet demeanor, recalling Weston's words, making him almost lose control. Graceland sensed Huxley's change, thinking to herself, Clorother Cheen's response sure is quick. Clofore they even did anything. Just as Graceland opened her mouth to speak again, Huxley kissed her, passionately fiery yet tenderly deep. Graceland couldn't say another word, lost in the sensations enveloping her. It felt like Huxley was trying to kiss her into her bones, blending fervent passion with profound madness. Graceland's thoughts began to blur, fully succumbing to the moment. Yet, she still felt Huxley stripping her clothes, kissing almost every inch of her body with unstoppable fervor. Just when Graceland thought Huxley couldn't hold back and she mentally and physically prepared herself, Huxley suddenly paused. Pressing slightly onto her, supporting his weight on both arms by her head, Huxley looked deeply into her eyes, breathing heavily and repressed. Still dazed, Graceland felt puzzled as Huxley spoke hoarsely, Chloe, husband asks you something. Slowly regaining her senses, Graceland's eyes cleared slightly, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Huxley stared at her. Just now, Weston called me and told me that you told Perry, you have had a crush on me since childhood. Is this true? Hearing this, Graceland was momentarily stunned. Amber moment later, she said, Amber, no, not really. I just... Graceland paused here because she seemed to see Huxley's bright eyes suddenly turn dim for an instant, but it was so brief that she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. After pausing, Graceland asked, Clorother Cheen, did you get so enthusiastic just now because of this? Huxley pondered for a second before denying, no. Oh, Graceland replied. Huxley then asked, why did you say that to Perry? Speaking of this, Graceland felt a bit depressed, cause she bragged to me first. She showed me those 2 love poems you wrote in calligraphy, saying you two had been together since high school and even after entering society for over 10 years. Of course, I couldn't stand it, so I said that. That was indeed the truth. Graceland was upset because Perry had known Huxley for over a decade, but hadn't Graceland known him even longer? From childhood through adulthood, over 20 years. With Graceland's explanation, Huxley naturally understood and empathized, though he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. So, was it all just a misunderstanding? Really, just a misunderstanding? Graceland bit her lip and cautiously probed, Clorother Cheen, do you care about this very much? Not particularly, Huxley immediately recovered from his fleeting disappointment. I just wanted to ask after hearing Weston mention it. Clote, I don't dwell on it much since we are already husband and wife. Whether you liked me before or now, it's all the same. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Graceland quickly agreed, right. Clorother Cheen makes perfect sense. Indeed, both their explanations were logical and flawless. After Graceland spoke, she felt the atmosphere becoming awkward. So what exactly was Clorother Cheen thinking? Just as Graceland was wondering this, Huxley's voice interrupted her thoughts. Huxley asked her a direct question. Chloe, do you like your husband now? Graceland snapped back to reality and nodded immediately, answering straightforwardly, of course I do. Hearing this, Huxley instantly became happy again. He lowered his head to kiss Gracelyn while asking, "How much do you like me, Gracelyn, accepting Huxley's passionate kisses, softly replied, "Very much, very much." This response made Huxley even more pleased, and he kissed Gracelyn with even greater intensity and focus. For a while, the kiss was intense and unyielding. Then, Huxley's breathing became slightly disordered as he paused, unable to control himself. "Chloe, I want you." He truly did. They had returned home after all. It was just the final step away. He had held back for several days, suppressing even the influence of medication. Now, he couldn't contain himself no matter how hard he tried. Hearing Huxley's low, hoarse voice, Gracelyn's eyes misted over. Her appearance, docile and soft like a kitten beneath him, only made Huxley less able to restrain himself. His throat tightened as he asked in an even deeper tone, "I can't wait, what should I do?" Upon hearing this, Gracelyn, usually shy and blushing easily, seemed to be influenced by the moment. Despite her face turning red, she blurted out, "I want you to." These 3 words were undoubtedly a green light to Huxley. He couldn't possibly hold back any longer. No man could withstand his beloved wife uttering these 3 words. It was utterly irresistible. Huxley's eyes darkened as he heard Gracelyn stammer, "Cucine. Clorother, does it mean, it's okay, in my parents' house too?" After saying this, Gracelyn almost bit her tongue. Oh no, how could she say such a thing? Chin Clorother's fault. He never stops teasing her. Huxley's eyes darkened further, like a storm brewing, the world seeming to crumble under its pressure. The taut string in him seemed to snap, collapsing all at once. All he needed to do was to naturally and logically kiss Gracelyn, and everything would happen naturally. After all, his beloved little wife had issued a direct invitation. Yet there was a barrier in Huxley's heart. Staring at Gracelyn for several seconds, he finally spoke, "Let's go home." Gracelyn was startled. Huxley added, "Is there anything wrong with going back to Shire Garden now?" It was almost like being at their doorstep. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with it, especially given who Huxley was. Gracelyn was taken aback by Huxley's suggestion but found it thrilling. Seemed interesting. Mainly because it was Huxley. The feeling, hot and exciting. Sure enough, they went straight back to Shire Garden. Gracelyn didn't fully regain her senses until Huxley led her into the master bedroom of Shire Garden, standing before the large red bed where she had sat for half an hour earlier. Wow, they really did. Perhaps the other definition of love and marriage is finding someone willing to do things with you that you've never imagined or done before. Before Gracelyn could fully comprehend it, she was swept up by Huxley's sudden powerful embrace. After a small, instinctive gasp, she naturally looped her arms around his neck and looked at him sidelong. Huxley, holding her closely, stared at her intently, walking steadily toward the bed, each step confident and strong. This was Shire Garden, his own domain. Here, he was the king. On the way back to Shire Garden, Huxley had called Hyder, informing him that he and Gracelyn were back at Shire Garden. No one was allowed upstairs without his command, otherwise, they could leave on their own accord. Thus, no one dared disturb them. Translation ends. Chapter 62, Say You Love Husband. To be honest, Gracelyn was quite nervous. Her face flushed, her heart pounded, and even her palms were hot as if they would sweat. She and Huxley had been very intimate ever since their whirlwind marriage, touching what should and shouldn't be touched, kissing what should and shouldn't be kissed, everything except the final step. It was natural to feel a bit nervous when it was about to happen. She was no exception. However, this sort of progression is inevitable and natural. It was something that should happen and needed to happen. Therefore, despite Gracelyn's unavoidable nervousness, there was also anticipation and shyness mingled within her. Huxley gently placed Gracelyn on the soft bed, turned off the light, and only the dim floor lamp remained on. Despite the dimness, they could still see each other clearly. Gracelyn's beautiful face glowed red as she looked at Huxley. Huxley swiftly removed his own clothes. Gracelyn was momentarily stunned by his direct and bold action. Her eyes, previously filled with bashfulness, widened in surprise and then suddenly felt her face burning. Chin really? Oh my, he's just too shameless. Gracelyn blushed fiercely, realizing that she was staring so intently out of embarrassment. After coming to this realization, she quickly closed her eyes, unsure of what to say. It was incredibly embarrassing, she shouldn't have been looking. Somehow, she couldn't help but want to look. How peculiar. Her face grew hotter, and her closed eyes peeked through a tiny slit in a manner Huxley couldn't notice, as if not deliberately paying attention. Just then, Gracelyn heard Huxley chuckle softly, "Chloe, are you closing your eyes because you're afraid to look?" Gracelyn, who had actually been peeking, immediately closed her eyes again. She thought, Chin's physique is truly mouth-watering. Even more attractive than top international male models. Gracelyn hurriedly pushed away these thoughts and just as she wanted to speak, she felt the quilt being lifted, followed by Huxley's strong body pressing lightly over her. His considerate arms supported himself on either side of her head, removing his weight from her. Foolish girl, Huxley kissed her lips gently. What will you do when you're this shy afterward? Gracelyn opened her eyes and saw Huxley's dark, intense gaze. She bit her lip, wrapped her arms around Huxley's neck, not knowing what to say. She finally called out softly, "She." Huxley's eyes darkened instantly. He had no resistance against Gracelyn. He found it unbearable, especially when she showed even a hint of initiative. Then, he recalled what she had said, "I also want." Amber at this moment, nothing else mattered to Huxley, only that she was his now. No, soon she would belong entirely to him, heart and soul. Huxley murmured, leaning in for another gentle kiss, tenderly parting her lips, tangling with her. While kissing, Huxley deliberately asked in a low voice, almost tempting and pressuring her, "Whose She am I?" Gracelyn lingered on Huxley's kiss, replying without thinking, "Mine." Huxley's heart fluttered intensely, and he asked again, "Close-sides being your She, whose are you calling me?" "Husband." Gracelyn answered, her face turning even redder, her heartbeat accelerating, her entire body softened. Huxley, feeling emboldened, began to undress Gracelyn gently while kissing her and cajoled, "Chloe, say you love husband." Those words pierced Gracelyn's heart like a sword made of honey, stirring her emotions and making her melt sweetly. She surrendered instantly, her grip on Huxley's neck tightening slightly. She whispered, "Yes, I love you." Huxley's pupils constricted sharply, the 4 words stirred a wild and passionate frenzy in him. Gracelyn was intoxicated as well. And virtually, she really liked Huxley very much. She had lied. It wasn't about getting back at Perry, it was that she had secretly admired Huxley. Since childhood, yes, but not in her early years when she didn't understand love or crushes. Amber's a child, she merely liked Huxley purely, much like liking ice cream, cola, or pretty dolls. Later, during adolescence, when she began to understand the emotions between men and women, she realized how much she truly liked Huxley. She always felt that Huxley was like a god, powerful, outstanding, and invincible. Huxley was handsome, capable, taciturn, serious, and wherever he went, he radiated like the sun, intense and dazzling, impossible to stare at directly. His reputation in his circle was always excellent, but he carried an air of authority that deterred people from easily approaching or getting close to him. He was always revered by everyone, treated as nobility, dignified and self-controlled, a dream lover to many noblewomen and debutantes in the high society circles. She knew there was an age gap between them. Now it may not seem obvious, but when they were younger, the difference was glaringly evident. They belonged to different age groups, and thus had no common interests or topics to discuss. Apart from the age difference, Huxley's exceptional excellence placed him at the peak, adding another layer of distance. For various reasons, she didn't want to admit, nor was willing to admit her feelings. If it was a secret admiration, keeping it hidden might bring a unique kind of beauty. When she initiated the flash marriage with Huxley, she hadn't been fully confident he'd agree, although she did think he might. Putting aside Perry's malicious intentions and elimination, they seemed more compatible in terms of age, shared interests, and common ground. Lost in Huxley's passionate embrace, Gracelyn's thoughts churned wildly. Huxley's crazed eyes deepened, his irises tinged with desire, not tears. He kissed her all over, treating her like a priceless treasure. Looking into Gracelyn's eyes, his voice husky and hoarse, he asked, "Wife, baby, are you ready?" Gracelyn nodded weakly, and Huxley lost all control. The night was filled with extreme passion. Next day, Martha guessed it was time and sent a servant to wake up Gracelyn and Huxley for breakfast. The driver informed Martha that they had returned to Sher Garden last night. Martha paused for a moment, perhaps he had some urgent work, and Huxley needed to handle it. "Yes," the driver replied, bowing. Martha waved him off, "Go ahead." As the driver left, the 3 Meng family men arrived in the main hall. Amber Aurelio asked, "President Sheen and Shinger haven't woken up yet?" Martha replied, "They've already left. There was some urgent business at Huxley's company." "Oh," Amber Aurelio scratched his head, "that urgent?" Martha smiled and called for breakfast. Gracelyn was still half asleep when Huxley started teasing her again. Kissing her awake, Gracelyn squinted, "She. Call me husband," Huxley interrupted with a kiss. Gracelyn blinked, still dazed, and was pulled back into a hazy world by Huxley, chapter 63, Intoxicated by Love. Huxley, tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, was practically driven wild with desire, unable to hold himself back. It wasn't until almost noon that Gracelyn lazily said in Huxley's embrace, "Husband, I'm so hungry." Could she not be hungry? She really had never known that Huxley's energy levels were astonishingly high. Huxley kissed her forehead. He felt genuinely pained as he asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Everything." Gracelyn closed her eyes and pouted, "I feel like I could eat an entire cow." Huxley chuckled at her exaggeration, "That much?" Gracelyn opened her eyes and nodded earnestly, "Really?" "No exaggeration." Huxley replied, "Clote, you haven't moved at all." Gracelyn blushed crimson. She buried her face in Huxley's chest, "I'm hungry." Huxley stopped teasing her and immediately said, "Your husband will make something for you." "You'll make it personally?" Gracelyn lifted her face. "Of course," Huxley said without hesitation and with utmost seriousness, "you've worked so hard. Naturally, I should cook for you personally." Ambrose. Gracelyn was both surprised and touched. She nodded instantly, "Okay." Huxley got up quickly. Gracelyn asked, "Amber, aren't you hungry?" Huxley put on his robe. He turned to look at her and stroked her head, saying, "Having you is enough for everything." Gracelyn smiled while biting her lip. Huxley donned his robe and asked, "Do you need a servant to attend to you?" Gracelyn hurriedly replied, "No need. I can get up by myself in a moment." Huxley said, "No rush, get up after you eat." Gracelyn nodded, looking at Huxley with starry eyes. Amber. Soon as Huxley left, Gracelyn pulled the quilt over her face. Just thinking of last night's intense scenes made her cheeks burn. Quote, physically, she felt nothing but comfort because Huxley was extraordinarily gentle, more than she had ever imagined. His actions, though wildly passionate, were inexplicably tender, completely different from his usual demeanor. After indulging in the sweetness for a while and rolling blissfully in bed several times, Gracelyn uncovered her face. Her beautiful little face was flushed, radiating happiness and satisfaction. She truly liked She so much. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Weston calling. Gracelyn's voice was slightly hoarse, but after some hesitation, she answered, "Hello, She." Weston asked, "What are you doing? Haven't you returned to China yet?" Gracelyn replied, "Came back last night, still in bed." Weston suddenly became excited, "Come out this afternoon. I have an exhilarating piece of good news to tell you." "Oh." Gracelyn blinked, "What news?" Weston replied, "It's a secret. I'll send you the address later, I'm treating." "Amber, right?" Gracelyn smacked her lips. Weston sounded very happy, "Great, see you later, my wonderful sister-in-law." Then he hung up. Gracelyn touched her chin, wondering if she should call Martha. Otherwise, two people disappearing like that from home would be quite strange. She felt awkward about it, like she was hiding something. Hadn't Huxley said he would find an excuse? So, let him handle it. Shortly after, Huxley returned carrying a large tray with an oversized bowl, more like a sea bowl. As he walked towards the bed, the aroma of food wafted into Gracelyn's nose. It smelled like poached eggs. Huxley placed the tray on the bedside table. Gracelyn saw that it was pitch black. Huxley handed her a robe and explained, "Poached eggs cooked for you." Gracelyn blinked and took the robe. "Amber, okay." "Why black?" "Chlorone sugar." Huxley sat beside the bed and naturally picked up the pillows behind her, helping her sit comfortably. "Chlorone sugar?" Gracelyn put on her robe. "Yep." Huxley nodded, lifting the bowl and added, "For replenishing blood." Gracelyn blushed again, but thought, "Really necessary? Do I need special blood replenishment?" She tidied her robe silently and asked, "How many did you cook?" The bowl was too large. Huxley stirred the soup with a spoon and replied, 12. Gracelyn. "So many?" Gracelyn said, "I can't finish them." Huxley responded, "Free-range eggs are small. Didn't you just say you're so hungry you could eat a whole cow?" Gracelyn pursed her lips, trying not to laugh. Yes, she did say that, but it was obviously exaggerated. "I can't eat that much." Gracelyn tucked her hair behind her ear. Huxley scooped a spoonful of broth to her lips, gently and lovingly yet with a hint of natural dominance. "You can eat them, be good." Gracelyn. Amber thought she found Huxley's insistence amusing. She couldn't deny feeling incredibly sweet and warm. "Huxley, what a wonderful husband." Gracelyn smiled, her eyes twinkling, and sipped the brown sugar soup. Huxley asked, "How is it?" Gracelyn nodded and praised, "Delicious." Huxley smiled faintly and ladled another spoonful. "Good, finish them obediently, baby." Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Huxley was feeding her? This treatment was almost too good. Oh dear, how can anyone resist this? Absolutely unbearable. Translation notes. The translation maintains the original tone and style. The structure and line breaks are consistent with the original text. Names are transliterated accurately. The story maintains continuity with previous chapters. Chapter 63, Which one smells cloitre, husband or eggs? Amber's Gracelyn nibbled on the egg Huxley fed her. She kept her eyes on him, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. After she swallowed it, Huxley asked again, "Isn't the egg more fragrant?" "Yep," Gracelyn nodded, her eyes twinkling with happiness. She commented, "The eggs are so soft and fragrant, the brown sugar is sweet and sticky. She, you really know how to control the heat. The eggs are cooked just right." Huxley smiled and offered her another spoonful. "I'm glad you like them. If they taste good, finish them all." Gracelyn pursed her lips, feeling a bit shy. 12. Would she be able to finish them all? Unexpectedly, Huxley's brown sugar poached eggs were so delicious that she might actually eat them all. Cause she was really very hungry. Her body felt completely drained. Huxley had been particularly active from last night till today. Was his body made of iron? Or was it because he couldn't control himself as this was his first time after many years? Gracelyn enjoyed being personally fed by Huxley and asked, She, aren't you eating? Have some, aren't you hungry? I'm fine, Huxley replied. After you finish, I'll go down to eat. I've already told the kitchen to prepare for me. Gracelyn blinked, so Huxley had specially made this bowl of brown sugar poached eggs just for her? Feeling incredibly touched, her heart was filled with sweetness when suddenly her phone rang. It was Savannah calling. Gracelyn answered while eating and put it on speaker. Savannah's voice came through. Shinger, She said you're back in the country and invited us to gather this afternoon. Yeah, I know, Gracelyn replied. See you then. Nicola's voice followed. He seemed very excited and mysterious, like he's about to announce something big. Gracelyn laughed. Yeah, he said there's some great news. Celine chimed in. Is it possible that She has finally found love after all these years? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Gracelyn glanced up at Huxley, who didn't seem to react. Nicola quickly added, now that you mention it, did someone take advantage of him? Everyone. Gracelyn nearly choked hearing this. With the speaker still on, she hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense. Nicola clicked her tongue, quite disappointed. Looks like the good thing went to someone else. Pfft. Gracelyn was taken aback by Nicola's shocking words and coughed. Huxley gently patted her back. Savannah chuckled. What are you doing, Shinger? Why did you choke? Are you eating? Celine also asked. Yes, Gracelyn answered after coughing twice. Nicola asked, what are you having for lunch? Without thinking, Gracelyn replied, Chlorone sugar poached eggs. Her reply left the three on the other end speechless before they started talking all at once. What? Eating poached eggs in the middle of the day? Amburned with brown sugar? Did you start your period? Nope, Gracelyn replied, taking another bite of the fragrant egg Huxley fed her. Amber, Celine exclaimed, why does it feel like you're sitting the confinement? Why are you eating this stuff? Gracelyn nearly choked again, hastily saying, what are you talking about? Stop saying nonsense. Celine continued, my cousin ate this during confinement after giving birth, 2 bowls a day. Gracelyn. With what Celine said, Gracelyn suddenly lost her appetite for Huxley's poached eggs. Yeah, Savannah agreed, seems like this is something people eat after childbirth. Realizing they couldn't continue the conversation, Gracelyn quickly said, stop saying such things. This can be eaten anytime, it's nutritious. Okay, bye, see you later. Gracelyn immediately hung up. Amber after hanging up, Huxley looked at her, and she looked back at him. Amber few moments later, Huxley resumed feeding her with the spoon. Come on, keep eating. Ignore them. It'll get cold if you don't eat now. Gracelyn's beautiful face fell. I'm full, no more. Huxley. You only ate 2, Huxley pointed out. Gracelyn pouted, no, don't want to eat anymore. Huxley chuckled, why? Just because of what they said? They're just joking. Who says this must only be eaten during confinement? Gracelyn blinked. Huxley continued, Amber, your husband wants to treat you as if you're in confinement. What's wrong with that? Gracelyn blushed at the word confinement. Through much persuasion, Huxley finally managed to make Gracelyn finish her meal. Gracelyn herself couldn't believe it, 12 whole eggs. She felt a bit embarrassed, especially since she previously said she couldn't finish them. Huxley was delighted and ruffled her hair. Great job. Gracelyn. Do you have plans to hang out with friends this afternoon? Huxley asked. Yes, Gracelyn nodded, just a few of us, Nicola, Weston, etc. Huxley smacked his lips. I actually wanted you to come to the company with me. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Should I meet you after we gather? Huxley didn't argue. Amber right. Concerned that Huxley hadn't eaten yet, Gracelyn urged him. Chlorine, you should eat now. Okay, Huxley nodded. Get ready, and I'll drive you. Huh, he was going to drive her himself? Such special treatment. Didn't they have a chauffeur? Plus, she could drive too. Gracelyn was still thinking about this when Huxley placed the bowl on the bedside table, leaned over, and kissed her. Gracelyn was caught off guard. Before she could react fully, Huxley smirked. Indeed, very fragrant. Was he talking about the eggs or her? Gracelyn. Before she could respond, Huxley asked, which one smells better, husband or eggs? Gracelyn was about to retort but saw Huxley was serious and wouldn't let her get away with it. So without any further ado, she simply said, you smell the best. My husband is the most fragrant. Satisfied with her answer, Huxley got up. Good. Get ready, I'm going to eat now. Once Gracelyn was ready, Huxley was already dressed and had finished his meal. He indeed drove Gracelyn himself. Weston had given the address of a drink shop styled in the urban vibe of the 1970s and 1980s. It had a lavish style spread over 2 floors with various foods and drinks, making it very distinctive. Huxley personally drove Gracelyn there. Weston had reserved a booth on the 2nd floor. Amber after parking the car, Huxley glanced at her. Let me escort you upstairs. No need, Gracelyn responded. We're here. Huxley got out of the car, opened the door for Gracelyn, and held out his hand. This place specializes in a mix of high-class and lowbrow vibes, so I definitely need to escort you upstairs. Gracelyn reached out her hand. Amber right. Yes, this place was themed after the 70s and 80s, where such places often had a mix of high and low cultures. Here, too, it was upscale yet somewhat vulgar. This unique blend precisely attracted many people. When Huxley accompanied Gracelyn into the booth, the others were already there, even ordering their food and drinks. Seeing Huxley come along with Gracelyn, they all froze for a few seconds. Recovering, Weston greeted first, brother-in-law and sister. Huxley nodded. Nicola, Savannah, and Celine hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Cheen." Huxley, unlike his usual cold demeanor, nodded friendly, "Hello, everyone." Despite his friendliness, only Gracelyn and Weston felt relaxed. Nicola and the others were quite tense. Weston invited, "Clorother, since you're here, why don't you sit with us for a while?" Huxley said, "No, I'll head back to the company for a bit." After speaking, he looked at Gracelyn and said, "Your husband is leaving first. Give me a call when you're done playing later, and I'll have Russell come to pick you up." "Okay." Gracelyn nodded with a smile, "Goodbye, Clorother Cheen." Huxley reached out and rubbed Gracelyn's head, then surprisingly leaned over toward her in front of everyone. This stance seemed like he was asking for a kiss. Gracelyn blushed slightly and stood on tiptoe to give Huxley a peck on the cheek. Huxley then voluntarily turned his other cheek towards her. "Gracelyn." "Everyone." Gracelyn kissed the other side of Huxley's face again, and only then did Huxley feel satisfied. He gave her a gentle kiss on the lips and said, "See you later, baby. Have fun." "Yeah," Gracelyn nodded. Huxley turned and left, while Weston raised his hand, "Older Clorother, take your time." The other three girls also followed suit, saying, "President Cheen, take your time." After Huxley left, Nicola deliberately opened the door to look out before closing it and shaking her head, "Wow, is this really President Cheen?" As she spoke, Nicola glanced at Gracelyn and then at Weston. Weston spread his hands, absolutely genuine. Gracelyn pulled Nicola to sit down, "That's him." Savannah immediately asked, "President Cheen actually called you baby?" And he initiated a kiss request. Celine added, "Pfft, who would have thought?" Everyone was quite surprised, and Gracelyn understood their reactions because she felt the same initially. Gracelyn shrugged and smiled, "Maybe because we got married, things are naturally different from before." This explanation was just barely acceptable. Nicola and the others didn't ask further but sighed, "It's like you've undergone a complete transformation after marriage." "Shinger, are these past few days of married life too perfect for you? It feels like President Cheen has fallen in love with you already." Yes. "I agree." Gracelyn replied, "We're already married, why bother discussing this now? As long as we're both doing fine, that's enough." Her words seemed reasonable. Celine and the others tilted their heads and scratched them, eventually agreeing, right. Nicola said, "Yeah, as long as President Cheen treats you well. He seems like a model husband." Celine commented. Gracelyn nodded firmly, "Exactly." Savannah said, "Then there's nothing else to say. As long as Shinger is happy, that's what matters." Gracelyn's eyes curved, "Yes, very happy." With this, they no longer worried about Gracelyn. Nicola turned to Weston, "So, what's this great news you have, being so mysterious?" Sure enough, Weston gave a mysterious smile and revealed that he would soon have his own big house and company. This announcement surprised Gracelyn and the others momentarily, but only for a moment. After all, Weston was the youngest son of the Cheen family. Celine exclaimed, "Wow, congratulations, Clorother She." Others also joined in congratulating him. Weston was overjoyed and even formally declared, "Since I'm starting a company, you'll all be artists under my company." They were stunned for a moment. Gracelyn was also quite surprised and asked curiously, "You're opening a film production company?" Weston responded, "What else can I do?" Nicola countered, "Do you know how to run a film production company?" Weston scratched his head but sounded very confident, "Of course not. Claude hiring a team is enough." This made sense, and everyone nodded, feeling excited. Savannah said, "Clorother She, your parents are so generous, saying you can open a company just like that, 666. Weston clarified, "It's not my parents opening it for me." Everyone, huh? After the surprise, the answer became clear. Nicola and the others all looked at Gracelyn. Gracelyn blinked. Weston quickly explained, "That's right. My good older brother is setting it up for me." Wow, Celine and the others marveled. Gracelyn wondered if Huxley had mentioned this to her, but she hadn't heard anything. While she was still pondering, Weston excitedly grabbed Gracelyn's hand, "Ambrose, this is thanks to you, my wonderful sister-in-law." Gracelyn was completely puzzled, What? Me? What did I do? I haven't told Clorother Cheen anything." Weston enthusiastically recounted the events briefly. After that, the conversation veered off, and one by one, they started asking Gracelyn if Huxley secretly loved her. This made Gracelyn pause, and she immediately said, "Clorother She said there isn't." Weston confirmed, "That's what my older brother said." Gracelyn pouted and shrugged, "Exactly." Ambrose thought she said that, her heart inexplicably beat faster. Nicola remarked, "Clote's secret love is something nobody admits outright, right? Even if it's pointed out, they deny it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a secret love anymore." Savannah and Celine nodded in agreement, "Right, that makes sense." Weston quickly added, "If that's the case, wouldn't he always deny it? There would never be an answer." Gracelyn silently agreed, Weston's point was indeed valid. Huxley had been denying it. He had even directly asked her last night, and she had denied it straight away. "Shinger, what do you think?" Weston asked Gracelyn. Gracelyn was lost in thought until Weston called her name again and nudged her. She came back to reality. Oh, yeah, maybe so. Claude, it doesn't matter much, does it? We're already married, whether or not there was hidden affection, whether or not he likes me, when he started liking me, and how much he likes me, it doesn't seem that important. This translated passage maintains the original tone and style of the Chinese text, ensuring a natural, fluent English translation without losing the storyline and logical coherence. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 64, Huxley must have had a secret crush on her. After Graceland spoke, she looked at her close friends without even uttering the words, right? The other four chimed in unanimously, it's so important. Graceland blinked, oh, really? Nicola replied, yes. How can it not be? Amber's secret crush. Damn, how thrilling and wonderful it is. Celine also said enviously, exactly. It's Huxley we're talking about. Just catching a glimpse of him today left me dazed. If he had secretly harbored feelings for you all along, wouldn't you feel excited and thrilled, shivering with anticipation? Graceland touched her nose. No need for shivering, right? Celine covered her face. I was just using an analogy. Don't you think it sounds perfect and marvelous? Graceland agreed inwardly but thought that since there wasn't any secret crush to begin with, why did it feel like they were treating it as a certainty? Amberly began rubbing her hands together and continued, I think what Xianxian and Xiao Xiao say is spot on. Totally accurate. Xinger, if I were you, my husband who unexpectedly confessed his long-term secret love for me, this man being Huxley, the top figure of our empire's business world, incredibly handsome, I would have been so thrilled that I'd host a week-long banquet at Royal One, celebrating grandly. Her words made Graceland burst into laughter. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Nicola raised her hand immediately. I don't find what Miles said exaggerated at all. Amber agreed. Graceland laughed even harder. Indeed, chatting and playing around with best friends always made her heart filled with joy. Celine also raised both hands. Me too. Me too. I agree wholeheartedly. Even a week-long banquet feels too low-key to me. We should spread the news within the circle, give red envelopes to all Qin Corporation employees, telling them their CEO has harbored feelings for me all along. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Graceland laughed so hard it nearly hurt. You all just love stirring things up. Nicola remarked, Xinger, you're just too reserved and easily satisfied. When President Qin proposed the impromptu marriage, you were over the moon. Naturally, you don't care about anything else. The girls couldn't contain their excitement. Graceland shrugged, not really. I feel this way is quite fine. There's a long time ahead, it's better to have a stable and loving future. Celine smacked her lips and glanced at Weston. Chi, what do you think? Weston pondered for a moment before looking at Graceland. Xinger, didn't my brother ask you? Graceland slightly paused, then realized what he meant. Yes, he did. Weston blinked, so only you harbored those feelings, but not him, right? Such a pity, just one-sided. Hearing this, Graceland scratched her head, Amberly, it wasn't like that either. What I told Jace that day was out of spite. Everyone stared at her wide-eyed. Amberly asked, so you didn't have a secret crush on President Qin either? Chloe-eyeing her lip, Graceland eventually nodded, yeah. Everyone was speechless. Weston promptly responded, oh, well. No worries, as long as you two are happy now. Graceland nodded, sipped her drink, and her thoughts drifted away. She thought, last night Huxley asked her about it. Amber thought she denied it. If Huxley really had feelings for her, shouldn't he have admitted it? Or maybe, like her, kept it hidden. Since it's a deep, hidden crush, perhaps it will continue to stay hidden? If that's the case, there's nothing much to pursue, right? Since the past can't be chased, looking forward to the present and future is better. While Graceland was lost in thought, Nicola and the others continued their enthusiastic discussion. One theme emerged. Huxley's feelings for her weren't as simple as they appeared on the surface. Even if he didn't have a long-standing crush, he definitely felt something significant. Otherwise, why would he agree to a flash marriage so readily? Not only did he agree, but his attitude was impeccable too. Graceland could drive, yet Huxley personally chauffeured her and ensured her safe arrival. Upon departure, he was so affectionate, constantly kissing and calling her endearments like Chloe. Without deep or unique emotions, how would a normal person behave like that? Initially, Nicola and Weston thought that if Huxley only wanted to quickly marry because of age, his behavior seemed odd. Even if Graceland is charming and satisfactory to him, it felt excessive to change so drastically after just a few days, almost as if he had transformed completely. Amber person they never understood before. Listening to their gossip, Graceland found it amusing and thought it was fortunate they didn't know all the small details. For instance, Huxley, who never sent flowers, gave her flowers on the day of the flash marriage. He showered her with sweet words, cooked meals for her, pampered her beyond expectations. Amber, and while under medication control, he endured intense pain just to avoid hurting her and hired the chief designer from KQ specifically for her. If they knew all these details, wouldn't they gossip non-stop for days and firmly believe that Huxley had harbored feelings for her for a long time? Graceland wasn't one to share every detail, so she didn't reveal much to Nicola and the others. These small sweet moments felt private to her, shareable but also okay to keep to herself. Therefore, Graceland listened quietly, smiling warmly at their analysis. In the end, Nicola and the others concluded definitively, Huxley must have had a secret crush on her. I'm absolutely certain, no exceptions. Upon hearing this final verdict, Gracelyn, initially smiling, gasped in surprise. They all looked at her. Nicholas said, no, aha, here, it's true. Celine added, right. Chloe's on years of gossip, if it's not true, you can use my head as a seat. Gracelyn couldn't help laughing, not that serious, really not that serious. There's a saying, isn't there? Gossipmongers are more concerned than the actual parties involved. Moreover, those listening and spreading gossip are eager to prove their speculations correct. So naturally, they search for clues like Sherlock Holmes to validate their gossip. They get excited over these clues, and once confirmed, their sense of accomplishment is unmatched. Amber's if they've become prophets and keen observers. Gracelyn clicked her lips, about to speak when Amberly interjected. Amber agreed. This servant agrees too. No exceptions. Definitely a secret crush. Now Gracelyn didn't know what to say and could only laugh awkwardly. Seeing the main party remain unconcerned and calm, the others grew even more anxious. Celine said, Shinger, aren't you curious? President Sheen might not admit it outright, but it doesn't mean it's false. Nicola quickly added, right. Just habitual denial, that's all. Amberly raised her hand again, +1. Gracelyn. Initially, Gracelyn wasn't overly curious, as she had previously said, she didn't think it mattered that much. The logic behind not thinking it mattered was, what if it wasn't true? She might feel disappointed and let down. Thus, she chose not to be curious, everything was fine as it was, wasn't it? So Gracelyn said, not really, I'm not curious. Let's stop gossiping about this. She feared being influenced by their curiosity and growing hopeful. Nicola blurted out straightforwardly, impossible. We must gossip until the end. Shinger, trust me, no exceptions. Gracelyn put on an innocent and dazed look, opening her mouth before finally saying, oh, you guys really are something. Celine gave Nicola a meaningful glance. Amber at this moment, Weston said, Amber right, all right. Let's leave this matter for now. I have my own ways to get to the bottom of it. Gracelyn. It was no use, these people were obsessed, and she couldn't stop them at all. Amber after a moment's thought, Gracelyn asked, did you invite us out today just to talk about this, She? This reminder made Weston react. Oh, no. The main thing is to discuss my house and company. For the house, do you think I should go for a manor or a large villa? They all exchanged glances. This question was not easy to give advice on. Nicola said, since your brother is handling the renovation, you can just ask for whatever you want. Gracelyn nodded in agreement. Yeah. Weston stroked his chin. Amber, I'm so conflicted. To fully own a fully furnished manor at such a young age makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Celine commented, She, you're slightly showing off there. Weston laughed. Heh. Amberly added, whether it's a large villa or a manor, if you want to decorate it to your ideal home, it will definitely take some time, right? Weston nodded, thinking for a moment. At least 6 months. Nicola pursed her lips and sighed, oh my, which lucky girl will live there in the future? Weston smiled while stroking his chin. Why don't you all come over? Upon hearing this, the 3 girls rolled their eyes at him. Daydream on. Ha ha ha. Weston laughed. Gracelyn chuckled and sized up her 3 best friends, saying, well, whichever lucky girl it is will have to call me Chloe's sister-in-law. Nicola immediately crossed her arms. No way. Definitely not me, just seeing She makes me lose interest. Amber as she spoke, the others happened to be drinking their beverages. Hearing this, they almost burst out laughing, unable to hold back their drinks. Weston had already spurted out his drink, nearly spraying Nicola's face. Celine and Amberly were pounding the table with laughter. Celine exclaimed, damn, She, you're truly amazing. Amberly was laughing so hard she nearly fell off the sofa, clutching her stomach. God, losing interest, she, you're something. Weston blushed, rolling up his non-existent sleeves as if ready to hit Nicola. Nicola immediately stood up. I misspoke. It should be that I can't. Before she finished, Nicola ran away because Weston was about to hit her. Running out of the booth, Nicola's voice could be heard shouting, help. The two began horseplaying again. Gracelyn couldn't stop laughing, thinking it was fortunate Huxley wasn't here. Young girls really speak without any reserve. Laughing uncontrollably, Gracelyn rubbed her belly. Speaking of which, does She not have any feelings for She? Celine hammered the table. Ha ha ha, Shinger, don't worry about it, ha ha ha. Didn't she just say, that she loses interest? Ha ha. Gracelyn was again amused to tears, waving her hands. Okay, let's move past this topic. Then Amberly said, hey, Shinger, look at that woman, isn't that Kala? Amberly pointed, and Gracelyn and Celine stopped laughing to look where she was pointing. Downstairs. Their semi-enclosed booth on the 2nd floor allowed them a clear view of downstairs. Gracelyn blinked. Hey, it looks like her indeed. Celine got a good look too, questioning, strange, why does she seem so close to the Jean family's fatty? The Jean family was another wealthy household in the capital, naturally part of their circle. Jean Fatty, also known as Chloe Fat Jean, was actually the youngest son of the Jean family and the most pampered. He was around 27 or 28 years old, very heavy, weighing about 180 pounds, but not very tall. Chloe Fat Jean was naturally a nickname. Not many called him that, but people in the circle who knew him well could call him this way. He was usually referred to as Young Jean. Young Jean owned a film company that was one of the leading ones in the capital, part of the family business started by his parents, holding a high status in the film industry. When Kala first debuted, she was under Young Jin's management, but soon left to set up her own studio and later founded her own film company. Kala's relationship with Young Jin seemed quite good publicly. Those familiar with the Jin family also knew Young Jin quite well. He was skilled at socializing, always smiling and maintaining a charming demeanor with the rich and famous, making friends effortlessly, much like a natural-born socialite. To ordinary people, he might come across as somewhat superior. These weren't the main issues, the key point was that he was a bit of a playboy. Starting from the film industry, the family company had plenty of handsome men and beautiful women, so resources were never lacking. However, Young Jin didn't hide his penchant for the opposite sex. He didn't care what others thought, almost like he wanted a sign on his forehead saying, "I'm a flirt." In his words, that's called appreciating beauty, not being able to bear seeing sisters and brothers sad. His philosophy was, cloac off, other men, and let me be the jerk, thank you. People described him as, passing through fields of flowers, hoping even the soil would stick to him. Giving off a vibe of wanting to gather all women into his harem. Sometimes he'd joke around with Nicola and the others, never getting upset when scolded, always generous and with a great temper. Secretly, he never played dirty either. So, the impression everyone had of him was not entirely bad but not particularly positive either. Gracelyn saw clearly that Kala was standing very close to Young Jin, chatting animatedly. Or rather, her stance looked like she was flirting. Kala's hand was resting on Young Jin's shoulder, leaning toward him, making it seem like she might fall into his arms at any moment. This scene was quite shocking. Normally, anyone who knew both of them would think, it should be Young Jin, like a butterfly among flowers, throwing himself at Kala, begging for affection. Now, it was reversed. Absolutely unbelievable. Translation continues to follow the original structure, style, and narrative flow. If you need further translation or assistance, please let me know. Chapter 65, Let's Go Deal with Her. Celine suddenly became excited and immediately said, "Shouldn't we record this on our phones?" Luciana also sneered, "What is she talking about? Last time when she came to challenge you, she was bragging about how much she loves General Manager Jean after all these years. How could she turn around and be all cozy with little General Manager Jean?" After saying that, Luciana quickly added, Xiao, film it. It would be perfect to show what kind of woman she is to General Manager Jean. Celine got excited and was ready to record it with her phone. Gracelyn, however, said, "Isn't that unnecessary?" Hearing this, both turned their attention to her. Gracelyn shrugged and explained, "Everyone knows what sort of person little General Manager Jean is. Isn't his tabloid news plentiful enough? Almost every day, he's on the hot search list multiple times. Furthermore, Kala is also a celebrity, and little General Manager Jean used to be her boss. Even if it were filmed, it wouldn't prove anything but instead make us seem like gossipers." Gracelyn made a lot of sense. Celine pouted but put down her phone. Luciana commented with obvious disdain, "With an attitude like that, she still dreams of winning over General Manager Jean?" Gracelyn added, "That's why I don't want you to film it. Other Jean probably doesn't even care about her." Celine promptly asked, "Speaking of which, Shinger, you haven't told us about the love poem yet." Upon hearing this, Gracelyn smiled and was about to speak when Weston entered, carrying Tracy by the back of her neck. Celine and Luciana. Tracy exclaimed, "Hey, let me go, real men don't fight with women." Weston released her, "Don't talk nonsense next time." Pouting, Tracy returned to the sofa and made a face. Celine noted, "General Manager Han said she was telling the truth." Weston. Luciana started laughing again, and Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh too. Tracy whispered into Celine's ear, making faces and gestures. Feeling exasperated, Weston asked Gracelyn, "What are you all talking about?" Luciana pointed at them with her finger, "Here." Following her gaze, Weston raised an eyebrow and cursed, "Damn." Gracelyn gently reminded him, "Chloe polite, She." Weston, clearly disgusted, replied, "She even wants to be my sister-in-law? Let her dream on, she wouldn't get that position even in a million years." Gracelyn stifled a laugh and coughed lightly, "Stay calm." Weston then picked up his phone, seemingly ready to take a photo. Gracelyn casually remarked, Jean isn't interested in seeing her, why take photos?" Weston slapped his head, "Right." Though he agreed, a moment later he added, "No way, I have to take one." "I need to show my brother." Gracelyn. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Gracelyn relented. Weston took the photo while Celine followed up, "Shinger, you haven't answered yet. What did General Manager Jean say about the love poem?" Gracelyn sipped her drink and responded, "It was indeed written by Jean, but it's an old calligraphy piece from class that Kala stole. Stole? Everyone raised an eyebrow. Yes, Gracelyn nodded, the calligraphy class is just for interest, the teacher collected students' works. Kala found it easy to steal some pieces without drawing attention. They all nodded in agreement, recognizing the casual nature of such classes. Smiling with satisfaction, Weston said, I'll send this to my brother later. Let's see how Kala can still claim she likes him in front of him after this. Gracelyn smiled, appreciating the support of her best friends. However, she doubted Huxley cared about Kala at all. They hadn't mentioned Kala since that phone call about the love poem. Later on, she forgot to bring it up as Huxley arranged for her to come over directly. Amber and after flying over, they had been too busy being intimate, forgetting everything else. Then came the Amber Lice incident. Chloe the way, Shinger, Tracy suddenly asked, does General Manager Cheen know everything about this? Didn't he do anything? Didn't he deal with Kala? Luciana joined in, yes, did General Manager Cheen just let her off scot-free? Celine added, is he still considering past friendship? If so, that's understandable, right? Claude, he shouldn't consider that at all, given Kala's behavior. Did she know it was impossible with General Manager Cheen and thus shifted to flirting with little General Manager Jean? Wow, that's a quick change of taste. Tracy scratched her chin, that's unlikely. Kala is an Oscar winner, the difference in taste seems too extreme. Gracelyn replied, I don't know. Indeed, it seemed Huxley hadn't dealt with Kala. Skeptical, Weston asked, my brother didn't deal with Kala? Impossible. Gracelyn thought for a moment, when I brought up Kala during our phone call, Clore other Cheen gave me a reason and never mentioned her again. He then arranged for me to fly abroad. So I guess, he didn't deal with her. Without today's sighting of Kala, Gracelyn had almost forgotten about her. Her explanation clarified things for everyone. Tracy rested her chin on her hand, oh, okay. No worries. Even if General Manager Cheen didn't deal with her out of old friendship, we can. Exactly. Celine snapped her fingers, that's exactly what I meant. Huh, Luciana chimed in, Amber right, let's go deal with her. Gracelyn blinked and asked hastily, how will you deal with her? Weston was also curious, will you beat her up? Tracy clicked her tongue, no need. We all know what little General Manager Jean is like. Amber apart from Shinger, it seems he has entertained pretty much everyone, hasn't he? Yeah, Celine nodded, he invited me to watch a movie last week. Luciana couldn't help but laugh, Amber, last week? I was 2 days before that. Amber. Tracy laughed loudly, he even said goodnight to me last night. Amber 3 burst into laughter. Gracelyn. Can you really do that? Gracelyn was torn between laughing and crying, little General Manager Jean sure is a real Casanova. Celine remarked, well, he's casting a wide net and focusing on certain ones. Luciana added, virtually, it's not that bad. Calling him the girl's friend sounds more fitting. Chloe'd, find him, unhappy, find him, want to vent, find him, even short of money, find him. Right, that's true. Tracy and Celine nodded in agreement. Gracelyn giggled, so it seems little General Manager Jean really is becoming more of a Casanova. Weston frowned, why don't I know little General Manager Jean has been bothering you? Tracy explained, Chloe othering. We've already established he's the girl's friend. Let's go. They all stood up. Gracelyn blinked, or maybe we should reconsider. Celine insisted, no reconsidering. Shinger, wait and see. True to their words, they really headed down to confront Kala. Seeing Kala being so close to little General Manager Jean, 3 girls stirring things up would definitely embarrass her immensely. Moreover, these 3 were girls little General Manager Jean would never dare offend, they were determined to stand up for Gracelyn, and there was no way she could dissuade them. Moreover, it would be rude to reject her best friend's good intentions. The 3 girls went downstairs, leaving Gracelyn with no choice but to ask Weston, shall we just watch from here? Weston nodded in agreement. Downstairs, Kala, although acting quite intimate with little General Manager Jean, was fuming inside. Her company had been mysteriously hollowed out overnight, her staff and artists all quit their contracts. In recent days, she had been in a state of utter bewilderment and panic, unsure what caused such a sudden turn of events. To make matters worse, the artists even paid her a considerable amount as compensation for breach of contract. Cloak, that was only a minor issue, the real problem was the mass resignation of her artists. These artists were already doing quite well, gaining both achievements and recognition. Once the media learned that all the artists in her company had fled, she didn't know how she'd be portrayed. No matter how this played out, it would greatly impact her. After multiple inquiries, Kala found out that her artists had all transferred to little General Manager Jin's company, including her staff. So naturally, Kala came to confront little General Manager Jean. However, he kept playing hard to get and refused to spill the beans, forcing Kala to resort to using some feminine charm. Who knew that little General Manager Jean still wouldn't budge? She couldn't figure out whether he really intended to toy with her or had some other plan in mind. Kala was nearly driven to despair. Virtually, she suspected Huxley might be behind this. It was no small feat to hollow out her company in just 2 or 3 days. Apart from Huxley, who else would do something so trivial? Yet, she couldn't reach Huxley on the phone. He had blocked her. When she went to Cheen's group, she was told that Huxley wasn't even in the office. She considered calling Graceland to demand an explanation, but that also made her uneasy. After all, she had no proof that Huxley was responsible. She'd need solid evidence before confronting Huxley and Graceland, then she would have a stronger argument. Thus, she had to extract the truth from Little General Manager Jean, even if it meant enduring some inconvenience. Little General Manager Jean knew very well who was behind it all. However, he wasn't the type to gossip and wasn't keen on sharing. Close seeing Kala's persistent efforts and pitiful state over the past few days, he felt a bit sympathetic. Finally, when he could no longer tolerate Kala's entanglement, he said, "Miss Xiao, listen. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but things have reached this point. Why don't you start fresh and cultivate new talent? With money, can't you find new staff and artists? Why keep lingering on this issue?" Kala sighed, "Mr. Jean, you just need to tell me who's behind this. Why are you unwilling to say? Is it because you fear retaliation, or are you intentionally making things difficult for me?" Little General Manager Jean replied, "What difference would it make if I told you? Do you plan to confront him? If you feel your company is unviable, why not return here? You'd always be welcome." It seemed that even persistence and pleading weren't moving him. Unwilling to back down, Kala had a pretty good idea of who it was but needed a definite confirmation. With that in mind, Kala leaned against Little General Manager Jean, pouting and cooing, "Oh Mr. Jean, please consider our long-standing relationship. Can you at least tell me clearly so I can die with my eyes open? Even if I come back to your company afterward, that would be fine." Her words made Little General Manager Jean pause for thought. If Kala publicly announced her return to her old company, it could be beneficial for him. However, he wondered how badly she had offended Huxley. Would she still be useful? Little General Manager Jean was uncertain. He sighed, "Amber, girls like you always cling to little issues and refuse to let go. What can you do?" Kala, 30 years old, smiled upon being called a girl by Little General Manager Jean. The grievances of the past moments seemed to dissipate slightly. Moreover, his tone indicated he was about to speak. Seizing the moment, Kala pressed, "Since you already know, please don't torment me anymore, okay?" Her voice was sweet and cloying, sending shivers up Little General Manager Jean's spine. Usually, Little General Manager Jean had little resistance to beautiful women. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a clear female voice interrupted, "Oh, isn't this Little General Manager Jean?" Looking up, Little General Manager Jean saw 3 stunning beauties standing before him. It was summer, and they were dressed lightly, adding to their allure. These 3 girls, Tracy, Celine, and Luciana, were in the prime of their youth. Standing together, they nearly blinded Little General Manager Jean with their beauty, and his eyes no longer noticed Kala. Excitedly, he jumped up, saying, "Cici. Xiao Xiao. Meyer." His excitement and familiarity with them were palpable. Kala, however, stared wide-eyed, a surge of inexplicable fury rising to her temples. She was so close to getting an answer. What was going on with these women? Kala immediately recognized Tracy and the others, realizing the situation. Seeing Little General Manager Jin's friendly attitude, Celine teased, "Clorother Jean, didn't you invite me to a movie last week?" Luciana chimed in, "Clorother Jean, you invited me the day before." Tracy added, "Who did Clorother Jean call baby last night?" Little General Manager Jean laughed heartily, saying, "Amber, you're all my dear sisters. Inviting you to a movie is a privilege. Amber's for the good night. Well, if you need, I'll be like an Amber and say, good night, baby, every day." Such was Little General Manager Jin's personality. He loved beautiful women openly and unashamedly. He could be labeled a womanizer, but he could also be seen as a friend to all women. On the side, Kala's face turned green with anger. She tugged at Little General Manager Jin's sleeve, her voice hurried and somewhat pleading, "Mr. Jean, you haven't answered my question yet." She was about to hear the answer, only to have it completely ruined by Graceland's 3 meddling girlfriends. Note, I've maintained the paragraph structure and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 66, Clorother Jean, "Oh, what did my husband do to you?" Kala had already guessed that the hollowing out of her company was orchestrated by Huxley. She didn't know if it was a warning to her or if all this was incited by Graceland, conveying Graceland's intentions. Of course, Huxley did this to help Graceland vent. Lowering her stance in front of Little Manager Jean was merely a tactic to obtain concrete evidence. Now, with Graceland's accomplice turning up, how could Kala not be anxious and angry? Her expression darkened as she tugged at Little Manager Jin's shirt sleeve, pleading impatiently, "Manager Jean, go ahead and flirt with Miss Chloe. I have no objections, and I should step aside. Clote, since we've talked this far, please don't keep us in suspense." Little Manager Jean turned his gaze towards her and said, "Well, actually, you don't need to know for sure. Knowing wouldn't help anyway. It might be better not knowing, right?" This only infuriated Kala further. Manager Jean was about to speak. So these 3 lowly women. Kala instantly shot a furious look at Nicola and the other 2. Who knew what would happen? Before she could even retaliate, Nicola initiated a verbal confrontation, crossing her arms and saying, "Chloe Ambertress Zhao, what's most important is clarity and tact in speech. I used to think you were a star, talented and respectful. Yet after interacting with you, I realized that your past image was just an act. Before Kala could flare up, Nicola's words hit her squarely in the face, leaving her pale and flushed. Kala had always been temperamental, having been pampered for too long. Huxley treated her courteously before Graceland came into the picture. However, afterward, she plummeted from the sky. Chloeing insulted like this by Nicola triggered her bad temper again. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and aimed a slap at Nicola. The scene unfolded quickly. Nicola only managed to widen her eyes before Celine pulled her back. Little manager Jean timely intervened, grabbing Kala's hand in surprise. Sister Weyer, what are you doing? Why would you hit someone before even finishing a sentence? Nicola isn't some minor artist or assistant. Only then did Kala realize her impulsive action, feeling flustered and on the verge of tears. Graceland and Weston, watching from upstairs, rushed down the moment Kala raised her hand. Weston shouted from above, dare touch her and see what happens. However, the music and chatter drowned him out. Celine asked anxiously, Chan, are you okay? I'm fine. Nicola looked at Kala. It seems Miss Zhao has quite a temper. Is slapping people so easily a habit? Amber at this point, Graceland and Weston also ran downstairs. Chan, Graceland worriedly took Nicola's hand. Amber, you okay? I'm fine. Nicola said, why are you both here? Before she could finish, Weston grabbed her hand again, scolding, you're reckless, running around with your mouth loose, stirring trouble. Nicola. Lay off Chan, and she's fine, Kelly immediately interjected. Chicho stopped berating her. Weston. You proud? Weston stared at the three. Nicola nodded leadingly, not bad, thanks to Xiao pulling me back in time. Weston. Forget it, communication is impossible. Seeing this, Kala felt even more enraged and disappointed. She now understood everything. Indeed, Graceland was present, orchestrating her friends to instigate this mess. Graceland directly confronted Kala. Miss Zhao, why did you initiate physical violence? Enraged, Kala retorted, Miss Meng, your friends started it. Nicola immediately countered, stop lying. You started insulting us first. Kala glared at Nicola, what's wrong with you? It was you who approached me. Did I talk to you first? Nicola smiled sardonically, no, but how did you phrase it to manager Jean? Flirting with him and loving you? How many girls flirt with one man? You deliberately tried to provoke us, now don't blame us for reciprocating. Us, flirting? Kala seemed amused, you're hilarious. When three women talk to a man like that, it's definitely flirting. Isn't it supposed to be greetings? Kala had intended to provoke them, she wouldn't admit it though. Nicola replied sharply, you're seeing filth where there's none. Talking to a man closely and leaning on him? Amber, you worried about being seen? Amber, aren't you claiming to love General Qin? Why do you seem so close to another man? Red-faced and furious, Kala snapped, nonsense. I'll give you back what you just said. What? Nicola raised an eyebrow. Filthy mind sees filth, Kala shot back. Despite her anger, Nicola remained calm, seemingly pondering something. Celine and Kelly were livid. Celine looked at Manager Jean, wasn't she practically climbing all over you? Manager Jean was at a loss for words. Kala retorted, we were discussing normally. With loud music and voices, it's natural to get closer. You're thinking too much. Celine almost lashed out, Kelly held her back, calming her down. Muttering, Celine squeezed Manager Jin's wrist hard. Then Nicola spoke, indeed, Ambactress Zhao is a seasoned socialite, full of ulterior motives. This was a clever ploy to preemptively defame us. What are you talking about? Kala frowned. Nicola shrugged, losing interest in continuing. Graceland understood and asked Kala, Miss Zhao, I want you to apologize to my friend. What? Kala was bewildered, Miss Meng, are you mistaken? Your friend. I'm not mistaken, Graceland interrupted, did they come down to speak to you? Caught off guard, Kala couldn't deny, no. They were speaking to Manager Jean, right? Graceland continued. Yes, Kala nodded. Graceland logically argued, they spoke to someone near you, yet you chose to describe their actions with inappropriate terms like flirting. Thus, you were the one being rude and looking for trouble. You disrespected both my friend and Manager Jean. Amber's everyone knows, the word flirting isn't something to be used lightly. With one man and three women, I can't imagine why such words would be used to describe this situation. So, it's your problem. We're not fools, my friends picked up on your ill intentions and responded in kind. You became enraged and wanted to hit someone. If little Manager Jean hadn't intervened and my friend hadn't dodged, Miss Zhao, how would you account for that? Graceland's logically presented arguments left Kala speechless for several seconds. Graceland stood her ground, looking at Kala with a firm attitude and demanded, you must apologize to my friends one by one. Amber's for Manager Jean, it doesn't matter whether you apologize or not. Amber at this, Nicola, Kelly, and Celine all straightened their chests proudly. Oh my, what Graceland said was so reasonable. Nicola had initially thought that Kala had some devious schemes in mind and didn't want to engage too much with her, even finding it troublesome just seeing her. She wished to avoid further entanglements. Unexpectedly, Graceland spoke directly and effectively, leaving Kala unable to respond. Her expression was indescribable. Gracelyn wasn't in a rush, waiting patiently, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, in silence. Ultimately, Kala couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal and could only admit, sorry, I made a mistake with my choice of words. Her apology came out stammered and hesitant, clearly reflecting the difficulty she had in offering it. Gracelyn didn't care, it wasn't her who found it difficult. I actually had no ill intentions. Just, in the heat of the moment, Kala instinctively tried to explain herself. Explanation is a human instinct, no one wants to be the disliked villain. Even if they are, they still want an explanation after the incident. Amber's Kala struggled through her explanation, her face turned red, her nose flushed, and her eyes welled up with tears, making it seem like she was about to cry. Claude, Nicola and the others felt no sympathy. Not only did they feel no pity, but they also thought it was excruciating to watch Kala try to save face after her own actions. Celine finally couldn't take it anymore and said directly, we asked for an apology, not an explanation. Just apologizing would have been enough. Nicola fully agreed with this sentiment, as did Gracelyn. However, Celine's words made Kala suddenly look up at her, and then tears started streaming down her face, startling Celine. Seeing her reaction, everyone else's brows furrowed in confusion. Surely it shouldn't come to this? Kala had initiated the mischief first, why did it now seem like she was reporting the wrongdoing? Before anyone could react, Kala turned to Gracelyn and asked, Amber, are you satisfied? Gracelyn felt a sudden sense of tedium and nodded expressionlessly. Since Miss Zhao wants to appear as if you were put in a tough spot, please refrain from saying unpleasant things and doing unpleasant things next time. With that, Gracelyn intended to leave, but Kala burst out, I wonder who went to such lengths, making me humble myself to ask Xiao Jin for answers, yet Xiao Jin wouldn't say a word. Now I finally understand, who else could have done this and even come as a group? Note, the phrase has been translated to making me humble myself to ask Xiao Jin for answers, to better fit the flow and context in English. If Gracelyn didn't understand Kala's earlier remarks, this last part only confused her more, group effort. So, Kala believed she intentionally orchestrated a group attack on her? This was utterly baseless. Gracelyn asked, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Kala looked deeply humiliated and accused, stop pretending. Gracelyn was even more puzzled. Little Manager Jean turned to Kala, you should have realized whom you offended. They didn't pursue it further or reveal it, showing restraint. Why, sigh. Restraint? Kala sobbed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Miss Meng, what deep grudge do you have against me that you would treat me like this? Gracelyn was thoroughly confused, what are you talking about? How did I treat you? Nicola frowned, does she think we deliberately came here to deal with her? That statement stunned Gracelyn and the others. Kelly commented, oh my god, does she really imagine things that much? She truly lives up to being an Oscar-winning actress. Gracelyn couldn't agree more. Feeling disinterested, since Kala had already apologized, she didn't want to argue. Kala seemed a bit unhinged, speaking nonsensically. Just as Gracelyn was about to leave, Little Manager Jean gently pulled Kala aside, whispering, Wei, let it go. Don't make a scene here. Go back. Meng Third Miss didn't know about this. There's no need for you to embarrass yourself. They almost didn't hear this whispered advice from Little Manager Jean. Meanwhile, Kelly softly remarked, Xing. Looking at Kala like this, it seems like someone really messed with her. Could it be? Kelly's eyes widened in realization. Gracelyn also suddenly remembered. Huxley. Did Chloe or other Chin do something to Kala? Before Gracelyn could speak, Kala blurted out, ignoring Little Manager Jin's attempts to stop her, it must have been your idea, right? You made Huxley do this, correct? Gracelyn tilted her head, perplexed, what are you talking about? Huxley, oh, I mean, my husband, did what? Saying, my husband, cut Kala to the core. She wanted to pounce on Gracelyn and beat her senseless. The man she'd loved for over a decade suddenly became another woman's husband without any warning or explanation. Amber and he did it all for this woman, calling to interrogate her, warn her, delete her, and block her. He even emptied her company, forcing her to humiliate herself by begging for answers, turning her into a complete joke. Chapter 67, Chloe's Chin loves you so much. Moreover, Gracelyn looked completely unaware of the situation. This was even more infuriating. On what grounds was Gracelyn unaware? Why did she deserve such perfect protection? Jace immediately glared at Gracelyn in anger. What act are you putting on? How can you not know? This must have been your instruction. Amber, after doing something bad, you act innocent? Now, you all come to bully me? Gracelyn slightly raised her eyebrows. Damn, Jace's ability to twist things was really impressive, she could turn white into black. Jace continued, they say the third Miss Meng is very well liked in the Imperial Capital Circle. It seems now that it's just a superficial image. To put it bluntly, someone who looks sweet and gentle is actually quite the opposite. Jace only said this out of sheer anger. Since many things had already become settled, why should she bother speaking nicely to Gracelyn? Plus, her temper had always been short. How could she endure this? Amber, after saying this, Jace expected Gracelyn to retaliate. Surprisingly, Gracelyn didn't seem bothered at all. Jace became even angrier. Why wasn't she affected at all? So, Jace added a sharp, venomous, and utterly offensive remark. To put it bluntly, you're nothing but a lily-white lotus flower that's black-hearted, rotten to the core. Such malicious words were thrown at Graceland for doing nothing. Weston, Tracy, and the others grew anxious. Amber, you sick or something? Can you talk normally? You really are crazy. Shinger hasn't done anything, why are you cursing her like this? Enraged, they moved forward as if to teach Jace a lesson. However, Graceland quickly stopped them. Actually, she wasn't upset. She merely felt that Jace was truly pitiful, though she felt no sympathy or softness, just an odd sense of pity. Miss Zhao, Graceland calmly said to the enraged Jace, you don't need to evaluate me. Whether I'm a black-hearted lotus flower or a demon, it's none of your business. The point is, regardless of what kind of person I am, my husband still loves me. He's willing to marry me, love me, and spend our entire lives together in bliss. We will have many children and grandchildren. Hearing this, Jace's face instantly turned pale, as if she'd suffered a huge blow. She could barely stand up straight. Graceland continued, so, I don't need your evaluation. It doesn't matter to me. Even if I'm a despicable person, my husband still dotes on me. Upon finishing, Graceland smiled, a smile that stabbed deep into the heart. You. Jace choked with rage. Oh, right, Graceland added, I've been wondering, Miss Zhao, what exactly did my husband do to you that has made you so angry, and even compelled you to apologize to Crawford? It's intriguing. It must be pretty severe, seeing how angry you've gotten. If people could die from extreme anger, Jace would have already bled to death 3 times over by now. Fuming, Jace retorted, you're good at acting. Clearly, you know, but pretend not to. Seeing Jace wouldn't reveal any details, Graceland lost interest and shrugged. Never mind then. Crawford interjected, I've told you, third Miss Meng didn't know about this. Jace nearly exploded again. Whose side was Crawford on? Did he see a beautiful woman and lose his mind? He suddenly sided with Graceland and company? Jace didn't know how to respond. Celine asked curiously, what happened? What did sight1-129 do to her? Crawford replied, it's simple, he dismantled her company. Everyone, Amber? Graceland was also surprised. Dismantled? Not literally, Crawford clarified, but the structure of her company was hollowed out. Staff members and artists all jumped ship. Graceland blinked. Wow, pretty cool. Amberly looked at Crawford and asked, her staff and artists didn't all go to your company, did they? Yeah, Crawford nodded, trying to ease the tension, Actually, it's nothing much. Sister Weiwei also came from my company. These artists are like returning home. Sister Weiwei can come back too. Upon hearing this, Jace wished she could strangle him but dared not offend Crawford. Huh, Amberly chuckled. For Graceland, whether Jace joined Crawford's company or not, she really didn't care. Instead, she was incredibly delighted by this unexpected news. She had always thought Huxley would leave it at that, taking no further action. Quote unexpectedly, Huxley had taken a big step, quietly and harshly dealing with Jace. Amber's entire company had been hollowed out. For a mature adult in society, this was extremely unfriendly. Moreover, Jace was a celebrity, and she would have to work hard to suppress this information, but it wouldn't last long. So Jace came to Crawford, even risking a bit of her dignity. Graceland's eyes sparkled brightly, her mood couldn't be more delightful. Feeling happy, she didn't want to argue with Jace anymore and was about to leave. However, Jace said, what act are you putting on? Clearly, it was your instruction to Huxley, yet you pretend innocence in front of everyone else? Jace said this intentionally, maybe to make herself feel better believing it. Seeing Jace holding on to her, Graceland sighed in exasperation. Tracy couldn't hold back her anger, glaring at Jace. Miss Zhao, why are you nagging like an old lady? Crawford already said Shinger didn't know. Why must you throw dirt on her? Celine also chimed in, exactly, you go and confront the one who wronged you directly. Amber, you scared? Scared of finding sight1-129, but brave enough to bully Shinger? Let me tell you, Shinger isn't easy to bully. Right. Amberly added, Miss Zhao, if you were sensible, things wouldn't have escalated. Crawford has given you plenty of chances to de-escalate. If you keep talking rudely, don't blame us for not being polite either. Weston also snapped, looks like she needs another beating. Everyone laughed. Tracy added, oh, right, Miss Zhao, do you forget what Amber and Shuang once said? Graceland's close friends naturally stood up for her. Surrounded by so many defenders, Graceland appeared unbothered while Jace seemed weak and alone. Let's separate issues, Jace argued. Last time was a misunderstanding. This time is different. Does third Miss Meng dare to act but not admit it? Now you're using numbers to bully someone? Feeling even more aggrieved, Jace added, I was talking to Crawford properly, and you guys interrupted. Is this respectful? Bullying me because I can't speak up against all of you? It seemed Jace was determined not to let go. Graceland found it absurd. Miss Zhao, I think you're boring. I've said I didn't know, but you refuse to believe it. Why must I admit it when I did nothing? These words left Jay speechless, but she was furious about Graceland's ignorance and the support she received from so many people. You obviously don't want to admit it. Graceland smiled. If you know I don't want to admit it, why waste time? Close sides, even if I didn't instruct it, my husband did it for me. Let me tell you, I'm ecstatic right now. I'm going to find my husband to kiss and hug him. Note, the tone and style of the translation are maintained to closely resemble the original text, including the emotional intensity and the rapid exchange of dialogue. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original Chinese text, Chapter 68, Matters of Consequence. Jace was utterly infuriated and screamed, You shameless woman. Graceland straightened her expression. The shameless one has always been you, hasn't it? Miss Zhao, don't forget how my husband forced you to apologize in the office that day and why you had to clean up afterward. I suggest you behave yourself. We can coexist without bothering each other. Graceland's reminder brought back memories for Jace. No, she hadn't forgotten at all. Such humiliation couldn't be forgotten by anyone. How could it be forgotten? Clocause it couldn't be forgotten. Jace felt such intense anger. She had already offended Huxley to the utmost extent and hit rock bottom. Did she fear offending him even more now? With nothing left to lose, Jace became more brazen. She had offended both Huxley and Graceland. Keeping silent wouldn't mend their relationship anyway. So why not just go all out? In retaliation, Jace said, I've already apologized and cleaned up. Why haven't you let it go? Why did you still mess with my company? This film company was her hard-earned pride. It even bore her name. Now that it was hollowed out, she was devastated. For an adult, a career was everything, more important than anything else. Graceland raised an eyebrow. Oh, right, you reminded me. Amber, you really clueless about why this happened? I don't know. Jace retorted angrily. Graceland stared at her. Miss Zhao, you have so much on your mind that you've forgotten your own misdeeds. Wasn't what you told me true? Those calligraphy love poems? My husband already told me. They were merely his assignments from his calligraphy class back then. Every student wrote them. Yet you somehow stole them and lied, claiming they were love letters from my husband to you. Such thick skin is truly astonishing. Amber, at this sudden revelation, Jace's face flushed with embarrassment. Celine widened her eyes. Wow, so that's how it went? Indeed, Graceland nodded. That's what Elder Clorother told me. Amber, after speaking, Graceland turned to Jace and asked, Miss Zhao, are you going to deny it? If you deny it, no problem. We can confront Elder Clorother together. Oh, right, when I asked him, he also mentioned that if I didn't believe him, he would take me back to the school to find evidence, proving those weren't written for you but were mere homework assignments everyone completed. Hearing this, Jace's face turned as white as paper. Tracy and the others immediately exclaimed excitedly, Cloac to school to find evidence? Is that possible? Yes, it should have been a long time ago. Yes, Graceland nodded. High school era, but if determined enough, evidence can always be found. Graceland looked sweet and happy, which made Jace turn red with embarrassment, unable to hold back her tears. So many years later, Huxley was willing to go back and look for evidence, obviously fearing that Graceland might misunderstand. Indeed, Celine commented, Wow, President Qin cares about you so much, Shinger. How sweet. Indeed. Amberly smiled. It's been over 10 years, finding evidence won't be easy. Cloak with President Qin's resources, he'd definitely find it. It might take some time, though. Right, Graceland grinned. We can just check the list of students who studied calligraphy that year and find them to prove it. Tracy asked, My goodness, President Qin loves you so much. He's amazing. Did you find any evidence? Graceland shrugged. No, I didn't ask him to do that. I thought it would be too troublesome. His explanation was enough for me. Elder Clorother never lies. Right, Celine, Tracy, and the others nodded eagerly, their eyes turning starry as if they instantly became Huxley's fans. While they chatted animatedly, Jace stood there feeling utterly lost, unsure how to resolve the situation. Her company was gutted, and her lies exposed. Everything had gone wrong, while she could only watch others being happy and sweet. Feeling helpless, Jace watched as Graceland and Tracy finished talking and turned to her, saying, So, Miss Zhao, you deliberately spread lies to sow discord between my husband and me. Isn't it reasonable that my husband came after you? You should be grateful he showed restraint. Jace's blood boiled at this. She glared at Graceland. Didn't you already settle accounts with me that day? You threw pastries at me, poured tea on me, and Amberant Shuang spread rumors to blacklist me. Wasn't that enough? Now you're destroying my company? Graceland, you're truly evil. Graceland raised an eyebrow. Oh, so Jace thought the matter had been settled? That explained her anger when Huxley took action again. Amber, at this moment, Weston spoke up, Miss Zhao, please get your facts straight. You deliberately approached Shinger, spreading lies to drive a wedge between their marriage. We were the ones who punished you that day for hurting our friend. Your reputation being ruined by my mother was justified as she protected her daughter-in-law. Amber, and as for Elder Clorother, naturally, he'd protect his wife. You can't seriously think you could offend Graceland and walk away unscathed, can you? Chapter 68, Kisses for Hubby, Nervous Face. The person speaking was Weston. Perry felt somewhat weak, as he was actually Huxley's younger brother. She could confront Graceland, but when it came to Weston, she wanted to avoid confrontation if possible. So, with red eyes, Perry said, "You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I didn't mean anything as malicious as you suspect. I've already explained the last incident, it was just a misunderstanding. You beat me, insulted me, blacklisted me in the industry, and even marginalized my company, which was the result of my hard work. No matter how you look at it, you were the ones who overreacted." Her words left Graceland and others speechless. Even now, Perry still claimed she had no ill intentions? Before anyone could respond, Perry added immediately, "Forget it, I don't want to argue with you anymore. With so many of you against me, I know I can't convince you. You've all judged me with colored glasses, anything I say or do will be wrong. Since you dislike me and see me unfavorably, I'll just leave." With that, Perry started to walk away. Was this her way of creating an excuse to step down gracefully? Everyone was taken aback, never having seen someone so adept at justifying herself. Just as Perry turned to leave, Weston called out, "Wait." Reluctantly, Perry stopped, but turning back, she preemptively said, "It doesn't matter how you insult or defame me, I've said what I needed to say. If you dislike me, then everything I do is wrong." Graceland and the others were nearly laughing from anger. This was textbook accusing others first to cover one's tracks. Weston also found himself close to laughter, but more out of disgust. He replied, "Miss Zhao, we haven't finished discussing this. Are you really planning on blaming us and running off?" Perry was frustrated by the situation but had no other options, so she asked, "What else do you want, Master Qin?" Weston answered, "I don't want anything, I just want to make things clear. Miss Zhao, not only are you the villain here, but you're trying to portray us as unreasonable. Your twisted worldview astounds me. Naturally, I must correct this." Perry was speechless. "Are you defending her?" Perry looked at Graceland. Weston, without hesitation, retorted, "Of course, she's my elder sister-in-law and a good friend. Why wouldn't I defend her instead of you? Stop changing the subject. Let's focus on the facts." Truthfully, Weston didn't care much about Perry's opinion. What disgusted him was how she twisted the narrative, blaming them for her mistakes, which was simply revolting. Weston couldn't accept it. Perry responded, "Didn't I say that?" Though Perry didn't wish to offend Weston, she certainly wasn't fond of him either, especially since he supported Graceland and not her. Hearing this, Weston felt the urge to lash out. He countered, "Is that human talk? Enough of your nonsense. Tell me, you stole my elder brother's calligraphy love letter and told Graceland it was written specifically for you. Later, it was confirmed that you lied. This means you deliberately used this letter to deceive Xingchen and sow discord between them. Isn't that true? Isn't this exactly what happened? You fabricated lies with stolen goods, hoping they would have cold shoulders and conflicts, even divorce. That's what you did, right? After all this, you still have the nerve to say we misunderstood you and that you had no ill intentions. Is this not malice?" After this tirade, Weston wanted to ensure Perry understood her mistake clearly, rather than continuing to deflect blame. Perry looked at Weston, then after 2 seconds, she spoke, "I won't deny the incident you mentioned." Weston immediately responded, "Then why do you still claim you're not wrong?" Straightening her chest, Perry declared confidently, "I truly don't believe I did anything wrong." This response made everyone drop their jaws. Her worldview, tisk, indeed extraordinary, like a rare flower. Graceland almost laughed. So, she didn't think she was wrong. Like Amberlice, Perry was simply incomprehensible. Seeing Graceland smile, Perry continued, "Whether it's right or wrong depends on perspective. If I were on your side, I might admit my mistake. Claude, unfortunately, we're on opposite sides, so why should I think I'm wrong?" Weston, thoroughly vexed, said, "Lying to manipulate and attempting to steal someone's husband isn't wrong?" Perry argued, "I love Huxley, and I want to be with him. Is there anything wrong with that? Using methods to achieve goals isn't wrong. What about business wars? Plagiarism? Some people get ahead through schemes and plots. Amber and adults supposed to use tactics to live in this world? Otherwise, wouldn't they just be lambs ready for slaughter? Furthermore, haven't rich families' wives used tactics to deal with troublemakers? Haven't men in wealthy families used methods to gain wealth, power, and women?" This argument left Graceland and the others momentarily speechless. 2 seconds later, Nicola broke the silence. "Claude stealing another's husband and being a third party is dishonest and deserves condemnation." Perry responded, "That's your perspective. I'm simply using my methods to fight for what I want." Graceland interjected, "Since Miss Zhao has such an unconventional mindset, there's nothing left to say. Let's go." Graceland tugged at Weston, not wanting to continue the conversation. The others were speechless too, not wanting to argue further, and began walking away. Perry, however, remarked, "Miss Meng, you achieved what you wanted, so now you stand high and mighty as a victor looking down on others. In my place, you might not be any better." Hearing this, Graceland paused, turned around, and smiled slightly, saying, "Haven't you heard? Luck is part of strength. I am lucky and victorious, what can you do about it?" This statement enraged Perry again, causing her face to flush red. Gracelyn added, Miss Zhao, there's an old saying, isn't there? There's only one sister-in-law. Sadly, that person is me, not you. With that, Gracelyn turned and walked away, leaving Nicola and the others admiringly thinking, wow, Xiao Xinger is so cool. Perry burst into tears, wishing she could tear Gracelyn apart. Clote she couldn't. Indeed, admirers can be countless, but there is only one sister-in-law. How heart-wrenching. Taking a few steps, Gracelyn stopped and turned back, saying, oh, right, I almost forgot. My husband has an amazing body and is incredibly skilled in kissing and seduction. Unfortunately, not only in this life but not even in the next will you ever get close. Gracelyn tilted her head, giving Perry a smile before turning away nonchalantly. Nicola and the others were instantly transformed into Gracelyn's biggest fans, exclaiming in awe. Perry cried harder, visibly angered to tears. She thought little General Jean would surely comfort her as a chivalrous gesture, maybe inviting her back to his company under the pretext of half-resistance. However, after crying several times, she got no consolation from little General Jean. Looking over, Perry saw little General Jin's eyes gleaming as he murmured, wow, Miss Meng is so cool. Hearing this, Perry ran off crying. Exiting the club, Nicola and the others were nearly bursting with excitement. Wow, Xinger, you're amazing. Cool. Even Perry was driven to tears. Oh my god, she looks so pitiful. Clote she really deserves it, ha ha ha, how refreshing. Xinger, you're incredible. You struck her without even showing a trace of effort. I bet the great actress Zhao will be too angry to eat for days. Her three best friends lavished Gracelyn with compliments. Gracelyn blushed and shyly said, ambertually, trying to reason with someone like Perry doesn't work. If she had any sense, she wouldn't have done those things. The best way is to drive her mad. Ha 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 ha, Nicola laughed, right, I learned something from that. Amber-mazing. She nearly exploded on the spot, so satisfying. Yes. Celine nodded in agreement. When she started twisting facts, I really wanted to punch her. She made it sound like she was reasonable and unflappable. I was furious and really wanted to slap her. Xinger's method was perfect, not engaging her but driving her mad is genius. Amber's everyone chattered animatedly. They arrived at the parking lot. Weston suggested, our gathering was ruined by Perry. Let's go somewhere else. Gracelyn responded, didn't we say all we needed to? Weston asked, did we? Gracelyn replied, isn't it just about buying a house and starting a company? Weston answered, yes, but we didn't discuss the details yet. Gracelyn pouted, Clote I want to see Huxley. Weston paused. Gracelyn explained, we can talk about the details another day. Amber anyway, we can only give suggestions. Weston smiled, okay. Let me take you to my brother. Gracelyn sweetly smiled. Since she came without a car, she couldn't wait for Russell to pick her up, so taking Weston's car was the most convenient option. Nicola suggested, let's all go together to drop off Xinger. We have nothing else to do. Once Xinger goes to kiss and hug Chloe Chin, we can find somewhere to sit and chat. Sure. Celine and Kimberly raised their hands in agreement. The five of them climbed into Weston's car. Originally, Weston offered Gracelyn the front seat, which she accepted naturally. Amber after agreeing, she realized she should perhaps, maybe, slightly, avoid suspicion. So Gracelyn said, I'll sit in the back with Xiao Xiao. Cece, you sit in the front. Nicola blinked and earnestly said, Xinger, don't try matchmaking. I don't get turned on by Chi. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Weston rolled his eyes at Nicola, that must be tough for you. Don't worry, I don't either. Haha, Nicola grinned and clung onto Weston's shoulder, so, we are best buddies. Weston replied, Chloeist brothers. Laughing, they all got into the car. Gracelyn whispered, shoo, let me call Huxley. Everyone quieted down as she made the call. Huxley picked up quickly, his deep voice reaching Gracelyn's ears, did you have fun, baby? Hearing Huxley's voice always made Gracelyn happy. She replied with a smile, yeah. I'm coming to see you with Weston. Amber, you busy now? Huxley removed his glasses and rubbed his nose bridge, glancing at the thick stack of documents, not too bad. Why with Weston? Didn't your husband send Russell to pick you up? No need, Gracelyn hurriedly said, I'm already in the car. They're changing plans for tonight. So, I thought I'd come to see you. Amber, right, Huxley's voice was filled with affection, how long will it take? What do you want to eat or drink? I'll have it prepared. Don't bother, Gracelyn replied, we already drank some. How about ice cream? Huxley's voice carried a chuckle. Eating ice cream in summer was perfect. Gracelyn smacked her lips, sure. Okay, Huxley said, I'll wait for you. Your husband misses you. Hearing this, Gracelyn blushed slightly. Hadn't they been apart for only 2 or 3 hours at most? Kissing her lip, she replied, yeah, I'll be there soon. Amber, right, Huxley paused, cleared his throat, then added almost teasingly, don't want a kiss? Gracelyn wanted to cover her face and whispered, I'll be there in less than half an hour. There are a lot of people in the car. Considering Celine and Kimberly were sitting in the back with her, there indeed were a lot of people. The more people Huxley imagined, the happier he felt, saying rather childishly, no matter. His childish insistence was strangely justified. Gracelyn was speechless. Amber's if realizing he might sound domineering, Huxley gently said, Chloe, kiss your husband. Gracelyn couldn't resist Huxley, so she cupped her hand around her mouth and gave a loud peck. Satisfied, Huxley softly said, I'll wait for you. Okay, Gracelyn said, Chloe. Amber right, Huxley waited until she hung up first. Amber after hanging up, Gracelyn's cheeks flushed red. Celine noticed, Shinger, what are you hiding behind your hand? Sitting in the middle, Kimberly immediately exclaimed, you're giving Chloe chin kisses. I heard it. Gracelyn. Oh my god, Celine covered her face, you guys are so sweet it hurts. Nicola turned to ask, Shinger, you two are so close, huh? Kimberly defended, they're newlyweds. It's normal. Celine added, look at Shinger, she's so happily in love. Gracelyn couldn't help but smile sweetly. Yes, she agreed wholeheartedly. Amber and she hoped every day ahead would be this blissful. Chapter 69, Can't Wait Amber no more. The group was chattering non-stop, lively and joyfully on the way. Indeed, the time spent with close friends is always filled with happiness and freedom. They spoke freely without any reservations or constraints. Nicola, known as Chloe Old Han, was fearless in her speech and actions. Ever since childhood, Nicola had been like a cannonball, her personality fiery and unrestrained. Without any hesitation, she turned sideways and asked Gracelyn in the back seat directly, speaking of which, how was your first experience with CEO-chin? Was it this? Nicola then raised two thumbs, grinning exaggeratedly, isn't CEO-chin incredibly powerful? Upon hearing this, Gracelyn's pretty face blushed crimson. Weston, who was driving, nearly floored the accelerator. He cursed Nicola, you damned girl, what nonsense are you spouting all day? Really? Nicola blinked innocently, Chloe, that's strange. How is what I said nonsense? They're already legally married, aren't they supposed to sleep together at night? Can you handle it? Weston. Before he could retort, the conversation took another wild turn thanks to the girls. Celine urged, yes, Shinger, tell us quickly. Was the first time super painful? Did it hurt so much? Nicola chimed in, was it as painful as childbirth? Kelly scolded Nicola, Amber you crazy? Even if it's like childbirth, you've never given birth, how would you know how much it hurts? Nicola scratched her head, oh, right. Amber after Kelly said this, she also excitedly looked at Gracelyn, Shinger, tell us. Is your CEO-chin as exaggerated as in novels, being an octuple lover in one night? Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh at her friend's teasing. She thought, although there wasn't an octuple lover in one night, it wasn't few times. She couldn't say that aloud. Thankfully, Weston intervened, saying, stop. 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 Amber you girls okay? I'm still in the car. Is it appropriate to discuss such matters in front of me? Nicola glanced at him, what's to fear? You can't get it up anyway. Weston, Chloe spitting. Celine and Kelly echoed, exactly. Weston, spitting more blood, 10 pounds. Gracelyn couldn't stop laughing, ha ha ha, Chloe, keep it up. Weston. Except for my sister-in-law, you three, Weston complained, I really have poor judgment in people. Why did I ever mix with you from a young age? Kelly immediately responded, what are you talking about, Chloe? It's an honor for you. Amber after all, we are the famous 4 golden flowers among the high society ladies of this grand capital. Kelly wasn't wrong, at their age, these 4 girls were indeed remarkable in both appearance and family background. True, Nicola added, you got lucky, Chloe. Weston chuckled, indeed, all 4 were beautiful, each with their unique charm. Having several beauties as best friends, Weston was naturally delighted. Who wouldn't like beauty? Celine remarked, Chloe, sticking to the same idea, if we can't find husbands in the future, we'll all marry you. We can even play mahjong at night, just the 4 of us, haha. Weston asked, 3 wives? Celine giggled, sure, why not? Isn't it a good suggestion? Nicola agreed, I think it's fine too. Chloe, consider it. Kelly added, absolutely. If it's us 3, I won't mind the ranking, I'll be whatever number you want. Gracelyn was already laughing so hard her stomach ached, unable to speak. Weston immediately retorted, cut it out. I can't afford that luxury. Nicola patted his arm, you don't understand, this is called sisterhood. It would be different with anyone else. Celine added, right, 3 wives sounds so blissful. We're like repaying a favor, right? She laughed uncontrollably. Nicola and Kelly joined in. Gracelyn rubbed her aching belly, Chloe, consider it. Wouldn't it be great to enjoy polygamy even under the current monogamous system? Weston was thoroughly teased, his face almost red, repay favors my foot. More like taking revenge. Trying to kill me? 3 wives? 1 is already too much for me, let alone 3. It'll be the death of me. Nicola commented, so that's why you're single. Weston countered, Amber's if you're not single either? Nicola replied, not quite. Amber, after all, little CEO Jean calls me darling. Weston burst out laughing. Doesn't little CEO Jean call everyone darling? Celine added, Amber, anyway, he doesn't call you darling. Ha 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 ha. Gracelyn and Kelly laughed uncontrollably. They had always been like this since childhood, joking around every day, endlessly happy. As they grew older, their bond became stronger, bringing them more joy than ever. Weston muttered, from the looks of it, little CEO Jean might start calling all men sweetheart, completely outrageous. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed again. Little CEO Jean? No, my preferences are perfectly normal. Amber, after the laughter subsided, Nicola blamed Weston. Amber, because of you, the topic has strayed. Don't interfere with our chat with Shinger. Weston was dumbfounded. What kind of knowledge are you trying to learn? Nicola stated matter-of-factly, Amber's a grown woman. Weston immediately interrupted, hold it, don't give me that. Your mouth never says anything sensible. You remind me of Amberlaster. Speaking of Amberlaster, Gracelyn blinked. Indeed, he was quite similar to Nicola. Chloeoth had a free-spirited vibe, and here, free-spirited was used positively. Just interesting individuals. Nicola mentioned, Amberlaster? The eldest son of the Liu family? The great doctor of the imperial capital? Weston nodded, yeah, also a Triple Crown actor. Thinking of this, Weston wanted to complain but then said, hey, if I start a company, I must sign Amberlaster. Celine remarked, forget it, getting him to act feels like a life-or-death mission. Everyone knows acting is his sideline. The topic strayed again. Nicola spread her hands and scolded Weston, can you stay on track for once? Shinger, let's get back to it. Ignore She and continue talking about CEO Chin. Weston interrupted Nicola again, enough, you silly girl, stop asking. Shinger doesn't know anything. Nicola was puzzled and turned to look at Weston, why? Right, why? Kelly and Celine were also surprised. Shouldn't Gracelyn be the only one who knew about this? What does it mean she knows nothing? Weston smugly explained, cause I made a deal with my elder brother. Nicola and the others were astonished, what? What kind of deal? Weston recounted his agreement with Huxley and concluded, my elder brother swore an oath. So don't even think about it. Wait until after the wedding. The trio. Is that true? Celine asked Gracelyn. Gracelyn blinked and nodded, yes. It wasn't that she was unwilling to share such private topics with her close friends. However, Weston was present, and his initial kindness shouldn't be taken for granted. If Weston learned that his efforts for a good brother were in vain and that his elder brother didn't keep his word, he'd surely be upset. Thus, Gracelyn chose to remain silent, saving any discussions for private moments between them. To think, Nicola dared to ask such things. In translating this chapter, I've maintained the tone and style of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept consistent with the Chinese version. Character names are transliterated accurately according to Pinyin rules. Chapter 69, Can't Wait and Burnamore. With that, Nicola and the others were really treating Weston as a good sister. Chloeoth, Gracelyn and Huxley had spoken up, leaving Nicola and the others feeling very disappointed. Lindsay sighed, Amber, it's such a pity. Yeah, Brianna added, Huxley is so perfect. Can you really wait until after the wedding? Gracelyn felt a bit embarrassed. She pursed her lips and lightly coughed, it's okay. Nicola remarked, Huxley is indeed excellent, but our star isn't bad either. You're also quite outstanding. You are the #1 beauty among our generation. How could he possibly resist? Brianna nodded in agreement, I second that. This is ridiculous. Star isn't underage, and neither is Huxley. They're legally married already. She, why are you doing this? Yes. Lindsay and Nicola both turned to look at Weston. Weston said, you don't understand. Nicola countered, why wouldn't we understand? You're interfering just like cutting someone off from their livelihood. Weston continued, the day of the wedding will be the same, and perhaps even better. Don't worry, my brother's wedding will be very soon. Nicola chuckled, we can't wait anymore. Brianna and Lindsay agreed, can't wait. Weston. You girls are tigers, Weston laughed scoldingly, what's with all this fuss when Star isn't anxious herself? Nicola stopped talking to Weston and turned to Gracelyn, ignore what She says. He's just being unreasonable. Lindsay nodded, right. Gracelyn smiled. Since they were pretending, she kept up the act, and virtually, it's okay. We believe, yes, the day of the wedding will be great. Blushing, Gracelyn touched her nose. It was a small lie, but inside, she felt a little happy and excited, as if it were a secret only between her and Huxley. Nicola responded, oh, so it's okay then. Lindsay nodded, yes, though Huxley is really wonderful and very good to you. He can endure all this, haha. Nicola gave a thumbs up, so Star, you're truly amazing. Not only did you win the most outstanding man in the capital, but he treats you so well. You're a perfect example of a successful whirlwind marriage. Feeling more embarrassed by her friend's praises, Gracelyn giggled, cough, cough. Weston said, no kidding. My brother has really surprised me too. I think he must have had a crush on Star all along. I have to find proof. Nicola replied, I support that. Gracelyn couldn't help laughing again. Indeed, it seemed like the Emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was. In her heart, Gracelyn had a tiny, uncontrollable expectation about it, yet she also thought it was fine not to care too much. Everything would happen naturally. After this conversation, Nicola earnestly educated Weston. She, you should want to be an uncle sooner, shouldn't you? Weston raised his eyebrows. Oh, right. Few seconds later, Weston cleared his throat. Well, it's not months away. Don't worry. Nicola rolled her eyes. Laughing and arguing, they were almost at the She Corporation. Gracelyn asked Weston, She, aren't you going up for a visit? Weston replied, no, I'll take Nicola and the others out to play so as not to disturb you and my brother. Weston thought, now they're definitely in a sweet moment. If they went together, it would be awkward with so many people around. Right, Brianna grinned, we won't disturb you and CEO She enjoying each other's company. We can meet another time. Sure, Gracelyn nodded. Lindsay suddenly said, hey, Star, should we invite you and Huxley for dinner or karaoke? Gracelyn arched an eyebrow. Yes. Nicola immediately perked up, sisters-in-law are sisters-in-law, we have to treat them. Remember our promise. Gracelyn nodded immediately, of course, definitely. Lindsay chimed in, we should book at Imperial No. 1. Gracelyn wanted to say Huxley could arrange it. Brianna quickly said, Star, remember, we're treating. Gracelyn smiled and nodded, right. Lindsay covered her face, I've never eaten with Huxley before. Gosh, I feel a little nervous. Brianna agreed, me too. Nicola laughed, Thuff, ha ha ha, I'm nervous too. Gracelyn blinked. Yes, if she hadn't known how kind and gentle Huxley really was, she'd be nervous too. That was the impression Huxley always gave people. Gracelyn reassured them, don't be nervous, Huxley is actually very nice, easy to talk to, and very gentle. The three girls widened their eyes, really? He doesn't seem like that at all. Amber's leaders, high-status people always appeared aloof and made others feel distant and nervous. Yes. Gracelyn assured them sincerely, I'm not lying. They still looked skeptical. Weston interjected, gentle? I think he's only gentle with you. Only you would describe him that way. Gracelyn innocently admitted, well, he really is very gentle. Claude, as Weston said, it was just toward her. At that moment, Gracelyn's phone rang. It was Huxley calling. Claude She, Gracelyn answered. Huxley asked, how long until you arrive, baby? Looking outside, Gracelyn replied, not long, about 5 minutes to She Corporation. Okay, Huxley said softly, chuckling, your husband can't wait anymore. Huxley spoke the truth. After Gracelyn called, he had been distracted, checking the time repeatedly, hoping she would arrive soon. Hearing Huxley's words, Gracelyn blushed slightly and cooed, soon, see you soon. I'll come down to meet you, Huxley said. Gracelyn paused, Amber? This chapter maintains the tone and style of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept consistent with the Chinese version. Character names are transliterated accurately according to pinyin rules. Chapter 70, thank you, young lady. Don't worry about it. Gracelyn immediately replied as she came back to her senses, I'm about to enter the compound. Oh, Huxley responded, then I'll come down right away. You can wait for me outside the main building. I can go up directly, Gracelyn said with pursed lips. It's not necessary for you to go through all that trouble. How can picking up my wife be troublesome? Huxley stated as he stood up and walked toward the door of the office, I'm coming down. Gracelyn blinked and couldn't help but laugh, finally agreeing, right. The She Corporation compound was vast, with office buildings at the front and employee welfare buildings at the back. The entire compound had dedicated electric vehicles for travel, bustling like a small town during lunch breaks and after work. However, the headquarters building stood centrally and prominently within the compound, opulent and grand. Weston drove into the compound and was about to head towards the underground parking lot to access the president's building from there when Gracelyn interrupted, She, stopping in front of the headquarters building will be fine, no need to go to the parking lot. Weston raised an eyebrow, oh, all right. He didn't ask further questions and simply steered the car toward the headquarters building entrance. As they were about to arrive at the headquarters building, Weston suddenly exclaimed, holy crap. Did I see that right? Is that my eldest brother? Personally picking you up, Shinger? Yes, Gracelyn nodded. Weston gasped in shock, sister-in-law. You're amazing. To actually get my brother to do this. He looks completely entranced. Gracelyn felt slightly embarrassed, pursing her lips. Nicola, sitting in the passenger seat, sighed, Shinger, your husband is truly stunningly handsome. Just standing there gives off an aura of royalty. Everyone looked out the window, and sure enough, Huxley, standing there alone, was captivating. The car stopped in front of the headquarters building, and Huxley approached. Weston released his seatbelt and got out, as did Gracelyn. Just as Nicola was about to roll down the window to politely greet Huxley, the passenger side door opened. Huxley's deep and gentle gaze met Nicola's eyes. Nicola. Huxley. When he saw Nicola in the car, the affectionate look in Huxley's eyes instantly turned cold and indifferent, treating her as if she were a passerby. The smile on his lips disappeared almost immediately, and his beautiful face became cold and aloof. Nicola. No, this was a bit much. Honestly, it was awkward. She was innocent. Amber President She's sudden change was terrifying. Nicola feared Huxley might slam the door shut next. Elder She. Gracelyn waved to Huxley after getting out of the car, approaching him quickly. Huxley turned his gaze and saw Gracelyn. Warmth returned to his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips as he opened his arms for her. This gesture clearly invited her for an embrace. Gracelyn wondered why Elder She was acting like he was with a child, remembering how her father would always open his arms for her hugs whenever he came home when she was little. Though thinking so, she felt sweet inside and quickened her pace, throwing herself into Huxley's arms for a big hug without hesitation. Huxley's smile widened, softly saying, "I thought you were sitting in the front." Gracelyn felt safe and comfortable in Huxley's embrace. She loved being held by him. "No," Gracelyn whispered, "Qianqian and She like to banter, so I let Qianqian sit in the back." Huxley remarked, "I noticed. Next time, remember to tell me first." Gracelyn hadn't seen Huxley's drastic change in demeanor towards Nicola and agreed readily, "Okay." Huxley's mood lifted immediately, asking, "Did you miss me?" Gracelyn blushed a little, replying quietly, "Yes." Huxley grew even happier, whispering fondly, "Good girl." On the side, Weston. "So, wasn't there room for a greeting?" Weston hastily greeted, seizing the moment. Huxley slightly loosened his embrace and glanced at Weston, nodding, "You can leave now. It's hot below. I'll take your sister-in-law upstairs." "Weston, Amber, you serious? Love or not? Do you love me?" Did he only just greet him before being dismissed? Is this the real scene where someone says, "So, I'll go"? Weston didn't dare protest more. It was indeed hot outside, and he nodded obediently, ready to bid farewell to Huxley. Unexpectedly. To everyone's surprise, Huxley took Gracelyn's hand, saying, "Let's go inside." Weston. This was unfair, wailing. Even his chance to say goodbye was taken away. Gracelyn interjected, "Wait, should introduce them. Though little Shusher, Mimi, and the others have met you, we should officially introduce them." Hearing this, Huxley's brows arched slightly as he agreed, "Fine." He then added, "I don't really remember them." True words. Gracelyn was a bit surprised, looking up at him, "Really? We're often together. We've been at several banquets together too." Huxley said, "Perhaps I didn't pay much attention." Gracelyn blinked, wondering if hadn't noticed her before either. She decided not to ask. It was hot outside, and they still needed to greet each other. She began formal introductions. "This is Nicola." To show politeness and respect, Nicola hurriedly got out of the car, greeting, "President She, hello." Surprisingly, Huxley didn't change expression, responding politely, "Hello." Nicola immediately realized that the old saying about having two faces, one in public and one in private, applied here, before Gracelyn and after Gracelyn. Celine and Limi also got out, and Gracelyn introduced them as well. They greeted Huxley one by one. Weston squeezed in, "President She, hello. I'm Weston." Huxley. Gracelyn. Weston added, "Seriously, I feared you'd forgotten me." Huxley's tone softened, "Not likely. Amberding, you're always fooling around." Weston pouted, immediately realizing he should leave, "Then we'll go." "Sure," Huxley nodded, adding a reminder, "Take care when going out with the three girls." Got it, Weston waved and got back into the car. Nicola and the others waved goodbye to Gracelyn, Chloe Shinger. "Goodbye, President She." They hurriedly got back into the car. Huxley looked at Gracelyn, softly holding her hand tightly, "Let's go." Gracelyn nodded and followed him. Entering the headquarters building, Gracelyn noticed a row of female employees on either side. These were likely employees from the reception hall on the ground floor of the headquarters. Seeing them walk in hand, the employees collectively bowed their heads and greeted, "President She, hello." "Young lady, hello." Gracelyn's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. Do the employees know already? Huxley had long been accustomed to such greetings, walking straight past without even nodding. Gracelyn offered a friendly smile. Suddenly, the rows of female employees chorused again, "Thank you, young lady." This left Gracelyn utterly baffled. Thank her? For what? Why thank her? She had just arrived. Gracelyn looked bewilderedly at Huxley. "What does this mean?" Huxley didn't reply. Instead, Russell, who had hurriedly followed them, spoke respectfully in a low voice, "Madam, today President She gave all employees red envelopes as soon as he came to the company. So the employees are very happy and want to thank President She." President She said there's no need to thank him, just thank Madam. Amber? This answer was completely unexpected for Gracelyn. Gracelyn originally wanted to ask Huxley why he gave out red envelopes but felt it might not be appropriate to ask now. So she asked Russell, how much money did the red envelopes contain? Russell replied, not too much, 999 yuan in cash and an equivalent shopping card. Gracelyn. The She Corporation had tens of thousands of employees conservatively estimated, not counting those working in other branches. The amount Huxley had spent was truly staggering. She thought that if they only counted the employees in the headquarters compound, 2,000 yuan per person would mean Amber 100 million? Sure, indeed not much for a large company like She Corporation. She wondered if this included all the employees or just those in the headquarters. Gracelyn didn't dare ask further because Huxley giving out red envelopes was related to her, wasn't it? It couldn't be because last night was her first time, right? This was just her guess, but she didn't ask about it at that moment. The time they entered the private elevator, Gracelyn hadn't realized that the female employees behind her were watching with envious eyes. Envy was one part of it, shock was another. President She got married? President She actually got married? It was hard to believe. When the employees received the red envelopes and heard they should thank Madam, they were all taken aback. Where did this Madam come from? Please, where did this Madam come from? Everyone knew President She was a bachelor, practically legendary for it. Suddenly, a new Madam appeared, no one could digest this information immediately. After the initial shock, no employee dared to inquire due to She Corporation's strict policies against gossip during working hours. Secretaries were especially tight-lipped, signed confidentiality agreements, and strictly forbidden from sharing any private gossip outside their office. Since Huxley took over, the company had been known for its iron-fisted management. Employees who defied these rules faced harsh consequences. Even secretaries, who tried to seduce the young Huxley when he first took over, were literally thrown out by security. The secretarial department was known for its extreme strictness, uniform pantsuits with no skirts allowed, black blouses required instead of white ones. They wore light makeup, kept their hair tied up, and were not allowed to have manicures or fake eyelashes. This level of strictness ensured that all attention was focused solely on work, which contributed to She Group's steady rise and success, eventually securing its position among the top 500 companies. Thus, it was natural that Huxley himself maintained an equally rigorous and disciplined approach. Please note that I have maintained the meaning and style of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. If you need further adjustments, feel free to ask. Despite this strict regime, She Corporation thrived and rose to the top of the Fortune 500 list, with everyone focused on work. Therefore, until Huxley officially announced it, no one knew he had a madam. Thought there was no gossip, news spread quickly after the official announcement. Huxley had married the third daughter of the Meng family. Clearly, this was authorized by Huxley himself, a direct public announcement. Despite this, seeing Huxley holding Gracelyn's hand still shocked many employees. An official announcement was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was another. More shocking yet, the employees saw Huxley, who never walked through the reception area, personally descending to meet someone and waiting outside for 2 minutes. Then, embracing her upon arrival. It shattered their previous perception of Huxley. Huxley really had never walked through the reception hall before, not until his madam. Employees reasonably suspected that Huxley was showing off. The elevator arrived at the president's office. Huxley held Gracelyn's hand as they stepped out. Passing through the secretarial department, all secretaries paused their work, stood up, bowed, and thanked Madam. Gracelyn blushed, nodding humbly, oh, no need to be so formal. Huxley maintained his royal demeanor, lips curled in a faint smile, not responding to the secretary's greetings. This was normal. CEOs didn't greet every employee individually. Inside the office, Russell left them alone after being tasked with sorting documents. Secretaries then refrained from gossiping, knowing more about Gracelyn's identity now, realizing there was less to talk about. Entering the office, Huxley closed and locked the door, turning off the display screen, a clear, do not disturb, signal. Outside, the secretaries saw this and reacted, do not disturb. Wow, now that we know Madam's identity, there's nothing more to gossip about. Now, it seemed there was even more to speculate about. What exactly did President She plan to do by locking the door? Seeing Huxley lock the door, Gracelyn felt slightly awkward. Cough. What if She wouldn't? No, definitely not. She wasn't that kind of person. These thoughts brought flashes of last night's fiery scenes into her mind. Exhausted almost to the point of sleep, Huxley persisted, whispering enticing words in her ear. Chloe, good girl, husband wants you again. Her face flushed red, pushing him away. Amber, no, please, not anymore. Usually, whatever she said, Huxley would comply. Not this time. He persuaded her, good girl, just one last time. Indeed, it was the last time, but every session was the last time. Frankly, Gracelyn had never seen such passion in Huxley. She found herself both infatuated and amused. Blushing intensely, she caught herself daydreaming. She glanced at Huxley, who looked perfectly composed and proper. Clearly, she was overthinking it. She was still wonderful. Chapter 71. This is our little secret. Just as she was thinking this, Huxley pulled Gracelyn into his arms and pinned her against the door. Gracelyn. Gracelyn wanted to laugh but couldn't help asking, She, what are you doing? Huxley smiled and said, what do you think? As he spoke, he reached out and pressed the central control for the floor-to-ceiling windows beside the door. The office was spacious with its large floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Inside, however, the temperature was pleasantly cool due to the air conditioning. This contrast between warmth and coolness, along with the bright scenery outside the window, made the entire office feel grand and impressive. It didn't seem like a cold place for work. Instead, it felt very comfortable and enjoyable, even giving a sense of security. Closed now, as the blinds slowly closed, gradually blocking out the bright sunshine and beautiful view, it had an entirely different effect. Gracelyn blinked. Did she misinterpret his intentions? Cloag other chin. Just as Gracelyn opened her mouth, Huxley's lips descended, sealing hers. Whatever Gracelyn was about to say was silenced, leaving her dizzy and her mind blank. They had kissed often since their impromptu marriage. While there were other things they did, they definitely kissed more than anything else. Yet every time Huxley kissed her, it still left her dazed and forgetful, sometimes losing all awareness of where she was, always falling into their passionate embrace without warning. She really liked Huxley's kisses. He was so gentle and always fully engaged when he kissed her, as if he was completely focused on her alone, as if only the two of them existed in the world. Huxley's tender yet fiery kisses explored every part of Gracelyn's lips and tongue, making her whole body turn soft under his coaxing. His hands wandered to her waist, gently pinching her, causing Gracelyn to feel a sudden urge to surrender. Was she too sensitive? It's just a kiss, what was she thinking? Moreover, this was in the office. Even though the door was locked and the windows closed, it still. Gracelyn hastily came back to her senses and lightly pushed Huxley away. Fortunately, Huxley released her tender lips, leaving Gracelyn blushing, her voice becoming gentle and warm. Cloag other chin, don't play around. Huxley chuckled, one hand gently holding the back of her neck, his thumb caressing her jawline, saying, the sun was too strong earlier, I need to make up for that kiss now. Gracelyn blinked, so, you were worried I would get sunburned outside? Huxley added, isn't there something you want to ask me? Speaking of which, Gracelyn's eyes lit up, she did have questions. And quite a few too. Gracelyn hurriedly asked, why did you give red envelopes to the employees? Huxley raised an eyebrow, can't you guess? Gracelyn had a vague idea, but it felt awkward to say out loud because if it was for that reason, then, well, she didn't know how to express it. So Gracelyn nodded, no, I can't guess. Huxley replied, cause I'm happy. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow and naturally followed up, happy about what? Huxley's lips curved even higher, as if deliberately teasing her, my baby should be able to guess. Did you forget what happened last night? So it was indeed because of that? Gracelyn's face turned even redder, what kind of happiness? Seeing she refused to say it, Huxley didn't force her and simply said, naturally, our wedding night. It was her first time. He couldn't describe how thrilled and satisfied he felt when he thoroughly claimed her. Hearing Huxley's words, Gracelyn raised her eyebrows. Indeed, it was that. Gracelyn felt sweet inside but also somewhat shy, biting her lip, I know you're happy, but won't the employees think? Silly baby. Huxley interrupted Gracelyn, how would they know? It's not uncommon for a boss to give red envelopes when they're happy. Don't worry unnecessarily. So the reason behind this, only you and I know. Hearing this, Gracelyn became happy too. Yes. For Huxley to be so happy that he gave red envelopes to all company employees, it must mean he was extremely delighted. Thought she suspected it might be related to this event, she hadn't been sure. Now that Huxley confirmed it himself, she felt cherished, even though the red envelopes weren't for her, it made her happier than receiving anything herself. Gracelyn couldn't resist hugging Huxley tightly, expressing her feelings without words. Huxley hugged her tightly too, stroking her hair and then saying, come, let's have some snacks. Gracelyn nodded and was led by Huxley to the lounge area. Seeing this spot brought mixed feelings, it was her second visit. The first time was for their impromptu marriage. On both occasions, she ate here, but her status was completely different now, she was Huxley's wife. Gracelyn's gaze fell on the large coffee table in the lounge. Apart from snacks, there was a huge bouquet of roses prominently placed. Without doubt, it must have been ordered by Huxley. Previously, she thought about asking Huxley to send her a bouquet of flowers every day, but Huxley almost did it on his own without her needing to mention it. Thinking carefully, apart from the time he was abroad dealing with Amberlice, Huxley sent her flowers consistently. At that moment, Gracelyn was deeply touched. Close-sides the beautiful bouquet of roses, there were various snacks arranged on the coffee table. There was her favorite chocolate ice cream, durian fruit, fresh and plump strawberries, several cakes that looked deliciously soft, and a chilled cola drink. It was extremely considerate. Huxley sat down with Meng Xing and said, I prepared some cakes in case you're hungry. You can eat whichever you want. Gracelyn felt a wave of warmth and gratitude, wanting to say thank you but feeling that it might sound too formal. So she expressed her gratitude through action, leaning forward and planting a kiss on Huxley's lips. Huxley was momentarily stunned, about to speak when Gracelyn picked up the ice cream and started eating. Huxley chuckled, watching her focus on the ice cream. Her beauty was captivating no matter how he looked at her. She was too shy. Huxley remarked, just a light kiss? Isn't that a bit lacking in sincerity, Rowena? Upon hearing his playful tone, Gracelyn glanced sideways, continuing to eat the ice cream calmly and asked with a smile, "What does She want?" Huxley's smile widened, but he ruffled her hair and said, "No rush, eat first. We have plenty of time." Gracelyn. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gracelyn asked, "Do you want to eat, She?" "Sure," Huxley immediately nodded. Gracelyn blinked and scooped up a spoonful of ice cream to feed Huxley. Huxley happily took it from her, enjoying being fed by his little wife. In this comfortable setting within his domain, surrounded by his beloved, the moment felt very warm and cozy to him, far from mundane. Clocas these days, he had dreamed about for a long time. Leaning back on the sofa, one hand resting on the armrest, twirling Gracelyn's hair, after taking a few bites of the ice cream she fed him, Huxley said, "Chloe, have you considered changing the way you address me?" Gracelyn paused, glancing at Huxley. She put down the cup of ice cream, put on gloves, and picked up a bright red strawberry with its stem already removed. She then offered it to Huxley, saying, "What do you mean?" Huxley opened his mouth to bite into the strawberry. Just as he was about to take another bite, Gracelyn put the remaining half of the strawberry in her own mouth and savored it with a smile. "So sweet." Amber's smile spread across Huxley's lips. Then, returning to the topic at hand, he said, "Do you plan to keep calling me Chloe She?" Gracelyn blinked and took another bite of the strawberry, this time eating it herself first before offering the remaining half to Huxley's lips. "Isn't that allowed? I call you husband too. Can't I use both interchangeably?" "Oh right, can I just call you by your name?" Huxley ate the strawberry and nodded. "You can call me husband or by my name, but calling me Chloe She, doesn't that feel distant?" How did he feel about this title? It was rather complicated. However, Gracelyn seemed fond of this title, even using it during intimate moments, still calling him Chloe She. This felt quite peculiar to him, carrying an unusual sense of stimulation and forbidden excitement, making him conflicted. Upon hearing Huxley's words, Gracelyn pondered seriously while they each took turns biting into the strawberry. "Not at all, I think it's great. I don't feel any distance at all. This is the most familiar way for me to address you. I've always called you this." "Yes. Nicola and the others call you President Sheen. So I feel really special." After hearing Gracelyn's thoughts, Huxley didn't know what to say for a moment. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he tactfully replied, "Clote. I prefer when you call me husband." Gracelyn looked at Huxley without speaking, her eyes appearing innocent, and her lips slightly pouting. He wasn't sure if she was thinking or displeased. After 2 seconds, before Gracelyn could respond, Huxley surrendered first. "Right, call me however you like." At this, Gracelyn immediately perked up, nodded, and picked up the ice cream to eat. "Oh, Chloe She, did you dismantle Perry's company?" Huxley raised an eyebrow, suddenly appearing displeased again. "How do you know? Did she come to see you?" "No." Gracelyn shook her head. "We ran into her at the beverage shop, she was with Crawford." After finishing, Gracelyn briefly recounted the event. "That's what happened." Huxley's expression darkened even more. It seems she hasn't learned her lesson. Even now, she's stirring up trouble. "Did she bully you?" Gracelyn didn't mention their argument. "Of course not," Gracelyn shrugged. "I made her so mad she almost fainted from anger." This improved Huxley's mood. "Oh. Is that so? You're pretty impressive." "Sure." Gracelyn got excited. "I told her she wouldn't be able to catch your attention in her next life. And I also told her that you have an amazing physique and are incredibly good at kissing and flirting. You should have seen her face, she almost fainted from sheer rage." Gracelyn laughed happily, as if boasting about her accomplishment. Huxley also found immense joy in her tale, smiling widely. "Oh, so high praise for your husband." Gracelyn blinked. "I'm telling the truth. Don't you look in the mirror?" Huxley raised an eyebrow. Gracelyn chuckled. "Don't you get stunned by your own handsomeness every time you look in the mirror?" Hearing this, Huxley couldn't help but laugh. "Not that exaggerated." Gracelyn stared at Huxley. "Anyway, you look amazing." Praised by his wife, Huxley felt delighted, pursing his lips. "Yes, it's the highest praise." With her happiness, Gracelyn started talking more. "Oh, right, Chloe She, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "Tell me." Huxley listened intently. Gracelyn thought for a moment, organizing her thoughts. "Well, when chatting with them today, Nicola asked about our private matters. Weston firmly believed you swore to him at the wedding. So, can we keep this a secret, not letting others know?" Huxley's expression grew even more serious, looking stern as he didn't reply for a moment. Gracelyn explained, "I think it's unnecessary to talk about this. It's very private between us, why would anyone casually bring it up? It's only because Nicola and the others are bold. I think She meant well back then, and if he knew." Just as Gracelyn spoke, Huxley interrupted her, asking earnestly, "You care about him a lot?" Upon hearing Huxley's words, Gracelyn abruptly realized she had made a grave mistake. She immediately clarified, "No, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant he had good intentions, and we don't have to. Gracelyn found it hard to continue because Huxley's expression didn't improve. Chlorother, I really didn't mean what you're thinking. Gracelyn hurriedly placed the ice cream cup on the coffee table, looking at Huxley. Huxley also looked at her. Whether he knows or not, I don't think it's a big deal. There's no need to deliberately hide it. Though Huxley's tone sounded normal, Gracelyn sensed he was getting angry and jealous again. Gracelyn firmly said, Claude, I think keeping it hidden is fine. It's our little secret. No one else will know. I find it especially meaningful. Hearing this, Huxley's eyebrows gradually relaxed. Upon reflection, yes, it did sound interesting. Yet, though interesting, it was still related to Weston. Thinking about this, Huxley's serious expression didn't improve. Ambers, he pondered. Gracelyn suddenly stood up from the sofa, turned around, and sat on Huxley's lap. Huxley froze because Gracelyn was straddling his lap. This was truly perilous. Chapter 72, What? Amber, you guarding Amber against your husband like a thief? Moreover, Gracelyn had never been this proactive before, let alone in such a sultry and alluring posture. This was even more unbearable for Huxley. Amber, after all, Gracelyn had always been very shy, easily blushing, and unable to resist teasing. Her current behavior left Huxley torn, conflicted between delight and slight displeasure. Why the conflict? He liked it yet felt slightly displeased. The liking stemmed from the fact that her actions were absolutely seductive to him. He also appreciated when she took the initiative and acted dominantly. However, the slight displeasure might have been because of Weston. Huxley didn't move but gazed at Gracelyn with his deep, attractive eyes without blinking, trying to read her face. Feeling his intense gaze, Gracelyn suddenly realized how she had positioned herself. She wore a black strapless dress reaching mid-thigh, which accentuated her slender waist. Over the dress, she had donned a thin white chiffon jacket for both sun protection and modesty. Cloaked the length of the jacket, about an inch longer than the dress, revealed even more of her lower half's allure as she straddled Huxley's lap. Gracelyn panicked and quickly got up, now kneeling beside Huxley's legs, her knees apart. Realizing how awkward the position was, Gracelyn felt extremely uneasy. She wanted to immediately pull away, but Huxley suddenly held her slim waist and slowly raised his eyebrows, saying, Don't move. It's quite good like this. Gracelyn blushed intensely but found that this position made her head taller than his, allowing her to look down on him. Surprisingly, this gave her more courage. With that newfound confidence, she leaned forward and kissed him. Huxley was extremely cooperative, slightly tilting his head back against the chair, inviting her further, which only added to the erotic ambience. Claude Gracelyn, being shy, released his lips soon after. Amber, at this moment, Huxley's hand was resting on her thigh. That's it? Huxley's eyes darkened as Gracelyn, blushing, said, Chlorother, could you take your hand off? I'll get down now. Huxley wasn't about to let her go so easily. Holding her waist with one hand while gently caressing her leg with the other, he asked, Why? Isn't this comfortable enough? Gracelyn bit her lip. Where is it comfortable? We're still in your office, Her voice faltered due to Huxley's hand not stopping its explorations. The sensation was unimaginable given her attire. So what if it's my office? Huxley's voice deepened. His other hand slid down her waist to her thigh, exuding a sense of arrogance. This is my place. With the door closed and windows shut, who would dare to interrupt? In simpler terms, it was his turf, and he could do whatever he wanted. Gracelyn's cheeks turned even redder. Huxley then urged her, Continue. Gracelyn knew Huxley wouldn't let her off easily. Thinking for a moment, she cupped his face and continued, Chlorother, I really want to explain everything properly. Amber thought she knew it might not change much or clear things up, she still felt the need to say it. Amber, right, speak, Huxley agreed readily but kept his hands busy. The blush spread to her cheeks and eyes as she said hesitantly, Chlorother is a close friend who meant well, and you swore in front of him. If he finds out later. Gracelyn stumbled over her words. Huxley pressed, If what? His voice was unusually low. He clearly remembered what had transpired. Frustrated, Gracelyn's boldness increased. She leaned down again and lightly bit his lip, saying, Can I finish speaking? Seeing his wife upset, Huxley surrendered instantly, raising his hands, Sure. Gracelyn's face flushed deeper. Staring at Huxley, she continued, You swore to him, and if he discovers otherwise, it will seem disrespectful. He thinks highly of you and trusts you completely. We can't just turn around and stab him in the back, telling him we don't care about him at all. Huxley's gaze intensified, and he asked, You care about him deeply. Do you want the truth? Gracelyn returned his gaze. Huxley's expression soured slightly, and his tone tightened, Of course. I do care. Gracelyn confirmed. This answer wasn't unexpected by Huxley, but hearing it still affected him. His tone grew colder, Fine, I understand. I won't say anything. The atmosphere turned tense. Amber's Huxley became colder, the situation became awkward with Gracelyn still in a compromising position. Gracelyn sighed. She anticipated Huxley's reaction, he wasn't happy again. Kissing him passionately, she murmured, Claude, I care about you more. You are my husband. He is a good friend, like a brother, a younger uncle, a different kind of She. Why do you keep comparing yourself to him? Huxley remained silent, letting her kiss without responding. Unsure of his thoughts, Gracelyn added, Amberlice and Perry made me jealous too, but I didn't dwell on it. Why can't you let it go, especially since he is your brother? Huxley still didn't respond, although not letting it go was human nature. Seeing no reaction from him, Gracelyn, in frustration, said, Amber, at least now, I'm kissing you, not him. Huxley was visibly alarmed. To prevent her from saying something worse, he muttered, you dare. Before Gracelyn could reply, Huxley pulled her into a fierce kiss, as if wanting to devour her whole. Words weren't necessary, actions proved everything. The scene spiraled out of control as Huxley hurriedly lifted Gracelyn's dress. He seemed intent on proving something, almost eager to tear off the hindering dress. Shocked, Gracelyn quickly regained her senses and held Huxley back, blushing and anxious. No, She, this is. Huxley ignored her protests. This was his domain. Picking her up horizontally, he carried her towards the rest area. Gracelyn's face was crimson, unsure of how to react. When Huxley laid her on his private bed, she exclaimed, She, no. The translation maintains the original structure and tone, providing a fluent English version that captures the essence of the scene and the character's emotions. The thought of so many people outside the office made Gracelyn feel that this was utterly crazy. Huxley didn't say a word, he just leaned down and pressed her into the bed, whispering only 2 words, wife. Gracelyn's heart melted completely in an instant. Passionate kisses spread wildly, burning away all her rationality. Huxley seemed to be bewitched, calling her wife over and over again, as if tireless. Until Gracelyn saw Huxley reach into the bedside drawer, pull it open, and take out a box of condoms. Gracelyn snapped back to reality from the craziness, immediately wrapping herself in the blanket, and said, no. She really did not want to do this with Huxley here. Moreover, why on earth would there be a box of condoms in the bedside drawer? This was very strange indeed. Perhaps her refusal was too strong. Huxley's hand paused. Don't do this here, Gracelyn blushed and said. She felt this was totally inappropriate. In the end, Huxley listened, threw the box on the nightstand, lifted the covers, and got under them, hugging Gracelyn tightly, inhaling deeply, and saying, Ambrolite. Gracelyn sighed with relief but couldn't help asking, why do you have condoms in your bedside drawer? Huxley paused for a moment and immediately replied, I bought them when I came today. Gracelyn. Why did you buy these? Gracelyn asked, confused. Did he really plan to do this with her here? Of course, Gracelyn did not think Huxley would be unfaithful to her in his rest room. Cause Huxley was not someone who acted rashly, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed single until 30. Huxley said, it's always good to be prepared. Gracelyn could only laugh and cry at the same time, quickly saying, that's not right. She, this is a dangerous thought. Huxley laughed at her serious expression and all his gloom vanished. How is it dangerous? He looked closely at Gracelyn's face, which gradually turned pink. Really, this place? It's really, very inappropriate. It looks bad. Amber's Gracelyn spoke, her pretty little face showed genuine seriousness, almost like a stern scholar. Huxley laughed again. Everyone thought he was strict, yet his young wife was even stricter than him. Comparison, he seemed to be very improper. Okay, Huxley held Gracelyn's hand tightly, interlacing their fingers, and said, Claude, I think. Gracelyn interrupted him, don't think that way. Don't think like that. Amber, anyway, it's not right. I disagree. Huxley burst out laughing, saying, Ambrolite, all right, you're right, I know. Gracelyn breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, then, get up now. Huxley lazily replied, not in a hurry. There's nothing much going on, just lie here a while. Russell, who had been processing documents and suddenly went crazy. Nothing much going on. Gracelyn pursed her lips seriously, fine, we'll get up after lying a bit longer. Good, Huxley tried hard not to laugh and agreed. Amber, few minutes later, Huxley whispered in Gracelyn's ear, wife, I'll be in for a moment. Gracelyn. Gracelyn hurriedly said, I'm getting up. Trying to get up clumsily, she was gently held back by Huxley who chuckled, just teasing you. So, whose wife are you? Gracelyn blushed, what a silly question. Of course, I'm your wife. Huxley was satisfied, tightening his arms around her and murmuring softly, yes, mine. Gracelyn didn't reply, just smiled sweetly. Amber, after another 2 minutes, Huxley whispered again in her ear, Chloe, I'll be in for a moment. Gracelyn. Frustrated and amused, Gracelyn couldn't help shouting, She. If you keep doing this, I won't talk to you. Ha ha ha. Huxley finally laughed loudly, Ambrolite, alright, no more teasing. Amber admittedly, teasing her was quite amusing. Gracelyn found it unbelievable, Amber, where's my cool and aloof She? How could he be so wild? It was unbelievable. Previously, she mentioned Nicola and Amberlaster were quite wild, now she needed to add Huxley to that list. Gracelyn felt she couldn't lie any longer and struggled to get up, saying, lying here is uncomfortable, I need to get up. This time, Huxley did not stop her. Lying like this made him, well, cough, uncomfortable too. After tidying up, Graceland's face was red like a tomato. To clear her name, she even carried a large basket of strawberries, opened the office door, and gave them to the secretaries outside. The secretaries were shocked yet flattered, repeatedly thanking young Mistress Meng. Since Huxley had provided plenty of strawberries, Graceland didn't mind, waving gracefully and smiling, "You're welcome, thank you all for your hard work." Afterward, she walked back into the office, intentionally leaving the door open to prove her integrity and innocence. This caused Huxley, sitting at his desk, to laugh uncontrollably, his lips curving into a happy arc. Seeing her walk back with a dignified air, Huxley stretched out his hand, "Come here, baby." With the office door wide open, the secretaries could easily see Huxley's desk. Graceland didn't care anymore, strutting proudly with the air of living honestly and working diligently. Huxley pulled her onto his lap. Feeling this was perfectly fine, Graceland accepted it graciously. Huxley chuckled, "What? Guarding against your husband like a thief?" Graceland stuck out her tongue, thinking, "Isn't it because you're so wild that you could fly off any time?" ####Chapter 73, Amber Model of Male Virtue. Graceland crossed her arms in a serious manner, playing the role of a stern old scholar. She reminded Huxley with righteous indignation, "She, this is an office." Huxley teased her intentionally, "Oh, it's not allowed here just because it's an office? What we're doing, isn't that also a kind of work?" Graceland blushed fiercely, completely unable to handle Huxley's wolfish remarks. In haste, she bit into a strawberry beside her and stuffed the remaining half into Huxley's mouth, saying reproachfully, "She." Huxley was truly unrestrained when being playful with his wife, not holding back at all. Furthermore, he found great joy in teasing his little darling wife. Holding back would be like making an international joke. Huxley chuckled softly, swallowing the strawberry in his mouth slowly. With one hand idly browsing through documents, he said, "What husband said is the truth. There are still many details we need to carefully study and ponder." How shameless. Though it made sense, cough. Graceland's face turned even redder. She thought, if someone didn't know what they were talking about, they might really think they were researching some serious academic issue or business project guidelines. This was too embarrassing. Graceland couldn't help but say, "She, you're talking nonsense. Is the strawberry not sweet enough?" Saying that, she handed him another strawberry. Huxley happily enjoyed the strawberries fed to him by his darling wife. Ambers he ate, he seriously replied, "Chloe, what husband said is true. This way, we understand each other better, improving our marital relationship, right?" For a moment, Graceland didn't know how to respond. She almost nodded subconsciously in agreement at his crooked logic. What kind of strange reaction was this? Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, Graceland glanced up at Huxley. The sight of him wearing gold-rimmed glasses was incredibly handsome, making her heart flutter and legs feel weak. Amber, what was she thinking? This man was simply too unreasonable. She must have been corrupted by Huxley. Graceland quickly grabbed another strawberry, biting off half for herself and feeding the rest to Huxley. Of course, she couldn't continue discussing such beneficial topics, which were actually nonsensical nonsense. However, she knew if she kept talking, Huxley would definitely persist. So, she only nodded, eating strawberries while daydreaming and randomly agreeing with a few ums and ahs, clearly very perfunctory. Huxley noticed this immediately and laughed, "Chloe, you're so perfunctory." Graceland decided to change the subject and offered him the half-eaten strawberry again. She, eat fruit. Subtext, Amber, right, fine, let's stop discussing this topic. Huxley smiled, accepting the strawberry, letting her off the hook. He was quite delighted with this behavior of sharing strawberries. Ambers 4. Who is Weston? What did Weston do? Why was he angry with Weston just now? Huxley had already forgotten all about it. Weston? I only appear as a perfect tool character in this subplot? The two were blissfully happy together. Huxley felt he was standing at the pinnacle of life, undoubtedly a winner in life. Even though his darling wife was in his arms, it didn't hinder his work. His high IQ allowed him to read rapidly, remember everything he read, and multitask. Amber thought came to him, one that had flashed in his mind since their impromptu marriage. He was just about to speak when his phone rang. Huxley glanced at the caller, raising an eyebrow slightly. Graceland looked over as well and gasped, saying, "My second brother." Yes, Huxley nodded, directly turning on the speakerphone. Graceland stealthily covered her mouth, mouthing, "I won't speak." Amber Aurelio's voice echoed from the speaker, extraordinarily loud and triumphant, as if he couldn't wait to shout it through a megaphone, "Little Cheen. What are you busy with?" Before he could finish, Amber Aurelio burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha." Graceland wanted to cover her face. Huxley's lips curled slightly, and he cleared his throat politely, "Second Chlorother, I'm working." Hearing Huxley's respectful tone, Amber Aurelio's laugh became more exaggerated, "Amber ha ha ha, working is good. Little Cheen works hard, nice job, nice job." Graceland listened, clutching her belly silently, finding her second brother's antics hilariously entertaining and childishly self-satisfied. Huxley clicked his tongue, disapproving of Amber Aurelio's self-entertainment, asking, Is there something you need, second Chloe rather? Amber Aurelio replied, nothing much, just wanted to chat with you, Gracelyn. Huxley. Given Amber Aurelio added little Cheen to every sentence, Huxley couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Meng, can we have a proper conversation? Amber Aurelio wasn't pleased. What? Amber, am I not speaking properly? Amber, am I not your second brother? Amber, you little Cheen? Ha ha ha, cough, well, second Chloe rather cares about you, little Cheen. Huxley. Unable to resist, Huxley leaned close to Gracelyn's ear and whispered with a chuckle, your second brother is crazy. Gracelyn was laughing uncontrollably. Seeing Huxley silent, Amber Aurelio resumed his second brother persona. Why aren't you answering? Can't second Chloe rather care about you, little Cheen? Huxley finally gave in, sure, but I'm working. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Amber Aurelio immediately said, wait. I have something to ask you. Okay, go ahead, Huxley responded. Amber Aurelio said, I heard from the family driver that you and Star came back to Sher Garden in the middle of the night last night. Second Chloe rather is very confused. Who goes home in the middle of the night? Chloe, honest, why did you rush my sister back to Sher Garden last night? Don't forget what you promised me. Huxley lied calmly without breaking a sweat. I know. There was urgent work last night that needed to be handled at Sher Garden, so I brought Xingshan along. Really? Amber Aurelio didn't believe this at all, not a single bit. Really, Huxley answered seriously. Amber Aurelio clicked his tongue, wanting to say, not a single punctuation mark do I believe. Chloe, what could he do? Ultimately, it was their private matter. Even if he didn't believe them, he had to accept it. After pondering, Amber Aurelio finally said, Amber right. He wouldn't pry anymore. It wasn't appropriate for a brother to keep questioning his sister's affairs. After saying all right, silence filled the air between them. Huxley asked, Amber, anything else? Amber Aurelio replied, nothing for now. Initially, he planned to invite Huxley to play, but considering the newlyweds, it was best not to disturb them. Huxley said, Amber right, then goodbye. Amber Aurelio stopped him, wait. Huxley. Amber Aurelio put on airs again, little Cheen, how could you not say goodbye to second Chloe rather? That's terribly impolite. Huxley, Amber Aurelio wanted to say more, but the call was suddenly disconnected. Amber Aurelio. Upon hearing the call disconnect, Gracelyn couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, now laughing out loud with her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Huxley said rather helplessly, your second brother's peculiar tastes are really... Really what? Gracelyn asked. It was hard to explain all in one sentence. Huxley swallowed his thoughts and responded, very good. Joking among family members is quite amusing. Really? Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Absolutely, Huxley replied with a smile, kissing Gracelyn's lips, more genuine than gold. Gracelyn laughed, oh, Chloe rather Cheen is getting better at talking every day. Amber thought Huxley had hung up unilaterally. Amber Aurelio was extremely pleased inside. The reason was simple, he and Huxley were classmates from childhood. Huxley's excellence was undeniable, and he always felt overshadowed by him. Between men, there's always that inexplicable sense of competition. Now things were different. He held the upper hand in this relationship. Ha 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 ha. Not long after Amber Aurelio's call ended, Gracelyn's phone rang. She glanced at the phone lying on the desk. It was Nicola calling. Since Huxley had always answered calls using speakerphone, Gracelyn pressed the button too. Before she could speak, Nicola's noisy voice came through. Shinger, I must tell you something important. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. What's it? Nicola began speaking non-stop, recounting how Huxley turned cold immediately when he saw her in the passenger seat. After listening, Gracelyn was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected Huxley would act like this. Indeed, Huxley was always perceived as dignified and somewhat aloof, but also very graceful and courteous. Being a business elite, he couldn't always be cold-faced, ignoring everyone. Just by looking at Perry's normal social interaction with Huxley, it was clear that he wasn't completely cold and distant. Rather, he carried himself elegantly, maintaining a balance between distance and respectability. His aloofness seemed ingrained, making him seem unapproachable even though he was polite and approachable in conversation. However, since their impromptu marriage, Huxley's impression on Gracelyn had gradually changed. Thus, his recent behavior toward Nicola seemed inconsistent with both his old and new impressions. Therefore, Gracelyn was indeed surprised. Also, before their impromptu marriage, she had encountered Huxley about 6 or 7 times a year at high society events. She usually stayed with friends like Nicola, Celine, and Amberly. They would often greet Huxley together. Though Huxley might not have been close with them, he wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Even if he said he hadn't noticed, he wouldn't react so dramatically just because someone else got into the car. Coupled with Nicola's exaggerated tone and rich vocabulary, Gracelyn couldn't help but picture the scene, feeling a subtle awkwardness. Huxley listened without embarrassment, chuckling to himself. He thought these young girls exaggerated everything, blowing minor issues out of proportion. Plus, he mused, isn't it cool that I'm such an excellent guy? Graceland felt a bit embarrassed after hearing the account. There were giggles from Celine and Amberly on the call, teasing her. Graceland pursed her lips. Oh, okay. I'll tell She. Nicola took a sip of water. What did you say? Graceland stuck out her tongue. Well. Before she finished, Nicola interjected. You don't think our CEO She did something wrong, do you? Graceland took a bite of a strawberry. Yes. She felt a bit off, thinking Huxley might have acted improperly toward her friends despite not being close with them, especially now that they were married. There was a saying, love me, love my dog. Huxley was polite and kind to her family, even lowering his guard. So, shouldn't he extend some courtesy to her friends as well? While Graceland was thinking, Nicola exclaimed, no. You're wrong. Good job, CEO She. Perfectly done. Graceland, still biting into her strawberry, blurted, Amber? Nicola said, white Amber. Exactly. Keep it up. Ignore us, we don't mind at all. Celine agreed, yes. Not only don't we mind, we're very happy. Amberly excitedly chimed in, yes, Shinger. Please tell your She to treat us this way. You know, he's a model of male virtue, raising the bar for future husbands. Nicola laughed, right. If my future husband dares to smile at other women, I'll slap him and make him learn from CEO She. Graceland couldn't help but laugh at her friend's antics. Amber, are you serious? Cloisic politeness. No need for politeness. We don't deserve it. Amber, hail. The girls went wild over the phone. Graceland laughed endlessly. This is really. She glanced at Huxley, feeling incredibly happy and wanting to kiss him. Amberly said, seriously, we should give CEO She a banner. Graceland, huh? Celine, model of male virtue. Everyone laughed heartily. Graceland giggled, that's a bit too much. They laughed, we're kidding, just joking around. Amber, after a few more lines of banter, they said, talk later, we're playing cards. Amber hung up. Graceland blinked, recalling her friend's words, marry Weston, and we can play mahjong together, which made her giggle inwardly and dismiss the silly idea. Huxley chuckled, these friends of yours are pretty great. Graceland blinked, thinking, yes, truly great. Their friendship dated back to childhood and was rock solid, closer than siblings. Feeling warm-hearted, Graceland looked at Huxley and wrapped her arms around his neck. She, you're so good. Huxley gazed at her. If I weren't, how could I match you, who's bright as the moon, radiant as stars? Graceland thought, educated people sure know how to talk beautifully. Heart racing, she kissed Huxley. She is hers. Hers alone. Forever. Amber, after chatting with Graceland, Nicola and her friends started a card game. They all loved playing cards and often enjoyed doing so, full of laughter, betting, drawing mustaches, sketching turtles, and sometimes even truth or dare. Their games alternated between gentle breezes and thunderstorms. Wild and fun, Weston had become almost obsessed with wondering if Huxley had ever harbored secret feelings for Graceland. He pondered relentlessly based on all the information he had gathered, almost losing himself in his speculations. Thinking of how he had been continuously sidelined recently by Huxley, who treated him like an invisible speck. He felt a mix of sadness and indignation, and suddenly remembered someone, John, who was far away in Amberfrica. Why not trick John back to share in the misery? He couldn't be the only one bearing this, right? So, he immediately called John. After some time, John finally picked up the phone. His voice, like electronic music, was gentle, magnetic, and incredibly sexy. Xiao-Chi. Weston instantly cried as tears flowed down his cheeks. Second Clorother was always so gentle and adorable. He decided to stick with Second Clorother instead of ignoring First Clorother, that old-fashioned blockhead. Humph. Weston said, Clorother. My dear brother. When are you coming back? John replied, I've arranged everything here and will return in a week. John had been teaching in Amberfrica for several years now. She's parents worried about their second son enduring hardship abroad. They acknowledged the honor of his volunteer work, and John enjoyed it too. However, Huxley's recent marriage gave them the perfect excuse to order John to return home and end his teaching stint there. Plus, Huxley also thought it was a good idea. In the end, John agreed to come back home. Weston wailed, one more week. Clorother, do you know how hard each day is for me? First Clorother treats me, it's beyond words. John asked, is First Clorother lecturing you every day? Weston pouted, no. Whenever his wife is around, he completely ignores me. He won't even look at me when I stand in front of him. Do you know how miserable I am? Amber, and he's even jealous of me. Life is unbearable. If you don't come back soon, I feel my innocent heart will never recover from the blow. John. John's voice remained steady. Sounds pitiful, but given First Clorother's nature, I bet you've gotten your share of benefits despite being slighted, right? Weston was bewildered. Weston roared, is this about benefits? Second Clorother. This is about our brotherhood. John laughed. Amber, right, wait for me. Then he added with a dose of reality. Honestly, our crown prince has always done what he wants. I doubt my return will make much difference. Amber at best, I'll just be cannon fodder number 2. Weston almost fainted but felt relieved. Chloeing cannon fodder or not doesn't matter. The important thing is you're coming back. Amber and you won't leave again. Good brothers must share happiness and difficulties together. Okay. John was brief. Finally, Weston asked, second Chlorother, are you bringing back any girl from Amberfrica? John smiled. Funny you should ask, there is one, an exchange student coming to study in the capital. Weston was stunned. You can't be serious. Tell me this isn't my future sister-in-law. I don't accept black women. John replied, what are you thinking? It's not that easy for someone to get close to me. Weston. Nicola, Amberly, and Celine. Fine. Weston cheered and gave a thumbs up. Just like my second Chlorother. Waiting for you. Kisses. John. Chloe. John clearly wasn't into receiving kisses from Weston. Weston. Where did the brotherly love go? After the call ended, Amberly remarked, wow, second Chlorother of the Cheen family, haven't seen him for years. Celine added, it's been 3 or 4 years, right? Weston nodded. Yep. Nicola laughed. I've noticed something, your family members are either aloof or narcissistic, it seems. Celine and Amberly chimed in together. Amber agreed. After hanging up, John called Huxley. When the phone rang, Huxley was focused on his work. Graceland sat on his lap playing games, which didn't disturb him at all, it was quite harmonious. Seeing it was John calling, Huxley was pleased and put the call on speaker. John's gentle voice came through. First Chlorother, are you busy? Not really, Huxley replied. Coming back early? Nope, John said. In a week. Oh, still the same schedule? Huxley responded. I'll arrange your flight. Thanks, John nodded. Weston complained to me that you've been ignoring him lately. Huxley. He needs some discipline, Huxley said. John chuckled. Indeed. Claude, hearing this makes me happy for you, Chlorother. You've finally reached your goal. Huxley, equally pleased, replied, your sister-in-law is here, would you like to say hello? John sounded surprised. Really? Great. Graceland quickly greeted John. Second Uncle Cheen, hello. John raised an eyebrow, sounding even happier. Sister-in-law, Miss Meng. Nice to hear from you. This made Graceland a bit uncomfortable. How could she deserve such praise? She remembered John was exceptionally studious, a professor at a young age, and seldom attended social events in the high society circles. Later, he went to teach in Amberfrica for years, so they barely met face to face. How could he have heard much about her? John probably knew little about the capital's elite circle. So, what did he mean by long-known fame? Graceland hurriedly responded, oh, where, you're the one with the long-known fame. John laughed. I'm not important. What matters is first Chlorother's wish has come true. Graceland blinked. What? Wish, come true? Why did that sound a bit off? If she understood correctly, wish come true implied he had long wished for this, marriage? The implications were huge. Her heart raced with shock. John seemed puzzled too. Isn't it? Graceland glanced at Huxley, who also looked perplexed. This. What do you mean? Why wish come true? Did John mean Huxley had wanted to marry her for a long time? The implications were massive. Feeling stunned, her heartbeat quickened. On the other end, John seemed surprised by Graceland's reaction. Hasn't first Chlorother always liked you for a long time? That statement hit her like thunder. She was struck speechless, her heart pounding. Huxley was equally stunned. Silence fell on the line. John asked, what's wrong, first Chlorother, sister-in-law? Did I get it wrong? After the shock, Graceland almost burst out laughing. Where did second uncle hear this rumor from? Not from Weston, surely? Graceland stammered, and no, not really. Who told you that? John responded, oh, not really. I always thought so. Graceland. Huxley. Turns out John had merely assumed it. Graceland felt mixed emotions, amusement and disappointment. After the call, Graceland couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. Little did she know, this misunderstanding would spark many more unexpected twists. Weston hurriedly corrected, Amber, no, not really. We had a sudden marriage. I sought out eldest Chlorother Cheen for a sudden marriage. Amberlthuff John replied casually, he felt his intuition hadn't failed him and asked, Chlorother, did I misunderstand? Finally, Huxley spoke up, second Chlorother, you're talking too much. John blinked, realizing that his words were indeed inappropriate. He immediately apologized, sorry, eldest Chlorother, I was just guessing. Huxley said, It seemed he wasn't pleased. Indeed, claiming he had long liked someone when it wasn't true, and doing so in front of the couple, placed Huxley in an awkward and delicate situation. If Graceland took offense at this, wouldn't it cause unnecessary friction between the newlyweds? John quickly added, these details aren't important. What matters is that you two are very much in love now, a perfect match made in heaven. Huxley responded, I'll host a welcome party for you when you return. Good, John said, then hung up without further ado. See you both back home. Wishing you good health and happiness. John almost wanted to add, eternal peace, and it's none of my business. Of course, he didn't dare say that and ended the call instead, sighing in relief and wiping his cold sweat. He almost caused a major incident. Quote, how to put it. Despite everything, John still felt that Huxley had liked Graceland for a long time. Could he really be wrong? After hanging up, Huxley continued working, while Graceland played her games. Occasionally, Huxley would glance over and help her with a few moves. The couple's affectionate interaction was truly heartwarming and envy-inducing. However, Graceland couldn't stop thinking about John's 4 words, wish come true. The feeling was indescribable. Why did it seem like almost everyone thought Huxley had long harbored feelings for her, or as Weston would say, had been secretly in love with her? If one person thought so, that would be one thing. Multiple people sharing this belief made it hard not to consider it. Yet she really didn't want to think about it. Cause, how to explain, such thoughts felt incredibly inappropriate given their current relationship. To begin with, unspoken admiration is subtle by nature. If expressed, it ceases to be admiration and becomes confession. Why not express it? Cause these subtleties create a delicate balance. Once spoken, the outcome is either yes or no. Now, with their post-marriage bliss, acknowledging the lack of prior affection would dampen the mood and feel awkward. Saying one-sided affection would make things even more complicated and out of place. So, could there be another possibility, that to avoid all the awkwardness and delicacy and preserve their loving relationship, Huxley admitting yes, it was secret admiration, would be even worse. Regardless, any way she looked at it, it wasn't good. Thus, at this point in time, such thoughts were simply inappropriate. After careful consideration, Graceland concluded that the best and most appropriate approach was to live in the present, cherish the moment, and enjoy the here and now. Chapter 74. Is She really spoiling her like a little princess? So, Graceland put aside her thoughts and focused on playing the game in her hands. Huxley also concentrated on his work, just like before, occasionally glancing over and offering advice when he had the time, creating an atmosphere of tender warmth and harmony as if they were in perfect sync. Even though one was working and the other playing games, it felt perfectly natural and harmonious. Graceland thought to herself, isn't this great? Indeed, these little moments were truly wonderful. A moment later, Huxley seemed to remember something and suddenly swiped his phone to call Weston. When Weston answered the call, he sounded pleasantly surprised, his voice filled with excitement. After speaking, he seemed to recall something and became slightly cautious, his tone careful. What do you need me for? The mahjong sounds from the other side of the phone abruptly stopped, presumably due to a gesture from Weston. Huxley appeared more at ease. How are the car and house selections coming along? Upon hearing this, Weston sighed in relief and replied happily, I've already placed an order for the car, I'm just waiting for production. For the house, we're still shortlisting. It was his first house, so naturally, he wanted to put some thought into it. Okay, Huxley said, your second brother will be back in a week. Help him choose a car and house too as a welcome back gift. Hearing this, Weston immediately responded, sure. He then exclaimed, wow, you're really spending a fortune this time. It feels like you've become more generous since getting married. Huxley grunted, you talk too much. With that, he hung up. Weston. After finishing the call, Huxley glanced at Graceland's game and noticed she was about to join a team battle. He offered, let me help. Graceland, who played the competitive game just to pass time, gladly handed over her phone, smiling brightly. Huxley took over and won the team battle successfully. Then, he returned the phone to her, saying, this round is secured. Indeed, after winning that battle, they quickly destroyed the tower and claimed victory. Graceland nodded approvingly, yes. You're amazing, She. Huxley's lips curled upward as he ruffled her hair, then continued handling documents. Graceland, absorbed in the game but unable to resist frequent glances at Huxley, thought to herself, oh my, why is She so good? He really is. He was kind not only to her but also to his brothers, generous with gifts. Huxley was indeed very gentle, yet why did everyone find him hard to approach? Strange. There are 2 kinds of gentleness. One is expressed outwardly through polite words and a mild temperament. The other seeps through from within. The former pleases the eye, while the latter touches the heart. Noticing Graceland often looking at him, Huxley smiled, reached out, and pulled her close for a kiss. The time he finished, Graceland's game session had concluded in victory. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Graceland subconsciously licked her lips, still sensing Huxley's touch, making her happy. She asked, She, are you sure this doesn't affect your work? Huxley remained calm, taking the document and reading it while smiling. Does it? Graceland was speechless, thinking, indeed, She is incredible. High intelligence isn't just a bragging point. Huxley made another call, adding, in fact, it makes me twice as efficient. He glanced at Graceland. Graceland rubbed her nose, coughing, meaning, he was complimenting himself. Huxley's call went to Russell. Cloring me the Chloe plan file for the World Trade Center collaboration. Russell responded, yes. Amber. Soon as Huxley hung up, Russell quickly retrieved the document, thinking, wasn't Mr. Cheen on a date? How did he get to this document so fast? Truly impressive. Russell hurriedly delivered the file and noticed the office door was open. The secretaries blushed upon seeing him. Confused, Russell raised an eyebrow, wondering, why are they blushing? What did they see? Why blush when the door is open? This made Russell feel inexplicably flushed too. Inside, he found everything normal, Rowena sitting on the CEO's lap. What's so unusual? Mr. Cheen, Russell handed over the document. Huxley accepted it and started reading. Russell stood there, not daring to leave. Gracelyn glanced over, intending to greet Russell. However, their eyes met, and Russell promptly lowered his gaze, as if signaling, no need to greet me, madam, seriously. I don't matter. I'm unworthy. Gracelyn couldn't help laughing and decided not to acknowledge him. She thus resumed playing her phone, indifferently. Huxley quickly reviewed the document and instructed Russell, notify all senior managers and secretaries involved in this project for a small meeting in conference room 5 in 10 minutes. Yes, Russell nodded and left to inform the staff. Upon hearing about the meeting, Gracelyn blinked, realizing she had been sitting on Huxley's lap for quite some time. When Huxley left for the meeting, it would spare him from holding her constantly. So, Gracelyn asked, Clorother Cheen, are your legs tired from carrying me? Amber. She tried to stand, Huxley held her waist, your weight is nothing. Don't worry. Okay, Gracelyn responded, if you have a meeting, what should I do? Before she could finish, Huxley interrupted, come with me. This made Gracelyn widen her eyes in surprise, Amber? Me? Huxley nodded, yes, you. Gracelyn was taken aback, involuntarily asking, why would I go? Huxley laughed, to keep me company, of course. What else? Gracelyn blinked repeatedly, realizing there was no other purpose besides keeping him company. Participating wasn't possible as she wouldn't understand, and serving tea or water would be inappropriate. Surprised, Gracelyn asked, isn't it better if I stay outside? Amber. After all, it's a formal work meeting, not a movie or sports event. What's wrong with that? Huxley countered logically, it's our company. Amber. Nothing you do here is appropriate. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, impressed by Huxley's confidence. Was this the treatment given to the wife of a tycoon? Indeed, it felt awesome. Gracelyn argued, others might think it's inappropriate to bring a clueless wife to a meeting. They might even mock you. Mock you for being henpecked, for not focusing on work. Huxley chuckled, ruffling her hair, who dares mock me? Gracelyn had no retort, indeed, his company, his territory, no one dared mock him. Sides, Huxley added, if anyone else can bring their spouse to a meeting, I'd consider that a skill. This remark amused Gracelyn, and bear you complimenting yourself, Clorother Cheen. Perhaps, Huxley teased, Huxley smiled, admitting it with grace, yes. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh even harder, inexplicably finding Huxley a bit adorable. Huxley added, you can just sit next to me. Want to play games? Play games. Want to watch movies? Watch movies. Chloe the way, did you bring headphones? I did. Gracelyn nodded eagerly, confident that if she hadn't brought them, Huxley would have instantly provided a pair. Huxley nodded again and said, Amber. Anyway, you can do whatever you want. Even if you want to stretch by the meeting room window or take a few laps around to enjoy the view, you can totally do that. You don't need to worry about what we're doing, just do whatever you feel like. These words stirred mixed feelings in Gracelyn's heart and sparked a sudden thought. He treated her like this, if they had a child, would Huxley also bring the baby to work in meetings? Gracelyn even absurdly imagined Huxley holding a baby with one hand and feeding it with a bottle in the other while attentively participating in a meeting. Wow, this image was both astonishing and heartwarming. Seeing Gracelyn's dazed expression, Huxley gently pinched her cheek. What are you thinking about? Gracelyn snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook her head, nothing. Huxley continued, of course, it depends on whether you're willing. If you... This time, Gracelyn interrupted him before he could finish. I'm willing. Gracelyn exclaimed. Amber. After all, staying in the office to play on her phone as entertainment didn't change anything. Chloeing together in the same space felt more intimate, even if they were doing separate things. Hearing Gracelyn's response, Huxley was delighted and kissed her lips. Amber. Right then, as long as you're willing, everything is possible. Remember, you are special and exceptional. What others can't do, you might be able to. Gracelyn felt empowered by Huxley's words, nodding obediently, okay. Huxley immediately instructed the secretary's desk to send a portion of the snacks prepared for Gracelyn to conference room 5. Gracelyn realized that Huxley had prepared multiple portions of snacks for her, just in case she wanted more after finishing one. Her heart felt warm and sweet, wondering, was Huxley really spoiling her like a little princess? Amber. Thus, unprecedentedly, in the always strict and stern CEO tower of the Cheen Family Corporation, an extremely surreal scene unfolded in the high-level meeting room number 5. It was truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Amber. An extra seat was added to the main chair position, with a table in front serving ice cream, strawberries, and durian. Next to the usually serious president sat a delicate beauty wearing headphones, with her phone propped up on a stand, presumably watching a movie. Moreover, their hands were visibly intertwined tightly. In stark contrast to the seasoned executives and the neatly dressed secretaries, this scene was strikingly different. The executives were shocked, and the secretaries were envious to tears. Huxley remained calm, despite the furrowed brows of the executives, saying, "This is my wife, Gracelyn. There's no need to greet her, she won't remember. She isn't participating or observing, just playing here. Please sit down, let's start the meeting." The executives. Though shocked, none dared to comment. After all, it was the Cheen family's company, and they earned their salaries here. Who would dare criticize the boss or the boss lady? Thus, the meeting proceeded normally, except for the somewhat shocking visuals. The content of the meeting was entirely standard. The shocking visuals probably included the meeting progressing vigorously while Gracelyn continued eating. Times, she even smoothly offered half-eaten strawberries to Huxley's lips, watched by the executives as he opened his mouth, chewed gracefully, and swallowed. The executives' Amberdam's apples involuntarily bobbed in response. What an unexpected reflex. Apart from that, everything was perfectly normal. Not only normal, the meeting was highly successful, perfectly addressing all the issues. Afterward, some executives even entertained inappropriate and random thoughts. For instance, "Oh, it seems the power of love is indeed strong." Or, "Honestly, the young mistress is so well behaved. Perfect little angel, concentrating on watching movies, eating, and feeding the president." Or, "TSK, if I had such a pretty and obedient little wife sitting next to me, feeding me bite-sized strawberries, I could solve all meeting problems flawlessly too." Or, "Is President Cheen setting the standard for good men in the capital with just one person? No, perhaps he's raising the bar for perfection itself. Not only is he incredibly successful in business, but also as a husband, how humane is that?" Such thoughts varied based on personal preferences. Quote, the executives never expected this to become the norm. They thought it was a whim or a result of their honeymoon phase, understandable enough. However, they would soon realize the company belonged to Huxley alone. Whether it was his wife, son, or daughter, accompanying him in a meeting, so what? Was that excessive? Absolutely not. Even if his kids tossed firecrackers in the meeting room, it was still allowed because Huxley indulged them. Why not? After the meeting, Gracelyn felt very happy. Accompanying Huxley in meetings turned out to be a great experience. She was genuinely delighted. Though she appeared well-behaved throughout, she secretly stole glances at her handsome husband. Quote, she wondered, wouldn't she be spoiled by Huxley? If so, yes, let her be spoiled. *__*. Indeed, why not? Chapter 75, President Cheen's Little Thoughts. So, Huxley wrapped up work for the day in this pleasant manner. It was said that Huxley had one particular trait that was greatly appreciated. He never kept his employees after hours. He never forced employees to work overtime. What he wanted was their efficiency and capability. If he had work to handle, he would take it home to deal with at night. If an employee needed to work overtime, they were compensated accordingly. The treatment of Cheen Corporation's employees was excellent, with even better public reviews and reputations. There was never a rumor of capitalists exploiting workers, so the Cheen Corporation was rated every year as the most desired company to join by workers. Of course, high treatment came with high requirements, be it ability or job regulations. This world has always been like this. You can only enjoy what you can provide or create. Therefore, Cheen Corporation was punctual about leaving work on time, and when it was time to leave, a mysterious joy would spread throughout the headquarters building. Everyone became kind and happy, especially today when they received a red envelope from Huxley. Though only 2,000 yuan, it was reportedly given across the entire Cheen Corporation. Not just headquarters. Quote, the whole corporation. 30 branches and subsidiaries. Including various branches and subgroups, as well as those in other provinces. The number of employees added up to no less than 200,000, and it was said that even cleaning aunties and gatekeepers were included in this amount. So while it wasn't much to the employees, it was definitely a grand gesture from the boss. After all, such red envelopes weren't mandatory, but Huxley did it upon entering the company for such a big event. Moreover, according to news from finance, President Cheen used his personal account, not the company's. This led to a reaction towards the young lady within the entire Cheen Corporation that was indescribable. If it had to be described, it would be shock, curiosity, envy to jealousy, plus feelings like life winner, peak, cheating life, and similar terms. Gracelyn thought it was only the headquarters staff, and she hadn't asked Russell in detail, so she remained blissfully unaware. When they left work, Huxley held Gracelyn's hand and cheerfully said, "Chloe, I'm off work." His demeanor seemed unexpectedly obedient. Gracelyn immediately melted, raised her eyebrow, and replied, "Let's go home." "Okay." Huxley nodded and naturally picked up Gracelyn's bag. Thus, he ended up holding Gracelyn's hand and carrying her bag. Gracelyn had worn a small, flower-patterned bag today, which looked very beautiful and youthful. Clothed in Huxley's hands. It could have been unattractive, but Huxley was handsome, tall, and regal, so it actually looked pretty good. It was just slightly mismatched. However, if truly mismatched, it wasn't entirely so. Nowadays, international trends featured beautifully styled male models who often incorporated beautiful elements into their clothing and accessories. And after all, beauty isn't exclusive to females. Brothers can be beautiful too. When brothers are beautiful, there's no room for sisters anymore. The only thing that might seem unmatched was his identity, after all, who was Huxley? Amber man standing at the top of the pyramid internationally, far different from runway models. Graceland couldn't help but stare at Huxley. How to put it? Her husband really was versatile, rugged, sweet, fierce, gentle, and beautiful. On the contrary, because of his status, it created a striking contrast. Originally, Graceland had thought of changing her bags to more dignified ones, like platinum bags in black, white, or gray, so Huxley wouldn't look out of place when carrying them. Now, she changed her mind. Thinking of this, Graceland smiled at Huxley. Chin, I've realized you look quite good carrying my bag. Really? Huxley turned his gaze to her, slowly raising his eyebrows. Yes. Graceland nodded obediently, unabashedly praising Huxley. Huxley, seeing her praise, simply squeezed her hand and laughed. That's great, I'm happy. Hearing this, Graceland felt even happier, and they walked lovingly hand in hand. The secretaries in the office hall respectfully greeted them, envious, President Chin, young lady. Huxley responded as usual, barely acknowledging them, but Graceland waved friendly greetings to the secretary stations on both sides. Russell waited for them at the private elevator entrance. Once they left, the secretaries couldn't resist whispering. President Chin and young lady have such good relationship. I see that President Chin loves young lady immensely. Envy. She must feel like she climbed to the top overnight. Certainly. Such a handsome and super rich husband. Heaven, I don't know how loudly I'd scream if this happened to me. Seeing the two arrive at the elevator, Russell bowed, President Chin, young lady, and pressed the elevator button. However, Huxley said, don't use the private elevator, take the employee elevator and exit from the main door. Have someone drive the car to the headquarters entrance. Russell blinked in surprise, quickly responding, yes, sir. Huxley then led Graceland toward the employee elevator, Russell following behind, thinking, is President Chin showing off? Such a first. Since taking over Chin Corporation, Huxley never used the employee elevator, always preferring the private one, almost unseen until now. Today, however, he was frequently roaming around the company. When picking up Graceland, he strolled through the reception area. Now after work, he was going to do the same. During working hours, the reception area mainly had staff. Now, it's after hours. Most employees leave from the main lobby, and there are many people. Russell couldn't help but smile inwardly, humming about his hidden thoughts. Huxley's office was on the highest floor, but soon employees would be entering the employee elevator. The employee elevator took longer compared to the private one. Huxley stood with Graceland waiting for the elevator. Graceland raised her eyebrows. Chin, why the employee elevator? It must be crowded. She also usually used the private elevator at her company. Employee elevators were inevitably crowded and slower. Huxley smiled, not hiding it. What do you think, baby? Before Graceland could respond, Russell burst out, report to young lady, President Chin wants to show off. Men. Hidden thoughts. Graceland was stunned, then giggled and asked, is that right, Chin? Huxley boldly nodded, yes. Caught off guard, Graceland didn't know what to say. Her heart stirred with warmth and sweetness. So, Huxley planned to hold her hand, carry her bag, and ride the employee elevator through the main lobby. It was an open admission of their relationship in broad daylight. Which woman doesn't love such overt affection? Even a concealed marriage is acceptable, but nothing beats a man's eager official announcement, even showing off, which is more endearing. In short, Graceland loved it. The elevator arrived. Russell held the door open as Huxley led Graceland in, descending. Graceland was lost in thought. Huxley glanced at her and asked, what's wrong? Chloe doesn't like? Chloeing openly demonstrative was fine, but some prefer discreet and low-key attention. Huxley suddenly wondered if Graceland, who was usually shy and reserved in relationships, might not like such a public display of affection. Hearing Huxley's question, Graceland snapped out of her thoughts. Reacting instinctively, she quickly said, no. I really like it. She blushed slightly after speaking, perhaps because she had answered too hastily. Seeing this, Huxley finally felt relieved and smiled, saying, that's good. Then, he bent down slightly, changing from holding Graceland's hand to encircling her slender waist. He asked, Chloe, do you have any reward for me? Coincidentally, as he spoke, the elevator doors opened. Huxley genuinely forgot that it was an employee elevator. And after all, someone who always used private elevators, how could they immediately switch? The result? Several employees stood outside the elevator, staring at him. They saw their usually distant and powerful president holding his young wife close, carrying her bag, and almost cheek to cheek asking for a reward. The employees outside the elevator froze on the spot. Was this scene from a super idol drama that walked into the wrong place by mistake? Worse, President Chin's normally stern and serious image completely collapsed in front of them. What kind of a proper CEO acted so shamelessly? For a moment, everyone stood there in silence. Russell. Graceland. Graceland's face turned bright red. Outside the elevator, the employees were dumbfounded, unable to speak or greet. Inside the elevator, the three of them remained silent, Huxley's pose frozen. In this situation, if no one entered, the elevator doors should have automatically closed. Clothed someone, with nerves of steel, put their foot in the door, stopping it from closing. So, there they all stood, facing each other in silence for several seconds. Until Russell reacted and coughed loudly, barking, "What are you looking at? If you're not getting in, move your foot." The person with the foot quickly withdrew it, startled. Russell calmly pressed the close button. Amber few quick-thinking employees then greeted him hurriedly, "President Sheen. Young Lady Meng." With those greetings, the elevator doors closed. Graceland couldn't help but laugh. "Sheen Clowerother, you scared your employees." Huxley was only embarrassed for a second before saying, "Never mind." Then he continued, "Chloe, reward." It seemed the reward could not be avoided now. Graceland, fearing another embarrassing situation, quickly gave Huxley a soft kiss on the cheek. Huxley finally looked content. As the elevator descended, more employees appeared at the elevator door. They were shocked when they saw the couple, standing still in amazement. However, Huxley remained calm and asked, "Not going down?" Some braver employees greeted them and entered the elevator. Huxley and Graceland thus shared the ride with the employees. Eventually, more people joined, making the elevator quite crowded. No one dared crowd around Huxley and Graceland, nor even Russell. Thus, their little trio had more space. Huxley thought, it would be better if it were a bit more crowded. Why not? So, he kindly offered, "You're standing too closely, there's still space over here." Employees? Honestly, they didn't quite understand what President Sheen meant by this sudden kindness. Suddenly being so considerate was baffling. Graceland also chimed in, "Yes." The employees were astonished and somewhat stunned. At this point, the next floor's elevator doors opened again. The employees outside looked similarly shocked. There were already some people inside, so these employees, realizing the situation, knew better than to squeeze in with the great president. No one knew what got into President Sheen today. Why was he riding the employee elevator with his wife? So, they politely declined to enter, but before they could even finish declining, Huxley said, "Why aren't you coming in? This elevator can hold 18, and there are only 10 of us. Are you all too luxurious?" This comment was not very friendly. Bernione could tell President Sheen was unhappy. The employees outside immediately stepped into the elevator without another word. Satisfied, Huxley moved to accommodate them. With more people, the space became tight. Huxley simply picked up Graceland and held her in his arms protectively, just like any couple would do in a crowded elevator. The small and adorable girl clung tightly to her tall boyfriend. It felt like a world of two. Of course, no one dared to truly crowd them. Graceland, embraced by Huxley, hugged him tightly around the waist, feeling his warmth, heartbeat, breath, and strong sense of security and care. She was admired all the way. Finally, the elevator reached the bottom floor, and the employees realized something. President Sheen didn't fear crowding, he feared not being crowded. Filled with envy, they let Huxley exit first with Graceland before they realized he was deliberately showing off. And he made others join him in his show. After exiting the elevator, Graceland couldn't stop laughing, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Huxley. "Sheen Clowerother, you're too cute." Huxley's little tricks were truly adorable. It was hard to imagine that Huxley could have such sweet thoughts. Indeed, men remain boys at heart. Seeing Graceland so happy, Huxley felt glad, slowly raising his eyebrows. "Shinger, do you like it?" Graceland replied sweetly, "I love it." She absolutely loved it. Chapter 76, this is the deepest secret he has in his heart. Huxley raised the corner of his lips, leaning down to place a kiss on her forehead. "It's good that you like it." He wanted to give her everything she liked. This was the first time Huxley had tried to please someone by doing all sorts of things to gain their favor and affection. He didn't know if he did well, but he just wanted to do it, and once he started, he couldn't stop. Whenever he saw her smiling, seeing her happy and blissful appearance made Huxley feel as if his whole world bloomed brilliantly. Hearing Huxley's words, Graceland felt overjoyed, looking up at him. "Yes, I really like it." Huxley held Graceland's waist tighter, making her stick even closer to him. The couple's open display of sweet love had already stunned all the employees in the hall into complete immobility. They stood there motionless, gazing at the couple as if they were petrified statues, not an exaggeration at all. Thus, an eerie scene emerged in the entire hall. These employees seemed frozen in both time and space, simply standing there watching the two. The couple was completely unaffected, continuing forward as closely as ever, with Russell following 2 steps behind them. This resulted in an eerie, yet artistic image, where everyone else was frozen, while only the three moved forward. Both of them were tall, with excellent physiques and handsome faces, creating a perfect male-female beauty combination. Walking hand in hand while being trailed by the equally tall and imposing Russell added another layer of sophistication. With all the employees standing still and staring, this scene almost resembled a divine cinematic moment. Soon, the trio left the headquarters hall, and Phantom was parked at the entrance. Russell immediately opened the car door, and Graceland and Huxley got inside. Amber's staff member from the parking lot stood beside the car, respectfully handing the keys to Russell upon his approach. Mr. Jiang. Russell nodded, took the keys, got into the car, and started the engine, glancing back at the hall subconsciously. He found, the hall was crowded with employees pressing against the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, staring intently at the phantom, clearly driven by extreme curiosity and gossip. Russell sped away, and the hall erupted into whispered conversations. That must be the young lady. Heavens, how beautiful she is. She's more stunning than any celebrity today. How can anyone look so beautiful? Is Mr. Qin intentionally showing off with the young lady? So much showiness. They are a perfect match. Oh, Mr. Qin, he's really romantic. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Qin walk through the hall. Previously, it was only on screens. My goodness, how incredibly handsome the real-life Mr. Qin is. His height is too impressive. Don't talk. My legs are turning soft. If I were the young lady, could I hold back? We'd probably be inseparable. Just inseparable? More like glued together. Shush. Oh, you girls. Stop saying nonsense. It's embarrassing. After getting into the car, Gracelyn was still immersed in the romance created by Huxley. Yeah, indeed, what Huxley did might seem ordinary, a simple gesture that looked unremarkable or routine. However, wasn't life composed of such large or small routines? Filled with worldly flavors, occasionally mixed with romance and little surprises, it was truly perfect. Gracelyn couldn't resist hugging Huxley's arm, leaning tightly against him. Cload Clorother Chin, you're so good. Today, Gracelyn complimented him genuinely many times, indicating that she was very happy indeed. Huxley couldn't help but feel elated, his heart fluttered as he turned to look at his young wife, whose beautiful face was filled with happiness and joy. Huxley gently lifted her chin and covered her lips with his own, kissing his little wife. Surprisingly, Gracelyn cooperated, parting her red lips to welcome Huxley's advance. Huxley's heart stirred, indeed, his darling girl was extremely happy today. Usually shy and passive, she had taken the initiative now. Huxley immediately responded, exploring with a slight dominance, dancing with her lips and tongues passionately. Despite the dominance, it remained gentle and flirtatious. Their kiss was deep and engrossing, intense and fervent. Russell, in the front seat, no problem. Don't worry. Standard operation. Just, Russell thought he should suggest something to Huxley later, that is, installing a partition. This way, whatever Mr. Qin and the young lady did in the back seat wouldn't be an issue. After all, he would be both blind and deaf. Russell deeply believed this idea was feasible and must be proposed to Mr. Qin and implemented as soon as possible. Gracelyn and Huxley kissed intensely until their breathing became slightly heavy, and a burning desire for each other ignited in their bodies. Only then did Gracelyn push Huxley away gently. Huxley released her lips, gazing at her flushed and longing eyes, unable to resist planting another tender kiss on her lips, savoring every moment lovingly. Gracelyn. Russell. Cloac at Sher Garden. Russell also had a place to stay there. Sher Garden was Huxley's private estate, sprawling over dozens of acres, featuring a golf course and horse riding fields. In the front were living quarters, with the main residence centrally located where Huxley lived. The eastern and western courtyards were designated for subordinates, servants, managers, and bodyguards. The northern and southern courtyards were guest areas with recreational facilities, followed by expansive gardens and moderate-sized forests. Further back were a large swimming pool, golf course, horse riding field, racetrack, soccer field, and helicopter pad. Huxley's private jet was stationed at its exclusive slot in the Imperial Airport. Before marrying Gracelyn, Huxley spent relatively more time at home, with Russell residing in the Qin family old house. Occasionally, when Huxley came to Sher Garden, Russell sometimes didn't stay overnight there. Now, judging by Huxley's behavior, he would be spending more time in Sher Garden, naturally accompanied by Russell. After parking, Russell got out and opened the car doors. Outside the main hall, Hyder led a row of servants welcoming them. Huxley held Gracelyn's hand as they got out of the car. Hyder greeted warmly, "Young master, young lady. You have worked hard, you have worked hard." Gracelyn smiled and greeted Hyder, who smiled even broader, "Young master and young lady, please come inside. It's hot outside." Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh since Huxley had the air conditioning on high, feeling coolness even outside the main hall. Huxley led Gracelyn into the main hall while asking Hyder, "Is the kitchen ready?" Hyder replied promptly, "Ambrose set. Just waiting for you to start cooking." Huxley smiled, nodding. Gracelyn looked at him excitedly. "Cload Clorother Chin is going to cook." "Yes," Huxley nodded, "I'll make it specially for you." Gracelyn's eyes sparkled as she laughed delightfully. "Then I'm really blessed." Huxley kissed her hand, promising, "You'll be this happy every day from now on." Gracelyn felt even happier. Moments later, they entered the main hall heading towards the kitchen. Gracelyn blinked, considering, "Do you need my help, Cload Clorother Chin?" Huxley answered straightforwardly, "No need, just be with me." Initially, this should be a cozy time for the two of them in the kitchen. However, Gracelyn had a sudden thought, "Cload, I want to take a stroll around." Huxley raised an eyebrow and looked at her, "Can we stroll after dinner?" Gracelyn licked her lips, somewhat shyly, "Yes, actually. I just want to eat after you finish cooking." Upon hearing this, Huxley raised his eyebrows. Graceland quickly explained, it's just TV shows and novels always show this. The husband cooks for his wife, so the wife doesn't even need to enter the kitchen. And if she did go into the kitchen, she would be chased out. Graceland didn't have the heart to say this aloud. After all, did Huxley really need to cook himself? Amber's simple order for any kind of dish would suffice. Several top-notch chefs from Royal No. 1 were in Sher Garden, ready to prepare whatever Huxley wanted. He still insisted on cooking specially for her. How could Graceland possibly bring herself to say anything else? Huxley understood. She wanted a different experience. Huxley smiled and agreed without hesitation, fine. You can play around, and I'll call you when it's done. Graceland's eyes lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously, all right. She then added, Chlorother, make it light and don't overdo it. We've already eaten quite a bit this afternoon. Huxley patted her head gently, okay, go enjoy yourself. Graceland, with a bright smile, walked Huxley to the kitchen, then watched him tie a white apron around his waist. She gave him a thumbs up, saying, Mr. Cheen, you look so handsome. Huxley couldn't help but laugh. Praise from his little sweetheart made him feel extremely pleased, especially with that title. Huxley replied, go on, let Hyder take you around. Hyder immediately offered, come along, young mistress, I'll drive you around personally. Drive. Yes, Sher Garden was so large that an electric car was necessary for tours. Graceland was delighted and nodded right away, sure. She had no idea how big Sher Garden was or its layout, so touring it would be wonderful. Hyder led Graceland with several servants accompanying them, while Huxley busied himself in the kitchen as a loving chef. Hyder indeed took Graceland on an electric car tour, explaining the layout of Sher Garden to her and casually asking about her preferences during their chat. The servants recorded everything diligently. After parking the car and arriving at the main hall, Russell learned from a servant that Huxley was actually cooking in the kitchen. He was genuinely surprised. After all, Russell and Graceland shared a similar thought. Huxley could cook, but why was he cooking now? Cooking occasionally was fine, but to become obsessed with it? Those hands of Huxley, signing one document could be worth millions. It felt too luxurious for those hands to cook every day. Russell also heard that Hyder had taken Graceland on a tour, meaning Huxley was alone in the kitchen. Russell became incredibly curious and couldn't resist heading to the kitchen. There he found Huxley working efficiently. There were several chefs standing by, assisting, but they were only supporting roles. Russell rubbed his chin, thinking Cheen might want to make his own chefs and servants jobless. After pondering for a moment, Russell boldly entered the kitchen. Sensing someone's arrival, Huxley thought it was Graceland. Turning his gaze, he met Russell's eyes, his initially pleasant expression turning slightly cold. Russell instantly felt awkward, realizing he shouldn't have come in. Sure enough, Huxley asked, what are you doing here? Russell. He cleared his throat and said, I came to see if there's anything I can help with. No need, Huxley declined. Russell licked his lips but didn't leave, hardening his courage to ask, Clois Cheen, are you planning to cook for young mistress every day from now on? Huxley paused mid-motion, then replied, why not? These 4 words startled Russell, surely not, absolutely not. Unable to resist, Russell curiously blurted out, Clois Cheen, did you, like young mistress for a long time? Did you have a crush on her for ages? Otherwise, it wasn't normal for a CEO to insist on cooking for his wife daily. Huxley was momentarily stunned. Few seconds later, he said indifferently, too chatty. Your bonus will be docked next month. Russell. Russell felt depressed but didn't dare argue, simply lowering his head in response, understood. Leave, Huxley ordered. Understood, Russell left as instructed. Russell walked out, Huxley shooed away the chefs too. Alone in the kitchen, Huxley worked elegantly and effortlessly. Cooking for her every day, yes, that was his intention. Since, a very long time ago. The exact duration was fuzzy, but it was roughly when he heard from Li Qingfrost that Graceland excelled in cooking and enjoyed it, being one of the few young ladies who could make excellent dishes. That's when it started. From that point, he began learning to cook, telling himself that one day, if there was a chance, he wanted to cook for her every day. Just thinking about it brought immense happiness and contentment. At first, he cooked alone and daydreamed. Imagining bringing her food, seeing her eat happily. He also envisioned cooking together with Graceland, and then something more might happen. Thinking of this, Huxley's face darkened with gloom and melancholy. He sighed deeply, trying to shake off this uncomfortable feeling. This was his deepest secret, a taboo for him. Even now, he was still conflicted. He didn't want to think about it, nor delve deep into it. He didn't want to admit this secret, this taboo, or relive these buried feelings. Now was good. He was happy. Russell stepped out of the kitchen and immediately took out his phone, opening a group chat named Secret Reconnaissance Team. He typed a long message and sent it. After dismissing everyone, Huxley cooked alone in the kitchen, graceful and adept. Cooking for her every day, yes, that was his plan. Since, a very long time ago. Exactly how long was a bit blurry. Perhaps it started when he heard from Li Qingfrost that Graceland was skilled and fond of cooking, able to create exquisite meals. Yes, it began then. From that moment, he started learning to cook, hoping that Or perhaps promising himself silently. One day, if there was a chance, he wanted to cook for her every day. The mere thought brought immense satisfaction and happiness. Initially, he cooked alone and fantasized, imagining serving her food and seeing her delight. Amber also envisioning cooking together with Gracelyn, and something more might develop. Thinking of this, Huxley's face darkened, tinged with gloom and despondency. He exhaled deeply, striving to dispel this uncomfortable sensation. This was his most profound secret, a taboo for him. Even now, he remained conflicted. He preferred not to think about it, much less delve deeper. He didn't want to acknowledge the secret, this taboo, or relive the buried emotions. Everything was fine now. He was content. Chapter 77. Why did I suddenly feel so moved? After Russell was driven out by Huxley, he ran to the lawn outside the main hall, hiding behind a big tree to smoke. Ever since Huxley had a flash marriage with Gracelyn, Russell really hadn't smoked, except for that time at the abandoned factory. So Russell figured that Mr. Cheen might have quit smoking for Rayal. Thus, Russell naturally didn't dare to smoke anywhere in the main hall and only dared to come out here. Thinking about this point made Russell quite amazed and admiring. Huxley's nicotine addiction wasn't too strong. He would smoke a few cigarettes while working or talking, but since he said he wouldn't smoke anymore, it really required some courage. Quote, then again, was Huxley ever someone without determination? Russell understood, love must indeed be powerful. Someone like him wasn't worthy of admiration, sigh. Russell took a puff on his cigarette and opened up the chat group. He previously posted in the group, I've been ruthlessly docked my bonus. Reason, excessive talking. Soon replies flooded in. Amber Aurelio, congratulations, throw flowers, celebrate the world over. Amber Laster, might as well deduct all this year's bonuses, I'm looking forward to it. Weston, look forward to it +1. Russell. This group was created by Weston. From the name, you can tell it's called, Secret Investigation Squad, investigating whether Huxley harbors secret feelings for Gracelyn. Russell felt extremely unjust and said, you all are too much. I, on behalf of the moon, condemn you. I ventured into the lion's den alone, sacrificing my bonus, and you aren't consoling me but gloating instead. Do you even want insider gossip? Initially, Russell had severe reservations and firmly refused when he was dragged into doing this task. After all, Russell thought, does this count as betraying Huxley? Can't do it, absolutely not. However, Weston pestered tirelessly and swore that this wasn't betraying Huxley but helping him. What if Huxley had indeed been secretly infatuated for years but couldn't express it? Amber thought they were married now, these two situations were still quite different in nature. Even so, Russell did not agree initially. Later on, with Amber Laster and Amber Aurelio joining in, Russell finally agreed to join. Hearing Russell say this, Weston hurriedly said, hey, old Jiang, it's just a joke, come on, any new intel? Russell replied, I asked. Weston, ? Amber Laster, ? Amber Aurelio, ? Russell, I directly asked Mr. Cheen if he had a crush on the young mistress. Seeing this, the three gave a thumbs up. Amber Aurelio, what did little Cheen say? For this nickname, Amber Laster and Weston shuddered involuntarily. Russell, he said I talked too much and docked my bonus. Everyone. Cloeter off not saying it at all. So what then? Weston asked, surely it's not just about the docked pay? Russell, that's not the point. The point is, this afternoon, Mr. Cheen returned to Sher Garden and personally cooked for Madam again. Amber Aurelio spoke sternly, is he really cooking? He just wants to get intimate with my little star in the kitchen. TSK, men's petty desires. Amber Laster, TSK, does every man want to? Weston, stop it. I'm still a child, do you even act human? Amber Laster, cough, you young boy, you don't understand anything, it's not necessarily. Russell, Mr. Liu, stop. Keep those butterfly wings tucked away, no frivolity. There's a bunch of servants in Sher Garden. Amber Aurelio scolded Amber Laster, shameless. Vulgar. Amber Laster. Amber Laster thought, hey, aren't you guys also shameless and vulgar? When you get wives later, will you recite ancient poems together every night? It's just that you haven't found wives yet, so you're pretending to be innocent. Amber Laster didn't even want to bother with them anymore, how shallow. Russell said, not just that, another point is, the young mistress went to play. Amber Laster? Play. Amber Aurelio? What does that mean? Russell, she went to stroll around Sher Garden, saying, call her when Mr. Cheen finishes cooking. Amber Laster. Amber Aurelio. Weston remarked, haha, truly lives up to little star. Amber Laster turned serious, so Mr. Cheen actually cooked again? Russell, yep. Amber and once started, there'll be a second, third, countless times after that. I feel like Mr. Cheen seems happy to cook daily for the young mistress, he enjoys it thoroughly. Amber Aurelio, damn, why do I suddenly feel so moved? Russell said, yeah, I also feel inexplicably touched. Weston then said, I've never seen my older brother cook, let alone eat what he makes. Russell, it's really delicious. Weston. No way, I'm coming over to Sher Garden for dinner, wailing, my brother doesn't love me anymore. Amberlaster said, I want to come for dinner too. Haven't tried what Mr. Sheen cooks, feels very expensive. Russell took a heavy puff of the cigarette, could it be cheap? Made by the founder of Sheen Corporation, right? Amber Aurelio said, Amber right, alright, you guys got nothing else to do? Hitchhiking dinners? Get back on track. Chloeing reminded, everyone remembered. Weston said, I swear, if my brother isn't in love, you can kick my head like a ball. Amberlaster, no need. Amber Aurelio, indeed, no need. Weston. Now everyone felt deeply that this was true. These were all men who understood men. Men only cared about the women they liked. Quote, this needed distinction, how deep must they care to show their concern? They all unanimously believed Huxley's affection for Gracelyn far exceeded the bounds of liking. Honestly speaking, neither party was in a hurry to confirm this, but these bystanders were getting desperate. Primarily because Huxley's sudden flash marriage to Gracelyn was unexpected by everyone. Amber and Huxley's excessively good behavior added to the confusion. They could ignore it and enjoy life, savoring the sweet moments, but it always felt like something was missing in the sweetness. People are like that, wanting to know the reasons behind things. One person thinks so, two people think so, more and more until it turns into an obsession to figure it out. After Weston said this, Amber Aurelio sent a voice message. When I matched Sheen and Star back then, I truly saw no sign of interest between them. This whole time Russell has been around. Russell knows about it, right? Russell replied, yeah, I know. Amber Aurelio continued, let's leave aside the flash marriage and cooking. I want to talk about something I couldn't figure out. Now I think I understand somewhat. Everyone asked what it was. Amber Aurelio explained, that night when Star danced on stage, I felt Huxley wasn't too happy. I wanted to drag her down myself, but Huxley said no need, she seemed happy dancing. Amber at first, I thought it meant he had no romantic interest in Star. Now thinking about it, it might be the opposite. Amberlaster asked, opposite? You mean because he likes her too much, he indulges her entirely as long as Miss Meng is happy? Amber Aurelio replied, looking back now, that's exactly what it means, otherwise how to explain it? Everyone pondered carefully, it was indeed that meaning. Otherwise, why did he start caring so intensely only after the quick wedding? How many people develop such sudden, intense feelings? Even if there were some, it was rare. Amberlaster said, to me, it was definitely unrequited love from the start. You guys even formed an investigation team, is it necessary? Everything is obvious. Just because he berated me so harshly a few years ago, it proves it, no need to investigate. Amber at that moment, Russell also recalled, I remember a small detail, President Sheen once lured me into saying that the young mistress had a crush on him. Since this group was created, they had gone over some details about the cooking. None of them knew that Huxley could actually cook. When and where did he learn? No one knew, it was unprecedented. Afterward, no other details were discussed, but now that they brought it up, suspicions grew stronger, almost confirming their theories. Weston also said, I seem to recall something too. Once when I was drunk, feeling heartache for little Star getting married, my older brother scolded me until I was soaked in the bathroom. He said something then. Everyone asked, what did he say? Weston, I did ask him. Everyone? Weston explained, Cloac then, I think my brother felt that Star and I were true childhood sweethearts, so he asked me, but I told him it was only brotherly affection. I was a bit dizzy at the time, not remembering clearly, but I vaguely remember him shouting at me like that, Weston added. Amberlaster summarized directly, Amber right, case solved, unrequited love. No need for further investigation, let's all sleep tight, it's a sure thing. Weston, yes, but my brother doesn't admit it. What we need is his admission, right? Indeed, the biggest issue was right there. Amber Aurelio, why won't he admit it? Isn't this a good thing? Amberlaster, who knows what President Sheen is thinking? Russell thought for a while, what if? I mean just what if, it isn't? Weston, that's why we're investigating privately. If not, well, it's just us looking for trouble. That might work, but everyone felt there was likely no such chance. Amber Aurelio, okay, now comes the question. We've confirmed the details, and we believe this, but how do we make him admit it? How do we investigate this hidden love? This was the crux of the matter. Everyone was silent for a few seconds before Amberlaster suddenly suggested, investigate. Start with the cooking. With evidence, can he still deny it? Russell, from the cooking? Amberlaster, right. When did President Sheen learn to cook? Most importantly, where did he practice? Shouldn't we be able to find some clues? He didn't cook at the Sheen residence or Sher Garden, so where else? Does Royal One have a secret base for him to cook? Mr. Jiang, this task is yours. Russell. Have me investigate President Sheen? This really is. Russell hesitated. Amberlaster continued, what's to be afraid of? You're not really betraying him. Close eyes, you don't follow him every minute of every day. Investigate where he learned to cook, trust me, it'll be fine. Russell directly replied, no way, I can't do this. I can't thoroughly investigate all of President Sheen's private movements. The conversation stalled, but Weston tried to smooth things over, take it easy, let's think of another way, slowly, take our time. They could only discuss up to this point for now. Hyder led Gracelyn on a short tour, then received a call. Hanging up, Hyder respectfully addressed Gracelyn, young mistress, a few jewelry brands you like have sent their pieces for you to choose from. Would you like to go back and pick them out now, or shall we continue touring and choose later? Gracelyn thought about it. It was nearly time for dinner. If she went back now, she'd probably be done picking soon enough to have dinner. So Gracelyn said, let's go back now. Sure, garden was vast, not something that could be toured quickly. Chloe, the time Hyder finished introducing its layout, she had a pretty good understanding. Fine, Hyder nodded, heading back to the main hall. When Gracelyn returned to the main hall, she indeed saw jewelry displayed on a large coffee table in the lounge area. She blinked. Standing next to the table were 3 female staff members in black suits. Hyder introduced, here's our young mistress. The 3 staff members politely greeted, hello, Rowena. Gracelyn responded, hello. Hyder explained, young mistress, these are the brand designers who have come specifically to introduce the pieces. Gracelyn nodded and kindly offered, please sit. The designers were immediately flattered but refused, no, thank you, Rowena. It's okay, we can stand. Huxley wore accessories like cufflinks and collar studs. The designers wouldn't dare sit while talking to Huxley, only standing. Female designers had to wear black business shirts and pants, not dresses or high heels, and no makeup. Gracelyn didn't know this, nor did Hyder mention it. She only assumed they were being polite and could only nod, oh, all right. Selecting jewelry naturally involved choosing pieces she liked and returning those she didn't. Some items looked beautiful even without trying on, while unique designs could be included based on personal preference. Thus, a concise explanation by the designer and Gracelyn's trying on were essential. Of course, if she found it troublesome, she could just keep the pieces she liked without trying them on. The jewelry was exquisite, and Gracelyn loved them at first sight. Women couldn't resist shiny and beautiful objects, they had no resistance. Seeing Gracelyn hadn't initiated the selection process, the lead designer picked up the first piece and showed it to her, explaining, Rowena, please look at this piece. It's Chapter 78, finally, welcome you. After a series of fittings and explanations, the designers discovered an issue. Gracelyn looked beautiful in every piece and color of jewelry. One could say that she perfectly held her own with each set, making it hard to tell if the jewelry was accentuating her or if she was making the jewelry look even better. Gracelyn noticed this as well. She liked every set because they all had their own unique charm and style, and all were very appealing. Unable to decide, she thought for a moment and said, wait, I'll let Chlorother help me choose. She stood up after speaking. The designers were taken aback for a second. Chlorother. Oh, Mr. Cheen, right? Such a unique way of addressing him. Gracelyn entered the kitchen with light footsteps and saw Huxley focused on cooking. She couldn't help but smile as she quietly approached him. Walking behind Huxley, he didn't seem to notice her, showing how engrossed he was in his task. This sight stirred Gracelyn's heart, and she wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her face against his back and softly calling, husband. Huxley knew it was her the moment Gracelyn hugged him, especially when she called him husband. His actions immediately paused. Done playing? He asked, turning the stove down to a simmer and then turning around to embrace her. Looking up at him, Gracelyn chuckled, the sheer garden is too big, impossible to finish exploring in one go. They brought jewelry for me to choose from, there are so many sets, I got overwhelmed and can't make up my mind. Can you help me? Just as Huxley was about to respond, Gracelyn added, Clote, will it affect your cooking? Huxley reassured her, no problem, just 2 more minutes for the final dish. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Gracelyn became happy instantly and nodded obediently, okay. Huxley turned up the heat, expertly flipping and tossing the contents of the pan like a true chef. Gracelyn curiously peered over his shoulder, it smells amazing. What's this? Huxley replied with a smirk, stir-fried pig liver. Amber, simple yet delicious home-style dish. Gracelyn's mouth watered immediately upon hearing this. Just as she was about to comment, Huxley said, it's good for your blood. Gracelyn was momentarily amused, what, am I bleeding too much? She felt as though he was overreacting, considering how minimal the blood loss was. Clote, such fussing only made her feel cherished. Embracing this love deeply, she complimented him sweetly, it smells so good. It must taste incredible. My mouth is watering. Huxley was touched by her words. He quickly scooped the dish into a gleaming white jade plate, then turned around and lifted her chin with a smile, such a sweet mouth. Gracelyn laughed softly. Can we eat now? Should we pick the jewelry first? Sure, Huxley agreed, but then pulled her into his arms and whispered, wait. Huh? Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Huxley leaned closer, your lips are so sweet, let me taste. Only after he kissed her did Gracelyn understand what he meant. After a passionate kiss, Huxley released her, admiring her rosy lips, indeed, very sweet. Blushing slightly, Gracelyn tugged him along, come on, Chlorother, let's pick the jewelry. Neither remembered Huxley still had his apron on. Even with it, he looked incredibly handsome and noble, causing quite a stir among those who saw him. Initially, no one reacted, mesmerized by his striking appearance even with the apron on, until they realized, Mr. Cheen was personally cooking? For what? Of course, anyone with a brain would know why. They were momentarily stunned, bowing to greet him. Good day, Mr. Cheen. Facing the designer's greetings, Huxley merely nodded coolly. Despite the apron, he exuded an aura of authority. Turning to Gracelyn, he gently guided her to sit down and asked, which ones are you unsure about? Gracelyn sighed, they're all beautiful, so. Without hesitation, Huxley responded, then get them all. Gracelyn gasped, what? Huxley tilted his head slightly, if you like them all, keep them. Wear whichever you prefer whenever you want. There's no need to choose. Gracelyn blinked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Amber thought she wasn't lacking in jewelry. Being the only daughter of the Meng family, Martha always spoiled her. From birth, a carefully selected piece of jewelry was given to her annually. As she grew older, she also bought pieces she loved. The Meng family's wealth couldn't compare to the Qin family's, so getting everything like this felt extravagant. Before she could speak, Huxley kissed her again. Stop worrying. Keep everything you like. Huxley turned to the three designers. These can stay. You may leave. They promptly replied, yes, Mr. Qin, and left joyfully, escorted by Hyder's staff. Gracelyn hadn't recovered from the shock. So, you're keeping them all? Typical of someone who doesn't hesitate to act decisively. Huxley knew she truly loved all the pieces. Women rarely dislike jewelry, and since she hadn't dismissed any during the decision-making, it was clear she wanted them all. If so, why not get them all, especially when they weren't unaffordable? Huxley was always willing to buy Gracelyn anything she wanted, regardless of cost. Her happiness mattered most. Brother Qin. Interrupting her mid-sentence, Huxley kissed her again. Don't worry. From now on, if you like it, keep it. Hearing this, Gracelyn felt nothing but admiration for his extravagance. With that, she smiled and agreed, kissing him lightly on the lips. Amber right. Huxley was delighted and led her to the dining table. Let's eat. Translation completed. Maintaining paragraph structure, tone, and coherence. Marcy was indeed a bit hungry. The dishes prepared by Huxley were just too fragrant, making anyone's appetite bloom even with just a sniff. Okay. Marcy nodded and held Huxley's hand tightly as they walked towards the dining table together. The servants had already placed the dishes made by Huxley on the table. Holding Marcy's hand, Huxley sat down with her, and she was somewhat surprised at the dishes on the table. Two of the dishes were those she used to make in her Meng family home, chunjiang fish and fresh ambush shrimp. These two dishes weren't hard to prepare, one might say very simple. Any person who could cook would learn it easily from just one observation and instruction. However, Marcy didn't expect Huxley to know how to make these dishes. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, Huxley smirked. Do you think your husband is showing off? Marcy hurriedly replied, of course not. Huxley smiled. Good, I wanted to try the dishes you make. In the future, you'll have to teach me a few more. Marcy felt deeply moved, making the dishes she used to make. Sure. Marcy immediately agreed, quickly picking up her chopsticks and eagerly tasting the food. Watching her take a bite, Huxley asked, how is it? Marcy gave a thumbs up. Amazing. Closer than what I can make. She wasn't lying. Huxley's version of these two dishes tasted even better than hers. Not sure how he managed it, but he did. Maybe exceptional people naturally outdid themselves at everything? Hearing this, Huxley laughed happily. That's a pretty high compliment. Marcy grinned widely. No, Brother Qin, I'm telling the truth. Huxley became even happier, offering her more pig liver. Try this one too. You were craving it, right? Marcy's eyes lit up. She picked up the dish and put it in her mouth, saying while eating, no need to try. It must be delicious. Brother Qin, you're incredible. You like it, that's good enough. Huxley said, then took a small silver bowl to serve her a bowl of soup. Seeing the soup, Marcy was a bit tipsy. It was red date longan-bird's nest soup. Another dish to nourish blood. She also saw another dish, probably duck blood tofu. Nourishing blood again? Cough, Marcy took the bowl offered by Huxley, blushing slightly. Brother Qin, why are all these for nourishing blood? Really, there's no need, my health is fine. She really feared that Huxley would keep making such dishes for her in the coming days. Huxley simply said, nourish today. Marcy. Right, she had to accept Huxley's kindness and took a sip. Instantly, her eyes curved into a smile. This soup was truly delicious. It was sweet and creamy yet not greasy, quite refreshing. Delicious? Huxley asked. Marcy couldn't spare her mouth to reply, only nodding frantically while drinking. She swallowed before replying, very delicious. This scene of their sweet interaction made Hyder, who was watching nearby, smile broadly. Huxley turned his gaze towards Hyder. Hyder, come join us. Oh, where's Russell? Asked him to join us too. Russell, who was walking towards the dining hall, was almost moved to tears upon hearing this. He would get to eat the meal personally prepared by President Qin for young lady. Marcy added, yes, Assistant Jiang, come join us. Huxley had cooked plenty, the two of them wouldn't finish all the dishes. Plus, having more people made the meal livelier, including Hyder and Russell, there were only 4 of them. Russell bowed deeply, yes, young lady. Then he hurried forward. Hyder chuckled, well then, I won't hold back. Getting to eat something cooked by Master personally, what a blessing for Hyder. Chloe, Hyder and Russell sat down. Hyder continuously praised Huxley. Master was great, Master was wonderful, Master was simply marvelous. They practically praised Huxley to the heavens. Marcy found herself nodding in agreement frequently. Indeed, her husband was one in a million, irreplaceable. And yet, she was lucky enough to find him. Hyder finished his praises and began eating happily. Huxley raised an eyebrow at Russell. Want some drinks? He was inviting Russell to join in. Russell immediately replied, yes. Huxley instructed a servant to bring some wine. Marcy blinked. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Marcy was also in a good mood and said spontaneously, She, I want to drink some too. Truthfully, she hadn't ever drunk wine with Huxley before, not in the sense of sitting together and chatting over glasses. Now, Sher Garden was her home, with only Hyder and Russell around. Marcy felt relaxed and comfortable. She wanted to share a few glasses with Huxley properly. Noticing her enthusiasm, Huxley nodded after swallowing. Fine, you can have red wine. Okay, Marcy agreed compliantly. Hyder volunteered, Master, I want to join you in a drink. Feeling the pleasant atmosphere, Hyder also wanted to join in the fun. Huxley nodded immediately, sure. Servants quickly added cups for Hyder, who was delighted. Hyder had always been managing Sher Garden diligently, even when Huxley visited less frequently. He silently remained loyal, keeping Sher Garden orderly without troubling Huxley at all. Soon, the servants filled the cups for everyone. Huxley raised his glass, looking intently at Marcy. Let's raise this first glass to welcome the lady of Sher Garden. After speaking, his deep eyes gazed steadily at Marcy, shining brightly like stars. Then he continued, finally, welcome you into my world, my life, to become an inseparable part of me. Hearing this, Marcy felt as if she had drunk a pot of honey. It was like heavenly music to her. Russell and Hyder immediately raised their glasses too, to the lady of Sher Garden. In fact, Russell was both surprised and understanding. Surprised that Huxley, who stayed single until 30, didn't seem like someone who would speak sweet words. It was clear, without deep affection, such heartfelt words were impossible. Amberlaster said, it was evident Huxley had been harboring secret love, though he never admitted it. Faced with this scene, Marcy blinked, feeling a sudden rush of emotion that brought tears to her eyes. She was profoundly moved. This move came from her husband, Huxley, who treated her like a little princess. Translation maintained paragraph structure, tone, and coherence. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors, consistent with previous content. Chapter 79, Thank you for coming to me Amberlone and taking a gamble. Marcy was genuinely moved. When people are sentimental, their emotions come on suddenly. Her eyes reddened and her voice became slightly hoarse as she looked at Huxley and said, thank you, husband. Huxley tightened his grip on Marcy's hand and replied, there's no need for us to say such things. Everything I do for you is only right. Moreover, if anyone should say thank you, it should be me thanking you. Thank you for becoming my wife and forming a family with me. And more importantly, thank you for coming to me alone and taking a gamble to marry me. In this final point, Huxley was being completely honest. He had been reflecting on this matter these past few days. Marcy, who was so shy that she blushed easily and could hardly find a place to hide when teased, had shown incredible bravery in proposing a sudden marriage to him. Before then, they barely had any real interaction, only knowing each other by name. It was a bold move indeed, one that showed commendable courage upon closer inspection. Young woman, just 22 years old, fresh out of university, without social experience or love, making such a decision was quite astonishing. Furthermore, Huxley knew his status might intimidate others, making them hesitate to even attempt getting close. Even as Weston suggested before, Marcy could have sought someone to gauge Huxley's reaction or asked a third party to propose the marriage on her behalf. This could have been their parents or Weston. In this way, as Weston mentioned, even if rejected, there would still be room for maneuver and no embarrassment. She could have done all this but chose not to. Huxley had pondered this deeply over the past few days, becoming increasingly moved and realizing that he needed to give her more, much more. Upon hearing Huxley's words, Marcy's eyes grew redder, and a misty haze veiled her beautiful eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Though she had always known that Huxley wasn't stingy with his sweet words since their flash marriage, this was the first time she heard such sentiments directly from him, leaving her somewhat incredulous. Successful businessmen are usually overly rational, rarely venturing into emotional territory. She never expected Huxley to be so emotionally expressive. After being touched, Marcy nodded, gently and sweetly replying, right, I understand. I won't say it again. The two gazed deeply at each other, and Huxley felt an urge to kiss her. Russell, witnessing this, felt oddly moved. He also thought, why are they being so emotional before they've even had a sip of wine? If they continue like this, they'll be sobbing uncontrollably after a few drinks. To prevent this moment from turning into a crying session, Russell quickly raised his glass, declaring, President Sheen and young lady are a perfect match. It's fate that brought you together. An auspicious union made in heaven. Gerardo immediately echoed his sentiment, praising the couple with unending eloquence. Their interruption alleviated the intense emotional atmosphere. However, Russell's words resonated deeply with Huxley. He turned to Russell, raising an eyebrow. Fate? Startled, Russell straightened up and affirmed, yes. Fate has already determined it. No matter what, you and young lady are destined to be together. Gerardo joined in, absolutely, absolutely. The celestial matchmaker's tree has your names bound tightly together, they will never part. It's all decided by heaven, ensuring a lifetime of happiness. Huxley found these words delightful. He turned back to Marcy and said warmly, indeed. Marcy found this explanation novel and liked it too, nodding immediately, yes, exactly. Huxley smiled, clinking his glass against hers with a crisp sound. To our hostess. Marcy smiled, raising her glass and lightly tapping it against Huxley's with playful excitement. To our host. Huxley raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Marcy explained, this is simply good manners. Huxley understood and chuckled. Gerardo and Russell joined in, to the hosts. Huxley drank with a smile, his gaze locked on Marcy. She did the same. Their looks were so tender and intimate that Russell couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, bedroom, bedroom, bedroom. He wished to suggest drinking cup-crossing wine and retiring to the bridal chamber right away. With both of them looking so stunning and their gazes locking intensely, the air seemed set alight. It was hard not to want to send them off to the bridal chamber right away. Huxley was sipping white wine, just a small amount in a small glass. Marcy was having red wine, which filled a large glass but only just covered the bottom. Initially, she would have taken a tiny sip, but she was so happy that she finished it all. When the servants refilled their glasses, Marcy whispered to Huxley, pour a little more. Hearing this, Huxley couldn't help but smile. He loved seeing her happy, she was his whole world. Yet, concerned for her, he advised, don't drink too much, you might feel uncomfortable later. Soon as he spoke, he realized that the concern she expressed while he was drinking must have mirrored his own feelings. This realization gave Huxley pause. Marcy was delighted by Huxley's concern, softly saying, don't worry, Chin. I'll only have a little. Reassured, Huxley raised his second glass. Let's toast to the outcome. Hearing this, everyone paused. To the outcome? What outcome? Of course, it referred to what Russell said, the inevitable result that Huxley and Marcy were meant to be together. That outcome was predestined. Marcy understood, feeling warm inside. She smiled beautifully and clinked her glass against Huxley's, to the outcome. After a few rounds of drinks, Huxley stopped Marcy, reminding her to eat instead to protect her stomach. He, however, enjoyed several more drinks with Gerardo and Russell, clearly in high spirits. Marcy wasn't worried about his stomach either, as he only sipped the wine lightly and was eating food as well. So she wasn't concerned. Gerardo and Russell praised Huxley's cooking, comparing it favorably to the royal chefs at Hotel No. 1. Marcy smiled, thinking how exaggerated that sounded. Even the most passionate chef couldn't rival professionals. Despite the exaggeration, she genuinely believed Huxley's cooking was excellent, and it didn't need comparisons. Cause he was Huxley. Huxley was incomparable. Marcy watched him raise his glass to Russell frequently, grinning happily. She could tell Huxley was in high spirits. Hyder, being older, drank more discreetly, while Marcy sipped a little and then stopped participating in the toasts. She sat obediently, eating her food while listening to Huxley and Russell chat. One thing worth mentioning was that since they were at the dinner table, Huxley couldn't keep holding Marcy's hand continuously. This didn't stop Huxley. He gently pulled Marcy's left hand and placed it on his thigh, often intertwining their fingers whenever his left hand was free. Russell also drank happily and couldn't help but think about trying to extract some information from Huxley while he was in high spirits. So, after a few rounds of drinks, he began. Mr. Chen, your cooking skills are truly exceptional. I wonder when you mastered them. Could it be that you're entirely self-taught? Russell deliberately chose self-taught as a way to subtly fish for information, making it sound perfectly reasonable. Marcy was also intrigued by this topic. After eating a shrimp, she turned her gaze curiously toward Huxley and asked, yes, Chen, when did you learn to cook so well? Huxley glanced at Russell and then looked at Marcy, simply replying, self-taught. Russell. He immediately regretted using that phrase as a cover. Huxley, being as sharp as ever, knew exactly what Russell was up to. Trying to get him to spill details so directly was nothing short of daydreaming. Marcy blinked, still doubtful, and said, really? Can someone really be self-taught in cooking? Without any practice? There must be some learning involved. After all, she liked cooking herself, achieving such results without practice seemed unlikely. Huxley looked at Marcy, pressing his lips together, and replied, maybe I have a natural talent. Marcy slowly raised an eyebrow, her eyes and face still conveying disbelief. Huxley noticed and smiled even wider, whispering into her ear, honey, not just in cooking, but in other things too, right? Marcy's beautiful face flushed instantly. Of course, they both understood what those other things were. This convinced Marcy that Huxley might indeed be a genius at everything, including cooking. With her doubts dispelled, her face still red, she playfully pinched Huxley's leg and chided, Chen, behave yourself. Huxley smiled, thinking how utterly proper he was, saying the truth. Russell's attempt to fish for information failed spectacularly. As expected, how could he get Huxley to reveal anything? After a few more rounds of drinks, they mostly discussed work. Suddenly, Russell's phone rang. It was Amberlaster calling. Russell nodded at Huxley and answered. Amberlaster's voice came through. Old Jiang, got time for a couple of drinks? Russell replied, eating right now, drinking already. Amberlaster, with excitement in his voice, asked, She-1? Huxley cooked personally? Yes, Russell confirmed. Amberlaster perked up instantly, then Meng and I will come over, join for food and drinks. Wait for us, max 20 minutes. Wait. Russell interrupted. Amberlaster raised an eyebrow. Russell looked at Huxley, reporting, Mr. Qin, it's President Liu, and President Meng, they want to join us. Marcy was happy to hear about Aurelio joining. Claude Huxley immediately refused, no. Everyone was taken aback by this response. Russell, still processing it, responded, No, tell them we're done eating, Huxley clarified. Russell. Amberlaster on the phone. Marcy suppressed a laugh as Huxley whispered to her, they'll disrupt our evening if they come over. Huxley thought if these two came and stayed until late or even refused to leave, it would ruin their plans. He wanted to go home with his wife, have a nice dinner, drink some wine, and then have a warm night together instead of chatting aimlessly with Amberlaster and Aurelio. So, no. Marcy, understanding Huxley's thoughts, blushed but indulged him, nodding in agreement. Right, we won't let them come. Aurelio faintly chimed in, yeah. Who can kick out my elder brother-in-law who shows up in person? Clearly, they were determined to come. Russell couldn't argue much, quickly saying, Amber, bye, and hung up, pretending he didn't hear their determination. If he revealed it, he'd likely lose his annual bonus. After hanging up, Amberlaster pressed the gas pedal hard, exclaiming, Meng, hold on to your belt. Aurelio, huh? What? Amberlaster corrected, oh, not that, your seatbelt. Aurelio. He gave Amberlaster an exasperated look, teasing, you say that to girls a lot, huh? Amberlaster scoffed, Amber, am I that shameless and careless? Aurelio nodded, yes. You're not just carefree, you become a completely different person when you're around women. How many girls have fallen victim to you? You're almost like Xiao Jin. Amberlaster. Xiao Jin, CEO. Do not call, shut mouth. Amberlaster cursed Aurelio, you always tarnish my reputation. Aurelio replied, what reputation does President Liu have? Amberlaster retorted, of course I do. How pure and untainted I am. How can you compare me to Xiao Jin? His flirting is relentless, wanting every woman. Claude, I only pursue beauty. Aurelio countered, most the same, though. Amberlaster. Damn it. Amberlaster slammed the car into top speed, urging Aurelio to tighten his seatbelt. Their unexpected visit loomed closer, adding a bit of chaos to what was supposed to be a quiet evening. #### Chapter 80, is it unrequited love? Yes, it is. Amberlaster and Aurelio arrived at Shi-1. The security at the gate wouldn't dare stop Amberlaster, letting him in without a hitch. When they reached the dining room, Huxley and his group were almost finished eating. Gracelyn had already eaten her fill, but Huxley and Russell were still sipping wine and nibbling. The sudden arrival of two more people made for a slightly awkward moment since it was obvious there wasn't enough food. Claude Amberlaster, as always, took to the situation naturally, pulling Aurelio forward and said, it's better to come by coincidence than early. Qin CEO, what a coincidence that we drop by just in time to freeload. Huxley. Indeed. Russell pretended to be surprised. CEO Liu, how did you get here? Amberlaster gave Russell a look, can't I come? Gracelyn quickly greeted Aurelio, second Clorother, take a seat quickly. Aurelio sat down with a smile and looked at Huxley, little Qin, aren't you happy to see your second Clorother? Huxley. No, Huxley corrected himself, immediately instructing the servants, tell the kitchen to prepare some more dishes. Yes, the servant replied, hurriedly taking the order. Tisk. Amberlaster smacked his lips, I haven't tried Qin CEO's cooking yet. Cloring us utensils first, I want to give it a taste. As soon as he finished speaking, the servant had already placed the chopsticks and bowls before them. Without hesitation, Amberlaster picked up his chopsticks and said to Gracelyn, sister-in-law, don't mind me. Gracelyn hurriedly responded, no, there isn't much left, and, it's already been eaten. Feeling somewhat embarrassed that guests had come to her home, Gracelyn felt even more so about the lack of etiquette. She added, why don't I go make a couple of dishes for you to try? Just as she was about to get up, Huxley pulled her back, there's no need, we can manage with this. Amberlaster agreed, right, anything Qin CEO makes, I'll lick the plate clean. With that, he put a bite into his mouth and his eyes lit up, exclaiming, wow, Qin CEO? Did you really cook this? Huxley stroked his chin, looking at Amberlaster, remember to lick the plate clean. Amberlaster. Aurelio laughed, pour the wine. Tonight, we must drink until little Qin is drunk. Huxley. He really appreciated it. What he feared came true. Amber Aurelio chuckled while Huxley only managed a tight-lipped, fake smile, not quite fitting the situation. Amberlaster nodded eagerly while chewing, yes, until dawn if necessary. Huxley, who wanted to stay up drinking with you? I won't, Huxley refused, we have work tomorrow. Amberlaster glanced at him, just leave it to Russell, doesn't everyone run their own company as they see fit? Huxley ignored him. The servants quickly brought over drinks for Amberlaster and Amber Aurelio. Amberlaster didn't care whether Huxley liked it or not and immediately raised his glass. Come on, let's skip the formalities, until dawn. Amber Aurelio also raised his glass. With no other choice, Huxley lifted his glass too. Amberlaster then dragged Russell along, old Jiang, come on. After finishing his drink, Huxley gave Amberlaster a polite yet forced smile, CEO Lu, you're truly, restless every minute. Amberlaster retorted, since Qin CEO puts it that way, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Huxley. Indeed, this man intended to stick around until dawn? The interaction between men was probably like this, competitive and affectionate all at once. Graceland found their banter amusing, sitting beside Huxley with a sweet and gentle demeanor, exuding a quiet sense of authority as the hostess. This somehow suited her perfectly next to Huxley, and she looked remarkably poised. Amberlaster and Amber Aurelio chatted with Huxley for a while, forcing him to drink several more glasses of wine. Only then did Amberlaster realize that Graceland hadn't uttered a single word. She merely smiled politely, listening intently to their banter. This observation led Amberlaster to think, oh my, this child, oh, no, sister-in-law, is so polite. Not only was she courteous, but she also showed immense respect for her husband. After all, they were joking around, and if Graceland had interrupted, it would have felt off. Amberlaster had thought that a young girl like Graceland, pampered by Huxley, would likely act without boundaries. Quote no, she behaved well, beautiful, and sweet, truly perfect. Amberlaster had no inappropriate thoughts toward Graceland, he was just reminiscing about the times Huxley had shut him down, dampening any hopes. He felt a bit depressed and wanted to mock Huxley again. Just then, a servant reported, young master, young lady's clothes are here. Graceland's eyebrows rose slightly as she turned to see a line of servants behind the one reporting. Each wore black silk gloves and held an ornate box respectfully. The boxes were lavish but oddly small and thin, not exactly resembling typical clothing containers. After reporting, the servant asked Huxley, shall we take these upstairs to hang for young lady? The servant needed confirmation because new clothes required viewing. Huxley didn't ask Graceland but instructed, take them upstairs, I'll hang them personally. Hearing this, the servant paused but immediately replied, yes. Turning to signal the others, the servants left, pondering if the master intended to make them jobless, serving food and hanging clothes themselves. What else was left for them to do? The statement puzzled everyone at the table, thinking, has the domineering boss reached the point of hanging clothes himself now? Nothing else he could possibly do? Huxley paid no attention to their confusion and gently told Graceland, Chloe, keep the company for your second clother. I'll be back shortly. He kissed her on the lips before standing up. Okay, Graceland nodded after regaining composure. Nodding, Huxley walked briskly upstairs. Amberlaster finished his drink in one gulp, too terrifying. Qin CEO is setting a new standard, pushing us all to our limits. What will we do? Amber Aurelio whistled, turning to Graceland, is he preparing something special for you? Huh? Graceland blinked, then pursed her lips, I don't know. If it was a surprise, she wouldn't know. Amber Aurelio thought about it, knowing beforehand wouldn't be a surprise. So, Star, can I ask you something? Amber Aurelio redirected. Sure, what is it, second clother? Graceland replied sweetly. Do you ever wonder where Huxley got his culinary skills from? Amber Aurelio probed. Graceland. She couldn't believe they were all curious. She hastened, second clother, stop guessing. Cloyd clother Qin said it's natural talent, self-taught. Seeing Graceland speak confidently, Amber Aurelio mused that Huxley had likely convinced her. Realizing questioning Graceland was futile, he thought about how young she was, making her easier to persuade. This thought made Amber Aurelio uneasy, telling Graceland, Star, only you believe such things. Listen to your second clother, use some tactics. Cry and fuss, beg and cajole until he tells you the truth. Ignore him until he confesses. Translation complete for this section. Please provide additional text if further translation is required. Graceland was momentarily speechless, replying after a few seconds, Claude, I don't want to. Amber Aurelio. How straightforward. Amberlaster, curious, asked, why doesn't sister-in-law want to? Generally, wouldn't women be more curious? Graceland blinked and replied, Cloyd clother Qin has already answered, hasn't he? If there's an answer and you still ask, it means you don't believe him. Claude, I do believe him. Amberned. I certainly don't want to cry or make a fuss. It feels too exhausting. Her words were natural. Amber Aurelio understood, his precious sister was truly innocent and sweet. Amberlaster chuckled and clicked his tongue, sister-in-law makes sense. Amberlaster really felt Graceland's reasoning made sense, but in his heart, he thought even more that Huxley had outwitted him. The servants delivered the boxes of clothes to the wardrobe room. Huxley said, "Amberlight, all of you can leave now." Everyone withdrew. Huxley opened the boxes and silently glanced inside. The first one was a vibrant red, he liked it very much. The second was pure white, he also loved it. The third. These were indeed clothes, but intimate ones. Not ordinary types, but, well, you know, those kinds that are meant for fun. Preparing such clothes for Graceland seemed perfectly reasonable. It was better if he hung them up himself. Dozens of different colored and styled garments were all hung up by Huxley. Examining them carefully, he nodded, quite nice. Yet as he left the wardrobe room, Huxley couldn't explain why his ears were slightly flushed. The time Huxley returned to the dining hall, new dishes from the kitchen were being served, along with added portions for Amber Laster and Amber Aurelio. The two acted as if they were at home, pulling Russell into drinking while Huxley was away. Soon as Huxley sat down, Amber Laster called out, "Pour wine, pour wine." Huxley could only join them in drinking. He had wanted to say, "There's no need to drink until we're drunk, when we're satisfied, let's go home." He could only think this. If he said it, Amber Laster and Amber Aurelio would definitely misunderstand. He had promised Graceland, and this was their couple's secret. So Huxley pressed his lips together, keeping quiet and drinking. After sitting with them for a while, Graceland felt a bit tired and told Huxley, "Chin, you guys keep playing. I'll go take a shower and watch TV." "Right," Huxley nodded, gently rubbing her hair. "Go ahead." After bidding farewell to Amber Aurelio and Amber Laster, Graceland got up and went to do her own things. Hyder was already tipsy and unsuitable to drink more, so he excused himself to continue his work. Only the four men remained at the table, continuing to drink. Talking loosely about work and political trends, Amber Laster intentionally shifted the topic back to cooking. Huxley's response was the same, natural talent, self-taught. Amber Laster sneered, "CEO Chin, stop deceiving the public. We've already known." Huxley slowly raised an eyebrow, his deep, bright eyes locking onto Amber Laster. "Known what?" Amber Laster huffed, "Of course, it's that you've been secretly infatuated with sister-in-law since who knows when." Hearing this, Huxley's eyes narrowed slightly, and his previously amiable tone turned colder. "Nonsense, didn't I tell you before?" Indeed, Huxley had said so, but alas, Amber Laster didn't believe him. Amber Laster replied, "You did say, but if it's unrequited love, naturally you try every means to hide it." Huxley picked up his small wine glass, placed it to his lips, toyed with it a moment, then drained it. Then he stared at Amber Laster, tilting his head slightly. "Why do you all think so?" Amber Laster widened his eyes. "It's obvious. You're not even trying hard to hide it." Huxley frowned, seemingly confused. Amber Aurelio stroked his chin. "I also feel that way, and the more I look, the more it seems true." This seems to thoroughly upset Huxley. His originally calm expression suddenly turned cold. "I've already said many times, don't guess randomly. That goes for both of you and Weston." Realizing Huxley was truly displeased, Amber Laster and Amber Aurelio dared not speak anymore. Huxley continued, "What difference does it make if it's unrequited love? What if I said it is unrequited love? Is that what you want to see?" Right, then it is unrequited love. Now you want details? When did it start? How did it happen? Why have you hidden it all this time? Do you really want to dig up every little detail? What will you gain from knowing these things? Amber prize for you? Huxley's words made it clear, he wasn't just displeased, but genuinely angry. Truly angry. Amber Laster opened his mouth, intending to say something but didn't know what to say. Huxley glared at them and added, "Amber also, with you guys always asking, what else can I say besides unrequited love? Saying anything else would only hurt feelings, right? Indeed, saying anything else would serve no purpose but to cause emotional harm. If it's unrequited love, shouldn't they dig up all the details? Wouldn't everyone then exclaim, oh, that's it? Is that what they wanted?" Huxley was indeed irritated because he didn't want his past meticulously examined. That's why he had tried every possible means to hide it. Was it unrequited love? Yes, it was unrequited love. He wanted to keep it hidden, not letting anyone know. Chapter 81, who would have thought a great CEO would be picking flowers here? He was already married to Graceland, and their relationship had been sweet enough. There was no need for such fuss over it repeatedly, dragging it out for discussion and various confirmations. Huxley was really infuriated. He was angry because the matters he had tried so hard to hide were being dug out by onlookers. Why dig them out? To beat a dead horse? Seeing how enraged Huxley was with his heavy words, Amber Aurelio coughed lightly and said, "It was just casual curiosity. If it's that sensitive, then, we won't mention it again." Yes. Amber Laster immediately cowered, quickly replying, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's drink. Mr. Chin, my fault, I'll penalize myself with 3 cups. With that, Amber Laster stood up, poured himself wine, and obediently drank 3 cups in quick succession. This seemed to calm Huxley down. What else could be done? Start a fight? Just as Amber Laster finished drinking his penalty, preparing to sit down, he heard Huxley coolly say, "This year's bonus share is deducted." Amberlaster froze. Amber's the chief pharmaceutical officer of She Pharmaceutical and one of the main researchers for the anti-cancer drug. Amberlaster naturally received a share of profits. Amber Aurelio couldn't hold back his laughter, finding immense satisfaction in this misfortune. Amberlaster clicked his lips, pouting as he sat back down, saying, "Okay. Deduct away. Whatever you say, sir." Huxley was the boss, and naturally, Huxley had the final word. Moreover, they were good brothers. It was evident that Huxley was genuinely upset, hence, he was deducting his share. Ambering a good brother came with consequences. Besides, didn't Huxley always get what he wanted? Furthermore, the development of the anti-cancer drug took 5 years. During these 5 years, Huxley provided full support and spent an astronomical amount, comparable to almost a nation's annual GDP. However, the essence of developing the drug wasn't to make money but to benefit the people. So the price of the anti-cancer drug wasn't high, and Amberlaster's shares were pure technical shares, with zero investment made from his end. Thus, even if his shares were deducted, Amberlaster wouldn't feel offended. Amber Aurelio laughed heartily, nearly slapping the table, while Amberlaster looked speechless. Russell, feeling both sympathetic and secretly superior, raised his glass to toast Amberlaster. "Congratulations, Mr. Liu." Amberlaster. Why did Russell feel superior? Cause he only lost a month's bonus, whereas Amberlaster lost a whole year's share. Amber ha ha ha. Huxley finally calmed down completely but gave a subtle hint to leave, glancing at his watch. "It's about time. You should head back." Amberlaster. Amber Aurelio. What a mean person. Am virtually chasing guests away? No way. Amberlaster protested stubbornly. "Why go back? We haven't had enough drinks yet. Plus, I haven't finished eating." "Mr. She, this is rude." Amber almost implying that Huxley was a terrible host. Huxley merely smiled without responding, as if saying, "Do I look polite now?" "Not at all. So don't overthink it." Amberlaster. Amber Aurelio took on his role as the elder-in-law again. "Xiao Qin, you're really not giving me any face here." Upon hearing this, Huxley finally relented. "I was joking. Let's drink." He picked up his wine glass first. None of them truly felt angry. They had always teased each other since childhood. Crush remained a taboo topic, even indirectly mentioning it dared no one. Huxley was too smart. He could easily turn a large corporation upside down. Any hint or indirect mention was practically asking for trouble. So they moved on to other topics. However, Huxley started pouring more drinks for them. Among the four, Huxley had the best alcohol tolerance, which was undoubtedly innate and self-taught. Russell was second, mostly due to practice. Amberlaster and Amber Aurelio were about equal, with Amber Aurelio slightly better, not because he drank less, but due to a naturally lower tolerance. After an hour and a half, both were clearly intoxicated, tongues already starting to tie. Engrossed in an exciting topic, Amberlaster demanded to dance for them. Amber Aurelio clapped along, teasing, "Dance." Strip version. Huxley massaged his temples. Amberlaster stared at Amber Aurelio. "You dance with me." Amber Aurelio hesitated for 2 seconds, rolling up his shirt sleeves. "Sure." Huxley. Russell quickly intervened, pulling them away. "Enough. No need for dancing. Really, no need. Mr. She doesn't like watching dances, really. No shaking either. You're a man. No one wants to see. Even if you have abs, we all do, you don't need to show off. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. No stripping necessary. Seriously, Mr. Liu, please release your hands. Don't strip mine either." Huxley chuckled. "Send them back." Russell, drenched in sweat, "Yes." Amber at this moment, Hyder hurriedly summoned the male servants for assistance. Persuaded to leave, Amberlaster still mumbled, "Where's the music?" Russell. The commotion subsided quickly, probably due to the strong alcohol taking effect. The chauffeur parked at the entrance, putting each of them into separate cars. He also had a few drinks, so the chauffeur would take them back home. Close-sides the driver, there were 2 bodyguards accompanying as well. Huxley stood in the luxurious main hall entrance, watching the cars drive off after ensuring they were safely inside, reminding the bodyguards to take good care of them. "You should rest too," Huxley told Russell. "Yes," Russell bowed, heading straight to rest. Though not as drunk as Amberlaster and Amber Aurelio, he was far from comfortable. In contrast, Huxley appeared unaffected, aside from a slight flush on his otherwise impeccable face. It was as if he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, remaining alert and composed. Checking the time, it was past 10 at night. He wondered if Gracelyn had fallen asleep. He originally planned to return to the bedroom immediately to accompany her. The summer night was enchanting. Sea Garden was a magnificent and meticulously designed mansion with beautiful scenery. Looking up at the dark night sky, the absence of the bright moon was overshadowed by countless twinkling stars, dense and luminous, like shiny sugar sprinkled over black sand, incredibly mesmerizing and sweet. Suddenly, the name, Gracelyn, flashed through Huxley's mind. Xingqian, starlight. Dream. Starlight. Huxley couldn't help but smile subtly, finding amusement in the name, Dream. Starlight. Indeed, Dream, Starlight. Standing at the opulent entrance, his tall, well-built frame made him a picturesque sight. Hyder glanced around, approaching respectfully. Young master, it's late. Shouldn't you return to accompany young lady? Huxley gazed at the sky, silent for a moment. I'll walk around and then go back. No need to follow. He began walking, enjoying the serene summer night in Sea Garden, which was truly a delightful experience. Amidst the beautiful night view, Huxley immersed himself in thoughts. Yes, he had harbored feelings for Gracelyn for a long time. The exact duration was irrelevant, but it had been long indeed. Amburned because of that, to him. Please let me know if you'd like any adjustments or if you have more text to translate. Unrequited love. You can't say it's not beautiful, but you also can't deny its ugliness. For Huxley, it was more of an agony, a taboo, something he wanted to bury deep down. It said that there are 3 things in this world you can't hide: a cough, poverty, and love. Initially, Huxley had managed to conceal his feelings. Cloaked now, it seemed he couldn't keep them hidden anymore. On the surface, others might view it as something beautiful, but for him, it wasn't. Just like that nightmare he had the first time he slept in the same bed with Gracelyn at the hotel abroad. That nightmare was something he had always been afraid of. In the dream, he confessed his love to Gracelyn, only to be rejected by her. Everyone, including their parents, ridiculed, condemned, and scolded him. The insults were brutal, calling him dirty, despicable, nauseating, every possible derogatory term that would pierce one's heart with shame. Recalling this made Huxley's expression turn gloomy. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, calming himself. Everyone had cursed him, but what hurt most was that even Gracelyn berated him in the dream. Her words and expressions still stabbed at his mind when he thought about them. Then, after cursing him, Gracelyn held Weston's hand instead, and Weston started insulting him. They left, hand in hand, blissfully walking away, leaving him standing there, helpless and pained. Next, strangers surrounded him, all cursing him. Even thinking about this now still made him feel breathless and his heart ache. Fortunately, when he opened his eyes, he saw Gracelyn, realizing it had just been a nightmare. Gracelyn proposed a flash marriage to him and became his wife. To him, it felt like redemption. This redemption almost made him forget all the pain, even though he had never dwelled on it much. Cloaked now, people kept bringing it up, inevitably stirring these memories again. Suddenly, Huxley's phone rang, pulling him out of these unpleasant memories. He checked, it was Gracelyn calling. Huxley answered immediately, his tone gentle. Chloe. Gracelyn asked, Chloe, are you still drinking? It seems like it's been a long time. Don't drink too much just because you have a high tolerance. Amber's second Chloe, how is his tolerance? Is he drunk? Amber. Soon as Gracelyn spoke, Huxley's negative emotions vanished. He turned around, walking back while saying, we're done drinking. Your second brother and Amberlaster are both drunk. I just sent them off in the car. Husband will be right up. Oh. Gracelyn asked, did my second brother drink a lot? Is he okay? Thinking of this, Huxley laughed, he's fine, just wanting to take his clothes off. Amber? Gracelyn widened her eyes and laughed, what nonsense. Why would he take his clothes off? Huxley told her the story, making Gracelyn laugh uncontrollably. Oh no, if I were there, I should have taken pictures. Huxley chuckled, mischievous. Gracelyn stuck out her tongue, then asked, Amber and Chloe, how about you? I'm fine, Huxley replied. Not drunk, not uncomfortable. I'll be back in the room shortly. Okay, Gracelyn said. I'll wait for you. Chloe for now. Huxley clutched his phone. See you soon. Gracelyn giggled, okay. Just before reaching the main hall, Huxley noticed the flowers in the flower bed blooming beautifully, vibrant and youthful. He stopped, stretching out his hand to pick some flowers. He didn't know what kind of flowers they were, he wasn't into horticulture. Sure, garden had professional gardeners who planted whatever looked good. These flowers were large and lush, very beautiful, but the stems were quite thick, not easily plucked by hand. After picking a few, Huxley's fingers were not only dirty but also red from twisting the stems. Ideally, scissors would be used for this task. Huxley didn't call anyone to help, probably thinking it was troublesome. However, at that moment, security guards on patrol came upon the sight of Huxley standing elegantly by the flower bed but picking flowers inelegantly. The security guards were stunned. They thought, you need what kind of flowers? Or just tell us, and we'll pick and arrange them for you. So why pick them yourself? Not only did it seem like he was sweating, but he was also struggling to twist the thick stems. After being shocked, the security guard quickly approached, Mr. Cheen, do you need help? Huxley, busy aggressively twisting the flowers, finally reacted, withdrawing his hand from the flowers. He raised his hand to cough politely, only to see his filthy fingers and promptly dropped his hand. Get me a tool. Security guard immediately took out a dagger. Mr. Cheen, let me help you. He was about to cut the flowers when Huxley stopped him. Just give it to me. The security guard handed over the dagger, and Huxley personally picked a handful of flowers. Then, he returned the dagger and, holding the bouquet, strolled away, hands in his pockets. Despite his cool departure, another security guard poked the other, whispering, "Why is Mr. Chin picking flowers himself?" The other responded, "Isn't it obvious? He must be giving them to Madam." The first guard said, "I know that. Clote, why pick from the garden? There are plenty of flowers in the main hall." Indeed, the main hall was adorned with many flowers, as it was necessary for decoration in such a large space. The guard meant that picking a few from the main hall would be easier than painstakingly picking them from the garden. Moreover, before they arrived, Huxley was doing it barehanded. Amber, another guard, noticing the disfigured beauty of the flower bed missing several blooms, remarked, "Who knows? Love is weird. Who would have thought a great CEO would be picking flowers here?" Translation completed as per provided text structure and content. Chapter 82. Is this the clothes Huxley G sent her? The security guard chuckled and said, "What you say makes sense. It's possible that love really can make people act strangely. I wonder if I will also become weird when I fall in love." "Humph," another security guard slapped him on the head. "What are you thinking? There's nothing strange about you being weird. You're not a big CEO." Huxley held the fresh flowers he had picked by hand, strolled through the main hall gracefully, entered the elevator with poise, and rode it upstairs. Everyone who saw him holding those flowers felt shocked. They all felt deeply that the flowers in Huxley's hands. How should they put it? Which powerful president would hold such flowers? Wouldn't the flowers usually be beautifully and elegantly packaged? How could there be flowers like this, with stems of uneven length and ragged edges? This was truly indescribable. It was even more indescribable because of the black watch on his wrist, which was a bespoke luxury item worth hundreds of millions, making the flowers in his hand appear even more odd. Claude Huxley didn't care. He went straight up to the second floor and into the bedroom. Gracelyn had already been playing games on the soft, comfortable bed for some time with the TV on. When Huxley walked into the bedroom, Gracelyn's eyes lit up as she immediately put down her phone and called out sweetly, "Husband." Just because of this term, Huxley smiled as he walked up quickly and handed over the flowers, saying, "For my baby." Gracelyn looked up with surprise as she had already noticed the flowers in Huxley's hand but hadn't had the chance to ask yet. The flowers were large and bright, extremely vibrant and beautiful, like a young girl blooming happily. They emitted a fresh fragrance and the scent of freshly cut grass from the stems. This was somewhat less appealing. Huxley, after speaking, seemed to have also caught the not-so-pleasant smell of the stem. Immediately, he was slightly embarrassed. "Wow, these flowers are so pretty." Gracelyn, still giving face, sat up right away and took the flowers from Huxley. "They're really beautiful." "Husband, where did you get these flowers?" Amber, at first glance, they seemed freshly picked, probably from the garden. Gracelyn held the bouquet on the bed, looking up at Huxley with sparkling eyes, appearing beautiful, charming, and sweet. Huxley's heart stirred. He sat beside the bed and replied, "Pick them from the flower bed." Clote. Huxley lowered his gaze to the flowers, clicking his tongue with amusement. "The scent isn't very nice, mainly due to the stems." "That doesn't matter." Gracelyn held the flowers and smiled. "What matters is that you actually picked the flowers for me from the flower bed. Even though the smell isn't great, it doesn't affect the sentiment." Amber, after finishing her sentence, Gracelyn examined the flowers closely and noticed several flowers whose stems were tangled messily. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow slowly and looked at Huxley. Did you pick these with your hands?" Ambernion could see the method used. Huxley nodded. "I didn't have tools at first, so I had to." "Let me see your hands." Gracelyn extended her hand towards Huxley. Huxley hesitated for a moment, then stood up immediately and put his hands into his trouser pockets. "No worries, just need a wash." He tried to go and wash, but Gracelyn said, "Wait. Let me see." She reached out to grab Huxley's hands. Whether out of embarrassment or fear that Gracelyn would feel bad, he didn't pull out his hands immediately. However, Huxley could never refuse Gracelyn's requests. Amber, as soon as he showed his hands, Gracelyn was instantly moved. His fingertips were still slightly red. More importantly, picking such large flowers required using fingernails, so his nails were stained with dark green. Why dark green? Cause the flowers in the garden weren't processed, obviously containing dirt and grime. Gracelyn didn't know what to say. Huxley, however, sounded quite relaxed. "Amber, a bit unsightly. I'll wash them right now." Gracelyn didn't let go of his hand and moved her gaze slightly upward, landing on the watch on Huxley's wrist. Huxley's hands and wrists were very attractive, white and strong, with veins protruding, radiating manliness and strength. Gracelyn asked, "Cloyd Clorother-Chin, how much is this watch?" Huxley liked wearing watches, something Gracelyn heard from Weston and Amber Aurelio before. Therefore, his watches were very expensive. It was rumored that the entire inner dial of the watch was made of a single piece of diamond. Other people had diamonds for hour markers, but Huxley's whole dial was one solid piece. Hearing Gracelyn's question, Huxley pressed his tongue against the left side of his mouth. "What's up?" "Just curious," Gracelyn replied. "Not much," Huxley replied. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow playfully. "Really?" She knew from Amber Aurelio before that Huxley's watches were pricey. Huxley laughed and nodded, yes, cheap. Gracelyn couldn't help but smack her lips, Amber right, cheap, but definitely more valuable than the flowers. I'm truly touched. Amber after speaking, she almost teared up, lifting her eyes to look at Huxley. Huxley smiled, using his clean hand to gently tousle her hair, his voice gentle, that's enough. Gracelyn blinked. Oh my god, Chloe was really, too good. I'm going to take a shower, Huxley said. Oh, okay, Gracelyn released his hands. Huxley turned around, took 2 steps, and then suddenly paused. He turned back, thought for a second, and said, oh, right, baby. The clothes I sent earlier are hanging in the lingerie closet. Check if you like them. Okay, Gracelyn nodded reflexively, I'll go check now. Good, Huxley nodded, then went toward the bathing area. Gracelyn placed the flowers Huxley gave her on the bedside table and got out of bed to check the clothes. Walking into the expansive wardrobe area, she suddenly remembered a question. Isn't this supposed to be regular clothes? Why would it be in the lingerie closet? Curiously, Gracelyn opened the wardrobe and was stunned by the sight of colorful, daring lingerie sets before her. She froze for several seconds until she felt her face burning hot, like having a fever, then abruptly closed the wardrobe door with a loud snap. Amber, this is what Chloe sent her? This is simply. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She couldn't imagine herself wearing them. Returning to the bedroom area, her heart raced, her face flushed, and her thoughts were chaotic. For instance, some are quite pretty. So sexy. Amber, and then, some pieces are really unimaginable. Scandalous. Just a few strips of fabric, can you really wear them? Would they even look good? These random thoughts buzzed chaotically in her mind. Amber's Gracelyn climbed into bed. She suddenly realized, what was she thinking? She couldn't concentrate on the game anymore. Staring at the TV, she wasn't really watching, just thinking, I will definitely not wear any of those. How could I even wear them? Should I wear them for Huxley to see? Oh my god. Her thoughts were scattered for a while until she abruptly realized why she was thinking about this again. No way, she needed to play a few rounds of the game to calm down. When Huxley finished washing and returned to the bedroom area, Gracelyn was still playing games. While drying his hair, he asked, did you see them? Gracelyn couldn't help but blush, raising her eyes to look at Huxley. Chloe, what exactly did you buy? Gracelyn, however, felt too embarrassed to voice out her true thoughts. She couldn't say outright that she wouldn't possibly wear them. Huxley, of course, knew how shy she could be and wouldn't force her into anything. He smiled and said, it's fine. Even if you don't wear them, just hanging them in the wardrobe for a look, that's also alright. You don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Gracelyn instinctively sighed with relief but then thought it seemed not quite right. Huxley continued, I have some work to handle. You can continue playing or sleep if you want. Gracelyn blinked, oh. Huxley stroked her hair gently, Chloe good, and went toward the office area. Now without any mood for gaming, Gracelyn wondered if Huxley was angry at her. Amber, after pondering for a while, she paused the game and looked at the flowers quietly lying on the bedside table under the orange lamp. Tempted to find Huxley, she stood up. However, as soon as she rose, her phone rang. It was Huxley calling her. Gracelyn answered cheerfully, husband. Amber's amusement was evident in Huxley's voice, Chloe, come to the study to accompany me. Okay, Gracelyn agreed without hesitation and immediately walked to the study. Hubby, Gracelyn pushed open the door of the study. Huxley sat calmly in his chair, working. Upon hearing her, Huxley paused, looking up at her. Come over here. Gracelyn closed the door and approached Huxley. Huxley set down his pen and drew her into his arms, seating her on his lap. Before Gracelyn could react, Huxley kissed her ear and jawline, slowly trailing down to her lips. With ease and experience, he explored her mouth, teasing her tongue tenderly and intimately. Gracelyn always couldn't resist Huxley's passionate advances and soon found herself losing all control. When she thought it would only be a kiss, she hadn't anticipated that Huxley's large hand would casually undo her nightgown and touch her body. Lost in the moment, Gracelyn subconsciously let out tiny sounds of pleasure, completely unaware of being led by Huxley. Amber's passion grew fiercer. Gracelyn suddenly noticed her nightgown slipping off her shoulders, the straps loosened by Huxley's teeth. The entire upper part of her nightdress, already light and low-cut, began to slide toward her waist, a deeply embarrassing situation. Realizing what was happening, Gracelyn quickly came back to her senses, her face flushed like a tomato. Pushing Huxley away softly, her voice was gentle yet pleading, husband, what are you doing? She could barely speak clearly as Huxley's kisses had moved down her collarbone. Huxley's voice, slightly heavy but still laughing, replied, silly baby, isn't it obvious? Gracelyn bit her lip, feeling extremely conflicted. Here. In here? Clearly managing to speak, she reminded him, Cheen, Clorother, this is, the study. Huxley lifted his lips from her skin, replacing it with a warm hand. His eyes dark and clouded with desire, he murmured, yes, I know. Gracelyn blushed furiously, whispering, then carry me back to the bedroom. Huxley chuckled and whispered into her ear, no. Gracelyn widened her eyes in shock. Did he just say no? This really didn't seem like something Jean Clorother would say. Gracelyn opened her mouth to respond when Huxley spoke again. Didn't you say the living room isn't allowed? Well, the study should be fine, right? Gracelyn was thoroughly confused before realizing the absurdity of the situation, making her feel both amused and exasperated. Could Huxley have some kind of office desk fetish? Cloaked before she could fully process it, it was already too late to escape. Gracelyn ended up helpless under Huxley's charm and persuasion. Though Huxley achieved his goal, Gracelyn was left extremely embarrassed, biting her lip and tearing up. Huxley was heartbroken by this sight. Afterward, he carried her to clean up and then carefully laid her in bed. Gracelyn felt humiliated and kept muttering softly about Huxley being naughty. Huxley comforted her gently, admitting it was all his fault, which eventually pacified her. Her delicate mannerisms made Huxley even more fond and tender toward her, unable to hold back. Soon, he found himself kissing her again despite having just calmed her down. Happy, sweet moments always pass particularly quickly. Gracelyn had never felt so absorbed in time with Huxley, barely noticing days slipping by in a blur. Such blissful and content days flew past in 4 or 5 days. While they enjoyed each other's company, Nora called Huxley early one morning, suggesting taking Gracelyn to see a fashion show. Huxley declined promptly. "Mom, my wife doesn't have the time." Chapter 83, No, Not Possible. The moment Nora heard Gracelyn was not available, she immediately objected. Why isn't she free? Does she have something to do? I'm talking to you, Huxley, big CEO Jean. Don't tell me you're making your beautiful and lovely little wife go to work. Nora truly felt it was very possible. After all, Huxley was that serious type of person who did things by the book. Describing him as a workaholic wasn't far off. Indeed, Huxley himself was actually a workaholic. Apart from work, what else did he have in his eyes? If there were other things, would he have gotten married this late? And even then, it was a whirlwind marriage proposed by the female party. Hearing Nora's words, Huxley kissed Gracelyn on the lips as she lay in his arms and lazily replied, "How could that be? Does she need to go to work? Don't overthink it. Claude anyway, she's not available." Huxley's response could be considered quite whimsical. The underlying meaning of not available was, my wife is off limits, only to stay with me. Others can just sleep it off. Nora was instantly infuriated and couldn't help but place her hands on her hips and retort, "Hey, Huxley, don't be too much. What do you mean by this? Do you want to monopolize Shinger all for yourself? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You've been married for so many days now, and I haven't properly spent time with Shinger at all. No way, I must take her to see the show." Nora spoke firmly, insisting without any compromise, almost competing with Huxley. Originally, Nora didn't have a daughter, which was why she craved others' daughters when she was young. Later on, as she grew older and her sons gradually matured and became increasingly handsome and towering, her craving for a daughter lessened significantly. She consoled herself later on by thinking, she might not have a daughter, but she would have daughters-in-law. Cloringing a pretty daughter-in-law around, who was caring and obedient just like a real daughter, allowed her to indulge in buying clothes and dressing up her daughter-in-law. Wasn't this just the same? This thought made Nora calm down considerably, and she silently waited and looked forward to marrying a daughter-in-law. However, now, she wanted to take her daughter-in-law to see a show, but was refused by her son. Nora thought, this is something even her husband couldn't tolerate, let alone her. She couldn't compromise or agree, she had to take her daughter-in-law. Upon hearing Nora's words, Huxley became even more unwilling and responded, "Amber show? What kind of show? Where? How long?" Knowing from Huxley's tone that if she told the truth, he definitely wouldn't agree, Nora replied, "Oh dear, why are you asking so many questions? I didn't ask you to come. However, I'll kindly remind you, Chloe CEO Jean, I've already endured enough these past few days after your wedding without bothering you too. Don't be too much, I can't even take my daughter-in-law out to play. Right, I won't talk to you anymore, I'll call Shinger myself." Saying this, Nora hung up, unwilling to discuss further. She guessed that even if she talked herself hoarse, Huxley still wouldn't agree. "Huxley." Gracelyn blinked at Huxley and asked, "Honey, is Mom okay?" Just as Huxley was about to answer, Gracelyn's phone rang. She reached for her phone as she flipped over, and Huxley, coming up from behind, hugged her from behind and said, "Sweetie, don't answer the call." "Amber?" Gracelyn looked at the contact name on the phone and asked, "Claude, it's Mom calling. What's going on? Is something wrong?" Huxley didn't know how to respond. Gracelyn pouted and was about to slide her finger to answer the call. After all, it was impolite not to pick up. Huxley quickly grabbed Gracelyn's hand, startling her. Unconsciously, she asked, "What's wrong, honey? Did something really happen?" Huxley could only sigh and say, "No, Mom wants to take you to see a show." Gracelyn bit her lip, "Amber? Then, what's the problem with that?" Huxley replied, "There is, I don't want to." The thought of Gracelyn leaving him made him unwilling and reluctant. He and Gracelyn had only been apart once since their whirlwind marriage. Close by the afternoon of that day, he already regretted it and promptly flew her over. Since then, they hadn't been apart again. Upon hearing Huxley's reply, Gracelyn. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh, "Claude, it's just to see a show. It seemed Gracelyn felt she couldn't keep refusing. Indeed, one couldn't refuse everything every time. Close-sides, the good relationship between a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law was something others envied greatly. Huxley knew his argument wasn't strong, so he remained silent but still wasn't happy. Now that the phone kept ringing, Gracelyn hastily said, "Let me call Mom back first, otherwise, it's impolite." Huxley could only humph in agreement. Gracelyn quickly called Nora, who answered immediately and cheerfully asked, "Shinger, what are you doing?" Gracelyn blushed slightly, replying, "Today is Sunday, and Huxley isn't working, so we, haven't got up yet." Understanding instantly, Nora chuckled, knowing why Huxley didn't seem pleased. No matter how displeased he was, it was useless. Torturing her own son was always a tradition Nora adhered to diligently. Smiling warmly, Nora gently said, "Oh, like that. I'm going to see a show in Country Y and want to take you along. It's Elle's autumn show. Previously, I went alone, but now I definitely want to take you." Nora babbled on, afraid Gracelyn might listen to Huxley and not go. Of course, Gracelyn understood Nora's intentions. Virtually, Nora never went to shows alone, even without a daughter. She could invite other wives. For example, previously, Nora often went with Martha. So it wasn't that no one accompanied Nora to shows, she simply wanted to take Gracelyn. She yearned to experience the joy of traveling with her daughter-in-law as if she were her biological daughter. Given Nora's goodwill, Gracelyn naturally couldn't refuse. After all, she knew how much Nora craved having a daughter because she didn't have one. When they were young, she used to crave it, but after they grew up, Nora wouldn't tease them like little babies or children anymore. She still often sent them gifts. Yet Nora couldn't treat them like her real daughters once they all grew up. It might make everyone feel awkward. Now, Gracelyn was no longer someone else's daughter but Nora's daughter-in-law. Accompanying her anywhere was perfectly fine, and their relationship wouldn't feel strange or awkward. Moreover, Nora defended and acknowledged her in front of Kala, and afterward, indeed blacklisted Kala in social circles. Now, apparently, no high society women wished to speak with Kala. So, after listening to Nora, Gracelyn eagerly and sweetly agreed, "Yes, Mom, I really want to go." Upon hearing this, Nora beamed with delight. "Really? That's wonderful." "Of course it's true," Gracelyn continued sweetly. "I'm particularly happy to go with Mom." Nora was touched to her heart and said, Great, Shinger is the best. I'll send a car to pick you up later, and we'll leave in 3 hours. Is that all right?" "Of course," Gracelyn replied, "whatever Mom arranges." Nora was so delighted she wanted to dance. Her daughter-in-law was really too lovely. Suddenly, Nora understood why Huxley disagreed. Understanding was just understanding. It wouldn't change her decision. Okay, Nora hurriedly said, "Then I'll hang up now. See you later." "See you later," Gracelyn sweetly replied. After hanging up the phone, Nora hummed a tune as she went to freshen up. She was originally on her way to wash up when a sudden thought struck her. Thus, she danced joyfully and twisted her steps as she headed for Weston's room with apparent displeasure. This time, Weston was naturally sleeping like a pig. Nora stood by the bed, seeing Weston not only slept like a pig but also had a particularly ungraceful posture, sprawling across the bed with the blanket crumpled under him, clad only in big shorts. Nora's lips twitched as she approached and pinched Weston's face, waking him up. With sleepy eyes, Weston looked at Nora, confused for a couple of seconds before asking, "What's wrong, Mom?" Nora chuckled twice and replied, "Nothing, just that you don't look very pleasing to the eye." Weston was baffled. Not that he understood why. Clofold, Weston asked, "Did I offend you?" Nora said, "It's okay, I just think girls are the most obedient. Like your elder sister-in-law, so sweet and lovely. No wonder your elder brother likes her so much. I like her too. Also, what kind of sleeping posture is this? You'll crush your wife if you keep this up." Weston. After mocking Weston, Nora left. Weston sat up, hair tousled like a bird's nest, feeling misty-eyed. So his mom was stimulated again by the sweetness and obedience of girls. That wasn't the point. The key was mentioning him getting married in the future. Was she out of her mind? He just graduated, barely started living freely. What did marriage have to do with it? Marriage would surely hinder his freedom. On the other side, Gracelyn placed her phone back on the nightstand, and Huxley muttered, "You're going." Gracelyn turned over, patiently explaining, "I definitely need to go, honey. If my mother-in-law invites me to a show and I refuse, it doesn't make sense, does it?" Huxley didn't care and retorted, "You can refuse." Gracelyn explained, I can't refuse every time, and there are more shows than just one. Right?" Huxley knew this well, but it didn't stop him from being unhappy. After some thought, he asked, "When are you leaving? When are you coming back? Which country?" Gracelyn answered, "Mom said she'll pick me up in 3 hours, in Country Y, for 3 days. Huxley. 3 days? Huxley frowned, too long. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh. Is it really that bad? Huxley sighed, how can it be fine? I think even 3 hours is too long. Gracelyn paused, unsure of how to respond. She rubbed Huxley's forehead gently, coaxing, honey. Just that single word made Huxley give in. He sighed again, if that's the case, we should make good use of our time. What do you mean by, make good use of our time? Gracelyn didn't quite catch it. Huxley pressed down on her, kissed her lightly, and deliberately nudged her, saying, come on, what do you think? Gracelyn blushed crimson. Cheen Clorother, you're really... Gracelyn couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry, playfully tapping his chest and finally blurting out what she'd wanted to say for a while, you're really shameless and unrestrained. Huxley didn't refute, as legal husband and wife, they should indeed be unrestrained. Kissing Gracelyn's forehead, he coaxed her gently, good girl, call me husband, or, just call me Huxley. Recently, he'd been trying to get Gracelyn to call him husband more often, and she had improved significantly, calling him Cheen Clorother less frequently. Huxley felt particularly accomplished. When Nora arrived to pick up Gracelyn, Huxley was visibly unhappy. Gracelyn was still upstairs getting ready, as Huxley intentionally delayed her by making things difficult. So, Nora arrived just as Gracelyn began packing. Nora sat on the sofa in the main hall while Huxley sat opposite her. Seeing his obviously unhappy expression, Nora remarked, only 3 days. Why such an attitude? Huxley remained silent. Nora rubbed her forehead, I said 3 hours ago, why isn't Shinger ready yet? Did you? She couldn't even finish her sentence. After some thought, she added, forget it, I'm in a good mood and won't bother with you. Huxley maintained his expressionless silence. Nora felt like slapping him. Indeed, daughters were better. Sons truly were a pain. However, thinking of another topic, she suddenly became lively and started discussing with Huxley, Chloe the way, Your Highness, Mother has something important to ask you. Huxley raised an eyebrow towards Nora, instantly feeling uneasy. Whenever Nora called her sons mother, it usually meant her maternal instincts were kicking in. Speak. Huxley said a single word. Nora immediately perked up and quickly asked, have you and Shinger planned when to have children? I intend to. Clofore she finished, Huxley interrupted, no plans. Don't worry unnecessarily. There are no plans for now or the near future. Amber, don't talk about having kids before the wedding ceremony. How could it be? Amber, you expecting your daughter-in-law to come to our family just to bear children? Nora's eyes widened, gasping in shock, hey, you little brat, what a bizarre thing to say. Isn't it normal for a daughter-in-law to have children after marriage? I didn't mean solely for having children, but getting married and having children go hand in hand, right? Close eyes, you're not a 20-year-old anymore. Huxley directly stated, no, we won't have children. Nora was shocked, Amber? You. Amber, you depriving Shinger of her right to bear children? Oh, she marries you and can't even have a child? What nonsense, what ridiculous words. Translation completed. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Chapter 84, It's Cloetefool, Cloet revealing. Despite Nora's words, Huxley didn't seem convinced and still repeated, no, I don't want to. Nora nearly laughed in frustration, knowing that he was throwing a tantrum because he didn't like being separated from Gracelyn. Nora insisted, you're just making trouble. How can you not have children? You two are so beautiful, with such good genes. Not having children would be a waste. Amber, at the very least, you should have one, that's the bare minimum requirement. Huxley ignored her, clearly uncooperative. Amber thought Nora knew he might just be saying this out of spite, no parent could hear their child say such things. Seeing his extremely uncooperative attitude, Nora gave him a stern look. This time, Huxley spoke up, why must we have kids? Pregnancy is tough, childbirth is painful, and there's even a risk to life. Amber, after giving birth, breastfeeding takes up so much of a woman's time. From pregnancy, birth, to nurturing, it's at least 3 years. Nora was taken aback by Huxley's thoughts. She hadn't expected him to think this way and responded helplessly, well, but reproduction is a human responsibility and instinct. If everyone thought like you, the world would soon end. Huxley retorted, others aren't my problem. Nora was speechless for a moment. She felt she needed to change Huxley's mindset and patiently said, virtually, women benefit from early childbirth. It helps recovery both physically and mentally. In 3 years, Xingshan will only be 25, still young with endless possibilities. With your wealth now, you can provide her with everything. There's no need to worry. Huxley snorted, I can offer all the best material conditions, but can money solve the discomfort of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth? Nora was at a loss again, unsure where these thoughts came from. She hesitated for a moment before giving in, all right, I won't argue with you on this. It's your decision, I won't interfere anymore. Nora assumed Huxley was upset about her taking Gracelyn away and thus was deliberately arguing. So, she left him alone. At this moment, Gracelyn descended the stairs wearing a pure white one-shoulder dress adorned with floral patterns, which looked very artistic and accentuated her elegant and noble demeanor. The long gown trailed gracefully to her ankles, and she wore white high heels studded with glittering diamonds. Her silky black hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, framing her face perfectly. Her makeup was impeccable, adding to her dazzling beauty. Seeing her, Huxley was instantly entranced. Just as he was about to stand up, Nora was faster, rushing over to enthusiastically compliment Gracelyn from head to toe. Huxley was speechless. Was this really his own mother? Other mothers usually hoped their sons and daughters-in-law stayed close, but his mother actually came to snatch his wife. Huxley felt quite jealous. When it was time to leave, Huxley naturally didn't want to let go. He held Gracelyn tightly, whispering something in her ear. Nora, sitting in the car, couldn't help but hold her forehead in exasperation. Unable to resist, Nora took a photo. Amber's expected, the image of the handsome man and beautiful woman turned out perfect. She immediately shared it on social media, captioning, "My crown prince is purely love-struck, laugh cry. Claude, it's heartwarming. My daughter-in-law is so beautiful, adore her." Her post received numerous likes and comments. After admiring the attention for a while, Nora looked out the window, feeling quite complex emotions. Watching Huxley wipe off Gracelyn's lipstick and kiss her passionately, Nora almost sighed aloud, too much to handle. Glancing at her watch, Nora finally interrupted loudly, "Hey, President Sheen, it's been half an hour. That's enough." Gracelyn also felt this goodbye was too long and gently pushed Huxley, saying, "Okay, dear, I'm leaving." Huxley finally let her go and watched her get into the car. They waved goodbye as the car drove off. Nora couldn't help commenting, "Shingshin, wow, I never knew the boss acts like this. Thank you for putting up with him." Gracelyn laughed, "Amber, it's okay, Mom." "Chinsher, well, he is rather cute." Nora chuckled, "Only you find him cute." "Claude, I'm truly happy seeing how close you two are." The next day, Gracelyn woke up late, noticing it was already 11 in the morning. They had arrived at the hotel arranged by the brand the night before, which offered VIP treatment only to top-tier clients who spent millions with them. Nora naturally qualified. After arriving late at night, they had a snack and chat before going to sleep. Huxley had later called her via video call, keeping her up longer. Nora informed her that the show started at 2 in the afternoon, so they still had time. Gracelyn stretched and checked her phone, finding messages from both Huxley and Nora. She decided to call Nora first, as instructed. They planned to meet after Gracelyn got ready for lunch and then prepare for the show. Worried about time, Gracelyn quickly got dressed and glanced at Huxley's message, full of longing for her. While washing up, she called Huxley. Knowing Gracelyn was about to be busy, Huxley didn't linger, content just watching her routine. After finishing, Gracelyn told him, "Honey, I'm going to have lunch with Mom." "Right," Huxley replied. "Stay in touch when free." "Sure," Gracelyn nodded obediently. After lunch with Nora, Gracelyn tried on a black evening gown prepared for her. This dress shimmered beautifully and was strikingly sexy with a deep V neckline, revealing half of her chest. It was undeniably stunning, and Nora smiled proudly, telling her it was custom-made by Elle family. Gracelyn, however, found herself laughing and crying at the same time. She had never worn such a bold gown before. "Mom." Gracelyn blushed slightly, covering her chest with her hand. "Isn't this a bit too revealing? Close-sides, aren't we going to watch the show? Amber's clients, we don't need to wear evening gowns, right?" Nora couldn't stop laughing. "Not revealing at all. It's super beautiful. Don't worry, star, be confident. Amber great figure should be shown off. Thuff, we are clients, everyone is expected to dress formally for this event. Plus, there will be media taking photos. Oh, and the brand owner is a good friend of mine, so, it's best not to dress too casually, consider it as showing support." Hearing this, Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. "Amber, your friend? Elle family's brand has ties with the Y Country royal family. The princess married the heir of the brand." "Yes, I'm friends with both of them." "What heir? They're old now." "Now their son runs the business, and they also have a little daughter, younger than you," Nora replied. This surprised Gracelyn even more. She had never heard that Nora was friends with Elle family's boss. It seemed Nora kept a low profile indeed. "Oh, really?" Gracelyn asked, then, "Okay, but this one is perfect." Nora interjected immediately. "I picked it specially for you. No one suits it better than you." Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh. "I know it looks good, but..." Nora cut her off. "I know what you're thinking, it's revealing." "So what? Show off your figure. Here, let's ask Huxley. He'll love it." Gracelyn thought, would Huxley really allow her to wear such a daring outfit? He probably wouldn't. Before Gracelyn could respond, Nora called Huxley on video chat. Nora said, "Prince, I picked a very beautiful evening gown for my daughter-in-law, but she thinks it's a bit revealing. What do you think?" Huxley immediately replied, Nora handed the phone to Gracelyn. Her face turned slightly red as Huxley narrowed his eyes, looking closely before saying, "It looks beautiful." "Claude, it's beautiful, yes, but wearing this..." Gracelyn hesitated. "It's not overly revealing." "Just right, very good. Wear it like that," Huxley affirmed. Gracelyn was taken aback. She thought he would definitely disapprove, yet here he was giving his approval. Nora chuckled and chimed in, "See, I told you it was beautiful. My daughter-in-law will outshine all the celebrities, models, and endorsers tonight." Huxley smiled, nodding without hesitation. "Yes, she will." With Huxley's agreement, Gracelyn felt no more burden. After all, you can only flaunt when you have the figure for it. Since Huxley approved, Gracelyn agreed with Nora. Then came the makeup and dressing up. Once both mother and daughter-in-law were ready, it was time to go. Nora took Gracelyn into the venue through the ultra-VIP entrance. At this type of show, apart from their own models, the brand invited many endorsements and celebrities, attracting hordes of media for photos and interviews. Ultra-VIP clients entered the same channel as the celebrities and enjoyed the privilege of requesting photos with any present star, a perk from the brand. Gracelyn was originally an ultra-VIP client, but once she emerged from the VIP passage, all flashlights shone directly on her face, almost blinding her. The media must have mistaken her for a celebrity. Thankfully, staff intervened promptly, guiding the two women aside. Despite this, reporters still approached Gracelyn, presumably to interview who this mysterious celebrity was. Fortunately, the staff stopped them, realizing she was an ultra-VIP guest. Just by this brief appearance, Gracelyn somehow managed to steal the spotlight from the following stars, leaving the media less enthusiastic about them. Several photographers snapped pictures of Gracelyn from a distance. Nora calmly instructed the receptionist, "Don't let my daughter-in-law's photos leak easily." "Yes, Rowena," the receptionist replied respectfully. "Please follow me. Princess Hazel said she's busy today, so she'll join you later." "No problem," Nora waved it off. "She can be busy." They entered the venue next. The receptionist led them to their exclusive seats and introduced their personal translator before leaving politely. Ultra-VIP guests began seating themselves first. Elle Family was a globally renowned luxury brand with many clients, so being ultra-VIP wasn't anything extraordinary. Amber's Gracelyn settled in and prepared to send some photos to Huxley. Someone rudely tapped her shoulder. Startled, Gracelyn nearly dropped her phone. Looking up, she saw a foreign girl rudely commanding her, "Come take a picture with me." Her translator relayed the words, leaving Gracelyn bewildered. "Amber?" Seeing her confused expression, the girl grew impatient. "Amber, aren't you a celebrity? Isn't that why you're here, to take pictures with us? Hurry up." She even reached out to drag Gracelyn, but Nora intercepted her. Chapter 85, She Needs a Spanking. "She's not a celebrity, so no photo with her," Nora said to the foreign girl in a foreign language. The girl seemed somewhat surprised and even less willing after hearing the response. "Not a celebrity but more beautiful than any celebrity?" The girl frowned and asked arrogantly, "Not a celebrity? Amber, you here as a customer then?" Nora ignored the girl. The girl looked to be around 25 or 6, slightly older than Gracelyn. Children from wealthy families often have that spoiled air, arrogant and aggressive. Nora simply didn't want to deal with this girl, so she didn't. Instead, she patted Gracelyn's hand reassuringly, signaling her not to worry or respond. Amber thought Gracelyn's English was poor. Fortunately, their translator did an excellent job translating everything in real time, including negative remarks. So even if it meant being scolded, one had to understand what was said, right? Hearing the translation, Gracelyn understood Nora's meaning and also felt like ignoring her. Cause Gracelyn herself is quite low-key. Gracelyn smiled faintly, turned her gaze towards Nora, and gently patted her hand, nodding, showing she didn't care either. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged glances and smiled but did not respond. This angered the girl further, and her face became more disdainful. She asked rudely, "Hey, I'm talking to you, why aren't you answering? What attitude is this?" Nora glanced at the presumptuous girl and said, "Do we have to answer just because you ask?" The girl frowned, looking at Gracelyn with obvious hostility. "That's really odd. How rude are you? If you're neither a celebrity nor a customer, why are you sitting here?" "Oh, I get it." Gracelyn sensed the strong animosity and asked, "Get what?" Gracelyn spoke in imperial language, which the translator immediately translated. The girl laughed mockingly upon hearing this. "I thought you were keeping quiet because you couldn't speak English. Coming to a show like this without knowing English? Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Gracelyn immediately retorted, "Why should I know English? I don't think it's laughable not to know English. I am an imperial person. There's nothing wrong with me speaking my native language. It's your problem if you can't understand. For you, imperial language is a foreign language too, isn't it?" This reply left the girl stunned for a moment, while Nora immediately gave Gracelyn a thumbs up. The girl regained her composure and angrily stared at Gracelyn. "English is a global language. What's imperial language supposed to be? Can it even make an appearance on a stage?" Gracelyn stood up and replied, "Amberny country's language is great and deserves respect. What does your English have to do with me? Global language? Who said it must be used or known? My lack of knowledge doesn't mean I can't make it." The girl huffed, looking at Gracelyn as if she were a billionaire looking at a beggar. "It's not surprising you think that way. Amber, after all, peripheral women usually don't have good education." Gracelyn was taken aback. "Peripheral woman?" The girl concluded based on her own judgment. Gracelyn's exceptional beauty made people envious. She initially thought Gracelyn was a celebrity. Since celebrities were considered inferior to them, asking for photos would have been effortless. Encouraged by her friends, this girl approached Gracelyn with a superior attitude. Gracelyn wasn't a celebrity. Yet, she was incredibly beautiful, overshadowing even the celebrities. This made the girl unwilling to believe Gracelyn was a super VIP customer. If Gracelyn were a super VIP, she'd have wealth and connections similar to theirs. Plus, Gracelyn didn't know English, leading the girl to believe she got in by some means. She must have snuck in, pretending to belong and sitting in the super VIP area. When exposed later, it could draw attention and possibly build connections. Graceland's face was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. This kind of scheming and deceit, the girl had seen plenty. Super VIP customers weren't only women, there were male customers too. Thus, the girl concluded Graceland was a peripheral woman who infiltrated using manipulative means. Amber and Nora must be a madam. So Graceland and Nora didn't talk much when they saw she was a woman. It was simple, the target of these peripheral women was men. Nora was shocked. Who raised such a stupid girl? Nora was about to speak when the girl interrupted again. How could El's show allow people like you in? Please leave now, or I'll call security. Nora. Graceland. Nora immediately said, go ahead, try. The girl frowned, thinking for a second, I'll have the organizer personally come to remove you. The organizer, of course, meant the brand representatives. The girl, perhaps trying to assert her status, said this. Nora smiled, okay. The girl glared at Nora for 2 seconds, stomped her foot, and left, likely to fetch the brand representatives. After the girl left, Nora comforted Graceland, Shinger, don't mind her. She's just a spoiled kid from a rich family. Graceland smiled, Mom, I don't mind. I'm just waiting to see how she gets embarrassed. Nora laughed, good, I'll call Hazel. Graceland replied, no need, Mom. You said Aunt Hazel was busy. What's unreasonable cannot overrule what's reasonable. That wouldn't make sense. Nora laughed heartily, putting her phone away and affectionately looking at Graceland. You've always been a good child since childhood, kind-hearted and sensible, with great vision. You truly deserve to be Huxley's wife. It's destiny. Nora loved Graceland dearly. Hearing Nora's words, Graceland felt a bit bashful but admitted gracefully, yes. Indeed, it's fate, *__*. Graceland originally thought the girl was just trying to show off, but unexpectedly, she returned. She brought a man with her. He was tall, slender, wearing large-framed glasses, looking very polite and aristocratic. Amber mixed-race person, he looked more like an imperial. The girl talked to him along the way, but the man didn't seem to listen much, his face expressionless. Graceland turned to Nora and asked, is this the representative from the brand? Nora nodded, L family's current crown prince, Jeffrey. Graceland raised an eyebrow. Jeffrey saw Nora and smiled slightly. The girl, unaware, proudly led the way. Before Jeffrey could greet Nora, the girl pointed at Graceland and said, it's these two. The peripheral woman who sneaked in. Amber and this one must be the madam. She pointed at Nora. Jeffrey's expression instantly turned as cold as ice, and without another word, he slapped the girl across the face with a resounding slap. The sudden slap startled Graceland. She had to admit, it was a bit harsh. The girl was dumbfounded, her large tears streaming down her cheeks. Jeffrey ignored the girl completely and turned to Nora, Amber Aunt Frost, I'm really busy today and couldn't attend to you properly. I'm so sorry. While saying this, Jeffrey didn't care that the girl was shocked and crying. Nora smiled, it's fine. You're the host today, you must be very busy. Go on with your work. Jeffrey felt incredibly apologetic. He immediately turned to the girl with a cold look and ordered, Amber apologized to Amber Aunt Frost immediately. The girl seemed confused and terrified. Jeffrey continued, this is my parents' dear friend, Amber Aunt Nora. You are utterly foolish and have such poor manners. Scared by his words, the girl only cried out loud. Nora didn't say anything, and Jeffrey roared again, Amber apologize. Terrified, the girl almost collapsed but quickly apologized in fear, sorry. Sorry. Jeffrey glared at her, get lost. The girl ran off, looking like she might faint at any moment. Graceland didn't have much to say about it. Some people deserve what they get. May I ask? Jeffrey looked at Graceland, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Nora introduced her, this is my daughter-in-law, Huxley's wife. Jeffrey was quite surprised, you. Chloe Ruthershire got married? Yes, Nora nodded with a smile. Jeffrey immediately greeted Graceland, nice to meet you, sister-in-law. My name is Jeffrey. Graceland nodded, pleased to meet you too. There wasn't much else to say. Graceland smiled politely, and Jeffrey said, please sit. Nora suddenly asked, Your Honor, what about that girl? Did you really have to slap her? Jeffrey replied, it's fine. She's also a super VIP customer, the daughter of a leading e-commerce figure in Y country, known for her arrogance and rudeness. She's always pestering me. To be honest, I've wanted to slap her for a long time. This made Graceland laugh inwardly, thinking, how ungentlemanly. Jeffrey's words also amused Nora, who laughed heartily, your attitude is just like Chloe Ruthershire before he got married. I wonder who will tame you in the future. Jeffrey smiled, no one. Nora laughed again, stubborn. I remember Chloe Ruthershire used to think the same, but now, he's purely love-struck. Jeffrey chuckled, turning to Graceland, of course Chloe Ruthershire would be enchanted by such a beautiful sister-in-law. Nora couldn't stop laughing, indeed. Chloe the way, go back to your duties, you honor. We don't need special attention. Jeffrey indeed had a lot on his plate, Amber right, I apologize again. Excuse me, Amber Aunt Frost, sister-in-law. I'll come back when I'm free. Go ahead, Nora waved her hand, and Gracelyn nodded politely. That little incident passed quickly. Curious, Gracelyn asked Nora, Mom, how did you become friends with this brand? Nora replied, Oh, I used to do some designing when I was young, and we met then. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. So that's it. She had always thought Nora was simply a pampered rich lady. Chloeing a designer and friends with the L family meant she wasn't just an amateur designer. Gracelyn suddenly wondered if she should consider starting a career herself. If Nora were just an ordinary customer, facing such humiliation, they would probably only rely on calling Huxley or using her title as the lady of the Cheen family. How satisfying to solve it on her own like this. Moreover, Nora hadn't done anything. The girl had returned to get slapped. Gracelyn couldn't help but send a message to Huxley, Honey, Grandma is so cool. Huxley instantly replied, What happened? Gracelyn, not wanting to go into details, replied, Amber small incident, and Grandma solved it perfectly without moving from her seat. Too cool. Huxley immediately understood, Amber small incident? Gracelyn, yes. Claude Grandma is really cool. So, I was thinking, maybe I should start considering my career. To be cool like her. Huxley responded arrogantly, Darling, marrying me is already cool enough. Gracelyn, it's different. Huxley, Amber right, I have something to tell you. Since you brought it up. Gracelyn, what? Huxley, I want to hire you as my personal secretary, working in the same office as me. Gracelyn, what kind of job is that? Huxley, isn't it a job? Do you not want to? Gracelyn thought for a moment, I can't be a secretary. Huxley, no problem, honey will teach you. Seeing this reply, Gracelyn blushed. Her mind wandered to that night when Huxley said those exact words while pressing her against the desk. He could teach anything. Gracelyn replied, No. Huxley couldn't help but laugh, remembering that night. Huxley, want to try the study next time? Maybe the office chair? Gracelyn. Honey, don't push it. Huxley acted innocent, I didn't mean it. Worried someone might see her screen, Gracelyn hurriedly glanced around and turned off her phone. After waiting a while, Huxley didn't receive a reply. He sent an emoji, Chloe. Claude Instead of sending, it showed a red dot. Huxley's eyes narrowed. Amber's beautiful smile tugged at his lips. So, she deleted him? Naughty. Kissing his fingers, Huxley thought, when she comes back, he'll punish her, definitely spank her bottom. Who taught her to delete contacts? He tapped to resend, Chloe, honey was wrong. The story continues smoothly, maintaining consistency with the previous content while keeping the natural tone and style intact. Chapter 86, Kissing on the Chloe, would enjoy it even more. Who knew that Gracelyn's request didn't go through either? Huxley. Huxley sent another verification message, Chloe, stop joking around. This time, Gracelyn replied, but it was on the verification request. She responded, where did I go wrong? Huxley quickly acknowledged his mistake seriously and sent another verification message. Huxley, I shouldn't chat frivolously, I should be serious, proper, and positive. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh at Huxley's reply, sticking out her tongue, thinking to herself that she had been bold enough to delete Huxley. Just as Gracelyn was about to respond, Huxley sent another verification message, Chloe, hurry up and add your husband. Chatting this way is inconvenient. I miss you so much. He even started sending sweet words, which deepened the smile on Gracelyn's lips. She was also surprised by his behavior. Did Huxley not get angry? Not only was he not upset, but he was actively soothing her. Honestly, she made this impulsive move on a whim. It was indeed mischievous of her. Yet, this outcome left her both astonished and delighted. Ever since their flash marriage, Gracelyn felt like everything with Huxley was a delightful surprise. His temperament and personality, as well as his way of handling matters, brought her endless joy. His care and protection, whether it was giving her flowers, carrying her bags, or allowing her freedom in fashion choices, more accurately, encouraging her freedom. This evening gown, with its deep V-neck plunging below her chest, was incredibly sultry. So when Huxley praised it without objection, Gracelyn was genuinely stunned. Surprised, yet mostly overwhelmed with sweetness. Reviewing the dress again, she had to admit, it really was beautiful, just as Nora said, one should flaunt a great figure. However, for Gracelyn, this was truly her first time wearing such a daring and sensual evening gown, and to wear it with her husband's encouragement, it felt extremely wonderful. While she was lost in her thoughts, Nora suddenly leaned over and asked, Shinger, what are you doing? Nora naturally glanced at Gracelyn's phone. Gracelyn. It was quite awkward. Feeling a little embarrassed, Gracelyn wanted to explain but wasn't sure how to. Nora smiled, then chuckled, saying, Shinger, good job. Gracelyn found herself in a state of mixed emotions. Nora truly doted on her daughter-in-law. This situation was hard to explain, so Gracelyn just smiled awkwardly and added Huxley back. Nora kindly tried to ease the awkwardness, saying, It's nothing, I understand. Really, I do. Love works this way. Though you two got married quickly, it doesn't hinder romance. You're experiencing love after marriage, isn't that right? Finally, someone can tease my crown prince. I'm thrilled. Tease him more. Clowley him till he cries if you can, ha ha ha. Nora's words left Graceland feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. She couldn't help wondering, what would it be like to make Clorotherchin cry? Huh, it sounds interesting. Thus, Graceland nodded seriously and replied, okay. Her cute response made Nora laugh heartily. Amber right, no need to worry about me, go chat with Huxley. Graceland nodded and looked at the screen to see a very adorable crying bunny emoticon from Huxley with the text, Chloe, I'm sorry, don't ignore me, Kajma. Amber mused, Graceland immediately sent a cute emoticon back, a rabbit spreading love hearts and cooing, husband hug hugging face. Seeing this, Huxley's heart melted, and a genuine smile curved his lips. Amber, who could bear to scold such a little cutie? He promptly replied with the same rabbit set they both downloaded per Graceland's request. The rabbit had a wide mouth looking hysterically adorably while texting, wife. Graceland instantly replied with a female version, an identical expression but adorned with a red bow, and texted, husband. They exchanged these cute expressions for a while, laughing uncontrollably. After exchanging several husband and wife images, Huxley then said, hiring a wife as a personal secretary, I'm serious. Trust me, the salary will be the highest globally. Wife, are you willing? Reading Huxley's firm declaration, Graceland hesitated. Oh, the conditions were indeed tempting. Daily interactions with a handsome husband, work done leisurely when desired, seemed pretty appealing. Despite the allure, something felt missing. Graceland thought carefully before replying earnestly, I know you care about me and don't want me to be bored or tired, offering me the best. I need some time to think. I'm hesitant, give me some time. Graceland's thoughtful response caused Huxley to take her seriously. He appreciated her ambition and independence, understanding that although she could rely on him, she wanted her own career. Huxley replied, good, take your time. No rush. Whatever decision you make, your husband supports you fully. Whether starting a company, doing business, or simply enjoying a laid-back job, I'll support you. If there's anything you wish to learn, I'll ensure you have the best resources possible. This heartfelt response left Graceland moved. She marveled at how Huxley truly supported her unconditionally, prioritizing her happiness and ambitions. Moved, Graceland replied, truly, husband? Then if I say, I want to act? Huxley replied, want to act, do it. Whatever you want, I fully support. Graceland blinked, awestruck. Huxley was indeed incredible. Thinking further, she directly asked, Amberting support? Truly. What if it involves intimate scenes or kissing scenes? Would you still support me? Graceland asked this intentionally. Amber's an actor, she could choose scripts, not all requiring intimacy. However, if she chose a script demanding such scenes, complete cooperation was essential. Thus, she was curious. Huxley paused upon reading this. After a moment, he typed. Huxley, I believe if these scenes are necessary and crucial, then I support you. Graceland was speechless. Considering Huxley's authority and possessiveness, hearing this from him was deeply touching. Curious and moved, Graceland replied, really, husband? Why? Amber, according to common sense, wouldn't you mind? Huxley replied as earnestly as ever, theoretically and practically, I would be jealous. If this is the career you want to pursue and a decision you've made, then it's your choice. Since it's your decision, you don't need to worry about my feelings. After all, you're not living just for me. Besides, it's just acting, it's fake. It's also an art form, right? Someone has to do it, regardless of what it is. So, I support you. Huxley's words instantly brightened Graceland's mood. She had expected Huxley to disapprove, but his response was completely unexpected. This man, her husband, had given her so many pleasant surprises. Graceland immediately replied with great sincerity, I understand, husband. You are too kind. I want to kiss you. I want to press you against the sofa and kiss you passionately. Huxley promptly sent a rabbit emoji asking for a kiss, puckering its lips, standing on tiptoe, and spinning happily, with the message, wife, kiss kiss Samaida. Then he typed, pressing against the sofa isn't bad, but wife, if you pressed me against the bed instead, I would enjoy it even more. If you also took the initiative to touch me inappropriately, I would like it even more. Graceland couldn't help but laugh. Huxley was back to being not serious. Thinking for a moment, she changed the subject, so can I join Chinchang Company with Tracy, Xiaomi, Meower, and the others? That way, we can be the 5-member gang again. Huxley replied, Amber, as long as you're happy, that's fine. There is one condition, you can't be too busy to spend time with me. Graceland quickly assured him, absolutely not. She cherished such a wonderful husband and wouldn't dream of neglecting him. With Graceland's promise, Huxley felt happy and replied, good, do whatever you want, husband will always be by your side. Graceland sent a meme of a female rabbit pinning down a male rabbit and kissing him passionately. Huxley instantly replied with the same meme, only reversing the positions. Graceland glanced at the celebrities and guests entering the venue and said to Huxley, husband, more people are coming in, the show is about to start. I need to chat with Mom for a while, so I won't disturb you at work. We can talk when I get back. Love you lots, husband. They could chat endlessly, but Gracelyn couldn't hold her phone and chat with Huxley the whole time. Okay, Huxley replied immediately, wait for you to come back. Love you. After ending their conversation, Huxley reluctantly put down his phone. As he looked up, he noticed everyone in the meeting room staring silently at him as if trying to see a flower bloom on his face. Yes, Huxley was holding a meeting, but he paused the meeting to chat with Gracelyn. For over 20 minutes, the executives watched Huxley chat for over 20 minutes. The executives thought, virtually, they didn't have any complaints. They figured they'd better get used to it since this would become the norm. Also, they were really curious how long She, who valued brevity in messages, could keep chatting like this. Just as Huxley put down his phone, he remembered something and picked it up again. The executives, is it never ending? Just because it's your company, you can do whatever you want? Right, fine, you can. Huxley thought for a second, then dialed a call and stood up, saying, I'm making a call, we'll continue the meeting afterward. The executives nodded unanimously, Mr. Cheen, please feel free. Huxley put the phone to his ear and walked out of the conference room. Jeffrey answered the call with a light laugh, sure GE. Clearly very happy, before Huxley could speak, Jeffrey praised Gracelyn first, I saw Dagu. She is truly beautiful. It makes me think it's not surprising at all that you got married. Hearing this, the corners of Huxley's lips curled slightly as he directly asked, did my wife tell you something happened at the show? Did it involve my mom? What exactly happened? Jeffrey was surprised and said, didn't your wife tell you specifically? Huxley said, no, she just mentioned something small happened. Jeffrey sighed but didn't answer directly, saying instead, indeed, my sure GE is still my sure GE. Role model for us all. Marrying Dagu was simply a stroke of genius. Amazing. Huxley. Get to the point, Huxley said, enough flattery. Jeffrey couldn't help but say, I'm genuinely surprised. Your wife is. I don't know how to describe her. Usually, women in such situations would cry and complain. Your wife just brushed it off as a minor issue. Jeffrey was genuinely impressed. Hearing compliments about Gracelyn, Huxley felt even happier than if he were being praised himself. He said, of course, my wife is amazing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be my wife. Hurry up, tell me what happened. Jeffrey didn't dare hide anything from Huxley and quickly recounted the entire event. It wasn't entirely because they neglected Nora or Gracelyn, as Nora had attended many shows before without such incidents. This was Gracelyn's first time attending, and the situation arose mainly because she was exceptionally beautiful. Beautiful enough to make most women envious at first sight. Upon hearing this, Huxley's handsome face darkened. Once Jeffrey finished, he immediately reassured, rest assured, rather sure, I dealt with that woman harshly. I slapped her on the spot. Frankly, I've wanted to punch her for a long time, but I held back because of... Huxley hummed coldly, cause of what? Her family background? Jeffrey, you're the crown prince of the L family, practically royalty. Are you afraid of some e-commerce tycoon's daughter? Jeffrey replied, not really afraid. Huxley didn't say much more and directly asked, which e-commerce company is this girl from? Send me the information about her company. Jeffrey was stunned for a moment and asked, rather sure, you're going to? Huxley said, there's a saying called, disaster comes from the mouth. Heard of it? Jeffrey immediately understood, got it, I'll send it to you shortly. Okay, Huxley responded, go ahead, and remember to attend our wedding. Jeffrey replied, absolutely. I'll be the best man. Huxley's darkened expression softened slightly, good. Hang up. Huxley ended the call. Jeffrey immediately sent the information about the girl's company and couldn't help but admire, rather sure is still so cool and efficient. Jeffrey thought slapping the girl in public was already a severe and intimidating move. Little did he know Huxley planned to go even further by targeting the girl's company. Chapter 87, do you know who her husband is? Closing down a company is not an easy task, it requires time and strategic planning, a form of business warfare. If it's a small company like Perry's own, it might be easier. Typically, corporate wars are fought for profit, or sometimes out of personal grudges, although the latter is rare. Capital inherently seeks profit. To bring down a company out of personal spite wouldn't just yield no profit but could also waste human and financial resources. No capitalist would do such a thing without cause. For example, although Jeffrey has always strongly disliked this girl's obstinate arrogance and conceit, he would only refuse and ignore her at most. He never considered bringing down her company due to his disdain for her, entanglements. Improvements made. 1. Replaced ambrothuf with, for example, to maintain consistency with the original text. 2. Used strongly dislikes to emphasize the depth of Jeffrey's dislike. 3. Changed taking down to bringing down, which is more idiomatic in this context. 4. Maintained the Chinese term, entanglements, as it was kept in the provided segment, ensuring consistency. However, for a fully natural English flow, a suitable English word or phrase could be substituted if preferred. To Jeffrey, such actions hold no significance. The L family's capital far exceeds that of the girl's family business, yet the latter remains a significant player in Y country's e-commerce sector, not so easily dismantled. Who would waste effort on something so trivial? Not only did Jeffrey not waste effort on this, but the L family continued to collaborate with the girl's family extensively. After all, they are a leading e-commerce enterprise in their home country. Capital is cold and heartless, always prioritizing profit, money rules supreme. So, after hanging up, Jeffrey became even more curious. Ignoring how busy he was, he immediately called Huxley. Huxley answered promptly, asking directly, more issues? Jeffrey laughed, rather sure, I'm just curious. Are you planning to bring down that girl's family company? Huxley countered, do you want to protect her? What if Jeffrey's disdain for the girl was merely a facade, masking an actual fondness? If true, Huxley would consider Jeffrey's feelings. No, Jeffrey hurriedly assured, I'm happy to see it happen. Virtually, I could have taken action too, but as it involves sister-in-law, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to act. My role is best kept to adding fuel to the fire. Jeffrey's words made Huxley smirk. This is the maturity of a grown man, handling things with perfect judgment, nothing like the impulsive young Weston. Fine, Huxley replied, as long as you're not being insincere. Absolutely not. Jeffrey affirmed. I really am happy to see it happen. Jeffrey indeed found the girl detestable due to her clinginess and presumptuous attitude. Yet, intervening himself would be improper, better left to Huxley, who would do the job thoroughly while he watched from the sidelines, secretly cheering it on. Right, Huxley said, anything else? Nope, replied Jeffrey. Hearing this, Huxley ended the call. Jeffrey remained excited, probably relishing the gossip and drama. He recalled an internet CEO line, it's getting cooler, XX company should go bankrupt. This thought amused him until he realized it was summer, not cool at all. So the line should change to, whether it's cold or hot, anyone who messes with my woman, XX company should go bankrupt. Speaking of the girl, she had just been slapped publicly by Jeffrey without explanation, leaving her shattered. She lost all face. She had brought 2 friends from the wealthy circle, though less prestigious than her family. Her earlier confrontation aimed to show off her status as L family's future princess. Instead, it demonstrated how pride invites humiliation. She cried hysterically, calmed only when her friends comforted her and scolded Gracelyn, easing her rage slightly. Anger soon returned, believing Gracelyn deserved blame for not revealing her identity first, thus intentionally embarrassing her. The girl misunderstood Jeffrey's mention of Nora being friends with Jeffrey's parents, assuming Gracelyn still pursued Jeffrey, further solidifying her resentment. Unaware of the storm she caused, she planned to retaliate, reclaiming her lost dignity. Meanwhile, Gracelyn didn't realize that a minor incident she mentioned to Huxley had sparked such chaos. The fashion show was about to start, and seats filled around her. Seating arrangements mattered, those front and center held the highest status and influence. Nora conversed with a client, speaking fluent English, which Gracelyn barely understood. Earlier, Gracelyn considered improving her English, admiring Huxley and Nora's proficiency. Now, after the encounter, she dismissed the idea. Amber's an Empire citizen, translation sufficed, fluency wasn't essential. Lost in her phone, she noticed a person sit next to her, bringing a subtle scent of woody cologne. Reflexively turning, she saw a handsome young man, well-dressed, average-looking compared to Huxley's incomparable charm. Nonetheless, the man greeted her, you're beautiful. Speaking Empire language, despite seeming a bit tacky, Gracelyn responded, hello. The man beamed, I knew you were Empire citizen by your looks. What a coincidence. Gracelyn smiled politely, yes, and you too. Of course, the man said, pure Empire. I'm Ambermeal, L family's global ambassador this year. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. So this was Ambermeal, the rising star from the popular Empire talent show. Talented in singing and dancing, he became a top-tier celebrity at age 25, boasting countless enthusiastic fans. Gracelyn had previously watched his shows and thought he was quite talented. However, there was a difference between seeing him on screen and in person, which is why she didn't recognize him at first. Moreover, during Ambermeal's peak period, Gracelyn hadn't paid much attention, so while she knew of him, he quickly faded from her memory. Speaking about himself, Ambermeal couldn't help but display some pride on his face. Indeed, achieving such accomplishments at his age was something to be proud of. The world was full of accomplished individuals. Gracelyn nodded, oh, I know you. After saying that, Gracelyn turned her head away, not interested in engaging further with Ambermeal. Ambermeal said cheerfully, oh, you do? I thought you might not know me. May I ask your name? Gracelyn did not answer directly but instead said, the show is about to start. Ambermeal replied, it's fine, talking won't interfere with watching the show. I feel we have a lot of fate in common, meeting like this in a foreign country. Let's exchange contact information. Chloe the way, I heard you're also a celebrity. How come I haven't seen you around? Are you an actor, singer, or dancer? He spoke fluently. Ambermeal took out his phone and showed it to her, implying she should add him on VChat. However, Gracelyn wasn't interested, replying casually, Mr. Ambermeal, please watch the show now. This was a polite rejection. Ambermeal's originally friendly expression faltered momentarily but soon recovered as he probed again, not a celebrity? Then perhaps you're a super VIP? Whether Ambermeal didn't know her or if she was a newcomer, he believed someone as beautiful as Gracelyn was worth pursuing. Gracelyn grew impatient. Sorry, I'm not interested in chatting much with someone I barely know. Close sides, I'm married. This reply left Ambermeal stunned, feeling embarrassed. Gracelyn's response wasn't unreasonable, and he couldn't lash out over it. At that moment, the fashion show began, capturing everyone's attention. Ambermeal fell silent for the time being. Thought he was quiet. Ambermeal felt very uneasy. Amber's a famous Empire idol, at the height of his fame, and even the global ambassador for the L family, being rebuffed like this was frustrating. Ambermeal believed he was just trying to make friends politely, only for his efforts to be rejected. Moreover, what difference did being a super VIP make? Previously, it was mentioned that with the global elite present, annual spending reaching 8 digits was nothing special for the rich, merely pocket change. However, within these many super VIPs, there were levels of influence unknown to one another. Some might know each other, but not everyone was familiar with everyone else's background. When people were in their prime, they tended to assume others were inferior to them without knowing their actual status. Currently at the pinnacle of fame, Ambermeal had significant commercial value, made plenty of money, and was constantly praised by all sides. His fans zealously defended him, and this had inevitably boosted his ego. Considering how his fans spent considerable sums just to meet him, his feelings were understandably hurt when a beautiful woman dismissed him so easily. Feeling more unbalanced, after a moment of silence, Ambermeal tried to chat with Gracelyn again, saying, "You don't need to look so aloof. Having a husband doesn't mean anything. I wouldn't do anything improper." Hearing this, Gracelyn ignored him entirely. Ambermeal grew more irritated, and his poor mood affected his judgment, leading him to say, "Your attire could easily mislead people." This time Gracelyn frowned and turned to look at Ambermeal, asking, "What do you mean?" Seeing Gracelyn finally acknowledging him, Ambermeal felt happy and continued, "Chloeing married, yet dressing like that. It's bound to create misunderstandings." Gracelyn found this highly offensive and retorted, "How am I dressed? What's wrong with my clothes? My husband supports me dressing like this. Who are you to judge?" Ambermeal was taken aback. Her husband supported her wearing that? He felt this was a lot to take in. Such a beautiful woman should be closely guarded by men who preferred conservative clothing. To support her dressing provocatively seemed unusual to him. From his macho perspective, Ambermeal concluded that Gracelyn's husband must be abnormal. Thinking along those lines, Ambermeal remarked, "Oh, I see. Your husband, sounds interesting. Does he require you to do something specific? If you have any difficulties, maybe we can talk. Who knows, I might be able to offer some small assistance." Gracelyn was utterly baffled, taking several seconds to understand that Ambermeal thought her husband wanted her to seduce other men for resources. She was speechless and disgusted. "Amber, you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting? Stop talking to me, I don't want to speak with you anymore." Undeterred, Ambermeal leaned closer, "Virtually, you don't need to be shy. I think you're very attractive, and I like." Before he could finish, someone pushed Ambermeal hard on the shoulder, forcing him away. Startled, Ambermeal looked up as Gracelyn turned to see Mom. Nora glared at Ambermeal. Where did this little pervert come from? Do you know who her husband is? Nora's fierce gaze silenced Ambermeal instantly, making him step back nervously. Chapter 88, She's Not That Easy to Chloe. Upon hearing this, Ambermeal immediately became upset and said, "Who are you? Why are you insulting people for no reason? Amber, what do you mean by eating tofu? This is just a normal conversation. Many people with ulterior motives won't admit their true intentions." Nora pulled Gracelyn's hand and said, "Shinger, don't be afraid. Switch seats with me." Gracelyn nodded, "Okay." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law switched seats, placing Nora right in the middle. Seeing that his attempt had failed, Ambermeal decided to drop it. After all, the show had already started, and continuing this would only escalate tensions. Escalating tensions could seriously affect the runway show, and as the spokesperson for the L brand, Ambermeal had to be cautious at this moment. So, he looked intently at the stage, assuming a cold and noble demeanor. Nora also wouldn't engage in an intense conflict with Ambermeal now because she still needed to give some face to the L brand. She couldn't disrupt the show after it had formally started. Nora lightly patted Gracelyn's hand, signaling her to calm down, and kept her eyes on the stage, looking very composed. "Yet," she said aloud, "you were cursed because you deserved it. Were the things you said even human talk?" Ambermeal ignored her, maintaining his aloof stance. He didn't want to nor could he affect the show, and he naturally had no interest in engaging with a woman of Nora's age. Even though Ambermeal ignored her, Nora continued, "L's global spokesperson this year, impressive." Nora's words were spoken lightly, sounding like praise on the surface. Indeed, if you only heard the words, they did sound like praise. Her tone suggested the same. This left Ambermeal bewildered, unsure how to respond. If Nora hadn't scolded him earlier, Ambermeal might have taken her words purely as praise. Nora had scolded him and claimed to be the beautiful woman's mother. Which mother was she referring to? Biological mom or mother-in-law? Ambermeal was confused. After pondering over the words several times, he felt, it must be sarcasm. Confused, Ambermeal didn't reply but kept mulling it over. He waited for Nora to speak again, hoping she'd reveal more information. Sometimes, when women are too beautiful, they can seem like prey or treasures, always catching everyone's eye. Ambermeal thought for quite some time. He oddly concluded that Gracelyn and Nora were a mother-daughter pair. Gracelyn being so attractive surely married a wealthy husband, but business has its risks. Poor cash flow or bankruptcy could happen. Therefore, the purpose of Gracelyn and her mother appearing here seemed clear. Ambermeal imagined all this quite vividly and even sympathized with Gracelyn. He wouldn't disdain her even if she had been married before. However, if Ambermeal knew that Jeffrey had visited them just now, he wouldn't think this way. Instantly, many scenarios flashed through Ambermeal's mind, making him excited. He couldn't resist asking, who did you say her husband was? Nora, who was watching the show intently, turned to look at him and smiled faintly, Huxley. Hearing this name, Ambermeal's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a chill spreading across his body and an inexplicable fear rising in his heart. He couldn't believe it, trying to remain composed. You mean Huxley from the She Group? In the Empire's capital, nobody didn't know about the She Group, the top enterprise and the main force behind cancer drug development. Heard that Huxley wasn't purely a capitalist because of the immense success of the business empire, deeply intertwined with the state, making him a top-level magnate, not just a regular big shot. Nora tilted her head, continuing to look at Ambermeal, or what? Ambermeal felt an even deeper chill. He knew exactly what this name signified. Logically, he should apologize right away, but the show was ongoing, and Nora didn't seem interested in engaging either. Now Ambermeal felt utterly helpless. After a pause, he finally said, sorry. It was disrespectful of me. Please forgive me. Nora replied, the person you should apologize to isn't me. Ambermeal dared not speak, hurriedly saying, yes, I'll apologize to that young lady afterward. Nora remained silent. The fashion show started at 2 in the afternoon, lasted 2.5 hours, plus the closing ceremonies, taking up 3 hours in total. It ended at 5 in the evening, after which the organizers prepared a banquet reception. Nora led Gracelyn to their seats and Ambermeal hurried over, not daring to sit beside Gracelyn. Standing next to Gracelyn, he bowed his head and earnestly apologized. I'm truly sorry, miss. I apologize for my rude behavior. I hope you can forgive me. Sorry, really sorry. His apology was sincere because Ambermeal was genuinely terrified. How could he not fear angering the wife of a top-tier magnate? Moreover, he had initiated the dispute. Gracelyn found Ambermeal repulsive, unwilling to accept his apology or speak to him, feeling uncomfortable even having him nearby. Frowning, Gracelyn said, go away. Ambermeal paused, not daring to leave, humbly asking, have you forgiven me? Gracelyn replied, no, but I don't want to hear you speak. This left Ambermeal speechless. Nora looked at Ambermeal and said, just go, your presence is bothersome. Amber, great future lies in waste if you don't cherish it. No matter how much you achieve, bad character will bring you down. Ambermeal quickly responded, yes. You're absolutely right. I won't make that mistake again. Go. Nora didn't want to engage further but added, forget about that endorsement. Ambermeal froze but didn't argue. Losing an endorsement was nothing compared to offending a top-level magnate. Ambermeal, though dubious in character, knew how to read the room, immediately admitting, yes, it's my fault. I'll terminate the contract myself. It's the punishment I deserve. Nora looked at Gracelyn, asking, what does Shinger think? Gracelyn nodded. Ambermeal was indeed unfit for the endorsement. Public figures must act carefully. His poor character would lead to downfall if exposed. Everyone admired stars for their positive traits, even if those traits were sometimes staged. Nora then said, Ambrowright, get lost. You're polluting the air. This comment left Ambermeal red-faced and embarrassed, but he immediately turned and left, fearing Gracelyn's displeasure any longer. Knowing Gracelyn's identity, Ambermeal dared not test fate against capital forces. The entertainment industry in capital had deep ties, so he hastily ran off. After Ambermeal left, Gracelyn's frown eased somewhat. Seeing this, Nora sympathized, Shinger, don't be unhappy. Most people in society are like this. You've just graduated and haven't seen much. You'll get used to it. Gracelyn smiled, sticking out her tongue playfully, Mom, I'm fine. I just think these people aren't even comparable to Clora their Cheen's hair strand. Amber, and I'm not unhappy, actually quite happy. Gracelyn laughed sweetly, genuinely pleased. Translation ends here, adhering to the original text structure and line breaks. Nora couldn't help but laugh at this sweet remark, saying, of course they can't match up to our Curtis. Huxley, he is truly remarkable. Amber's his mother, I'm very proud. His excellence and success are partly due to family background, but a much larger part comes from himself. Smart, diligent, honest, and level-headed. Hearing the praise for Huxley, Gracelyn smiled even sweeter, replying, Amber's journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. No matter how excellent Clora their Cheen is, it's all because you gave birth to him. In my opinion, the most crucial reason is genetics. Nora burst into laughter at this comment, exclaiming, oh, my Shinger, you always know how to speak sweetly. It's comforting just to hear you. Gracelyn replied, I'm not flattering you, I'm speaking the truth. Nora grew even more delighted, asking, Chloe the way, did you say you're quite happy? Is that true? Amber, after all, she had brought Graceland to the show, despite the commotion, encountering two unpleasant events right away, dealing with two detestable individuals. Nora feared Graceland would be displeased or regret coming along. Initially, her intention was for Graceland to enjoy herself, but now Graceland had suffered. Nora felt both heartache and guilt. Yes, I am quite happy. Graceland supported her chin on the round table with one hand, smiling. Amber, we met two bad people. Those issues were resolved quickly. One by Mom, and another who immediately apologized upon hearing Chlorotherchene's name, out of fear. With such powerful backup like Mom and Chlorotherchene, how could I not be happy? Nora's eyes lit up as she praised Graceland again. What a good girl you are. Your way of thinking is so charming. Oh, Huxley is so lucky to have married you. It's as if our ancestors lit a high joss stick. Nora spoke sincerely. Someone narrow-minded might think, what bad luck, facing these troubles right after arriving. Quote, Graceland had an open, positive outlook. Graceland blushed, replying modestly, Mom, your praise makes me embarrassed. Close sides, I think, people picking on me might be because, well, I'm somewhat outstanding, right? Ambrothuff, I haven't accomplished much in my career yet, hee. Nora immediately chimed in excitedly, yes, exactly. Even without accomplishments, you already have them. You know what, just your pretty face is enough to draw attention and trouble. If someone isn't outstanding and noticeable, no one would pick on them. Right, Graceland nodded in agreement, that's what I think too. Chloeing picked on means I'm getting noticed. Huh, yes. Exactly. Nora was extremely pleased, loving Graceland so much she wanted to hug and kiss her. Unfortunately, Graceland was no longer the little baby she once adored. With her eyes full of loving smiles, Nora suddenly asked, Shinger, Mom has a serious question for you. Yes, go ahead, Graceland answered obediently. Nora pondered before continuing, well, I want to know your thoughts and plans. Mom knows you're young, having just graduated from college, but Huxley is also not young anymore, turning 31 this year. He's technically late in marriage. So, have you thought about having children? Nora's question made Graceland involuntarily recall their passionate nights with Huxley, causing her cheeks to flush. Graceland took it seriously and replied, well, I haven't particularly thought about it yet. Honestly, I haven't planned anything specifically. Oh, that's fine too. There's no need to plan. If it happens, embrace it. You can't turn it down once it's here. Nora promptly responded. Right, Graceland agreed, nodding, if it happens, we'll welcome it. Nora laughed, eagerly agreeing. Graceland still had something unsaid because she suddenly remembered something. Huxley always used protection. Except for the first time, after that, he consistently practiced contraception. Therefore, Huxley probably hadn't thought of having children soon. Thus, the statement, if it happens, we'll welcome it, became rather empty. How could there be any chance with consistent contraception? Graceland fell into deep thought. Nora asked, what's wrong? Graceland shook her head, nothing. Nora then continued the topic, yesterday when I was waiting for you, I asked Huxley about this. That child was definitely sulking because I took you away. He actually told me not to, saying childbirth is a painful experience and he doesn't want you to suffer. You don't mean you don't want children, do you, Shinger? Nora knew she needed to understand Graceland's thoughts thoroughly. Nowadays, some young people opt for DINK, double income, no kids, families. While Nora wasn't entirely against it, it seemed extreme unless there was a medical reason. Otherwise, having a child was essential for continuing life and symbolizing love. Hearing Nora, Graceland was slightly surprised. Huxley had never discussed this with her. His continuous contraception led her to believe he just didn't want to rush into it before their wedding. Graceland quickly concluded that Huxley's reluctance stemmed from sulking at Nora. Graceland smiled, Mom, rest assured, I don't intend not to have children. I really want them, just, not urgently. Their child would be the product of love between her and Chlorotherchene. Just thinking about it filled her heart with overwhelming affection. How could she ever refuse? Hearing Graceland, Nora felt completely relieved. As long as Graceland wanted children, what could Huxley possibly object to? Nora confidently believed Huxley wouldn't dare argue. She immediately smiled, that's wonderful. I feel the same way. At least one child is necessary. Shinger, rest assured, I'll make sure everything is perfectly arranged for you, minimizing the discomfort of childbirth as much as possible. Graceland happily nodded, okay, Mom, you're the best. Nora tenderly replied, you're also an exceptional daughter-in-law. They chatted leisurely, ignoring others around them. Afterwards, Graceland said, Mom, I'll go to the restroom. Nora hurriedly replied, let me accompany you. Graceland responded, no, it's okay. I'm not a child anymore. Nora countered, I'm worried you might get bullied again. Graceland gently patted Nora's hand, playfully saying, Mom, I'm not that easy to bully. Nora chuckled, patting her hand back, right, go ahead. Sure, Graceland nodded and left to find the restroom. Nora's worry turned out to be justified, as Graceland indeed faced trouble again. Graceland was right, she wasn't that easy to bully. Chapter 89, Graceland won by her own abilities. After Graceland finished using the restroom, she came out to wash her hands. Amber at the sink, she was blocked by someone. Two foreign girls entered the restroom and immediately locked the door from inside. Gracelyn noticed this and instantly became alert. While washing her hands, she watched them through the mirror. Indeed, those two girls approached her with unfriendly expressions. Gracelyn wasn't sure if anyone else was in the restroom, but she was certain these girls were targeting her. Amber's expected, her intuition was accurate, the two girls started cursing at her as they approached. Amber thought Gracelyn's English wasn't great, she could understand simple insults. Amber's they kept insulting her, the two girls rushed forward, seemingly intent on attacking her. Luckily, Gracelyn had noticed them while washing her hands. There happened to be a cleaning sink nearby, and a mop lay in it. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly grabbed the mop and splashed the water-soaked mop at their faces before they could reach her. In her excitement, Gracelyn let out Chloris Lee-like shouts, which startled the two girls. They opened their mouths to scream but ended up swallowing the water from the mop. The taste left them stunned, salty and foul. The experience was beyond description. The mop, after all, was used for mopping the bathroom floor, who knew what else it might have mopped? Feces, urine, spit, were any of these possible? Very possible. Seeing their reaction, Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh aloud, leaning heavily on the mop despite the ungraceful posture. Scared yet? I don't know what this mop has cleaned up, but it could be anything. Though Gracelyn's words were incomprehensible to them, they guessed they weren't compliments. Tears welled up in their eyes as they angrily tried to fight back. Cloaked Gracelyn wielded the mop fiercely, swinging it at them like a seasoned warrior. The girls couldn't get close to her and were hit repeatedly, leaving them screaming in distress. Though Gracelyn looked delicate, her anger fueled her strength as she thrashed the girls into submission. Soon, both girls were lying on the ground, trying to get up only to be poked by the mop whenever they attempted to rise. Unable to stand up, they could only cry and squirm. Feeling accomplished and exhausted, Gracelyn propped the mop beside her, panting, "Scared yet? Let me tell you, this is Imperial Kung Fu." She also thought of saying, "Amber Long's spear dipped in shit means death to anyone who dares." Cloak decided against it, knowing they wouldn't understand anyway. She regretted not having her phone, otherwise, she would have captured this moment. It was her grand victory. This time, she had won without Nora or Huxley, relying solely on her own strength. Without further delay, Gracelyn hurriedly exited the restroom, still holding the mop. Despite wearing high heels and an evening gown, she ran swiftly, drawing puzzled glances from many guests. What's that outfit? Amber gown and a mop? Is this the new fashion trend? Cloaked Gracelyn didn't care about the stares, she felt exhilarated. Racing back to the banquet hall, she approached Nora triumphantly. Seeing her state, Nora immediately asked worriedly, "What happened, Star?" Gracelyn explained briefly, and Nora's face darkened. Slamming her hand on the table, she fumed, "How dare they block and bully someone? You did well, Star." Nora praised, then immediately called Jeffrey. While talking on the phone, she stood up, "I'll check the restroom. This is outrageous, I will find these girls." "Mom, no need," Gracelyn held her back. "There are cameras outside the restroom, they can't escape." Nora nodded, sitting back down. Just then, Jeffrey answered the call. Hearing Nora's words, he hurriedly replied, "What's wrong, Amber and Frost?" Nora, still upset, snapped, "What's wrong? Your sister-in-law was ambushed in the restroom. Two foreign girls attacked her." Jeffrey was shocked, "I'm coming over right away." "Is your sister-in-law okay? Is she hurt?" "She's fine," Nora said, "she fought them off." Relieved, Jeffrey responded, "Amber right, I'll find out who these girls are." "Good," Nora seethed, "find them and throw them into a dung pit." "Yes, Amber and Frost, rest assured, I'll handle it." Hang up the phone, Nora turned to Gracelyn, noticing her smiling face. Softening her tone, she asked, "Star, why are you smiling?" "I won." Gracelyn replied proudly, holding the mop. Nora couldn't help but smile. "You really should bring this mop home as a trophy." "Yes," Gracelyn agreed excitedly, "it's my symbol of victory." "Absolutely." Nora laughed. "We must thank the cleaning auntie who left the mop there." Gracelyn nodded, "Yes, absolutely." In a generous mood, Nora declared, "Give her $1 million bonus." Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, "Sure." Nora asked, "Star, do you want to leave?" "Why leave?" Gracelyn countered, "I won. I did nothing wrong. It's those troublemakers who caused the problem. Why should I leave?" Nora smiled broadly, "Great. Stay here, we'll take care of them. One comes, we defeat one, two come, we defeat both." Gracelyn grinned, nodding happily. Amber at that moment, Nora wanted to call Huxley and praise Gracelyn from head to toe. Honestly, she never imagined her outings with her daughter-in-law could be so thrilling. Meanwhile, Jeffrey was furious, unable to believe someone dared do such things. Jeffrey didn't dare to tell Huxley, knowing she would be furious if she found out. Amber and he definitely wouldn't dare to tell his own parents. Otherwise, he would surely be in for a severe scolding. In a rush, Jeffrey ran towards the restroom, but the two girls were already gone. There were indeed signs of a struggle inside the restroom. Jeffrey's headache worsened instantly. He immediately called for the staff to check the surveillance footage. He already had suspects in mind. Nora said it was two foreign girls, and there was an 80% chance they were the two friends who came with the e-commerce CEO's daughter who started bothering Graceland today. What a pack of ruffians. Acting as accomplices and beyond reason. Jeffrey was nearly driven to apoplexy. He hastily left the restroom and received a call on the way. The staff had pulled up the surveillance footage. Jeffrey quickly headed to the control room to review it. Amber's expected, it really was the e-commerce CEO's daughter's friends. The CEO's daughter was named Amber Leah. He never bothered remembering her friends' names, so let's just call them Girl Amber and Girl Chloe. Having identified the targets, Jeffrey went straight to find these three individuals. Since they conspired in secret, they weren't at the banquet and had returned to the hotel. The hotel was within the fashion show venue. Jeffrey went directly to their room. Girl Amber and Chloe were still sobbing in the hotel room to Amber Leah, describing how fearsome and terrifying Graceland was, and how they suffered. Amber Leah listened angrily, telling her friends to go clean themselves up. Amber's Girl Amber and Chloe entered the bathroom. An urgent doorbell rang outside. Amber Leah rushed forward to open it. Just as she reached the door, it was pounded and kicked. Jeffrey's furious voice shouted, "Open the door." Amber Leah opened the door. Before Jeffrey could start reprimanding her, Amber Leah spoke first. "Amber, you here to confront me, cousin Jeffrey? Is that girl an old family friend? Does she like you and want to marry you?" Amber Leah felt that if Graceland was her competitor, she stood no chance at all. Graceland's beauty was lethal. Not only did it win over men, but also women of all ages. It was too striking and dazzling. Like the bright sun in the sky, its brilliance was so intense that people wished to drag it down and trample it into nothingness. Just as Amber Leah finished venting her anger, Jeffrey lost patience and acted immediately. He couldn't help but strike this woman. Jeffrey wasn't blindly chivalrous, he had limits. Without hesitation, he slapped Amber Leah twice right across the face. He held nothing back, delivering heavy blows. Slapped to the ground, Amber Leah saw stars. Jeffrey didn't bother with formalities, asking bluntly, "Where are your two friends?" After being slapped twice more, Amber Leah was dazed. No matter how much she liked Jeffrey, she couldn't endure being slapped 3 times by him. "You're insane. You hit me for that, woman." Amber Leah struggled to get up from the ground. "Where are those two?" Jeffrey, enraged, grabbed Amber Leah by the neck. This time, Amber Leah was truly terrified. She hadn't expected Jeffrey to be this fierce. Jeffrey wasn't joking, his grip was firm. In fear, Amber Leah struggled to say, "Cough, bathroom." She fiercely patted Jeffrey's hand. Jeffrey wouldn't do anything too extreme. Once he got his answer, he released her and called for backup on his phone. Hearing that he summoned bodyguards, Amber Leah sensed trouble and asked anxiously, "What are you going to do? What exactly is your relationship with that woman?" Jeffrey looked at her coldly, saying, "Throw your two friends into a dung pit." "You," Amber Leah was shocked, "you're crazy. You're the one who's crazy." Jeffrey said, "The woman you offended is closely related to my elder brother, someone you can't afford to upset. Didn't your friends try to ambush and bully her in the restroom?" Amber Leah's face turned pale. She immediately defended herself, "No, we didn't." Indeed, since girls Amber and Chloe never encountered Graceland, Amber Leah could defend herself. Then she added, "She attacked us first." Jeffrey snorted, "Even if she did, they still deserve the dung pit." "Amber, do you expect me to believe you?" 2 bodyguards then entered. Jeffrey instructed, "Go to the bathroom, grab those 2 women, and throw them into a cesspool for an hour before letting them out." "Yes, sir," the bodyguards obeyed. Amber Leah was petrified. Regaining her senses, she spread her arms to block the bodyguards and begged Jeffrey, "Cousin Jeffrey, you can't do this. They really didn't hit anyone. I will apologize to the sister myself." Knowing she had pushed Jeffrey too far, Amber Leah knew she needed to soften her stance now. Protecting her friends showed some righteousness. Amber apologizing might appease Jeffrey. Amber apologies come too late now. Jeffrey said, "When you leave home without thinking, you bring disaster upon yourself." With a gesture, Jeffrey signaled the bodyguards to head for the bathroom regardless of Amber Leah's pleading. Desperately crying, Amber Leah wanted to stop the bodyguards and beg for mercy from Jeffrey. Torn between the two, she ultimately decided to plead with Jeffrey. "Please, cousin Jeffrey, I know I was wrong. Take me to apologize to that sister properly. I promise to sincerely apologize." Amber Leah cried, "For the sake of our families." Interrupting her mid-sentence, Jeffrey said coldly, "I have no connection with the likes of your insignificant family." "What?" This left Amber Leah bewildered. Jeffrey continued, "My elder brother isn't an ordinary big shot. You've been spoiled since childhood, and while your behavior is merely indulgent, your heart is malicious. Let me be kind enough to inform you, from the moment you offended my sister-in-law, you sealed the doom of your family business. Reflect on that well." Amber Leah's eyes widened in shock, feeling as though thunder had struck, leaving her thoroughly stunned. Chapter 90, Shinger unjustly insulted, Nora goes closerk. Kylie was completely dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. She carefully mulled over Jeffrey's words. So that beautiful woman already has a man, and this man is Jeffrey's close older brother who is a very powerful big shot. Powerful enough that merely having a quarrel with her would endanger the family business? This Kylie completely refused to believe. Amber thought she was born into a merchant family. She was thoroughly spoiled and knew nothing about business, essentially, just an arrogant waste of space who lived off her parents. Her sole purpose in the family seemed to be for arranged marriages. She liked Jeffrey very much, and her family naturally approved of her feelings. She thought if she kept persisting, Jeffrey would eventually fall for her. Note, the word is replaced with persisting to make it more fluent in English while keeping the meaning intact. Or perhaps she had always believed that Jeffrey's rejections and dislike were just pretenses, and he actually liked her. They were just a couple of lovebirds fighting playfully. Amber and Jeffrey loved it when she caused trouble like this. Sometimes, excessive imagination really was a sickness, and needed treatment. Thus, ever since Kylie graduated from university and understood matters of romance, all her focus was on Jeffrey, and nothing else. Even though Jeffrey spoke so clearly, Kylie still didn't believe him. She couldn't believe her family's business could be ruined by one person. How powerful would that person have to be? Kylie didn't believe it and brushed it aside, thinking Jeffrey was just venting his anger at her. Stunned for a moment, Kylie started crying. Chlorother Jeffrey, I really know I was wrong, don't be angry with me. I know I went too far this time, but I really thought she was interested in you. I will sincerely apologize to her. I'll do whatever she asks. I can compensate her financially. Whatever amount she wants. Amber Kylie could think of was sincere apologies or paying money. She probably felt these methods showed sincerity. Jeffrey nearly laughed at her stupidity. He looked at Kylie and smiled coldly, saying, you should know better. Over the years, Kylie's unreasonable behavior had been quite unbearable. Moreover, this girl had a bad heart as well as a poor mind. So Jeffrey had no sympathy or pity for her. Like this time, it was because she encountered Gracelyn. If it were other girls, they wouldn't have been spared a harsh lesson from Kylie. After Jeffrey spoke, the bodyguards brought out Amber and Chloe from the bathroom. Their hair was still wet, and they haphazardly wrapped bathrobes around themselves in a pitiful state. They seemed to be scared stiff. While they were bathing, two tall and muscular bodyguards suddenly stormed in. Who wouldn't be terrified? They thought something worse was going to happen, only to be thrown a bathrobe in order to get dressed quickly. The frightened duo could only comply, trembling as they dressed and then heard Kylie pleading for mercy. Suddenly, they realized it was the woman they hadn't even touched coming to settle accounts. Seeing the two come out, Jeffrey said coldly to Kylie, take them away. Amber and Chloe were still confused and screamed frantically, what? Where are you taking us? Let go. I'll sue for rape. Jeffrey turned back, sneering, rape? Dream on. He then commanded, too noisy, knock them out. Yes, sir. The bodyguards immediately struck the two unconscious with palm strikes. Seeing this, Kylie, not believing that Jeffrey would dunk her friends in a sewage pit, desperately wanted to follow. It was unimaginable. They were pampered young ladies from wealthy families. Kylie followed, planning to plead for mercy. There was no way she could let her friends suffer such humiliation. However, when she tried to follow, Jeffrey glanced at her with such icy eyes that Kylie hesitated. She had never seen such a look from Jeffrey before. Seemed Jeffrey was really angry this time, ready to give up on her. Yet despite her fear, Kylie gathered courage to continue following. Jeffrey noticed. Walking to the door, he instructed the two waiting bodyguards, escort Kylie away. She is not welcome here. This meant expelling Kylie directly from the venue. Shocked, Kylie was forcibly dragged away by the bodyguards. Everything happening left her utterly astonished. Dragged by the guards, she looked at Jeffrey in terror, like seeing a devil, asking, Amber, are you really going to throw them into the sewer? Jeffrey also looked at her, feeling a bit sympathetic towards her stupidity, unsure whether her loyalty was genuine or fake. Quote, no matter how genuine or fake, being loyal to friends while harboring hostility and malice towards strangers wasn't true righteousness. So Jeffrey still wouldn't sympathize. To personally reassure Nora, Jeffrey took this matter seriously and decided to oversee it himself. Originally, he could have entrusted the bodyguards with this task, but he still wanted to see Amber and Chloe properly punished with his own eyes. Jeffrey personally carried out the punishment and did not return to the party immediately. Today was quite dramatic. Gracelyn couldn't figure out why she attracted so much resentment, perhaps due to her unknowingly captivating nature. Amber gained, she stirred some trouble. It wasn't that Gracelyn was inherently loathed, but rather her presence had initially created such an overwhelming impact, which she couldn't fully understand herself. Probably the classic case of beauty unaware of its effect, as she never sensed such shock. Nora was similarly accustomed to Huxley's appearance and found it unremarkable. Thus, this nature made her stand out, attracting enmity, although not everyone reacted negatively. Still, in this world, there were always some individuals who couldn't tolerate others' excellence. Even someone's exceptional beauty could provoke attacks. Chloe's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law rejoiced over Gracelyn's victory, especially Gracelyn herself, radiant with pride. Plus, Jeffrey informed Nora that he was personally overseeing the punishment. Nora grew even more delighted, chatting happily with Gracelyn, and excitedly said she wanted to frame the mop Gracelyn used. How to frame it? Nora explained that after cleaning the mop and drying it, she planned to cover it with gold, embellish it with various gemstones for a luxurious and colorful effect. Then, she wanted to add a large diamond at the handle's top. If possible, she'd commission a goldsmith to carve a phoenix onto the mop for an extravagant touch. Such plans left Gracelyn speechless. Speechless with laughter, she said, "Mom, this is too much." Rubbing her laughing sore stomach. Nora insisted, "Not at all, leave it to me. I can turn it into an art piece." Ha ha ha. Gracelyn nearly laughed to death, finding her mother-in-law incredibly adorable. They enjoyed their chat, but someone couldn't bear their happiness and approached to stir trouble. Amber, VIP client in her 50s, came forward with her daughter-in-law. Amber approaching Nora, she pleasantly greeted, "I see you're enjoying yourselves, making everyone happy." "Hello, madam, may we introduce ourselves?" This middle-aged lady had a friendly demeanor, and such events were perfect for networking. Moreover, this middle-aged lady also had an imperial face. Behind her followed a rather obedient-looking woman, who could be her daughter or some other relation. Nora was in high spirits at that moment, and even more so because the lady was from the Empire. She lifted her glass amiably and said, "Sure, my name is Nora." The middle-aged lady hurriedly clinked glasses with Nora and introduced herself, then smiled as she introduced the woman beside her. "This is my daughter-in-law. She's a star in the capital of our empire." "Amber, and yours?" Upon hearing that the daughter-in-law was a star, Gracelyn grew curious, but she didn't recognize her. Perhaps she wasn't very famous or just an up-and-coming one. Nora, on the other hand, responded proudly and gracefully to the lady's question, "She is also my daughter-in-law." The lady seemed pleased instantly and replied, "Wow, what a coincidence." Nora also laughed and agreed, "Indeed." The lady extended her glass toward Gracelyn, who stood up with a sweet smile, lifted her glass, and clinked it with the lady's glass, saying, "Nice to meet you." Amber. Afterward, the lady's companion picked up her glass and politely clinked glasses with Nora first, greeting, "Amber auntie, hello." Then she reached out to Gracelyn, intending to clink glasses with her too. Gracelyn politely smiled and was about to reciprocate. Nora and the lady both looked satisfied seeing their daughters-in-law interacting amicably and were preparing to drink together. The situation should have gone off without a hitch. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened, likely catching everyone by surprise. Suddenly, the lady's daughter-in-law aimed the wine in her glass directly at Gracelyn's chest and splashed it over her. Gracelyn was wearing an extremely sexy, deep-cut evening gown. The splash sent all the red wine onto her chest. The red wine, like droplets of rubies, slid down her fair skin and rounded, full breasts. If it hadn't been a malicious accident, the scene would have been visually striking and enticing. So much so that some men who caught a glimpse inadvertently swallowed hard, their Amberdame's apples bobbing. Gracelyn and Nora were stunned for a second. The lady might have been shocked too, but Nora couldn't care less. Immediately, she flew into a rage. If there had been fire above her head, it would have incinerated the entire party venue right then and there. Before Gracelyn could react or Nora could do anything, the star daughter-in-law quickly apologized. "Oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. It was unintentional, I injured my hand." Her apology was timely and she appeared genuinely apologetic and anxious. However, Gracelyn did not feel consoled by her apologies. Cloca's half a glass of red wine had been poured directly onto her chest, humiliating and embarrassing. Nora grabbed a napkin from the table and started wiping Gracelyn. Gracelyn also hastily took the napkin to wipe herself but still felt humiliated and embarrassed. The lady was also stunned and immediately scolded her daughter-in-law. "What are you doing? How dare you behave so rudely? What's wrong with you?" The lady seemed at a loss for words. The daughter-in-law kept apologizing, but apologies only went so far. Nora didn't hesitate, lifting her glass high and pouring all its contents onto the daughter-in-law's head. That wasn't enough. After emptying the glass, Nora grabbed the decanter from the table and poured its contents forcefully over the daughter-in-law's head. The daughter-in-law instinctively tried to dodge, but Nora grabbed her tightly, preventing any escape. She could only cry out in pain. The lady's face turned grim, but she seemed to have no grounds to say anything, so she could only look helplessly pale. Gracelyn finished wiping the wine from her chest and saw Nora go berserk. Having poured all the wine, Nora still didn't stop. She grabbed the daughter-in-law's hair, forcing her to raise her face, and slapped her 4 times, fiercely and loudly. Amber and Nora cursed her with filthy language. "Damn bitch, how dare you bully my daughter-in-law." Amber after the slaps, she continued pulling the daughter-in-law's hair, slamming her face into the dinner table repeatedly, almost going insane. While doing so, she said, "Sorry, I have mental issues. Sorry, my brain isn't working well. I go crazy sometimes." Gracelyn was startled, having never seen Nora act so fiercely and crazily. After the initial shock, Gracelyn was moved to tears. Earlier, Nora had remained composed and ignored the provocations of that foreign girl. Yet, because this action was so humiliating, Nora went wild publicly, disregarding her image, acting as if she'd lost her mind. Gracelyn bit her lip, realizing she couldn't stop Nora. The level of emotion was indescribable. Nora's craziness was scary. The daughter-in-law was bleeding from her nose, eyes watering, and crying out in pain. The mother initially seemed hesitant to intervene but now saw her daughter-in-law, a celebrity who made a living off her looks, being brutalized. Finally, she managed to say, "Enough, Mrs. Lee, sorry, but enough, you'll hurt someone badly." Trying to pull Nora back, the lady's hand was swatted away harshly. Nora roared, "Get lost, or I'll hit you too." Despite being pushed away, the lady didn't give up and tried to forcibly separate them. Amber at this moment, a long mop suddenly smacked into her face, knocking her back several steps and making her fall to the ground. In horror, she looked up to see Gracelyn wielding the mop aggressively, warning, "Try touching my mother-in-law and see what happens." Amber at this point, Gracelyn looked fierce and intimidating, as if she was ready to fight anyone who dared step forward. The commotion drew attention from everyone present, causing a scene at the event. Enraged beyond reason, Nora dragged the daughter-in-law into the chair, grabbed her hair, and spat in her face, angrily cursing, "Sorry? Was it a tremor in your hands? Amber, you blind or stupid to bully someone like this? Do you think I'd fall for it?" The daughter-in-law couldn't utter a word. The mother stammered fearfully, I'm calling the police." Nora retorted, Call. I'm crazy, go ahead and report me." Hearing this, 2 tears fell from Gracelyn's eyes. Though Nora's craziness was exhilarating and utterly satisfying, she couldn't hold back her tears. Just then, 2 groups arrived from different directions. One group included Jeffrey, and the other included his parents, Fang Jishan and Princess Hazel. Chloe were hosts of the event, and guests held their breaths. How would this chaos end? Watching from a distance, Ambermeal broke out in cold sweat. Terrifying. That aunt's fighting spirit was simply crazy. He was incredibly fortunate to have asked the question, who is her husband? His fortune saved him from disaster, otherwise, who could withstand such madness? The ballroom was quite large, and the Fang family members came rushing from both sides. Though they had to cover some distance in a hurried walk, even breaking into a light jog, it allowed them to get a general idea of what had transpired. Without Nora having to explain much, they all saw for themselves. They didn't witness the initial greetings and pleasantries among the 4 women, but they did see the moment when the daughter-in-law poured the red wine from her glass onto Gracelyn's chest. In an instant, they sprinted toward Nora and Gracelyn. During this time, they also saw Nora lose control, completely disregarding her image as she unleashed a barrage of curses. It was genuinely frightening. Seeing the Fang family rush over, some guests began whispering among themselves, "It's over, which side will the L family support?" "Chloe's sides are ultra VIP," another guest remarked. "I think the L family won't support either side. Today is the L family's home ground, and they are very powerful. How much does one ultra VIP spend? They are at the pinnacle of global luxury. So, 2 ultra VIPs causing trouble on their home turf is not showing respect to the hosts. This situation, it's hard to say." The tension in the room was palpable as everyone held their breath, waiting to see how the Fang family would handle this chaotic scene. Ambermeal, observing from a distance, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. The sheer ferocity displayed by Nora was overwhelming. He silently thanked his fortune for asking that crucial question, who is her husband? His curiosity had inadvertently saved him from getting embroiled in this mess. Chapter 91, Distinguished Guests of the L Family. The guests thought this way, and indeed, the L family was also a long-standing global luxury brand. While they cared about ultra VIP customers to some extent, it was fundamentally irrelevant. Creating a scene in someone else's domain was not giving the host any respect. Even with the title of ultra VIP, it didn't hold much weight. Worse yet, causing trouble might be seen as deliberately embarrassing the host, and how they would handle that was easy to imagine. Additionally, there was one more critical factor: the L family itself was a powerhouse. Notably, the current matriarch was no ordinary person. She was a princess from the Y country royal family. Given her status, did the L family need to care about any ultra VIP's face? Absolutely not. However, reality often took an unexpected turn for the onlookers. When everyone assumed the L family wouldn't side with anyone and might even scold both parties before throwing them out publicly, Jeffrey had already rushed over to Fern's side. His first words were filled with anxious concern. "Amber and Shuang, are you okay?" Fern grabbed her daughter-in-law by the hair as if it were a worthless ragged doll, flung her to the ground, and patted her hands clean. She looked remarkably energetic and said to Jeffrey, "I'm fine. I can still fight 2 more rounds." Jeffrey almost laughed at Fern's words but dared not. He merely nodded with relief. "That's good." Then he turned to Gracelyn, showing even greater concern. "Sister-in-law, how are you?" "I'm fine," Gracelyn replied, putting away the mop she held in her hand. Only then did Jeffrey fully relax. He immediately ordered his bodyguards coldly, "Take these 2 away and keep a close watch on them." "Don't hesitate," he added sternly. "Yes, sir." The bodyguards promptly obeyed, dragging the 2 women away without any politeness. This display left no doubt among the audience about which side the L family stood on. Seeing the 2 women roughly dragged away, the guests were thoroughly astonished. They started to whisper privately, could it be because Gracelyn's side was so powerful that even the L family had to give them face? No matter how strong their side was, the L family had a princess behind them, backed by the royal family. If the L family was giving them face, it meant their power was truly unmatched. Nobody present could rival them. It wasn't just unmatched, there was a world of difference between them and others. Like billionaires with varying levels of wealth, from 1 billion to 10, 50, 100, even a trillion, the differences were significant. Of course, the latter group was only looking up at the former, straining their necks to see if they could catch a glimpse of them. At this moment, Sherman and Princess Hazel arrived. Sherman reprimanded Jeffrey, "How do you manage things? Didn't you assign 2 bodyguards to follow Amber and Shuang? Jeffrey felt wronged but admitted his mistake. Indeed, he hadn't anticipated today's fashion show would have so many incidents involving Fern. Previously, nothing like this had ever happened during Fern's visits to fashion shows. Jeffrey couldn't help feeling a bit wronged. He lowered his eyes and apologized. Sorry, father. It was my negligence. Hazel, with red eyes and tears streaming down her face, hugged Fern tightly. Crying and worrying, she exclaimed, Shuang, are you okay? I'm so worried. I'm sorry, it's all our fault for not taking good care of you. Seeing this, Gracelyn blinked, finding it quite surprising. Hazel was unexpectedly quite adorable. The guests were even more shocked. This wasn't about strength. Was Hazel a relative or friend of the Elle family? While Hazel sobbed uncontrollably, Fern patted her back casually. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can still fight 2 more rounds if necessary. Let me punch that bitch again, and I'll knock her teeth out. Fern radiated a youthful vigor, eagerly anticipating another bout. Sherman couldn't help laughing. Qingxuan, you're still the same old self. Fern laughed heartily and said to Hazel, Amber, right, get up. You're soaking my clothes with your tears. Hazel stood up, still wiping her eyes as she watched Fern. You're nearly 60 and yet still acting rashly. Why must you personally deal with such trash? You're getting your hands dirty for them. Just call us, and we'll take care of it. She shed more tears, clearly worried about Fern's dignity. Indeed, Gracelyn felt the same way. If Fern were younger, it might have been less concerning. Clothes seeing her act this way at her age made one feel heartache. Hazel's concern touched Gracelyn deeply. True friendship seemed to be this. You fight fiercely on the front lines, and your friend embraces you, crying because they worry about your messy state, fearing for your safety and image. Hazel's sorrowful cry made Fern say soothingly, I'm fine, really. Dealing with an undisciplined kid like her isn't shameful. Don't cry anymore, or I won't talk to you. Okay, Hazel agreed and stopped crying. Gracelyn almost burst into laughter. Despite her advanced age, her mother-in-law was still very much the girl she once was. Hazel wiped her tears, and Fern turned to introduce Gracelyn proudly. Hazel, this is my eldest daughter-in-law. Huxley's wife, Gracelyn. Call her Star for short. Hazel's eyes widened in surprise. She's so beautiful. Gracelyn responded politely, hello, Amber and Hazel. Cloaked since she was still holding a mop, the scene was rather bizarre. Hazel blinked, hello. What a beautiful young lady. Huxley's wife? Oh, has Sure got married? Yes. Fern boasted proudly. Not long ago. Amber whirlwind marriage. My dear Star chose Huxley, and that boy isn't anything great. Gracelyn blushed slightly. Well, it was true, it was a whirlwind marriage initiated by her. What surprised Gracelyn most was that Hazel called Huxley Sure, an incredibly cute nickname. Hazel smiled warmly. Amber, congratulations, Shuang. Cloaked Star, why are you holding a mop? Gracelyn blushed again. Fern explained, it's a long story, let's talk later. Sure, Hazel nodded and patted Fern's hand. Wait a moment, Shuang. If earlier Hazel cried like a soft-hearted girl, her interaction with Fern seemed innocent and sweet. Now, collecting herself, her demeanor shifted, becoming sharp and commanding. Only then did Gracelyn recall that Hazel was a princess from the Y country royal family, not just the Elle family's matriarch. The guests finally understood, the Elle family was siding with Gracelyn's side and not just siding, they were closely connected. They didn't even ask what had happened, instantly favoring them. This realization genuinely left everyone speechless. Normally speaking, anyone with such a close relationship to the Elle family would flaunt it and act as if they were untouchable. Yet that mother-daughter pair, or whatever their relationship, remained incredibly low-key. They remained so even after already having been harassed once. This composure and discretion made the guests wonder if these women were influential figures in their own right, maintaining strong ties with the Elle family. When Hazel's gaze swept over the crowd, everyone felt slightly guilty, as if merely spectating from afar while failing to offer help made them complicit in the bullying. Hazel then took Fern and Gracelyn by the hands, intending to introduce them grandly on the main stage, but knowing Fern's aversion to attention, she settled for loudly declaring, Amber, allow me to introduce my dear friend, Miss Fern, mother of Mr. Huxley, head of the Empire Qin Corporation. Amber, and this is Mr. Huxley's wife, Miss Gracelyn. The Elle family is delighted and honored to have such distinguished guests attend our fashion show. With introductions made, the Elle family's stance was clear. Hazel needed no further words, this declaration was enough. While not announced on the main stage, those nearby surely heard it. Those who didn't hear would eventually find out through private inquiries, and no one would dare bother Gracelyn or Fern again. The nearby guests' eyes widened in shock at this revelation. Hazel, unfazed, turned to Gracelyn and asked, Star, shall I take you to change into something else? Sure, Gracelyn nodded politely. Hazel then looked at Fern. Frosty, you too. Fern nodded in agreement. Amber's Hazel led them past Jeffrey's station. She gave him an unhappy glare. Jeffrey. Feeling guilty, Jeffrey lowered his eyes. Hazel, still upset, declared coldly, Mr. Jeffrey, you failed in your duty and have been careless. Your bank cards will be frozen for 3 months. You can only use them for food and drink, nothing else. You need to experience what poverty feels like. Jeffrey. Yes, Jeffrey bowed his head. Hazel added, that's not enough. For the next 3 years, your salary and bonuses will be confiscated. Jeffrey bit his lip in frustration. Fern couldn't help but laugh. Hazel, isn't that a bit harsh? Hazel turned to her. Too harsh? Fern shrugged. Just stating my opinion. Haha. Hazel laughed. Not at all. He deserves it. Sherman agreed. Indeed, he does. Jeffrey. Jeffrey replied, yes, deserved. Amber and Frost, don't feel sorry for me, I'm thick-skinned. Fern laughed. I wasn't feeling sorry for you, this is delightful news. Jeffrey. Amber and Frost has always had a way of stabbing where it hurts. Well said, but no more. Hazel smiled, saying, come on, Frosty. Turning back, Fern bargained with Hazel. How about you split the fine with me? Hazel quickly agreed. That's what I thought. We'll split it 50-50. Fern immediately cheered up, giving her a thumbs up. Just like you. Good job raising a son. Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Jeffrey, she felt he had it much worse than her husband. Smiling, Jeffrey responded to Gracelyn's sympathetic gaze, no worries, sis-in-law. I'm thick-skinned. Gracelyn blinked, her smile widening. Jeffrey wasn't really bothered by Hazel's punishment but dreaded Huxley finding out about this incident on his turf. Due to his negligence, Huxley's mother and wife were bullied and targeted repeatedly. He feared the consequences would involve severe physical retribution. Thinking about it, Jeffrey wanted to escape reality altogether. Hazel took Gracelyn to change clothes, and Jeffrey and Sherman followed suit to handle business before the dinner began. After they left, the nearby guests whispered amongst themselves, good grief, Huxley? Amber's in the top-ranking billionaire Huxley? Is he also the one behind She Pharmaceutical, which successfully developed the first global cancer treatment? Holy cow, it's him. No wonder his wife and mom are so low-key. The more powerful someone was, the quieter they truly were. TSK tisk, lucky I'm normal and don't suffer from envy. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I'd die. Of course, it's the Sheen Corporation. No wonder they're close with the L family. Only people like them could have such a relationship. Ambermeal, who had known about Huxley, couldn't stop sweating nervously. Initially, hearing Fern mention Huxley scared him, but he never expected their families to be so well connected. Ambermeal was relieved he hadn't foolishly doubted Fern's bravado earlier, otherwise, he might have ended up dead. Compared to that, losing a sponsorship deal seemed trivial. Hazel took Gracelyn and Fern to change clothes. Once outside the hall, Sherman sternly scolded Jeffrey. You really dropped the ball this time. It's only because Amber Aunt Frost holds no grudge that we're okay. If another high-profile guest suffered under our watch, it would reflect poorly on us too. Jeffrey understood and immediately reflected, you're right, father. I'll be more meticulous and thorough in my future endeavors. Sherman glared. You need more practice. This wouldn't have happened if Chloe Ruthershire handled it. Jeffrey protested, Chloe Ruthershire is a perfectionist, unflawed. I'm just human. Sherman responded, learn from him. Forget that, why don't you work with him for a while? No. Jeffrey recoiled. He might punch me. Anyway, let's forget it. Sherman suggested, since you won't earn anything for the next 3 years, working with Chloe Ruthershire could get you some income. Jeffrey. He, CEO of the L family, now faced 3 years without income and being forced to work. It was brutal. Before he could respond, Sherman added, I'll ask Uncle Sheen and Amber Aunt Frost. Maybe they won't even accept you. Sherman then walked away. Jeffrey, family members. My family. P.S. Jeffrey's support group, number of members, 0. Ha ha ha. Hashtag chapter 92, Shui Lai, the coquettish one, __. After Alexander left, Jeffrey thought about it and realized he lacked the courage to tell Huxley about this matter. After all, if he were in Huxley's shoes, he would be furious too. Just a while ago, when Huxley was provoked by Kylie verbally, he immediately retaliated by going after her company. Now, another wave of incidents occurred. Someone cornered Gracelyn in the restroom, nearly bullying her, and then at the cocktail party, she was deliberately splashed with wine. The more Jeffrey thought about it, the more he felt his headache intensifying. He felt guilty and didn't dare approach Huxley on his own. Quote, so many things had happened, and Gracelyn had always been low-key. She didn't even mention the incident with Kylie. However, Gracelyn and Ursula wouldn't stay silent forever after so many consecutive events. Jeffrey squatted down in the hallway, sighing deeply as his headache grew worse. Eventually, he concluded that there was no way to escape a beating from Huxley. He could only hope that Huxley would go easy on him. Hazel brought Gracelyn to change into a beautiful red dress, which had a plunging neckline and an off-the-shoulder design, making her look incredibly glamorous and stunning, even more than before. Cloak's her chest had been splashed with red wine, Gracelyn had rinsed it off. After changing, Hazel lavished praises upon her, almost sending her compliments up to the sky. It was clear Hazel genuinely adored Gracelyn and thought she and Huxley were a perfect match. Gracelyn also liked Hazel very much. Later, Hazel specifically ordered a set of jade jewelry for Gracelyn to wear. The jade was exceptionally beautiful, transparent, and vibrant green without looking old-fashioned. It was bright and elegant, definitely not cheap. The set included a jade oval necklace, a pair of matching earrings, and a bracelet. They were unique and novel, beautifully color-coordinated. Wearing them made Gracelyn look exceptionally radiant and dignified. Her fair skin contrasted wonderfully with the deep black of her hair. The clash between the striking red and the vivid green created a visually stunning effect. Combined with her seductive red lips, she truly looked mesmerizing. Red and green are extreme contrasts and can be overwhelming for most people, but Gracelyn not only held it together but enhanced the visual impact and beauty of the colors. Hazel couldn't help but marvel and praise her repeatedly. Honestly, Hazel believed that Gracelyn dressed like this would inevitably cause a strong wave of envy and jealousy at the cocktail party. This was inevitable. Hazel's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Gracelyn herself loved the jewelry. Amber, indeed, exquisite jewelry naturally makes one adore it. Hazel directly said, Shinger, Amber auntie gives you this set of jewelry. Amber? Gracelyn felt somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly declined. No need, Amber auntie Hazel. Hazel interrupted, yes, you must accept it. For this, Frost didn't tell me to bring you along, and I didn't prepare ahead. Fortunately, I just bought this set at an auction 3 days ago. It's brand new. Please don't reject it. You should take this first, and later I'll find an even better gift for you. Gracelyn quickly responded, oh, no need, Amber auntie Hazel. You're too kind. Chin has already bought me a lot of jewelry. This set of jewelry was clearly expensive, especially from an auction, where the price premium would be higher. Hazel was taken aback, blurting out, Amber? Who is Chin? Oh, sure. Yes, Gracelyn was slightly amused and exasperated. Hazel said, that's different. He's him, and I'm me. Don't refuse. Ursula chimed in, give, absolutely must give. There's no shortage of gifts. Shinger, don't be so polite with Amber auntie Hazel. Hazel smiled broadly, right, let's settle it this way, Shinger. Amber at this point, Gracelyn had no further objections since both elders insisted. She pondered whether she should discuss giving a return gift to Huxley once they returned to the capital. Gift exchanges are customary. Thinking of Huxley, Gracelyn suddenly missed him intensely. She wanted her husband. However, now wasn't the time to contact Huxley as she needed to accompany Ursula. Speaking of accompanying Ursula, Gracelyn recalled how she stood up for her earlier. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Gracelyn looked at Ursula and sincerely thanked her, Mom, thank you so much today. She then gave Ursula a big hug. Ursula patted her back and replied with a smile, my dear child, Mom has always loved you. Now that you're my daughter-in-law, we're family. Protecting you and spoiling you is my duty. No need for thanks. Close-eyes, I'm the one who should feel ashamed since these incidents happened because I insisted you come along. Gracelyn hastily corrected, no, it's not your fault, Mom. These problems are aimed at me, not you. Ursula understood but still felt some responsibility. Hazel interjected, Shinger, don't take it to heart. Chloeing targeted means you're exceptional and too dazzling. This is our mistake for not announcing your identity or providing security in advance. Amber auntie Hazel owes you an apology. Don't be afraid to visit us because of this, I'd really regret it. No, Gracelyn quickly reassured, Amber auntie Hazel, you're overthinking it. Hazel's face showed genuine guilt. Ursula summarized, Ambertually, none of us did anything wrong. I've never had trouble here before, so it's normal that Hazel and Yuan didn't anticipate this. Amber's for my girl, she's just too outstanding, those jealous women are just envious. Ursula's words resonated with Gracelyn, yes. Mom, you're right. We're the winning side. Gracelyn grinned, we won the fight. In terms of background, we're superior in every way. So there's no reason to feel low. We should stand tall and march forward. Her words made Hazel and Ursula laugh and feel uplifted. Absolutely. Shinger is spot on. Hazel adored Gracelyn and looked at Ursula enviously, Amber, what a wonderful daughter-in-law you have. Only wish our stubborn tree over there could get it together and bring home a daughter-in-law like Shinger. Hearing Hazel's words, Gracelyn nearly laughed out loud, stubborn tree, referring to Jeffrey? This description was hilarious. Ursula giggled, it will happen, it will. Sometimes these things move fast. Just look at His Royal Highness, last month I was worried about him, and suddenly he got married. Recalling this, Ursula couldn't stop laughing, feeling surprised yet delighted. The surprise far outweighed the unexpected. With Ursula's words, Hazel felt optimistic and joyful. True, you're right, Frost. Let's wait and see. Ursula smiled, sure, when you have a lovely daughter-in-law, we'll plan something fun together. Deal. Hazel seemed excited and eager, perhaps longing to experience being a mother-in-law like Ursula. Ursula laughed, looking forward to it. Hazel was also very pleased and was about to suggest they leave for the cocktail party when Gracelyn's phone rang. To her surprise, it was Huxley calling. She felt a pleasant jolt of surprise. She had been thinking about Huxley, but since she needed to properly accompany Ursula, well, no matter what, she was just thrilled. Moreover, Huxley was making a video call. Ursula noticed and laughed. Our crown prince is so attached, completely love-struck. Shinger, answer it. Okay. Gracelyn nodded and immediately answered the call. Huxley's faultlessly handsome face soon appeared on the screen. Seeing Gracelyn, he called out, wife. His voice was deep and gentle, utterly charming. Before Gracelyn could speak, Hazel leaned in, excitedly greeting Huxley, sure. Huxley raised an eyebrow, Amber and Hazel, long time no see. Hazel chuckled, long time no see indeed. You're even more handsome now. Huxley didn't hesitate to respond, I've always been handsome. Hazel laughed heartily, yes, always handsome. Amber right, I won't disturb your chat with your wife anymore. Gracelyn waved sweetly, hubby. Huxley's eyes softened like warm water as he raised an eyebrow, new look? Gracelyn nodded happily, yep, do you like it? Claude a fool. Huxley narrowed his eyes, lavishly praising her, my wife is truly beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. This set looks even better than before. Chlorite, enchanting, like a goddess. Indeed, Gracelyn was his goddess. Hearing such compliments made Gracelyn delighted, and she playfully stuck out her tongue, I think so too. This jewelry set is a gift from Amber and Hazel. Claude a fool. She gave you something great, it would be rude to refuse, Huxley said with a smile. Gracelyn laughed but didn't mention returning gifts or the recent troubles just yet. She knew Huxley's temper, if she brought those up, it wouldn't end quickly. So Gracelyn decided not to say anything. Claude Huxley opened up again, wife, I have a request. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow, Huxley pursed his lips, yeah, my brother invited me for poker and drinks after work. Do you want hubby to go? Gracelyn pondered, somewhat surprised, oh, this. Do I need to give permission? Of course, Huxley obediently replied, wife's orders must be followed. Only by listening to the wife can one become rich. Gracelyn laughed, Amber right, you can go. Huxley said, not really that eager to go, it's just, you're not in the capital. I know, Gracelyn replied softly, you should go. It's good to have some fun. Huxley raised an eyebrow, so confident? Not afraid someone might drool over me? Gracelyn laughed, cough, I trust you. Closides, my second brother will be there too. Amber, you can handle those bad women, right? Huxley couldn't help but laugh, even so, you're too trusting. Couldn't you just forbid me from going? Gracelyn. Gracelyn was speechless, so, you don't want to go? Not exactly, Huxley mused, just hoping you'd sound super assertive telling me not to go, and then maybe beg a little. Hearing this, Gracelyn almost burst into laughter. What strange desires does Chlorother have? Ursula nearby couldn't take it anymore, nudging Hazel, look at him, so mature. Hazel laughed until she clutched her stomach. Gracelyn tried to calm Huxley, oh, alright, next time we can try it that way. Cloak this time, you should go. It's been a while since you played with second Chlorother. Huxley sighed, Amber right, I'll reluctantly accompany them. He made it sound incredibly challenging. Gracelyn laughed, oh, my poor husband. Huxley licked his lips, Amber accompanying my brother-in-law is a duty. Does wife have a reward? Gracelyn laughed again, her husband really acted like a child sometimes, capricious and naughty. Ursula couldn't listen anymore, interrupting, Prince, not your wife asking you to accompany them, why do you need a reward? Mom, I didn't ask you, Huxley retorted. Ursula. Fine, forget I said anything, Ursula grumbled, carry on. Gracelyn smiled, lowering her voice, sure, when I come back. Hearing this, Huxley's mood brightened immediately, his eyes deepening and his Amberdam's apple bobbing slightly, got it. Gracelyn kissed her lips, smiling, okay. Gotta hang up now, gotta go to the cocktail party with Mom and Amber and Hazel. Hubby, talk to you later. Amber right, Huxley agreed, waiting for your call, darling. Okay, Gracelyn nodded, Chloe. Hang up, Huxley said, give me a kiss first. Ursula pulled Hazel aside, laughing, see that? Can't stand to watch. Hazel was already laughing uncontrollably. Gracelyn, seemingly less shy now, gave Huxley a tender kiss goodbye, hubby bye. Huxley was pleasantly surprised Gracelyn wasn't shy anymore. He quickly responded, okay, wife bye, love you, waiting for you to come back. Amber almost sending a heart to Gracelyn. They hung up, still longing for each other. Hazel couldn't hold back her laughter, wow, I've never seen such a love struck Sure. So adorable. Too cute. He actually pouts and begs? Amber amazing. Ursula laughed, said it, pure love struck brain. Hard to watch. Covering her face, Ursula continued laughing. Gracelyn couldn't help but join in, agreeing, true, Sure is adorable. Chapter 93, Perry's threat of suicide easily dealt with by CEO Chin. Hazel held Gracelyn's hand and said to Nora, Amber's expected, there's always someone who can tame another. I didn't think that even Sure would. Hazel couldn't finish her sentence and laughed, Amber anyway, it's quite surprising. Never thought Sure would fall in love, and be so sweet and affectionate towards his wife. It's really nice. Nora laughed. Indeed, one can only say love is always magnificent. Hazel nodded and took Nora's hand, saying, let's go. The party awaits us. The three left together, but Graceland suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Nora and Amber and Hazel had such a close relationship, yet they didn't know Huxley was married. Maybe Nora planned to inform them at the wedding? Graceland guessed this way, but her speculation was soon overturned. Nora asked Hazel, why isn't May here? She plans to participate in a designer competition and is preparing for it, Hazel replied. Amber, I see, Nora responded. Hazel added, it's a good thing she didn't come, otherwise, I might have had a headache. Nora laughed, not to that extent, not to that extent. She just has childlike tendencies. Hazel smiled and turned to Graceland, saying, Shinger, if my daughter Carly gives you trouble, don't give her any face. This left Graceland baffled. What? Hazel seemed a bit embarrassed and laughed, she likes sure. Graceland's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this was unexpected indeed. It was really surprising. In fact, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Amber, after all, Huxley's excellence naturally attracts many admirers. For it to be Amber and Hazel's daughter. It left Graceland feeling, well, speechless. It took Graceland some time to process this information. Even after processing it, she still didn't know how to respond. Hazel continued, don't worry, Shinger. You don't need to consider this at all. Sure doesn't feel anything for May, so none of us take it seriously. May is still young and might act immaturely. If she gives you trouble, ignore her or don't give her any face. Rest assured, we won't mind. Hazel spoke as if helping an outsider rather than her own daughter. Such a wonderful aunt, what could Graceland say? She hurriedly replied, yes, Amber and Hazel. I understand. Don't worry. With that, Graceland didn't speak further. Hazel also didn't elaborate. Amber, after all, letting Graceland know about this was enough. Now Graceland understood her earlier confusion. That's why Amber and Hazel didn't know Huxley was married. Nora must have been hesitant to tell her directly. However, bringing her here directly today was essentially an announcement. Some things were better handled face-to-face instead of sending a message, my son is married, your girl should stop thinking about him. Amber and Hazel gave Graceland a great impression, even gifting her jewelry. Oh dear, she hadn't heard Huxley mention this before. She needed to ask Huxley thoroughly tonight. Huxley, on the other hand, waited for work to end so he could meet up with Amber Aurelio and the others after talking to Graceland. Unexpectedly, right before quitting time, an uninvited guest appeared in his office. Seeing Perry walk into his office, Huxley felt immediately annoyed. Primarily because her presence brought misfortune. Solomon, who followed behind Perry, clearly looked apprehensive. Huxley snapped, Solomon. Have you grown tired of your job? Escort this person out immediately. Solomon looked on the verge of tears, Mr. Cheen, Miss Zhao, she has a knife to her neck. Hearing this, Huxley became even angrier. Can't you call the police? Huxley solely focused on reprimanding Solomon and completely ignored Perry, not even sparing her a glance. Solomon said, I apologize, Mr. Cheen. I was afraid the situation might escalate. Huxley snorted. Playing the victim card? He didn't believe Perry had the guts to stab herself. Huxley told Solomon, call security to remove her. Upon hearing this, Perry quickly stepped forward, pleading, Mr. Cheen, please give me just one chance to speak. For the sake of our years of school friendship, I really have something to say. You've blocked my calls and messages, but I genuinely have something to say. Huxley looked at Perry coldly. There's nothing between us worth discussing. When I was away, you bullied my wife, spouting nonsense. If she were sensitive and timid, wouldn't you have misled her? Amber, and you have the audacity to bring up our school friendship. Without being classmates for over a decade, what qualifications did you have to interact with me? Amber, and it was you who disrespected and ruined our friendship. Telling my wife those lies about my calligraphy. Wasn't that despicable? Huxley's words left Perry speechless. She knew she was in the wrong. Such tactics were low and hard to refute openly. If revealed directly, the truth would come out. If kept hidden and speculated upon, it played into Perry's scheme. Unable to argue, Perry admitted her mistake quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Cheen. I was wrong. I'm very sorry, I lost my senses. Please forgive me. Huxley replied, your loss of sense is none of my concern. Face your consequences. I don't want to accept your apology. Just leave each other alone. Solomon, escort her out. No. Hearing she was being dismissed, Perry rushed toward Huxley's desk, pleading, Mr. Cheen, I haven't finished speaking. Please, at least let me finish. I really want to clear things up. Perry cried uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed emotionally. She even covered her face while crying. Huxley frowned. Perry's dramatic behavior and tears irked him immensely. Just as he was about to speak, Solomon cautiously suggested, Mr. Cheen, perhaps let Miss Zhao finish. Once it's done, she won't disturb you again. Huxley had no intention of listening to Perry's babble and firmly ordered, no need. Call security to remove her. Perry knew Huxley's strong-willed nature. Quote, this level of sternness from Huxley was unprecedented for her. Earlier, Perry had maintained some pride, but now it was completely gone. After Huxley's outburst, Solomon dared not argue and complied. Understood, Mr. Cheen. Realizing that calling security would mean never seeing Huxley again, Perry was utterly devastated. She felt she hadn't done anything too wrong. Even if she had, it didn't warrant such harsh treatment. It was as if she was being completely forsaken. No. Perry screamed, all her previous elegance, grace, and demeanor vanishing in an instant. Like a cornered mad dog, she struggled desperately. In one swift motion, she pulled out a dagger from her bag and pressed it against her neck, staring fiercely at Huxley while pleading, I just want to talk to you. Can't you let me finish what I have to say? Despite Perry's frantic behavior, Huxley remained unmoved. Not only unmoved, but he responded coldly and bluntly, no. First, I have no interest. Second, it makes me feel sick. Third, I can guess what you're going to say with my pinky toe. After saying this, Huxley turned to Solomon. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear me tell you to call someone? Solomon, who had been frightened, reacted and hesitated for a moment. Perhaps because Solomon was also a woman, she tried to intercede. Mr. Cheen, perhaps you should. Before she could finish, Solomon was silenced by Huxley's icy gaze and immediately went to execute his order. Now more stimulated than ever, Perry truly hadn't expected nor seen Huxley be so cold and heartless. Yet, wasn't he so gentle and caring towards Graceland, that despicable woman? Amber, ch. Perry screamed again, applying real force to the tip of the dagger against her neck, feeling a sharp pain. Don't do this to me. Perry cried out, I just want to finish what I have to say. Amber, you really so unfeeling? It won't take much of your time to listen to me. Why are you treating me like this? What have I done wrong for you to treat me like this? Even if I was wrong, can't admitting my mistakes make things better? Do you really have to push me to my limit? This made Huxley almost laugh, and he asked, who is pushing you to your limit? Isn't this your own doing? Moreover, I just don't want to listen to your nonsense. We were supposed to never see each other again, yet you insist on coming here. Amber, am I forcing you into anything? Amber, aren't you the one forcing me to listen to your nonsense? Perry had never encountered a man like Huxley, who showed no pity and was utterly firm. She thought the old Huxley wasn't like this. She couldn't understand what kind of spell Graceland cast over him that changed him so much. After speaking, Huxley picked up his phone, seemingly about to call Russell directly. Amber, at this point, if Perry backed down now, she would be thrown out, and they would indeed never meet again. Their paths would forever diverge. Clearly, Perry did not want to give up just yet. Amber, already driven to this madness, what did she have left to fear? Thus, Perry screamed again, Mr. Cheen. Please, I beg you, don't be like this. Huxley ignored her and spoke into his phone, come to my office. Russell was coming. Perry was alone, and once Russell arrived with security, there would be no contest. She would lose badly. Perry took a desperate risk, pressing the blade harder. Mr. Cheen, it's you who's pushing me to this. If you don't want to see Cheen Corporation headline news tomorrow, then don't push me any further. Let me speak. Though saying these words, Perry wept uncontrollably. Regardless, her heart ached. It ached deeply, so deeply. The man she fell in love with instantly and had loved for over 10 years, whom she had done everything possible to stand beside, how could he treat her with such ironclad resolve? How could he? How could anyone have such a cold and resolute heart? She didn't understand at all. Feeling both hatred and pain, Perry's emotions were extremely complex. However, Huxley remained unmoved, expressionless, frowning as if disdaining her stubbornness. Oh? Headline news? How exactly do you plan to make that happen? Their standoff reached its peak as Perry gritted her teeth. Amber-list actress bloodies Cheen Corporation, dying tragically in the CEO's office. Upon hearing this, Huxley laughed and even clapped twice. Not bad. You've even thought of a headline. Looks like you came prepared. Perry was stunned. Something felt off. Huxley wasn't showing any sign of tension and actually laughed. Was he as relaxed as a casual observer? Clo-eyeing her lip, Perry added, no matter how you look at it, it wouldn't be good for Cheen Corporation. Mr. Cheen, I still have fans. I don't want it to come to this. I only have one request. Can you let me finish what I have to say? This might be the last chance. Hearing this, Huxley stood up, fixing Perry with a stare, his tone indifferent. If you want to die, go ahead and die in the main hall. There are more people there, it'll be more dramatic. Maybe someone will try to stop you, which would suit your purpose perfectly. In my office, no one will hold you back. You might hesitate to act, and the show wouldn't continue, wasting your effort in setting the stage. Huxley's words shocked Perry. She thought threatening suicide would make Huxley concede. Moreover, she just wanted to finish talking. It wasn't an unreasonable request. Claude Huxley didn't follow the usual script. He actually told her to go through with it. Huxley looked perfectly normal, calm, with little emotion, standing there as radiant and handsome as ever. Claude, despite Huxley's apparent calmness, Perry felt deep down that he was crazier than she was. Did Huxley have a hidden insane side? Chapter 94. There's always a more exciting turn of events. However, things had escalated to this point, and if she failed, it would lose the significance of her decision to do so in the first place. Moreover, Perry wasn't entirely acting. She genuinely felt emotionally broken, agitated, and couldn't understand why Huxley was treating her this way. It was as if there was a deep-seated obsession in her heart that she had to confront. She needed to speak, to ask, and to have one last conversation with Huxley, even if it were for the very last time. At this moment, Russell arrived at the office and saw Perry holding a knife to her own neck, with a drop of blood clearly visible on the tip, indicating that the blade had already pierced her skin. Russell immediately approached with an imposing presence. Perry wouldn't let Russell succeed, stepping back quickly while applying more force to the knife. "Don't come any closer. Don't you dare come near me. If you do, I'll really stab myself. Don't push me. Really, don't." Russell stopped and turned his gaze toward Huxley. Chloe now, 7 or 8 security guards had entered the office, exclaiming in unison, "Mr. Cheen." Then they instinctively turned their eyes to the tense Perry, all of them drawing in sharp breaths. What was going on here? The sudden influx of men made Perry's face turn pale. The security guards didn't dare make a move, waiting for Huxley's command. Just as Huxley was about to speak, Perry screamed, "Stay away. All of you stay away. Whoever tries to stop me will be responsible for my death. I won't rest until I haunt you." Now Perry was completely unhinged. Her character naturally had a fiery streak, and under such intense stimulation, Perry had indeed reached her breaking point. She proclaimed this with no fear of becoming a ghost or not. However, Russell remained rooted in place, still awaiting Huxley's command. Honestly, Russell had walked into what seemed like a theatrical scene, finding it rather entertaining instead of frightening or tense. At this moment, as he looked to Huxley for guidance, the climax unfolded. So, some things are never the most exciting, they can always become more thrilling. Huxley raised an eyebrow upon hearing Perry's frantic words. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll handle this personally." Russell barely suppressed a laugh, clutching his stomach inwardly. This plot twist was beyond amazing. Mr. Cheen was truly unparalleled. He had left Perry completely flabbergasted. After speaking, Huxley started walking toward Perry. With every step, Huxley kept his eyes fixed on Perry, who was nearly paralyzed with fear. In a cold tone, Huxley said, "If you want to believe I'm forcing you to die and become a ghost, then go ahead, but see if you can actually manage it." Before Perry could react, Huxley swiftly moved to grab the knife from her hand. Huxley's speed was incredible. By his pace and reflexes, he could have easily seized the knife from her grasp. Once in his hands, he would have been able to control its strength, preventing Perry from truly harming herself. Unfortunately, there was a twist of fate. For some reason, Perry reacted astonishingly fast, stepping back and evading Huxley's grasp. Since he didn't catch the knife, Huxley ceased trying and coldly withdrew his hand. "If you want to die, do it in the main hall." With a gesture, Huxley signaled to Russell and the security personnel, who promptly moved forward to follow orders. No one dared to contradict Huxley's command. Huxley had anticipated this. How could Perry possibly commit suicide? Indeed, it was impossible. Huxley had crippled her company and given her a just punishment, but he hadn't driven her to the brink or blacklisted her to the point of no return. Compared to Amberlice, Perry still fared much better. Huxley had calculated correctly. Perry wouldn't really commit suicide. Even if she did, he would bear no guilt. He didn't kill her. He didn't force her. Instead, Perry used the knife to morally coerce him, to manipulate him. Seeing Russell and the security personnel closing in, Perry instantly weighed her options. With a weak hand, she dropped the knife. Before Russell and the others could reach her, Perry made another unexpected move. She knelt down publicly, utterly defeated, devoid of dignity, appearing as if all will to survive had vanished. Russell and the security guards were taken aback by this sudden change from her previous fierce and threatening demeanor to this dramatic kneeling. They paused, looking to Huxley again. Huxley wasn't surprised, nor was he not surprised. He understood Perry's character, a proud, fierce, and stubborn woman, yet one who also possessed traits learned from society, like adapting strategically. To see Perry willingly kneel before everyone, especially in front of the security guards, showed how much she had been humbled. Previously, Perry had held herself in high regard, looking down on men like these security personnel as insignificant. This moment, Huxley found somewhat satisfying. Her arrogance had finally been shattered. If this were to spread, people outside would surely mock her. How could a renowned actress and daughter of the Zhao family kneel like this? Huxley stayed silent. Perry spoke first, her voice no longer sharp but subdued like a defeated rooster. "Mr. Cheen, please." Perry knew her tactics well. Though she had always been proud, she understood that a woman's submission, or even showing weakness, could be effective towards men. Usually, being soft might not have mattered much, but a fiercely proud woman showing vulnerability could evoke sympathy even in the hardest hearts. Just a hint of pity was enough. Sure enough, Huxley's icy voice rang out, "What are you asking for?" Tears streamed down Perry's face as she became even softer. "I just want to talk to you properly." To a man, seeing a woman go through all this just to talk to him, deep down, he would think, look how much she cares. Huxley paused for a second before responding as Perry hoped. Given your efforts, fine, I'll give you one last chance. Speak up and don't waste my time. Upon hearing this, Perry lifted her head sharply, hope filling her eyes. Amber's an Oscar-winning actress. She portrayed her emotions masterfully, transitioning from despair to burning hope convincingly. Tears still streaked her face, making her look pitifully beautiful. Huxley added, speak. Perry said, I only wish to speak with you alone. Huxley gestured, you may leave. Mr. Cheen. Russell hesitated. Clote receiving Huxley's glance, Russell bowed. Yes. He picked up the knife Perry had dropped and left with the security team. People have left, let's talk, Huxley said indifferently, turning toward the sofa in the lounge area. Perry felt a strange joy rising in her heart. She thought to herself that men really do prefer weakness over strength. Threatening Huxley with death had only met with an even more rigid and irrational response from him, but when she showed vulnerability, he suddenly became more amenable. He directly agreed to hear her out. Overjoyed, Perry quickly followed, yet maintained a weak and pitiful demeanor. Huxley sat down on the sofa, and Perry approached hesitantly, unsure whether she should stand or sit. Then Huxley remarked, Amber, aren't you going to keep kneeling? Perry was taken aback, feeling humiliated despite her inability to control it. Clote, what could she do at this point? Feeling humiliated wouldn't help now, right? Close-eyed, Huxley clearly preferred submission over defiance. Perhaps, Huxley, who always appeared composed and dignified, actually enjoyed this kind of humiliating weakness. Could it be that Gracelyn won him over by being so compliant and willing to do anything? Perry's thoughts were complicated. Coming from a wealthy family and raised among the rich and famous, she had encountered and heard plenty about such behaviors. Once people accumulated wealth and power, they sought unconventional thrills as they became hard to satisfy. Thus, many in high society developed peculiar preferences. Clote Perry was wrong. Huxley's compromise was merely because seeing her kneel gave him satisfaction. Shaking off her thoughts, Perry knelt down again, maintaining her pitiful, weak appearance. The corners of Huxley's lips curled into a sneer. Even a renowned actress like you has this day. If you knew it would come to this, why didn't you think twice before? Tears began streaming down Perry's face as she cried piteously, fully acknowledging her mistakes. Yes, I know, I was terribly wrong. I shouldn't have targeted your wife. You just emptied my company, but I should be grateful for the 2 favors you've shown. Huxley responded, is this what you wanted to tell me? There's no need to confess or apologize if all you're doing is admitting fault. Amber's an adult, you should understand that committing mistakes means accepting punishment. Your apology isn't necessary once the penalty has been given. You can leave. Just as Huxley stood up to walk away, Perry immediately stopped him, no. I haven't finished. Amber, apologizing is one thing, but I also beg you to show mercy. I heard Crawford say that my company cannot find teams, employees, or artists anymore. So please. What? Huxley raised an eyebrow. You want to run a company again? That's what you came here to discuss? Yes, Perry admitted. The company is my life's work. Amber, after everything, joining another film company isn't fitting for me. I just want to have my own company. I promise, if you allow me, I will. She couldn't finish her sentence. She wanted to say she would behave, not entertain any improper thoughts about Huxley anymore. Clote, these words just wouldn't come out. Clocause, it was hard for her to let go like this, to give up easily. Pausing, she continued, I swear I'll reform and never do those things again. I hope we can still be classmates. I'll sincerely apologize to your wife, even kneel or let her hit me if she wishes. Perry believed this speech was sincere enough. Huxley smiled. Have you heard the saying, ugly on the outside, delusional on the inside? Perry frowned. Huxley continued, get out now, or I'll have you thrown out. Perry, realizing Huxley wouldn't agree, knelt in front of him pleadingly, what else can I do? Just tell me, and I'll do it. Huxley replied with disgust, I've already shown leniency by not leaving you without options. Don't test my patience. So I know. Perry interrupted, stopping him again. I know you have feelings for me, not nothing at all. I was wrong before. Too arrogant, too spoiled, and childish. I know you're upset that I wasn't obedient. I'll change, I can change. I can be whatever you want, completely comply with your wishes. I don't need anything as long as I can stay by your side, hidden away forever if needed. I can accept any of your preferences. I know you like humiliation, and I can do that, I really can. Huxley, I truly made a mistake, I know I did. I shouldn't have defied you or thought I could surpass you. Please forgive me, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Really, I beg you, just don't cast me out of your world entirely. I surrender, ask anything of me. Huxley was taken aback by her rambling. He stared at her, dumbfounded, Amber, you talking nonsense? Amber, you stuck in a role you can't get out of? Crazy much. What was she saying? Feelings for her? He liked humiliation? This was insane. Huxley's veins bulged in frustration as he started walking away again. However, Perry hugged his leg, sobbing bitterly, utterly distraught. Chapter 95, Amber farce of several grown men. Huxley couldn't bear it at all, feeling as if he had been clung to by a virus. He immediately pulled his leg away with all his strength. Claude Perry held on tighter, like someone about to fall off a cliff clutching the last rope available. She wouldn't let go for anything. Not only did Perry grip Huxley's leg tightly, but she also pleaded, "I'm telling the truth. I only realized now how wrong I was before. I surrender, I really can do anything for you. You can humiliate me in any way you want. I'll listen to you, I'll be obedient. I won't tell anyone, and whatever you like will be our secret. You can play however you want, and I'll agree to everything. I won't tell your wife, I won't fight with her. From now on, you are my master, and I am your dog." Perry had previously heard that some people within their circle enjoyed this kind of humiliation game. However, such things were not exactly something people openly talked about. So these individuals were either single, known for playing around, or had normal family lives with wives and children while secretly indulging in such activities. Things like masters and slaves, leash dogs, and similar scenarios. The old Perry found these things disgusting and contemptible. After all, she considered herself a normal person. Claude now, she had compromised. She loved Huxley too much. Huxley could be said to have left an indelible mark on her youth and consumed most of her young adult life. From high school when her feelings first bloomed, through college, to 8 years after graduation. She worked tirelessly in the entertainment industry, dreaming of reuniting with Huxley at the pinnacle of success, creating a beautiful story. Counting the time, it had been 14 years. She couldn't bear to give up, had no way to give up. In that moment, she fully capitulated, deducing from Huxley's fondness for kneeling that he enjoyed this humiliating kind of interaction. Now, she truly felt that for Huxley, she could accept it. She loved him so much. Loving his face, loving his excellence and abilities, loving the wealth and status he created. She simply loved everything about Huxley, deeply and completely. Therefore, she was willing to compromise, willing to accept even his peculiar tastes, regardless of how secretive and unorthodox they were. These habits needed to be accommodated and protected. So, what Perry said here was indeed heartfelt, at least at this moment. Compared to losing Huxley completely, disappearing from each other's worlds, Perry chose to compromise. Claude, when Huxley heard Perry babble incessantly, his whole body turned sour. Veins popped out on his forehead, and even the veins in his hands bulged. Indeed, he wanted to hit someone. What the hell was this? Master and dog? Huxley couldn't hold back anymore and swore, F***ck. After saying that, he pulled his leg harder. Claude Perry misunderstood him and blurted out, I agree. Huxley. Agree to what? Sometimes, the more explanations given, the less clear the situation became. Suddenly, an explosive male voice rang out, holy sh**t. Then another louder one, damn. What the f***ck? Huxley turned to see Amber Aurelio, Amberlaster, and Russell standing not far away, unsure when they had entered. All 3 men looked utterly dumbfounded. Perry was also stunned. Amber Aurelio started shouting frantically, approaching as he yelled, what's going on? What the hell is this? Cheen, no, President Cheen. Huxley. Cloag CEO Cheen. Explain yourself. What about your secrets? What do you mean by, how you play? Amber, you messing with my sister? Veins popped on Huxley's forehead as he said, what are you talking about? Amber Aurelio was very agitated, pointing at Perry, explain yourself. What's going on? What do you mean? Let go, damn it, let go. Why are you holding his leg? Amber Aurelio was frantic, like someone whose brother-in-law was being threatened. Perry didn't respond, letting Amber Aurelio misinterpret the situation. Amberlaster was also shocked, stammering, damn. President Cheen, is this real? Huxley was furious, asking, is there something wrong with your head? You believe her nonsense? Pull her away, quickly. Despite Amber Aurelio's loud shouts, he chose to trust Huxley. Hearing Huxley speak, he became livid, rolling up non-existent sleeves ready to approach, but then paused. Huxley. Huxley stared confusedly at Amber Aurelio. Amber Aurelio explained, damn. I think it would be dirty to touch her. Huxley. Seeing Huxley's gaze, Amberlaster immediately added, old Cheen, I also feel. Huxley finally lost it, yelling, Russell. Even Russell thought the same. Perry's words were just too unspeakable. Claude as Huxley's private assistant, he had to act despite the discomfort. Dirty or not, disinfection later. Russell was angry as well, seeing how Perry had driven President Cheen into such a state, red-faced and veiny. He reached out with strong arms, grabbing Perry's hand and pulling hard, saying, let go. I said, let go. Claude, the more he tried, the tighter Perry clung, almost acting crazy. Amber Aurelio and Amberlaster, though not physically helping, joined in shouting, let go, let go. Enraged, Huxley said, you two just know how to shout. They suddenly realized, not wanting to touch Perry, they had a sudden inspiration and helped Russell by pulling. Russell. Huxley. Huxley was almost laughing in anger, saying, how old are you two? Amber, we playing tug of war? They both looked speechless. Perry stubbornly refused to let go no matter how hard they pulled. Huxley lifted his other foot, preparing to kick but struggled because Perry held on so tightly. Feeling unstable, he couldn't exert enough force. Russell and the others were anxious. Suddenly, Russell had another idea and grabbed Perry's hair, pulling harshly. The sudden pain made Perry yelp, loosening her grip. Huxley seized the opportunity to pull his leg free, leaving behind a shoe. Russell followed up by forcefully pulling Perry's hair again, nearly tearing some out. Finally, Huxley was free, albeit having lost a shoe. Infuriated, Huxley, wearing only one white sock, ordered, "Throw her out. Throw her out." Russell complied immediately, dragging Perry away. Amber at the door, Huxley still seated, commanding, "Have security throw her out of headquarters." Huxley meant literally throw her out, not just escort her away. Perry screamed hysterically, "Huxley! Huxley! Why are you doing this to me? Why?" Amber, after the chaotic commotion finally quieted, Huxley felt a throbbing headache and extreme anger. Amberlaster commented, "Old Sheen, your shoe." Huxley glared at him angrily, "You're useless." Amberlaster remained silent. Amber Aurelio persisted with his relentless questioning, "What's going on here? What exactly is happening? Isn't Perry our classmate? Why is she acting like a madwoman? Ambernd, what was all that nonsensical babbling about? She likes you? Ambernd hasn't given up." Huxley sat down on the sofa and glared at Amber Aurelio, "You're useless too." Startled, Amber Aurelio stammered, yes, I'm useless, but the key point is, what actually happened? Don't miss the crux of the matter." Amber, at this moment, Russell returned and, wiping his face, explained everything to the two of them in Huxley's place. Amber, after Russell finished explaining, Huxley instructed him, "Have someone bring me some clothes and shoes, and by the way, disinfect the entire headquarters." "Yes, sir." Russell responded promptly. Upon learning the whole story, Amberlaster looked at Huxley sympathetically and said, "When women go crazy, they really go all out. That's terrifying. Old Sheen, it's really, sigh, how can I put it? Last time it was Amberlice, and now it's Perry. Your charm really calls for sympathy." Amber Aurelio defended Huxley, saying, "Excellence attracts admirers, mediocrity means safety. Quote, if I had to choose, I'd rather have my brother-in-law be outstanding. Didn't we already throw her out? We won, so why are you still looking gloomy? Let's go, let's cheer up, have dinner, drink, play cards." This rationale was surprisingly consistent with Amber Aurelio's. Amberlaster found it reasonable and immediately perked up, saying, "Let's also call over a couple of beautiful ladies to keep us company." Amber Aurelio grinned, showing his white teeth, then kicked Amberlaster, saying, "Who was it that claimed to be pure and untainted last time? Should I call over two more like Perry to keep you company? Guaranteed to pull out your hair completely." Amberlaster retorted instantly, "Hey, Meng Air, you should take responsibility for what you say. Go ahead, find them. Let me bear this storm-like damage. I've got thick hair, it'll grow back." Amber Aurelio laughed at Amberlaster's absurdity, cursing, "Amber dog's mouth never spits out ivory." Amberlaster hollered back, "Chloa. Ignorant child asking for a beating." Russell couldn't help but interject, "Can you two behave normally?" Amberlaster shrugged, "Weren't we always somewhat abnormal?" Russell. Huxley grunted, "Don't include me in this." The moment Huxley spoke, Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, and even Russell's eyes landed on his foot wearing only a white sock. Huxley. It seemed that men remained immature when together, enjoying such playful banter. Amber, amidst this teasing, Huxley's mood improved significantly. Louise experienced entirely different treatment after accompanying Nora and Hazel back to the party. She clearly sensed many people looking at her with envy, almost admiration. Many smiled kindly at her, expressing goodwill, and many looked at her as if trying to win her favor, attempting to build a connection. Louise felt for the first time, wow, Chlora Othercheen's name is so useful. Thinking this made her miss Huxley intensely. However, dressed in an evening gown with a small clutch, it wasn't easy to take out her phone to send a message. Most crucially, Nora and Hazel each held one of her hands, leaving her helpless. Despite the intense longing in her heart, she had to suppress it and wait until she was done accompanying Nora and Hazel. Even so, she couldn't stop talking to herself mentally, "Honey, I miss you so much. What are you doing right now? You must be having dinner with second Chlorother. Just don't drink too much." She realized that missing someone so desperately could make her talk to herself in such a silly manner. The mop Louise used earlier was carefully collected and stored by someone Hazel called. The cleaning lady was still searching and would soon find it. Hazel enthusiastically introduced Louise to others, while the translator who followed Louise translated in real time. Hazel spoke fluent Imperial language but naturally spoke English more beautifully. After these rounds of socializing, almost everyone knew the identities of Louise and Nora. In fact, word had already spread. Once the mingling ended, it was time for dinner. Hazel pulled Nora and Louise to sit at the main table. Jeffrey and Fang Jishan joined, along with other Elle family executives and the chief designer. Before the banquet officially began, many guests continued networking. Naturally, there were some bold and shameless individuals who wanted to climb the social ladder and seek connections with Nora and Louise. They were all Imperial girls. Louise didn't recognize any of them, but seeing their attractive appearances and glittering attire, she assumed they were either celebrities or major internet influencers. Two Imperial girls approached, hoping to please Nora and Louise, gain favor, and maybe even get a selfie to boast later. Especially with Nora being friends with Princess Hazel, perhaps they could also get a photo with Prince L. That would be even bigger bragging rights. As the two girls approached, Nora and Louise were chatting happily with Hazel, with Nora gazing at Louise affectionately. "Rowena, hello," one girl greeted Louise with a smile she deemed friendly and sweet. "I didn't expect to see a compatriot abroad, especially Rowena. It's such an honor." Turning to Nora, the girl prepared to blindly flatter her with a radiant smile, saying, "Rowena." Cloaked to everyone's surprise, Nora, who had been smiling affectionately just seconds ago, instantly performed a lightning-fast transformation of expression. Chapter 96, I've Amberway's Chloe yours. The smile faded instantly from her lips, and her face turned cold as she even rolled her eyes. This scared the girls so much that her words were stuck in her throat. It wasn't right to speak, yet not speaking also seemed wrong. Afterward, Nora nonchalantly took Graceland's hand and resumed chatting with her warmly. Graceland's attention was diverted for a moment, so she could only continue talking with Nora. Hazel also glanced at the two girls, behaving exactly like Nora. Those two girls couldn't even stand steadily anymore. After 2 seconds, they slunk away quietly, embarrassed. Some connections are not something you can simply cultivate by saying a few nice words or smiling innocently. Instead, you might never be able to connect. It was somewhat embarrassing for Ambermeal because Jeffrey had sent someone to invite him to the main table. Amber's the global ambassador for the L family this year. He deserved this treatment. Claude, how could Ambermeal dare to come? He was almost scared out of his wits. However, refusing would require an excuse. Ambermeal had no choice but to harden his resolve and go to the main table, walking up to Jeffrey and whispering, "President Fong, I have something private to tell you." Jeffrey raised an eyebrow and stood up. Nora glanced at Ambermeal, who nearly lost his soul. "What is it?" Jeffrey asked as he stepped away from the main table. Ambermeal acted mysteriously. "President Fong, can we talk privately?" Jeffrey followed Ambermeal outside the banquet hall. Once standing by the door, Ambermeal made sure no one inside could see them, looking left and right before saying, "I deeply regret letting down your expectations. I apologize and am truly sorry. I will pay the breach of contract penalty." This penalty was substantial for Ambermeal, but fortunately, it was still within his means. Jeffrey was surprised and asked, puzzled, why? Ambermeal initially wanted to cite personal reasons as an excuse, but what if Nora and the others told him? If they did and he lied, it would be even more troublesome. Reluctantly, Ambermeal mumbled the reason. He wanted to apologize more enthusiastically and better, but before he could, Jeffrey punched him in the face. After thoroughly beating him, Jeffrey's roar could be heard from almost every seat near the entrance, "Get out." Jeffrey was furious. Amber perfectly good show, everyone found a way to upset him, all targeting one person. His sister-in-law. Huxley's wife. No one understood his pain. After blowing up here, Jeffrey returned to the main table, laughing as if nothing happened. After the party, it was almost 8 o'clock. Hazel, not having had enough, insisted on taking Nora and Graceland out for a walk, offering to show them around as a gesture of hospitality. Jeffrey said to Nora and Graceland, "Amberanti Shuang, sister-in-law, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are still being held at the hotel. It's up to you how to handle them." Nora looked at Graceland. "Shinger, what do you think?" Graceland hesitated for a moment. She had already hit them, scolded them, and poured drinks on them. Having won the fight and the argument, there didn't seem to be anything else to resolve with this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Thinking for a bit, Graceland said, "Release them?" She looked questioningly at Nora, intending to ask for her opinion as well. Nora nodded in agreement. "Yes, let them go." After saying this, Nora added, "There should be someone to clean up afterward." Jeffrey immediately understood. "Amber, right, I'll take care of it." Jeffrey left, and Graceland looked at Nora, asking softly, "Mom, who will handle it?" "Cheen Dage, Elder Clorother Cheen." Nora patted her hand, "Probably. Do you think Huxley wouldn't know about this? Even if you didn't chat with him or gossip, he has his channels. Chances are Yuan will quickly inform him." Graceland tried to hold back a laugh. "Oh, then. How will Cheen Dage handle it?" Nora said seriously, "You don't need to worry about that. Men have their ways. Just remember that you're protected by someone. You don't need to involve yourself unless absolutely necessary." Yes, Graceland nodded obediently. She knew Nora was teaching her. However, she would tell Huxley about this later, just not right now. Feeling a little unhappy, it was the first time she missed someone so much. Around 10 o'clock, Hazel finally finished shopping and personally drove Nora and Graceland back to the hotel. Initially, Hazel insisted on seeing them off to the hotel, but Nora declined, noting it was late, and Hazel needed rest for tomorrow's afternoon show. Hazel hugged Nora goodbye with reluctance. The reason Hazel didn't directly invite them to stay at her home was due to the men there, Fang Jishan and Jeffrey, making it less convenient. Moreover, staying at a hotel offered more freedom, especially since it was Graceland's first time meeting them. The two watched Hazel drive away. Graceland voiced her confusion. "Mom, why does Amber and Hazel look more Imperial?" Hazel was not blonde with blue eyes. She had black hair and dark eyes, not the very fair skin typical of Caucasians. Only her prominent eyebrows and high nose gave her a mixed-race appearance, leaning more towards imperial. Hazel's mother is imperial, Nora explained with a smile. Oh. Gracelyn responded, understanding now. Nora continued, explaining further. Hazel's mother never officially married into the Y country royal family as a princess but dated a Y country prince, resulting in Hazel. She raised Hazel herself until Hazel went to university, where she learned her father was a Y country prince. Later, Hazel was acknowledged and given the title of princess, although she remained somewhat distanced from the royal family. In essence, while she received appropriate titles and wealth, as an illegitimate child, she did not receive the same treatment as a legitimate princess. Regarding Fang Jishan, the L family originated from imperials developing in Y country and strictly adhered to marrying only imperials. Hazel's exception stemmed from her half-imperial bloodline, which the Fang family tolerated. Thus, Jeffrey's mixed heritage was more profound and defined, actually comprising only 1/4 Y country blood. So that's how it is, Gracelyn nodded, knowing that as a centuries-old aristocratic family, it was indeed true that the L family preferred marriages with imperials. Amber at Gracelyn's room, she couldn't help but ask another question. Mom, what about Carly? Is she beautiful? Nora paused, then laughed. Chloe, it doesn't matter. You are Huxley's wife. Ambernion causing trouble will get beaten up. Don't overthink it. Remember, you are the queen. The last sentence almost made Gracelyn giggle. Queen. It was true indeed. Okay, I understand, Mom. Gracelyn smiled. Let me see you back to your room. Nora replied, no need. It's only a few steps, and you've been exhausted today. Go back to your room and rest. You haven't touched your phone all day, just focusing on me. Huxley will probably call me soon. Go back and rest after washing up. Such understanding from Nora made Gracelyn nod obediently. Okay, good night, Mom. Once in her room, Gracelyn couldn't wait to take out her phone. She had so much to tell Huxley. Upon opening her phone, she saw several messages from Huxley. What are you doing, baby? Have you eaten? I'm having dinner with your second brother in Amberlaster, thinking of you. Not ignoring me? Very busy? Out socializing? Frowning. I finished eating and went to play cards. My naughty baby still won't reply? Followed by several displeased emojis. 10 minutes ago, he even sent, still not replying to your husband? Watch out, I might spank you. Gracelyn felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she read these messages. Without further ado, she called Huxley on video, so she could chat while freshening up. Huxley answered almost instantly. Amber soon as he saw her face on the screen, his lips curved into a gentle smile. Honey, he greeted. Before Gracelyn could reply, he frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. You haven't been responding to my messages for quite some time. Though Huxley's tone was mild, Gracelyn detected a hint of pouting. She quickly apologized. Sorry, dear, I've been diligently accompanying Mom. I didn't want to get distracted. Hearing this, Huxley seemed more reproachful. He had warned that matriarch Nora shouldn't lure away his wife, and now it was proving true. Oh, Huxley said flatly, sounding less than sincere. Gracelyn chuckled. Let me freshen up first, then we can talk. Sure, Huxley nodded but kept staring at the screen. While squeezing toothpaste onto her brush, Gracelyn asked, weren't you playing cards? This reminded Huxley. Suddenly looking up, he saw Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, and Russell all staring straight at him. Huxley responded, then asked, whose turn is it? The three pointed at him. Realizing it was his turn, Huxley leisurely picked up a tile and placed it on the table. Pong. You guys continue, I need to take this call. With that, he got up and walked towards the adjacent lounge. The three men. How could they play with just three? While freshening up, Gracelyn narrated some of the day's events to Huxley. After finishing, she climbed into bed and continued, Honey, today was truly moving. Mom is such an amazing person. I decided I must treat her better. That's why I didn't get distracted when with her. Huxley's brows furrowed, his expression turning grim. His voice grew colder. So much happened only after she revealed her identity. Why didn't she do so earlier? It seemed Huxley was actually somewhat upset with Nora. Gracelyn quickly explained, no, Mom probably thought it wasn't necessary. Truthfully, she and Nora were both rather humble people. Huxley's mood didn't improve. He declared, from now on, spend more time with me, okay? Gracelyn blushed, realizing Huxley still harbored a grudge over this matter. To appease him, she agreed, sure, okay. Knowing that any pout from her would make Huxley concede, she readily promised anything. Amber, anything else? Huxley asked again. Gracelyn became suddenly excited, yes. I fought and won. Immediately, Huxley's expression soured even more. Amber, after explaining briefly, Gracelyn said proudly, Amber, am I not super awesome? Sure, very awesome. Huxley forced out these words as praise, but his mood darkened significantly. For him, it wasn't about being awesome or not. It was that his wife had been bullied to the point where she had to defend herself. She must have felt wronged, anxious, and scared. Hearing Huxley's compliment, Gracelyn remained excited. I think I'm pretty awesome too. She continued chatting enthusiastically. Huxley's expression softened, gazing at her beautiful face. Amber, anything else? Did anyone else bother you? Gracelyn didn't intend to mention Ambermeal's incident because she sensed that despite Huxley saying it with a smile, he didn't seem genuinely happy. No, Gracelyn shook her head, suddenly remembering two important questions to ask Huxley. Interrupting Huxley, she said, "Oh, right, honey, Amber and Hazel mentioned her daughter Carly likes you?" Huxley replied casually, "Oh, maybe." Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, maybe?" "She said so, but who knows if it's true." "Close-eyes, I don't care about it." Gracelyn blinked, thinking that if Huxley liked young girls, Carly might be a better match since Hazel said she was younger. She hummed, surprisingly unbothered. Chloe logic, Carly seems superior. Huxley frowned. "Why do you say that?" Gracelyn explained, "In terms of background, she's royalty. Amberge-wise, she's younger. Amber and appearance, seeing Hazel and Jeffrey, I bet she's gorgeous with those sharp mixed-race features." Huxley shrugged. "I don't know, never noticed." Gracelyn was taken aback. "Then what did you notice?" "Jealous?" Huxley suddenly asked. Caught off guard, Gracelyn thought seriously for a couple of seconds. "Ambertually, yes, a little bit. Cloca's just comparing them. Well, Carly seems slightly ahead in every aspect. Given her noble lineage and age advantage. Amber little," Gracelyn admitted frankly. Seeing her admission, Huxley's mood lifted. His lips curled up. "Honey, relax. I belong to you. Amber always have, always will." Amber warm wave of sweetness flooded Gracelyn's heart, and she nodded vigorously. The next question she asked made Huxley's improved mood plummet, sinking to its lowest. Tension, anxiety, fear. Translation stops here to ensure coherence with previous content. Chapter 97, Amber admitting a crush. Gracelyn was asking about the Amberlice incident. During the dinner party, she had overheard some gossip from people nearby. Initially, she didn't understand what they were talking about, but when she heard the names Amberlice and Ian, she became interested immediately. She asked her translator to eavesdrop and then report back to her. The translator told her about the matter. Amberlice and Ian had been arrested for using sewing machines improperly and sentenced to 30 years for embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power. The shocking part was that Amberlice and Ian were also involved in an inappropriate relationship. This scandal reportedly stunned the celebrity and wealthy circles and shocked high-ranking officials in the European Union. Gracelyn was also shocked. Amber, after connecting many dots, she asked, "Honey, did you have something to do with this?" She asked seriously. Huxley, however, couldn't or rather, didn't dare to answer. The nature of father-daughter affairs was too unpleasant to even think about. Amber thought it was indeed done by Huxley. Admitting it to Gracelyn would be a challenge. Amber, after a moment, Huxley denied it. "No." "Oh," Gracelyn said, "then it's their own business. They deserved it." "Right," Huxley agreed without saying more. Lying didn't burden him. He didn't need to admit such things, especially since those two weren't important people anymore and had already been punished. Gracelyn yawned and asked, "Honey, until what time are you going to play cards?" "Midnight." "Amber, you sleepy?" Huxley replied. "Yes," Gracelyn nodded. "You go ahead and sleep," Huxley said. "I'll come home after I finish." "Okay," Gracelyn nodded again. "Chloe, careful on your way home." "Good night." "Good night," Huxley smiled and nodded. "Sleep well, dear." "Good night," Gracelyn said sweetly, adding, "Kiss kiss." Huxley's lips curved into a smile. "Sleep tight." Amber, after they hung up, Huxley stood up with a somewhat troubled expression. Exiting the lounge, Amber Laster commented, "Finally finished all that lovey-dovey stuff." Huxley, however, instructed Russell, "Prepare the plane." Russell looked puzzled. "Amber? To country why?" The next day. Gracelyn suddenly woke up with a start. "Who?" Amber hand was holding her from behind. "It's me, your husband," Huxley's voice came from behind her ear. Gracelyn was startled at first, then overjoyed, her heart pounding like a roller coaster. "Honey." Gracelyn turned around, half laughing, half crying as she gently patted him. "You scared me." She hugged Huxley tightly. She missed him so much. Such a surprise visit was really thrilling. For Huxley, Gracelyn's tight embrace was intoxicating. He kissed her passionately, their bodies intertwining. Soon, both were breathing heavily, Huxley lying atop her, his eyes locked onto hers. "Did you miss me?" "Yes," Gracelyn answered obediently. Huxley leaned closer, eliciting soft trembles from Gracelyn. His lips curved into a smile, and he whispered, "How much?" Gracelyn blushed deeply. "Very, very much." He kissed her harder. The fashion show started at 2 in the afternoon, and they had been entwined until 11 that night. Gracelyn got up directly without sleeping any further. If she slept now and missed the show, Nora would be disappointed. Therefore, Gracelyn dared not sleep. After they tidied up, Nora joined them for lunch. Upon seeing Huxley, she showed no surprise. It was within her expectations and consistent with Huxley's style. They attended the men's fashion show together. Notably, Gracelyn, walking arm in arm with Huxley, attracted admiring gazes. More importantly, Huxley's first words to Jeffrey were, "Practice boxing with me later." Translation, "Punch you." Jeffrey, realizing he was in trouble, replied nervously, "Sure, Chloe rather sure." The next day, Weston excitedly visited the Sheen Corporation personally. Seeing Huxley, he exclaimed, "Clorother. I've thought of a name for my new company." Huxley tossed a stack of files to Jeffrey and raised an eyebrow. "Tell me." Weston beamed. "It's called Starchase Entertainment Company." Huxley's face darkened instantly. "Say that again. What did you call it?" Weston, oblivious, said, "Starchase Entertainment. It's a mix of my name and sister-in-law's." "Huh," Huxley chuckled. Jeffrey glanced at Weston, puzzled. "Your company, why would you use a word from your sister-in-law's name?" Weston grinned. "Guess why?" "Jeffrey. If you want to court death, be my guest." Huxley looked at Weston coldly. "What made you think that?" Weston explained, "Wasn't it because I revealed sister-in-law's secret that you gave me a house and a company? Though the secret might have been a bit off, it was indeed due to her that you rewarded me. So, sister-in-law deserves a part of the company's name." Huxley sighed, turning to Jeffrey. "Teach him some manners." Jeffrey, understanding, nodded. "Got it." Jeffrey delivered a 30-minute lecture on propriety and respect. However, Weston kept twisting logic. Eventually, Jeffrey gave up, saying, "Can't get through to him." Just then, Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, and John arrived. John had just returned to the country and decided to celebrate with Huxley. They witnessed Huxley's dark look, Jeffrey's numbness, and Weston's self-righteousness. After understanding the situation, Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, and John joined forces with Russell to try reasoning with Weston. Nothing worked. Huxley, finally losing patience, said simply, "House gone, company gone. Get lost." Seemingly calm, but internally furious, Weston laughed. "You don't secretly like her, huh?" Amber admitted it. Huxley froze, his face darkening again. Weston quickly added, "It's just using one character from each of our names. Why are you getting mad, Clorother?" Huxley ignored him, realizing Weston was unreasonable. Plus, John had just returned, so Huxley controlled his temper. The welcoming dinner for John was naturally at Royal One. Weston also invited Tracy, Celine, and Kelly. With more people, it was lively, otherwise, it would have been just Gracelyn among all men. So, Huxley didn't object. Close-eyes, they were all Gracelyn's close friends. Seeing young beautiful girls, Amberlaster bounced around like an excited monkey. Amber dinner, all the men seemed to tacitly agree to get Huxley drunk. Huxley was known as someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and they seemed to be putting in all their effort to prove that Huxley wasn't truly invincible. Clocause this dinner was for welcoming John back. Gracelyn naturally didn't want to say much about the excessive drinking. Claude Huxley narrowed his eyes slightly. Something was fishy here. It must be a plot. Dinner concluded, and though they had drunk quite a lot, Huxley appeared completely unaffected. Weston suggested going to a KTV for singing, and Celine, Tracy, and others also enthusiastically agreed, saying it was on them. Given the mood, everyone naturally went along with it. The Sheen Corporation owned an entertainment center with everything available, so they headed there directly. Huxley exuded a high-class, dominant aura, which certainly wouldn't include being able to sing. The others didn't mind much and were holding the microphones, wailing away off-key. The atmosphere was elevated another notch. Amberlaster proposed playing dice games, suggesting it would be too monotonous just singing. Everyone agreed, including the highly spirited Gracelyn. Losing at the dice game meant having to drink. Gracelyn wasn't much of a drinker, but she didn't worry since Huxley was there, she could play freely. However, Gracelyn kept losing, so Huxley kept drinking. Seeing this, Gracelyn called it quits, saying, no more, this is too harsh." Weston's eyes twinkled. "Let's switch the punishment. How about truth or dare?" This was old territory for Tracy and the girls, who immediately joined in. Gracelyn thought this better than drinking more. Huxley had already had enough. Everyone was close friends and played within reasonable limits, so there wasn't much pressure. After a few rounds, Gracelyn and Huxley hadn't lost once, while others had taken the brunt of it. For example, Amberlaster was dared to go out and confess his love to a random girl, leading to some awkwardness that ended with an apology. Another round saw Huxley finally lose, and Weston won. Weston asked, "Truth or dare?" Huxley's eyes narrowed slightly. Amber dare would not likely involve dragging in girls like Amberlaster did, but if Weston dared him to dance, strip, or perform something embarrassing, it would be difficult to handle, especially after drinking quite a bit. After a moment's thought, Huxley chose truth. Weston wanted to laugh triumphantly and got straight to the point with a killer question. "Have you always had a crush on Star?" At these words, Huxley understood everything. From Weston mentioning the company name to now, it was indeed a conspiracy. The question was tough. Previously, admitting a crush might not have been appropriate, but denying it outright seemed worse. Gracelyn was shocked. She didn't expect Weston to persist on this topic. Yet, it seemed inappropriate for her to interrupt. The atmosphere grew tense. Huxley's gaze fell on Weston's face, but his expression remained neutral. Weston, tipsy from drinking, didn't wait for Huxley's response and declared, "Stop pretending, big brother. We know." Huxley's eyes slowly narrowed. Gracelyn was startled, heart pounding. The intoxicated Weston continued, "We found out. You secretly bought an apartment and practiced cooking there. No one knew you could cook because you hid it. Don't tell us it was just a hobby, and you didn't want anyone to know." It's clearly because Star likes cooking. Gracelyn was even more shocked, wide-eyed as she looked at Huxley. Huxley's Amberdam's apple bobbed. He couldn't hide it anymore and finally answered with a single word, yes. This answer only solidified the tension in the air. Everyone's speculations came down to just one word, yes. Claude, it was firm and powerful. For a moment, Weston didn't know what to say. Dead silence. Finally, Weston reacted, excitedly slapping his thigh. I knew it. Definitely. Huxley expected questions about details, but they didn't come. Instead, they started another round amid loud chatter. Huxley was surprised yet relieved. Amber to the party, Huxley held Gracelyn's hand and got into the car. Gracelyn was dazed and confused. She hadn't drunk much, yet she felt dizzy. Huxley had a crush on her. He secretly bought an apartment and learned to cook for her. So, they were actually both crushing on each other? Gracelyn felt her breath trembling, hardly daring to believe it. On the ride home, both were silent. Only when they returned to the bedroom did Gracelyn finally exhale, saying, Honey, I know you admitted to the crush for my sake. Don't worry, I won't. Huxley turned his gaze toward her. Seeing her beautiful face, he felt slightly giddy. Was it the alcohol? Maybe it really was. What if it wasn't for your sake? Huxley spoke slowly and deeply. This was his deepest secret, hidden away. He had planned to keep it hidden forever, but secrets can't stay buried. What? Gracelyn was genuinely surprised, unsure if she heard correctly. Amber, and if it really was a crush? Huxley said again. Maybe he was drunk, thinking it best to speak his mind while intoxicated. Gracelyn paused for a moment before reaching out to hug Huxley, resting her face against his chest and asking softly, when? Huxley frowned slightly. This was the part he least wanted to talk about. Amber, after a long silence, he finally replied, for a very long time. Long enough to seem unbelievable. Amber also, the most taboo part for him. Realizing how shocking it was to be told she had been admired for so long, Gracelyn subconsciously asked, how long is a very long time? Huxley's throat tightened. Chapter 98, Cheen Song. Cheen Sly. Amber couple digging pits for each other. Huxley didn't intend to answer, but Gracelyn looked up at him. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, a look he couldn't avoid. Perhaps, taking advantage of the alcohol as an excuse, he could claim he was drunk, even though he was known for never getting tipsy after 1,000 cups. However, he felt uneasy revealing this. A man who commands the world shouldn't be nervous like this. Claude, he was uneasy, his thoughts jumbled, so he hesitated without responding. The wait stretched on until Gracelyn's once expectant gaze turned into one of doubt. She probed, Honey, is it something you can't say? Or do you need time to remember? Her eyes shifted from doubt to curiosity. How could such a simple question, when did you have a crush on me, reduce the ever-dignified and composed Huxley to this? Caught in a bind, Huxley regretted saying, a long time earlier. He could have easily fabricated a date. His throat tensed, and out of sheer necessity, he finally said, college. Gracelyn's eyes instantly brightened. Excitedly she asked, which year? Huxley. Freshman year? He answered vaguely. Can't you remember? Gracelyn questioned. Huxley thought about pretending to be drunk and mumbled, Amber, feeling a bit dizzy. Amber, oh, then you should go freshen up and get to bed. Gracelyn replied. Sure. Huxley responded as if granted amnesty. Once inside the bathroom, Huxley regretted his decision. Damn. He could evade the question tonight by pretending to be drunk, but what about tomorrow when he's sober? If he answers tomorrow, that would mean answering in a sober state. Better to just get it over with now. Huxley's bathroom was spacious enough for 2 people and had 2 separate areas. Gracelyn entered another bathroom area after watching Huxley leave. She felt incredibly conflicted. She really hadn't anticipated that Huxley had harbored secret feelings for her all this time. Mutual hidden love, how wonderful and exhilarating. She felt like running and jumping all the way to the moon. While brushing her teeth, Gracelyn's excitement made her hands tremble, her breathing quickened, and her heart raced, leaving her slightly dizzy. Amber, after finishing her routine, splashing cold water on her face helped her calm down a bit. Soaking in the bathtub, her excitement mixed with speculation. Why had Huxley concealed his feelings so completely, not showing any signs, not even noticeable to anyone around her? Even in past encounters, Huxley never engaged much beyond necessary politeness and grace, almost appearing aloof. So naturally, when proposing a flash marriage to him, she was very nervous. If there had been any hint from Huxley, she wouldn't have felt so unsure. Why did he hide it so tightly? Could there be more to it? Lost in thought, Gracelyn pouted, realizing this mystery only grew more complex. Though she also kept her feelings hidden, it was because she was a woman. Women are often shy and less bold. Quote, men are different. So if Huxley had been more proactive, wouldn't they have been together sooner? If she hadn't proposed a flash marriage, would they have remained strangers? The realization left Gracelyn wide-eyed. This. It seemed impossible to accept. Thinking further, she concluded that Weston might be the reason. It appeared only this explanation made sense. Gracelyn bit her lip. If she hadn't proposed, would Huxley have given her to Weston? This was even harder to accept. She had decided to marry Huxley right after graduation. Was Cheen Clorother more afraid than her? Frowning, Gracelyn wasn't pleased. After bathing, Gracelyn put on a comfortable nightgown. Since Huxley kept the air conditioning cool, she wore a robe over it. For those lingerie items he bought, she simply lacked the courage. Upon exiting the bathroom, she found Huxley half reclined on the bed reading an economics book. The black silk robe accentuated his skin and muscles beautifully. Under the warm orange lights, the luxurious setting and the handsome man created a captivating scene. Especially since he was her husband. Gracelyn felt a rare urge to admire Huxley's appearance. Was it because of the secret crush? Smiling inwardly, she approached. Huxley immediately noticed her, putting down the book and looking up under the warm light. Wife. That single word melted her heart. This was the man she had secretly loved for 6 years and successfully married. Honey. Gracelyn chirped, hastening her steps to reach the bed. She quickly slipped into bed and hugged Huxley. Huxley pulled her close, leaning down to kiss her. Gracelyn stopped him with her hand. Wait, we're not done talking. Huxley. Realizing he couldn't escape, he lay back, sighing. Speak. Gracelyn snuggled into his arms, resting her head on his arm. With sparkling eyes, she asked sweetly, tell me, honey, when did you start having a crush on me? This filled her with delight. Being Huxley's secret crush was thrilling. Taking a deep breath, Huxley turned off the light, enveloping them in darkness. The warmth of each other's embrace intensified. Memories of nightmares, not recent ones, but many years' worth, came flooding back. Words from those nightmares left him reconsidering admitting his secret crush. Seeing Huxley remain silent after turning off the light, Gracelyn raised her head curiously. Honey, are you okay? Feeling dizzy? Can't talk? Huxley grunted, pulling her closer. Feeling a bit dizzy, let's sleep, wife. He decided that if she persisted tomorrow, he'd say he confessed last night to preserve her dignity. That he never truly had a crush on her but developed feelings when she proposed the flash marriage. Yes, that was it, only that much. He admitted, regarding loving Gracelyn, he had been overly cautious, not wanting to leave any bad impression. He aimed to be perfect in her eyes, without a single flaw, like Amberly's incident where he lied to maintain his flawless image. Cause he refused to acknowledge any imperfection or occasional despicable tendencies, even cruel methods that he didn't want Gracelyn to know that he was just an ordinary man after all. Given Huxley's unusual behavior, how could Gracelyn not sense it? He was deliberately avoiding something, hiding something, trying to conceal something from her. Gracelyn wanted to press for answers. If she kept asking, Huxley would probably tell her the truth. Seeing his resistance, she couldn't bear to push him further. After some thought, Gracelyn said, let's go to sleep then. Sure, Huxley replied, his voice low and muffled. Gracelyn fell silent. For the first time in their married life, they spent a quiet and well-behaved night together. After 2 minutes of silence, Gracelyn felt uncomfortable. In previous nights, Huxley had always been like a blazing flame, making her lose all sense. This wasn't something she was used to. After pondering for a few seconds, Gracelyn boldly spoke up, honey, I suddenly want to try on the dress you bought me. Huxley hadn't reacted before she already pulled back the quilt, turned on the light, and darted towards the closet like a little rabbit. Huxley squinted slightly. The dresses he bought? Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his brow. Was she talking about those lingerie pieces? This was really. His young wife had changed, seemed to be turning a bit devious. Gracelyn went to the wardrobe room and picked a black lace see-through one, blushing red as she chose it. Once she put it on, her face flushed even more. This thing was almost too much, a surefire move. Dressed, Gracelyn wrapped herself in a robe and hurried back. Huxley was sitting up in bed, watching her with eyes deep and captivating, narrowed mischievously like a fox. Gracelyn coughed slightly, her face still red, teasingly saying, honey, aren't you dizzy anymore? Don't want to sleep? Huxley. I'm okay, Huxley feigned indifference, focusing on her tightly wrapped robe. You're ready. Let honey take a look. Gracelyn smiled slyly, remember when you asked if there was a reward? With that, she bravely started loosening the belt of her robe, her voice soft and hesitant. I wonder if this counts. Huxley's Amberdame's apple bobbed as he immediately whispered, it counts. Then he got up, took a step closer, held her hand firmly, and said hoarsely, let honey do it. Of course, such moments should be treated like unwrapping a cherished gift. Especially, a gift he treasured the most, one he longed for his entire life. Huxley's fingers were burning hot and trembled mysteriously as he gently peeled away Gracelyn's robe. The robe fell, revealing her reward perfectly. Huxley's eyes sparkled brightly, burning intensely. Huxley cupped Gracelyn's face, kissing her fiercely and urgently. After a passionate kiss, Huxley didn't carry her to the bed. Instead, he pinned her against the wall, lifting the already translucent dress and pressed himself against her. Gracelyn quickly lost all her reason as he ravished her. Nearby was a small sofa. Huxley pressed Gracelyn onto it, kneeling on the thick, soft carpet below, devoutly worshipping her. In the midst of passion, Gracelyn's scattered mind finally came back in fragments. She asked weakly, her voice trembling, honey, when? Huxley paused, leaning close to her ear, suppressing his heavy breathing. Long time ago. Then he gripped her slender waist, giving her no time to think, plunging into her so swiftly she couldn't utter another word. Huxley was indeed a bit devious, making Gracelyn completely exhausted and drowsy, so tired she wished she could fall asleep right away. Thus, she wouldn't be able to ask anything else. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, Gracelyn suddenly realized it was she who initiated the conversation. How did Huxley turn the tables on her, leaving her speechless? This isn't logical. Feeling quite upset but drowsy, Gracelyn weakly pummeled Huxley. Chlorother, you're really naughty. Huxley felt a bit guilty, caught her hand, kissed it, and whispered, go to sleep. Anyway, tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow's problems will be dealt with tomorrow. Gracelyn grumbled a bit more, then a sudden idea struck her. She leaned close to Huxley's ear and said sweetly, honey, on our wedding night, I'll give you a surprise. Huxley's eyebrow arched slowly. What surprise, Gracelyn giggled coquettishly. I told you it's a surprise. You'll find out that day. I'm so sleepy, good night. Huxley. Helpless, Huxley kissed her again. Sleep, sweetheart. Gracelyn's consciousness slipped away into darkness. She smiled smugly. My darling husband, she also dug a pit for him. Mutual pits. Wasn't it fair? The next morning, Gracelyn was awakened by Huxley's kisses. She pushed him away, blinking groggily. What time is it, honey? Huxley raised an eyebrow in surprise. She didn't ask about the crush anymore. For some reason, Huxley felt relieved. 8 o'clock, Huxley replied. Honey needs to go to the company. Are you coming? Gracelyn felt lazy but didn't want to be apart from Huxley. Instinctively, she directed, then help me get up. Chapter 99, where the young mistress's gaze rests, flowers cloyum. It is often said that newlyweds are inseparable, every second apart making them feel as if they can't breathe. Marcy had always read this in books or seen it on TV and never fully believed it, let alone felt it herself. Now she truly understood how right it was. Ever since Christy left for 2 days, this feeling became even more intense. She also realized her love for Huxley had deepened. Though she couldn't explain why, she just felt overwhelmingly in love. Huxley would agree to Marcy's request 1,000,000 times over. Without a moment's hesitation, Huxley lifted the quilt and reached out his long arms to scoop up his petite wife. Amber's startled cry escaped Marcy's lips. Blushing, she gently slapped him, chiding, what are you doing? I haven't even put on my robe yet. She was still wearing that embarrassing lace dress which barely covered her, making her feel almost indecent. Put me down, Marcy urged as she hurriedly tried to slip into her robe. Huxley's gaze lingered on her, darkening as he noticed how translucent the dress was, revealing the faint pink marks from his pinches and kisses on her alabaster skin. In a low voice, Huxley replied, no need. Marcy didn't believe him, insisting, I must. She pouted and playfully tossed her legs. Huxley chuckled, his voice even lower, anyway, we'll have to take it off later. Blushing even more at his teasing, Marcy lightly tugged at his ear, saying, Chlorother, be positive. Huxley laughed heartily, placing her back on the bed with exaggerated seriousness, husband is quite positive. While hastily putting on her robe, Marcy nearly rolled her eyes. Where was his positivity? He should be called a real wolf instead. Amber flirtatious old wolf with a striking contrast. Thinking of him as her beloved husband, whom she'd secretly admired for years, she decided to give him a break. Once properly robed, Marcy formally requested, husband, pick me up. Understood, Huxley replied like a loyal knight, sweeping her up in a princess carry. Marcy smiled, and so did Huxley, looking down at her playfully, you'll have to take them off again. Marcy was speechless. Feeling pretty good, she chose not to comment and lazily swung her legs instead. Chloeing dressed by Huxley was something she had never imagined. Entering the dressing room, Huxley placed her on the sofa and started picking outfits, asking, Chloe, what do you want to wear today? Marcy hugged her knees, responding, Ambernothing, you choose. Recalling his usual outfit of white shirt and black trousers, Huxley picked a pure white L-branded t-shirt with only a logo and a black mini skirt for her, a perfect couple's look. Indeed, it was a couple's outfit. Cause he chose a white t-shirt, Huxley also selected matching white underwear. Seeing the clothes Huxley picked, Marcy couldn't help but laugh. Chlorother really was crafty. Just like when he deliberately took the staff elevator. She liked it, finding Huxley extremely cute. Serious on the outside, financial tycoon, yet full of tricks, utterly charming. Placing the clothes on a nearby hanger, Huxley stretched out his hands. Come on, darling, take off your clothes. Marcy almost burst out laughing. I'll change myself, go get ready too. Standing up to change herself, Huxley remained serious. No way, I promise to help you. Marcy was speechless. Knowing Huxley was very sincere once he set his mind on something, she knew resistance was futile but still felt a bit awkward. She had only been dressed by maids before, being served by her husband was a new experience. I can. Before Marcy finished, Huxley took charge. Realizing she couldn't resist, she blushed furiously and complied. Yet, what could she say? After about 10 seconds, Marcy's face was entirely flushed. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "Husband, you. Changing clothes should be straightforward. Why was he touching everywhere? Touching like that. Even the dead would come alive. What kind of clothes were they changing?" Before she could finish her thought, Huxley pinned her to the sofa. Marcy was speechless. "Husband," Claude other chin, Marcy pushed him half-heartedly while enduring his hot kisses on her neck and ears. "We have to go to work, don't be late." No hurry." Huxley's voice was deep and irresistibly seductive. Marcy was utterly mesmerized by his voice, unable to form coherent words. "Amber's Huxley kissed her," he added, "no one dares to dock my salary." His tone was unusually calm yet arrogantly confident. Marcy found herself momentarily lost for words, feeling limp all over. The only thought in her mind was, how does Huxley have so much stamina? Amber absolutely tireless. The mood escalated intensely, likely common among newlyweds, especially living alone without interruptions, leading to even bolder actions. Amber at the peak of passion, Marcy softly pleaded, "Not here." She suspected Huxley wanted to explore different places, cough. Unexpectedly, Huxley agreed, carrying her back to the bedroom. Marcy was baffled. Why the trouble of going to the dressing room? Soon, Marcy understood why Huxley carried her back. He intended to retrieve a condom. Earlier, she hadn't minded, but Nora's talk about having children resurfaced in her mind. Knowing Huxley had loved her secretly for a long time made her aware of his deep affection. So, Marcy wasn't against the idea of having children. Thinking this, she pulled the blanket around herself and hoarsely said, "Wait." Huxley paused. "What's wrong, baby?" Marcy looked at him, testing, virtually, "Husband, we could consider not using this. Grandma and my parents seem eager for grandchildren." Hearing this, Huxley's brows suddenly furrowed. He replied directly, "No, not for now." Surprised by his sharp refusal and sudden frown, Marcy felt a pang of sadness. "Why don't you want children?" Marcy asked. She remembered someone saying children were a bond between two people. "Do you not want our child?" Marcy pressed further. She thought Huxley, being older and loving her so much, should naturally want children. Upon hearing this, Huxley realized her concern, quickly pulling her close and reassuring, "Don't think too much, I just don't want children for now. We just got married, why rush?" Amber thought reasonable, Marcy felt something was odd. Plus, Nora mentioned Huxley feared childbirth pain, perhaps that was true? Or was there another reason? Wrapping her arms around Huxley's neck, Marcy reasoned, "Claude, husband, you're not young. Having children can be planned. Wedding plans and having a child aren't mutually exclusive. Pregnancy alone takes a year. Plus, trying to conceive isn't instant." Huxley always thoroughly enjoyed and Graceland took the initiative. With a slight squint, he ran his fingers through her hair, speaking earnestly, "I don't mind, we can wait until I'm 40. Graceland was taken aback. "Amber? 40 years old?" Huxley nodded, utterly serious and not at all like someone joking. It felt as if he had carefully planned this out. "Yes, and..." He paused for a moment, his deep gaze fixing on Graceland before continuing, "Wife, carrying and giving birth to a child is very hard work. You're still young and should have your own dreams, pursuits, and life. You should fully enjoy my love and our two-person world. There's no need to worry about or suffer for an outside being." Graceland's eyes widened slightly. Amber, an outside being? Was he talking about a child? She couldn't help but laugh and cry. Yet, she was inexplicably touched. Seeing that Graceland didn't respond, Huxley looked at her again. "Chloe, isn't this great? When I'm 40 and you're 32, then, we can have a child. It's not too late." Graceland blinked repeatedly. 10 years? Wouldn't that be a bit long? Was Huxley trying to convince her? He continued, 10 years is just right. You can pursue what you want, enjoy what you should, free from any restrictions or burdens, without having to give up anything, living freely and luxuriously, doing whatever you please." Huxley's words deeply moved Graceland. She truly hadn't expected Huxley to think of everything with her in mind. His words were so touching that they made her heart flutter. 10 years, chasing, enjoying, living freely, luxuriously, recklessly. How wonderful. Amber, the best part was having such a caring and loving husband to support her. Chloeing a life winner was not an exaggeration. Deeply moved, Graceland pressed herself closer to Huxley, whispering, "Husband, you haven't sent me flowers these past few days. I wish you would send me a bouquet every day, until I'm 80, 90, even 100 years old." "Sure." Huxley agreed instantly, adding, "It's just that I've been negligent these past couple of days." "It's fine," Graceland smiled sweetly, "I just mentioned it now." Huxley ruffled her hair, promising seriously, "From now on, every day. If I forget, I'll personally go pick them for you, wherever you want, no matter where." This commitment further deepened Graceland's affection. She knew Huxley would keep his promise. She remembered how Huxley once picked flowers for her from a flower bed, his 9-figure watch dusted with dirt and sap. Though not a beautiful sight, it was incredibly precious to her. Chloeing treated so lovingly by Huxley left her eyes a bit red and filled with gratitude. Moved by this, Graceland kissed Huxley's sensuous lips for the first time, willingly shedding her shyness to teasingly invite him into a dance with her tongue. More than that, she even climbed atop him. This move utterly delighted and entranced Huxley. Amber's low voice emanated from his throat, "Little temptress." Gracelyn regretted her boldness soon after and wanted to retreat. Claude Huxley wouldn't let her, gripping her slender waist tightly, his voice unusually rough, "Chloe, stay." Gracelyn's face was so flushed she dared not look up. Huxley used both coaxing and honeyed words, coupled with passionate whispers that left Gracelyn unable to resist him. What followed couldn't be detailed specifically, cough. Given their lingering moments, they were bound to be late for work. Around 10:30, Russell received a call from Huxley. Before Huxley could speak, Russell preemptively reassured, "Mr. Cheen, rest assured. The company has me, and now President Fong is here as well. Everything will be fine. Important documents are waiting for your approval. Implicit message, go ahead and enjoy yourself." Huxley simply replied, then added, "The young mistress and I will arrive around 11:30. Make sure that everywhere her eyes fall within Cheen Group headquarters, flowers bloom." Russell quickly answered, "Understood." Half an hour later. Jeffrey looked anxiously at the rose-filled executive office, hurriedly leaving only to find the secretarial office similarly decorated. Jeffrey panicked, immediately calling Russell, "President Jiang, where are you?" Russell was just bringing over some documents and said, "I'm almost at the secretarial office, what's wrong?" Before he finished speaking, Russell appeared in front of Jeffrey. Jeffrey abruptly hung up and asked, "What's happening? Why are there so many flowers? Is this a proposal? What do we do if Chloe Ruthershire proposes? Is it just the two of us? Where are Amber Laster and Meng Er? Amber, how does my outfit look today? No tie. I'm nervous. I've never accompanied anyone in a proposal." Seeing Jeffrey jumping up and down excitedly, Russell patted his shoulder, "Calm down, President Fong, it's not related to you." Jeffrey, stunned, "It's not? Not a proposal?" Russell smiled, "No, it's just routine." Jeffrey, dumbfounded, "Routine? I thought this was a proposal." Russell advised, "President Fong, just learn to be calm in the future." Jeffrey nodded, trying to soothe himself, "Amber, right, all right. Just flowers, who hasn't seen flowers, be calm, be calm." With that, he walked toward the executive office. Russell blinked, who was just freaking out like they were about to storm a wedding. Cheen Group employees were equally unable to remain calm. "Wow, is Mr. Cheen proposing? Can we take these roses home later? Do you lack roses? Dare to fantasize about Mr. Cheen's roses. Is it time for another red envelope? If Mr. Cheen proposes, should we do something? Should we chant, 'Marry him, marry him'? Wait, isn't the young mistress already married to Mr. Cheen? When are the red envelopes coming? This time it should only be for the headquarters, right? Will the amount be bigger?" Chapter 100, if you like it, why not turn the entire office pink? Oh, Rowena is truly so lucky. If I could be Rowena for just a day, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. Yeah, no kidding. Amber few middle-aged female employees blushed from gossiping, Clois Cheen's waist, TSK. Everyone understood each other, their faces flushed red from all the gossip. Amber little embarrassed, Jeffrey turned into the office and saw the striking red, smelled the overwhelming floral fragrance, and felt it was really romantic. Russell also entered the office and placed the documents on Huxley's desk. Jeffrey took a photo with his phone, posting it to social media while telling Russell, "I just remembered, Chloe Ruthershire and sister-in-law are already married. Why propose again? Look at me." Russell glanced sideways at him, smiling, "You just want to participate in the proposal, no need to explain." Jeffrey laughed, rubbing his chin seriously and narrowing his eyes. "I heard sister-in-law propose to Chloe Ruthershire first, and then admitted her secret love last night. How beautiful, right? Then this morning, the office was suddenly filled with roses. So I thought Chloe Ruthershire had an urge to propose proactively. I've never participated in a proposal before, so I really wanted to, especially Chloe Ruthershire's proposal." Russell patted Jeffrey on the shoulder, consoling him, "Don't worry, Mr. Fong, you will be the best man at the wedding. It will be equally lively. Maybe even pranked. You can start mentally preparing now." Amber at that, Jeffrey became excited, saying, "Right. Empire weddings, I know, are very lively. There's even kidnapping the bride." Russell. "That's not actually kidnapping the bride," Russell explained. "It's when receiving the bride's family doesn't want to let her go, so they make things difficult." Right, Jeffrey said. Amber giving out lots of red envelopes too. Jeffrey looked very eager because he hadn't attended an Empire wedding yet. Though his family always maintained their imperial bloodline, they had been living in Country Y for several generations. Amber thought they married other Empyreans in Country Y, these customs definitely didn't carry over as well since they weren't in the Empire. So he was quite excited. Russell couldn't help but chuckle. Jeffrey seemed like a naive kid who hadn't seen much of the world. Russell said, "True, but those red envelopes aren't for you. What are you excited about, happy about?" Jeffrey. "I'm very excited anyway." Jeffrey's eyes sparkled. Russell smiled, "Feel free to be excited, just don't cry then." Jeffrey, ? Suddenly getting an idea, Jeffrey asked expectantly and excitedly, will we be pranked? Russell answered truthfully, wanting to scare Jeffrey a bit, highly likely. Who knew that Jeffrey would get even more excited and start gloating in advance? Chloe rather sure will be pranked too, right? Chloe for Jeffrey said that, Russell didn't have such thoughts either. He replied with a gleam in his eye, highly likely. Immediately realizing this was inappropriate for a loyal subordinate to look forward to his boss being pranked. He quickly corrected himself, no, definitely not. What's the best man for? To take the hits, right? Jeffrey, Amber? Not long after, the office got lively again as workers brought things in and started dismantling, assembling, hammering, all meticulously and orderly. Soon, a pink office desk was set up beside Huxley's. Then came adorable computers, stationery, potted plants, small toys, and figurines, all in soft, rosy hues. Jeffrey? Chloe for long, a charming pink and dreamy workspace was created right next to Huxley's work area. What's this? Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. This is the madam's desk, said the worker, briskly cleaning up and leaving. Jeffrey. He had come here to train under Huxley, who arranged his desk next to his own. Now he also made one for Gracelyn. Amber and the style of Gracelyn's desk contrasted sharply with the entire office. Huxley took Gracelyn to the headquarters. From afar, she saw the grounds covered in crimson. She was immediately astonished. As the car approached, she saw a vast sea of roses, beautiful enough to dazzle anyone. It had to be his doing. The phantom slowly drove into the compound, revealing the extent of the roses. The whole compound, except for roads, was blanketed with roses. Stunned by the scene, Gracelyn turned to Huxley. Husband, is this compensation? Huxley, holding the steering wheel with one hand and gently kissing her hand with the other, said nonchalantly, didn't send you flowers for 2 days, right? This is both compensation and an apology. Gracelyn was deeply touched and couldn't stop gazing at the beautiful sea of flowers, quietly saying, so many flowers. I bet all the roses in the capital were bought by you today. Considering the volume, almost all the roses from the capital might have been used. They were mostly sourced locally due to time constraints, and the capital itself had several large rose gardens and warehouses. Stopping at the entrance of the headquarters building, Gracelyn realized Huxley was going all out again. Not only that, the lobby was also a sea of roses, creating a lively atmosphere. Security rushed to open the door for Huxley, who handed over the keys. Opening the passenger door, Huxley extended his hand to Gracelyn. Under the blazing sun, amidst the sea of crimson roses, Huxley's strong hands invited her. Gracelyn offered her hand, which was tightly held, guiding her out of the car. Gracelyn asked, is the whole building decorated like this? Huxley nodded, yes. Gracelyn didn't know what to say, just holding Huxley's hand tightly, her face beaming sweetly. Walking through the hall, the couple's matching outfits, a white top and black bottom, made them stand out beautifully among the flower sea. Many employees wanted to capture this moment on their phones, so beautiful and perfect. Despite reluctance to secretly photograph their bosses, the scene was irresistibly impactful. Hands couldn't be controlled, capturing just their backs. Beautiful things were hard to resist indeed. Arriving at the CEO tower, passing through the secretary's office, they entered the main office. Gracelyn found every place she looked at was adorned with roses, leaving only a path through. The office was filled with roses, making the space even more mesmerizing. Gracelyn's gaze was drawn to the pink desk. Jeffrey greeted them upon seeing them enter. Chloe Ruthershire, sister-in-law. Huxley nodded. Gracelyn greeted Jeffrey warmly. Hello, Mr. Fong. After greetings, Gracelyn pointed to the desk. Husband, this is. Huxley guided her closer. Your desk. Gracelyn blinked. Huxley pulled her to the office chair. Sit down and see if the chair feels comfortable. Sitting down, Gracelyn felt the high-quality chair provided by Huxley was indeed comfortable. Previously, Huxley had mentioned that he wanted her to be his secretary, but later, didn't he say he supported her in acting? Gracelyn looked at Huxley, who asked, do you like it? Gracelyn hurriedly replied, I do like it. The last time I said. I know, Huxley interrupted her, consider it a backup. Better safe than sorry. Last time, you only said you were considering it, not that you decided. And even if you did decide, it doesn't matter. You will always have a place in my office. Whenever you come to see me, this will be your dedicated spot. Gracelyn slowly raised an eyebrow. So that's what he meant. For a moment, she thought Huxley was just casually saying he supported her acting but still hoped she would be his secretary. I understand. Gracelyn nodded sweetly with a beautiful smile. My husband always thinks of everything. Huxley chuckled and ruffled her hair. If my baby likes it, that's all that matters. Suddenly, Gracelyn remarked, husband, if I don't come here to work, leaving it like this, wouldn't it affect the overall taste of your office? It wasn't that the office area Huxley set up for her wasn't beautiful, it was too beautiful. Its dreamy and striking appearance did clash somewhat with the solemn atmosphere of an office. Huxley raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. How could it? Anything that is yours and you like will never have an impact. If you like it, turning the entire office pink would be fine too. Gracelyn blinked, unable to help imagining a pink, dreamy office with Huxley sitting sternly behind a desk. The image was so perfect she could hardly believe it. Given Huxley's poise and aura, along with his inherent sense of high fashion, Graceland felt he could perfectly hold his own even in a rainbow-colored office without looking out of place. Claude, whose proper workplace would ever be decorated entirely in pink. Still, Graceland was deeply touched, her starry eyes looking at Huxley longingly. If Jeffrey weren't there, she might have jumped up to kiss him right then and there. Jeffrey realized he was nothing more than a shiny light bulb interrupting their intimate moment. He sat back at his workstation and played on his phone. He had posted 2 updates on his social media earlier, one of the Sea of Roses and another of Graceland's pink workspace. This number was personal, only connected with family and close friends from the Empire. Claude, he didn't forget to shield Carly. Claude for long, several comments flooded in. Hazel, you should really learn from your brother-in-law. Look how romantic he is. You're hopeless. Alexander, Amber Greed. Jeffrey. Amber Laster, Xiao Yuan, now you know what it feels like to be a dog, huh? Ha ha ha. Meng Air, ha ha ha, little Chin is doing great. Chlorite future indeed. Weston, Chloeist in the garden goes to my elder brother. John quoted elegantly, I've seen flowers bloom and fade countless times, yet turn away lazily, half for meditation, half for you. Ursula, it looks amazing. I want to come too. Amber and Ursula actually showed up, causing quite a stir at Chin Corporation. She hadn't visited since Huxley took over the company. Not only did she visit, but she also bought coffee and sweets for the employees of the headquarters building. The staff were thrilled, enjoying food, drinks, and the flower sea. Many secretly snapped photos of the rose sea, the coffee, and sweets, sharing them online with envy and admiration, while wondering how well the young lady and the mother-in-law got along. Upon entering the office, Ursula spotted Graceland sitting at her desk, wearing pink headphones, watching a movie while playing on her phone, surrounded by expensive snacks and fruits. Seeing Graceland treated so well put Ursula at ease. She walked over. Graceland quickly stood to greet her. Sit down, Star, no need for formalities, Ursula waved her off warmly. Graceland pursed her lips, Mom, please sit. She offered her seat. Ursula smiled and patted her hand, no need, Solomon will bring me a chair. Huxley turned and asked, Mom, why are you here? To join in the fun. Ursula laughed, I've never seen so many roses. Honestly, Elder Clorother, you're much more romantic than Dad. Huxley responded, is that the only reason? I can send some to the old house tomorrow. Ursula shook her head, no need, I'm an old woman now, besides, let your father send them. Then she hummed, your father only knows how to send money. Huxley, Graceland, and Jeffrey. Amber, another round of humble bragging, not allowed next time. Jeffrey greeted Ursula warmly. She asked about his well-being and if he was feeling tired. Amber, after catching up, Solomon brought Ursula a chair. She sat beside Graceland's desk and said, you two go about your business, I'll chat with Star. Graceland promptly pushed snacks and fruits toward her, Mom, have some snacks. Ursula smiled, no need, you eat. Actually, I came for the excitement, but seeing Jeffrey's post reminded me. Didn't you mention wanting your own career? Graceland slowly raised an eyebrow. During a casual conversation while she came down from watching a show, she mentioned this to Ursula. Amber, at the time, Ursula had said, since she married Huxley, there was no need to consider working, only enjoying life. Amber, at that moment, Graceland thought Ursula was joking and didn't pursue it further. Yet, Ursula had taken it seriously and specially came to discuss it. I did say that, but Mom. Ursula smiled, let you enjoy life, sure. Graceland nodded. Ursula continued, while that's true, now I think Huxley's arrangement is excellent. Chloeing his exclusive personal secretary is the best choice. That way, you can always stay together without being apart. You can familiarize yourself with the company's operations, and Huxley will teach you wholeheartedly. With your intelligence, you might become a dominant economic powerhouse one day. Ursula spoke with utmost confidence, firmly supporting Graceland, her proud eyes suggesting she believed Graceland could surpass Huxley in business achievement someday. Chapter 101, I'm jealous cause I love her, and I support her cause I love her. Nora added with utmost pride and confidence, Amber, at that time, Huxley will only be fit to follow behind you and carry your bag. Nora was the kind of mother-in-law who fully backed her daughter-in-law, outshining her son. Graceland couldn't help but laugh at how amusing it was. Huxley sat back leisurely in his office chair, seemingly focused on work, but actually listening to their conversation. He looked adoringly at Graceland, saying to Nora, I've been carrying my wife's bag ever since we got married, even without being a tycoon. Nora didn't know this until now, and she raised an eyebrow in surprise, is that so? She immediately added, social events and parties don't count, it has to be anytime and anywhere. Graceland laughed brilliantly, her face beaming with happiness, replying, it is anytime and anywhere. Mom, Chin has been helping me carry my bags ever since we agreed to get married. Now, when she goes out, she doesn't consider whether the bag matches her outfit but if it matches Huxley's /Omega //. Upon hearing this, Nora gave Huxley a thumbs up, praising him, you have much more awareness than your father. Amber, afterward, she couldn't resist teasing Graceland, your father-in-law is just a big old straight man. Graceland chuckled. Nora took the opportunity to advise Jeffrey, Your Honor, you should learn from this too. Jeffrey humbly replied, sure, Amber Auntie Schwang. Nora smiled, explaining, Amber man who loves his wife brings good luck, everything he does prospers. Huxley gazed at Gracelyn, adding, indeed, a loving wife is the greatest source of wealth and fortune. Nora laughed heartily, saying, Your Honor, learn well from your brother's love-struck brain, there's no cure for it. Jeffrey also laughed, if I can find a wife as wonderful as my sister-in-law, it would be hard not to fall head over heels. Gracelyn blinked, thinking to herself, it's not entirely true. While she felt she was quite capable, comparing herself to others wasn't something she indulged in. If they were talking strictly about excellence, she thought Amberlice and Perry weren't bad either. Amber and Carly's qualifications were really excellent. Royal connections aside, these thoughts remained unspoken. Nora, hearing Jeffrey's words, laughed heartily, exactly. Claude, don't worry, Your Honor, you'll find a wonderful and loving wife too. Jeffrey had no immediate plans for marriage but replied, thank you, Amber Auntie Schwang. After some casual talk, Nora got back to the point, looking very excited at Gracelyn. Shinger, do you think what Mom said makes sense? Gracelyn hurriedly replied, Mom, you're really flattering me. Honestly, I have no talent in this area, not the slightest clue about business. It might be difficult for me to succeed in commerce. Nora said, what's to fear? With Huxley around, you're always safe and sound. Amber being by his side every day, seeing what he does, ensures you feel secure, and we do too. Amberthuff, I doubt Curtis would ever stray, not all women are so honorable, you understand. Gracelyn understood Nora's concern, it was common knowledge in wealthy circles. Chloeing a rich man's wife wasn't easy, it required family backing, financial power, or constant vigilance. After a moment, Gracelyn hesitated. She had mentioned to Huxley that she wanted to continue acting. Seeing Gracelyn hesitate, Nora added, of course, this is just my suggestion. Personally, I believe it's the best choice. Claude, if you want to start your own business, I fully support you too. Hearing this, Gracelyn's eyes lit up. Mom, I did discuss this with Claude Chin before. He supports me entering the entertainment industry and even gifted Alexei a company. This way, I can work alongside Alexei and Tracy. Nora was taken aback, somewhat surprised. In her old-fashioned view, she had reservations. Oh, really? Claude, I don't think you need to put yourself out there like that. Amber's for Alexei, while he studied acting, I never intended for him to pursue it seriously. I hoped he'd focus on Chin Enterprises after graduation. Gracelyn hadn't realized Nora had planned this for Alexei, slightly frowning. Nora quickly suggested, why not open a store? I could even design for you personally. Gracelyn was even more surprised. Jeffrey immediately chimed in, with Amber Auntie Schwang's personal involvement, that's definitely a sure thing. Amber and L family can collaborate on designs, whatever products you choose. Nora smiled, that would indeed make things smoother. Opening a store is much simpler than starting a company, don't you think, Shinger? Gracelyn was unsure how to respond. Nora's genuine concern and effort were overwhelming. Amber's a mother-in-law, Nora had sincerely taken her casually mentioned career aspirations to heart and made the effort to discuss it. She had given advice and even helped plan, such sincere care was rare. So Gracelyn was momentarily speechless. Huxley, sensing her hesitation, said gently, Chloe, you don't need to consider anyone else's opinions. Just do what you truly desire. His beautiful eyes fixed on Gracelyn, steady and unwavering, bringing her immense peace. Hearing Huxley's words, Nora became very curious. Turning to Huxley, she asked, you really don't mind Shinger pursuing acting? Huxley found her question somewhat amusing, thinking for a moment, he tilted his head slightly, this is her life, her career, and her deepest wish. Why should I mind? On what grounds do I have the right to control her life just because she's my wife? I respect her and will support her with all my strength. These words resonated strongly from Huxley. Nora's surprise didn't diminish but rather grew. Huxley spoke so firmly, showing deep sincerity. After her initial shock, Nora responded, that's commendable and wise. Claude Huxley, you must understand, being an actor is unique. Amber Shinger's age, most roles will involve romance, can you accept that? Huxley replied calmly, it's just a profession. Nora pressed, even intimate scenes won't bother you? Huxley didn't answer immediately. To ensure he understood the implications, Nora added, even without explicit scenes, dramas often have romantic storylines. You don't know how fanatical CP fans can be, most wanting to tear apart the original couple. Nora enjoyed dramas and idolized celebrities, so she understood this deeply. Huxley countered, can they really do that? Nora was momentarily speechless. Indeed, as a top-tier mogul, Huxley was untouchable. Right, Nora continued, suppose. Alexei is from the same acting program. If he acted in a romance drama with Shinger, could you handle that? Huxley frowned and retorted, it seems like you're suggesting that actors have no freedom and are forced to do certain things. There are so many scripts and actors, must a specific role be limited to a specific actor? Must unsuitable scripts still be acted out? Don't bring up extreme cases, otherwise, we won't reach any conclusion. Huxley's words left Nora speechless. They were logical and powerful. Nora remained silent for a moment before Huxley continued, don't stereotype actors as if all male and female leads must play intimate scenes. Who made this rule? Is it absolutely necessary? Nora shrugged, your point is valid. I admit it. However, if there's an intimate scene, wouldn't you be jealous? When that happens, don't come crying to me. Huxley seriously considered it for a second and replied, jealousy is one thing, support is another. I'm jealous because I love her, and I support her because I love her. I don't see how jealousy and support conflict. What's wrong with being both jealous and supportive? Huxley had laid everything on the table, leaving Nora unable to argue further. Gracelyn was touched, her eyes slightly reddening at the sight of Huxley defending her with every word, supporting and protecting her not just personally but also her profession. Amber and Huxley said, I'm jealous because I love her, and I support her because I love her. Love. Yes. Huxley definitely loved her. Amber, after years of harboring feelings for her, his affection had long since deepened into love. Nora scrutinized Huxley for a while, confirming his seriousness, and then said, since you've thought it through, I have nothing more to say. If you support her, I certainly will too. Then she turned to Gracelyn with a warm smile, Shinger, don't take it to heart. I was just asking seriously. My previous opposition came from a place of concern for your relationship. Quote, now that Huxley supports you so much, Mom will support you even more. Please don't misunderstand. No, Gracelyn quickly reassured her. Mom, you're doing what's best for me and us, I understand. Nora smiled, good. Now that this is settled. She took a deep breath and looked at Gracelyn's radiant face, saying, with your husband backing you up, go ahead and shine boldly and brilliantly. Gracelyn immediately smiled and held Nora's hand, thank you, Mom. Nonsense, sweetie. We're family. What's this about thanks? Nora chuckled lovingly, adding, Ambrose, my original purpose here was to discuss this matter. Enjoying the banter was just a sideshow. I should leave now, not wanting to disturb your time together. Your mother and I have a facial appointment. Gracelyn hurriedly responded, I'll visit her in a couple of days. Nora patted her hand, don't worry, your mother is very reassured about you. She told me women who marry well and have a good relationship with their husbands don't miss their parents' house at all. Gracelyn blushed slightly, Claude, I do miss her. Nora nodded, of course, you do. You're close by, so whenever you want to visit, you can. She glanced at her watch, time's about right. I'll head off now. Gracelyn stood up, let me see you out. Nora waved her off, no need, my secretary knows the way. Goodbye, back soon. Nora briskly left. Gracelyn waved, Chloe, Mom. Chloe, bye. Nora came in a hurry to discuss this important matter. Planning as a family was crucial, and once planned, she could rest easy. After Nora left, Gracelyn hadn't yet spoken to Huxley when Jeffrey curiously asked him, Chloe, how long have you been in love with sister-in-law? You're so deeply in love. Jeffrey was genuinely curious about how Huxley could be so generous as to let Gracelyn enter the entertainment industry, even accepting intimate scenes. He couldn't hold back the question. This halted Gracelyn, who was about to get up to cuddle Huxley, realizing she had forgotten to ask this today. Claude, it didn't matter, she had ways to find out. However, Jeffrey's question was perfect timing, though Gracelyn doubted he would get an answer. Sure enough, as Gracelyn suspected, Huxley's expression darkened upon hearing the question, and he subtly glanced at Gracelyn. She pretended not to notice. Jeffrey, sensing Huxley's displeasure, felt confused. Why was Chloe upset? Before he could inquire further, Huxley slowly said, I heard, you're broke now. Jeffrey froze. That memory rushed back. 3 months of frozen bank accounts. Ambrel dividends confiscated over 3 years. Feeling what poverty truly meant. Heartache. He was really poor now. After being left to Huxley by Hazel, his cards were indeed frozen, and Hazel didn't give him any luggage. They were used to traveling without luggage, buying new items wherever they went. When he arrived in the capital and moved into the Cheen family mansion, Jeffrey realized tragically he had no money. Fortunately, Nora provided for him, ensuring he wasn't lacking clothes or essentials. Claude being broke still stung. Jeffrey's lips twitched painfully as he conceded, yes, so Chloe Cheen, I rely on you for a salary now. Hearing this, Huxley's expression softened slightly, and he smiled. Jeffrey felt an unsettling premonition, his heart tightening. Gracelyn barely suppressed a laugh. Cheen Chloe was so devious. Indeed, the situation shifted abruptly. Chapter 102, Chloe Cheen is quite creative. Sure enough, Huxley smiled as he addressed Jeffrey, Xiao-Yuan. Hearing this nickname, Jeffrey's heart sank. He inwardly groaned, not good. Chloe sure is about to unleash a big move. Jeffrey stiffened and looked at Huxley, pretending to be respectful, yes, sir. Huxley continued to smile, speaking calmly, you came here to learn and gain experience, essentially apprenticing under me. I've been seriously imparting my valuable work experience to you, yet you expect a salary? Subtext, dream on, kid. Jeffrey. Indeed, Huxley's work experience was invaluable, especially his strategic acumen and sharp business instincts, which were innate. One could say that Huxley was a born business genius, and his expertise and commercial mindset were truly impressive. Most people would feel incredibly lucky to learn even a fraction of it. Following him in learning was like having one-on-one tutoring, something ordinary people couldn't even dream of. Jeffrey knew this but felt like crying when Huxley put it this way. Sure enough, the old fox was still an old fox. Gracelyn almost burst out laughing, but considering it wouldn't be nice, she held back her laughter. Cloaked, she loved seeing Huxley's sly side, jesting and teasing his good friends was indeed very entertaining. Jeffrey's face immediately turned gloomy, and he sighed dramatically, Amber. This bitter taste of poverty. Pfft. Gracelyn finally couldn't hold back and laughed. Jeffrey scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Huxley, lips curved slightly, unleashed another bigger move. Since you're here to learn, you should actually pay me for tuition. Upon hearing this, Jeffrey almost spouted blood, crying internally, coming here as labor and paying tuition? Truly tragic. Russell happened to enter with documents just then and couldn't help gloating at Jeffrey's misfortune. Though Jeffrey's plight was miserable, Russell found it oddly delightful. Seeing Russell smiling like a flower, Jeffrey shot him a glare. Then he realized Huxley wasn't just changing the subject but also warning him not to gossip about the secret admiration. Jeffrey couldn't help touching his chin, pondering, do these elites really dislike prying into their privacy? Indeed, top elites are very guarded, especially someone like Huxley. It was hard to imagine such a top-tier figure engaging in secret admiration for years, so thoroughly keeping it hidden. Moreover, waiting for Gracelyn to propose a sudden marriage, definitely an ancient old fox. Jeffrey couldn't help wondering what Huxley would do if Gracelyn hadn't proposed a sudden marriage. Would he wait until she had enough or wait until she dated someone else before making a move? With Huxley's impeccable strategy, he'd likely be the last man standing in any business battle, with incredible mental fortitude. Despite his curiosity, since he understood Huxley's intentions, Jeffrey wouldn't pursue it further. Just then, Russell arrived with documents and wore a smug look, so Jeffrey changed the topic, coughing awkwardly, oh well, sorry, Mr. Jiang, for causing embarrassment. Russell handed over the documents Huxley approved, smiling at Jeffrey, no problem, Mr. Fong. No need to be embarrassed, everyone knows you're broke now. Jeffrey. Really? Everyone knows? What would his prestigious L Corporation president status think? Jeffrey was displeased, quickly responding, if so, Mr. Jiang, lend me some money. Anyway, with no face left to lose, he might as well go all out. Money mattered more right now, poor and mocked was too much. Russell, surprisingly generous, responded, Amber right. How much? Jeffrey's eyes lit up, Amber 100 million first. Russell. I just remembered, there's a file I need to handle urgently. Russell hurriedly said, turning to leave. Jeffrey chased after him, oh no, Mr. Jiang, don't go. You don't have 100 million? I can't believe it. How about 80 million? 70. Can't go lower. Watching the two bicker, Gracelyn almost laughed herself silly. After they left, she finally let out a hearty laugh, rubbing her sore stomach from holding it in. Huxley turned to see her laughing and his gaze softened. He extended his hand, Chloe, come here. Gracelyn happily complied, sitting on his lap and circling his neck. Huxley was pleased with her less reserved demeanor. She giggled and asked, husband, will Jeffrey be upset or hurt? She was concerned as Jeffrey was a guest. If the joke went too far, it wouldn't be right. Huxley caressed her hand, don't worry. Jeffrey isn't fragile. We've known each other since childhood, our relationship is very familiar. You'll see, despite his protests, he never holds back when others are down. Is that so? Gracelyn blinked, finding their interactions intriguing. Was this the dynamic of mutual love and rivalry? Yes, Huxley nodded, don't worry, that's how we've always interacted. It's a men's thing, the more playful the teasing, the deeper the brotherhood. Understanding Huxley's explanation, Gracelyn nodded confidently, okay, as you say. Huxley couldn't resist kissing her soft lips, whispering, Amber, you really set on acting? Gracelyn hesitated, biting her lip, yeah, pretty much. I want to pursue this career. Huxley raised an eyebrow, voice dropping lower, how sure? Don't give up on being my secretary, that's a good position too. Gracelyn bit her lip harder, feeling conflicted. Huxley sighed, leaning close to whisper, daytime secretary, nighttime wife, a new experience. Let's try it, okay? Gracelyn blushed deeply, thinking Huxley was quite creative. Seeing her silence, Huxley added, of course, during the day, a proper secretary. Gracelyn blushed even more, gently pushing Huxley, your conditions, wrong. Huxley raised an eyebrow, what's wrong? Gracelyn deliberately said, secretary and boss, husband, did you think of this before? Huxley paused, not getting it, Clofor, no, never thought of it. Gracelyn clarified, not me. Amber about other secretaries. Huxley was taken aback, his expression souring. Gracelyn felt no guilt as she intentionally stared at him, well, did you? Translation ends here while maintaining paragraph structure and tone as requested. Huxley was clearly getting annoyed and immediately saw through Gracelyn's deliberate provocation. He bit gently on her tender red lips, saying, nonsense, you'll get your bottom smacked. Gracelyn pouted slightly in pain. Huxley softened again, sighing softly, don't say such things. You know. I only have you in my heart, always only you. This answer, though Gracelyn already knew it, still made her feel as sweet as if she had drunk a large jar of honey. She smiled with her lips pursed. Then, Gracelyn deliberately asked, "Claude, you didn't tell me when you started secretly admiring me. Who knows if you liked any of your secretaries before that?" Sigh. Smart as Huxley was, how could he not know Gracelyn was forcing him to admit something? Originally, Gracelyn hadn't mentioned the duration of his secret admiration for long today, and Huxley had breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she brought it up again, it must be because of Jeffrey's earlier words. After thinking for a moment, Huxley reiterated firmly, "Never, never at all. In here, there has never been anyone but you." He pointed to his heart. Gracelyn slowly raised an eyebrow. It seemed Huxley wasn't planning to disclose the details, he truly kept it hidden. Since that was the case, Gracelyn didn't intend to push him further. Perhaps Chlorother had his reasons. She thought for a while and nodded, "Right, I understand." Seeing that she wasn't going to press him further, Huxley felt relieved but also furrowed his brow. Though she wasn't questioning him anymore, she didn't seem particularly happy either. He kissed her lips deeply, murmuring, "Stupid baby, don't overthink it, not at all." After kissing deeply for a while, Gracelyn gently pushed Huxley away, breathing slightly hard. "Husband, does this mean you still don't want me to act?" thought she wouldn't question his secret admiration, she needed clarity on this matter. "There isn't," Huxley denied without hesitation, "no matter what decision you make, I support you." I said, supporting you, doesn't conflict with trying to persuade you to be my secretary." Gracelyn instantly understood. Happily, she planted a kiss on Huxley's lips. "I know, husband is so good. I will definitely think carefully. Give me a few more days." Right, no rush." Huxley's voice was low and gentle as he lightly held Gracelyn's chin. "Take as long as you need." Saying that, he kissed her again. The two soon merged into a passionate kiss. Gracelyn completely forgot about the topic of secret admiration. Huxley was addictive. Once tasted, one could never resist or even want to resist. Jeffrey haggled with Russell for a long time and finally agreed on a loan of $50 million. However, Jeffrey's card couldn't be used anymore. Russell kindly offered to get him a new card the next day. Jeffrey was almost moved to offer himself until Russell gave him a preemptive warning. "Mr. Fong, offering yourself isn't necessary. Interest can work." Jeffrey stood up decisively. "I have other matters, bye-bye." And he walked out. Chlorowing the money put Jeffrey in a fantastic mood. Claude, upon returning to the office, he saw Huxley and Gracelyn locked in an intense kiss amidst a sea of flowers. For some reason, this sight made Jeffrey blush. Thinking about turning around and leaving seemed inappropriate, making it seem like he disapproved or was uncomfortable seeing them kiss. After some consideration, Jeffrey decided turning around wasn't suitable. So, what else could he do? Watch, of course. They'd finish eventually. Standing for 2 minutes, Jeffrey felt numb, becoming a single dog desperate to cry. After 3 minutes, Jeffrey couldn't help but cough lightly and announce, "I'm back." Only then did Huxley and Gracelyn reluctantly separate. Gracelyn blushed slightly, while Huxley looked at Jeffrey. Jeffrey felt awkward. Well, should I leave?" "You can continue." As he spoke, he really wanted to turn and leave. Huxley ordered, "Come back, get back to work." There wasn't much work to do in the office anyway. Jeffrey replied, "Okay," and hurried back to his desk. Gracelyn felt a little embarrassed. "Husband, you both work well. I'll continue watching dramas." "Okay," Huxley nodded, gently rubbing her lower back. "Go ahead." Gracelyn returned to her workstation. It was a dreamy, pink area Huxley had prepared for her meticulously. Comfortably seated in her office chair, Gracelyn put on headphones and opened the TV series. Only then did she truly feel how great this workstation was. Very safe, secure, and warm, this spot belonged to her. Just as Huxley said, "In my place, you will always have a seat." She realized the importance of this spot. Yes, even if she weren't Huxley's secretary, as long as she came to Huxley's office, she would always have a place just for her. Watching for a couple of minutes, Gracelyn suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Jeffrey. She stared at him for a while, and Jeffrey noticed. Looking up, he saw Gracelyn staring intently at him and became nervous. What did his sister-in-law mean by looking at him like that? Next second, Jeffrey became even more anxious as Gracelyn took off her headphones, stood up, and tiptoed toward him. Jeffrey's internal alarm bells rang. What was his sister-in-law going to do? Translation ends here, maintaining paragraph structure and tone as requested. Chapter 103, Jealousy. Jeffrey, this curious baby, has the best quality of knowing his limits and knowing when to back off. He is several years younger than Huxley, only 26 this year. Despite taking up the position of CEO at L Family right after graduation, he still retains a youthful spirit when he's with Huxley and the others. Or perhaps it's just that whenever they're together, they all stay pretty young at heart. Cause Jeffrey knows his limits, he always feels, well, how should he put it? When Auntie, wife, calls him over secretly, he always thinks it's not quite right. Especially given who Huxley is. Jeffrey knows Huxley too well, a top-tier financial titan, certainly authoritarian and domineering. Huxley seemed absorbed in his work, yet as Gracelyn approached, walking around from behind him, Jeffrey couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Huxley, discovering that Huxley didn't seem to care much. It felt like Huxley was completely indulgent. It felt like, my wife can do whatever she wants, and as long as I don't say anything, the rest of you have to indulge her. Jeffrey pressed his lips together. Fine, he wouldn't make a sound either. Gracelyn stopped halfway and then turned back suddenly. Jeffrey? What's going on here? Claude, in a way, this is good, get back to serious work. Just as Jeffrey sighed in relief, he felt a little uneasy in the next moment. Cloca's Gracelyn went back to push her own office chair. She silently pushed the pink office chair, once again coming around from behind Huxley. Jeffrey? So, Amber thought Huxley couldn't see her? Jeffrey looked at Huxley again, finding that Huxley still wasn't paying attention and let Gracelyn do as she pleased. Jeffrey. Amber, right, you two are really something. Gracelyn pushed her chair to sit beside Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Clore, are you on, could I ask you something? Gracelyn asked softly with a smile. Jeffrey. Does she need to be even quieter? Jeffrey cleared his throat and immediately replied, Amber, what is it? Gracelyn seemed a bit embarrassed, lowering her voice further. I heard Amber and Hazel say, your sister likes Clore Chin. Could I see a picture of your sister? Upon hearing this, Jeffrey raised an eyebrow slowly. So, that's what it's about. Amber, after speaking, Gracelyn quickly added, don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything by it, I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient for you, it's fine. Jeffrey said, there's no inconvenience. Yes, Carly's feelings for She are known by everyone. Claude She doesn't like her, and he made it very clear to her early on. Amber, you don't need to worry, actually, there's no need for you to even be curious. She really likes you, and he has never been this kind to any other woman. Close-sides, he has admitted to having had a crush on you, so Carly shouldn't affect you at all. Gracelyn seriously replied, and virtually, I was quite surprised. I think Carly must be very beautiful. Her birth and background are far better than mine. You are members of the royal family of Y country, and, she's also younger than me. Saying this made Gracelyn feel a bit wistful. Objectively speaking, she really did compare unfavorably to Carly. Moreover, seeing Nora and Hazel's interactions, and Jeffrey and Huxley's relationship, it seemed that the Fong family and the Chin family had a closer relationship than her family and the Chin family. Therefore, she was indeed quite curious about girls like Carly. Gracelyn's words made Jeffrey smile involuntarily. He quoted a truism, love has nothing to do with conditions. Gracelyn originally felt that way too, but it seemed that society today wasn't entirely like that. Gracelyn scratched her head, oh, okay. Since Jeffrey wasn't showing her the photo, she figured her request might have been too abrupt. Jeffrey picked up his phone but saw Gracelyn getting up. Amber, you're not going to look? Gracelyn was taken aback, she hadn't expected Jeffrey to show her. Gracelyn immediately said, yes. Jeffrey generously found Carly's photo and handed it to Gracelyn. Here, she's pretty decent, right? The moment Gracelyn saw it, her eyes lit up. You call this decent? Carly was genuinely beautiful. Like Jeffrey, due to her one-quarter Y country bloodline, she maintained the facial features of the Empire people, black hair, black eyes, fair skin, and prominent cheekbones and nose. Really, she was stunning. Moreover, born into nobility, she exuded a regal demeanor even in a single photo, reminiscent of popular top-stream stars overseas, beautiful and glamorous rich second-generation celebrities. In short, Gracelyn was stunned. She thought Carly was much more beautiful than her. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of jealousy. She's really beautiful. Gracelyn couldn't help but tell Jeffrey, she looks like a celebrity, so beautiful, so beautiful. Is that so? Jeffrey raised an eyebrow, carefully looked at the photo, and gave the same evaluation, decent enough. Gracelyn. She's obviously beautiful. Gracelyn said again. Jeffrey curiously asked, Amber, you jealous, Amber? Before Gracelyn could answer, Huxley suddenly said, Chloe, come here. Turns out, Huxley had been listening the whole time while appearing to be fully engaged in work. Jeffrey also put away his phone, Amber, no need to be jealous. She won't be a threat to you. Carly is just a bit spoiled. Gracelyn hurriedly replied, that's not what I meant. In fact, she didn't know how to explain. Jeffrey understood empathetically, I get it, I understand. She is calling you. Gracelyn looked at Huxley. Jeffrey stood up, She, I'll go get some documents from President Jiang. With that, he ran off. Huxley let him go and then extended his hand toward Gracelyn. Gracelyn blinked, pushing her office chair to sit beside Huxley. Huxley took her hand, turned his head, and looked at her with a smile. He asked, jealous? Gracelyn replied honestly, not really jealous, just curious. Claude husband, Carly is really beautiful. Huxley responded with the same phrase, decent enough. Gracelyn. Gracelyn counted off Carly's virtues on her fingers, then looked at Huxley, such a wonderful girl. You don't even like her. Huxley held Gracelyn's hand and replied, no, I only like you. Touched, Gracelyn hugged Huxley tightly. Husband, I only like you too. Huxley was delighted. It's my utmost honor. With that, he gently pinched Gracelyn's chin and kissed her. Poor Jeffrey left on purpose not to disturb their intimacy. Claude upon returning, he encountered them kissing passionately again. Jeffrey? Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Didn't they just kiss? Why are they doing it again? Should he leave? Today, She Corporation was bustling with the garden in Clolum spectacle. Passers-by marveled at this incredible sight, snapping photos and sharing them online. The employees of She Corporation were no different. Perry happened to pass by today and saw this beautiful scene as well. She stopped her car instantly to watch She Corporation. She Corporation was iconic, with its opulent golden splendor complemented by the garden's red hues, creating a breathtaking view that almost made Perry's eyes redden. How humiliating it had been when she was thrown out, contrasting starkly with this sweeping romanticism. She had literally been tossed out of the headquarters hall by security, lying on her back with all four limbs sprawled out. Luckily, she was wearing long pants that day. Claude, it was still unbearably humiliating. She had never been able to figure out why. Ever since that first time when she brought heart-shaped fruit slices for Huxley, she had endured nothing but humiliation. Even today, just passing by this place meant witnessing this spectacle and feeling inexplicably humiliated again. Compared to Gracelyn's happiness, her own pitiful state felt like a cruel mockery. She could imagine that this was all orchestrated by Huxley to make Gracelyn smile. Claude, she couldn't help wanting to confirm it. She even went so far as to think wildly that this wasn't for Gracelyn. Perhaps Huxley had changed his heart. Huxley is such a scumbag. Maybe he has his eye on someone else. It could be a new employee at the company, or perhaps a beautiful client discussing a deal. Ambernion, but Gracelyn. Perry cried in her car until she laughed. Finally, she wiped her tears, got out of the car, and stubbornly went to the entrance of the park to ask around. That day, she had only been thrown out of the headquarters hall, and the guards at the gate didn't know about it. With a forced smile and using her beauty queen charm, Perry leaned against the guardhouse and asked, Claude brother, did something joyous happen at She Corporation today? It looks like a sea of flowers, so beautiful. The guard, who knew who Perry was but not what she had done, replied respectfully, I don't know if it's joyous, but yes, these are the flowers our President Cheen sent to Lady Cheen. I heard that today. President Cheen said he wanted the flowers to bloom wherever Lady Cheen's eyes fell. After hearing this, Perry couldn't even muster a smile and left with red, tearful eyes. The guard was puzzled and remarked to another, what's up with Kala? Did she cry? The other one replied, Amber, you stupid. She's always wanted to be our Lady Cheen. Now that can't happen, wouldn't she cry instead of laugh? The guard scratched his head. Really? She wanted to be Lady Cheen? Claude, after so long, she never talked things through with President Cheen. I thought they were just friends. If Cheen liked her, why would he have dragged it out? Even I understood this, how could she not? Perry returned to her car and stomped on the gas pedal. Amber burned within her, making her drive recklessly fast. Only when she almost caused an accident did she stop, shaken. No. She couldn't just give up. She couldn't let this little bitch Gracelyn beat her. Why should Gracelyn deserve it? She had nothing, just a freshly graduated college student with no standout qualities. Just because of her face? There were so many beautiful women in the world. Why should it be her? She refused to lose, couldn't lose. She would not let Gracelyn have it easy. Absolutely not. After borrowing money, Jeffrey was exceptionally happy and generous. Clofore leaving work, he said to Huxley, Sure G, let's go to Royal One for dinner tonight. My treat. Huxley glanced at him and flatly refused, no. Jeffrey? Jeffrey suddenly remembered and quickly guessed, you're going home to cook for sister-in-law, aren't you? Yep. Huxley nodded. Jeffrey gaped. He had heard Russell and others talk about it, but he hadn't expected Huxley to really do it every meal. It was as if he had become addicted to cooking. Jeffrey swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Going to Royal One was just for eating. Moreover, Royal One belonged to Huxley, and he could eat there 3 times a day. All he had to do was open his mouth. Yet, he insisted on cooking himself, seemingly enjoying it endlessly. Did that even make sense? Amber dignified CEO. Jeffrey was speechless for a moment, then blurted out, okay. Then I'll come to Shiwan for dinner too. Sure G, I've never eaten your homemade food. The CEOs Jiang and Lu have all had it, that's not fair. Huxley smiled gently and repeated, no. Jeffrey. Huxley explained, I cook for my wife, not for you guys. Why do you always want to freeload? You can go to Royal One yourself, put it on my bill, and consider it my treat. Jeffrey protested, no. I want to eat what you cooked. Huxley. Jeffrey turned to Gracelyn for help, who immediately agreed, sure, sure. Then she turned to Huxley and said, husband, let's cook together. Huxley said, no. Gracelyn. Jeffrey. Huxley thought about it the same way he always did, they wouldn't just come for a meal, they would stay long after eating. Last time, Amber Laster nearly performed a striptease from drinking too much and delayed Huxley's time with Gracelyn, making her wait alone in the bedroom for over an hour. Jeffrey was almost ready to bleed out of frustration. He thought the same as Amberlaster and others back then. Well, we'll just show up uninvited. What could Huxley do? Would he really kick them out? He didn't believe it. Not only that, but Jeffrey decided to invite John, Weston, Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, and Court. After making the decision, Jeffrey patted himself on the back for being clever. He wanted to see how Huxley would eject them all from She1, ha ha ha. After work, Jeffrey called Amberlaster on the way back to Chin residence. "Lou boss, up for some freeloading?" Amberlaster laughed and teased, "Is Feng boss so poor now that you can only freeload?" Jeffrey retorted, "Amber, am I that helpless? I got the money." Amberlaster asked, "Then why are you freeloading instead of treating us?" Jeffrey explained, to She1, to freeload on Shiji's homemade food. "I haven't tried it yet, and I'm craving it." Amberlaster instantly got it and enthusiastically responded, "Freeload. Must freeload. Let's go." Suddenly remembering something, Amberlaster added, "Right, we're not just freeloaders. We need to stick around and refuse to leave, got it?" Jeffrey replied, What? Why? He only wanted to freeload on the meal. What did refusing to leave mean? Chapter 104, The Happy Freeloading Group. Amberlaster thoroughly disdained Jeffrey's naivety, deciding to lecture him while guiding him gently. "Oh my, President Fong, you're still too young. Let me ask you, why doesn't President Chin want you to join for dinner?" Jeffrey answered without hesitation, "If I go, more food has to be prepared, and it's troublesome." Amberlaster. Indeed, he was putting on a great act. Amberlaster smacked his lips. "Well said, but no more excuses next time." Jeffrey felt a chill but then added, "If I go, it would seem unfair if others don't. Amber, at least Shao-Chi and second Clorother should come, making it 3 of us. If you guys catch wind of this, even more people will show up. Shirgu won't want the hassle, and neither would I in his shoes." Jeffrey made sense. Preparing for 2 is much easier than for 5 or 10. Amberlaster coughed lightly, deciding to lead by example to properly educate Jeffrey about naivety. Amberlaster explained, "In theory, yes. The real reason President Chin doesn't want us to join is that we distract him from spending time with his wife. So we should stick around after dinner." After some thought, Jeffrey replied, "Spending time with his wife is not a problem. They're newlyweds, deeply in love. Amber and Shirgu truly loves sister-in-law. He's been secretly in love with her for a long time. If it were me, I'd also want to be glued to my wife. So it's right for him to spend more time with her." Amberlaster. Amberlaster continued, "Tempting, that's true, but as brothers, wouldn't it feel wrong if we didn't cause a little trouble for Chin? Wouldn't that betray our unbreakable brotherhood? Absolutely wrong, right?" Upon hearing this, Jeffrey instantly understood, although he wasn't really clueless. Rather, Clorother Yuan was deliberately playing dumb. First, he respected and admired Huxley since childhood, seeing him as an older brother figure, so he found it a bit awkward to play tricks openly. Amberhem. Second, learning about Graceland and Huxley's love story had made him a fan of the couple. Third, if someone had to be the villain, Amberlaster was the most suitable. After all, Clorother Lu had been stubborn since childhood, persistently unrepentant, with a strong belief in perseverance and resilience, traits that made him a top-notch figure in medicine despite his mischievous nature. This didn't stop him from bickering and scheming with his brothers. Thus, having Clorother Amberlaster lead this escapade was perfect. Jeffrey smiled, pretending to have an epiphany. "Amber, I see. You're absolutely right, President Lu. Truly wise words. Learned. Amberlaster laughed. "President Fong, your act is getting old. Stop it before I refuse to cooperate." Amberlaster knew Jeffrey well. He'd always been deceptively innocent. "Haha." Jeffrey laughed. "Not at all, you flatter me." Amberlaster chuckled sarcastically. "I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts." Jeffrey defended himself. "Today in the office, I secretly took a beautiful photo of Shirgu and sister-in-law. Seeing it makes one believe in the beauty of love again, so how could I disturb them?" Amberlaster replied, "Enough, President Fong. You're already spotless. Close-eyes, such unscrupulous matters are second nature to me." Jeffrey laughed again. "Amber, right, then invite Meng Er and Meng Da too. More people make it lively." Amberlaster teased him, "Still denying you're sneaky?" No, where? Please don't misunderstand me, Clorother Lu." Amberlaster, "Get out." Cloak at the Chin residence, Jeffrey called Weston and John to invite them for dinner at Shi1. Weston immediately lit up. "Coming, bro." John was equally excited. "Sure, I'll be there soon." Originally, they were about to start eating, but Nora noticed the brothers getting ready to leave. "Where are you going? Why hasn't Yuan returned yet?" Weston replied, "Not coming back. Zahir is waiting outside. We're heading to Shi1 for a free meal, with Clorother cooking personally." John added with a smile, "Yes, never tasted it yet, must be delicious." Nora was surprised. "What? Huxley cooking? He knows how." "Impossible. Is this mischief? What are you up to?" Nora was unaware that Huxley could cook. John explained, Mother, Clorother can cook well and does it every day for his wife. Right. Weston chimed in. Never tasted it, must try. John agreed, me too. Nora laughed. Amber believable lie, please. Huxley cooks. He barely steps into the kitchen. Everything is done by servants for him. How can he suddenly be so industrious? Haha. Tell me, what mischief are you planning? Weston hastily responded. Mom, details later. We're off for dinner, Zahir is waiting. Chloe. He eagerly dragged John away, as if something urgent awaited them. Nora. These kids. Realizing later, she saw a shy girl hesitating, quickly adding, wait, aren't you taking Xiao Shui? Weston realized, urgently waving. Come on, hurry. Raquel promptly followed, calling, Elder Clorother, wait for me. She turned to greet Nora, ambivalently, I'm leaving. Nora nodded. Go on. Sitting at the dining table, Qin Shuquan put down his newspaper, smiling. Since Yuan came, the house has become livelier. Little Qi is like a monkey, lacking his elder brother's steadiness and his second brother's elegance, just a rambunctious child. Amber's simple dinner invitation seems like the house is on fire. Nora smiled. Spoiled by you, indeed. Qin Shuquan. Not at all, Qin Shuquan countered. I was only in my 30s when Weston was born, not 60. Nora joked, want another child at 60? Qin Shuquan sternly replied, stop dreaming, Nora. No funny ideas. Nora giggled, hitting him playfully. Old scoundrel. Let's eat. Qin Shuquan paused, looking at Nora. Do you think Xiao Shui likes second Clorother? Nora frowned. No way, even if she does, it's not suitable. Don't you agree? Right, Qin Shuquan nodded. It's not about class, but you deserves better. Nora couldn't help but laugh. Your son is almost 30, yet you still call him Yaya? He'll be upset if he hears that again. After saying this, Nora continued, little Clorother said Xiao Shui saved him. She's a benefactor to our family. We should treat her well and repay this kindness properly. Qin Shuquan nodded. Of course, but will you like her? Nora put down her bowl, unable to resist. I don't think so. Little Clorother has high standards. Qin Shuquan seemed relieved. Once Xiao Shui gets settled in, what about gifting her a villa? Nora agreed. Yes, we should. One villa might not be enough, she should also get a car and some money. Amber, there's the matter of finding her work. Qin Shuquan served Nora some vegetables. Leave it to you to handle at your discretion. Nora replied, Amber right, no rush. Huxley and Xingchen are planning their wedding on their own. Once the rings and dresses are set, there'll be many small details to take care of, which will keep them busy for a while. Talking about their outstanding eldest son's wedding filled Qin Shuquan with satisfaction. He nodded repeatedly, brimming with anticipation. It would be perfect if we could have grandchildren sooner. It would enrich my retirement life even more. Thinking of cute, chubby little babies made Qin Shuquan's eyes light up. Nora hesitated to mention that Huxley seemed reluctant to have children early, to avoid dashing his hopes. After eating a few bites, Qin Shuquan suddenly paused, looking at Nora. Do you think Weston won't like Xiao Shui? Nora massaged her temples. One moment he's your precious baby, the next he's a wastrel. Moreover, every time a girl comes home, you start guessing who likes whom, first little Clorother, now third Clorother. Qin Shuquan explained, I'm just worried. Nora reassured him. You really don't need to worry about Weston. Look at who he hangs out with, Nicola, Brianna, Celine, they're as close as peas in a pod. That kid enjoys quite the blessings, surrounded by beauties, I wouldn't be surprised if he marries all three. Qin Shuquan. That can't be right, Qin Shuquan said seriously. That wouldn't be good, nor appropriate for our family. Close-eyes, those girls aren't fools, they wouldn't agree to such a thing. Nora replied, I don't know if it's possible, but even if it were, I wouldn't be surprised. Weston has high standards, and he seems a bit clueless about relationships, he's a total straight man. This remark made Qin Shuquan laugh. Which of our three sons isn't clueless? They haven't even thought about dating yet. If they took the initiative, we'd already have grandchildren to dote on. Now we've only sorted out one son, and it was the girl who made the first move. Nora sighed, they all follow your lead. Qin Shuquan. Weston thought, my eldest brother is a formidable prince, and second Clorother is your beloved Yaya? I'm the wastrel and the brat? Indeed, even if I had 3 wives to pamper me, I wouldn't be surprised, given how badly I've been treated. The Xiao Shui, Qin Shuquan and Nora referred to as Ning Shuiting, the girl John brought back from Amberfrica. Living in an Amberfrican slum, Ning Shuiting was from an imperial country, as were her parents. Her family immigrated to Amberfrica during her grandfather's generation, fell into financial ruin, and became impoverished virtually overnight, unable to return to the empire and forced to stay. Despite her difficult circumstances, Ning Shuiting excelled academically. She was a sophomore, 20 years old, the same age as Carly. When John went to teach in Amberfrica, he encountered regions prone to conflict, especially in the slums. Poverty led to frequent robberies, sometimes involving firearms. Once, while teaching in the slums, John was confronted by a group of radical youths. Unbeknownst to anyone, one of them brandished a crude, homemade handgun at John. Ning Shueting jumped in front of him, pushing him aside and saving his life. This incident laid the foundation for John bringing Ning Shueting back to the empire. First, to repay her for saving his life, and second, because she showed promise academically. Initially, Ning Shueting knew John came from a good family, but she never imagined just how affluent they were. No, make that incredibly affluent. She realized this when she boarded the private jet sent by Huxley to pick up John. Only then did Ning Shueting understand that wealthy people truly owned private jets and had their own dedicated routes. Moreover, these jets were spacious and comfortable, with lavish interiors resembling small palaces. Gold-plated or solid gold seats adorned the aircraft. Regardless of whether they were gold-plated or solid gold, they were incredibly beautiful and dazzling. Ning Shueting also encountered such wealth up close for the first time, initially thinking it was John's jet. John clarified it belonged to his elder brother. Weston pulled John along excitedly to Jeffrey's car. Jeffrey was equally delighted and immediately rolled down the window, beckoning them. Get in, get in. Weston eagerly opened the passenger door, ready to climb in, but John stopped him. Let Xiao Shui sit up front. Amber, okay, Weston scratched his head but complied. Amber right. Ning Shueting blushed and took the front seat, while John and Weston got into the back. Weston patted the rear console. Father Clorother, hurry up, let's go to Sight1-1 for a free meal. Jeffrey laughed. Little She is so adorable, always so lively and spirited. Weston retorted instantly. Father Clorother, I'm 22. Please stop calling me adorable. Physical age, John remarked, but mental age. He looked at Jeffrey. How old do you think? Jeffrey laughed. Not more than 3, definitely. Huh, John joined in. Weston. These terrible men. Weston snapped back, still okay, I may be 3, but you two together don't add up to 3. Humph, carrot. Weston added, second Clorother, I don't want to love you anymore. Remember, you got your house and car thanks to me. Humph, carrot. This was because Huxley had initially given Weston a car and a house before John returned. To avoid seeming favoritism, Huxley had Weston arrange the same for John, though it wasn't fully settled yet. John smiled and patted Weston's head. Understood, understood. Little She is the best. Weston perked up and continued patting the console. Farther Clorother, drive, drive. Let's go. Jeffrey laughed uncontrollably, stepping on the gas. Amber's you wish, young master. Hashtag chapter 105, CEO Chen's counterattack succeeds, a complete victory. Weston was nearly speechless. Forget the little prince, he was more like a little pitiful one, really. Jeffrey stepped on the gas and shot out, speeding up quickly. After all, this was a luxury car with a powerful engine and plenty of horsepower. The car he chose from the Chen residence garage was a Maybach in an ice blue color that looked incredibly cool. Inside, it was opulent and comfortable, with a diamond-encrusted steering wheel. Despite the high speed, the ride inside remained as stable as ever, and the comfort level didn't diminish at all. This was Huxley's custom-made Maybach stored at the Chen residence, and it was the only one in the world. How could it not be comfortable? Claude Raquel, sitting in the passenger seat, was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to grab something for support but dared not wanting to expose her ignorance and poverty. Weston, John, and Jeffrey were very calm, completely unaffected by either the car or the speed. John handed a bank card over from the back seat and placed it on the dashboard between the driver and passenger seats. He said softly, Little Yuan, I heard you're a bit tight on money right now. You can use this card first. Jeffrey immediately felt warmth and said, Thank you, second Clorother, but I've already borrowed some money. Really? That's good. John raised an eyebrow but wasn't surprised. Borrowing money for Jeffrey was just a matter of a word. Yes. Jeffrey smiled. I borrowed from Chairman Jiang. At that moment, the car's voice assistant reminded them, You haven't fastened your seatbelt yet. Please fasten your seatbelt for safety reasons. Jeffrey glanced over and saw that Raquel hadn't fastened her seatbelt. Hey, miss, Jeffrey prompted, the seatbelt. Actually, Jeffrey couldn't remember Raquel's name. Raquel's face turned beet red with embarrassment, hurriedly responding with an, oh, as she tried to find the seatbelt. The embarrassing thing was. She had no idea where the seatbelt was or how to fasten it. Coming from a slum in a poor region of Africa, her poverty was obvious. The only means of transportation she had ever used was a bicycle. Taxis were a luxury far beyond her reach, let alone buses. Amber's private car seatbelts were different from bus seatbelts. In this car, the seatbelt was hidden and required pressing a button next to it to release it. Raquel was utterly embarrassed, not knowing where to even begin looking. I'm sorry, Raquel stammered, extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, John promptly intervened, saying, Xiao Shui, there's a button above your right shoulder. Press it. Raquel pressed the button so hard her lips almost bled, and the seatbelt did indeed come out, but she still didn't know how to fasten it, standing there helplessly holding the seatbelt. Jeffrey, probably never having met someone who didn't know how to fasten a seatbelt, asked, "Cloacle up." The continuous reminder sound was quite annoying. Raquel was about to cry. Jeffrey then stopped the car by the roadside, his eyebrows arching as he glanced at John, unsure if he was addressing him or Raquel, don't know how. John realized his oversight but, to save Raquel's dignity, said, "She might not know how. Little Yuan, please help her buckle up." "Okay." Jeffrey responded and leaned over to help Raquel with her seatbelt. Raquel's face grew redder, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or something else. Men like Jeffrey were naturally handsome, with mixed heritage giving him deep and defined features, especially his prominent brow ridges and nose bridge, which were incredibly attractive. As he moved closer, his perfume smelled nice, a robust masculine scent. Raquel had no idea what brand it was but knew it must be expensive. Indeed, as Jeffrey approached to help her with the seatbelt, his entire presence exuded wealth. Wealth had an undeniable allure, a captivating charm. Raquel, of course, had heard about Jeffrey's identity at the Sheen residence and had secretly looked up online what the L family represented. Amber Global top luxury century-old brand, with individual item prices that made her heart skip a beat. His mother was even a royal princess. To Raquel, all this was beyond reach, more distant than dreams. Jeffrey quickly helped Raquel fasten the seatbelt. She looked at him and whispered, "Thank you, Yuan brother." While Jeffrey couldn't recall her name, she remembered his clearly. "No problem," Jeffrey replied nonchalantly, straightening up and driving off again. Even though she had been helped, Raquel felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. This feeling came from the vast differences in wealth, status, and power. Jeffrey's casual attitude toward her seemed dismissive, making her feel particularly uncomfortable. After starting the car, Weston curiously asked, "Clorother Yuan, how much did you borrow from old Zhang?" Jeffrey answered, "Not much, just 50 million. Right," Weston nodded. John silently retrieved the card, and Weston asked John curiously, "Second Clorother, how much is on this card?" John laughed and said, "I'm not sure, maybe around 300,000. Weston chuckled, "Second Clorother, don't joke, Father Yuan will think you're treating him like a beggar." No. Jeffrey quickly responded, "I'm really broke, down to my last penny. Even 300 yuan would be precious to me. Claude, I've already borrowed some money, second Clorother, please don't misunderstand." John said, "I won't misunderstand. You guys always talk about millions and billions, while I'm just a poor professor." Weston gave John a sidelong glance, "Keep playing dumb. You're only poor in terms of humility, HMPF." John smiled warmly and tossed the card to Weston, "I found this one tidying up yesterday. Not sure how long it's been there." Weston said, "I know, you're not lending, you're giving it away. Yuan doesn't need it, so it's mine now." Jeffrey immediately protested, No, I'll use it. Second Clorother's kindness is invaluable. Shao-Chi, no greed, give it back." Given Jeffrey's genuine poverty, Weston didn't argue and tossed the card to him, "Here, enough for a meal." Jeffrey couldn't help but comment frugally, "Eat 30,000 in one meal? Are you drinking blood?" Weston huffed, "Keep pretending. Don't men get more pretentious with age? Do you really not know that you can't even afford a bottle of wine with 30,000? Actually, not even that." Jeffrey said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm poor now, don't bring up the past. Amber's steamed bun a day makes me happy." Weston. John. Enough, John interrupted, "Little Yuan, you're overacting. If Amber and Hazel heard this, she'd think we mistreated you." Jeffrey laughed, No, Mom would be relieved." They continued laughing and joking, but Raquel couldn't join in. Her only thought was how money seemed meaningless to them. At that moment, Jeffrey's phone rang. He told the car Amber, "Clola's spirit, answer the call." It was Amberlaster calling, his excited voice filling the car, "Cloas Fong, I've arranged everything. Have you set off yet?" "We've already covered a third of the distance," Jeffrey replied. Amberlaster suggested, "Should we meet at Shiwan?" "Sure," Jeffrey agreed. At this point, John added, "Shouldn't we buy some gifts? Showing up empty-handed isn't proper." Amberlaster asked, "Second Clorother, what do you think we should buy?" This question stumped John. What should they buy? What does Huxley lack? Absolutely nothing. Translation completed. Cleaning a few boxes of milk or some fruits and flowers might be better. Cloth that would make it seem like they were visiting a sick person. Amber Aurelio said, "No need to buy, no need to buy. What could you find on the street that President Sheen would appreciate? I don't even want to bring wine, his vineyard's wine is much more expensive than mine." John. That was indeed true. Right, John agreed. Amberlaster added, "Going to Yuan just for a meal, bringing gifts might actually invite ridicule from President Sheen." Amberlaster spoke genuinely. Jeffrey suddenly laughed heartily, "I think bringing a few boxes of milk might still work." Hearing this, everyone seemed to catch his drift. Amberlaster chuckled, Sure, then add 10 pounds of apples." Amber Aurelio also burst into laughter, "I don't think President Sheen has ever received such gifts, but he would probably still like them, right?" Amber of them laughed slyly, imagining Huxley's expression upon seeing these gifts. He would surely be speechless and disdainful but couldn't throw away the gifts. Thus, their plan would succeed. So it's decided. Amberlaster slapped his thigh. Who goes empty-handed? Second Clorother's suggestion is excellent. John. He had unintentionally dug a pit for his brother. Indeed, guilty as charged. Weston suggested, let's call Nicola, Venus, and Xin Air as well. Their presence will surely make Star very happy, and if Star is happy, Clorother will be too. Everyone agreed. Graceland's friend's visit would leave Huxley speechless. Thinking about this, Amber Aurelio decisively said, call. Amberlaster got even more excited. Call. Call. Must call. With beautiful girls around, how could he not be delighted? Amber Aurelio laughed. Don't get so excited, you might scare them away. Amberlaster retorted, nonsense. Amber, am I that kind of person? Everyone chimed in, indeed. Amberlaster. Weston blurted out, Amber, an upgraded version of CEO Jean. Amberlaster laughed and scolded, scram. You people are just too bad. Not pure-hearted at all. Unlike me, I'm very pure. Everyone. Court quipped, you're quite single, but whether you're pure remains to be seen. Amberlaster covered his face. Seriously, none of you are any better. Isn't everyone as single as a dog? Fine, I'll hang up. You bunch of bad men, stop corrupting me. With that, he hung up. Weston laughed uncontrollably and remarked, Clorother Lou always seems unaware of his own ways and thinks we misunderstand him. Sigh. John patted Weston's head. Little She has learned to play tricks. Weston smacked his lips. Not like you, second Clorother. I'm the best behaved. Let me make a call first. Weston dialed Nicola and put it on speakerphone. Nicola answered quickly. President She, hello, greetings. Weston interrupted. Enough, enough. Come to She with Venus and Xin Air for a meal. Meet us at the nearest supermarket to She later. Look it up or I'll send you the details. Nicola blinked. Amber, going to She for a meal? Sure. Clote, why meet at the supermarket? Weston replied, Chloe, some gifts. Can't go empty-handed. Nicola asked, oh, makes sense. Wait, buy gifts at the supermarket? Weston nodded, yep. Nicola exclaimed, what? That's inappropriate. Stop joking. Going to She and buying gifts at the supermarket? Does that make sense? Clofore Weston could answer. Nicola continued, wait, let me find some good wine or tea from my dad, oh, or a painting he bought recently. Weston interrupted her, hold on, don't bother. Does Clorother lack those things? Nicola. Honestly, Nicola scratched her head, I don't think President Sheen would appreciate them either. No one looked down on anyone here, it was just plain truth. Then Nicola asked, so, what could we buy at the supermarket that Clorother Sheen would like? Weston replied, just something symbolic, gifts are about the thought. Milk, apples, anything you see, just buy some. Nicola. Nicola, who always spoke frankly, said, if that's the case, I think Clorother Sheen will throw the milk straight out. Her family drank fresh milk delivered daily from large farms. Would Huxley drink supermarket milk? Weston laughed, Amber, never mind. So many excuses. Just meet at the supermarket, act like a man. Nicola retorted, you're the one who isn't a real man. Tough guy, and hung up. Amber after the call, the car fell silent. Jeffrey glanced at Weston. John turned to look at Weston with an indescribable gaze. Weston tried to explain, but Jeffrey interjected, Little She, if there's really a problem, it's best to communicate with your family. Weston started to say, it's not that I. Clofore he finished. John added, maybe today we shouldn't go for the meal and instead go to the hospital. Chloe the way, since Amberlaster is around. Stop. Weston interrupted, making a gesture. Stop. Don't believe that crazy girl. She's the one who can't. John and Jeffrey. They couldn't understand, do young people today really speak like this? Jeffrey sighed, so, between you and Nicola, who's the tough guy, and who's the girl? Weston pursed his lips, she's a tomboy, ignore her. She'll never get married. John rubbed his temples seriously, Little She, best not let Mom and Dad, or Clorother hear you saying this, or Amberlaster might give you a thorough checkup. Kneading his head painfully, Weston pleaded, stop, second Clorother. She was just talking nonsense. Closides, there's another girl in the car, what are you all talking about? Only then did they remember Raquel was still in the car, so unobtrusive that they had almost forgotten her. John felt a headache coming on and turned to Jeffrey, coughing lightly, drive carefully. Jeffrey responded, got it. Amber and so, this awkward topic came to a close. Clote Raquel had understood and heard everything. This must be the revelry of rich, privileged heirs. Raquel hadn't attended the welcome party Huxley threw for John, so she didn't know Nicola and her group. However, listening to Weston's phone call, Raquel could tell the girl on the other end came from a wealthy background. Her family had fine wine, high-quality tea, and paintings from auctions, certainly very expensive. Yet, they casually offered them as mere courtesy gifts. Amber and they outright stated that Huxley wouldn't appreciate them. The confidence in their words stemmed from wealth and upbringing. Raquel clenched her fists tightly, feeling the pain. Compared to these privileged elites, she felt like a beggar. Clearly clothed, barely fed, while they treated money as nothing. She lacked the courage to speak much with Weston and Jeffrey. She felt constrained, uneasy, inferior, and insignificant. Though she wore expensive clothes Nora bought for her, she could still clearly smell the poverty emanating from within her bones. #### chapter continuation. Translation completed based on previous content, ensuring consistency, fluency, and natural tone. Amberlaster and the others arrived first at the nearest large supermarket to sight1-1. Jeffrey and the rest soon joined them. After parking, the two groups chatted for a few minutes as Amberlaster lit a cigarette. Not long after, Nicola came roaring in with her big G-Wagon. They gathered and indeed went to buy gifts, but Nicola and her group didn't join in on their mischief. Instead, they had already bought fresh flowers and Graceland's favorite desserts, durian and chocolate ice cream. The men quickly finished buying items, as they were afraid of missing the mealtime. They haphazardly picked up some things and headed towards sight1-1. Graceland was originally in the kitchen with Huxley, clinging to his back and whispering sweet nothings as per Huxley's request. Later, Huxley worried about her getting too hot in the kitchen and chased her out. When Amber Aurelio and the large crowd entered the main hall, Graceland was lounging in the living area, cross-legged on the sofa, watching TV and playing on her phone, thoroughly enjoying herself. Amber Aurelio called out, "Shinger." Graceland looked up and immediately gasped in surprise. Then she became incredibly excited and stood up right away. "Cloag Clorother." "Second Clorother." Court also stepped forward, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Shinger, it's been a long time." Graceland instantly beamed with happiness. Seeing Nicola, Kelly, and Celine, she almost jumped for joy. "Wow. Everyone came. This must be a surprise for me." Nicola handed over the flowers, while Celine placed the dessert and ice cream on the table, saying, "We're here to freeload." Graceland's eyes curved into a happy smile. "Welcome, welcome, very welcome." She immediately invited everyone to sit down. Come, all of you, please have a seat." The others put the haphazardly bought gifts on the black crystal coffee table. Graceland was just about to call for Huxley when Huxley either heard the commotion or was informed by the servants beforehand. He walked out from the kitchen wearing a pure white apron and holding a spatula. His beautiful eyes scanned the room, radiating a speechless expression. Everyone. Indeed, Huxley wasn't as cute and endearing as Graceland. Look how happy Graceland was to see guests. Claude Huxley had that unmistakable expression. Graceland immediately turned to Huxley, "Husband, Cloag Clorother and second Clorother came to visit me, along with Venus and Nicola. Amber and farther, President Lou, Weston. It's so great, I'm so happy." Hearing Graceland's words, everyone couldn't help but admire how sweet and lovely she was. Immediately, Huxley's expression softened, and he bent slightly, holding the spatula in one hand and gently pulling Graceland's waist with the other, planting a deep kiss on her lips. "If you're happy, I'm happy. Everyone." Uh-oh. Amber's sense of foreboding loomed. They came to freeload and cause trouble, but why did they feel like they might get turned around by Huxley? No, not just possibly. Amber already happening. Amber and without any trace, completely seamlessly, directly turning the tables. Amber after all, they were all single dogs, masters of solitude, none better than the other. Just single, not pure. So, round 1, President Sheen successfully countered, a perfect win. Amber after dropping this bombshell of affection, Huxley turned his gaze to the crowd, his attitude much friendlier. He pressed his lips together and greeted them, "Welcome everyone." Everyone hurriedly responded, "Oh, President Sheen, you're too kind. There are quite a few of us, we hope we aren't troubling you." "How could that be?" Huxley smiled, "Guests bring warmth and joy, there's no way they can be a trouble." Amberlaster laughed heartily, "Just as I said, old Sheen is always hospitable." Huxley continued smiling, glancing at the coffee table. On it were milk, fruits, eggs, bread, goji berry kidney tonic wine, walnut nutrition powder, cordyceps sinensis gift boxes, and other peculiar items. Most notably, a golden slice of cured meat. Seeing Huxley's twitching lip corner, they asked, "This is gifts?" Jeffrey interjected immediately, "We couldn't come empty-handed, right?" Amber. Huxley's was full of meaning, and then his Amberdam's apple bobbed, seeming to struggle to say, "Very distinctive." Everyone burst out laughing internally but dared not laugh aloud. Unfortunately, they didn't dare laugh out loud. Chapter 106, Amber Clonch of Mischievous, Claude Cloyois. Amberlaster couldn't hold back and chuckled, "Oh dear Clois Sheen, in the rush to come here, I didn't prepare anything special. I could only buy some random stuff from the supermarket. Amber light gift carries deep sentiments. Hope you won't mind it." Amberlaster's pretended mannerisms made the rest of them want to laugh even more. To naturally burst out laughing, they hurriedly chimed in with a jumble of words, "Yes, yes." "Ha ha ha, Clois Sheen, big brother, sure go, Shao Sheen, you wouldn't really mind, would you?" Huxley. "How can I?" Huxley maintained his smile. "Amberl guests are welcome, there's no need to bring gifts." After speaking, Huxley scanned everyone present with continued smiles. Thank you all for your effort, bringing such thoughtful gifts. The men who initially tried hard not to laugh finally couldn't contain themselves any longer. One by one, they laughed out loud. Oh, where? Chloe, you're too kind. That's right, don't mind, just a small effort. We're glad Chloe likes these gifts, ha 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 ha. Huxley. After the commotion, Huxley didn't want to deal with this group of men anymore. Each one was truly mischievous. Watching this playful banter among the men who were already elites, Gracelyn and Tracy found it rather amusing and couldn't help but laugh along. For some reason, it was fun watching these men bicker amongst themselves. However, Raquel just couldn't understand what was going on or why everyone was laughing. Caught between so many people, Raquel neither wanted to laugh nor stay still, feeling incredibly awkward and drawing attention to herself. Huxley's eyes were sharp as he noticed this unfamiliar face instantly. After the laughter died down, Huxley's smile faded as he asked seriously, who is this? John quickly introduced, Chloe, this is the girl I brought back from Amberfrica, Raquel. You can call her Xiaoxue. Huxley narrowed his eyes slightly at John, who added, she's the one who saved my life. John had mentioned this when he returned home, though Huxley and Gracelyn hadn't met Raquel yet. During that welcoming dinner, Raquel had been too shy as a newcomer and didn't attend. Oh, Huxley nodded, his expression softening somewhat. He turned to look at Raquel and said sincerely, so it's you. Hello, Xiaoxue. Thank you for saving my younger brother. Amber very sincere gratitude. Raquel was flustered by this acknowledgement, while Gracelyn also thanked her, thank you, Xiaoxue. No, don't mention it. Raquel blushed, appearing quite nervous. It was just the right thing to do in that situation, I didn't think much of it. Regardless, thank you. Huxley repeated his gratitude. Raquel blushed even deeper, nodding after a moment. You are welcome. After expressing his thanks, Huxley looked at Gracelyn and whispered a few words to her. Then he got up, saying, Chloe, please entertain our guests. I'll go finish cooking. Holding a spatula and wearing an apron, Huxley exemplified the epitome of a perfect husband, incredibly handsome and charming. Gracelyn hurriedly offered, honey, let me help you. We definitely need to prepare more dishes. With so many people here, the amount of ingredients prepared earlier certainly wasn't enough. No need, Huxley replied. Just enjoy entertaining the guests. At this point, Jeffrey chimed in, yeah, sister-in-law, don't worry about it. Why don't we help Shergu instead? Laster immediately raised his hand in agreement, good idea. Men work, women rest. Everyone agreed with this arrangement. Weston excitedly joined in, absolutely. I also want to cook a couple of dishes. This comment sparked interest among the other men. Cooking was something they hadn't tried before. Trying it out in this scenario seemed like a great idea. John quickly agreed, sure. Let's help Chloe with the cooking. Upon hearing this, Huxley's impeccable face darkened. No need. Just enjoy yourselves, he insisted. He then turned to Russell, who had approached, tell Royal No. 1 to send over some dishes. Got it, Russell nodded and took out his phone. Huxley picked up the spatula, gave Gracelyn a quick kiss, and hurried towards the kitchen, fearing Weston and company would follow him in. Indeed, they were nothing but a bunch of troublemakers. None of them knew how to cook. They were kitchen novices who couldn't tell salt from monosodium glutamate, and they wanted to practice in his kitchen? No way. Was he supposed to stand by and watch them potentially blow up his kitchen? Huxley's stance was clear, absolutely not. Seeing Huxley practically escape into the kitchen, Weston scratched his head, seems like Chloe doesn't want us to cook. Meng Chensi observed, seems that way, but now I suddenly really want to cook. Daylan's lips twitched. Jeffrey agreed, me too, strangely. What an interesting reaction. Laster went even further, I want to cook something for my beloved woman. His statement drew stares from everyone, their eyes warning, Mr. Liu, you're overacting. Check your conscience, where did you get a beloved woman from? Laster laughed, preparing, let's get ready. Gracelyn, Tracy, Kelly, Celine. Tracy couldn't resist, eyeing Weston sarcastically, Mr. Chi, let's be honest. Other than Shinger, does anyone here even know how to turn on the stove? Is it really appropriate to say we want to cook now? Tracy's comment made Gracelyn and Kelly, Celine unable to hold back their laughter. Weston retorted, you don't understand, this is manly romance. Tracy snorted, I see, romance you have, sophistication, not so much. Weston stubbornly insisted, whatever, I just want to cook. Instantly reverting to his 3-year-old self without any explanation. Laster suggested, let's go help Chloe. After he finishes, we can each make one dish, perfect. Encouraged by this, the men actually started heading toward the kitchen, looking extremely excited. Gracelyn collapsed onto the sofa in laughter, rubbing her stomach, I'm dying laughing. Elder Chloe and his brothers are just too funny. Kelly teased, Shinger, seeing your husband getting bullied, are you still protecting him? Gracelyn sat up, rubbing her stomach and giggled, don't worry. Elder Chloe has a plan. Such blind confidence. Kelly and the others trusted Huxley wouldn't be easily bullied. Raquel stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say and completely missing the humor in the situation. Gracelyn noticed and quickly invited Raquel to sit down. Xiaoxue, come over and sit here. Raquel felt relieved but remained extremely self-conscious around Gracelyn and the others standing beside her, which intensified her feelings of inadequacy. She nodded politely, sitting down cautiously on the sofa. Gracelyn told her, sit here for a moment. I have something to give you. Amber? Raquel was surprised and quickly refused. No. Before she could continue, Gracelyn kindly interrupted. Yes, you must accept this. It's specifically from my husband, thanking you for saving second She. Please wait here for a moment. Excuse me. Raquel was stunned, unsure of what to say, muttering after several seconds, oh. Gracelyn went upstairs to fetch the gift for Raquel. Since Tracy and the others weren't very familiar with Raquel, there wasn't much they could chat about. Amber and as pampered young ladies, they were not accustomed to initiating closeness with unfamiliar people through small talk, often referred to as awkward chatting. So the three of them sat on the sofa, looking around the main hall and chatting about its decorations and Huxley's extravagance. What Huxley had whispered in Gracelyn's ear was to pick out a gift for Raquel to express gratitude. Originally, Huxley meant for Gracelyn to choose from the storage room, but Gracelyn thought about how Raquel was a girl. She then decided that giving jewelry would be more appropriate. After all, Huxley had bought her many pieces of jewelry recently. Practically all the jewelry he bought were kept by Huxley. There were too many, and even if she rotated wearing them, she couldn't finish. Gracelyn entered the wardrobe room and took the elevator up to the jewelry room. After browsing for a while, she suddenly realized she had been wrong. Initially, she thought giving Raquel jewelry was the best option, but these were all gifts from Huxley, and she actually felt reluctant to give them away. Even though she couldn't wear all of them, just giving one away made her feel reluctant. Gracelyn was shocked by this sudden change in her feelings. Oh dear, when did she become so stingy? She thought for 2 minutes, picked up her phone, and called Hyder, asking him to choose an appropriate gift for Raquel from the storage room. Later, Gracelyn felt a bit embarrassed, but she really was reluctant. Reluctant means reluctant. Cause those were all gifts from Huxley. If it were for buying jewelry specifically for Raquel, she wouldn't mind at all. Chloeing genuinely reluctant, Gracelyn didn't dwell on it anymore. Gracelyn came downstairs empty-handed and walked to the sofa, apologizing. Sorry, Xiaoxue, I couldn't find a suitable one. Just wait a moment, I asked Hyder to pick one from the storage. As soon as she spoke, Hyder arrived, holding a small wooden box, which looked very exquisite. Hyder approached and handed the box to Gracelyn respectfully, saying, Young mistress, I have chosen a gift for Miss Xiaoxue. Gracelyn smiled and said, Thank you, Hyder, what did you pick? Hyder hurriedly replied, Gold bars. Gracelyn. Well, straightforward enough. Looking at the small box, it seemed to contain about 3 gold bars. Hyder said, I selected carefully, this is indeed the most suitable. Gracelyn trusted Hyder's judgment and nodded, right. Then Gracelyn went up to Raquel and handed over the box, saying, Xiaoxue, I hope you like this gift. It can only faintly express our gratitude. Raquel bit her lip and no longer refused. She knew refusal would be futile, so she accepted it directly, saying, You are too kind, it's hard to refuse your generous offer. Seeing Raquel accept it, Gracelyn was very happy, saying, It's the least we can do. Please don't be so formal. Thank you so much. Gracelyn even squeezed Raquel's hand gently to show affection. After all, this was a matter of saving a life, akin to being reborn. Raquel gave a faint smile in response. The topic of thanks ended there. Tracy and the others noticed and Tracy said, Shinger, the ice cream is almost melting. Gracelyn smiled and instructed a servant, put it back in the freezer for me. Yes, young mistress, the servant responded. Gracelyn told Tracy, I won't eat now, I'm waiting for the dishes She makes. Tracy nodded, good idea. Celine said, Shinger, take us to visit Time Garden, let us have a look. Sure. Kelly agreed, let us open our eyes. Tracy also laughed, yes, experience the decadence and influence of wealth. Gracelyn smiled, you three are teasing again, alright, let's go for a stroll. Tracy and the others got up excitedly, naturally inviting Raquel, Xiaoxue, come along. Raquel was surprised by the invitation, but Gracelyn quickly added, Xiaoxue must join us. Hyder volunteered happily, I'll drive young mistress and the young ladies. Gracelyn nodded. Everyone was happy to tour Time Garden, but unexpectedly, Raquel seemed a bit hesitant, saying, Sorry, sister, I think I'll just sit here for a while. Her refusal made Gracelyn pause, but she quickly reacted, Oh, okay, no problem, do as you please. You can watch TV here. Gracelyn said generously, I'll go with Tracy, if you need anything, just ask the servants. Okay, Raquel nodded, thank you, sister. No need to be so formal, Gracelyn smiled, waving her hand, we'll go sightseeing, see you later. See you later, Raquel replied. Gracelyn and Tracy left, with Hyder following. Raquel sat alone on the sofa in the main hall, with a few servants standing nearby ready to serve. Exiting the main hall, Tracy commented first, that Xiaoxue seems very reserved. Celine said, yes, doesn't seem eager to play with us either. Kelly wondered, was it because we didn't talk to her actively while Shinger was upstairs? Graceland said, no worries, it's natural since we just met. She saved Clorother's life and will study here. Over time, we'll become friends. Everyone nodded in agreement, quickly forgetting their concerns and happily toured Time Garden led by Hyder. Sitting alone on the sofa, Raquel touched the box, eventually opening it to peek inside. 3 glittering gold bars were inside, looking extremely beautiful. Raquel's eyes dulled slightly as she couldn't resist touching them. After feeling them, Raquel glanced towards the kitchen direction. Was that the eldest brother of John, Huxley, the most handsome and ethereal man she saw earlier? He was the owner of the private jet and the luxurious estate. These gold bars were given to her by Huxley. Chapter 107, Amber almost mistook Raquel for Lucia. Raquel touched the gold bar, lost in thought. Perhaps only a man like Huxley would leave such an unforgettable impression with just one glance. The group of troublemakers, led by Jeffrey, went berserk once they entered the kitchen. Clorother, sure, after you finish, we'll each make a dish, right? Yeah. Amberlaster quickly agreed, I want to make tomato and egg stir-fry. I'd like to make sweet and sour fish, John said. What should I make? Weston scratched his head, let me think. Oh, hurry, help me think. Huxley gripped the spatula tightly, no need. Amber, of you get out. Go play cards. Russell, take them to play cards and keep them company. If they all start cooking these dishes, who knows when dinner will be ready. Amber, it's uncertain if there will even be any dinner at all. Chloe, then, the dishes he had prepared might already be cold. Weston protested first, oh come on, big brother, don't be so stingy. That's right, Clois Cheen, relax a bit, come on, give us a smile. Huxley. Huxley turned off the stove and looked at Weston, you really don't want your company anymore? Weston. Okay, I'll shut up. Weston surrendered instantly without a fight. Huxley turned to look at John, who replied honestly, I still very much want the house. Then Huxley looked at Jeffrey, do you still want your tuition to be raised? I can have Amber and Hazel pay it directly. Jeffrey immediately cowered, no. Clorother, sure, I was wrong. Amberlaster, although usually stubborn, suddenly thought that his share dividends might disappear forever. He broke out in cold sweat and cleverly declared, oh, you guys are such troublemakers. It's good enough to just eat here. You're adding difficulty for Clois Cheen, no way, absolutely not. Let's go, let's play cards. Russell laughed inwardly, clutched his belly, and said, let's go, everyone, to play cards. Amberlaster led the way, pulling Court and Amber Aurelio, come on. Court and Amber Aurelio were confused, ? They weren't afraid of Huxley or worried about losing their dividends. They were among the few Huxley would never offend. Amber, after all, they were Lucia's brothers. So Amber Aurelio complained as he was pulled out of the kitchen, Clois Lou, why did you pull me and my brother out? Clois Cheen wouldn't kick us out. Court added, yeah, he would probably teach us how to cook step by step. Amber Aurelio nodded, right. Amberlaster replied, cooking is something you can learn from your wife later. Let's go play cards. Court and Amber Aurelio were thus dragged off to play cards in confusion. Raquel saw John and the others coming out of the kitchen noisily, going to sit at a card table next to the dining room, starting to play cards. Huxley was still cooking in the kitchen, leaving the spacious main hall occupied only by Raquel. After pondering for a few seconds, Raquel decisively put down the small wooden box and stood up, her gaze directed towards the kitchen. A moment later, she walked toward the kitchen. The group of men playing cards didn't notice her enter the kitchen. Only when her figure disappeared into the kitchen did Jeffrey, who was lighting a cigarette, casually notice. Jeffrey raised an eyebrow and looked at John, who was conspiring with Court over some strategy. Jeffrey took a puff of his cigarette and said indifferently, second brother, your schwa has gone into the kitchen. John paused, raised his eyebrows, glanced at Jeffrey, and then looked toward the kitchen. Jeffrey continued, she's already in. Oh. John withdrew his gaze unconcernedly, saying mildly, probably wants to help. No problem, let her familiarize herself more. John seemed indifferent and uncaring, his attitude as if merely extending courtesy to a benefactor, before he resumed chatting with Court. Jeffrey flicked the ash, thinking, not concerned? Doesn't like her? Jeffrey also didn't care much, withdrawing his gaze to chat with Weston. Raquel entered the kitchen and saw Huxley's broad back. He was tall, slim yet strong, charming even in an apron. Raquel thought the kitchen was only Huxley, but unexpectedly, there were several servants and 2 chefs standing by. It seemed Huxley cooked effortlessly, needing only to stir the pot while others handled preparations and cleanup. The servants noticed Raquel but didn't know what to call her, only knowing she was a guest. Uncertain of what to call her, they could only bow politely. Raquel nodded lightly in response, feeling oddly pleased and a bit dizzy. The chefs noticed her too but were clueless, merely mimicking the servants' gestures out of politeness. Thus, Raquel silently positioned herself behind Huxley. Huxley sensed her presence but thought it was Lucia. He couldn't imagine anyone else quietly appearing behind him. Huxley smiled softly, not enjoying yourself with friends? Missing your husband? Raquel froze, realizing he mistook her for someone else, but his voice was so gentle, so soothing. Before she could gather her thoughts, Huxley continued, "Come, give your husband a hug." Raquel blushed deeply, unsure what to do, instinctively wanting to explain. Suddenly, Huxley frowned, sensing something amiss, turning sharply. Raquel stepped back in fright. Huxley's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by a cold expression. Sorry. Raquel apologized profusely. "Sorry, Mr. Cheen, I just wanted to help. I didn't get a chance to speak. Sorry, really sorry." Huxley's frown deepened but said, "No worries, I thought it was my wife. I don't need help, please leave." Huxley turned back to stir the pan. He had spoken hastily earlier, and Raquel hadn't had time to respond. Giving Raquel the order to leave, Huxley expected her to depart. Raquel stepped closer, insisting, "Mr. Cheen, no problem, I'm familiar with kitchen work. I can do anything." Huxley felt uncomfortable, glancing coldly at her. "Just leave. Amber, don't call me Mr. Cheen, call me Clois Cheen." Raquel was startled by Huxley's sudden change of demeanor, looking pitiful and apologizing again. Sorry. Enough, Huxley softened slightly, remembering she saved John's life, saying gently, "No need to apologize, just leave." Raquel's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed. "Clois Cheen, sorry, I really, just wanted to help. You've been so kind, Huxley turned off the stove irritably. "I don't need your help, treat guests properly and rest." Raquel almost cried, quickly nodding and leaving. "Okay, sorry, I'll leave, sorry Clois Cheen." She left swiftly. Huxley frowned, feeling a headache. Was he too harsh? He had only asked her to leave. Raquel returned to the main hall, alone and deep in thought. Such a powerful man like Huxley, only a man like him could captivate with just one glance. Why was she crying? It was as if he had hit her or something. Just as Raquel left the kitchen, Jeffrey spotted her again. Jeffrey. He saw her looking timid and pitiful. Jeffrey raised an eyebrow, instantly getting into gossip mode. He waved his hand. "That Snow." John said, "Little Snow." "Oh, right." Jeffrey said, "Come over here." Raquel looked up and had no choice but to walk over. As soon as she approached, everyone noticed that she seemed to have been crying, looking quite aggrieved. John immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Come sit here." Court moved over to make room for Raquel. Raquel stepped forward, her eyes downcast. "Second Clorother, I'm sorry." John raised an eyebrow, even more surprised. "What? Why are you apologizing?" Raquel started to tear up. John hurriedly said, "Sit down first and tell us slowly. Little Yuan said you went into the kitchen?" Just as Raquel was about to answer, Nicola's loud voice interrupted. "You're actually playing cards. You didn't invite us, how unfair." Everyone knew, Nicola, Kelly, Celine, and Weston were seasoned card players, veteran gamblers who had a strong addiction. Because they were relatively idle, playing cards was a frequent form of entertainment for them. Nicola's interruption broke the conversation between John and Raquel. Then, Nicola pulled Lucia and the others over with great enthusiasm. What game? Let's add 4 more, Let's play Texas Hold'em." "Okay, I can do that." Everyone. After speaking, Nicola noticed everyone staring at her without saying anything. Nicola blinked, completely baffled. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Weston asked, "Where did you go?" Lucia smiled and replied, "I took Chanchian and the others for a tour of Sher Garden." Celine and Kelly also nodded happily. Lucia couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Chanchian, you're too dramatic." Rubbing her stomach, she added, "Honestly, I'm glad I got married. Otherwise, hanging out with you all like this, would die from laughter someday." Nicola bumped into Lucia, grinning mischievously. "Rowena, can we negotiate a little? Give me a couple of those gold bars too." "Sure." Lucia immediately agreed, turning to instruct Hyder. Hyder also happily responded, "Don't worry, Mrs. Hyder will prepare everything perfectly." Hyder really liked Nicola and the others. These girls were so lively and cheerful, bringing joy to everyone. Celine and Kelly laughed and immediately said, "Thank you, Rowena." Lucia also smiled. These things were trivial to them because their friendships and family backgrounds had always been strong. Claude in Raquel's eyes, it tasted differently. After this episode, Nicola sat next to Weston. "Let's join too." Star, Xiao, Meyer, come on, come sit. "How big are you playing?" "Starting at 1,000. While talking, Nicola pulled Lucia and the others to sit. The poker table Huxley used was quite large, and there was enough space for a few more people when everyone scooted over. Weston habitually teased Nicola, "Off you go, why are women joining men's games?" Nicola rolled her eyes, indifferent. "If only you treated me as a man." Weston didn't want to deal with Nicola. This wild girl made him so angry he could kick her. At this moment, Amber Laster chimed in, "If you're joining, then it's 1,000. Nicola raised an eyebrow. "Deal." Lucia hadn't played cards in a long time. With such a lively group, she wanted to join too, so she smiled and nodded. Me too. "Let's start over then, this round doesn't count," Court declared. Everyone agreed, tossing the cards onto the table to prepare for a new round while waiting for dinner. The atmosphere became lively and happy, and everyone seemed to forget about Raquel. Claude Jeffrey reminded them, second Clorother, didn't you forget something? John's handsome face was very gentle, and he was a bit slow to react, saying, Amber? Realizing what he had forgotten, he quickly added, oh, right. Wait a second. Turning to Raquel, he asked warmly, Little Snow, what happened just now? When John asked this, Raquel felt even more aggrieved. These heavenly sons had all been paying attention to her, but once Lucia and the others returned, they forgot about her completely. Raquel's tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping rapidly as she choked on her words and apologized again, sorry, second Clorother. Lucia, Nicola, and the others were all startled. What was going on? Nicola, known for her sharp tongue and boldness, blurted out, shocked, damn, these tears are coming like a period. The entire poker table fell into a dead silence. Lucia quickly poked Nicola. Only then did Nicola realize what she had said. Just as she reacted, Weston pinched her thigh. Nicola winced in pain but immediately realized she had spoken carelessly and apologized hastily. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Little Snow, don't be upset, I always speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Seeing this, Raquel's tears became even more overwhelming. Nicola, feeling extremely embarrassed, immediately apologized to John, sorry, second Clorother. Really sorry. I didn't mean to. Since Raquel was John's savior, her rudeness towards Raquel was also disrespectful to John. Weston immediately added, second Clorother, you know Chanchian's always like this with her mouth. John understood, not taking it seriously, and gently told Nicola, it's fine. When he said it was fine, it truly was fine. Nicola wouldn't overthink it either. She bit her lip apologetically, nodding and saying, sorry. In fact, not only did John not mind, but none of the others did either. They all grew up in the same social circle and were accustomed to joking around together. Lucia also rushed to explain for Nicola, Little Snow, sorry, please don't take it to heart. Chanchian tends to speak without thinking, but she didn't mean anything by it. In fact, she's a really good person. Yeah, Kelly and Celine also hurriedly echoed, comforting her, Miss Little Snow, don't cry. Yet Raquel's tears only flowed harder. Chapter 108, Just One Kiss. Everyone. How could the apology turn into more tears? The crying was making everyone increasingly irritable and uneasy. Amberlaster became slightly impatient and said, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Speak up. You just cry without saying anything, how are we supposed to help? Amberlaster's words made Mila feel even more wronged, her throat aching as she choked out hesitantly, I. John gently consoled her with a calm voice, Xiao Shui, don't rush. Take your time. Mila seemed to calm down somewhat but started apologizing again, sorry second Clorother, sorry sister Shinger. Her words confused Gracelyn, who couldn't help pointing at herself, me. Why are you apologizing to me, Xiao Shui? Mila cried, when you all went out to play earlier, the brothers were playing cards. I went into the kitchen to see if there was anything I could help with. I'm good at kitchen work, I can do anything dirty or tiring since I've done it all my life. Clote. I upset Clorother Cheen. Gracelyn paused at this point. Clorother Cheen? Frankly, this title had been exclusive to her before she got married in haste to Huxley. She didn't mean others couldn't use it. For their hasty marriage, she had always called him Clorother Cheen, while Nicola and others always referred to Huxley as President Cheen. Of course, calling Huxley Clorother Cheen was fine for Mila as well, and no one had ever specified otherwise. Suppressing her unease, Gracelyn replied, oh, Cheen, I mean my husband. He has a temper, yes. Claude, how did you upset him? Just because you wanted to help? Mila tearfully explained, I went in, and he mistook me for you. Hearing this, Gracelyn widened her eyes in shock, what? Amber Aurelion Court also frowned deeply, looking sharply at Mila, what did you say? Mila was startled. John was also perplexed, frowning, yet comforting, calm down, take your time and explain clearly. Mila wiped her tears and recounted, I walked up behind him, and he thought Sister Shinger had come in, asking me to hug him. Gracelyn's expression darkened. Mila hurriedly added, Sister Shinger, please don't misunderstand. He couldn't see me because I was behind him. Of course, I didn't hug him, it was a misunderstanding. He immediately realized his mistake. When I offered to help, he refused, so I thought I had upset him. Tears streamed down Mila's face again. I felt very bad. I came here as a guest of second Clorother, but upset the host. Cloioth President Cheen and Sister Shinger gave me gifts. I'm really sorry. With this explanation, everyone was speechless. What could they say? It wasn't really a big deal, but something about it felt off. Mila's apologies and her willingness to help after receiving gifts didn't seem problematic. John frowned, realizing it was small, but involved Huxley misidentifying someone. He suddenly suggested to Gracelyn, I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Let's go back, shall we? Gracelyn quickly responded, no, why would you leave? It's nothing. Huxley's mistake was a misunderstanding, and Xiao Shui did nothing wrong. It's no big deal, really. What else could Graceland say? Kick John out? Especially when he wasn't the culprit. Graceland knew Huxley loved his two younger brothers deeply. Weston added, it's no big deal. Why leave? This isn't a reason to cry so much, people might think She is bullying you. Weston's comment changed John's expression, who glanced at Mila. Mila blushed furiously. Weston continued, Amber, your crying makes everyone uncomfortable, as if everything is our fault. Feeling humiliated, Mila insisted, second you don't have to leave. Maybe I should go first. She assumed everyone would try to keep her there. Unexpectedly, John pondered and agreed, Amber, right, you can go back first. Graceland didn't stop her, thinking it would be better if Mila felt awkward and uncomfortable here. Seeing John's consent, Mila nodded and apologized again, sorry everyone. Amber at that moment, Hyder appeared carrying several boxes of gold bars. John waved him over, Hyder, send Miss Xiao Shui back to the Qin residence. Yes, second master, Hyder promptly responded, cheerfully handing over small wooden boxes to Graceland. These are gifts prepared for Mrs. Nicola, Celine, and Kelly. Nicola and the others happily received their gifts and thanked Graceland, even insisting on giving her kisses. The atmosphere shifted from awkward to lively. Mila stood unsure, while Weston yelled, let's continue playing cards. Hyder guided Mila out. After Mila left, the poker game resumed its liveliness. Nicola looked at John and stammered, second considering she saved you, maybe. I mean, it feels strange, but, you get what I mean, right? Nicola nearly gestured with her hands in excitement. Jeffrey kindly summarized, Nicola means it might put second in an awkward position. John replied, not really. Taking care of her is taking care of me. Xiao Shui comes from humble beginnings, so her mindset might differ from ours. She's sensitive and here primarily for her studies, hoping to earn a living and bring her family to the capital eventually. Amber's for socializing, it's not necessary if we don't click. Claude, I'll repay her kindness for saving me. His reasoning made sense, different backgrounds led to mismatched compatibility. Everyone nodded, agreeing with John. Playing a few rounds, Graceland won over 10,000 yuan. Looking towards the kitchen, she said, why hasn't Qin finished cooking? I'll check. Weston teased her, winning can't stop your thoughts of my brother. Ignoring Weston, Graceland went to find Huxley. In the kitchen, Huxley was almost done with the second-to-last dish. Despite his snide remarks and poor attitude, mostly playful teasing, having guests required proper hospitality. Amber's Graceland entered, the servants greeted her respectfully. Amber thought Huxley was facing away, he instantly turned, feeling delighted. Graceland ran over and hugged him from behind, honey. Huxley smiled, feeling content, did you enjoy yourself? Okay. Graceland pressed her face against Huxley's broad and strong back, saying, I accompanied She and the others for a stroll in Xiwan, and just now won more than 10,000 playing poker. Upon hearing this, Huxley praised her right away, good job, baby. Finishing his words, he put down what he was doing and turned to kiss Graceland. Graceland pushed him away with her hand, Amber, aren't you watching the pot? Huxley forced a kiss onto her tender red lips, I've got it timed. After kissing, Huxley turned around and continued cooking. Graceland kept hugging him, whispering softly from behind him, little Snow has left. She cried a lot at the poker table, saying she had upset you. Hearing this, Huxley instantly frowned. Graceland added, she even called you Qin. For some reason, I felt a bit uncomfortable when I heard it. Snap, Huxley turned off the stove immediately and turned around to hold Graceland, his tone low, she did call me that? Yep, Graceland nodded, later she seemed to change to calling you President Qin. Huxley's expression didn't improve either, I told her not to call me that. Graceland raised her eyes to look at Huxley, smacking her lips, honey, you're so intimidating like this. No wonder she kept crying. Huxley. Huxley wanted to scold someone, saying, I also think she's acting a little oddly. When she called me that, I said don't address me like that. She offered to help, but I said no help was needed because indeed there wasn't. Then she still cried, as if I'd done something wrong to her. Huxley had never encountered such a person before. In their social circles, whether it was Perry or Amberlice, none of them were like this. Graceland also furrowed her brows slightly, I also feel that she is a bit, maybe she's too sensitive. Huxley said, I think second should settle her quickly and properly. Graceland nodded, second already mentioned it, saying that if we don't get along, there's no need to force it. Huxley nodded, and only then did he remember to turn off the stove, turning back on and continuing to cook, Amber, you hungry? It will be ready soon, just one more simple dish after this. Not really, Graceland hugged Huxley, adding, Xiao Shui also mentioned something else. Huxley asked, what? Graceland said, she mentioned that you mistook her for me and asked her to hug you. Hearing this, Huxley blew up again, directly turning off the stove and facing her, yes, she appeared silently behind me like a ghost. I thought you were being mischievous on purpose, so, it was a misunderstanding. We didn't hug. She didn't dare, and I reacted promptly. Seeing how anxious Huxley was explaining himself and describing Mila like a ghost, Gracelyn, who was originally a bit unhappy, instantly felt her unhappiness dissipate. She smiled warmly, looking at Huxley's worried face, teasingly saying, "You can make such a mistake. Can't you sense my scent and aura?" Feeling defeated, Huxley immediately replied, "Chloe, I was wrong. However, the kitchen smells so strong that I made a mistake, but I promise it will never happen again. I will definitely confirm clearly first." Gracelyn, convinced by Huxley's assurance, said, "Okay, sure, but if it happens again?" "What happens then?" Huxley asked. Gracelyn chuckled, "Then I'll spank Chloe other chin." Startled, Huxley then laughed, bending down to gently bite Gracelyn's earlobe, whispering softly, "Seems like our baby likes spanking." Gracelyn blushed, while the servants and cooks in the kitchen were used to this display. Due to this incident, Huxley skipped the last 2 dishes, leaving half-done food in the pots, and led Gracelyn out to prepare for dinner. The food sent by Imperial 1 should be enough for everyone. Holding hands, the couple headed outside where the poker table was lively. Gracelyn, holding Huxley's hand, walked to her previous seat, thinking it would be okay to play a few more rounds before dinner. However, before they could sit down, Jeffrey exclaimed, "I've got an idea." Everyone looked at him. Jeffrey directly said, "Just a kiss." This made Weston and Nicola explode in protest. Nicola immediately declared, "No way." Weston also said, "Can't do it." Just as they finished speaking, they glared at each other. Huxley and Gracelyn, ? Celine and Kelly laughed hard, explaining the situation to Gracelyn and Huxley. It turned out that after Gracelyn left, after a round of play, Jeffrey suggested not betting money but instead playing truth or dare. In the first round, Weston and Nicola were the victims, while Jeffrey was the winner. So Jeffrey proposed this dare. Their intense reactions prompted Jeffrey to quickly add, "Come on, guys, calm down. Amber peck on the cheek works too." Gracelyn couldn't help but chuckle, more curious and intrigued by the gossip. Huxley. John. Weston blushed fiercely, "Chlorother Fong, stop causing trouble. Even a cheek kiss is impossible. I'm clean and pure." Nicola rolled her eyes, "Do you make me sound impure?" After saying this, Nicola looked at Jeffrey, accusingly, "He pinched me earlier, saying he'd rather die than kiss me. Let's just pay up, this can't be carried out." Jeffrey held back laughter and continued, "There's no rule about paying up. How about this, hand kisses, that should work, right?" Hand kisses seemed feasible. Weston immediately extended his hand to Nicola, "Go ahead, kiss my right hand." Nicola. Amberlaster couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing, slapping the table. "Chin Shao Chi, it's not surprising you're so picky, ha 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 ha." Chapter 109, Everyone Scolds Him. Nicola was also very annoyed but somehow developed a bit of rebelliousness. She suddenly stared at Weston and said, "You won't let me kiss your cheek." "I will anyway." Amber and she really pretended to go for it. The unadventurous little thing that Weston is, he was scared into crying out and immediately ran off. Nicola also chased after him, shouting, "Stop running. If you won't let me kiss your cheek, then how about a real kiss?" Weston ran even faster while taunting her, "Catch me if you can." Everyone just stood there dumbfounded. They were truly overwhelmed by Weston's antics. This scene was indescribably awkward. Jeffrey shrugged innocently and spread his hands, "It's not my fault, this is just what Shao-Chi does." Amberlaster sighed, "Amber, see, there are reasons why I stay single. Often one must look for problems within oneself." Amberlaster's words made everyone feel both amused and exasperated. There was nothing they could do to help in this matter, they could only let the two carry on as they pleased. Amber at this moment, Hyder arrived with the waiters from Royal 1. Huxley said, "Amber, right, let's start eating." Dinner had been delayed quite a bit, and everyone was hungry, so they all headed to their meal. Huxley pulled Gracelyn to the head of the table. On his right sat John, Weston, Jeffrey, Amber Aurelio, and Court. On his left were Nicola, Celine, Amberly, and Amberlaster, who insisted on sitting next to Russell. This arrangement was perfect. Gracelyn could chat with her friends, and Huxley found it easy to talk with John and the others. Huxley picked up his chopsticks and asked the servants to pour wine. "Let's start with some food first. Tonight, I'd like to have a good drink with all of you." He smiled, "Thank you all for coming today with such abundant gifts. We're really happy." After Huxley said this, everyone felt an ominous premonition. Who didn't know that Huxley could drink without getting drunk? Despite years in the workforce, he had never been seen drunk at any dinner party. So no one knew exactly how much he could drink or how good his alcohol tolerance was. Not even Huxley himself knew because he had never gotten drunk before. Thus, when Huxley spoke these words and flashed that eerie smile, everyone felt uneasy, bad news seemed imminent. Sure enough, Huxley then ordered the servants, "The glasses are too small, bring wine goblets instead." The men widened their eyes. "Oh no, goblets." This was Cloegiu, Chinese liquor. Amberlaster quickly intervened, "Mr. Chin, the small glasses are fine. Just a light toast, okay?" Everyone nodded in agreement, yes, just a couple of drinks will be enough." Huxley smiled, "No way, this isn't proper hospitality." Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, Huxley showed why he was acknowledged as someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. He really did make everyone else get drunk, drinking continuously for 3 hours straight. Only Huxley remained standing strong. Initially, Huxley was trying to get everyone drunk, pouring generously until everyone was sufficiently intoxicated. Then he started pouring heavily for himself, clinking glasses here and there until he too, eventually collapsed. Fortunately, Shiwan Villa had guest quarters. Hyder quickly arranged for the servants to escort the drunken men to rest in the guest rooms. The girls were fine, they only had some red wine and didn't get drunk. Hyder also arranged drivers to take Nicola and her friends home. Despite Huxley making everyone drunk, he himself drank a lot as well. Gracelyn worried if he was drunk. He didn't seem drunk, as he remained steady at the table while Hyder was arranging things for Weston and the others. Gracelyn asked with concern, "Honey, are you drunk? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Huxley shook his head. Gracelyn asked again, "Do you want some sobering soup?" Huxley shook his head again. Hyder reported back, "Madam, I've arranged the car. Miss Tian can leave now." Gracelyn nodded and turned to Nicola, "I'll see you out." Clothed unexpectedly, Huxley grabbed her hand. Gracelyn looked at him, and he shook his head, "Don't go." Surprised, Gracelyn quickly explained, "I'm not going far. I'll just see them to their car and come right back. Wait for me, honey." Claude Huxley still didn't let go, shaking his head again, "Don't go." Gracelyn was at a loss. So were Nicola, Celine, and Amberly. "Is Mr. Cheen drunk?" Amberly wondered aloud. "I think so," Celine agreed. Gracelyn blinked and asked Huxley, "Amber, you drunk, honey?" Huxley shook his head, "No, but don't go." He tightened his grip on her hand as if afraid she would run away. Gracelyn couldn't help laughing. Though Huxley said he wasn't drunk, he certainly looked it. Nicola chuckled, "Fine, Starry, no need to see us off. The car is just outside, and we haven't drunk much. No need to be so formal." Hyder chimed in, "Indeed, madam, I can see the ladies out." Given that Huxley wouldn't let go, Gracelyn nodded, "Amber right." Amber's Nicola prepared to leave. Gracelyn suddenly stopped her, "Wait, Chan. Did you get to kiss Weston earlier?" This question piqued Amberly and Celine's curiosity, as they originally planned to ask on the way home. Earlier, Nicola and Weston had chased each other into the garden outside the main hall. Nicola sighed, bursting into complaints, "No, the brat was scared stiff and ran around the whole garden. He ran super fast, I couldn't catch up and was exhausted." Amber? Gracelyn and the others were surprised simultaneously. They thought Weston and Nicola probably had something between them, given their long history of fighting since childhood. Pfft, Nicola laughed, "What expressions are those? Why so surprised? This is how we interact correctly, you know. Don't worry, we have no feelings for each other, just playing around." Since Nicola put it like that, Gracelyn and the others couldn't argue. Gracelyn nodded, "Oh, got it." Nicola waved goodbye, "We're off." Gracelyn waved back, "Okay, see you." Hyder escorted Nicola and her friends out. Turning back to Huxley, Gracelyn felt a bit sorry for him having drunk so much. After thinking, she instructed the servant, "Prepare a bowl of sobering soup for Master Sher and send it to the master bedroom." "Yes, madam," the servant replied promptly. Huxley shook his head, "Don't want it." Gracelyn was speechless but quickly reassured him, Okay, no problem. Let's go upstairs." Upon hearing upstairs, Huxley seemed delighted and nodded, "Okay." Gracelyn helped him up and concluded that Huxley was definitely drunk. Surprisingly, a drunk Huxley was rather adorable, not rowdy or noisy, unlike Amberlaster and company who were causing chaos singing and dancing. Gracelyn led Huxley upstairs, opened the bedroom door, and pulled him to sit on the bed. She asked, "Can you clean yourself?" Huxley nodded, "Yes." In the bathroom area, Gracelyn hesitated, "Need help?" Huxley shook his head, "Don't tire my wife." Gracelyn felt warm inside at his consideration even when drunk. "Amber right, I'll wait for you," she smiled. Gracelyn also went to freshen up. When she came out, she saw Huxley already sitting on the sofa in the main bedroom's lounge area. The servant had placed a bowl of sobering soup on the coffee table. Gracelyn approached, intending to get Huxley to drink the soup. Claude upon getting closer, she noticed a stack of cards and several thick bundles of property deeds on the table. Gracelyn blinked, what was going on? Huxley pulled her down to sit beside him and started shoving cards into her hands, saying, Here. Gracelyn. Holding a handful of bank cards, Gracelyn couldn't help but laugh. Before she could say anything, Huxley began pushing property deeds into her hands as well. "This is for you too, and this one, this is the commercial street in District Chloe of the capital, and this." Huxley handed all these treasures to Gracelyn one by one. Gracelyn laughed uncontrollably, "Not hubby." Wait, Huxley suddenly seemed to remember something, stood up, and tried to pull Gracelyn again. However, Gracelyn's arms were full of cards and deeds, leaving no hands free. So Huxley picked everything up and put it back on the table. "Still more for you." Saying this, he dragged Gracelyn toward the study. From a drawer in the study, Huxley took out another document-like item. "This is for you too, all for you." Gracelyn opened it and found it was actually the Cheen Corporation stock ownership certificate. "Not hubby," Gracelyn couldn't help laughing. Interrupting her, Huxley said firmly, no refusing, all for you. Clearly, Huxley was quite drunk. Gracelyn could only laugh and agree, okay, not rejecting, they're all mine. Mine. Huxley finally smiled, yeah, all yours. I'm yours too. Do you like me? I do, of course I do. So much. Gracelyn replied with a smile. Huxley's eyes lit up, I like you too, very much. Gracelyn thought, this was a great opportunity. She hadn't gotten the chance to ask about when he first fell in love with her earlier. Now that Huxley was drunk, she could surely get an answer. So Gracelyn immediately said, I know you were secretly in love with me. To her surprise, Huxley's expression turned slightly sour, and he leaned in to kiss her. Gracelyn hurriedly pushed him away, no, not now, hubby. Let's go to bed first. I want to chat with you. Saying this, she dragged Huxley toward the bedroom. First, she got Huxley settled in bed before fetching the sobering soup. She planned to ask him the questions first, then let him drink the soup so he would sleep more comfortably afterward. Putting the bowl on the bedside table, Gracelyn saw that Huxley was still obediently sitting on the bed. She smiled and quickly climbed into bed, snuggling right into his arms. Huxley seemed to enjoy it and tried to press her down again. Gracelyn pushed him away, wait, hubby, I have questions for you. Huxley sat up, his handsome face showing slight annoyance. What question? Gracelyn directly asked, when did you fall in love with me? Huxley simply replied, not saying. These two words shocked Gracelyn. What? Not saying? What did that mean? Gracelyn hurriedly asked, why not say? Huxley replied, secret. Gracelyn. It wasn't a secret before, and it isn't now, Gracelyn reasoned. I already know, so why is it still a secret? Come on, tell me. Huxley shook his head resolutely, can't say, secret, can't tell anyone. Gracelyn. She was bewildered, who scolded you? Who dared to scold you? I won't let them off easily. Huxley replied, everyone scolded me, very harshly. Gracelyn. This made no sense at all. He just liked her, so why should he be scolded, and by everyone, harshly? What logic was this? Now Gracelyn was really at a loss for words. Staring at Huxley, she couldn't understand how he could maintain such secrecy even while drunk. It felt like he wouldn't budge no matter what. Gracelyn didn't know that men like Huxley had long built an unbreakable barrier around things they refused to disclose. The drunker they got, the less likely they were to talk. After watching Huxley for a while, Gracelyn decisively gave up. Huxley had that die without telling attitude. She knew he truly wouldn't say anything. Although she temporarily gave up, she wasn't discouraged. She would find out eventually, absolutely. And she was curious as to why. She'd definitely know by their wedding night. Since she decided to give up temporarily, Gracelyn didn't push Huxley further. She genuinely loved Huxley, so why would she deliberately make things difficult for someone she loved? Gracelyn smacked her lips, right, if it's a secret, then it's fine. Hubby, drink the sobering soup, and let's sleep. Okay. Huxley nodded, behaving quite obediently. With his good looks, he looked especially endearing being so obedient. Then Huxley added, hey. Gracelyn almost burst out laughing at his appearance. She suddenly regretted not recording this moment. Translation ends here. Chapter 110, not adorable, handsome. The drunk Huxley was so adorable that Gracelyn almost wanted to reach out and playfully mess up his hair. No one could resist adorable things or people, and Gracelyn was no exception. She couldn't hold back her sinful hands and pinched Huxley's face, exclaiming, Amber, my husband, you're so cute. Super incredibly cute. Huxley's impeccably handsome face was distorted from the rubbing, but he didn't object. He just stared at Gracelyn and said, not cute. Gracelyn, cute. No arguing back. Huxley frowned, as if a little wronged, not cute, but handsome. Ha ha ha. Gracelyn burst out laughing. It seemed Huxley was still quite narcissistic, knowing he was handsome. She had thought Huxley was always one of those who were handsome without realizing it. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be like a tiger in sheep's clothing, pretending not to know how handsome he was, yet actually pretty self-absorbed. Seeing Gracelyn laugh, Huxley furrowed his brows even tighter, looking somewhat unhappy. Not handsome. Handsome, very handsome. Unparalleled in the whole world, my husband is the most handsome. Gracelyn went out of her way to flatter him. Huxley was pleased when he heard this, nodding solemnly, Gracelyn laughed again and remembered the hangover soup. She got up immediately to pick up the soup, blew on it, and tested its temperature. Perfect. Turning around, Gracelyn coaxed Huxley like a child, saying, drink the soup, honey. You'll sleep better later. Huxley repeated, feed me. Gracelyn smiled, sitting by the bed, and continued coaxing, right, I'll feed you. She handed the hangover soup to Huxley's lips and teased, Chloe, open your mouth, ah. Huxley's beautiful, deep eyes gazed intently at Gracelyn for several seconds before his Amsterdam's apple moved and he licked his lips. Don't feed me like this. Gracelyn was taken aback, huh? Huxley said, feed me mouth to mouth. Gracelyn paused, blushing even though Huxley was drunk. Huxley added softly, wife. Drunk Huxley pouting like this was really hard to resist, making her want to pamper him uncontrollably. After some deliberation, Gracelyn steeled herself, sighed, and sarcastically muttered, sigh, what a troublesome man. She directly drank a mouthful of the hangover soup and kissed Huxley, feeding it to him. Oh my, this method, well, it was quite, embarrassing. Gracelyn's face turned completely red. She thought Huxley would take the opportunity to kiss her passionately and then they would end up in bed. However, after getting fed, Huxley indeed kissed her, but he didn't lose control. Instead, he licked his lips and said, rather obediently yet unsatisfied, more. Gracelyn. Just like this, they finished the bowl of hangover soup, and Huxley seemed to have become addicted to this way of being fed. Still, he remained unsatisfied, wife, more. Gracelyn. Looking at the empty bowl, Gracelyn, with a blushing face, shrugged. Ambril gone. Huxley suddenly looked unhappy, his eyelids drooping. Seeing Huxley's expression, Gracelyn felt a bit sorry and said, it's late, let's go to sleep. Suddenly, Huxley raised his eyelids, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He seemed to have come up with a great idea. I want water. Gracelyn. Wow, still trying tricks even when drunk? She firmly said, you've had enough. If you drink more, you'll need to keep going to the bathroom. No more. Hearing this, Huxley wrote, unhappy, all over his face and said nothing. His look seemed to imply, I'm upset now, hurry up and comfort me. Gracelyn watched him for a while and finally gave in, I'll pour it for you, but you can only have 2 sips. No more. Okay. Huxley nodded and instantly cheered up. Gracelyn sighed, both amused and exasperated, and went to fetch water. When she brought the water over, Huxley, full of anticipation, urged, feed me. Seemingly, drunk Huxley found immense joy in this water-feeding ritual, just like a child engrossed in a game. Gracelyn fed him, and he was quite conscientious about it, counting each sip seriously, 1, and 1 more, wife. Gracelyn chuckled again, took a sip of water, and leaned in to kiss Huxley. Huxley knew it was the last time, even though he was drunk, so he didn't let go of Gracelyn. He immediately pinned her down on the bed, showering her with heated kisses. Drunk man in this state was clearly very excited and passionate. Just his heavy breathing and the barely suppressed groans made Gracelyn feel weak all over. The couple's soft murmurs intertwined into a moving melody. Gracelyn expected everything to proceed smoothly, but unexpectedly, after kissing for a while, Huxley ended the kiss abruptly. He was panting slightly, his eyes tightly focused on Gracelyn. Gracelyn came back to her senses after a moment, blinking blankly, and asked in a soft voice, what's wrong, honey? Huxley simply said, dance. Gracelyn was instantly confused and adorably baffled, huh? What? Dance? Was Huxley drunk enough to want to dance with her? Like Amberlaster did before? She had thought Huxley was unusually obedient and quiet when drunk, not causing any trouble. Now, reflecting on it, too premature a judgment. It's true one shouldn't rush to conclusions. You dance, Huxley insisted. Do you want to watch me dance? Gracelyn was surprised. Yes, Huxley nodded, you danced on stage at the bar before. You were beautiful, I want to see. Realization dawned on Gracelyn, widening her eyes. That must have been the night they graduated. Huxley saw. Did you see me that night? Gracelyn asked. Yes, Huxley confirmed, Clodofool, I liked it. Gracelyn? Didn't he promise not to tell her? Gracelyn blinked again, still surprised. He saw her but never mentioned it. Why didn't you say hi to me that night at the bar? Gracelyn narrowed her eyes and asked. I was there, Huxley replied, you were happy, I didn't want to disturb. Gracelyn finally understood. That night Huxley went to the bar and saw her dancing, but seeing her happiness, he didn't want to disturb her. Thinking of this, Gracelyn also remembered the power cut at the bar which interrupted her performance. Back then, she danced her heart out, so she didn't care much. Now, that power cut. Was that sudden outage you're doing? Gracelyn asked. No, Huxley smiled, the manager did it to please me. Gracelyn was a bit confused. Huxley added, I don't know how he figured it out. I hit it well, probably guessed right. Now Gracelyn understood. Huxley meant he hit his crush on her very well, and the manager happened to guess right. So, he caused a power outage to prevent her from continuing her dance. Gracelyn slowly arched an eyebrow, thinking, Huxley and her were equally good at hiding their feelings. He was a man and didn't take the initiative. Perhaps this had something to do with his reluctance to speak about it and fear of reprimand. While Gracelyn was still pondering, Huxley added, dance for me, I want to watch. Just like a child, direct and straightforward. Gracelyn's thoughts were pulled back, and she felt a bit bemused, even embarrassed. After all, at the bar that night, the atmosphere was lively and the music intense. She had also been drinking then, but now, what kind of dancing should she do? Dancing alone for Huxley to watch felt awkward. Gracelyn intended to refuse, but Huxley excitedly pulled her, dance. Huxley was drunk, and Gracelyn felt this tribulation couldn't be avoided again. Little did she know that an unchanging rule held true, There's no most exciting, only more exciting. Huxley not only got her up from the bed but also led her into the walk-in closet. He opened a cabinet of clothes and pointed, saying, "Wear these, you'll look good, I like them." Gracelyn. "Don't fool around," Gracelyn said with flushed cheeks. How could she have the courage to dance in such clothes? There should be a limit to indulging a man. "I'm not fooling," Huxley replied solemnly. "Only me, no one else can watch." Gracelyn laughed as she rubbed her temples, thinking wasn't that obvious? Could anyone else watch this? Before Gracelyn could respond, Huxley's expression turned fierce, adding, "If others watch, I'll gouge their eyes out." Gracelyn giggled and stood on tiptoe, circling Huxley's neck. "You can't watch either, honey. Let's go to sleep." Huxley didn't move, pinching her slender waist. "I want to watch." Gracelyn. "There are plenty of things you can't watch even if you want to," Gracelyn said with a smile. "Come on, husband, let's go to sleep." Huxley stared straight at Gracelyn, unwavering. The longer he stared, the softer Gracelyn's heart grew. Really? Next time, she absolutely shouldn't let Huxley drink again. Sigh, her husband, who married her on impulse and was now drunk, couldn't even be scolded. What could she do? Indulge him. In the end, Gracelyn thickened her 20-year-old face and reluctantly said, "Then go outside first." This pleased Huxley immensely. He nodded obediently and complied. While picking out clothes, Gracelyn suspected whether Huxley was faking being drunk. Amber thought she suspected it didn't seem likely. When she finished changing, Gracelyn blushed deeply. She had chosen a pure white nurse outfit, which carried an almost irresistible allure. Returning to the main bedroom, she saw Huxley sitting obediently on the bed like a child waiting for fruit. Gracelyn. Sigh, she secretly scolded herself for being soft-hearted. Fine, considering it was her once-adored crush, she would give him some face. Gracelyn stepped forward. Huxley's deep eyes sparkled as he took out his phone. Music. Gracelyn. He had even prepared the music. After Huxley pressed play, Gracelyn froze upon hearing the song. It was the same music from that night at the bar. Her heart softened unexpectedly. He remembered it after all, paying so much attention yet hiding it so deeply. Looking at Huxley, Gracelyn thought, Huxley must really love her. The music was irresistibly charming, with a rhythm that made one want to move along with it. Considering they were married, why should they be shy? They've seen everything. Gracelyn put aside her last bit of hesitation and started dancing to the music. She performed the same dance from that night. Huxley watched mesmerized. When Gracelyn finished, a trace of embarrassment crept over her. Huxley reached out to her, calling her, "Wife." His voice was incredibly deep and seductive. Gracelyn walked forward, placing her hand in Huxley's. He pulled her down onto the bed. The music continued on the phone, but neither cared about stopping it. They had no time even to pause it. Yes, they didn't, not at all, not at all. Entwining passionately with her beloved, one of the happiest and most fulfilling things in the world. Soon, fiery passion spread, making even the powerful air conditioning seem ineffective against their fervor. Huxley kissed her, almost crazily, repeating her name. From baby to wife, from wife to Shinchin, then back to her full name, Gracelyn. Amber's if trying to engrave her into his bones and blood. Gracelyn melted under the calls. Truthfully speaking, Huxley was devilishly skilled, always drawing her body and soul into uncontrollable indulgence. Unexpectedly, during the intense moment, Huxley found time to reach for a condom. He hadn't spared 2 seconds to turn off the music earlier. Yet now he seemed most concerned about this. Gracelyn hesitated and stopped him, teasingly saying, "Husband, we don't need that." Huxley insisted, "We do." Gracelyn firmly replied, "No, I want a baby." Huxley appeared displeased, shaking his head vigorously. No, definitely not. His resolve was unwavering, seemingly impervious to change. Previously, he had coaxed Gracelyn into waiting 10 years before having a child. Now, his attitude was completely opposite. Gracelyn was taken aback. She had been teasing Huxley. In his current drunk state, Gracelyn couldn't gauge the sincerity of his words. Who wouldn't want a child? Especially someone like Huxley, capable and from a wealthy background. High-achieving men often wished for multiple children without worry, as they could raise them well and pass on excellent genes. So Gracelyn was momentarily confused. Amberthuff puzzled, she acknowledged that Huxley used proper contraception after drinking so much. Thinking about this, she said nothing more. Perhaps she was overthinking. Despite her astonishment, this time Huxley used the correct precautions after drinking so heavily. She thought perhaps she had overthought it. Chapter 111, Do you think I can't ignite or win the Chloeist Ambertress Amber Ward? Amber report stirred a heated discussion in the Imperial City. The content of the report was, Sheen Corporation's garden in full clolam. However, Gracelyn wasn't aware yet, as Huxley had drunk too heavily last night for her to wake up. Nonetheless, it didn't stop the spreading popularity of the report. It turned out that not only did employees witness that remarkable sight, but it also caught media attention. The media took photos but dared not report without permission. Huxley was one who disliked the spotlight most, controlling even his employees' gossip, let alone exaggerated media reports. So, even with photos, they first sought Huxley's consent. Unexpectedly, Huxley agreed to the coverage. The media jumped at this rare opportunity and wrote extensively about it. Given that Huxley rarely made news, this report came with its own buzz. Moreover, many were curious about She Corporation's low-profile CEO. Kala almost exploded with rage when she saw the report. She couldn't believe that he allowed something like this to be reported after witnessing it firsthand that day. Huxley's aversion to media attention was well known to Kala. Amber's a Chloeist Amberactress Award winner herself, she naturally brought in traffic. She intended to leverage media exposure. However, the media's reply was clear, no reporting on Huxley without his authorization. Huxley indeed had such influence, but this response left Kala quite dejected. This was partly why their relationship hadn't progressed much over time. Without the push from the public, no one really cared. She felt like being hidden away, invisible. Quote now. Huxley actually allowed high-profile media coverage. The media enhanced the images beautifully and added all kinds of hype. In the end, the media even stated they had conducted a phone interview with Huxley. He admitted to being married and said he did it all for his wife's smile. He added that his wife was lovely and wonderful, that he loved her very much, and that he was planning an elaborate wedding. Lastly, Huxley hinted that everyone would soon meet his wife. The report generated so much buzz it nearly crashed the internet. Essentially, Huxley announced himself. Amber acknowledging his marital status and showing such affection amazed onlookers. Kala was enraged to the point of a headache. Clofor knowing Gracelyn, they were normal classmates, interacting frequently, she even invited him to dinner occasionally. Yet, with one sentence, the media stripped everything away. Amber after enduring a morning of headaches, Kala checked her phone, looking at saved photos and pondering if she should proceed. She knew the consequences of offending Huxley. Her fate was already dire, her company became an empty shell, ignored by media. Perhaps due to Huxley's influence, or because the media knew she angered someone untouchable. She tried rebuilding networks and a company but faced indifference from people in the circle. Some outright distanced themselves coldly. Others gave polite yet official responses or worse, pretended to offer hope while trying to take advantage of her. Falling from grace so swiftly, her family pressured her about possibly offending someone. Now, Kala felt like a beaten dog. What did a beaten dog have to lose? With resolve, if pushed to extremes, she'd expose the photos in her hand. Cloak before then, she needed to inquire about some matters. The hangover from that drunken night lasted intensely for several days. Jeffrey and others slowly recovered their vitality around 5 to 6 days later. Gracelyn, thinking about her career, waited until Weston recovered and arranged a meeting to discuss this issue. It was noon, and Gracelyn suddenly craved seafood. Huxley booked a seafood banquet at Royal No. 1 for them to enjoy. Thus, they met in Huxley's private room at Royal No. 1. Upon sitting down, Gracelyn asked Weston, "How's the company preparation going?" Weston lazily replied, "I plan to hire a team to help." Nicola commented, "True to being a little prince of the She family, you delegate everything." Weston responded, "I lack experience in running a company. Hiring professionals ensures expertise and avoids many problems." Despite appearing laid back, Weston made a sound argument. Gracelyn nodded. Weston looked at her, "Have you decided? Amberting? Joining us in filming?" Gracelyn nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. She thought acting with Weston and others would be immensely fulfilling. Amber among the five, Weston, Nicola, and Gracelyn were from the performance department. Celine and Kelly were from the music department, skilled in multiple instruments, singing beautifully, composing lyrics and music, truly versatile and talented. Virtually, during college, companies wanted to sign them, but they declined. Jean Zhao's company, currently the leading entertainment company in Imperial City, hadn't secured them either. Jean Zhao dared not approach Weston unless Weston took the initiative. Regarding Gracelyn, Jean Zhao previously approached her but got turned down and never brought it up again. In short, Jean Zhao considered any chance nil unless Weston or Gracelyn initiated contact. Nicola, a slacker, had been offered immediate signing by Jean Zhao but refused. Now that Weston planned his own entertainment company, Jean Zhao had no place anymore. Hearing this, Nicola got excited, "Great. We can call ourselves the Five Golden Flowers." Weston rolled his eyes, "You might as well add 2 more, making us 7 fairies, and I'll be Dong Yong." Nicola aimed a kick at him, "3 wives don't satisfy you? 7 now?" Ha ha ha, they all laughed. Celine interjected, "Wait, we're from the music department. What acting can we do?" Gracelyn countered, "Many singers act. Plus, you can sing the theme songs." Kelly said, "We don't know how to act though." Nicola reassured, "Looking good is enough. Close sides, we've got 3 of us to teach you step by step, acting is actually simple." Weston explained, "Once the company is established, our debut project will definitely star us to promote ourselves. I'll get a professional team to shape Meyer and Xiao Xiao into a duo. We debut together and become famous overnight. Afterward, we'll collaborate on another drama, showcasing our close friendship to wow the audience." This proposal brightened their eyes. Nicola praised, "Not bad, Chloe's She thought you'd lain waste during your hangover, but you were planning big." Gracelyn suggested, "Our drama's opening and closing credits must feature Meyer and Xiao Xiao's songs. This way, once the show gets popular, their songs will too, ensuring their smooth debut. I thought the same. Weston snapped his fingers. Kelly said, Clota Company can't just have the 5 of us as artists, right? Weston replied, we'll take it step by step. Eventually, I'll review the team's plan. We can also start scouting for new talents from professional schools. Celine nodded, even internet celebrities could work, they bring their own traffic. Weston said, let's pass on internet celebrities. Apart from cosmetic surgeries and heavy filters, they lack acting experience, which makes things complicated. Nicola and Gracelyn agreed with a nod. The fresh, delicious seafood banquet was served by the waiters one dish after another. The group started chatting while eating. Nicola said, Clote, there's an issue. Weston asked, what issue? Nicola explained, how should we position Star's role in our drama? She'll definitely be the leading lady, but she is married. The script is very important. Gracelyn smiled, why do I have to be the leading lady? Chloeing the second lead is fine too. You can be the miss, and I can be your maid, helping you fall in love with the young master. Gracelyn looked at Weston. Kelly and Celine immediately chimed in, that's a great idea. Amber, and there should be lots of kissing scenes. Gracelyn smacked her lips, I'd love to watch that. Weston waved his hand, stop scheming against me. Everyone. Gracelyn thought for a moment, virtually, I don't necessarily need to act. Just because I'm in the industry doesn't mean I have to be the leading actress. I think anything works. I can also work behind the scenes or even be an on-site advisor. Anyway, this is all our shared endeavor, paying salary as usual is fine. Weston immediately replied, Amber, the company funds come from my elder brother. Chloe's sister, you're the boss. I'll just get dividends. I'm the one who should receive normal pay. Gracelyn hurriedly said, don't say nonsense. This company is given by elder Chlorother to you, showcasing brotherly affection. It has nothing to do with me. Just as Weston was about to speak, Gracelyn's phone rang. It was from an unknown number. Gracelyn answered. The voice on the other end said, Miss Meng, I have something important to discuss with you personally. This was a woman's voice, but Gracelyn didn't recognize her. Frowning, she asked, who are you? The caller responded, you'll know when you see me. Gracelyn immediately retorted, why should I meet someone I don't know? She was about to hang up. The caller then revealed her name, Kala. Gracelyn. I have nothing to say to you. Gracelyn's face turned cold, do your best. Kala said, this matter is crucial. Amber, you sure you won't listen? Scared, Miss Meng? Gracelyn was speechless, who's afraid of you? I just don't want to see you. Can't you talk over the phone? In person, Kala's tone suddenly became condescending. After some thought, Gracelyn asked, where? Kala gave the address, which was the same tea house as before. Gracelyn replied, wait there. I'm still having lunch. We'll talk afterward. Kala didn't seem upset, Amber, right, I'll wait. After hanging up, Weston and the others questioned her. Gracelyn frowned, Kala wants to meet me at the same tea house. Weston directly said, I'll go. Is that woman not done yet? Doesn't she see the recent reports? My elder brother has already admitted he's married. She's quite persistent, Nicola added, let's accompany you after lunch. Celine suggested, how about letting President Sheen go with Star? See what that crazy woman tries next. Her suggestion received applause from everyone. Gracelyn however said, I'm too lazy for that, plus I don't want Kala to see elder Chlorother Sheen. I'll go myself after lunch. Why should I be afraid of her? Since Gracelyn had spoken, everyone couldn't argue. Sometimes reverse psychology really worked. Gracelyn enjoyed a leisurely, satisfying meal of seafood before driving over. She didn't let Weston or the others join or inform Huxley. She wasn't afraid of Kala, facing these matters alone was a form of exercise. Arriving at the booth Kala had reserved, Gracelyn entered to see Kala meticulously brewing tea. Let's get straight to it, Gracelyn sat down. Kala placed a cup of freshly brewed tea in front of Gracelyn, try it. Gracelyn frowned, no interest. Just tell me what you want, I'm pressed for time. Kala reclaimed the cup and drank gracefully, saying, Miss Meng's hostility towards me has grown. Gracelyn laughed, isn't that obvious? If I weren't hostile, would I call you sister? Seriously, if you weren't so troublemaking, we could maintain appearances. Kala put down her cup, you're just lucky. Amber, newly graduated student marrying a top mogul with such schemes. Without Huxley, what are you? Do you have a career? Gracelyn rolled her eyes, so you're bored and came to tell me this? Gracelyn scoffed lightly, I can build a career anytime. Is Miss Xiao blind? Haven't you seen my face? Xiao Jin begged to sign me, promising the best resources, ensuring stardom right away. Do you think I wouldn't succeed or win Chloeist Ambertress? If you really think so, maybe you should visit a brain specialist or an ophthalmologist. If you can't afford it, I can sponsor you, consider it charity for a stray cat or dog. Kala's face twisted in anger at Gracelyn's words. Translation provided above maintains the paragraph structure, character names in pinyin format, and the original tone and style of the text, ensuring natural and fluent English while preserving the storyline and logic from the previous content. Chapter 112, The Demon Like Him. Sharp-tongued. Kala cursed through gritted teeth. That's all you have, isn't it? Gracelyn looked at Kala with an expression of disdain as if she were looking at an idiot and said, Didn't you invite me here for a verbal duel? You set up the meeting, and you initiated the conversation. Surely you can't imagine that I should obediently listen to your insults and reprimands? Allow me to be blunt, Miss Zhao, your mind seems somewhat unhealthy. The insult made Kala clench her teeth in anger, wishing to splash the tea in her hand into Gracelyn's face but didn't dare to. Instead, she took a deep breath, adjusted her facial expression, smiled, and said, Miss Meng, you're becoming more and more entertaining. Do you really think you're that amazing? Gracelyn nodded. Yes, indeed I'm a bit better than you. Younger, prettier, and the man I love just happens to love me too. Even if this is dumb luck, it's my luck not yours. Have you heard the saying that luck is also part of one's ability? Gracelyn raised her eyebrows as she spoke, adopting a queen-like demeanor. Kala frowned, this little tramp was getting stronger each time. Seeing Kala speechless, Gracelyn wrinkled her brow impatiently and said, Did you call me here just for these useless words? If you knew you couldn't out-talk me, wasn't this self-torture on your part? Amber's a villain, I feel sorry for you. If you have nothing important to say, I'll leave, I don't have time for your drama. After saying this, Gracelyn stood up. At this moment, Kala truly wanted to hit someone, gripping the teacup tightly in her hand. However, Gracelyn, who had stood up, suddenly paused, perhaps remembering something before sitting down again. She then turned to Kala and said, Oh, right, I heard that one day Miss Zhao went to my husband's office, hugging his legs crying and pleading to be his dog or mistress, refusing to let go despite several men trying to pull you away. While speaking, Gracelyn's face was filled with disgust and mockery. Kala froze for a moment, never expecting Gracelyn would know about that incident. Amber's women, Kala found it hard to save face. Gracelyn watched her reactions with interest, sneered slightly, I heard you were even thrown out of the headquarters lobby, falling in an undignified manner. Honestly, as a top actress with a successful career and quite famous in the circle, to play such a bad hand. Rushing to hug another woman's husband's leg spouting those disgraceful words, how did you come to this? Can't live without changing your man's favor? You. Kala clenched her fists fiercely. Why should I change who I like? What I love, I will stick with it. Gracelyn shrugged, losing interest. Clote Kala asked, How do you know? Did Huxley tell you? Yes. Gracelyn smiled and said, Of course, it was my husband who told me. He described how disgusting and detestable you are, and he worried I might get angry or misunderstand him. In reality, it wasn't Huxley who told Gracelyn, rather Amber Aurelio had informed her. Huxley had always avoided discussing these upsetting matters with her. Just like when dealing with Kala's company last time, Huxley never mentioned it, he was incredibly low-key. Clote Gracelyn intended to make Kala believe it was Huxley who told her, infuriating her. Sure enough, hearing this, Kala's face paled, looking as if she might faint. Gracelyn added, I suggest you stop causing trouble for me, you won't gain anything from it. Saying this, she got up. Kala felt utterly frustrated, unable to win a single word against her. Seeing Gracelyn about to leave, she finally said, Wait, I haven't gotten to the main point yet. Gracelyn. So Kala's train of thought struck her as oddly peculiar. Clote initially, Kala had her own plan not to reveal it immediately, she wanted to see if Gracelyn would grow anxious. Yet Gracelyn was not only unperturbed but had almost driven Kala to rage. Hurry up. Gracelyn was truly losing her patience. Staring at Gracelyn, Kala finally spoke, Was it you and Huxley who had Amberlice and Ian arrested? Gracelyn was surprised that Kala knew about Amberlice and Ian. What does it have to do with you? Gracelyn asked. Kala replied, It's a scandal that shocked the political scene, of course, I need to understand it. What do you really want to say? Gracelyn furrowed her brows slightly. Kala stared at Gracelyn, I heard Amberlice was caught by the media in a hotel reveling with her father. Hearing this, Gracelyn's frown deepened, finding it both awful and repulsive. Kala continued, So, were you two behind this? It has nothing to do with us. Gracelyn stated. Kala raised an eyebrow, Oh, but I went to visit Amberlice in jail, and she told me that both she and Ian were drugged by your people and left in the hotel room. This revelation shocked Gracelyn. Initially, hearing about it, she found it extremely distasteful and had specifically asked Huxley, who denied it. Nonsense. Gracelyn angrily retorted, They're filthy affairs, wanting to frame them on us. Before Gracelyn could finish, Kala interrupted, They never had that kind of habit before. If they did, they would certainly have kept it hidden. Why wouldn't they conduct such activities in private places like their own home basements? And why in a hotel where it would be exposed? No one believes they could be so foolish, not understanding the shame of incest. Moreover, at that critical moment when they had just offended you all, choosing life over such acts, you still claim it wasn't you? Would you really expect me to believe that? Amberlice told me this herself. Kala pulled out her phone and played a recording. Taking a deep breath, Gracelyn tried to remain calm, maintaining a seemingly indifferent look while internally struggling. Soon, Amberlice's voice emerged from Kala's phone. She was sobbing heavily, brokenly, and seething with hatred, speaking poor Empire language. It was Huxley's people who drugged us. Afterward, they forced us to drink heavily in the hotel, nearly killing me. I hate them so much. Definitely, it was that wicked woman's idea. She's vicious, even worse than me, coming up with such a scheme. Even as a ghost, I won't forgive them. No, I'm not satisfied. Save me, get me out of here. I want to kill that woman, I want to kill her. Kill her. No, I'll treat her as she treated me, exactly like this. The latter part of Amberlife's words caused Graceland to involuntarily gasp, striving to maintain her composure. Kala stopped the recording, carefully observing Graceland's face. She saw the white pallor and hints of panic, which she fully registered. Kala then smirked triumphantly. Solid evidence, still denying? TSK, honestly, I really can't tell. Miss Meng looks so beautiful, almost fairy-like, but inside she's such a venomous woman. Conceiving ideas of incest, you truly have talent. Ambermazing, absolutely amazing. Graceland felt a tightening ache within her heart, managing a hollow laugh. Neither you nor Amberlice are good people. Colluding with her to spout nonsense doesn't make it true. Those despicable deeds were done by them, not us. Kala sneered lightly. Didn't I just say that? It doesn't make sense for them to be doing those things during that period, let alone going to a hotel to open a room. Do you think everyone is stupid? Still trying to justify yourself? You are truly a vicious and black-hearted woman. Yes, Amberlice did wrong, and you can hit her, send her to prison, or even have someone take her out directly. Clote, TSK, you're really sick and perverted, making a father and daughter do such a thing. Graceland stared at Kala, suddenly reaching out to snatch Kala's phone. Clote. Kala deftly stashed the phone behind her back, giggling. Miss Meng is anxious? Amber afraid your wicked image will be exposed by me? Amber about signing with Little Gold Corporation, debuting as a peak star, and becoming an Oscar winner? With this vile image, who would become your fan? Oh, right, you don't need to grab my phone, I won't expose this. If you want it, I'll give it to you in a moment. Kala's words left Graceland confused. Could she really be so kind as to hand over the recording? Amber, after some thought, Graceland suddenly realized something, withdrew her hand, and snorted, you two spouting nonsense won't make others believe you. Kala sighed. I feel sorry for you. Graceland frowned. What do you mean? Kala replied, if you didn't instruct it, then it must have been Huxley who ordered his subordinates to do it. Graceland's heart skipped a beat, but she retorted, don't accuse people baselessly. Kala clicked her tongue twice, shaking her head and sighing again. How pitiful, how pitiful. Miss Meng thought marrying Huxley made her first lady and ensured her smooth sailing forever? Looking at your reaction, you might genuinely not know. If you're unaware, then Huxley definitely did it. Did Huxley not tell you about what he did? Well, he also didn't tell you when he dismantled my company. I really don't know if it's to protect you or prevent you from seeing the real him, the demon like him. Graceland replied, if it was to protect me, I'd be very happy. I'm quite content. What's pitiful about that? Kala stared into Graceland's eyes. Is that what you really think? Amber, aren't you feeling disgusted? Amber, aren't you afraid? Can you still share a bed with him at night? Amber, and when you two are intimate, can you remain calm? In the future, what about your children? Will you let your child know their father is actually a demon? Hearing Kala's words, Graceland felt anger rise. So, you're telling me all this to slander Chlorother-Chin? How can you accept it if I can't? Amber, are you suggesting I step down and let you take over? Kala gave a faint smile. I didn't say that. Claude, I am different from you. Graceland raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you're much more despicable than I am. Kala's expression shifted, but she quickly regained composure. Yes, indeed. That's why he and I belong together. Amber, and you don't. Amber, after saying that, Kala kept staring at Graceland, trying to read her face. She was taking a gamble. Amber, pure graduate like Graceland, hadn't witnessed the darkness of human nature or understood how adults would stop at nothing for survival. For someone as naive as a blank sheet of paper, this would surely come as a great shock. Kala was 100% certain Graceland was genuinely unaware. Claude being unaware was beneficial. It meant Huxley feared spoiling Graceland's innocence and chose not to tell her. This made things even better. Hearing Kala's words, Graceland almost laughed, looking straight at Kala. Miss Zhao, considering how badly things have turned between you and Chlorother-Chin, do you really think he would choose you even if I left him? Kala replied coolly, that's my business. Amber's if disapproving of Graceland's interference. Graceland kept staring at Kala for a long time before finally speaking. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but even if Chlorother-Chin did this, I can accept it. Amberlice started it, so there's no point blaming others for being ruthless in return. If you think I'm a saintly white lotus, you're completely wrong. I think Chlorother-Chin did the right thing. I fully support it and will applaud him. Amberlice should have known there would be no good outcome when she plotted against Chlorother-Chin. She only has herself to blame for her foolishness. Kala was greatly disappointed. Seeing Graceland unaffected and calm, she felt defeated. Wasn't she a fresh graduate? How could she remain so composed upon hearing such news? Seeing Kala silent, Gracelyn continued, "Virtually, I should thank Miss Zhao for informing me about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how special Chin is to me and how merciless he is to other women." Kala's expression darkened. Gracelyn reached out. "Delete the recording. If you don't delete it, you won't bring Chin down, but I don't know how Chin would deal with you. This time, however, I can offer advice on how to make you suffer worse than amber lice. Miss Zhao, would you like to try? I'm quite looking forward to it." Kala was thoroughly shocked. No matter how she calculated, she never expected Gracelyn to have such a cold and unfeeling heart. Chapter 113, Sick or Pregnant? After this barrage of verbal sparring, Perry was utterly defeated. She never intended to verbally spar with Gracelyn in the first place. Her real intention was to see Gracelyn break down, unable to accept the truth. Honestly, when she first heard about it, her mind was tossed around for a while. Huxley was indeed ruthless. Even she found it hard to accept initially, let alone Gracelyn, who had not even stepped into society yet. Knowing the truth and still having no ill feelings towards Huxley. She really miscalculated. Of course, Gracelyn might be putting on an act. How tumultuous her inner turmoil was, only she knew. Perry's goal was achieved. She wanted to expose the truth to Gracelyn, slowly driving her to despair, making her feel guilty, making her think of this shadow every time she got intimate with Huxley. Perry stared at Gracelyn for a while before slowly curving her lips. "Don't worry, Miss Meng. I'll delete the recording right away. I don't dare offend General Manager Chen. He's a wolf, a devil. I truly can't challenge such limits. Since you two are inseparable, then, that's it." As she spoke, Perry opened her phone and started deleting the recording right in front of Gracelyn. She added, "I'm already in such a miserable state, like a clay statue barely managing to cross a river, so I wouldn't dare provoke you anymore." With that, Perry deleted the voice message, raising her hand to show Gracelyn, "It's deleted now, and there are no backups. You can check if you want." Gracelyn didn't doubt Perry's sincerity. She believed Perry genuinely deleted it because, though impulsive, Perry wasn't entirely lacking in intelligence. Knowing she couldn't afford to provoke Huxley, she showed some sense in this matter. Gracelyn didn't bother to check, she just looked at Perry and said, "Deleting it is smart. Even if you released the recording, it would only be Amberlice's one-sided account. Where's the evidence? Your so-called analysis can't serve as proof, can it?" Perry smiled, "Yeah, failure. General Manager Chen has wealth and power." Gracelyn flared up instantly, slamming the table angrily. "Is there any shame left in you saying this?" Her sudden outburst startled Perry, who seemed confused as to why Gracelyn was suddenly furious. After all, what she said wasn't wrong. Huxley had money and power, overshadowing everything. Gracelyn glared at Perry. "My husband has money and power, but he never provokes trouble, does he? Chloe, you and Amberlice came to provoke us first. If you act wickedly, expect retaliation. This is your problem, don't blame my husband. From the moment we met in the office, you should have known we were getting married, yet you tried to create discord. It's normal for my husband to deal with you. Why shouldn't he? Should he yield to you? Or commend you with a certificate? Don't take others for fools just because you're not one. If you hadn't meddled, we could have interacted normally. Your company isn't completely shut out of the entertainment industry. It's still operational. If you behaved properly, who would come after you? What did you do? Cry and whine in his office, say vile things, and now try to sow discord with me. To be honest, you're courting death." Faced with Gracelyn's accusations, Perry was speechless. Gracelyn spoke the truth, which Perry herself acknowledged internally. She merely shrugged defiantly, "Say what you will, but our positions are different." Gracelyn nodded, "If you insist on courting death, I can't stop you. Take care of yourself." With that, Gracelyn left without hesitation. After her departure, Perry sat there expressionless, neither angry nor happy. While later, she muttered to herself, lost in thought, "You're right, your position is justified. You never considered mine. My evil? Yet, aren't you good just because you got what you wanted? Chloeing evil is simply because I didn't get what I wanted. What's wrong with fighting for myself? What's wrong with that?" Her face hardened in defiance, then she turned her gaze faintly towards the entrance, smirking, "Gracelyn, you're too naive. This is just the first move." Driving away, Gracelyn felt somewhat restless, naturally due to the Amberlice incident. She remained composed in front of Perry. She wasn't deceived by her. To say she felt completely unaffected would be a lie. After all, she lacked social experience and hadn't truly witnessed the darkness of human nature. How could she describe this situation? Not entirely unreasonable, but also revolting. The biggest issue was its disgusting nature. If Amberlice and Ian indeed had those tendencies. Thinking about it made Gracelyn grip the steering wheel tightly, warning herself to stop thinking about it. Chen was right. Amberlice was despicable, drugging Chen in front of her. Had she succeeded, their marriage might have ended in estrangement. Even if they stayed together, an unhealing wound would remain. So, was it wrong for Chen to deal with her? No, absolutely not. Jail was too lenient. There should be an unhealing wound in Amberlice's heart as well. Those who commit evil should always be prepared for severe retribution. Otherwise, why commit evil? Who says the righteous must always be saintly? Sympathizing with this person or that? Gracelyn repeatedly fortified her resolve on the road until she reached the entrance of She Corporation's headquarters. She intended to go up personally but felt inexplicably weak. So she called Huxley. He was in a meeting with Jeffrey when he answered. He paused the meeting immediately upon hearing Gracelyn's voice. Honey, I'm outside the main entrance. Huxley raised an eyebrow, standing up instantly. I'll come pick you up. Yeah. Gracelyn didn't bother being polite since she called Huxley precisely to pick her up. Okay, wait a minute, Huxley replied and instructed Jeffrey, sight1-1, continue the meeting and report to me later. Sure, Jeffrey nodded. Leaving the room, Huxley asked with concern, why do you sound unhappy? Amber, are you feeling unwell? Looking at the glaring sun, Gracelyn squinted slightly. Amber, maybe it's too sunny. Huxley cared deeply. Didn't you drive? Amber, aren't you staying in the car under the sun? I'm in the car, but the sunlight feels too intense, Gracelyn explained. Perplexed by her reasoning, Huxley chuckled after a moment's thought. Spoiled. Wait for me. Okay, hurry up, Gracelyn agreed. Amber, right, 10 minutes. I'm heading to the elevator. Turn up the amber C to avoid overheating. If the sun is too strong, find a shaded spot and park there. Gracelyn glanced around. There weren't any shady spots conveniently near the entrance. If she moved, Huxley would have to walk much further. Huxley truly cared deeply about her. Smiling, Gracelyn replied, no need. You'll be here soon, right? Huxley affirmed, right, I'm at the elevator. See you in a minute, hanging up. Okay, Gracelyn responded. Note, for the sake of fluency and coherence, I've slightly adjusted certain expressions and phrasing while preserving the original tone and meaning. Ending the call, Gracelyn still lazily squinted her eyes, feeling somewhat listless. She must have expended a lot of energy dealing with Perry just now. Close-eyes, she needed some time to process the amber lice incident. She didn't think Huxley was wrong, but she still needed time to digest and adjust. No worries, she would be fine soon. Before long, Huxley's distinguished figure appeared at the main entrance. Seeing Gracelyn's car, he hurried over with quick steps. Behind him, a security guard held an umbrella high to shield him from the sun. Gracelyn seemed almost dozing off in the car. Huxley frowned slightly and tapped on the window. Only then did Gracelyn slowly open her eyes, immediately turning off the engine and opening the door. Her spirits lifted a bit as she reached out to Huxley. Honey, carry me. Gracelyn rarely acted this coquettishly, especially at the company. Huxley immediately reached out and scooped her up into his arms. The security guard quickly adjusted the umbrella to completely shield Gracelyn, though Huxley's back was now exposed to the scorching sun. He didn't mind, smiling broadly as he looked at Gracelyn. Should I carry you straight to the office? Shy and reserved, Gracelyn wouldn't normally agree, but right now she felt too lethargic to move, so she nodded with a smile, sure. Huxley's lips curved upward. He was more than willing to play this night role. Carrying Gracelyn through the lobby naturally drew everyone's attention, sparking another wave of fervent whispers. Wow, does the young lady not need to walk anymore? Don't be silly, it's because She dotes on her. Amber, the young lady is so lucky. It makes people so envious. If a man like She could carry me once, I'd happily take a pay cut. Ever since Huxley announced their relationship, the employees knew what to expect. While She Corporation used to strictly regulate gossip, things were different now. Amberny gossip about the young lady was allowed, certainly with Huxley's tacit approval. The employees also realized Huxley was all about showing off, making it even more entertaining for them. Someone remarked, is the young lady not feeling well? Pregnant, maybe? What? Really? How long has it been since their flash wedding? I'm not sure, seems like, just over half a month. Half a month isn't enough time to get pregnant. How could that happen? That must mean she's not feeling well. Not necessarily. They only had a flash wedding half a month ago, not started dating. Cough, there's a possibility they were already, cough. This theory made sense to the employees. Amber another suggested, shouldn't we show some concern for the young lady? Thanks to her, we got bonuses last time. We should care about her if she's sick. It's not sickness, it's pregnancy. Either way, we should show concern. Yes, definitely. The secretary hinted that when She and the young lady married, we'd get big bonuses. So, we should show concern. Thus began a new wave of discussion. What should we buy if she's sick? Why say sick, it's pregnancy. Right, what should we buy if she's pregnant? The discussion split into two camps, one focused on illness, the other on pregnancy. Meanwhile, back in the office, Huxley and Gracelyn had no idea their employees were such avid gossips. Huxley carried Gracelyn directly to the sofa in the lounge area and asked with a slight frown, do you want me to take you to the restroom to sleep for a while? Gracelyn replied, Amber, aren't you busy? Huxley explained, I was in a meeting, but sight1-1 is handling it now. He's been a great help, making my life easier. Amber thought Jeffrey came to learn, he was highly educated and experienced, having served as CEO of L family for years. He was more polished compared to Huxley but lacked time and business experience. Okay, Gracelyn said. Thank you, Chlorother-yuan. Huxley didn't respond but instead stroked Graceland's head. Are you really sick? Do you have a cold or are you suffering from heatstroke? Where does it hurt, baby? Graceland couldn't pinpoint where she felt unwell and shook her head. No, I'm not sick, just feeling lazy. Claude Huxley pulled out his phone and called Amberlaster without delay. Amberlaster answered quickly, and Huxley instructed, Shinger isn't feeling well, come over immediately. My office. Then he hung up. Amberlaster, ? Wasn't there a resident doctor at She Corporation? What level of discomfort required him to make a personal visit? It would take him 30 minutes to get there. Despite his grumbling, Amberlaster set aside his work and headed for headquarters. Graceland asked, Honey, I don't feel unwell, why did you call Amberlaster? Huxley replied, I'll feel better knowing he checked on you. Graceland insisted, I'm fine. Just feeling lazy. Honey, go back to work, I'll stay with you. Amber, afraid that her languid state might worry Huxley, she quickly struggled out of his arms, saying, Oh, I'm fine. No need to go through all this trouble, honey, go back to work. Huxley raised an eyebrow slowly. Note, for the sake of fluency and coherence, I've slightly adjusted certain expressions and phrasing while preserving the original tone and meaning. Chapter 114, Proposal Day. I'll accompany you. Huxley stood up and said, Want to rest for a bit? No need. Graceland shook her head, pulling his hand, I'm really fine. It's just a bit hot today. You should get back to work, I'll keep you company. Are you going back to the meeting room? Seeing that she seemed genuinely more energetic now, Huxley put aside his worries, thinking it might indeed be due to the heat. Huxley reached out and touched her head gently, I won't go back to the meeting room. Let Xiao-Yuan update me later. If it's too hot, do you want something to cool off? Ice cream, chilled fruits, or a cold drink? Graceland pulled Huxley towards his workstation, no need. I ate too much at lunch and can't eat anything now. The air conditioning is perfect, I'm fine. You work, and I'll watch my drama. Perfect. Graceland had everything planned. Huxley allowed himself to be pulled along, smiling, okay. They both sat down at their workstations as Graceland turned on her computer to start watching a drama. Just then, Huxley remembered something and beckoned her with his fingers, Come here, baby. Dad has something to ask you. Graceland raised an eyebrow slowly and immediately got up to approach him, What? Huxley pulled her into his arms and asked, Are you sure about starting this venture with Qin Shaoqi and the others? At this, Graceland's spirit soared, responding instantly, Yes. I talked to Weston today, and we five are definitely going to build our careers together. It feels so exciting. The greatest happiness in life isn't doing what you love while working with friends you admire, growing and improving together. Plus, we don't have to worry about resources or money, we can spread our wings freely. We don't even have to be commercialized, we can still chase our dreams. Hearing this, the corners of Huxley's mouth curled up even higher, nodding seriously, Sure, chasing dreams is entirely possible since Dad's got your back. You don't have to make commercial dramas, you can just focus on artistic films. Even if they earn no box office revenue, we'll continue shooting. Huxley spoke with great confidence, which was indeed the case. Money speaks louder than anything else. With Huxley supporting Graceland financially, she didn't need to worry about money but rather how to spend it. Upon hearing Huxley's words, Graceland's eyes lit up with joy as she kissed his handsome lips instinctively, My husband is the best. Huxley caressed her slender waist, Of course he's the best. Graceland realized then that the incident with Amberlice hadn't affected her as much as she thought. Clocause Huxley treated her so kindly, taking care of her meticulously. It was absurd to think Huxley was a demon because Amberlice was evil. Wouldn't that mean she was siding with Amberlice and Kala in their attempts to harm Huxley? Noticing her thoughtful expression, Huxley pinched her face gently, What are you thinking about? Graceland smiled, Nothing. Huxley asked, How do you guys act in these scenes? Graceland widened her eyes slightly, You're interested too? Huxley replied, Sure. For instance, how do you perform kissing scenes? You can practice on me. Hearing this, Graceland couldn't help but laugh. Huxley was just finding another way to steal a kiss. Chlorother Henrik, not brother, Amberlaster, the renowned physician from the pharmaceutical group, arrived at the headquarters. Unlike Huxley's low-key style, Amberlaster was highly ostentatious. The reception hall at headquarters buzzed with activity, filled with beautiful women. Despite having exclusive access through the president's channel, Amberlaster would never use it. He had to stroll through the main hall to experience the fun of passing through a crowd without getting entangled. Amberlaster had repeatedly complained about Huxley's strict employee code, forbidding female employees from wearing skirts. Amberlaster detested this rule immensely. So when Amberlaster arrived, he greeted the female employees casually, as familiarly as ever. If Huxley was the reserved and serious type and Russell was the quiet and methodical type, Amberlaster was undoubtedly the friendly, familiar type. Therefore, every time Amberlaster visited headquarters, he was very popular. Female employees were unafraid to chat with him, greeting him warmly. Coincidentally, the employees in the main hall were discussing sending condolences to Graceland. They had already bought gifts for this purpose. For those who thought Graceland was ill, they bought flowers and various fresh fruits, several beautifully arranged fruit baskets, and lovely bouquets. For those who believed she was pregnant, typically experienced mothers, they thought of practical gifts like bird's nest, folic acid, calcium supplements, anti-radiation clothing, and soft cushions. Though these gifts weren't necessarily expected to be used by Gracelyn, after all, as the young madam, she'd only used the best quality products. It was all about showing their heartfelt wishes. Thus, conveying their sincere wishes was enough. Originally, the employees were planning to send 2 representatives to the CEO's office. Clothed with Amberlaster's arrival, they had their man. Amberlaster was stuffed with gifts, folic acid, anti-radiation clothes, calcium tablets, and flowers, while the security personnel carried the rest. Amberlaster was visibly shocked and taken aback. Wait, what are you trying to do? Gracelyn, I say your mistress probably just had a slight heat stroke. What's with the folic acid? An employee retorted, isn't madam pregnant? Amberlaster replied, no, she's not. The employees who believed she was ill felt smug, guessing incorrectly must feel bad. Their gifts wouldn't be needed anymore. However, the experienced moms were displeased and began debating loudly. President Liu, how do you know she's not pregnant? Amberlaster hesitated, unable to explain, as it would be inappropriate. He couldn't tell them publicly that Huxley and Gracelyn weren't sleeping together until the wedding night. Though he personally doubted Huxley could keep his promise. Claude Amber Aurelio kept reminding him incessantly. Amberlaster had no counter-argument. Another employee pressed, tell us, President Liu, how do you know? Amberlaster stammered, I have no idea. She's not his wife after all. Amberhem, I just made that up. Pregnant it is, yes, okay, I'll deliver these to President Sheen on behalf of everyone. The employees immediately praised Amberlaster profusely, making him very pleased as he walked away happily. Arriving at the office. Huxley and Gracelyn were amazed at the pile of gifts Amberlaster was holding, hanging from his arms, tucked under his armpits, and even being carried behind by security. After a couple of seconds, Huxley commented, how come you receive so many gifts every time you come to the company? Amberlaster laughed awkwardly, these aren't for me. They told me not to deliver if they couldn't give them themselves. These are gifts from the Sheen Corporation employees for their young madam. Gracelyn was surprised, oh, for me? Yes. Amberlaster placed the items on the coffee table, instructing security to put the rest down, pointing, here are the sympathy gifts for you being ill, and there are the gifts for you being pregnant. 2 different sets. Gracelyn and Huxley stared speechlessly. Pregnant? Gracelyn asked curiously, why would they think I'm pregnant? Amberlaster organized the gifts while explaining, isn't it because your husband carried you all the way? Gracelyn suddenly understood, exclaiming, wow, the employees are so thoughtful. She immediately approached the gifts, delighted, this is great, I get more gifts. Seeing her happiness, Huxley felt happy too. Gracelyn felt deeply moved. There was a certain indescribable warmth, cause Huxley loved her and pampered her, everyone in the headquarters knew about it. Thus, even employees who did not know Gracelyn personally were very kind to her. Living such a blissful life, why should she let Amberlice and Kala ruin it? Gracelyn ultimately did not tell Huxley about this incident. She thought since Huxley did not want to tell her about it, even when she asked directly, and Huxley still denied it, the reason must be that he was afraid of damaging his image in her eyes. So not telling Huxley about it was also her way of showing her best love for him. One could say this incident left only a fleeting shadow in Gracelyn's heart. It quickly disappeared because of Huxley's affection, and she even forgot about it entirely. Few days passed in a blink. After Gracelyn forgot about it, Kala did not stir up trouble either, and everything seemed to have calmed down. One morning, Gracelyn was awakened by Huxley's kisses. Still half asleep, Gracelyn mumbled, honey, aren't you going to work? Huxley's company was still in the preparatory stage, so Gracelyn had plenty of free time. She usually went to the company to keep Huxley company, but Huxley didn't want her to wake up too early, so he would go to the office first. He would come back later if Gracelyn wanted to go to the office. Today is a good day, Huxley said while kissing Gracelyn's lips. We're going to visit your family today. Gracelyn instantly shook off her drowsiness upon hearing this. Visiting her family was absolutely an exciting thing. They often visited her family, and they had even eaten at the old Sheen family residence several times. Gracelyn immediately replied, okay, now? Not in a hurry, Huxley said. It's timed. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Timed? After Gracelyn finished getting ready, she came downstairs and saw that Hyder was directing the servants to prepare what should be called a betrothal gift. Gracelyn's eyes widened as she turned to look at Huxley. Huxley smiled, today is the most auspicious day, and we can't miss the right moment. Is this the formal proposal? Gracelyn asked. Of course, Huxley nodded. Gracelyn hadn't expected that Huxley would consider things so thoroughly. I'll have Hyder take you to your family first, then I'll arrive at the exact propitious time, Huxley explained. Gracelyn was even more surprised, so formal. Of course, Huxley nodded again. Everything has to be done properly. Hyder specifically learned how to do it, including all the necessary items for the betrothal gift, which are prepared according to the rules. Gracelyn didn't know what to say, she just felt incredibly touched. Hyder arranged a car to send Gracelyn back to her family. Gracelyn found out that her entire family was home today. Apparently, Huxley had already communicated with her family beforehand. She was the last one to know. The Meng family had a sumptuous and joyous breakfast together. Since it was the proposal day, breakfast was eaten a bit later. After breakfast, Martha took Gracelyn for a walk and chatted with her. Later, they started preparing Gracelyn for the occasion. The propitious time selected by Hyder was between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. on this day. Huxley naturally set the time for 13:14, which sounds like forever and ever in Chinese, symbolizing lifetime commitment. So, he had to enter the Meng family gate precisely at this time. As for lunch, it could be slightly delayed. Originally, Huxley planned to arrange it at Royal No. 1. Quote, for this ceremonial day, the Meng family insisted it had to be held at their own home. Thus, the Meng family kitchen was bustling today. They even invited professional chefs for the proposal banquet. The dishes were symbolic and auspicious. To show their importance, Martha also hired a small symphony orchestra to perform. The atmosphere at the Meng family was lively and grand. Gracelyn was already dressed up. She chose a pink qipao under Martha's suggestion, with her hair styled into a youthful bun adorned with jade accessories. She looked exquisite, gentle, and demure yet very pure. Huxley arrived exactly at 13:14, crossing the Meng family threshold on the second precise to the second. This was achieved thanks to Hyder's stopwatch. There could be no error at all. The Meng family side was greeted by their butler. Gracelyn originally thought she should wait in the main hall. However, Martha said she couldn't appear yet. She had to stay in her room until Huxley finished chatting with the Meng family. At most, she could hide upstairs and peek, following the old ancestral rules. Gracelyn blinked and couldn't resist teasing her mother. Mom, you won't reject me, right? Martha paused, then immediately responded, stop talking nonsense. Gracelyn chuckled and hugged Martha's arm. Chin is truly great, Mom must agree wholeheartedly. Martha understood she was joking and laughed. Such a great son-in-law must be accepted with pleasure. So Gracelyn stayed in her room. Soon, Huxley arrived at the Meng family main hall, where Martha joined them, sitting on the sofa's main seats with Meng Zai-kai. Aurelio and Court sat on another couch, making it very formal. After some formal conversations, the Meng family butler received the list of gifts from Hyder and showed it to Meng Zai-kai and Martha. Virtually, the Meng family didn't care much about these gifts. Since the procedure was formal, everything needed to be carefully checked. To their surprise, both Meng Zai-kai and Martha were stunned as they went through the list. Translation note *: the original text includes various cultural elements related to traditional Chinese weddings and family visits. Efforts have been made to retain the essence and meaning within an English context. Chapter 115, came online lovers with Weston. Hank and Martha couldn't help but look at Huxley simultaneously, surprised. Huxley, however, remained composed and gentlemanly. The couple didn't speak but shifted their gaze to Aurelio and Daylon. Amber's the eldest and second son of the family. They would definitely have a say in such significant matters, even if it was just for formality's sake. Court and Aurelio understood and immediately picked up the engagement list to read it seriously. At this moment, Gracelyn sneaked to the second-floor landing, peering out with her bright, beautiful eyes curiously. From her angle, she could see Huxley sitting upright on the living room sofa, looking dignified and confident. Gracelyn blinked. No matter when or where, Chin always looked stunningly handsome. She took out her phone and sent a message to Huxley. Husband, look upstairs. Huxley immediately looked up upon receiving the message. Sure enough, he saw his beloved little wife peeking adorably from upstairs, her beautiful eyes hiding a soft smile. Seeing Huxley's gaze, Gracelyn showed her entire face and waved to him with a sweet smile. Huxley's deep, handsome eyes squinted slightly. Today his little girl truly looked beautiful. Her pink qipao was very youthful, and her bun was charming and adorable. The pink pearl headpiece added elegance and brightness. Moved by her appearance, Huxley did something that even Gracelyn found surprising. He puckered his lips and blew an air kiss. Startled at first, Gracelyn didn't expect Huxley to be so cute. She then pouted back at him. This sweet and intimate interaction between the couple, especially being so sneaky, was incredibly heartwarming. After finishing the air kiss, Huxley immediately looked serious and turned his attention back to the Meng family. Realizing everyone was still focused on the engagement list, Huxley glanced up again and blew another air kiss before looking back. This time it was a bit awkward because Court happened to be looking at Huxley, probably having finished reading the list and wanted to speak to him. Seeing Huxley look up and pucker his lips, Court was speechless. Huxley also paused, feeling a bit awkward. Court guessed Gracelyn must be upstairs and instinctively turned to look up. Huxley called out, brother. Court, startled, decided not to pursue it further. Then Aurelio spoke up, President Sheen, isn't the last item on your list a bit too much? Giving all your assets and future earnings to Shinger? Huxley raised an eyebrow and replied matter-of-factly, too much? Isn't it appropriate? This left the Meng family speechless. After a while, Court said, if you think that way, it is indeed appropriate. Aurelio added, Little Sheen, you're making it harder for us to marry in the future. Court nodded in agreement. Huxley said, brother Chenyang, if you truly love someone, you do the same. Amber Aurelio laughed and joked, wow, President She not only raised the standard for our imperial capital men but is now dishing out marriage advice. There were no flaws in Huxley's proposal, as the Meng family acknowledged. Since both were already married and had great feelings for each other, it was just a formality. Claude Huxley handled this formality with such sincerity that there wasn't anything to criticize. There was nothing more to say. Hank and Martha nodded in agreement right away. They then instructed the servant to call Gracelyn down for dinner. That concluded the ceremony. Next would be waiting for their wedding. When Gracelyn was called down by the servant, she playfully teased, Amber, so quickly? Is that it? From the moment Huxley entered the living room and sat down, it only took about 10 minutes. Martha smiled and asked, it's just a formal process, how long did you expect it to take? Gracelyn blinked, and Amber Aurelio added, no choice, your husband has given you all his current and future assets, written clearly on the engagement list. It couldn't be faster. Cord agreed, indeed, it's hard to make it any more difficult for him. Surprised, Gracelyn looked at Huxley. Everything? She immediately looked at Huxley. Huxley explained, don't look at me like that. It should be this way. Since you mentioned marriage, I made this decision. I've been waiting for this chosen day. Had it not been in front of her parents, Gracelyn would have kissed Huxley directly. Mariana had been communicating online with Gracelyn about the ring design. The sketches were already discussed. The rings were beautiful, and Mariana replicated their signatures one-to-one onto the designs. Huxley's handwriting was elegant, while Gracelyn's was simple yet heartfelt. For Gracelyn's ring, Mariana simplified the design, enlarging Huxley's signature and surrounding it with a half-heart shape. For Huxley's ring, the structure mirrored Gracelyn's name in a half-star arc. Gracelyn was very pleased with Mariana's design. The wedding rings were already being crafted, taking about a month to finish, or a month and a half to 2 months at most. In total, it wasn't too long. The wedding dress was also ordered and started production, all handmade. With no shortage of resources, it progressed quickly and matched the ring's timeline. So Gracelyn and Huxley's wedding would likely happen soon, within 2 months if everything was prepared in advance. Amber's for other details of the wedding, with ample resources, it could move quite swiftly. Weston's company was also systematically preparing. Amber admittedly, the team Weston hired was highly professional, creating several initial plans. Weston approved these and proceeded promptly. Amber, after deciding on this, the next critical step was choosing the office location. However, Huxley easily solved this issue by allocating a commercial building in the C. Center for Weston. Startled, Weston objected, Chloe brother, it's really unnecessary. Our company just started, we don't need such a large space. How many employees and departments will I need for an entire building? Too big. Let me start small. Huxley was a bit disdainful, look at your ambitions. Should I assign some staff or have Russell help you in the early stages? Weston found Huxley's suggestion practical, sure, borrowing old Jiang can work. In the future, my place will surely have plenty of beauties, perhaps it'll solve old Jiang's single status. Hearing this, Huxley retorted, you haven't even solved your own issues yet, worrying about old Jiang. Amber, after selecting the office location, Weston had the preliminary team enter and commence work. Naturally, Gracelyn also joined in. During this period, Perry seemed calm and didn't cause trouble. Gracelyn thought Perry might have finally listened and given up. Of course not. Just as Gracelyn thought everything was peaceful, a photo quickly surfaced online, sparking intense discussions. One day, after Gracelyn, Weston, Nicola, and others finished their company-related tasks, they chatted while eating. Celine came across the post and was shocked, immediately showing it to everyone, saying, quick, look at this. Everyone looked and was equally astonished. This photo that suddenly sparked heated discussions online was actually a picture of Gracelyn and Weston. The photo was taken from a peculiar angle and was quite blurry. However, their faces were relatively clear, making it look like they were being intimate. They were close together, and their hands seemed to be touching. This. Gracelyn stared at the photo for a while before saying, is this from when we encountered President Jean and Perry? Celine quickly nodded. Yes. From your positions, it looks like, we all agreed to take photos of Perry, but then you said it wasn't necessary and stopped Chi with your hand, right? Gracelyn remembered. Right. Cause she had stopped Weston from taking the photo with her hand, it looked quite intimate. Due to the angle and the blurriness beyond their faces, it made it seem like one person was holding a phone while the other gently touched their hand. It appeared very intimate and suggestive. Ambernion, who didn't know the context, would think this was a loving young couple. Chloeoth were young and extremely attractive. In short, this photo made them look like a high-profile couple. There was no other impression. Weston's face turned pale. Damn, who took this photo? My brother will kill me when he sees this. Gracelyn and the others hurriedly checked the comments below. Amber, after reading, they got a general idea of what happened. The photo was apparently taken by a passerby on the spot. Claude, it was captured perfectly. It was then posted online. Initially, it didn't draw much attention. Amber, at most, people thought it was a high-profile young couple. However, such couples are naturally eye-catching. So the photo didn't completely sink into obscurity. Many assumed it was a picture of a young influencer couple. Until someone began digging into the identities of the two people in the photo. No one expected to uncover that they attended a famous film school. Then some classmates and informants came forward anonymously to dig deeper. Finally, it was revealed that the girl in the photo was the third Miss Meng, and the boy was the youngest Master Qin. This upgraded them from an ordinary young influencer couple to a top-tier elite couple. Their top-tier appearances combined with their prestigious backgrounds instantly made the photo go viral. And it stayed popular for many days. After the popularity surged, more stories started to emerge. Most importantly, netizens began shipping them as a couple. In short, now Gracelyn and Weston were famous and considered the perfect couple by everyone. Young, attractive, and from top-tier families. What else could people say? All that was left was admiration and shipping them as a couple. To put it more simply, Weston and Gracelyn became online lovers without any effort. Claude in reality, Gracelyn was Weston's sister-in-law. So this kind of fame was disastrous for both of them. After seeing this, Weston was visibly trembling and immediately said, "We can't let this go on. I need to find my brother now. I'm innocent. And only my brother can stop this from spreading further." Gracelyn also realized the seriousness of the situation. Claude, was this really just a coincidence, a random passerby taking a photo? After Weston spoke, he rushed to Qin Corporation headquarters and told Nicola and the others, "You have to come with me. I need to explain clearly to my brother, otherwise, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River." Was his nearly prepared company about to fall apart? Luciana said, "Brother Qi, don't worry. You and Star aren't doing anything improper. This is just hearsay. How can President Qin believe a love story from a photo with questionable angle and clarity?" Weston shuddered. Even if he doesn't believe it, that doesn't mean he won't be jealous. Now that they were seen as online lovers, wouldn't his brother lash out at him? Gracelyn assured him, jealousy is one thing, but elder Brother Qin won't lose his temper over it. Nicola added, "Don't worry, baseless rumors are still rumors. Should we go to Qin Corporation now?" Weston nodded fervently. Gracelyn frowned slightly. "Let me go first. You can come later or wait for my call." Though she reassured Weston that Huxley wouldn't lose his temper, she was unsure herself. Huxley wouldn't vent his anger on her, and even if he did, she had ways to handle it. Whether he'd be mad at Weston, she couldn't predict. Hearing Gracelyn's words, Weston said, "Right, all right, Chloe's sister, you go first. Make sure you explain clearly, we didn't hold hands, not at all. It's just the angle." Gracelyn almost rolled her eyes at Weston. "Of course, we didn't hold hands. Okay, I'll head to Qin Corporation now." With that, Gracelyn grabbed her phone and left without finishing her meal. Virtually, Weston, Nicola, Celine, and Luciana couldn't continue eating either. Amber thought it was a misunderstanding, it was still irritating. Driving to Qin Corporation, Gracelyn kept her phone open to monitor the situation. Especially at red lights. She noticed that the post started gaining momentum just a few days ago. Moreover, more netizens were shipping them, with so-called insiders claiming that she and Weston were childhood sweethearts, playing together since they were young, very closely and wonderfully. Please note that this chapter has continued seamlessly from the previous narrative provided. The characters' interactions, misunderstandings, and escalating situations maintain coherence and continuity. Chapter 116 Chaos in a Pot. The post's popularity was largely driven by the phrase, Qing Mei Zhu Ma, grew up together since childhood. These four characters evoke an inherent beauty, combined with top-tier wealth and exceptional looks, making Gracelyn and Weston's love story appear flawless. Thus, the post remained extremely popular, with netizens imagining countless beautiful scenarios. Gracelyn frowned, finding those four words particularly uncomfortable. On her way to the Qin family conglomerate, Gracelyn continued to frown as she pondered this matter. She thought about how Huxley had admitted his long-standing crush on her but refused to reveal when it started. Huxley treated this time frame as a secret, more like a taboo he wouldn't even let her touch. Recalling Huxley's drunken confession, "Can't say, it's a secret, I'll be scolded," very harshly. Considering also how Huxley had always been jealous of Weston. And how Huxley harbored deep-seated feelings for her that were hidden so well, no one could detect them or even consider pursuing her proactively. Could there be a possibility that before she proposed a sudden marriage to Huxley, he assumed she and Weston grew up together and were mutually in love? So, Huxley feared that revealing his feelings would invite scorn from Weston? Or from her? Was this the reason he chose to keep it hidden all along? Gracelyn analyzed it this way, concluding that this was indeed what happened. This post was now hitting all of Huxley's sore spots. Affectionate young lovers, matched beauty and talent, growing up together. TSK, each point perfectly struck a nerve. Gracelyn wasn't sure how Huxley would react upon seeing this post. Perhaps Huxley was too busy to pay attention to such internet gossip. Gracelyn was wrong. Huxley had already learned about the post. It started when an employee at the Qin Corporation headquarters saw it while on break. After all, the employees knew Gracelyn was the young lady of the Qin household and Weston was the youngest master. To see such a photo exposing these two, it was explosive. And without knowing the context, just looking at the photo made it hard to believe they were innocent. This made it even more sensational. The intimate nature of the photo made headquarters staff speculate. Could the young lady have eyes elsewhere? Given their lack of familiarity with Graceland, such thoughts weren't surprising. Linus noticed employees collectively browsing something suspiciously. Despite Sheen Corporation's strict rules against gossip, the situation was too explosive not to talk about. Close-eyes, the code of conduct prohibited gossip about Huxley, not about Graceland and Weston. When Linus noticed, employees claimed it was nothing. Linus checked her phone, only to find it prominently featured on the homepage. It was trending, immediately catching her eye. Linus felt a headache brewing. Amber felt hesitant, she couldn't not tell Huxley. Amber at that moment, Huxley and Jeffrey were discussing a new project plan in the office. Linus entered the office holding her phone, listening for a while before mustering the courage to speak. Mr. Sheen, there's something I must report. Huxley turned his gaze. What is it? Linus presented her phone, almost ready for the worst. You, take a look. Huxley took the phone, glanced at it, and his face turned icy cold. Jeffrey was startled, wondering what was so serious. Was it a stock market crash? Linus feared Huxley might throw her phone. Quote, throw away if you must. Linus lowered her head, whispering, it's trending high, headquarters staff are discussing it. I noticed their unusual behavior and checked my phone, only to find it on the front page. Cold sweat trickled down Linus's neck after speaking. Jeffrey frowned. What exactly is happening? Linus gestured to Jeffrey silently. Daring not to check his own phone, Jeffrey stayed silent. Huxley endured reading the entire post and comments, growing visibly angrier. Linus bravely spoke again, feel free to throw my phone. Immediately, Huxley tossed the phone, shattering it with a loud bang. Linus wasn't upset. Jeffrey was thoroughly confused. Not daring to speak, Linus indicated for Jeffrey to grab a phone. She helped navigate to the post. Jeffrey saw the trending headline. After a minute, he was speechless. He pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Linus, saying, feeling that Weston might be in trouble. Should we notify him to lay low? Cloak, this seems like a misunderstanding. Daily gossip can get pretty absurd. Linus responded, this isn't just a misunderstanding or laying low issue. The main problem is. Linus looked at Jeffrey with a complicated expression. Jeffrey asked, puzzled, what's the main problem? How is this not a misunderstanding? Is there actually something between Weston and the elder sister-in-law? Linus frowned. Even if there was, who would admit it? Surely not the young lady, but Weston? It's unclear. Jeffrey was even more confused. How can it be unclear? If there was really something, then why did he have no reaction when elder sister-in-law married Clorothershire? Linus rubbed her temples, seriously considering, let me explain. Whether it's a misunderstanding depends on whether Mr. Sheen believes it. He trusts the young lady, but does he trust Weston? Even if he thinks there's nothing, what if Weston has secretly liked the young lady all along? Jeffrey's eyes widened at the dramatic turn. Is this possible? If he really liked her, why didn't he react when elder sister-in-law proposed to Clorothershire? This doesn't make sense. Linus explained, why doesn't it? Consider this, if it's a secret crush, he couldn't say anything. Over the years, Weston realized the young lady didn't feel the same. After graduation, she proposed a sudden marriage to Mr. Sheen, likely getting Weston's contact first. He understood, she loved Mr. Sheen. What else could he do but smile bitterly and join the gossip? Would he try to sabotage? Jeffrey's lips twitched in disbelief. That's way too dramatic. Amber love triangle. Linus nodded. Life can be this dramatic, especially in matters of the heart. There's even another possibility. What possibility? Jeffrey asked. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and tone of the original Chinese text, providing a natural English version that flows well. Linus suggested, let's think from another angle. What if the young mistress has always had a secret crush on Weston, but Weston never returned those feelings? So, right after graduation, the young mistress proposed a sudden marriage to Mr. Sheen to provoke Weston. Claude, it turned out that Weston truly didn't have feelings for her. Plus, with Nicola and Weston, well, they seem indifferent, yet not entirely indifferent, which adds more complexity. They are all good friends, so the young mistress just let it be, married Mr. Sheen, and couldn't even provoke any reaction from Weston. Meanwhile, Weston became extremely nosy and uncovered that Mr. Sheen had secretly liked the young mistress all along. In this situation, the young mistress would probably give up completely, especially since Mr. Sheen treats her so well, she might be moved by his kindness. However, when she's out playing with Weston, some small emotions might still surface, whether hidden or fluctuating. In substance, there's nothing, and I believe that. Jeffrey was thoroughly shocked after listening to Linus, taking several hard puffs of his cigarette before saying, wait, Jiang manager, let me digest that. Linus also smoked, pulling him into the break room. No problem, take your time to digest, I think I explained clearly. Jeffrey mulled over it for a while before patting Linus on the shoulder. Jiang manager, you're underappreciated as a private assistant. You should write novels, they'd definitely sell like hotcakes. Such dramatic plots you've come up with. Linus's cigarette trembled slightly. Do you think there's a possibility in what I said? Jeffrey had to admit, indeed, anything is possible. Linus replied, moreover, this isn't something I made up. Chloe's on years of understanding Mr. Cheen, I think he might think this way. Jeffrey bit his lip, pondering for a moment. In that case, Weston is doomed. Should I call him and arrange for him to hide at my place temporarily? Linus stopped Jeffrey from making the call. Wouldn't that make it look suspicious? Close-eyes, if Mr. Cheen wants to find trouble, who can stop him? Jeffrey licked his lips and touched his chin. Jiang manager, what you say makes me nervous. Originally, this was just a misunderstanding, whether someone caught it on camera or took a candid shot, it's just a matter of perspective. How did it escalate into brothers falling out like this? Linus responded, I've already said, under extreme anger and jealousy, this is what Mr. Cheen is likely to think. Jeffrey asked, what do we do then? Linus sighed. I don't know. Maybe we can only rely on the young mistress. Jeffrey, with a headache, extinguished his cigarette and lit another one. Seems like we can't help much. Linus nodded, looking equally troubled. If the first possibility holds true, what if Weston also secretly liked the young mistress? What would you do in that situation? Jeffrey rubbed his lips. Meaning, my brother has always liked my wife? Linus nodded. Jeffrey frowned deeply, unable to answer, finally saying, thankfully, I only have a younger sister. Amber thought she's spoiled, she will never like my wife. Jeffrey's answer reflected the difficulty of such a situation, which can become dramatically complicated and, indescribably troublesome. Not only were Jeffrey and Linus deeply worried about Huxley, Weston was faring no better. Amber after Graceland left, the others couldn't eat a single bite. Weston was visibly anxious, almost like prenatal syndrome. Nicola and the others kept reassuring him, saying things like innocence will show itself and promising to vouch for him, but nothing eased his anxiety. Finally, Weston said, Amber, that you're saying doesn't work. The key issue is that it's difficult to prove innocence in ambiguous situations. Amberding grew up together, makes it impossible to clear my name. My older brother has always been wary of any relationship between Xingchen and me. Even if he knows there's nothing, people sometimes imagine things based on their own biases. Nicola frowned. So what do you suggest? Explanation doesn't work, and innocence will show doesn't help either. Does that mean you're just waiting for a beating from your brother? Weston also frowned. I'm trying to figure it out. Celine and Amberly shook their heads. It seems hard to resolve. Amber sighed from explaining properly, what better solution is there? Weston, deep in thought, suddenly slapped the table. I have an idea. The three girls asked, what is it? Weston said, find a girlfriend. Right now, immediately. They were all stunned. What? Weston replied, Amber, after careful consideration, this is the best solution. Find one now, take photos, post them on social media. This can minimize my brother's suspicions and misunderstandings. Celine said, it makes sense. Claude, where do you find one? Ambernion you like? Weston shook his head. No, so I'll have to put on a show if necessary. Amberly said, go grab someone from the street. Nicola suggested, since it's a show, why not hire a professional actor? Money talks. Weston nodded. Claude finding one suddenly. Amberly said, might make it look like hiding something. Weston. You reminded me, Weston said. I can't just randomly pick someone. You're the one. Amber? Amberly widened her eyes. Me? Weston nodded. Yes, it's more convincing. Amberly. Celine also nodded. Chive's logic does make sense. Amber Stranger won't be as convincing as us. Nicola also nodded. True. Upon hearing this, Celine and Amberly both looked at her and chorused, Claude, why not you? You'd be the most suitable. Nicola blinked, realizing her mistake. Translation maintains the paragraph structure and tone of the original Chinese text, providing a natural English version that flows well. Chapter 117 When? Just you and him? Nicola raised her eyebrows. Oh. No, not really. Probably not. Amber, anyway, it's just a random choice. Why would I be the most suitable one? Hearing Nicola's response, Celine and Kelly looked at her with an expression that clearly said, well, what do you think? Nicola. I think everyone's fine, Nicola shrugged and then turned to look at Weston. Or we three can do it together. Weston. Don't joke around, Weston remarked. I'm already at my wit's end. Such matters, you guys wouldn't understand, it's very troublesome. If you consider it a minor issue, well, it's trivial indeed. Claude, if you treat it as something serious, it seems quite big. Amber, anyway, you wouldn't get it. Celine, Kelly, and Nicola all nodded in agreement. We get it, we totally get it. Celine added, I think Clora's cheese plan is reliable. Let's proceed according to this. If it doesn't work out, we can find someone now. Don't delay, we should hurry and look. Amber, anyway, spending money usually makes things easier. Kelly responded, find outside? Weren't we supposed to handle it ourselves? Nicola, what's your take? Before Nicola could reply, Celine interjected, if it's the three of us, it has to be Qian. Qian, sacrifice yourself a bit for She, he looks pretty pitiful. Why must it be Nicola? Weston asked, exasperated. Nicola isn't suitable. Just the two of you, either one is fine. Throwing out jokes like the three of us together is one thing, but getting serious about it is another. Kelly and Celine widened their eyes. Why is Qian unsuitable? The two of us are even less suitable, and lack any credibility. Now Nicola was unhappy. Why am I unsuitable? Weston replied, you're just unsuitable. Last time at sight1-1, we had such a mess. If you come, my brother will surely think it's fake. This made some sense, according to Weston. Nicola blinked and shrugged. That does make sense. So my innocence is saved. Weston. I'm not suitable either, Kelly said. Let's go with Xiao. Celine's eyes widened. Why? What's wrong with you? Weston and Nicola shared the same confusion. Kelly blushed slightly and said shyly, I have someone I like. This revelation caused the other three to widen their eyes further. They blurted out simultaneously, who? Ambrose, stop gossiping about me. Kelly exclaimed. Let's focus on solving She's problem first. Since Qian might get caught, let's go with Xiao, okay, Xiao? She hurriedly added, if Xiao feels awkward, then I'll do it. The four friends had been close since childhood, always willing to help each other no matter what. Kelly's intention was that having someone she liked made her less suitable. However, for her friend's sake, she was ready to step up despite being unsuitable. She simply thought she wasn't the best choice at the moment. Celine blinked, she didn't have anyone special in mind. After thinking for a while, Celine nodded without hesitation. Fine then, let's do it. So, the decision was made. The four quickly agreed and immediately began acting it out. Nicola took on the role of chief planner, pulling everyone into a private tea room at a restaurant. Weston and Celine sat on a sofa in a booth. Weston seemed somewhat nervous. Are you okay with this, Xiao? It's just taking a picture. What's the problem with that? Sides, nothing else happens afterward. Actually, She, are you okay with this idea since it was yours? Nicola chuckled, he's just scared. Weston glared at her. Nonsense. Then he turned to Celine. If you're okay, then I am too. Celine confidently replied, I'm okay. As long as nothing real happens later, it's fine. Nicola rolled her eyes. What more do you want? Anyway, holding hands or kissing cheeks is fine. It shouldn't be too much trouble. Nicola and Kelly watched them intently. Do we have to? Weston asked hesitantly. Nicola replied, who knows? We might need to act it out for a couple of days. After you announce it on social media, won't your mom want you to bring her home? To make it believable, you need to act the part. Weston pondered for a moment. That made sense. He glanced at Celine. Can you do it? Celine nodded. No problem. Holding hands since childhood, it's like left hand touching right hand. Kissing cheeks should be fine, it's like a cheek kiss abroad. Nothing major. Just depends on She. Weston said, same here. Holding hands and kissing cheeks aren't necessary. People don't just do that when they start dating. Things happen gradually. Okay, fine. Just stop procrastinating and get it done. Nicola pulled out her phone. Quick, pose for a couple shot. They also took out their phones and took a selfie together, which came out pretty cute without being overly intimate. Nicola and Kelly also snapped a photo of them, checked it, and agreed, nice. Post it directly. Weston opened his moments and uploaded the photo, unsure what caption to use. Kelly suggested simply writing, girlfriend. Weston thought it was simple enough and posted the photo with just those 3 words. Celine did the same but changed girlfriend to boyfriend. Nicola and Kelly cooperatively followed suit. Nicola captioned hers as witness, and Kelly thought it was oddly interesting. With that taken care of, Weston sighed in relief. Once my brother lets it go, we'll explain everything. Celine gave him an okay sign, indicating no problem. With this settled, Weston felt relieved. There was nothing else to do except wait for Graceland's news, so he got back to managing company affairs. Graceland arrived at the entrance of the Qian Corporation headquarters and parked her car right there. She walked straight into the lobby. The employees in the building recognized Graceland. Her sudden appearance startled many. Today, many employees had been secretly following the gossip online. Some believed it, others doubted it. Of course, it involved Huxley, so they dared to not gossip excessively. They were still speculating in their hearts. Some thought it was a misunderstanding caused by camera angles. Others believed there might be some truth to it. Most employees were actually quite fond of the relationship between Graceland and Huxley. So seeing the young mistress in person after reading the online drama was a shock to the female staff who once envied Graceland. Today, Graceland wore a silk white blouse with a large bow at the collar, making it artistic and unique, and extremely elegant. Amber black mermaid skirt accentuated her graceful figure. Wearing black stiletto sandals, her legs were long, slender, and exceptionally attractive. Seeing Gracelyn, female employees felt even more envious. To put it mildly, they envied Gracelyn's charm. Gracelyn noticed the employees' gaze seemed off, different from before. Their eyes previously showed admiration, friendliness, and straightforwardness, but now carried a hint of scrutiny and uncertainty. Gracelyn frowned, recalling the post's popularity. In today's era, who didn't browse their phones during breaks? Feeling puzzled, Gracelyn stopped the receptionist leading her way and asked directly, "Why does everyone seem so strange today? Is it because of the trending post about Weston and me?" The receptionist, responsible for welcoming guests above the management level, especially for visits to the CEO's office, had approached Gracelyn upon seeing her. Caught off guard by Gracelyn's direct question, the receptionist paused briefly. "Wow, Mrs. is so composed." Yes. The receptionist was a supporter of Gracelyn and Huxley's couple. Normally she wouldn't admit it, but she did so in the heat of the moment. Gracelyn's direct question made her feel that Gracelyn would give a very positive response. Amber thought Gracelyn didn't need to care about what these employees thought. Amber, after hearing this, Gracelyn nodded as if fulfilling the receptionist's expectation. "I guess it must be because of the heated post." The receptionist wanted to ask more but stopped midway, realizing how rash she had been. Gracelyn directly denied with no hesitation, "Don't overthink it. It's a misunderstanding caused by the angle. If there was something between Weston and me, I wouldn't be the young mistress of the Cheen group." These words were brief and powerful, leaving the receptionist feeling relieved and instantly showing joy on her face. Amber's Gracelyn stepped out of the CEO elevator. She frowned slightly. Did Huxley not know about this yet because he was busy working? Clote, even the employees knew. The post had become popular enough to get promoted on web pages. There might even be a push notification sent directly to Huxley's phone. The title could be something like Capital City Amberistocracy Celebrates. Miss Meng's third young lady and young Master Cheen's childhood love story is sweet. If they added something sentimental like, "This restores our faith in love," it would be even worse. Thinking about this, Gracelyn quickened her pace. Just as she reached the entrance of the CEO office, Jeffrey and Russell came from the tea room, both looking worried. Seeing Gracelyn, their eyes seemed to light up. "Sister-in-law." Jeffrey approached first. Gracelyn immediately asked, "Elder Clorother Yuan, is Elder Clorother Cheen in his office? Is he busy?" Jeffrey didn't know how to answer for a moment. Russell also remained silent. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. "You saw the hot post too? Has Elder Clorother Cheen seen it?" Jeffrey nodded hastily. "Sister-in-law. Clorother sure seems upset. He smashed old John's phone just now and kicked us out. He's alone in the office now. You should go see him. If he gets too emotional." Jeffrey frowned, thinking he should accompany Gracelyn in case Huxley got more agitated. Gracelyn understood Jeffrey's concern but said, "It's fine. I'll go in." Jeffrey was taken aback, surprised by Gracelyn's calmness, as if she wasn't afraid of Huxley losing his temper. Gracelyn then walked straight towards the office. Russell remarked, "I told you, only the young mistress can handle it." Jeffrey stroked his chin, didn't expect sister-in-law to be so brave. Amber, truly angry or emotional Huxley was someone few dared to approach. People preferred to stay far away. The secretary opened the door for Gracelyn and then closed it politely, unable to help but worry for her. Gracelyn saw Huxley sitting motionless in his office chair, eyes lowered, looking rather pale. Of course, given the situation, even if Huxley hadn't misunderstood or doubted anything, just seeing photos of his wife appearing close with his younger brother and being hyped up as a couple by netizens, who wouldn't be furious? Gracelyn took steps forward, the sound of her heels clicking. After a few steps, Huxley finally noticed and slowly lifted his gaze. Their eyes met unexpectedly, locking together. Huxley didn't speak or yell, he just watched as Gracelyn approached. When Gracelyn stood before him, she called out softly, "Husband." Huxley didn't respond immediately. Few seconds later, he suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her without asking any questions. This kiss felt like he was trying to prove something. He kissed her urgently and fiercely, causing pain to her lips. Clote Gracelyn didn't push him away or complain. Instead, she responded similarly. Gracelyn couldn't say how long the kiss lasted. Without exaggeration, it was the first time Huxley kissed her to the point of pain. After letting her go, her lips felt numb. Perhaps realizing how intense and forceful he had been, Huxley gently caressed her lips with his thumb and asked, "Does it hurt?" His voice sounded different, strange in some way Gracelyn couldn't describe. Gracelyn took a deep breath and spoke softly, "You know about it, don't you?" Huxley's hand on her waist tightened briefly before loosening. "I saw it." Gracelyn cupped Huxley's face, staring into his deep eyes that reflected only her image, earnestly saying, "It's a misunderstanding. The angle made the photos look intimate, like we were about to hold hands, but it wasn't like that." "Then what was it?" Huxley asked, his voice hoarse. "When? Just you and him? Where were Nicola and the others? Why weren't they captured too? Amber, and why were you and Weston sitting on the same sofa?" Hearing this, Gracelyn felt uneasy. She looked at Huxley. "Do you not trust me? In your eyes, am I like the person you imagine?" Hearing Graceland's words, Huxley panicked immediately. Chapter 118, No, it's my fault. Husband, hit me. I didn't make any wild guesses, Huxley immediately said. If I had guessed wildly, then things would not be like this now. Graceland believed what Huxley said. If he really started making wild guesses and got angry, he would probably have already gone after someone by now. Who would he go after? Definitely Weston. He hadn't made any wild guesses, but he was still feeling uneasy inside. Graceland noticed the redness around his eyes. So, Huxley was holding back quite a bit. Graceland didn't speak, and Huxley spoke frankly. Though I didn't guess wildly, wife, you must understand that it's impossible for me to act as if nothing happened, nor is it possible for it not to affect me. In fact, this has always been a sore spot for me. When Graceland heard Huxley say this, she felt uncomfortable too. She continued asking, what kind of sore spot? Does it have anything to do with unrequited love? Has Huxley always believed there was something between her and Weston, hence burying these feelings deep within himself? Huxley replied, not entirely. It's hard to explain and can't be explained, but I hope that from now on, you and Denny will draw a line between yourselves. What Graceland feared most was hearing Huxley say such things. Draw a line? How does one draw a line? Their friendship dates back to when they were toddlers playing together. Sometimes it transcended gender. She treated Weston like a sister, and Weston treated her like a brother. Their clear and pure friendship, hard-earned over years, shouldn't be tainted because of baseless, private emotions, or petty thoughts. Graceland felt very unhappy about this. She held Huxley's face in her hands and said earnestly, Husband, how can we draw a line? Weston's company also involves me. We five are really happy together, laughing every day, enjoying ourselves immensely. We grew up together from childhood. 20 years plus, not just 20 days. I don't know how many people have lifelong friends they haven't quarreled with, who have cared for each other, supported each other, and even embarked on starting a business and chasing their dreams together after growing up. It definitely exists but isn't common. She paused and added, how can we possibly draw a line now? Not working at the same company anymore, not playing together? I don't understand why we should separate something so beautiful just because of some non-existent issues. I disagree. I want to defend my friendship, and I cannot betray my friends. If Weston ever meant anything more towards me, or if I had harbored feelings for him, I might understand separating ourselves. Maybe I would even do it without being told. Imaginary matters, I strongly oppose. Each word spoken by Graceland was reasonable and powerful. Huxley understood, could empathize, and even found comfort. Cause although Graceland was young, she had her own understanding and principles. Her words, I can't betray my friends, made Huxley admire her deeply. He was conflicted. The future is long, and life is full of uncertainties. Would it not be possible just for me? Huxley asked softly. He's your brother, Graceland replied, your half-brother. Will you not see him in the future? The brothers will become estranged. Even at unavoidable family gatherings, I won't talk to him. This isn't practical, it will make everyone feel uncomfortable. Weston also reveres you, respects you. And if not for Weston, we might never have met. Huxley couldn't argue with what Graceland said. He knew all these facts, and realized his request was unreasonable. Yet, he was just upset, just acting childishly, which is probably what jealousy does. It turns into irrational and obstinate behavior. Huxley never thought that one day, calm, self-controlled, steadfast as a mountain as he was, he would turn into an unreasonable and stubborn person. So, Huxley said unhappily, you've been saying so much in favor of him. Is he that important to you? Typical expression of unbearable jealousy. Graceland, of course, detected this. How could jealous people be rational and logically analyze? It seemed there was only one move left. Graceland stopped speaking, lowered her eyelids, and tears began to fall steadily. This completely startled the vinegar-filled Huxley, making him forget his jealousy as he quickly held Graceland's pretty little face, wiping away her tears. Why are you crying? Half of Graceland's actions were acted out, while the other half was genuine emotion. She sobbed, Husband, I feel so useless. Huxley suddenly didn't know what to say, hurriedly replying, why are you suddenly saying you're useless? Graceland performed wholeheartedly, grabbing Huxley's wrist. I'm incompetent, unable to resolve the relationship between my husband and my friend, and bringing trouble needlessly, making you upset, causing you sorrow. I am truly useless. Sniffle, sniffle. Huxley was taken aback, not knowing what to say for several seconds. No, darling, don't cry. It's not you, it's me being petty, jealous. Stop crying, Huxley's heart ached as he gently wiped away her tears. My fault. Husband won't throw a tantrum. You're useful, you're capable. Graceland bit her lip, her eyes red and watery, shaking her head harder, sobbing more. No, I'm the useless one. Don't console me. I brought you trouble. Sniffle, sniffle. From the beginning, this matter with Weston has troubled you, made you sad, made you unhappy. Yet I can't resolve it, and it's still unresolved. Husband, I really feel useless, so stupid. Graceland's sobs and her sense of guilt were almost heartbreaking. She was already incredibly beautiful, and when crying, her eyes became red and puffy, her nose rosy, her big eyes filled with mistiness. Her eyebrows and dark eyes stood out against her fair skin. Crying like this, she seemed broken and pitiful beyond endurance. Even a random stranger would ache with sympathy, wanting only to place the best things before her, pleading for her not to cry, finding it too painful to bear. How much more so for Huxley? Amber and Huxley had never seen Meng Xing cry like this. Since their whirlwind marriage, Graceland had always laughed, happily and blissfully. No, wait. Huxley did remember seeing Graceland cry once when she was younger. That time, Graceland was very young, perhaps 4 or 5 years old. Amber at that age, what could one do besides play in the mud or games? Huxley recalled it clearly. They were playing hide-and-seek at the old Sheen's residence with the 5 friends. One time during hide-and-seek, Graceland couldn't find anyone because the old residence was huge. Amber, after searching for a while and finding no one, she started crying. Her cries were loud and heart-wrenching, much like now, breaking one's heart. Her cries prompted Weston and the others to come out of hiding quickly, offering her snacks to soothe her. Cloac then, Graceland wasn't shy either, accepting the snacks while still shedding tears and insisting she didn't like being the seeker but wanted to hide. From then on, during hide-and-seek, Graceland never had to be the seeker. Cloac then, they were only 4 or 5, and he was 13 or 14, pretending not to care but secretly paying attention from the living room. Recalling those memories, Huxley felt both sourness and sweetness in his heart. Seeing her cry like this, Huxley felt his world shatter. Forget jealousy, he urgently tried to console her. No, really no. Never say such things about yourself. It's husband's fault, I got jealous. I acted immature, needing to compete with Weston. From now on, never again. With his words, Huxley hugged her tenderly, desperately trying to comfort her. Hearing this, Graceland blinked her eyes, the long lashes still glistening with mist and tiny water droplets, but she continued, no, it's my fault. Husband, hit me. Spank me. I promise not to make a sound because I was wrong. Graceland's lower lip began to tremble again. This time, Huxley felt his heart would stop. Hit? How could he bear to? It's my fault. You did nothing wrong. I'm an idiot. Huxley hurriedly admitted. Chloe, I really made a mistake, truly. Amber, after something like this happened, instead of firmly trusting you, supporting you, and solving the problem, I acted jealous and caused trouble here, forcing you to distance yourself from Weston. I really was too much. Now Graceland asked, do you really think that way? Not just saying it to comfort me? Her voice was still choked with tears. Huxley felt he should kneel an apology, saying, I'm not lying, not just comforting you. It's that. I was throwing a tantrum. He didn't doubt Graceland, he was just jealous and behaving childishly. Now completely scared by Graceland's crying, all his rationality returned. How could he dare throw another tantrum? Graceland finally stopped crying, but asked pitifully, will you ever act like this again over Weston? No, never. Absolutely not. Huxley raised his hand to swear. If I do again. Graceland covered his mouth and sniffed, I believe you. Huxley felt even more guilty. He had made his sweet wife cry due to his jealousy and childish behavior, yet she still wouldn't let him swear, and trusted him completely. Amber, who could resist such devotion? Huxley kissed her gently. My best wife. Graceland also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the issue was resolved. The unresolved problem was now thoroughly settled once and for all. She had played her role perfectly, scoring full marks. Graceland added, remember, no repeating this problem. Of course, never again, Huxley immediately promised. Amber, another episode like this might just kill him. He remembered that even when they first met, Graceland hadn't cried like this. She did shed a few tears and said it hurt, asking him to be gentler, but she wasn't as miserable or blaming herself like this. With Huxley's promise, Graceland instantly cheered up, while Huxley tenderly wiped away her tears. Graceland wanted to talk more about this, but Huxley's kiss landed on her lips, gentle and soft, like he wanted to soothe and compensate her. Graceland liked Huxley's kisses, whether gentle, passionate, or possessive, she loved them all. Though she cleverly made Huxley completely put aside his jealousy over Weston, she still felt sorry for him. Amber, and at the same time, she felt how much Huxley truly loved her. The moment she started crying, Huxley panicked as if the sky was falling. She had never seen him like this before. So naturally, she wouldn't refuse this kiss. Amber's long as Huxley stopped being jealous and no longer distrusted her friendship with Weston, the heated moment didn't feel so intense anymore. Let it cool down a bit. Not only did Graceland not refuse, but she actively responded to his kiss. The couple expressed their deep love through actions. Before long, Huxley's hands couldn't help but slide onto Graceland's waist, pulling out the hem of her blouse tucked into her skirt, sliding inside, moving from her waist to her back, and conveniently unbuttoning some bothersome buttons. Realizing what Huxley intended, Graceland blushed and tried to stop him. Huxley's hand moved from her back to the front, making her body go limp. Yet she still gently pushed him. Husband, don't misbehave. Could Huxley possibly behave himself? Amber thought he promised not to be jealous and had let go of this knot in his heart. He still wanted to prove something. Kissing Graceland's slender swan neck, caressing her softly, he whispered, "Give yourself to your husband." Graceland shivered all over, trying to speak, but then her phone rang. Looking at the screen, Huxley saw the caller, Nigel, under the category, family. His heart ached. She really considered Weston family. Graceland saw the call from Weston, ignored it, hung up directly, and then turned off her phone. Huxley was stunned. Graceland wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering coyly, "Carry me to the lounge." Huxley understood right away. He wanted to prove something, and she was also proving something. Kissing her again, he lifted her horizontally into his arms. In the lounge, Graceland felt slightly embarrassed, whispering, "No one will come in, right?" Covering her, Huxley assured her, "No one dares to enter without permission." His office had strict regulations, and no one dared enter without his approval, especially when he was in the office. It was his absolute domain. Close sides, everyone knew he and Graceland were having issues, so who would dare enter and risk their life? Huxley could lock the office door from the lounge, even blocking entry for Russell and the Secretary General. Though they had special access, locking the door negated that privilege. Huxley kissed her earlobe, whispering again, "Your husband is quick." Graceland blushed even deeper. On the other end, Weston felt terrible after his call was cut off. Why did Graceland hang up on him? Oh no, something must be really wrong. Maybe it wasn't Graceland but his brother who hung up. Did he get Graceland into trouble? Didn't Graceland and Huxley check the social media posts? What could he do now? Weston instantly felt more depressed than prenatal depression. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. #### Chapter 119, Husband, I love you. Weston, exhibiting the classic, premarital depression, expression, triangular ruler, remained silent. Nicola and the others knew that his call hadn't gotten through. Nicola said, "She, don't be depressed. They might just be busy solving problems and didn't have time to pick up." Savannah also chimed in, "Yeah, you're one of the main characters in this issue. Calling them might make things worse." "We should wait for Shinger to contact us." Celine nodded in agreement. "We've already made the announcement on social media. Even if Shinger and Mr. Cheen didn't see it, our parents will soon enough, right?" Weston's eyes lit up at Celine's words. "Right." Celine continued, "Once our parents see it, they'll likely invite us all for dinner. No matter what Shinger and her father are discussing, Amber Huntley will surely include second Chlorother Cheen and Mr. Cheen. The news will spread from there." "Exactly." Weston slapped his thigh. "Just need to get this information out." Celine's prediction was spot on. Less than 2 minutes after their conversation, Weston's phone rang. It was indeed Nora calling. Never had Weston been so excited to see Nora's name that he almost cried. He immediately picked up, greeting her with heartfelt emotion, "Mom." Without exaggeration, Nora was a lifesaver. Her tone softened as she asked, "My naughty child, why are you so excited about having a girlfriend?" Tears welled up in Weston's eyes, nodding vigorously, "Of course. This is my first love." It was a scripted first love, alas. Nicola nudged Weston, indicating he should turn on the speaker. He complied, turning on the speaker. Hearing Weston's excitement, Nora chuckled warmly, "Oh, really? I didn't realize you'd started dating Xiao Xiao. I thought it would take some time for you to decide between the 3 girls." Weston quickly interjected, "Mom, how can you say that? It sounds like I'm picking concubines. I love Xiao Xiao." That last line was too dramatic. Nicola, Savannah, and Celine couldn't help but feel chills. Goodness, they had underestimated Chlorother Chee's acting skills. Clote, wasn't this a bit overdone? Nora blinked, "Amber, right, all right. Just chatting casually." "Clote, I do find it curious. I always thought it would either be Qianqian, or none at all, or you'd end up marrying all 3. Weston choked, "Mom, how can you think like that? That's outrageous. One man, one wife in this society." Nora laughed, "Not just me, everyone thinks the same." Weston. "Amber, right, all right," Nora teased, "I'm just joking around." Clote, seriously, I didn't expect it to be Xiao Xiao. Why not Qianqian? Weston. Nicola. Weston defended, "Why must it be Nicola? We're friends, okay." Nora blinked again, "Amber, got it. Well, no reason really. I just thought you and Qianqian were more compatible. Like rivals turned lovers kind of thing." Amber, anyway, just joking around. Xiao Xiao is great too. I'm satisfied. Speaking of which, since you've announced it on social media, how about we have both families dine together tonight? Weston eagerly agreed, "Yes. Everyone has to come." Nora nodded, "Indeed, it should be a family affair. Since it's important, let's make it grand at Royal Number 1. "Sure," Weston responded, "Chloe Chlorother, Chloe's sister, and second Chlorother too." "Of course," Nora smiled, "this is the first official announcement for my little prince's first love. We have to treat it seriously. I'll book the venue and send you the time later." "You'll arrange for Xiao Xiao's family?" "Yes," Weston affirmed, "don't worry. Clote, everyone from our side must come." Not a single person less. Got it, Nora chuckled teasingly, quite protective, aren't you? Relax, little prince, no one from our side will miss it. Weston breathed a sigh of relief, thanks, Mom. I'll leave everything to you. Nora responded affirmatively, then hung up. Weston sighed deeply, now this is sorted. No matter what happens with Shinga and Cloarother, Mom will notify him. Problem solved. Feeling better, he turned back to the three girls. However, Savannah and Celine ignored him, turning simultaneously to look at Nicola and chorused, why not Nicola? Nicola, question mark. Weston, question mark. Celine glanced at Weston, see, even Amber Runtley asks why not Nicola. Savannah added, exactly. She clearly thought you two had more chemistry. Weston. Celine suggested mischievously, how about taking a couple shot with Qianqian and re-announce, saying it was a mistake. Pfft. Savannah burst into laughter, slapping Celine's arm, you're a genius, thinking of that. Celine laughed, why not? Just say it was a joke. Ha ha ha, Savannah laughed harder. Nicola couldn't help laughing too. Afterward, she teased, Amber you jealous, Xiao Xiao? Celine giggled, not jealous, just regretful. Should have insisted earlier. Nicola pointed at herself and laughed, name, Nicola, gender, male. Can't happen. She then patted Weston's shoulder, well, destined to never be. Weston felt cheerful and replied lightheartedly, Xiao Xiao, we'll have your parents join us for dinner. Celine nodded, Amber guaranteed to show up. Royal number 1, free meals not to be missed. Weston gave a thumbs up, perfect. Amber settled. Suddenly, Savannah raised a point, cloaked still. Though we've exaggerated, both sets of parents know now. What next? Peaceful breakup or confession? Confess what? Nicola asked, that it was all an act? Yeah, Savannah nodded. I'm fine with either, Celine stated, looking at Weston, what about you? Weston hesitated, unable to decide, not sure. Nicola grinned slyly, Amber peaceful breakup works. Or you two could have a dramatic scene. Mitchie and I wouldn't mind playing villains. Celine's eyes sparkled, great idea. How about you snatch Weston in a few days? And I'll give him up. Nicola. Weston groaned, enough chaos. Following your lead, it'll become a mess. I think we should confess truthfully. To protect Xiao Xiao's reputation. Amber's it was an act, there's no real, first love, or friendly breakup. Weston sounded very serious. Savannah nodded, makes sense. Peaceful breakups may seem harmless but can stir gossip among family. Plus, we work together. True, Celine agreed, dropping the jest. Right, Weston concluded, let's settle this. Once Cloarother's issue is resolved, we'll confess openly. Nicola glanced at Weston, you're quite reliable at crucial moments. Of course, Weston started to get arrogant again, just look at who I am. After all, my eldest and second brothers are legendary figures, it's all in the genes. Nicola couldn't help rolling her eyes, look at you, just waiting for a chance to shine. Amber bit of sunshine and you're glowing, a splash of seawater and you're flooding. Celine and Savannah nodded in agreement. Weston, feeling in good spirits, didn't argue with Nicola. Instead, he crossed his arms and asked them, Amber you two joining us for dinner tonight? Nicola replied, you and Xiao Xiao's families are having dinner as couples. Should Mitchie and I come along too? Savannah also said, would that be appropriate? Celine quickly intervened, why not? It's not like it's real. Weston added, exactly. We're acting anyway. If there's free food, we must seize it. Hearing this, Nicola and Savannah immediately agreed happily. Savannah immediately added, She, I want to try the royal honey wine at the Imperial restaurant. It's so delicious. Claude, it's quite expensive. Weston said, Amber ranged. Nicola's eyes lit up, I want the super imperial crab. The kind with legs as thick as my wrist. Weston gave her a sideways glance, you have heavy tastes. Nicola. Nicola flexed her wrists, ready to punch Weston. Savannah held her back, forget it, Qianqian. You know She gets really arrogant when he's happy. Nicola grumbled, only to me, right? Weston said, that's your misinterpretation. Too big is also bad, it feels strange. Upon hearing this, Nicola gave him a sly look, too big is bad? Amber you sure? Don't you like big ones? Her words were innocent, but her tone and expression hinted at a double entendre. Weston immediately retorted, you naughty girl, talking filth again. With that, he stood up, ready to hit her. Savannah grabbed Weston, She, stay calm. Let's talk things through. Yeah, Celine chimed in, she's already being open. What's wrong with a little filth? Savannah laughed, exactly, we love it. Weston. If he had to marry all three, he'd be dead. Gracelyn and Huxley were still indulging in their passionate moment in the lounge of Qin Corporation. Gracelyn was shy despite her boldness this time. Chloeing in the office area of Qin Corporation made her nervous. The thought of employees and Jeffrey and Russell outside only heightened her anxiety. There was an underlying fear of being discovered, a mix of thrill and discomfort she couldn't quite describe. Huxley's suggestion to hurry, it was almost misleading. He always had great stamina and could go on for long periods. How could he speed up now? Gracelyn urged him impatiently, "Husband, please hurry." Caught in the heat of the moment, Huxley couldn't possibly hear her sweet request. He sealed Gracelyn's tender lips and intensified the rhythm to its peak. Afterward, Huxley held Gracelyn close, breathing heavily and kissing her ears and neck. He suddenly felt that home was better. It was his absolute sanctuary. He enjoyed taking his time with Gracelyn, relishing every moment of their intimate entanglement. In conclusion, the office was no match for the tranquility of She1. The couple was lost in each other's embrace, filled with love and sweetness. Gracelyn felt utterly weak in Huxley's arms, feeling his warm body and strong heartbeat. She deeply experienced the intense love between them, as if they were fused into one. It felt perfect. After catching her breath, Gracelyn hugged Huxley tighter, feeling secure in his strong embrace. She whispered softly, "Husband, I love you." Startled, Huxley kissed her passionately again. After a long kiss, he reluctantly pulled away. Looking deeply into Gracelyn's eyes, his gaze softened, and he gently coaxed, "Good girl, next time say it during." Gracelyn blushed after realizing what he meant. She lightly slapped him, "Behave yourself." Huxley caught her hand and kissed it, smiling, "I'm very serious." Gracelyn pouted but teased, who was the one nearly crying out of jealousy earlier. "Now you can make jokes." Huxley raised an eyebrow, denying it, "I wasn't crying, you saw wrong, wife." Gracelyn chuckled and cupped his face, "Stop being stubborn." "It was you who cried." Huxley looked at her with renewed tenderness. Gracelyn felt a little guilty, mimicking his earlier tone, "You and Chin Xiaoche should set clear boundaries. For me, please." Huxley sighed, "Chloe, you're getting naughtier." Gracelyn blinked, "Don't change the subject, Mr. Chin." Huxley pressed down on her, "Wife, not enough yet. One more time." Gracelyn immediately surrendered, "Husband, I'm sorry." The couple was blissfully in love, making others envious. Jeffrey rushed to Russell's office. They both smoked, sharing cigarettes, their mood gloomy. Jeffrey asked, "Chloe Jiang, do you think sister-in-law can handle this well?" Russell blinked, "How would I know?" Jeffrey responded, "Didn't you outline 2 possibilities before?" Russell, "I said General Manager Chin might think that way, but I don't know how Lady Chin will react. I don't know her well. Chloe, seeing as there's been no news for so long, chances are they've reached an agreement. As long as Lady Chin doesn't take offense at what General Manager Chin said, he won't be able to do much." Jeffrey smiled, "Chloe Jiang, bounce is the perfect word." Russell. Jeffrey continued, "If sister-in-law really gets upset, the one who should worry is Chloe Othershire. If she throws a tantrum, Chloe Othershire will surrender 100%, no room for jealousy anymore." Russell gave a thumbs up. Just then, Jeffrey's phone rang. Translation continues. Chapter 120, Thoroughly Cloaking Perry. The call came from Amber Aurelio. The reason was simple, he had seen the heated post as well. Amber's an elder brother, it was only natural for him to be concerned and worried. After connecting the call, Amber Aurelio explained the situation and asked, "Xiao1, have Xinger and Huxley been informed?" "I tried calling both of them but their phones are off." "Amber, you in the CEO's office at Chin Corporation? Is Huxley there?" Jeffrey slowly raised an eyebrow. "Chloe off, phones off?" "Yes," Amber Aurelio nodded. "I'm quite worried, can't get in touch with them, so I'm reaching out to you." After relaying what he knew, Jeffrey replied, "They might be busy dealing with this, not wanting any interruptions." Amber Aurelio agreed. "That's probably it. Other than that, I'm just worried they might quarrel or misunderstand each other." Jeffrey consoled him, "From what I know, Chloe Othershire is usually timid. Sister-in-law has a firm handle on him. If things really got out of hand, the secretaries would surely know, and we'd hear about it. She's clever enough, if she couldn't handle him, she'd seek help." "I guess you're right." Amber Aurelio replied, "Clote, given how much President Chin dotes on Xinger, they won't go too far. I just couldn't reach Director Jiang." Jeffrey didn't want to mention that Huxley had smashed Chlorak's phone, which would only increase Amber Aurelio's worry, so he said, "Maybe they're in an elevator without signal." "Amber, right," Amber Aurelio said. "You two should keep an eye on them. Call me if anything happens." "Don't worry, Chloe," Jeffrey reassured him. Knowing that Jeffrey and Chlorak were monitoring the situation, Amber Aurelio wasn't overly concerned. He nodded and said, "Okay, talk soon." "Hang up then," Jeffrey responded. Just as Amber Aurelio hung up, Court called. Like his brother, he expressed concern and mentioned that he couldn't reach Chlorak either. Jeffrey once again played the role of comforter and repeated similar words. Court was more concise in his communication, briefly expressing his concerns before entrusting Jeffrey to watch over things and hanging up. This incident indeed stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone who needed to know already did. Amberlaster also called to inquire, even offering to come over. Jeffrey declined, knowing Amberlaster wouldn't be much help, and simply told him to wait for news. Ironically, while Gracelyn and Huxley reconciled peacefully, everyone else was anxiously waiting for updates. Seeing Jeffrey take 3 calls related to this matter, Klorak patted his shoulder, only to have the phone ring again. Jeffrey saw Nora's name and frowned. Looks like Amber Schwang found out. If contemporaries finding out was manageable, elders' involvement always meant more concern. Klorak encouraged him, Ambrancer it. Jeffrey picked up, only to hear Nora cheerfully announce, "You honor, dinner at Royal 1 tonight, 6 o'clock sharp." Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. It seemed Amber Schwang hadn't heard the full story yet. Okay, Jeffrey responded. He loved dining at Royal 1, whenever in the capital, he almost always ate there. Nora added, "I couldn't reach your sister-in-law or Clorothershire, their phones are off." "Amber, you at the company? Amber, they with you? Can you inform them?" "Sure," Jeffrey agreed, wondering if Huxley and Graceland would reconcile by dinner. Then Nora asked, "Don't you want to know why?" Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. "Amber family gathering?" Nora laughed. "Sort of. More accurately, it's because Weston is dating someone. Haven't you seen his social media?" This took Jeffrey aback. "Amber? Oh, with She? Nope," Nora chuckled. "Surprisingly, it's Xiao Xiao. Imagine my surprise." Though Nora had originally favored Graceland as her ideal daughter-in-law, she felt She was more likely. Thus, she hadn't interfered until Summer Yu proposed matchmaking Graceland and Weston, and She's mother remained silent. Jeffrey pondered aloud, how could it be Xiao Xiao? Uncomfortable, he avoided elaborating further. Nora laughed heartily. Who knows? Love can be unpredictable. Anyway, I love all those girls. Cloringing them all home would be fine. Jeffrey's lips twitched. I think Weston might struggle with that. Ha. Nora laughed. Amber, right, see you later. Okay, Amber and Schwang, Jeffrey politely ended the call. Hanging up, Jeffrey was momentarily stunned. Klorak asked, even the matriarch knows? Snapping back, Jeffrey smiled. Not quite, just about Weston dating. Klorak was taken aback. Weston and She? No, Jeffrey shook his head and checked Weston's posts. Celine? Klorak echoed in surprise. Yes, Jeffrey showed him the phone. Love can be unexpected. Klorak returned the phone. Never experienced it, so who knows? Jeffrey pondered and grinned. Or maybe it's staged. Qin Xiaoch is smart, perhaps he's preparing a way out. Klorak nodded, enlightened. That's possible. Claude, we can't judge, Jeffrey remarked. What if it's genuine? True, Klorak agreed. Looking at Jeffrey, he suddenly asked, President Fong, you don't have feelings for Miss Shi, do you? Caught off guard, Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. Why ask that? You seem distracted, Klorak noted. Amber, am I imagining things? Jeffrey patted Klorak's shoulder. My marriage isn't fully under my control. Klorak understood the implications of Jeffrey's lineage and background. Thinking, Klorak then asked bluntly, not pursuing? Jeffrey lazily shrugged. Lazy. Klorak was speechless. Despite Jeffrey not confirming interest in Celine, it seemed unlikely given his upbringing among the elite. Jeffrey added, Amber being single is nice. Though I envy Clorothershire and sister-in-law, I find relationships intimidating. Puzzled, Klorak queried, why intimidating? Isn't sister-in-law wonderful? Jeffrey shook his head. Clorothershire and Director Jiang seemed changed. Chloeing made to cook for a spouse. I prefer eating. Klorak fell silent again. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring fluent and coherent English narration while adhering to the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. In that case, there was nothing much that could be done. Jeffrey was born into a golden cradle, receiving a royal title from the Y country's royal family right after birth, making him a prince. Ambrothoth Hazel is also half-blood and can be considered an illegitimate child to some extent. It all comes down to her marrying well. The L family has been a top-tier luxury brand for centuries, standing undefeated globally since its inception. Despite Jeffrey being reduced to borrowing money due to Hazel freezing his bank cards this time, making him look as miserable as a poor person, he was incredibly wealthy. He still received a monthly salary from the royal family. Ambrothoth that was frozen too, it didn't matter much. Clote, that's another story. Cloca's Hazel married into the L family. The royal family treated her with almost as much importance as a legitimate princess, though she enjoyed more freedom than one. Thus, with blood ties and mutual benefits further binding them, Jeffrey's marriage lacked the autonomy and freedom compared to Huxley's. Hazel could give her son freedom, but whether the Y country's royal family would allow it was uncertain. Thinking of this, Russell sympathetically asked Jeffrey, President Fong, do you need more money from last time? Jeffrey's eyes lit up immediately, not enough. President Jiang, can I borrow some more? After Graceland and Huxley tidied up, they felt a bit guilty and hurriedly instructed Huxley to open the office door. Even though no one would dare to enter without permission, Graceland sitting in her executive chair finally felt less guilty. Now it was time to seriously discuss the issue at hand. Graceland sat on her pink office chair, turning her head slightly and resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Huxley, saying, Honey, that photo, it was taken when you sent me off to play with Weston. Claude, it was definitely taken secretly. Amber, at that moment, I was preventing Weston from taking a photo of Perry for you. My hand was reaching out to stop him, which made it look like we were about to hold hands. Graceland frowned slightly as she recalled the incident. Huxley's previously cheerful expression darkened, his tone turning cold. Her again? Yeah, Graceland nodded, pondering aloud. Claude, it's a bit strange that if she deliberately hired someone to take a photo, it doesn't make sense logically. Claude, cause we bumped into her unexpectedly. We were upstairs while she was downstairs, and we saw her first. She likely didn't know we were there, so it wouldn't have been possible for her to hire someone to take the photo. Following her logic, Huxley analyzed, if that's the case, then it might just have been someone else who took the photo. That cafe was a mix of people, so it's not surprising if someone within our social circle recognized you. Or even just a curious ordinary guest. Claude, the likelihood of someone from our social circle is low, Huxley added. Graceland agreed with a nod. The elite circles of the capital weren't small but weren't overly large either. Amber, after all, the percentage of high society people was always relatively small. Even if it was someone from their circle, they wouldn't go as far as taking secret photos, they'd gossip within the circle at most. More importantly, even if they did take photos, they wouldn't post them online ignorantly. Close-sides, everyone tends to put on airs once they're wealthy. Encountering someone wealthier wouldn't necessarily spark much curiosity or attention since most people prefer hanging out with those of similar or lower status. So, the possibility of an ordinary guest taking the photo seemed higher. Maybe because they found the two attractive, and the place was mixed with various types of people, leading to the photo ending up online as gossip. Amber's for the anonymous informants in the comments section, they were likely mostly from within their social circle. Amber and possibly some classmates from Graceland and Huxley's art school. However, Huxley wasn't focusing on this aspect yet and instead asked, did Perry bully you? Graceland briefly recounted the altercation with Perry. Huxley's face darkened instantly, momentarily forgetting about the trending post involving Graceland and Weston. Now, the trending post was less significant to him since he and Graceland had cleared up the misunderstanding. No matter how malicious the rumors were, they weren't the truth. Huxley picked up his phone and dialed Russell, only to remember his phone was gone, so he called Jeffrey instead. Jeffrey answered immediately, bright-eyed, and Huxley said, Sight1-1, you and Russell come to the office now. Upon seeing the two harmoniously together in the office, Jeffrey and Russell breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that they had reconciled. Huxley instructed Russell, handle it, thoroughly block Perry. Russell paused, lowering his gaze, yes. He turned around and went to handle it. Jeffrey approached his desk, asking as he walked, sure go, was this mess caused by Perry? Jeffrey had heard about Perry from Graceland too and Amber Laster. Currently uncertain, Huxley replied, it might not be her. Jeffrey was just about to sit down when he heard this, raising his eyebrows, Amber, then why block her? Huxley's response was whimsical, I just don't like her. Actually, Perry should have been blocked long ago. Huxley had merely refrained because Perry hadn't orchestrated any major schemes, only mouthed off fiercely every time. Sometimes, people who seemed brainless actually had brains. Perry clearly knew Huxley's biggest taboo, being tricked or manipulated, such as Amber Lice drugging him, which would lead to certain death. She merely acted stubbornly and obstinately. Even using a love letter as a trick wasn't as severe as Amber Lice's deadly actions. Even the vulgar things Perry dared to say to Huxley were only words, she never attempted anything substantial. Precisely because Perry was both brainless and cowardly, unlike Amber Lice, who didn't understand Huxley at all and went straight for the kill, Perry had managed to survive this long. Hearing Huxley's words, Graceland couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, her husband was so adorable when he was being whimsical. Jeffrey couldn't resist saying, oh, anyone who crosses your wife really suffers. Sayla did too. Claude, I don't feel a bit sorry. Chapter 121, didn't participate for. Claude, now they do. Wow, what a Chloe surprise. Who is Kylie? Graceland asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing Graceland's question, Jeffrey couldn't help but chuckle. How could he explain? Kylie was genuinely a pitiful case, having offended someone whose name she didn't even know. Within a short time, her family's business was wrecked by Huxley. Now, the e-commerce leader in Country Y had changed hands, and Kylie's family still didn't understand what happened or how they attracted such a formidable opponent that crushed them. So Kylie definitely qualified as one of the more unfortunate cannon fodder. Jeffrey couldn't hold back his laughter and immediately explained to Graceland, remember the girl who deliberately picked on you at our live show? The one I slapped. Jeffrey feared Graceland might not remember, making Kylie even less significant. Graceland did remember and nodded, oh, so that's her name. Claude, why is she so pitiful? Graceland was completely unaware. Jeffrey laughed more and said, her family has been driven into bankruptcy by your husband. Overnight, she went from being a pampered daughter to an ordinary civilian. Her family probably still has some debts to pay off, worse than ordinary people. Hearing this, Graceland was surprised, her eyes widening slightly as she looked at Jeffrey, really? Yes, Jeffrey nodded, from the moment she started picking on you, this outcome was almost inevitable. Oh, right, the two girls who wanted to hit you also suffered the same fate. They were originally pampered daughters from merchant families, slightly inferior to Kylie's family, but none escaped the consequences. When Clorother makes a move, it's always on a grand scale. Graceland blinked and turned her gaze to Huxley, whose brow was slightly furrowed. Jeffrey added, well, it can't be helped when you have such an amazing, overprotective husband who can't stand to see you wronged. Gracelyn remained silent, while Huxley's frown deepened. He turned his gaze to Jeffrey and said sternly, Sight1-1, you talk too much. Caught off guard by Huxley's rebuke, Jeffrey was puzzled. Wasn't he praising Clorothershire? Why was Clorothershire angry with him? Which part went wrong? Or did he say something incorrectly? Still bewildered, Huxley turned to Gracelyn. After a second of thought, he said, husband thinks these people are too evil and must be dealt with. If others were vulnerable, they would surely be victimized by these kinds of people. Since they enjoy bullying others for no reason, they should taste what it feels like to be bullied by someone stronger. Close-eyes, it wasn't without cause, they started by unjustly bullying you. Hearing Huxley's words, Gracelyn felt an indescribable sweetness and happiness, full of security. Huxley protected her very well. He punished those who bullied her but never mentioned it to her. Neither Kala nor Kylie nor Amberlife's real fates were ever revealed by Huxley. She only heard about them from others. Huxley even explained himself to avoid being seen as a devil or having a dark side. He hid his dark side from her, even covering it up, like hiding Amberlife's true fate. Gracelyn immediately stood up, walked to Huxley, gently cupped his face, and agreed wholeheartedly, yes, husband, you did the right thing. Such people have evil intentions. Fortunately, I have you, and they can't harm me. Also, luckily I won against those two girls in the restroom, or else I would have been the miserable one. So rest assured, I don't sympathize with them at all, it's their own fault. When they bully others, they should expect retribution from someone stronger. You did a great job, husband. Gracelyn held Huxley's face, kissed him deeply in front of the stunned Jeffrey, and continued, your punishment of these bad people is completely justifiable, I have no objections. They deserve whatever miseries they get. It will make them regret their actions. I'm not soft-hearted or overly sympathetic. For those who bully me, I hope they suffer as much as possible. Hearing this, Huxley, who had been concerned about her reaction, relaxed a little. He asked her, really? Of course. Gracelyn nodded sincerely and continued, I won't think any differently of you because you punished them. I wouldn't feel you were too harsh since everything you did was for me. How could I look poorly upon someone who fiercely protects me while sympathizing with my bullies? I'm not foolish, right husband? Huxley seemed relieved, pulled her onto his lap, kissed her, and said, you're certainly not foolish, my dear. It's wonderful to hear that's how you feel. Gracelyn nodded again, that's how I feel. No matter how harshly you deal with these people, that's how I feel. She then hugged Huxley tightly, closed her eyes, and savored his breathing, heartbeat, body temperature, and scent. Huxley hugged her even tighter. Close-eyed them, Jeffrey, ? This man was terrifying. Jeffrey finally understood. Huxley not only didn't boast to Gracelyn about punishing her bullies but also carefully hid it. Even when others told Gracelyn, Huxley got angry. The reason was that he was afraid it would tarnish his image in Gracelyn's heart, making her think he was someone with evil and cruel methods. Jeffrey was utterly astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, this protection is too good. How cautiously protective he was. Jeffrey swallowed, thinking, should he admire this or find it terrifying? Terrifying, really terrifying. Could someone do this much for another person? Jeffrey found it unbelievable. He always believed love meant mutual goodness and happiness. Similarly, if there were problems, they should be shared together, leading to arguments and fights. He never imagined it could be like this. While lost in thought, Jeffrey suddenly saw Huxley's gaze land on him. Startled, he indeed heard Huxley say, in the end, it's still Sight1-1's fault. Eyes wide with confusion, Jeffrey exclaimed, me? My fault? Hearing Huxley, Gracelyn let go of Huxley and turned to look at Jeffrey, equally puzzled. Huxley clarified, wasn't the girl targeting your sister-in-law because of you? Jeffrey snapped out of it. Indeed, that was true. Well, Jeffrey was speechless yet knew it was true, saying, yes, my fault. Clorothershire is right. Huxley seemed satisfied. Jeffrey added, I didn't support her, not even a kind word, making amends in a way. Huxley grunted in acknowledgement. Jeffrey stuck out his tongue. Amber man fully dedicated to his wife was indeed frightening. Russell, using his company's landline, called Little Jin's company to handle the Kala incident. Speaking of entertainment leaders in the capital, it was undoubtedly Little Jin's company. Russell quickly connected with Little Jin, who answered with a hint of intrigue, President Jiang, anything? Russell expressed his intentions. Little Jin promptly responded, oh, it's President Jin's wish, understood. President Jiang, is this related to the online post? Russell found it odd. Kala hadn't participated in the heated post between Weston and Gracelyn. Why would Little Jin say that? Russell asked, What does the hot post have to do with her? Didn't you know? Little Jin said, Sister Weir didn't participate before, but now she did. Wow, what a big surprise. You guys didn't even know? I thought President Jin would definitely call me. Russell raised an eyebrow, she's participating now? Little Jin replied in confusion, haven't you been following up? Haven't you checked your phone? Russell admitted honestly, my phone was smashed by President Jin. Little Jin. Little Jean expressed deep sympathy and then said, "Then go check it out quickly. I'll wait for your updates." Amber, right. Russell hung up immediately. Russell soon arrived at the office. Huxley asked, "Is it settled?" Russell recounted what Little Jean had told him. Gracelyn raised an eyebrow. Participated? What a huge revelation. Gracelyn hurriedly took out her phone and opened it with Huxley watching together. Jeffrey also opened his phone, and Russell joined Jeffrey to look. Sure enough, Kala did come out and stir things up. However, before she started stirring, there were some preliminary developments. The heated post was already gaining traction, and many netizens were urging Weston and Gracelyn to register accounts as they wanted to ship them online. Since both of them majored in performance, their newfound fame could naturally lead to a smooth entry into the entertainment industry, drawing in a large wave of traffic. Amber romantic drama would surely attract more attention from fans. Amidst all the noise, someone speculated if this was a setup for entering the film industry. Others argued that given their wealthy backgrounds, they might only treat it as a hobby rather than seriously pursuing fame or money, as they could inherit family businesses instead. The clamor led to higher visibility, further amplifying the hype. Then, an anonymous insider dropped a bombshell. Gracelyn had married Huxley, who was the head of the She conglomerate, in a sudden marriage. Huxley, who previously had no gossip or scandals, suddenly revealed he was married, and to none other than Gracelyn. This sent the already viral post into a frenzy. Netizens exploded with shock. The wife of the head of the She conglomerate was actually childhood sweethearts with her younger brother, Weston, growing up together since kindergarten and even university, and now caught in such intimate photos. This was monumental gossip. What did it imply? Was Huxley being cuckolded? Ambered by his own brother? People marveled over this juicy gossip, analyzing it thoroughly. Thus, the post's popularity surged several folds, sparking wild speculations. At this point, another revelation came out. Weston himself was preparing to establish a film company, not short on capital. Claude, here's the kicker, the partner, Gracelyn. Of course, these informants were anonymous and likely newly registered accounts, possibly friends or classmates who knew about Weston's plans through chat groups. They might be part of the team helping Weston plan the company. Anyway, anything was possible. Netizens were stunned. What did it mean for the uncle and sister-in-law to grow up together and release ambiguous intimate photos? To start a company together? How vast must the grasslands be on top of the scandal-free head of President She? Endless, right? Many netizens sympathized with Huxley, criticizing Gracelyn and Weston. Typical of netizens, they thrived on drama, fueling the chaos. Just then, Kala appeared. Having vanished for a while due to her company being dismantled, her return created waves of interest. Kala's comment was peculiar, just 2 words, hee hee. Left 3 hours ago, her immense influence and fans pushed this enigmatic message to the top. Everyone wondered why the famous actress returned after a month's absence just to leave a cryptic, hee hee. Naturally, netizens dissected and analyzed every detail. More revelations followed. It turned out Kala's disappearance and the mass exodus of artists from her company stemmed from offending a powerful figure, leading to a total shutdown. Not just a few rising stars quitting, even staff members left. Hence, her long absence. For a prominent actress, vanishing for over a month was indeed significant, especially with multiple artists resigning. Another informant revealed Kala and Huxley were classmates, and the person she offended wielded immense power, causing her company to be gutted. Media feared reporting this, labeling Kala as semi-banned. With these revelations in her cryptic hee-hee, netizens pieced together potential information. They speculated Kala might have offended Huxley. Huxley was a legendary figure in the international arena, wielding tremendous influence in the heart of the empire. If Kala didn't offend Huxley, why would she comment on a gossip thread involving him? Moreover, hee-hee could be interpreted countless ways, adding layers to the speculation. Hashtag chapter 122, vanished into thin amber, a massive move. Perry's plot comes to nothing. Netizens began analyzing in detail. Perry had offended Huxley, causing the already well-known artists under her banner to defect one after another. She hadn't made any public response nor had any media reported on her, quietly disappearing for over a month. So, when Perry commented with LOL, it seemed she was just adding fuel to the fire, essentially saying Huxley deserved it. This made it clear that the person Perry offended was indeed Huxley, otherwise, why would she leave such a comment under such a melodramatic post? Previously, when Huxley publicly announced his marriage, Perry didn't appear at all. Netizens analyzed and concluded that this was confirmed. Just then, another leaker claimed, it's true, Perry did offend Huxley. While this might have ended as mere online gossip, some curious netizens found it odd and pursued Perry's comments, asking why she offended Huxley. Weren't they classmates? What did she do that got her semi-blacklisted by Huxley, a top actress? Attention quickly shifted to this question. The discussion gained momentum, yet another leaker revealed that Perry had liked Huxley for many years. This revelation was somewhat understandable. If your male classmate were so outstanding, wouldn't you like him too? Suddenly, what seemed like a triangular love story turned into a quadrilateral one. Amidst all these leaks and speculations, Perry finally responded. This was what Xiao Jin called an epic drama. Perry admitted to having a crush on Huxley and acknowledged being semi-blacklisted by him. Huxley not only poached all the famous artists under her company but also those in training, along with all professional staff, leaving her company hollowed out and unable to function, merely an empty shell incapable of continuing operations. Furthermore, Huxley spread word within the industry that no new artists or staff could sign with her, and even media outlets stopped reporting on anything related to her. Thus, when the well-known artists under her label defected, there was no follow-up news, causing little splash. The reason for Huxley's actions was for his wife Gracelyn. He was willing to spend hundreds of millions overnight to pay off these artists and staff members' contracts. Initially, this seemed like a romantic tale, a domineering CEO doing whatever it takes for his beloved wife. Close now, with the involvement of a potential affair between his wife and his brother, it added a tragic twist. Perry then dropped an even more explosive statement. She targeted Gracelyn because she knew about Weston and Gracelyn's affair long ago. So, she competed with Gracelyn for Huxley, claiming it was to prevent Huxley from being hurt. Therefore, she claimed she was the most unfortunate one. Gracelyn was utterly shocked. Perry's lies were absolutely impeccable. She absolved herself of her faults while fabricating an affair between Gracelyn and Weston. Perry's words stirred up the already heated post again. Netizens had varying opinions. Some questioned why she didn't tell Huxley directly about the affair. If he had discovered it himself, would he still have acted foolishly? Of course not. So, Perry's claims didn't hold water. However, Perry had a large fan base, including hardcore fans who were very upset seeing their idol vanish for over a month. Now that she resurfaced and shared her grievances, they felt heartbroken for her. They defended her, arguing that Huxley couldn't continue being ignorant once he knew the truth but would be emotionally devastated. The greater the person, the harder it was for them to bear such betrayal, especially from a sibling. Thus, Perry's actions were portrayed as acts of love. She loved Huxley deeply. Soon, the rumors became almost facts. Gracelyn married Huxley but had an affair with Weston. Perry, for love, sacrificed everything. Now that Huxley knew, he would surely regret his decision, divorce Gracelyn and pursue Perry. Ambers for Weston, he should lock things down with Gracelyn and flee abroad, never to return. Netizens self-directed and scripted a dramatic saga, reaching its climax. Gracelyn wanted to applaud. She finally understood how most black PR stories originated. They were fabricated. Amber few words here and there could create a melodramatic tale. Jeffrey and others also finished reading and were speechless. They couldn't even find the right words to describe their reaction. Huxley's face darkened. He sighed. I underestimated her. She can really spin tales. Clorak immediately asked, Mr. Chin, how shall we handle this? Xiao Jin is ready to act on your orders. Xiao Jin's company controlled the absolute media power. Huxley just needed to give instructions. Huxley, usually low profile and disliking such baseless rumors, considered for a moment, then looked at Gracelyn and asked, Chloe, what do you think? Gracelyn replied bluntly, I think it's boring. I don't even want to respond. Why should we care about what strangers say? They fabricate facts based on one photo. It's ridiculous. Huxley said, shall I have Xiao Jin arrange a PR team to handle this? Let Perry clarify herself online? This was the typical approach. Gracelyn wasn't interested. Honey, I don't want to deal with her. It feels beneath us. Why should I clarify a non-existent affair? Today it's Weston, tomorrow it could be Other Yuan, and the day after that, Amber Assistant Jiang? Should I keep clarifying every day? Sides, I don't even know these people. Is it worth my effort? Gracelyn's calm demeanor in the face of such rumors surprised Huxley. After a pause, Huxley nodded, understood. He then turned to Clorak. Tell Xiao Jin to delete the post and ensure all media monitor this closely. This type of content mustn't appear online again. Amber also, send Perry away, let her stay far from here. If she wants to return, let her try. Oh, and handle her family business as well. Understood, Clorak bowed and left to execute the orders. Jeffrey gave them a thumbs up, knowing they'd resolved the issue thoroughly. Honestly, this was the best way to handle it, living their own lives and trusting their own judgments. Spending energy defending oneself to strangers online was pointless. People often believe and propagate anything during gossip but aren't likely to trust explanations. So, why waste time on them? Gracelyn and Huxley remained unperturbed, deeply in love and unbothered by the noise. The chaotic thread of comments fizzled out quietly, leaving the protagonists unaffected. ####Chapter 123, Sudden Deletion and Unexpected Amber Announcements. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Jin immediately deleted all related posts and comments. Within a day, the enthusiastic netizens were left dumbfounded. The posts? The information? They had suddenly vanished. They couldn't find anything at all. How could it be that after they spent almost a whole day indulging in this drama, it seemed like a dream? Some even doubted if time had gone haywire. One moment they were engrossed in the gossip, and the next, when they tried to check for more updates, it was all 404, gone. Such massive action left the netizens guessing. They tried searching again, only to find everything instantly deleted as soon as posted. The scale of this operation was simply too large. Unsatisfied, the netizens rushed to Huxley's company's official website, hoping to catch any movements. There was nothing, complete tranquility. It was as if those intense hours had been just a dream. Resolving these issues, Jeffrey glanced at the time and said with interest, "Sure, we're having dinner at Royal One tonight. Amber Aunt Frost called me and said everyone must attend." "Did my mom see it?" Huxley asked. "No," Jeffrey replied. "Amber Aunt Frost might not know about it, but..." Xiao announced his relationship officially. "Amber?" Gracelyn and Huxley both looked surprised. Gracelyn became suddenly excited. "Official announcement? With whom? Tracy? When did he announce it? Where? Amber, you sure, Clora, are you on?" Jeffrey shook his phone. "On WeChat Moments. So tonight, both families are having dinner together. Amber's for me, I'm just tagging along." Gracelyn quickly opened her phone to check her moments and widened her eyes. "Wow, Venus." She showed Huxley. "Honey, it's really Venus. Is it true or false?" Huxley remarked, "Not Tracy." Jeffrey said, "Maybe it's true." Huxley pondered for a second and chuckled. "It's definitely false. Xiao has too much survival instinct." "I think so too," Gracelyn laughed, remembering she had hung up on Weston's call. She had been focused on staying close to Huxley at the time. Kissing him and then talking to Xiao over the phone probably made Xiao panic, thinking they hadn't resolved their issues, leading to this major event. "Is it false?" Jeffrey asked curiously, then added, "Claude, it's hard to say. Even if it seems fake, what if it's true? What if this triggered their real feelings?" Jeffrey's words weren't entirely without reason. There was a bit of logic there. Gracelyn frowned. "Clora Yuan makes a point. It could be possible. Honey, what do you think?" Huxley smiled calmly. "We'll know when we see them at dinner." Gracelyn blinked. "How will we test it?" Jeffrey explained, "Just observe how intimate they are." That made sense. During a honeymoon phase, things tend to be the hottest at the beginning. Especially since they weren't strangers introduced by matchmakers. Amber's childhood friends who grew up together, if they were truly together, nobody would question them sharing a room that night. Gracelyn and Huxley nodded in agreement. Initially, Gracelyn wanted to call and ask directly, but what if it was real? Her questioning might hurt Venus's feelings. So she decided against it. Russell swiftly arranged for Perry. He sent 30 elite bodyguards to escort her away, just as the song lyrics go, sending you away 1,000 miles. Perry never imagined such a dramatic start would end so silently, almost like a dream. Indeed, she orchestrated everything. The photo wasn't taken on purpose, it was an ordinary guest's candid shot. After Gracelyn left, Xiao also left due to Huxley's involvement. After they were gone, Perry noticed this person looking at the photos and promptly bought it for a high price. She kept it in reserve, using it as her final ace. The leaks came from accounts she hired to gradually stir up public interest. Her plan was for Huxley and Gracelyn to quarrel intensely, involving Weston, making it impossible for anyone to side with either party. Enraged, Huxley might return to her. Only she loved Huxley the most. She planned to insist she knew about Weston and Gracelyn's affair and even witnessed them kissing. Then, she'd set a trap to have them caught in bed together, ensuring they could never be together again. This was her ultimate goal. Despite her meticulous planning and the massive attention, Huxley and Gracelyn didn't break apart. Even if they didn't reach her expectations, she anticipated Gracelyn would try to clear her name online, confronting her. Then she could play the victim and reveal witnessing their kiss. None of that happened. Her elaborate setup, from morning till night in the eye of the storm, vanished as if it never existed. This unexpected turn left Perry utterly baffled and defeated. Chapter 123, Amber Gathering, a flawed performance by 4 people. The entire incident vanished without a trace, leaving even Perry feeling as if the day's drama was merely her imagination. She knew it wasn't a figment of her imagination, it was Huxley's grand move. Perry sat in shock on her office chair, feeling as if she were about to lose her mind. Why didn't Gracelyn explain? Why didn't he confront her? Why didn't Huxley call her, or at least scold her? Why nothing at all? Did Huxley believe Gracelyn that much? It baffled Perry, causing her to fall into a state of mental confusion. No one seemed to care about her current turmoil. At this moment, the doorbell rang urgently at the entrance of Perry's villa, breaking through her chaotic thoughts. Who is it? She went to the door and checked the surveillance camera, only to see none other than Gus standing there. Unsure of Gus's intentions but guessing it had something to do with the online scandal, Perry immediately opened the door. Gus, did Huxley send you to do this? Soon as she spoke, the bodyguards who had been hiding out of the camera's view appeared. Clearly, Clorak knew Perry wouldn't come out easily, so he dispatched dozens of guards to forcibly retrieve her. To avoid any further conflict, Clorak decided to let Gus deal with her personally. Seeing the numerous bodyguards, Perry sensed something was amiss and tried to rush back inside to close the door. However, several bodyguards quickly blocked her way. Attempting to appear calm, Perry turned around. What's the meaning of this, Gus? Gus replied, I already told you before, stop creating trouble. Long as Clois Cheen hasn't explicitly said you can't appear on screen, I can still find roles for you if you want to return to our company. You chose not to listen. Now you've gone too far. Chloe plans to remove you from the Empire. Where you will go, no one knows. Take care of yourself. What? Perry's eyes widened as she grabbed Gus, preventing him from leaving. Send me away. Where? What does this mean? Is Huxley going too far? On what grounds? Why? What have I done? I just made some comments online. How is this such a grave offense? I saw Gracelyn and Weston together. I saw them kiss. Can't I speak the truth? Let me go, let me go. Where are you taking me? I won't go, I want to go home. It's illegal to force me away like this. I'm calling the police. Gus looked at Perry struggling and felt a headache coming on. He sighed, Sister Wire, honestly, this is your own doing. You had a great career and family, but because a man doesn't love you, you've destroyed everything. Your regrets now are useless. When Huxley warned you, you didn't take it seriously and continued stirring up trouble. Gus paused, unsure of what else to say. He added, Amber about it being illegal and reporting to the police. Remember, this is Huxley we're talking about. Sending you away is already being merciful. If you don't want things to get worse, be compliant this time. Plus, spreading such rumors about his sister-in-law and brother has tarnished Huxley's reputation. Do you think your family's business can survive in the Empire after such slander? Gus's words struck Perry like lightning. Her eyes widened in fear. What do you mean? Even my family isn't safe? How can he do this? What I said is true. Gracelyn and Weston really have a secret relationship. If he doesn't believe me, let him confront me himself. I'll tell him the truth. Stop this madness, let me go, I need to talk to him clearly. Her frantic shouting caused Gus a major headache, signaling his bodyguards, take her away. He never imagined Perry could act so uncontrollably. She behaved like a madwoman. Could someone in such a hysterical state become Huxley's wife? Absolutely impossible. On the other hand, Gracelyn, despite being young and inexperienced, remained unerringly calm amidst the accusations. Facing such public scrutiny, she didn't even bother explaining herself, which indeed showcased the poise expected of a high-ranking official's spouse. If one wanted to be a star, let alone a superstar, emotional stability was crucial. Otherwise, they would crumble under pressure like Perry. Ambert Royal 1, in Huxley's exclusive private room, everyone was already seated when Weston arrived. They were actually the last to arrive. The reason was simple, Weston bought bags to appear genuine in his relationship with Celine. Newly in love, he felt obligated to buy gifts, otherwise, it wouldn't look real. However, buying only for Celine made him feel guilty towards Nicola and Kelly. Claude giving to all three might seem awkward. Celine, generous, commented, giving gifts to girlfriends along with their friends is common practice. Nicola and Kelly agreed heartily, praising Weston for his generosity. Encouraged by their compliments, Weston splurged, though afterward, he muttered about how costly relationships were, wishing he had stayed single. Regardless, they happily received their gifts, 3 identical yet differently colored bags. Celine chose pink, Kelly picked ice blue, and Nicola went for white. Upon entering the room, Weston blushed, realizing everyone, including both sets of parents, was already present. Sorry, we're late, he mumbled. Amberl eyes scrutinized them, eventually focusing on the trio's matching bags. Lee Chingfrost welcomed them warmly, inviting them to sit down. Celine was equally nervous, this was her first meeting with Weston's family. Lee Chingfrost ignored Weston, affectionately pulling Celine's hand instead. Xiao Xiao, you look absolutely beautiful today. Celine blushed deeply, extremely anxious, completely inexperienced in such situations. Lee Chingfrost praised her enthusiastically, making Celine even more nervous, her tongue tied. Kelly nudged Celine, prompting her to address Lee Chingfrost. Overwhelmed and flustered, Celine blurted out, Mom, Realizing her mistake, Celine froze. Had she called Lee Chingfrost Mom? Indeed, Lee Chingfrost, Nicola, Kelly, and Weston all looked shocked. Panicking, Celine attempted an explanation, oh, no, I meant, my mom is also here. Afterwards, Celine wanted to die from embarrassment. To break the awkwardness, Celine couldn't help but pinch Weston. Right, my mom is here too. Weston winced but kept a smile and calm demeanor. Yes, she came. Mom came. Amber soon as he finished speaking. Weston. Celine. Everyone was frozen. Nicola. Kelly. These two. Gracelyn and Huxley couldn't hold back their laughter, almost hiding their faces in their hands. I meant, yes, both our moms are here. Weston finally managed to straighten out his tangled tongue and added that sentence hastily. Celine immediately chimed in, yes, that's right, so happy. Nicola. Kelly. It really did seem a little forced, after all, it was you two who made the arrangements. Lee Chingfrost said, that's right, everyone's here. Today is such a great day, we're all so happy. Amber now Meyer and Chanchan are here, even more joy. Kelly quickly responded, Amber Auntie Frost, Chanchan and I just came for a meal. Right, Nicola nodded. Lee Chingfrost smiled warmly. You're welcome anytime. Come on, take your seats. They nodded, preparing to sit down. Weston, realizing the previous tension had seemed a bit fake, tried to make it look more genuine by bringing up the previous situation a bit. He reached for Celine's hand and turned to smile at her. He intended to say, Xiao, let's sit together. Clothed somehow, perhaps due to catching Celine's earlier anxiety, his words came out as, honey, let's. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly embarrassed. Celine stared at him wide-eyed, then, probably also because of the nervousness, blurted out what they usually joked about, wait, whose wife am I? Weston. Nicola. Kelly. Nicola and Kelly wished they could die. Really, one shouldn't have expected too much from these two. The atmosphere fell into an extremely awkward silence. Gracelyn laughed silently until her stomach hurt, almost hiding on Huxley's lap. Weston's face turned bright red, stammering, whatever nonsense. Celine snapped back to reality, unsure of how to react. Li Qingfrost, initially shocked, was now intrigued, staring curiously at the four of them. Nicola reacted quickly, giving Celine a thumbs up. Xiao, you're definitely the first wife. Meyer and I will always follow you. Kelly giggled, covering her mouth. Xiao's jealous. This managed to diffuse the overwhelming awkwardness. Amber thought it was still awkward, everyone laughed, knowing they often joked around like this. Celine seized the opportunity. Sorry, I got carried away. Li Qingfrost laughed heartily. No problem. Amber at this point, Huxley, who had been smiling quietly, spoke up. Qin Xiaoqi, your girlfriend is jealous. Jeffrey promptly chimed in. Kiss her. They were obviously working in tandem. Weston blushed again. Celine hastened to clarify, no, I'm not jealous. She glanced at Jeffrey, who was always stirring up trouble, with a slightly reproachful look, but still remembered her role and held back. I would never be jealous of Meyer or Qianqian, she added. Jeffrey stroked his chin. Doesn't mean you can't kiss her. Celine. Weston replied firmly, of course, must do it. They had already agreed among themselves that kisses were fine. What was a cheek kiss between childhood friends? No worries here. They had rehearsed it on the way. So Weston leaned in, and Celine perfectly tilted her face. Smack. Done. Amber, four of them felt relieved. Finally, something went smoothly. Great performance, perfect, applause. Amber after the kiss, Li Qingfrost beamed. Sit. Why are you still standing? Weston held Celine's hand, glaring at Jeffrey. Don't pay attention to Clorother Yuan, he's a bad influence. Celine nodded in agreement. Jeffrey. The four were seated together. Gracelyn was laughing too hard to speak. Weston looked at Huxley, noting his good mood and constant laughter. This relieved him immensely. Phew, this issue was finally resolved. Then Jeffrey noticed the bags. Familiar with them, he commented, those 3 bags are the same model, right? Yes, Celine confirmed. Clorother gave me this one, and since Meyer and Qianqian were there, he gave them each one too. Jeffrey gave a thumbs up. Nicola added, we should have brought one for Star, but now that she has one from Mr. Qin, there's no need for Clorother Ambers from Meyer and me, we're just freeloading. Gracelyn immediately turned to Huxley with a smile. Hubby, give me a bag tomorrow too, let Qianqian and Meyer freeload some more. Sure, Huxley petted Gracelyn's head affectionately. You can choose whatever you like tomorrow. Gracelyn grinned. Amber right. Nicola and Kelly burst out laughing. Celine felt a pang of envy. She wanted to freeload too. With the arrival of the 4, the private room was filled with laughter and merriment. Raquel was also brought along by Li Qingfrost, sitting demurely beside John, looking equally innocent and pure. However, her average looks paled in comparison to the stunningly beautiful and accomplished people around her. Whether in appearance, demeanor, or presence, she felt very much out of place. Even Raquel herself felt out of place. Translation notes asterisk. The translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural and fluent English. Names have been transliterated using pinyin accurately. Storyline and logic continuity are preserved throughout. Chapter 124, Discussing Cohabitation. Weston closed to the Sure family's lavish gift. Since her last escapade, John seemed to have a bit of an issue with her as well. He did not take her side and appeared even more distant toward her. Raquel now didn't dare act up but sat obediently. Amber thought she was inwardly distressed by what had unfolded. She maintained a composed smile on her face and tried to blend in. Yet she still felt utterly impacted, causing her deep inner pain. These people were so peculiar. Did they all buy bags together? Husbands paid for them, boyfriends paid for them. Those 2 girls, Tracy and Kelly, really didn't seem to care that they kept freeloading. Didn't they feel ashamed? Of course, others were unaware of Raquel's thoughts and continued chatting merrily. Gracelyn curiously asked, Clorother, I just want to know how much this bag costs. The initial amount one spends on gifts for their girlfriend can reflect the depth of their relationship, or perhaps, its authenticity. Amber Graceland felt their relationship mostly false. With matters like these, one had to be cautious. Who knew? When asked about the price, Celine smiled, delighted to get a bag by tagging along She. Just as Celine was about to speak, Jeffrey answered first, more than 800. He was clear about this price. Graceland raised an eyebrow, immediately responding, great, great. She has indeed spent some cash. Tracy and Kelly laughed heartily. Indeed, he really went all out. She is so generous. Ha ha ha. Originally intended to spend only a little over 800, bringing along the two freeloaders led to an unexpectedly high expense. Weston. Despite his liver ache, Weston still acted arrogantly, saying, oh, it's nothing. Amber's long as our little Shao likes it, we'll buy anything. Everyone laughed heartily. Huxley, John, and Jeffrey gave Weston a big thumbs up. Instantly, Weston's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Feeling both proud and relieved, he thought his elder brother must now believe him completely. It was the first time he'd seen such a warm and kind smile from his elder brother, filled with immense approval. Satisfied, Weston felt it was worth spending the money. Throughout this exchange, Raquel watched in a daze, her reaction delayed by habitual thinking. She blurted out, such a pretty bag for only a little over 800? Her wide-eyed surprise was palpable. This bag primarily had its L brand logo inside rather than outside, which would have changed her perception if she had noticed. Her words halted everyone's laughter as she suddenly realized her mistake. Jeffrey had said, a little over 800. Weston laughed, yes, just over 800, quite cheap. Everyone laughed again, moving past the topic. Biting her lip, Raquel felt immensely awkward. Was it not a little over 800? Was it 8,000 or 80,000 then? Why would Fong say? Before Raquel could ponder further, John whispered the missing word to her softly. Startled, Raquel quickly came to her senses. Of course. What was she doing? How could these people carry bags priced merely at over 800 yuan? She must have lost her mind to make such a public fool of herself. Raquel clenched her fists under the table. Though embarrassed, no one paid attention. Nora instructed the waitstaff to serve the dishes quickly, presenting elegant royal cuisine onto the table shortly after. This was Raquel's first visit to Royal One. The opulent decor astonished her from the start. Now, this lavish spread before her dazzled her eyes, leaving her speechless with awe. The servers, dressed in splendid court attire, each dish looked like fine art, carefully served. If not for saving John by chance, Raquel felt she wasn't even qualified to work here as a waitress, let alone sit as a guest. Each dish was beautifully sculpted, transforming even the most common ingredients into shapes she couldn't recognize, like carving scallions and ginger into fresh flowers or young grass. Not recognizing any dishes, she also didn't know how to eat them. Some items were decorative and non-edible, while others, due to their rarity and luxury, required special eating techniques unknown to everyone. Feeling inexplicable tension, she was relieved to have John beside her. His gentle nature would surely attend to her. Dishes were served swiftly, and every glass was filled with fine wine by the waitstaff. Nora raised her glass, giving a toast to celebrate today's happy occasion. Weston and Celine had grown up together and were now a couple, bringing joy and blessings to both families. Given their familiarity, Nora suggested keeping it casual, emphasizing comfort and informality among old acquaintances. Everyone agreed, appreciating the benefits of being childhood friends. They raised their glasses in the first toast to congratulate Weston and Celine. In the second round, Weston gracefully toasted Celine's parents. Celine has an older brother and sister who were abroad and couldn't join the gathering. Thirdly, Celine elegantly toasted Nora and Qin Shuquan. Another round of toasts followed until Veda, who had been silently smiling, interjected, surprisingly, it's not Tracy, but our little Shao. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. Weston found it strange since he thought it would be Tracy, who was equally confused. Marcy laughed, yeah, surprisingly not Tracy. Jeffrey chimed in, surprisingly not Tracy. John added, Amber, somewhat unexpected. Surprisingly not Tracy. Remembering Tracy's candid conversation with Weston on Amber Laster's car, John couldn't help but find it amusing. Wave after wave of questions made Tracy's eyes nearly pop out. Most memorable was Nora's final comment, it's really not Tracy. Celine, unable to resist, remarked, yeah, surprisingly not Tracy. Meeting Celine's side, Weston caused her to wince and laugh simultaneously. Well, I'm also surprised. Tracy. Tracy stood up hastily, I'll give myself 100 strikes. Please don't joke about me, Uncle and Amberance. Who is Tracy? Drag her out and execute her. Her antics amused everyone, sparing her from further teasing. Unexpectedly, Veda continued, were you all not planning to do it together? Veda's remark almost made Weston choke on his drink meant to soothe his nerves. Celine burst into laughter, her mother's mischievousness was still endearing. Nora laughed heartily too, agreeing, yes, I think so. Weston. Amber and Pan, please stop teasing. I'm absolutely sincere about little Shao. This reminder brought Celine back to the script. Yes, Mom, what are you talking about? Veda smiled, oh, just joking around. Nora looked at Veda and asked, what if it was true, would you object? Veda responded generously, not really. Amber's long as the kids don't mind, why should I? Amber after all, it's their life. Her openness earned unanimous admiration. Truly enlightened, Nora laughed heartily, I feel the same way. Jeffrey smacked his lips and said, Weston is indeed a unique case, unprecedented and unparalleled. He's too fortunate. John also gave a thumbs up, yeah, what great fortune. Weston covered his face, hurriedly saying, Amber all right, everyone please stop teasing me. Soon Venus will get mad. We might play around in front of others, but later I'll be the one getting punished. Everyone, please spare me. Not only did he say this, but Weston also took Celine's hand, first rubbing her hand with his thumb and then kissing it, saying, honey, don't listen to them. They're just fooling around, absolutely nothing like that is true. I only like you. This move stunned everyone for a moment. Wow, it looks pretty real now. Nora and Veda were also taken aback, even Celine froze, asking, is this acting? She looked so sincere. Celine quickly recalled, right, be realistic. Amber thought it seemed like Huxley and Graceland had moved on, the act had reached this point, and it needed to be convincing. So, Celine earnestly replied, of course, I won't take it seriously. We're used to playing around. I know your intentions, honey. Trust me, I believe you. Celine finished with a sweet smile at Weston. Now everyone was even more stunned. Wow, they're calling each other honey now, this looks even more genuine. Was it their fault for being too skeptical? Had they really started dating? The group hesitated to joke further, even Graceland was stunned. That's good, Weston smiled, looking extremely handsome. He promptly served Celine some food, honey, have some dishes. Celine responded, you should eat too, drink less wine. Weston obediently nodded, don't worry. Everyone, whoa. Nora quickly interjected, oh well, the jokes are over, come, let's eat. They immediately resumed eating and drinking. Seeing Weston and Celine addressing each other as honey and husband, Nora pondered for a bit and then very seriously suggested to Veda, Cheen, look at how close these two kids are. They've known each other since childhood, having shared over 20 years together. Now they're working together in a company. How great is that? I'm thinking we should have Weston move out to live with them. Her implication was clear, she was supporting them living together. Upon hearing this, Weston almost bulged his eyes in shock, while Celine pretended not to be surprised. Veda was quite straightforward, sure, they're starting a business together. Living together would definitely be more convenient. Weston. Celine. Wow, this was too abrupt. It made sense for Veda and Nora to suggest this. Children from families like theirs rarely enter into relationships lightly. Once they do, and both sets of parents meet, it usually means the relationship is set in stone. Their backgrounds matched, and their feelings were genuine. Announcing it officially meant they had thoroughly considered it. Essentially, once they decided to date, it was understood that everyone accepted the arrangement as finalized, with little chance of change. Therefore, Nora suggested this, and Veda readily agreed, a perfect alignment. Veda was very satisfied with Weston, and Nora was equally pleased with Celine. What more could be said? Weston and Celine understood the implications and dared not protest. Seeing Veda agree, Nora hastened to say, Huxley's gift to Weston, the villa, will probably take at least half a year to complete. Claude, I have a villa in the northern suburbs, though it's a bit far away. Let's take Venus there tomorrow near their company. This was essentially suggesting buying a house for the couple. Veda said, don't worry about that. We happen to have a villa near their company, newly renovated. It's a bit small, but it should be enough for 2 people. Nora quickly replied, definitely enough. Claude, how can we? Veda interrupted her, it's the same. That villa was originally bought for Venus. Nora chuckled, then Weston sure has good fortune, feasting on soft bread. Weston. Celine. Ha ha ha. Veda laughed, knowing Nora agreed. Tracy turned to Celine and quipped, this is sure Venus and her cute husband. Celine laughed, that's right. Weston felt like hitting someone but laughed, how blessed I am. Kelly tried hard to keep a straight face, pretending to eat seriously. After this exchange, Shirley spoke, we received the news rather suddenly this time and couldn't prepare elaborate gifts for the meeting. Shirley then pulled out an elegant wooden box, this is for little Chi, may you and Venus be happy. Weston nearly choked on his food when he saw it. It was a 1,000-armed jade guanine, obviously of superior quality, a rare piece that couldn't be found at auctions. It was a treasure in the Sher family. The Sher family had been in the jade business for hundreds of years. Their collection of jade figurines were all antiques of exceptional quality, with many years of history. Though this jade guanine was one of their treasures, it showcased the Sher family's satisfaction with Weston as their future son-in-law. Its value couldn't be easily estimated since the Sher family didn't sell it. Claude, it was undoubtedly priceless. Graceland and Huxley were slightly surprised by the Sher family's high regard for Weston. Weston almost wanted to kneel. Oh my god, can I run away now? Celine could only laugh awkwardly. What else could she do? Nora said, Weston, why are you just standing there? Quickly thank your Uncle Sure. Weston didn't want to thank him, he wanted to kneel for help. Save me. If only he hadn't exaggerated earlier, calling her honey. Chapter 125, Holding Immense Wealth Makes One Nervous. Weston felt very nervous. Uncle Sure, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Weston's reaction only made Jerry feel puzzled. He said, this is our gift for the prospective son-in-law. It's not that expensive, is it? Where does it seem expensive? Jerry looked questioningly at Veda, who nodded and confirmed, that's right. Expensive? For a young man they were extremely satisfied with as their future son-in-law, someone they had watched grow up, someone whose character they trusted and who came from a reputable family. What could be considered too expensive? Jerry and Veda wore expressions of confusion, almost wanting to say that they would give more if they got married. How could this be seen as expensive? Weston didn't know what to say. Lindsay interjected hastily, this is just a gift. You can accept it. She would take it back tomorrow anyway. Veda hurriedly joined in, yes, accept it. This is the custom, don't refuse. Seeing no other way out, Weston feigned happiness and gratitude while accepting reluctantly, thank you, Uncle Sure and Amaranth Pan. Trembling, he took the gift. Nora smiled widely. This generous gesture from the Sure family was also an indication of their satisfaction with Weston. Amber and she couldn't lag behind either. Nora acted even more generously. She directly pulled a file bag from her purse, filled with bright red documents, handed it to Celine, and said, Xiao, this is your Aunt Lee and your Uncle Chin's welcome gift for you. Amber at that moment, Celine felt her head go numb. Could those red documents be property deeds? Daring not to speak, Celine only forced a smile, not daring to take them. Nora explained kindly, my family isn't as well versed in antiques and jade as yours, and you already have ample jewelry. So after some thought, I decided that real estate would be best. Celine remained speechless. Just a few properties, Nora added, noticing Celine's hesitation, and it's only a meet and greet gift. I hope you won't mind. Seeing this, Celine wanted to decline but found herself unable to articulate the words. Zaya, Celine said nervously, it's too much. Terrified, she absolutely did not dare to accept. Amberding on, she hurriedly continued, even one would be plenty. Nora laughed, look at Xiao, such a good child. Claude, it's all done now. I've written your name on them. Celine could only remain silent. Her hands trembled as she received the gift. What, Celine quickly glanced at her parents for help. Chloe, Veda and Jerry agreed that the gifts were numerous and valuable, surely far worth more than the jade statue. Claude, given their long-standing friendship with the Qin family and knowing both Nora and Qin Shuquan so well, if Nora had taken the initiative, it must be definite. Their contentment shone through as they acknowledged Nora and Qin Shuquan's appreciation of Celine. However, they still maintained propriety by saying, indeed, it's quite extravagant, Qingshuang. Xiao is still young, hasn't started working yet. Perhaps, as she suggested, one property is enough. Nora firmly placed the file in Celine's hands, insisting, not too much at all. Everything is arranged. Xiao, keep it. Stunned, Celine's eyes widened. Here was immense wealth right in her hands. Her hands shook uncontrollably. Nora's action signaled that refusal was not an option, it was already given to Celine. Veda and Jerry could only laugh. Jerry said, Shuquan, Qingshuang, you're going to spoil Xiao. Qin Shuquan smiled, what we like, our son likes. Nora added with a laugh, Amber future daughter-in-law deserves all the pampering. Even my son can step aside. Qin Shi is different since he has yet to establish his business. Gracelyn remarked humorously, Mom, remember the gifts list Qin brother sent before? Nora chuckled, we still couldn't top the prince. Indeed, previously, Huxley's gifts list contained items both from him and his parents. Nora wasn't the type to skimp just because her son provided. Veda and Jerry were gratified. Veda exclaimed, how wonderful. The four girls, Xiao, Xinger, Mir, and She 11, all grew up together. With Xiao and Weston, there won't be any problems between Xinger and her sisters-in-law. Gracelyn quickly nodded in agreement, of course, Amber and Pan, you can rest assured. Xiao and I will definitely get along very well. Veda was even more pleased, her smile radiant. With a future son-in-law of impeccable lineage, impeccable character, and no potential mother-in-law or sister-in-law conflicts, who wouldn't be elated? After all, when their children's marriages went well, parents naturally felt happy and content. Veda wished Weston and Celine could get married tomorrow like Gracelyn and Huxley. Seeing the harmonious relationship between Gracelyn and Huxley made her envious. Veda looked at Gracelyn with envy, indeed, oh my, how truly enviable. Nora smiled in agreement, isn't it? Celine dared not respond, holding the immense wealth and looking at Weston. Weston, stunned, didn't realize his mother played this big and changed names beforehand. He gave Celine a look indicating to accept first, discuss later. Celine had no choice but to respond sweetly, thank you, Amber and Qingshuang. Nora beamed even more and urged, no need to thank. We're nearly family. No thanks are necessary. Veda agreed happily, absolutely. Celine and Weston were left speechless. To change the topic, Weston proposed, let's eat and drink. Thus, he actively offered toasts, and the atmosphere heated up again. Meanwhile, Raquel listened quietly, envious deep down. When she heard about the spacious villa that seemed small for 2 people, she had been envious beyond measure. These people weren't ordinary at all. How could a mansion for 2 seem small? They were indeed not common folks. If they cohabited, that villa wouldn't only host 2 people. It would need managers, maids, chefs, drivers, and security personnel. No wonder Veda said it might be a bit small. The lavish gifts only furthered Raquel's envy. Observing their interactions, she realized these people wielded incredible wealth beyond imagination. The Cheens were incredibly rich, practically opulent. Casually inviting guests involved hosting princes. From rumors, the Cheens owned many businesses and numerous properties, including entire business districts. Not to mention the vast commercial empire under Huxley's control. There were stories that even Huxley's assistant, Linus Guang, earned an annual salary in the millions plus bonuses. Ambrel this time, she pondered how to better secure her position in the empire. Initially, she believed Huxley was the most excellent choice, anyone's first pick. However, after the kitchen incident, approaching Huxley rashly seemed counterproductive. Regarding John, despite his high academic qualifications and knowledge, she knew him well and felt only gratitude towards her. Ultimately, John's profession was merely a professor, albeit respected. Moreover, he showed no romantic interest. Now, she saw potential elsewhere. John, Weston, and Jeffrey were all good prospects. In this context, her ambitions shifted accordingly. If she could stay by their side, she could remain well within the empire's capital, bring glory to her ancestors, and even bring back all her relatives from the slums. Raquel tried to maintain her composure, not revealing too much envy because she knew these opportunities were within her reach too. Weston toasted twice, and everyone chatted and ate as they enjoyed the meal. Nora sighed as she chatted with Veda, it's wonderful. I was originally worried about my 3 wooden-headed boys' futures, but it seems fate comes when you least expect it. The eldest is taken care of, and now so is the youngest. It's absolutely perfect. Now, I only worry about the middle one's personal matters. The John who was mentioned quietly raised his glass to toast with Weston, wisely avoiding the topic. Veda commented, your John is a person of great learning. His education is so high that we look up to him. Ambryn, there must be many excellent girls in the university, right? Nora shrugged, that's true, but if he doesn't open up, it's all for nothing no matter how many girls there are. John continued drinking, resolutely staying out of it. Veda reassured, no need to rush, these things happen unexpectedly. Nora smiled, yes, indeed. Suddenly, Raquel felt very anxious, couldn't they see her? She had saved John's life after all. Maybe her silent plea was heard. Veda suddenly whispered to Nora, hey, isn't the girl sitting next to John the one who saved him? Yes, Nora replied candidly, that's her, her name is Xiaoxue, full name Raquel. Veda nodded, that's a lovely name. Nora agreed, yes, she's also a very nice girl. Veda smiled and asked, so, does John have feelings for Xiaoxue? Coincidentally, at this moment, everyone was busy eating or drinking, and the room fell quiet, so everyone overheard this question. Naturally, all eyes turned to John. Veda blushed slightly, while Nora patted her hand reassuringly. Seeing the conversation turning towards him and involving Raquel, John couldn't remain aloof anymore. Raquel's heart raced to her throat. She blushed deeply, remaining speechless yet inwardly hopeful. Hopeful that John had feelings for her. However, John responded, Amberant Pan, it's not like that. Raquel is my student, and she saved me. I can't be unscrupulous and have inappropriate thoughts towards her. I brought her here only to help her study better. Veda laughed, look, Professor John is just different, so level-headed and wise. Nora added, Xiaoxue is still young, and she's here for her studies. These words sent Raquel spiraling into despair. Just for studying? Nora continued, Xiaoxue excels academically and will surely have a bright future. My second son is already older and shouldn't interfere with her development. If Xiaoxue became our daughter-in-law, it would truly be beneath her potential. This child will undoubtedly become an outstanding scholar. Nora spoke perfectly. On one hand, she praised Raquel, acknowledging her potential and intelligence. Raquel was indeed very talented and brilliant. Cloaked there was a deeper meaning. Nora was telling Raquel that it was impossible. In essence, the prospective mother-in-law had shut the door firmly on this possibility. If Nora genuinely liked her and had intentions, she would have arranged something long ago. Would she say these words otherwise? Raquel, always perceptive, understood instantly. Cloaked she could only pretend not to understand, swallowing her disappointment with a forced smile, and said to Nora, thank you, Amberant Frost. My knowledge is nothing compared to second Clorother, who is a truly erudite scholar. Nora also smiled, you're quite good too. Rest assured, you'll be well taken care of if you stay in the Empire to study. Our family will never neglect you. Raquel nodded with a polite smile, thank you, Amberant Frost. Though she looked obedient and gracious, she cursed Nora inwardly. What did not neglect mean? It meant not neglecting her while denying her the chance to be the Qin family's daughter-in-law. This phrase carried a clear implication. They really wouldn't neglect her, really appreciated her saving John, but wouldn't let her marry into the Qin family. So Nora seemed kind but was actually snobbish. For wealthy and influential girls, Nora showed immense favor. Amber's for herself? Nora almost seemed to be telling everyone outright, don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about my son. Therefore, Nora was merely hypocritical. The text provides a deep dive into the social dynamics and underlying tensions between the characters, particularly Raquel's frustrations and aspirations. It maintains the narrative style and tone from the previous context, ensuring coherence and fluency in the story. Chapter 126, Getting Weston Drunk to Coax Out the Truth. The group goes wild. Raquel clenched her fists tightly under the table. She knew that everyone here probably didn't like her. She and they belonged to two different worlds. This was something she clearly understood and felt. Cloak, the more she sensed this, the more determined she was to stay. If fate allowed her to have the serendipitous opportunity to save John, becoming his savior and entering the Qin family, she would certainly remain in the Qin family forever. She also had to marry into the Qin family and enjoy this boundless wealth. Raquel's thoughts were unknown to others, but the dinner gathering proceeded enthusiastically and happily. Celine and Weston were just acting, but that didn't stop them from enjoying their meal. Ambers for Nicola and Amberly, freeloaders, were naturally happy. They drank plenty of wine too because Amberly really loved the Royal No. 1 Golden Silk Honey wine. It was sweet, fragrant, and pure, perfect for girls. So she pulled Nicola into drinking quite a bit. And virtually, everyone drank quite a lot, with Jeffrey and Huxley having an ulterior motive, to get Weston and Celine drunk. Once they were drunk, wouldn't they spill the beans easily? Thus, Huxley and Jeffrey became the main forces, frequently inviting the two to drink. Though Huxley could handle this alone, with Jeffrey's help, it would definitely be more interesting. Cloac and forth, the duo took turns attacking, offering drinks repeatedly. Weston even helped Celine fend off a few cups. Linus naturally stood on Huxley's side and soon joined the group offering drinks. John didn't understand what was going on but followed suit. After all, today was Clorotherchee's grand day, right? Thus, Weston began to feel a bit overwhelmed. He was just an average drinker. A few rounds later, he became rather tipsy, as did Celine. Ambrothuff, Nicola and Amberly were spectators. They were also dragged into drinking several times and didn't hold back. Jeffrey felt that getting Nicola and Amberly drunk was equally effective. After all, the four of them seemed to be a team now. Even though Gracelyn was also part of their group, things felt a bit different with her at the moment. Anyway, regardless, targeting those two worked just fine. Otherwise, the goal would be too obvious and risk exposure. Therefore, Jeffrey shifted his focus to Nicola, thinking along these lines. Everyone thought it was Nicola who was targeted, and if Nicola got drunk, maybe she'd reveal some truths while intoxicated. Plus, Nicola seemed straightforward, likely making her the easiest one to coax. So Jeffrey proactively offered Nicola drinks, leading to several cups exchanged. Nicola, with her carefree and generous personality, quickly bonded with Jeffrey, addressing him as Clorother Yuan, instantly closing the distance between them. After a few more cups, they sat together and continued drinking. The atmosphere remained lively, as dinner and drinking parties usually went. Each person drank and chatted independently. This was entirely normal but made Raquel intensely jealous. Chloe, off being girls, why did Nicola, who acted like a tomboy and spoke without reserve, gain Jeffrey's attention? Amber and they sat together, behaving like brothers, almost shoulder to shoulder. Raquel had ambitious intentions towards Jeffrey. The title of Crown Prince L was very tempting, not to mention being royalty. Whether it was the Qin family or Jeffrey, both were excellent choices. The Qin family's wealth rivaled that of an empire, but Jeffrey, being the only male in his family and carrying the title of a white country royal, wasn't bad either. What did Nicola have to qualify herself? Playing well with Weston, making everyone think Weston liked her, and then getting cozy with Jeffrey. Nicola was getting along famously with Jeffrey, but she wasn't naive. She knew Jeffrey was intentionally trying to get her drunk. Nicola wasn't one to back down either, so they competed by drinking, seeing who could outlast whom. Nicola's tolerance for alcohol was decent, above average. Jeffrey and Nicola's interaction caught the attention of Nora and Veda. Veda nudged Nora and whispered, "Isn't our Yuan infatuated with Nicola?" Nora raised an eyebrow slightly and said, I can't say for sure. I don't dare make assumptions. After all, Jeffrey wasn't her biological son, and matters concerning love and marriage weren't something Nora felt comfortable speculating about. Moreover, Jeffrey was under her supervision now, and she had responsibilities to watch over him. Veda whispered, "Why? Do you think Qian isn't suitable for Yuan?" Nora replied, "It's not about suitability. I actually think they're good together. Yuan has a good family background, and Qian, as a girl, doesn't come from a bad family either. Quote, you know Yuan, the royal ties and constraints complicate marriage matters. Based on my understanding of Hazel, she probably wouldn't mind much, but whether the royal family will create issues is hard to predict. After all, they are blood-related and intertwined. Plus, Yuan's grandfather is still on the throne, relatively young and in good health. Do you think the old king won't interfere at all?" Nora's words made Veda understand perfectly. In families like theirs, parental consideration of children's marriages was common. Although not pretentious or disdainful, they couldn't set low standards. Veda nodded in agreement. "Yeah, makes sense." Nora added, "If it were John, I'd be thrilled, both Chien and Mile are lovely. Quote with Yuan, I can't be certain and must keep an eye on things to avoid Hazel blaming me later for any missteps. Veda responded, maybe it's not that serious. Hazel wouldn't think that way, relationships are unpredictable. Nora sighed, true, but I still need to be vigilant. Veda agreed, indeed. Waves of drinking ensued, leaving Weston and Celine nearly drunk, while Nicola and Jeffrey weren't faring much better. They toasted back and forth for quite some time. Amberly moved closer to Graceland while Huxley focused on getting Weston drunk. Graceland secretly asked Amberly, is it true between She and Xiao Xiao? Amberly smiled mysteriously. Seeing her smile, Graceland knew it was false. Graceland widened her eyes as Amberly leaned in and whispered, don't jump to conclusions yet. Initially, it was fake, to prevent CEO Chin from getting jealous. Quote now, it's complicated, so keep it quiet for now. Graceland slowly raised an eyebrow and immediately whispered back, Amber, you saying it's starting to seem real? Possibly, Amberly said, who knows? Graceland agreed, realizing how delicate human emotions can be. Initially disliking someone, then coming to like them. Or always thinking one dislikes someone when deep down, they always did. Odd love patterns exist everywhere. Graceland nodded in agreement, got it. Don't worry, I won't spread it around. Amberly nodded, good. Anyway, your CEO Chin has been pushing them to drink heavily. If they get truly drunk, it might become reality. Graceland replied, sure, let's see how it unfolds. After drinking a bit longer, the elders noticed things couldn't continue indefinitely. Nora interjected, Amber right, that's enough. Today has been great, but Qin Xiaoqi has had too much, and Xiao Xiao seems tipsy. Weston protested, Mom, no, I'm enjoying it. Celine chimed in, I'm not drunk, Amber Auntie Shuang, don't worry. They were indeed close to being drunk but insisted otherwise. Then Nicola suggested, just eating is boring, let's go sing karaoke. Her suggestion was met with agreement from the younger crowd. Everyone felt a bit tipsy but not overly so. Jeffrey quickly supported, karaoke, must do karaoke. Singing would make it easier to drink a bit more, and once they were thoroughly drunk, they might spill everything. Nora looked at Jeffrey, you honor, are you drunk too? Jeffrey replied, not yet, Amber and Shuang. It's still early. Nora. She felt everyone was quite tipsy except for Huxley. Amber at this moment, Celine also suggested, let's go sing. I want to sing. Let me and Mealy give you all a good performance. Chloe both of them graduated from music programs, they were professionals. The younger generation was excited, and the elders didn't feel right stopping them again. Nora said, Amber right, let's go then. Then Nora stood up, called Shuiwe, Yan Huan, and Chi-Chi to join us. Shuiwe was Graceland's mother, Martha, Yan Huan was Nicola's mother, Star, and Chi-Chi was Nicola's mother, Mavis. The younger ones. Nora was already making calls energetically. Graceland couldn't help but smile, finding Nora really cool and fun, which made her particularly likable. Since everyone was going, so be it. Cloak the elders wouldn't share the same private room with the younger ones. Nora quickly arranged everything. Amber's for the private rooms, there was no need to worry. Cloak's the place they were heading to was part of the Chin family's business, an old one managed by Huxley, but the revenue went to John. So although John was a professor with an average annual salary, his income wasn't low. This entertainment complex in the capital was very famous, named Nishi. It had everything, truly living up to its nickname as the city that never sleeps. Amber and Nishi offered KTV rooms in various sizes. Perfect for large groups, allowing each person to find their own entertainment. Nora had exclusive private rooms at Nishi. Weston and the others had been there last time. Amber after Nora made all the arrangements, everyone set off together. Having drunk alcohol, they couldn't drive, but Royal No. 1 had designated drivers for guests, so that wasn't a concern. Soon, the group arrived at Nishi's private rooms. Nora instructed a few things and then left the young ones alone to play. Seeing Nora dart away swiftly, John smiled, looks like Mom can't wait to play either. Huxley chuckled. Amber after the younger generation entered the private room, Martha, Star, and Mavis came over to greet their children, giving them some advice before rushing off to play. Since everyone was just here to have fun, Huxley called Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, and Court. On the way, Amberlaster kept saying, familiar recipe, familiar taste. Just different people. Last time it was Huxley, this time, it was Weston. The goal was to get Weston drunk. Amberlaster believed Weston must have already had enough, so he wouldn't need much more to get him passed out. When Amberlaster and the others arrived, singing hadn't started yet. Soft music played as everyone sat down drinking. Graceland and Huxley sat hand in hand, looking very sweet. Jeffrey seemed to have hit it off with Nicola and chatted animatedly. Amberly and Celine were using their phones to decide on songs. Raquel sat obediently next to John. Russell sat with Weston, and they began drinking again. Amberlaster was delighted to see many beautiful girls and pulled Amber Aurelio and Court to squeeze next to Amberly. Clocaz after scanning around, he found Amberly alone. For this, Court and Amber Aurelio were speechless. Clote Amberly greeted them happily, smiling politely, Clore other Meng, second Clore other Meng. They returned the greeting. Huxley opened the conversation bluntly. President Liu, since you're late, self-punishment, 3 cups. Amberlaster replied, sure, definitely. Claude, I heard today is Shao-Chi and Xiao-Xiao's official announcement day. Drinking myself isn't interesting. I should toast to both of them first. Then he started pouring drinks. So this big group drank away. Amberly and Celine picked a few songs, performed, and everyone cheered and clapped, enjoying it immensely. Afterward, they were pulled into drinking. Surprisingly, Weston could handle his liquor well and remained in great spirits despite drinking for a while without showing any signs of drunkenness. Amberlaster then proposed, how about truth or dare? It's fun. Just drinking is boring. Gracelyn and the others agreed readily. Jeffrey raised his hand first. Okay, let's do it. Weston and Celine, perhaps buzzed, also agreed, making the game even more interesting. Truth or dare with drinking, 3 options to choose from. Though the last resort was drinking, who could keep drinking forever? The game rules were simple, draw numbers, the highest wins, the lowest loses. Amber's set of numbered cards was on the table, 100 in total, depending on luck. In the first round, Court drew a 1, nearly frowning. Amberlaster won, drawing 100. Amberlaster slapped his thigh and laughed maniacally, ha 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 ha, fell into my hands. Court remained calm, I'll drink. Not engaging in the banter at all. Jeffrey interjected, Clorother Meng, we drank quite a bit at dinner earlier. You should switch to bigger cups. Court smiled, I just finished socializing. Weston interjected, nope. Court. Amberlaster laughed and gestured to the waiter, quickly, give Secretary Meng a bigger cup. Amber Aurelio was the deputy mayor of the capital city, a top candidate for mayor. Upon seeing the larger cup, Court changed his tune, truth. Amberlaster laughed, great. Do you have someone you like? Court replied, I'd like to, but I don't. Amberlaster raised an eyebrow, finished? Court retorted, what else do you expect? Amberlaster sighed, feeling disappointed. In the second round, Court drew a 3 again. Amber and Amberly drew 100. Court. Wasn't the target supposed to be Weston today? What's this about? Amberly, however, was happy and asked, Clorother Meng, truth or dare? Court was wary after being asked if he liked anyone. Considering Amberly was a girl, she probably wouldn't go too far. Amber and everyone was familiar with each other, so while they were playing the game seriously, they wouldn't be overly harsh. Still, Court carefully thought it over and chose, I'll drink. Amberly widened her eyes and blurted out, no, try dare. Court. He thought girls wouldn't push it too far. Gracelyn giggled, Clorother, this is great. Go for it. Then she turned to Amberly, Mealy, what's your challenge? Amberly blinked, perhaps buzzed, and said, let's see Clorother Meng's abs. Court. Everyone gasped in excitement. Amberlaster immediately added, take it off, take it off. Dream Chenyang, as a politician, was always proper and stern. Court himself was the same, rarely joking and less with them. Quote overall, he wasn't as boisterous as Amberlaster and the others. Plus, he was the oldest, even a year older than Huxley. Undoubtedly, seeing abs was thrilling. Court initially insisted on drinking but didn't want to hurt Amberly's feelings, unsure how to proceed. Amberly clarified, no need to take it all off, just lift it up a bit. That was considered indeed. Court looked at Amberly and said, I don't have abs, just a flat stomach. You are sure you want to see it? Amberly nodded, yes, show it. Court. In the end, Court had no choice. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the next likely mayor blushed slightly but maintained his composure as he lifted the hem of his shirt. Amber Aurelio shouted, starting off with something this big? My elder brother's dignity is at stake. Finally, Court revealed his stomach. It wasn't just one block, clearly, there were 8-pack abs, showing excellent physique. Amberly covered her mouth and giggled, passed. Amberlaster then remarked, next time, who's going to make me show my abs? His own 8-pack abs were eager to be showcased. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 127, Court and Kelly pledge their love. Nicola questions Weston. After playing a few rounds, everyone was on the verge of tears from laughing. Weston and Celine had incredible luck, they not only avoided getting picked but also won several times. It wasn't just them with good luck, Nicola and Kelly also had decent fortune. In short, none of these 4 got picked. No one could even trick one of them into revealing anything. Instead, Court was the one who fell for it twice and always lost to Kelly. Kelly asked a question, Clorother Meng, do you plan to date? Court answered honestly, no, I'll leave it to fate. The second time Court got picked, Kelly nearly burst out laughing, and so did the rest of the group. This is ridiculous. How did Court end up losing to Kelly today? Losing 4 times in a row, 3 of which were to Kelly. This must be heaven's arrangement. And are these 2 meant to be? Court felt helpless. He thought, if this truth or dare continues twice more, he might get asked something more private next time. So Court quickly said, I'll drink. Kelly had also had a fair amount of alcohol today, her emotions running high. She then boldly suggested, no, let's go for a dare. Upon hearing this, the group immediately started cheering, especially Amberlaster, who shouted the loudest, what's up with you today, Meyer? Amber you crushing on Clorother targeting him all the time. Anderson added, yeah, why keep picking on my big brother? Weston chimed in, isn't that right? He's almost bald from it. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. With a flushed face, Kelly retorted, you all started this game. Court didn't want to offend the lady and reluctantly agreed, Ambo right, what now? Jeffrey laughed and said, Clorother, you've already shown your abs, what else can we see? Amberlaster joked, ha ha ha, seeing more would be inappropriate for children. Clorother, you're quite the hidden talent. Court blushed deeply. Gracelyn, excited and curious, urged, Meyer, speak up boldly, what's your dare? Drunk, Kelly looked at Court's exceptionally handsome face and said, can Clorother kiss me once? Immediately, the previously lively room fell silent. Wait, what, kiss? Everyone suddenly wanted to cheer but mysteriously couldn't. They just stared wide-eyed, holding their breath. Court's face reddened further as he stared intensely at Kelly, what did you say? He was uncertain. Kelly boldly repeated, kiss me. This time, the crowd began cheering, ho. So she had been waiting for this. Did Kelly have a crush on Court? Suddenly, the room felt like a battlefield. Gracelyn, overwhelmed with excitement, squeezed Huxley's hand, oh my gosh, Meyer will be my future sister-in-law. When did she like my big brother? Celine poked Weston, oh my gosh, Meyer mentioned having a crush earlier, it was Clorother. Weston was equally excited, looks like another marriage proposal is happening soon. Whispering among themselves, everyone cheered louder, kiss. 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 This was a daring request from the lady. This thrill wasn't less exciting than a sudden wedding. Kelly and Court, truly, are a perfect match. Family background matched, and appearance matched. One was an elite in politics, the other a young talented musician with an excellent singing voice, and both were close friends with Gracelyn. How could this not be a perfect match? Amidst the cheering, Court turned even redder. He had said before that he wanted someone to love, but he hadn't found anyone yet. He had plans to date, but no suitable person had come along. Quote sometimes, destiny strikes unexpectedly and magically, completely unanticipated. It felt like an unexpected home invasion. Kelly, biting her lip, felt dizzy. Was Clorother unwilling? She admitted that the alcohol made her lose control. It was also okay because the alcohol provided an excuse afterward if things became awkward. After much cheering, Kelly and Court remained red-faced without response. Gracelyn grew anxious. Brother, don't hesitate. Quick. Don't let this potential sister-in-law slip away. Amberlaster also encouraged, young, go for it. Meyer went all out, and you're chickening out? The crowd, fueled by alcohol, continued cheering. Finally, Court, staring at Kelly, asked, where do you want to be kissed? On the cheek, or the lips? Hearing this, everyone gasped, realizing how bold Court was. His question clearly meant they saw eye to eye. Whoever initiated it first didn't matter. Even though Court didn't expect this and was passive, his words implied, I'm willing. Gracelyn covered her mouth in surprise and excitement. Kelly replied, either is fine, it's up to you. At this moment, the crowd's cheers escalated, urging, kiss. Kiss. Kiss, non-stop. They couldn't wait any longer. To everyone's delight, Court stood up, leaned over, and kissed Kelly on the lips in front of everyone. Crowd reaction. Amberlaster clapped his thigh, sealed. Now no one considered this mere child's play. This was definitely taking advantage of the game's pretense. Kelly, with a red face and dizziness, wondered, does this mean Clorother likes her too? Still in a daze, Court sat beside Kelly, who moved aside to make space. Then, he directly put his arm around her shoulder and called her girlfriend. Amber. The crowd screamed uncontrollably. Gracelyn couldn't contain her joy and immediately announced, I need to tell Mom and Dad. True to her word, she got up, and Huxley, seeing her happiness, didn't stop her. Court also didn't stop, silently agreeing. Kelly's whole face burned. Had sweet love finally reached her? Anderson directly greeted Kelly, sister-in-law, hello. Kelly became even more bashful. Gracelyn brought in the elders. Surprisingly, everyone came because they wanted to celebrate. Martha was overjoyed, smiling brightly, very good, very good. Martha warmly welcomed Kelly, inspecting her thoroughly and finding immense satisfaction. Kelly's parents naturally approved of Court. In fact, both sets of parents were pleased with each other's children, having watched them grow up with positive reputations within their circles. To allow the youngsters to continue their revelry undisturbed, the elders left. Before leaving, Starr gave Nicola a thumbs up. Nicola. The private room's atmosphere reached its peak. To congratulate Kelly and Court, everyone took turns toasting. No mercy was shown, there was a strong desire to send the couple straight to the bedroom tonight. Ironically, this perfectly aligned with Jeffrey's intentions. Initially, the group played truth or dare to tease Weston and the others. Cloak their luck was inexplicably good tonight, they never got picked. Instead, they uncovered Court and Kelly's relationship. Now, no need for games. Direct drinking contests would suffice. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone while ensuring natural and fluent English language use. Thus, a new round of drinking commenced. Before long, Weston and Celine couldn't handle it anymore. They had indeed drunk too much today. Nicola also reached her limit. She had been drinking a lot with Jeffrey later on. Among the four, only Kelly managed to hold her liquor well. After inadvertently catching Court's eye, he even helped her ward off drinks, so she was relatively sober. Weston was really in no shape to continue and said, "You guys keep playing. I need to go outside for some fresh air." Was this boy suddenly alert and intentionally avoiding something? He had already consumed a lot of alcohol, so everyone was worried. John offered, "I'll accompany you." Weston declined, "No need, or other two. I'll just get some air and come back." He walked steadily, seeming not too drunk, so they let him be. Celine also couldn't handle it and frankly said, "You guys keep drinking. I need to rest for a bit. I'll go up to the third floor for a short break." The third floor had a sauna area, perfect for resting. She stood up. Nicola went to support her. "Let me take you up." Kelly wanted to join but was pulled into a toast by Anderson. Kelly said, "Then, Qian, you stay with Xiao Xiao." Nicola nodded, and Gracelyn rose. "I'll go with you as well." After going upstairs, Gracelyn pondered, it wouldn't be wise to ask directly. Kelly's previous words were very valid. What if Weston and Celine didn't have feelings for each other initially but developed subtle emotions after this evening? With Nicola there, who knew what she was thinking? So, despite accompanying them upstairs, Gracelyn didn't bring it up. She simply got water for Celine and stayed with her. Meanwhile, the others continued drinking. Laster and the rest hadn't participated in the earlier dinner, so they still had some stamina. The news about Court and Kelly heightened their enthusiasm. No one noticed that Callie had quietly slipped out. She wasn't particularly noticeable, so no one saw her leave. Callie exited the private room and headed towards the public restroom. Though the private room had a bathroom, she figured Weston might have gone to the public one. The public restroom happened to be near the balcony, where one could catch a night breeze. Callie quietly went over and found Weston leaning against a pillar, eyes closed, looking rather uncomfortable. He had indeed drunk too much today. While he seemed normal, he was actually quite tipsy. The night breeze blew but only made his mind hazier. Callie approached boldly and whispered, "She, She." Calling several times, Weston slowly opened his eyes and frowned. "Who are you?" His vision was blurry. Callie quickly replied, "It's little Shui." Weston squinted again and then closed his eyes. "Who's little Shui?" Clearly, he didn't remember her at all. Callie felt a rush of anger but said, "She, you're drunk. Let me help you home to rest." If she took Weston home in this state and put him in bed, everything would unfold naturally, right? Tonight was the best opportunity. With Weston so drunk, it was a perfect setup for her. Why didn't she try with John? That was because she needed to keep a trump card, a favor to John, to protect herself later. When she woke up next to Weston tomorrow, it would just be an accident of intoxication. Even with a girlfriend, or any official announcement, being the first to be intimate with Weston would give her the upper hand. Callie, having finished speaking, immediately reached out to support Weston. He was so drunk he seemed unable to resist. Callie was secretly thrilled. This plan was risky yet flawless. Her hand holding Weston's triggered uncontrollable excitement in her. Just touching his hand made her feel weak. Weston, despite his youth, was incredibly handsome, enhanced by his family background, making him extremely charming. Weston didn't resist, so Callie extended her other hand to wrap around his waist. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over her, catching her hand coldly. Woman's voice hissed, "Where do you think you're taking him, you despicable thing?" It was Nicola. Callie's eyes went dark upon seeing her. It was indeed Nicola. Callie feared Nicola a bit because of her straightforward and somewhat intimidating demeanor. She hurriedly explained, "I saw She was drunk, I wanted to help him back." Nicola slapped her hand away, "Like we need your help? Get lost." Drunk herself, Nicola wouldn't spare Callie any face. She felt Callie had ulterior motives. Help him back? Where? Callie, scolded by Nicola, quickly gave up her intentions and muttered, "Sorry," before rushing away. Once Callie left, Weston opened his hazy eyes. Nicola glared at him, "Not completely out yet? Waiting for some girl to throw herself at you?" Weston rubbed his eyes, talking nonsense, always spouting without a filter. Suddenly, Nicola asked, "Weston, do you dislike me?" Weston froze at this question. Translation adheres to the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring natural and fluent English language use. The storyline and logic remain coherent with the previous content, preserving character names in pinyin. Chapter 128, Amber Pair of Happy Couples. What are you talking about? Weston frowned. Nothing happened. Why would you ask that? Nicola, slightly tipsy, retorted, "Isn't it obvious? You've always been the harshest with me. Weston. No, Weston replied again, stressing it, really nothing. Don't overthink it. Keep speculating and I'll hit you. He raised his fist. Nicola. Now Nicola felt genuinely sad and frustrated, probably spurred by the alcohol. She said, still saying you don't hate me? I know asking this is stupid. Even if you did, why would you admit it? Fine, I understand. I'm reasonable. I'll go back to the private room. With that, Nicola got up to leave. She didn't know why she suddenly asked these questions, but she always felt Weston was the worst to her. Unexpectedly, just as she lifted her foot to leave, someone pulled her hand. With a slight pull, Nicola stumbled into Weston's arms. Nicola's eyes widened. Weston, full of alcohol fumes, closed his eyes and said, what are you even talking about? When did you become so whiny like a girl? Why would I hate you? I really don't. Nicola's eyes grew even wider as she grabbed Weston's collar. What do you mean whiny like a girl? I am a girl. Weston laughed when Nicola got angry, opening his eyes and saying, oh, you know that much. Nicola. You. For some reason, Nicola blushed suddenly. Weston looked at her, his gaze a bit unfocused from the alcohol, teasing, you still remember you're a girl? I thought you considered yourself a guy. Weren't you almost becoming brothers with Zahir earlier? Getting close to him all the time. Do you have feelings for Zahir? Need help? Nicola frowned. Stop being absurd. I have no feelings for Zahir, just brotherhood. Weston laughed, suddenly reaching out to pat her bottom. Can anyone be your brother? Nicola's eyes widened again, feeling the conversation turn strange. She exclaimed, you hit my bottom? Weston rubbed his forehead. Amber, right, let's get back to the private room. Weston stood up to leave but staggered unsteadily. Instinctively, Nicola reached out to support him. Unbalanced, he pushed Nicola against a pillar. Nicola realized her heart was racing wildly. Weston apologized, sorry, I lost my balance. He tried to stand up again but, feeling weak, inadvertently touched Nicola's chest. Nicola. You. Nicola grabbed Weston's hand, where are you touching? Weston saw it, exclaiming, oh, it felt off before, so soft. Before Weston could respond, Nicola suddenly asked, She, tell me, do you truly like Xiao Xiao? Weston frowned, talking nonsense again? Why are you making stuff up tonight? Nicola insisted, really not liking her? Then who do you like? Amber, you crazy? Weston stood straight and directly answered, you. Nicola was shocked. Weston was already quite drunk, so saying it seemed natural without any sense of confessing, as if it just slipped out. Afterward, Weston struggled to stand straight, dizzy. Help me home. Nicola, wide-eyed, repeated, wait, you just said, who do you like? Weston dragged Nicola by the arm, stop talking nonsense. Amber, am I not a man? I'm dizzy, take me home. He then pulled Nicola away. Nicola was still in shock until they were both inside the car. The driver shut the doors and started the engine before Nicola came back to her senses. Turning to look at Weston, who was leaning against the seat, her heart raced. The driver asked, young master, back to the Cheen residence? Just as Weston was about to answer, Nicola interjected, no, to a hotel. This alarmed Weston, what? Why a hotel? Nicola fiercely said, spring night, short and sweet. This made the driver shiver, nearly hitting 180 kilometers per hour. Weston, hearing this, groaned, wanting to hit Nicola again. He pulled her ear, can you speak properly, like a girl? Nicola swatted his hand, tilting her head, really drunk or just pretending? Weston remained silent. Nicola persisted, you said you liked me, right? Was it a lie? Weston still didn't respond. Nicola concluded, oh, it was a lie. Cloac to the Cheen residence. The moment she spoke, Weston lunged forward, pinning her against the seat and kissed her directly. Nicola was stunned again. Despite appearing tough, she had no experience in such matters, only coming to her senses after Weston's kiss. Not knowing what to say, she managed to say, are really, like me? Weston massaged his temples, only an idiot like you would ask this now. So, we go to the hotel? Nicola hooked her finger around Weston's, indicating their mutual affection without words. Weston hugged her tightly, why a hotel? No home? Not enough bed size? I'm afraid my parents will know tomorrow. Nicola pinched Weston's leg, causing him to wince and chuckle, easy, it hurts. Everyone else was oblivious that Nicola and Weston had just left. They continued drinking and singing, reveling in the festivities. Jeffrey couldn't continue either, he had been fighting hard throughout the night but didn't succeed. Feeling disappointed and dizzy, Jeffrey gave up, looking at Huxley, who seemed most composed. Jeffrey rubbed his forehead, can't drink anymore, you guys continue. He stood up, stumbling aimlessly. Amber Aurelio asked, Clorother Yuan, where are you going? Jeffrey replied, lie down upstairs for a bit. Wake me when you leave, don't forget me. Seeing he was indeed drunk, everyone allowed him to rest. Jeffrey ascended the stairs, Amber Aurelio descended. Noticing him, she raised an eyebrow. "Sight1-129, where are you going?" Jeffrey reiterated, "Lie down upstairs." He went straight upstairs. Amber Aurelio blinked and said, "Xiao Xiao is also up there, seems to be napping." Jeffrey replied, "Oh, perfect, I'll check on her." Thinking of the effort he put in tonight, drinking until he was almost unconscious, yet achieving nothing, he felt the loss keenly. Amber Aurelio nodded. "Oh, I'll use the restroom." Jeffrey reached the third floor to find Celine lying on a massage chair, seemingly asleep. The lighting was dimly appropriate. Jeffrey sat on an adjacent massage chair, turning to stare at Celine and poked her cheek. "Hey." No response. Fine, truly asleep. Feeling dizzy, Jeffrey also leaned back, closing his eyes. Amber felt drowsy, his headache prevented him from falling asleep immediately. In a daze, Jeffrey felt Celine stir and utter a surprised, "Eh?" He intended to open his eyes but, still half asleep, something dark seemed to approach him. "Is Zahir?" Celine's voice sounded as if it was right above his face. Jeffrey did not open his eyes. Celine seemed to crouch beside him, her hand supporting her face, and whispered close to his, "Looks like he's asleep." "He looks kind of handsome," she said. "How did his nose grow so straight?" "It's quite good looking," she remarked. Jeffrey. Could it be true that if Celine really liked Weston, she wouldn't say he looked good? Or was she drunk and couldn't control herself? He kept still, watching to see what she would do. Celine murmured a bit more, then said, "His lips look nice too." She poked them with her finger. Jeffrey. "They feel soft," Celine whispered again, seemingly laughing. Then she asked, "Does he have abs?" She placed a small, soft hand on Jeffrey's chest. Jeffrey. It felt like he was being molested. There are abs. How about the six-pack, she continued, moving her hand down. Jeffrey. He couldn't keep pretending to sleep any longer. Just as he thought this, Celine added, "He seems pretty drunk too. I kinda want to kiss him." This sentence almost made Jeffrey lose it. So, after just announcing their engagement today, she was teasing him now? No, it must mean the announcement was indeed fake, right? As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt something soft press against his lips, and her warm breath tickled his nose. Amber Aurelio, who had just arrived upstairs, saw this scene and quickly covered her mouth, tiptoeing away. Oh my god. What's going on? What about Sight1-129? Are they faking or for real? If it's real, then what about Celine and Jeffrey? Jeffrey was also terrified. He wanted to open his eyes but heard Celine say, "Wow, this is a good kiss. Seems like I really do like him." Jeffrey. Who are you liking? He immediately opened his eyes, all traces of drunkenness gone. Claude as soon as he opened his eyes sharply, Celine's lips were still pressed against his. Jeffrey. Now, both stared at each other, lips touching, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Celine reacted first and stood up, clearly startled, saying, "You weren't sleeping?" Jeffrey sat up immediately and grabbed Celine's hand. "You, and Weston, is it real or fake?" Chloeing caught in the act of molesting someone was very embarrassing. Celine, frightened sober, tried to explain but remembered something, putting a finger to her lips. "Shoo." Jeffrey. Shut up. No way. Seeing Jeffrey wasn't speaking, Celine finally whispered, "I'll tell you quietly, but you can't say anything for now." Jeffrey watched her. Her little face was truly beautiful, just as Nicola had once mentioned. Among the ladies of the imperial capital, their beauty was top-notch. "Okay, go on," Jeffrey agreed. Celine whispered, "It's fake, an act. Haven't you seen that post yet?" Jeffrey almost cheered in triumph. Mystery solved. "I knew it," he nodded. Celine tugged at her wrist, signaling Jeffrey to let her go. Unexpectedly, Jeffrey asked, "Then what about just now, was it real or fake?" Celine paused. "Huh? Didn't I say it was fake?" Jeffrey stared at her, "Not about Qin Xiaoqi. Just now, kissing me, saying you like me, was that real or fake?" Upon hearing this, Celine's face slowly turned red. Jeffrey had never seen a girl turn so red before him gradually, until her whole face was flushed. Sorry. Celine apologized hastily, "Zahir, I didn't mean to. I was a bit drunk, sorry." Saying this, she tried to pull her hand away, planning to slip away. However, she couldn't free her hand because Jeffrey actually pulled her closer, whispering, "I think I'm a bit drunk too." Celine. Was he kidding? Amber Aurelio rushed downstairs, nearly terrified out of her mind. She didn't even wait to talk to Huxley and immediately dialed Weston's number. Claude Weston hadn't taken his phone, which rang right on the coffee table. Amber Aurelio hung up and called Nicola. Huxley noticed and stopped Amber Aurelio, asking, "What happened, dear?" Amber Aurelio whispered, "I'll tell you later. I need to go to the restroom." She ran off quickly. Unconvinced, Huxley followed her into the restroom. Finally, Nicola answered, sounding slightly breathless, How did you know, Star?" Amber Aurelio, knowing the tone, was scared stiff, almost crying. Cece, tell me honestly, is it real between She and Tiny? Nicola replied, fake. Relieved, Amber Aurelio breathed a sigh of relief but quickly asked, where are you? Wait, where's She? Why didn't he take his phone? Nicola responded, She, here, with me. Amber Aurelio. Amber almost dropping her phone in shock. Oh wow, what's happening? Amber, you, together? Amber Aurelio asked. Yes, Nicola admitted, we're in his room. Amber Aurelio asked further, did you do anything? No, Nicola said. Amber Aurelio was puzzled, then why did you sound? Nicola explained, he was kissing me. Amber Aurelio couldn't help but admire, good job, Cece. You too, continue. Nicola agreed, okay. Before hanging up, Amber Aurelio heard Weston say, Nicola, I love you. Then Nicola said, I know, you've already told me 800 times on the way back. Hashtag chapter 129, Those Loves, grand finale. Gracelyn hung up the phone, tears streaming down her face with excitement. So, Cheryl and Nigel like each other. They were right all along. Amber, and as for Venus. Zahir. Gracelyn clapped a hand over her mouth. This was too good, absolutely perfect. It turned out this gathering had brought together 3 couples. Overwhelmed, Gracelyn rushed out of the restroom, where Huxley was waiting for her. Seeing her eyes glistening with tears, Huxley panicked and reached out. What's wrong, honey? Gracelyn threw herself into his arms. Hubby, I'm so happy. Then she explained what had happened, and Huxley, though surprised at first, quickly regained his composure. The outcome was unexpected yet within expectation. This is great, Huxley said contentedly. It's about time we head back. The drinking session will probably be wrapping up soon. Let's see when Xiao-Yuan announces it. Sure. Gracelyn agreed happily. They sat back on the sofa. Amberlaster, Amber Aurelio, John, and Russell seemed to be enjoying themselves with drinks and conversation. Huxley chuckled, leaning close to Gracelyn's ear. Only these 4 left now. Gracelyn couldn't help but giggle and cover her mouth. Upstairs, Jeffrey still held Celine in his arms, having embraced her for a considerable amount of time. Celine wondered if he had fallen asleep. That would be awkward. Unable to resist, she nudged him gently. Zahir, are you asleep? Jeffrey loosened his grip but kept an arm around her waist, gazing at her silently. Celine felt a bit uncomfortable under his intense stare but didn't speak. After a long while, Jeffrey finally spoke, clearly understanding the feelings surging inside him. He had denied it earlier when Russell mentioned it in the office. Apparently, some people had noticed long ago. They remained silent for a while until Celine, growing nervous, asked, Zahir, are you drunk? Yes, Jeffrey nodded. I am. Disappointment washed over Celine. Oh, so he was just drunk then. When people were drunk, their actions and words didn't always count. Do you need more rest? Or should I get you some water? Maybe you'd like to go home? Celine suggested. Jeffrey stared at her without answering, making her blush profusely. You rest for a moment. I'll go to the bathroom, she muttered, pushing away from him, feeling both embarrassed and disappointed. As she tried to leave, Jeffrey caught her hand and pulled her back into his embrace. Celine froze. Second later, Jeffrey lifted her chin, causing her heart to race wildly. Was he going to kiss her? Was he sober or drunk? Before she could dwell on it, Jeffrey leaned down and kissed her deeply. The kiss sent waves of conflicting emotions through Celine's mind, leaving her dazed. Soon, she wrapped her arms around his neck, drawn by his fervent kiss. Jeffrey's kisses grew deeper and more urgent, and Celine felt herself melting in his arms. Was this what it felt like to kiss someone she liked? She truly liked him. Jeffrey, being from Y country, seemed bolder in this aspect. Whether he was truly drunk or not, his hands became less restrained. Celine wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, making it easy for him to touch her everywhere. Soon, Celine found herself completely enveloped in his embrace, a mix of surprise, fear, joy, and excitement. Her body told her she wanted this man, even though everything was happening faster than she thought possible. However, Jeffrey's advances were hard for Celine to handle, and she worried someone might come up and see them. She pushed his hands away shyly. Zahir, don't. Jeffrey regained some rationality, kissing her once more before speaking clearly. Let's go downstairs. Celine blushed furiously, nodding in agreement. Indeed, in front of someone you love, everyone becomes gentle and compliant. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs without a word. Celine pondered when she had started to like Jeffrey. Perhaps it was from the very beginning, at John's welcome party. As they approached the ground floor, Celine's heartbeat quickened. She wondered if Jeffrey would also announce a girlfriend, just like Gracelyn did. When they reached the bottom, Amberlaster was still bickering with Amber Aurelio. Gracelyn, Huxley, Daylon, and Kelly saw them and reacted. Heavens! Kelly exclaimed, covering her mouth. Gracelyn chuckled, leaning against Huxley. Huxley smiled, obviously pleased. As they moved forward, Amberlaster noticed them. Holy crap, what's going on? Zahir. Gracelyn hurriedly explained, let me tell you. Venus and Nigel were acting because of Kala's post. Nigel is now with Nicola, at home. What they're doing, well, who knows? Everyone widened their eyes, suddenly grasping the situation. Jeffrey smiled faintly, then announced directly, we're leaving now. Everyone blinked in surprise. So soon? Huxley asked, where are you going? To the hotel, Jeffrey replied straightforwardly, leading Celine away. Celine was shocked. Amber Hotel? So soon? Amberlaster called out, wow, Jeffrey sure moves fast. He looked at Huxley, who commented, Chloe to take the initiative. Everyone paused for a moment. Kelly quickly added, I understand this. She had heard Nora and Veda talking about how Jeffrey's marriage might not be entirely up to him. This move by Jeffrey meant that things were already irreversible. Who could stop it now? Moreover, Jeffrey announced it publicly and took Celine away, signaling he would take responsibility. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible. Dream Young nodded in agreement. After all, Jeffrey had never been in any relationship before. The L family and the royal family valued reputation. If the prince slept with a girl, he must give an explanation. Though the Shi family wasn't as prestigious as the Fong family, they had connections with the Qin family, and Gracelyn and Celine were close friends. This counted as social capital and resources. The Qin family and Huxley would definitely support the Shi family. Furthermore, since Jeffrey was so direct, Huxley had no reason not to support it. Thus, the royal family wouldn't be able to find much fault. On the way to the hotel, Celine was apprehensive. Kelly had previously gossiped about Nora and Veda's conversation regarding the significant gap between their family statuses. Today's events were unexpected, partly due to the alcohol. Clothed humans can be irrational when swept up by emotions. Initially, she had kissed Jeffrey impulsively, slightly drunk. The events afterward surpassed her expectations. She couldn't fathom Huxley's insight into Jeffrey's decision to take her to the hotel. All she thought was that Jeffrey might be open-minded. She was still half drunk, her thoughts blurry. Chapter 129, Those Loves, Grand Finale. Once inside the presidential suite, Celine was a bit dazed but quickly regained her senses. Just as she did, Jeffrey held her close and kissed her. Celine's thoughts were complex, yet she couldn't resist indulging in the desire Jeffrey awakened within her. When he gently pressed her onto the soft bed and easily removed her clothes, she felt a mix of shyness and fear. Jeffrey gazed at her with a slightly hoarse voice, nervous? Could Celine not be nervous? She was practically undressed while Jeffrey remained fully clothed. Moreover, clothed being mostly drunk, she found more courage, shaking her head and said, still fine. I can handle it. Jeffrey raised an eyebrow, slowly unbuttoning his shirt with a hint of amusement. Who told you this was just a game? Celine was momentarily stunned, not a game? Then. Her heart raced wildly. If not a game, then, for real? For real? The crown princess of the L family? The princess of the Y country royal family? Celine's eyes widened in shock, completely flustered. Half awake from the surprise, she even thought about escaping. Cloaked before she could, Jeffrey's warm body pressed against hers. The feeling of skin-to-skin contact left Celine speechless. Jeffrey's lips curved into a smile. Did you think this was just a game? Caught off guard by the question, Celine instinctively explained, no, it's just that, your family. Your family is hard to enter, Celine stuttered. I heard Amberant Shuang and my mom talking about your marriage, not being entirely up to you. Jeffrey kissed her again, softly saying, don't worry. The young woman's lips tasted sweetly fragrant, tinged with the scent of alcohol, making Jeffrey also feel a bit intoxicated. The alcohol amplified emotions and diminished reason. Soon, the moment became inevitable. Celine was still nervous and scared. Jeffrey comforted her, don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. With those words, he fully claimed her. Pain made the young girl instinctively frown and whimper, even regretting it momentarily. It hurt. Cloak, this hurdle had to be crossed. Thankfully, Jeffrey was both gentlemanly and gentle. Soon, her low whimpers turned into contented sighs, intertwining with the heavier breathing of the man above her. After Jeffrey and Celine left early, the case was solved. It turned out everything was fake, acted out. For how to explain it to their parents tomorrow, that would be simple, just be honest. Their parents were far from old-fashioned, they were open-minded. Close-eyed, with 3 couples instead of 1, this was a cause for celebration. Without this drama and drinking session, these 3 couples might have taken much longer to come together. It all worked out perfectly. Everyone was happy. Meanwhile, everyone dispersed to go home. Court naturally offered to send Kelly home. Previously, Court had only kissed Kelly on the lips, a very reserved move compared to Jeffrey's boldness. So, foreigners were different after all. Now, sitting side by side in the back seat of the car, Kelly felt a bit restless. To put it bluntly, Court exuded elegance and composure. Quiet and steady, yet never unnoticed. Even when seated next to Huxley, who didn't speak much, Court still held a strong presence. Politicians had a unique aura of authority. This led to a rather silent ride until Kelly, nearing home, couldn't hold back any longer and called out, "Clorother Meng." Court replied, "Yes, what is it?" Kelly frowned slightly, asking, "Earlier, in the private room, were you just unwilling to embarrass me, so you agreed?" Court was surprised and hurriedly responded, "No, not at all. If it were just for show, Graceland wouldn't have informed their parents and gotten them to agree." Still doubtful, Kelly asked, "Really?" "Really?" Court reassured her. Relieved, Kelly relaxed. Amber arriving at her home, Kelly prepared to leave the car. Court remained courteous and dignified, "Rest well at home, call me when you're awake tomorrow." "Okay," Kelly nodded. Before getting out, she couldn't resist leaning in and kissing Court. Initially expecting a goodnight kiss, Court took control of the kiss, deepening it. Leaving the car, Kelly pondered, so, Clorother Meng is still quite reserved after all. She would have to take the initiative more often. Otherwise, it could drive someone crazy. Each love story reached a sweet conclusion. Time passed swiftly, and soon the imperial capital welcomed a grand wedding, the wedding of Graceland and Huxley. This union garnered worldwide attention, especially in international circles. After all, this business prodigy was finally marrying. Following the elaborate and joyous ceremony, came the intimate first night for the newlyweds. Amber Laster insisted on celebrating their union late into the night, prolonging the festivities until nearly midnight before everyone dispersed. In the warmly lit room, husband and wife clung closely together. Graceland finally confided a long-held secret to Huxley. "Husband, I actually harbored a crush on you for many years." Initially surprised, Huxley then understood why she had suddenly proposed a quick marriage. Graceland asked, "What about you? When did you start? Do you still want to keep it a secret?" Kissed with silence, Huxley pondered. He thought she wouldn't ask this, but now, in their bridal chamber, she had brought it up. Amber avoiding this question wasn't an option. After a long pause, Huxley finally confessed, "Amber, long time ago, since childhood." Surprised, Graceland asked, "Childhood? Your childhood or mine?" Huxley nodded reluctantly, "Chloe off our childhoods." Graceland suddenly understood. His secrecy stemmed not only from her past with Weston but also from the age difference between them. The gap seemed significant during their youth but less so as they grew older. Thus, this crush, for Huxley, hadn't been easy. Hence, he kept quiet all these years, never considering initiating anything with Graceland. Piecing everything together, Graceland felt deeply for Huxley. It wasn't as bad as she imagined, but there was no need to dwell on the past. Smiling sweetly, Graceland said, "Amber, an older husband is wonderful, I like it." Then she kissed Huxley passionately, almost stealing his breath away. In the throes of passion, Graceland whispered in his ear, "Husband, I love you so much. Husband, let's have a baby." The end.